Good news. I crossed over. Bad news. It's Marvel. More good news. I seem to possess a modicum of strength. Traversing the Marvel universe is truly vexing, as I realize my identity is quite extraordinary. Various deities seek to challenge me, yet I effortlessly vanquish them all. What? You wish to inquire about my identity? Just an utterly unremarkable security guard. Chapter 1. An utterly unremarkable security guard. Mr. Hunter, may I ask what you perceive as your advantage compared to other candidates? The lovely interviewer, Pepper Potts, inquired, gazing at the handsome man before her. Just call me Sean. Well, I believe my advantage can be aptly described as having great capacity and excellent performance, Sean replied with a mischievous smile. Pepper's expression darkened. She thought, what a peculiar response. Huh. Please don't misunderstand. I refer to my extensive experience, robust physique, and diligent attitude, Sean clarified with a chuckle. Pepper felt a twinge of bewilderment. This man was indeed rather perplexing. I noticed on your resume that you were once a level 3 bodyguard, specifically tasked with protecting prominent individuals. Pepper continued her inquiry. Indeed, Sean nodded. Stark Industries collaborates with various security firms. Given your background, why not apply for our bodyguard position instead of security role? Pepper questioned, perplexed. Pepper Potts found herself at a loss for words as she listened to the man's rationale. This was her first encounter with such a character. She had not anticipated that her impulsive decision to participate in a recruitment interview would lead her to meet someone so extraordinary. Although he was undeniably handsome, such self-adulation was unnecessary. Nonetheless, his resume was indeed impressive. As a former level 3 bodyguard, he boasted a 100 success rate on all tasks and received unanimous praise from employers. Furthermore, the Human Resources Department had verified the authenticity of this information. Thus, Pepper pondered, since it was merely a security position, why not hire someone with such experience for a modest sum? Just as she was about to formally extend an offer to the impeccably dressed and upright Sean, her phone rang. I apologize, I must take this call. Of course, take your time, Sean replied with a professional smile, gesturing that it was of no concern. As Pepper exited the conference room to answer the call, Sean listened intently to the conversation outside and furrowed his brow, contemplating, what a coincidence. Is it truly happening at this moment? Inside the conference room, Sean turned to face the door, as though peering through it to see the anxious expression on Pepper's face. Outside, upon answering the call, Pepper learned of an attack on Tony's convoy. Initially, disbelief washed over her, but as she glanced around, she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle her emotions. The caller was her boss, Colonel James Rhodes, a friend of Tony Stark. Pepper? Pepper? Hearing Rhodes' urgent voice through the receiver snapped Pepper back to reality. Oh my God, how could this happen? Rhodes, weren't you with him? How is Tony? What is his condition? In response to her barrage of questions, Rhodes could only say, I can't provide specific details at the moment, but Tony's presence has not been confirmed at the scene of the firefight. The military is actively searching for him. You must keep Stark Industries stable and prevent the news from spreading widely. Even if it leaks, ensure the public doesn't amplify the narrative. Do you understand? Okay. Pepper's voice trembled with a hint of tears upon hearing the uncertainty surrounding Tony's fate. Hey Pepper, stay calm. Listen, I will bring Tony back safely, I promise. After Rhodes hung up, Pepper stood in a daze for several seconds before swiftly regaining her composure. She then called for the head of Human Resources to brief him about the recent interview, intending to address the company's more pressing matters. However, the memory of the resume she had just reviewed struck her. It clearly stated that Sean Hunter not only possessed extensive experience in security and escorting, but also excelled in infiltration and rescue missions, having never failed a task, with all employers providing 5-star ratings. The HR head approached, anxious and apprehensive, awaiting Pepper's instructions. Today, he was bewildered by her presence when he informed his team that Pepper Potts, the personal secretary of the company's CEO, was participating in the recruitment process. He felt overwhelmed. Though Pepper's title was merely that of a secretary, her status was formidable. Who else could freely enter the CEO's mansion and manage both his personal and professional affairs? While the HR head wrestled with his thoughts, Pepper had already made her decision. A strong-willed woman, she pursued what she believed in. Thus, she dismissed the subservient HR head and, after regaining her composure, stepped back into the conference room. Mr. Hunter, we have thoroughly reviewed your situation, and your abilities surpass the requirements for the security position. As Pepper approached the interviewer's seat, she spoke calmly to Sean, who was seated across from her. But Sean interjected, anticipating the forthcoming twist in her statement. Unperturbed by his interruption, Pepper took her seat and continued, I have a personal request that I would like you to assist with." Upon hearing this familiar prelude, Sean thought of his previous employers and couldn't help but roll his eyes, though he understood that Pepper's request was not of that nature. "Let me clarify, I do not engage in inappropriate dealings." Pepper stared at him, puzzled, wondering what he was thinking. Nevertheless, she composed her thoughts and confirmed her request. "Mr. Hunter, if someone were kidnapped by terrorists in Afghanistan, would you be able to rescue him?" Upon hearing Pepper's question, Sean did not respond immediately, but instead tapped his fingers on the table. The room fell silent as Pepper regarded Sean earnestly, awaiting his answer. "Are there specific details regarding the mission?" Sean inquired. "I can arrange for someone to provide that information to you," Pepper replied promptly. "What is the compensation for the mission?" "Negotiable." "Well, I have one additional stipulation." "What is it?" Pepper instinctively clutched her collar. "You must hire me as your security guard." "Does he have an obsession with being a security guard?" Pepper stared wide-eyed at Sean, yet ultimately, she nodded in agreement. "Then, when does the task commence?" Upon confirming his employment, Sean finally inquired. Now, Chapter 2, A Cast of Performers. After reaching an agreement with Pepper, Sean intended to proceed to Tony's office under her guidance for further discussions. However, unexpectedly, they encountered the esteemed elder of the group, Obadiah Stane, while ascending the stairs. "Pepper, I apologize. I should have accompanied Tony for this transaction. Perhaps then this unfortunate incident could have been avoided." Obadiah approached Pepper, his face etched with remorse, and discreetly pulled her aside to speak in hushed tones. Even from 2 meters away, Sean could not help but commend Obadiah for his remarkable acting skills as he witnessed the guilt-ridden expression on the man's face. Naively, Pepper assumed Obadiah was merely expressing remorse stemming from military intelligence. Seeing his sorrowful demeanor, she did not suspect anything further. However, upon hearing Obadiah's words, Pepper's previously suppressed emotions surged forth. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes began to redden, and she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. Realizing her distress, Obadiah instantly comprehended that she had received the news. As the two exchanged furtive whispers, Sean, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Miss Potts, could we perhaps focus on our own matters first?" Obadiah's expression faltered momentarily at Sean's words. His intention to comfort the beautiful young woman halted mid-motion. "What matters? And who are you?" Obadiah inquired, furrowing his brow at the unfamiliar man who had interrupted his carefully cultivated emotional moment. With Tony Stark missing, Obadiah Stane was now the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Moreover, the very incident of Tony's disappearance was orchestrated by him. He aimed to ensure Tony Stark's permanent absence, thus claiming Stark Industries as his own. In this moment, he believed himself to be the undisputed ruler within Stark Industries, only to be confronted by this impudent youth. Standing beside them, Pepper finally realized the gravity of the situation. Just as she was about to divulge her request for Sean's assistance in rescuing Tony, she was interrupted by Sean's voice. "I'm a friend of Miss Potts. She borrowed something from me, and now it is time for its return." Pepper turned, bewildered, to face Sean, who appeared anxious, as if fearing she might flee. "Is that true, Pepper? Do you need my assistance?" Obadiah asked, turning to Pepper with concern. Yes, it's just a minor matter. There's no need to trouble yourself, I can handle it," Pepper replied, though she was puzzled by Sean's assertion. Nevertheless, she was no fool. Rescuing Tony was her foremost priority. After a brief moment of contemplation, she chose to trust Sean's experience, believing that she could apologize to Obadiah later once Tony was safe. "Very well, but do not worry too much. I am certain the military will successfully locate Tony," Obadiah reassured her, relieved that Pepper deemed the matter trivial. He had no desire to concern himself with such insignificant issues. His thoughts were solely focused on Tony. He softly comforted the tearful Pepper before turning away without so much as a glance at Sean, heading toward Tony's office to execute his next plan, usurpation. With Stark Industries now feeling increasingly inhospitable, Sean and Pepper decided to temporarily depart. They exited Stark Tower and sought refuge in a nearby CF, where Pepper skillfully requested a quiet private room. During their journey, Pepper had already contacted Colonel Rhodes to request all pertinent information. Although Rhodes was puzzled by her motives, he agreed to compile the details and send them promptly. Thus, Sean and Pepper sat in the private room, awaiting Rhodes' update in silence. Afghanistan, near the Air Force Base. Sean perused the mission briefing provided by Rhodes. "How is it?" Pepper, sitting across from him, had been anxiously watching Sean. Only after he spoke did she ask, her coffee untouched on the table. "Well, I cannot be certain just yet. I need to investigate the site of the ambush on the convoy. first you should reach out to Colonel Rhodes again, Sean replied. Okay, I will arrange your itinerary and contact Rhodes to ensure he supports you. Pepper's innate professionalism as a secretary immediately surfaced. There is no need for you to arrange my itinerary. I will handle it myself. Also, apart from Colonel Rhodes, you must not disclose my information to anyone else if you wish to successfully locate Tony. Sean cautioned Pepper earnestly. Why? I was just about to ask why you spoke to Obadiah in that manner within the group. Pepper questioned, perplexed. She believed that leveraging the group's resources would expedite Tony's rescue. Examine the entirety of this ambush incident closely. The attackers easily dismantled a fully armed military convoy and escaped with Tony. Based on the on-site briefing, only one possibility exists. What is it? They must have had prior knowledge of the convoy's route and set an ambush. Therefore, there is either a traitor within the military or within your group. Upon hearing Sean's words, Pepper gaped in disbelief. She was not naive, merely flustered by concern. However, after Sean's reminder, she began to grasp the underlying issues. What about me? And Tony? Do not worry based on the fact that they chose not to kill him, but to take him away. They must have a purpose, at least until they achieve their objective. Tony's life is secure. We just do not know how much time we have left to rescue him. You must rescue Tony, I implore you. I will agree to anything as long as you can bring him back. Pepper pleaded with tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Sean. I will have no fear. We made a pact you still owe me for securing my position within the group. Now, gather your emotions once we step outside. Act as if this rescue never occurred. Do not allow any cracks to show. I will report my progress to you in due time, Sean instructed Pepper. By the time they exited the CF, Pepper had regained her professional composure as a secretary, concealing any signs of her earlier tears. Upon returning to the group, she met Obadiah, who detected her lingering sadness and worry, which further assuaged his concerns. As for Sean, after they parted ways, he began to meticulously plan his journey to Afghanistan. Chapter 3. The bald ones seem quite strong. Are you the one Pepper sent for me? Colonel Rhodes, with his dark complexion clad in a standard military uniform, gazed with evident displeasure at the man before him, who appeared to be on holiday in Afghanistan. You must be Colonel Rhodes. Greetings, I am Sean Hunter. Observing Rhodes's disgruntled expression, Sean offered a professional smile and extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. However, Rhodes did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, he squinted at Sean, who seemed innocuous, and bluntly remarked, I don't know how you managed to deceive Pepper or what your intentions are, but let me remind you. This is Afghanistan. Seeing that Rhodes had no intention of shaking hands, Sean retracted his outstretched hand and coldly replied, Please take me to the site of the incident involving Tony Stark. As for what follows, you need not concern yourself. Sean had already developed a slight aversion to Rhodes's naturally dark skin, and the man's arrogant demeanor left Sean disinclined to engage in further conversation. Rhodes, feeling his warning was disregarded, contemplated sending Sean back immediately, but was constrained by Pepper's repeated pleas over the phone. He could only say, I will take you there. But I hope you understand that you are responsible for your own safety. The military does not have the luxury of time to manage your affairs. Sean paid him no mind. Once in the vehicle, he remained silent, awaiting Rhodes to drive to the location of the incident involving Tony. Upon arrival, Sean stepped out of the vehicle and did not spare Rhodes a glance. From the car, Rhodes observed Sean standing motionless, feeling convinced that Sean was a charlatan. Uncertain of how he had earned Pepper's trust, Rhodes thought it rather magnanimous of him to stop the vehicle and wait for Sean. Perhaps the man would soon tire of the charade and request to return. Lost in these thoughts, Rhodes was unprepared for Sean, who had constructed a mental image of the attack using the photographs previously sent by Rhodes, to move behind a rock, examining the shrapnel marks and dragging traces on the ground. Hey, the military has already searched this area. You won't find anything here. Let me take you back. Go home and find someone else to deceive. Rhodes called out impatiently from the vehicle, but received no response. Minutes passed, and since Sean had stepped aside, Rhodes could no longer see him. His patience waned, prompting him to throw open the car door and storm out, determined to retrieve Sean, unwilling to waste any more time, as he needed to monitor Tony's rescue efforts. However, as Rhodes approached the rock, ready to confront Sean, he exclaimed, Hey, where are you? His voice faltered as he gazed at the empty sandy ground behind the rock, his expression frozen in disbelief. Hey, this is not a playground. Do you hear me? Come out, you rascal. Rod suspected that Sean was deliberately hiding to waste time. However, after searching the vicinity without catching a glimpse of him, he stood there, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the elusive Sean found himself atop the highest peak of a mountain range, his eyes closed, absorbing the warmth and light from the sun, while an array of sounds surrounded him. With a calm demeanor, Sean's mind raced, filtering through the cacophony of irrelevant information until he finally pinpointed what he sought. Just as he was about to take action, he sensed something amiss. Turning around, he beheld a flicker of sparks 3 meters behind him, spiraling and expanding until a circular area unveiled itself. A bald woman clad in a yellow robe emerged gracefully, her feet illuminated by shimmering yellow runes, enabling her to hover in the void. The biting wind at the mountain's summit whipped her robe, creating a resonant sound. As Sean gazed at this peculiar figure, he noted that while he had encountered many bald men, a bald woman was a novel sight. He wondered why she had chosen to shave her head. Perhaps strength was her motive. "Are you Mr. Sean Hunter?" Her gentle voice, akin to a spring breeze, seemed to resonate in Sean's ears, undisturbed by the mountain's fierce gusts. "You may speak in your native tongue, I understand." Recognizing her identity, Sean responded fluently in the ancient dialect of his homeland, a scene unimaginable to any other foreigner present. "Very well," she replied, a slight curve gracing her lips. Betraying no hint of surprise, she glided toward Sean, standing beside him at the mountain's peak, and continued, "Have you contemplated the consequences of saving the person you seek?" Sean, puzzled by her words, furrowed his brow in confusion. "I am aware that, given your abilities, rescuing him would be a mere trifle. However, intervening at this juncture will precipitate changes in the future, much like the landscape before us, which ought to remain unchanged." Suddenly, a yellow rune manifested in her hand, and a fierce wind swept through, transforming the clouds and valleys in an instant. The tempest did not affect Sean. He glanced at the dramatically altered scenery and remarked, "I comprehend your meaning, yet what of it? The changes hold little significance for me." Upon hearing Sean's seemingly reckless words, she did not express anger but continued, "Indeed. For an entity like you, future alterations may seem inconsequential, yet for the clouds and everything within this valley, the impact is profound." As Sean prepared to retort, she held his gaze and added, "You are quite extraordinary. If you were destined to exist in this universe, then I should have foreseen our encounter the moment you were born. Yet, the reality is that until this very day, until the instant you just contemplated, I remained oblivious to the shifts of the future. Thus, I traversed the river of time, endlessly searching, and it was only then that I discovered you." Upon finishing her words, Gu-E turned and smiled at Sean, much like one would at a mischievous child. "So, you have glimpsed my future?" Sean inquired, furrowing his brow. Gu-E did not provide a definitive answer. Instead, she remarked, "What the future holds is of little consequence. What truly matters is..." Gu-E ceased speaking, and Sean could not help but tighten his frown. Those who wield magic often speak in half-truths and enigmas, and the secrets they refuse to divulge are nearly impossible to extract. "Are you not the guardian of all this? Even if I were to alter the course of events and create complications, surely you could intervene to rectify the situation. Do not tell me that you are incapable." Sean noted the peculiar nature of Gu-Ye's demeanor. It lacked the urgency of one who would swiftly eliminate a perceived threat, prompting him to adopt a more casual tone. Upon hearing Sean's suggestion for her assistance, Gu-E offered a resigned smile. "I am not as formidable as you imagine. Then what is the purpose of your visit?" Chapter 4. Kamartaj, I merely came to see you, and to remind you that if you wish to avoid prematurely revealing yourself, perhaps you should consider the timing of your heroic interventions, Gu-E advised. Her words resonated deeply with Sean. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had been aware of his uniqueness. Initially, he believed himself to be a mutant, only to later realize that this was not the case. As various abilities gradually awakened within him, he began to resemble the neighboring superhero more and more, which had once inflated his ego, leading him to fantasize about grand exploits. However, he reconsidered. The Marvel Universe was rife with complexities, and it seemed prudent to refrain from exposing himself until he fully comprehended the nature of this reality. Moreover, being a hero was exhausting. Did he not witness how far others had gone? If Sean were to reveal himself, he might find himself compelled to rescue one person after another, possibly encountering adversaries with ulterior motives, which could lead to dire consequences. Thus, for the past 2 decades, Sean had concealed his abilities remarkably well, rarely utilizing his special powers except during his time as a bodyguard to ensure a flawless performance and impeccable reviews. His application for a security position at Stark Industries was simply a strategic move, seeking refuge under a formidable umbrella. After reflecting on Gu-Ye's counsel, Sean recognized the wisdom in her words. It was imperative that Iron Man come into existence. Otherwise, he would be left to shoulder the burdens alone. This role of security personnel could hardly be deemed leisurely, as he would invariably be drawn into acts of heroism, potentially even world-saving endeavors. No, that simply would not do. It was far too unprofitable. Let us allow Tony Stark to remain here for a while longer. Yet, having come this far, I cannot simply return, can I? Sean, with his hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head and spoke awkwardly to Ancient One. It seemed as if Ancient One anticipated Sean's response. She shot him a disapproving glance before raising her hand adorned with the suspended ring, summoning the portal she had just exited. This contraption is indeed quite convenient. Sean mused quietly, observing the shimmering threshold that led to a realm known as Kamartaj, where Ancient One practiced her craft. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Ancient One remarked suddenly, turning to face Sean, whose eyes sparkled with wonder at the prospect of magic. It appeared that with a mere nod from him, she would be inclined to impart her vast knowledge. Perhaps not, Sean replied, a touch of hesitation in his voice. You know how I am. I fear complications. He felt that if he acquiesced, Ancient One might bestow upon him the title of Sorcerer Supreme and then swiftly depart. With a resigned shake of her head, Ancient One led the way into the portal, and Sean followed closely behind. Upon crossing the threshold, Sean surveyed the room with keen curiosity. It was rather austere. Apart from a bed and a table, the chamber was bereft of any other furnishings. Is this place truly so destitute? Am I still able to leave at this hour? I have no desire to join you in asceticism, Sean remarked with evident disdain. Rest assured, everything necessary is present here. You need not endure the same rigors as the others. Such practices are merely a matter of personal choice. I understand your reluctance to assume the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, yet I can still instruct you in the arcane arts, Ancient One replied as she lit a stick of sandalwood incense. Such a boon. I find that hard to believe. Sean responded, skepticism evident in his tone. Ancient One smiled gently and said, Take your rest. Tomorrow we shall commence. With that, she turned and exited the modest room. As Sean watched her retreating figure, he couldn't help but ponder. It seems I am destined to play a significant role in the future. Otherwise, Ancient One would not extend such kindness toward me. Thus, Sean settled into Kamartaj, and Ancient One kept her promise, indeed beginning to teach him the intricacies of magic. We draw upon the potent energies from the multiverse, Ancient One explained as she deftly manipulated the incantations before him, resembling a blossoming flower. Sean, unable to contain his enthusiasm, reached out to mimic her movements. Noticing Sean's efforts, Ancient One's eyes sparkled with admiration as she continued her demonstration and explanation. With the mightiest sorceress at his side, Sean's progress in magic could only be described as meteoric. It appeared that the online claims of Superman being a magical nullity were erroneous. Rather, it seemed that while his affinity for magic was indeed lower relative to his physical attributes, Sean's own magical affinity was remarkably high. Is the Sorcerer Supreme present? Came a cold inquiry from Mordo, who approached with an icy demeanor. In that moment, was he seeking counsel from the Supreme Sorcerer once again? Having just completed a training session with the Ancient One, Sean was on the verge of heading to the library when he encountered another individual, the dark-skinned Mordo. At the entrance, after receiving Sean's response, Mordo disregarded him and strode inside. Ever since Mordo arrived at Kamartaj, his jealousy had been steadily growing upon learning that Sean had consistently received private guidance from the Supreme Sorcerer. From the very first time he became acquainted with Kamartaj, he had held the Ancient One in deep admiration and respect, convinced that he was the Supreme Sorcerer's most devout disciple. Thus, he found Sean's nonchalant demeanor exceedingly irritating. Sean turned to regard the impolite Mordo, pondering if he had inadvertently offended him. Wasn't he this fellow destined to become a villain in the future? Perhaps he should simply eliminate him now to spare the Ancient One any trouble, as a form of gratitude for her instruction in the arcane arts. Just as Sean contemplated this course of action, the black-robed Ancient One emerged alongside Mordo. Noticing Sean standing with a peculiar expression, the Ancient One cast a brief glance at the demure Mordo before addressing Sean. Did you not mention your intention to visit the library? Why do you tarry? With a playful wink, she added, he still serves a purpose. Receiving the Ancient One's subtle signal, Sean felt it inappropriate to intervene further. He cast a sidelong glance at Mordo, thinking, you're fortunate today. Once Sean departed, the Ancient One allowed herself a fleeting smile before turning to Mordo, asking, what was it you inquired about? Life at Kamartaj was not particularly arduous, though it did possess a hint of monotony. The inhabitants were solely focused on the study of magic, and these sorcerers were exceedingly serious. The only individual who piqued Sean's interest was Wong. This fellow, while appearing solemn, had a rather hidden flamboyance, as evidenced by his taste in music. Hello, Wong. How did you find yourself conscripted once more? I had previously warned you that this task is far from easy. One could lose their head over it. Upon entering the library, Sean noticed the usual caretaker was absent, leaving Wong seated behind the desk, engrossed in music on his phone. Fly Forward, The Rose of Love, played softly. Wong looked up at Sean with an impassive expression and discreetly silenced the music. Recalling the recently played tune, Sean playfully tapped Wong, complimenting, "You have quite the taste, my friend." He then scrutinized Wong's impressive physique, quipping, "But can you actually fly?" Wong remained silent, wearing an expression that seemed to question, "Do you require something? Given our familiarity, can we not indulge in a few more words? Let us foster our camaraderie," Sean implored, leaning over the desk to observe Wong's sulky demeanor. Wong inhaled deeply, and Sean, believing he had finally struck a chord, was met with the query, "Have you finished all your reading?" Chapter 5. The curved bullet Sean had resided in Kamartaj for over 2 months until one day, Master Wong sought him out. "I have imparted nearly all that I can teach you. The remaining knowledge relies upon your comprehension of magic and diligent practice," Wong remarked as he poured tea for Sean. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you are withholding something from me," Sean replied, raising an eyebrow at Wong. Wong had taught him white magic, but Sean was acutely aware that the reason Wong could remain in the mortal realm was due to his continuous extraction of power from the dark dimension. "Have you not already perused the library?" Wong retorted without reservation. "Spying on others is hardly a commendable habit. You didn't, perchance, watch me while I bathe, did you? I assure you, I have neither the time nor the inclination for such trivialities. Besides, I fear pinpricks, as Wong has informed me," Wong said, holding the teacup in a nonchalant manner. "That rotund fellow actually reported you," Sean exclaimed incredulously, astonished that the unassuming Wong was a spy. Wong placed the teacup on the table, producing a crisp sound. "Wong is merely fulfilling his duty. While the magical knowledge is not forbidden to view, it is fraught with dangers, and he deemed it necessary to inform me. I must also caution you not to become lost in power. You must master your abilities rather than allow them to master you," Wong said earnestly, observing Sean, who had regained his composure. He then retrieved a suspended ring from his belt and handed it to Sean. "This is for you. The time has come. Go forth." Sean accepted the ring with both hands and bowed deeply to Wong. "I shall bid farewell to Wong." Wong nodded gently, then closed his eyes to meditate. As Sean noticed this, he rose and exited the room. He gazed down at the suspended ring in his hand, feeling a mix of gratitude and reluctance. "Is the Supreme Sorcerer present?" Mordo's sudden voice interrupted Sean's thoughts. Sean glared at him, thinking it permissible to utter a few harsh words. "Are you merely a broken record? Is that all you can say? Clearly, your mental capacity is limited. Wong is meditating and cannot attend to you." Without waiting for Mordo's response, Sean turned and departed. Mordo, stung by the rebuke, watched Sean's retreating figure, his eyes nearly brimming with resentment. Yet, recalling the formidable power of the Supreme Sorcerer and his own aspirations for mastery in magic, he suppressed his emotions and left in silence. "What did you just say?" Wong inquired, looking at Sean with disbelief. Sean had rushed into Wong's room, announcing his departure, leading Wong to question his own hearing as he hastily silenced his phone. "I said I am leaving. I came specifically to bid you farewell," Sean replied, pouring himself a glass of water as he sat down. "Oh," Wong raised his right hand to cover his mouth. "Are you laughing? As I prepare to depart, you still appear so elated?" Sean, however, could not overlook the barely contained smile gracing Wong's lips. "No, I was merely recalling something joyous. What delightful event has transpired? My brother's wife has delivered a child. Ultimately," Sean offered a silent admonition to Wong, urging him to refrain from substituting for the librarian any longer before stepping into the mirror space. Upon entering the mirror realm, Sean soared towards the cave where Tony had been abducted. Within this ethereal domain, he wielded the freedom to act without the trepidation of being discovered, as he would in the tangible world. Upon reaching the cave that housed the captive Tony, Sean observed armed terrorists stationed outside. Yet they were blissfully unaware of his presence in the mirror space. Thus, he strode boldly into the cave, and after traversing the iron door, he beheld the formidable blacksmith, Tony Stark, vigorously hammering away. "Ah, he lives, and appears to be in good spirits." After assessing Tony's condition, Sean turned his gaze toward Ethan, the skilled welder, who seemed to have met a rather unfortunate fate. Perhaps it would be prudent to extend a helping hand. Just then, the blacksmith Tony abruptly halted his work. "Something feels amiss. Do you sense it, Ethan?" Tony furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. "What seems to be the issue?" Ethan, engrossed in his task, had lost everything, including his family. Now, he only wished to employ his welding prowess to assist Tony in escaping this dire situation. "It feels as though we are being watched." Tony raised his hammer, waving it before him, but alas, he encountered nothing but air. "Are you referring to the surveillance above?" Furthermore, your mask requires quenching. Ethan, oblivious to any lurking presence, offered his insight. Oh, blast it. Tony hastily plunged the mask into water to temper it, nearly dislodging his blacksmith insignia in the process. Subsequently, the two began to prepare for their escape. With Ethan's assistance, Tony gradually donned his armor. In the mirror space, Sean astutely perceived that the terrorists outside had detected their unusual activity and were approaching with weapons drawn, unable to communicate in the foreign tongue spoken by the assailants. Ethan could not buy Tony precious moments for his armor's completion. Observing the terrorists' confusion as they pondered what mischief was occurring within, they attempted to breach the door, only to be met with the explosive device that sent them to their demise. After the explosion, Ethan followed Tony's directives to initiate the loading of the operational program on the computer. As he watched the sluggish progress bar on the screen, he cast a deep glance at Tony, and amidst Tony's urgent calls, he seized a fallen terrorist's weapon and dashed towards the corridor. Ethan fired repeatedly at the cave's walls, instilling fear in the advancing terrorists, causing them to retreat in haste. However, when he dashed to a convergence point in the corridor, he discovered that a row of armed terrorists awaited him. Ethan, confronted by a dozen terrorists aiming their weapons at him, stood frozen in place. In the fleeting moment as they opened fire, he felt a sense of liberation. My dear wife, my child, I have come for you, he thought. Closing his eyes to embrace death, Ethan did not sense the pain of bullets striking his body. Instead, he felt a sudden warmth enveloping him, accompanied by a gentle breeze, leading him to believe he had entered paradise. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the desert outside a cave. As confusion clouded his mind, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed onto the sand, retching violently. Inside the cave, the bald leader, witnessing Ethan's inexplicable disappearance, began to question whether his deity was manifesting a miracle. Just as he prepared to kneel in fervent prayer, Tony, clad in battle armor, emerged. Has anyone seen Ethan? The bald fellow who accompanies me daily. Open fire. The bald leader felt insulted and bellowed at his bewildered subordinates. A hail of bullets from various firearms rained down upon Markai's armor. As Tony shielded the two holes in his visor with his arm, he pressed forward through the onslaught, charging into the crowd. Realizing the dire situation, the bald leader quickly took cover to observe. Tony, amidst the throng, swung his fists with abandon, inadvertently causing his left arm to become lodged in a wall. A young thug, witnessing this, drew his pistol, intending to deliver a fatal shot to Tony. However, the bullet ricocheted. The young thug stared in disbelief as the bullet rebounded and struck his own head. After dispatching several terrorists and scaring off a few young thugs, the bald leader, now aware that Tony's armor could not be penetrated by bullets, fitted a grenade onto his weapon. He stepped out with an indifferent stride, ready to let Tony experience the taste of an explosion. Boom. After the blast, Tony and the bald leader exchanged glances, both staring at the gaping hole blown into the wall. It turned out that the grenade, initially locked onto Tony, had taken an unexpected turn and exploded against the wall instead. Chapter 6. In these times, no one believes the truth. This is impossible. The bald leader, witnessing the miraculous trajectory of the shell, felt as though he had witnessed two miracles in such a brief span. He suspected that the deity was playing tricks on him. Seizing the opportunity, the now aware Tony quickly tore off the armor from his arm and launched a missile from his mechanical limb at the bald leader. Regrettably, the absence of a guidance system rendered Tony's aim imprecise. The missile he launched, much like the previous grenade, exploded against the cavern wall beside the bald man. However, the debris from the detonation buried the bald fellow beneath a cascade of rubble. Subsequently, Tony emerged from the cave, transforming into a blazing warrior, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the terrorists and the weaponry of his Stark Industries. Observing that the situation inside and outside the cave had largely stabilized, Sean activated a portal and stepped through. Not far from the cave, in the desert, Ethan lay prone on the sand, nearly retching from nausea. As he beheld the sudden appearance of a fiery circular portal and a figure emerging from within, he pondered whether he had perished in the cave. For how else could one explain such a vivid dream in broad daylight? However, before Ethan could voice his inquiry, he witnessed the sight of the cave erupting into a sea of flames, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, culminating in the ascent of a colossal mushroom cloud. From within this cloud, a missile-like silhouette soared skyward before curving and descending into the adjacent desert. Tony? Ethan gazed at the descending figure with uncertainty, muttering to himself. Indeed, it was he. Come, Dr. Ethan, let us seek him out. Wait, who are you? How did I arrive here? Did you bring me? Sean offered no reply, instead snapping his fingers, causing both to vanish from their location and instantaneously reappear at Tony's landing point. "No, please, don't do that again. I beg you," Ethan exclaimed as he collapsed onto the sand, retching. "My sincerest apologies. I forgot how poorly you handle the pressure of instantaneous travel," Sean said, gazing apologetically at Ethan, who lay on the ground. Despite the protective armor and the cushioning effect of the sand, Tony felt as though his arm had lost its command upon his descent. Nevertheless, he was grateful to be alive. As he prepared to rise from the sand, he suddenly overheard the dialogue between Sean and Ethan. "Ethan? And who, pray tell, are you?" Tony regarded Sean warily. "Greetings, Mr. Stark. I am Sean Hunter. 2 months ago, I was engaged by Miss Pepper Potts to execute a rescue plan for you. And now the mission is essentially complete," Sean introduced himself. "Is that so? I must express my gratitude for constructing the armor and detonating the cave," Tony retorted sarcastically. Believing that if Sean had truly come to assist him, he had done little to aid, relying solely on his own ingenuity to escape. Sean, undeterred by the sarcasm, recognized that anyone trapped for such an extended period would harbor resentment. He retrieved a satellite phone and dialed Pepper, who was far away in New York. "Hello. Who is this?" "Hi, Miss Potts. This is Sean." Upon hearing Pepper's esteemed name, Tony's eyes widened with intensity. He sprang from the sand and addressed Sean. "Hand me the phone now, and I shall trust you." Sean, with a smile, shook his head gently and gestured for patience. "Oh my goodness, Sean. You've finally reached out to me. Rod mentioned your mysterious disappearance. I feared the worst. Are you all right? What is the situation?" Pepper's voice flowed through the phone in a rapid succession. "Calm down, Pepper. I'm fine and I bring you good news," Sean replied, finally handing the phone to the eagerly awaiting Tony Stark. "Just place it on the ground. I'll take it myself," Tony replied with a hint of arrogance, disliking when others handed him things, save for Pepper. Sean, holding the satellite phone aloft, raised an eyebrow at him. "It seems you are not particularly eager to speak with her. Should I relay the message directly?" Contemplating Pepper's worried expression, Tony suppressed his discomfort and stepped forward to retrieve the phone from Sean's grasp, shooting Sean an irritated glance. As Tony and Pepper exchanged reassurances and mutual concern, Ethan finally rose from the ground. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired. "I am currently an unappointed security guard for Stark Industries," Sean answered. Ethan had anticipated Sean would claim to be a sorcerer or wizard, yet he was met with the mundane title of security guard, one who was yet to be hired. Bewilderment painted Ethan's face as he regarded Sean, who wore a faint smile. "Are you taking advantage of an AVE? Mr. Stark, please inform Miss Potts to have your good friend Colonel Rhodes track the location of the satellite phone in your possession. That way, we can ascertain our whereabouts," Sean called out to Tony, who was still engrossed in his conversation. "I know," Tony snapped back. After hanging up the phone, Tony scrutinized Sean for several seconds before posing the pressing question. "Who are you, really?" Sean could not help but roll his eyes. It seemed that honesty was rarely believed in these times. "Over 2 months ago, I applied for a security position at Stark Industries and fortuitously encountered Ms. Pepper Potts, who hired me and entrusted me with your rescue. Is that clear enough? So you are a security guard for Stark Industries, which makes me your boss." Tony seized upon Sean's words, looking quite pleased. Sean's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he replied, "Are you certain you are in a position to command Stark Industries at this moment?" Tony furrowed his brow at Sean's remark. "What do you mean?" "You'll understand once you return," Sean replied cryptically. "You. Ugh. Ah." Tony's exaggerated movement aggravated his injured arm. Ethan approached to assess the injury, while Sean glanced over and stated matter-of-factly, "Your left shoulder is dislocated, and there is a minor fracture in your arm. You must seek treatment without delay," Ethan observed, and added, "Allow me." Sean approached and grasped Tony's arm. "Huh. Pepper, what are you doing here?" Sean exclaimed, his face a mask of surprise as he gazed behind Tony. The moment Tony heard Pepper's name, he turned around, and Sean seized the opportunity to push his arm upward. "Ouch. Well, you should tend to him a bit more," Tony gritted his teeth, having just caught a glimpse of his grandmother. Ethan, initially expecting Sean to perform some sort of magic on Tony, was taken aback when he commenced physical treatment instead. He hurried forward to examine Tony's arm. Discovering that the dislocation had indeed been set right, all that was needed now was rest. Sean glanced at the two and inquired, "Would anyone care for a chilled beer?" Suddenly, 2 frosty mugs appeared in his hands, one of which he handed to Ethan. While looking at Tony, he said, "You're the patient. It's best if you refrain from alcohol." Tony, who had intended to make a sarcastic remark, found himself captivated by the sight of Sean conjuring 2 chilled beers out of thin air. He swallowed hard and replied, "I could be fine." Chapter 7. A drink and a urge. Ah, delightful. Tony sprawled on the sand, basking in the sunlight, one hand raised in triumph with his beer mug. which magically refilled itself like a small whirlwind. Regardless of whether you were indeed my company's security, I have decided to formally hire you as my personal bodyguard. My other bodyguard, Happy, will surely appreciate your presence. Initially, Tony had planned to depart swiftly to evade any lingering terrorists, but upon learning of Sean's mysterious abilities, he abruptly relaxed. If I accept your offer, I would be usurping Happy's position. Do you really think he would still like me? He pondered, recalling Happy's diligent nature. By the way, do you fancy a cheeseburger? Sean, noticing Tony's embarrassment, deftly shifted the conversation. Upon hearing the mention of cheeseburgers, Tony's eyes sparkled. Oh, yes. Ethan, who had been lying beside Tony even longer, sprang up at the mention of cheeseburgers, declaring that he too wanted one. While the three reveled in the desert, two armed helicopters raced towards them at full speed. Rod, aboard one of the helicopters, was deeply concerned about Tony's condition. After nearly 3 months of torment, he could hardly bear to imagine what Tony might have become. He incessantly urged the pilot to accelerate. When the helicopter finally reached the satellite phone's coordinates, all the soldiers were taken aback. Are you sure they aren't here on vacation, sir? One fully armed soldier asked Rod, who wore a similarly bewildered expression as he observed Sean and the others enjoying themselves in the sand, waving cheerfully. Have you all lost your minds? Staying put here won't shield us from those terrorists, will it? And where did the beer and burgers come from? Rod, having just disembarked from the helicopter, exclaimed with a furrowed brow and palpable concern. Don't dwell on the details, Rod. Care for a drink? Tony, already 3 sheets to the wind from unlimited refills, replied. Rod shot him a disdainful glance before beckoning the others to board the helicopter and leave this place swiftly. Wait. Tony, suddenly rising from his seat, pushed Rod aside and dashed to a corner. What are you waiting for? Rod questioned, confusion written all over his face as he scanned the surroundings warily. He probably needs to relieve himself, Sean explained, observing Tony's incessant fidgeting. After just a few drinks, he already rushing to the bathroom. Sounds like a sign of a weak bladder. As Tony indeed began to draw a map in the sand, Rod rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ethan, who had intended to join Tony, halted abruptly upon hearing Sean's comment and crossed his legs tightly. After transferring to another aircraft at the Air Force Base, the group finally returned to the beautiful nation. Pepper and Happy were already waiting at the Air Force airport upon receiving the news. Dressed in fresh attire, Sean, Tony, and Ethan disembarked from the plane. Upon spotting a stretcher being pushed by medical personnel, Tony immediately waved it away. No way, I'm in excellent shape, he declared, striding directly towards Pepper. Their earlier phone conversation had been filled with endearments, yet now, face to face, they wore solemn expressions, which made Sean raise an eyebrow in amusement. After teasing Pepper a bit, Tony turned to Ethan and inquired whether he would consider joining Stark Industries, promising generous compensation. Thank you, but I must decline, Tony. I have lost my family, and I once thought I would perish in that wretched place. This way, it feels like a release. And saving the renowned Tony Stark before my demise can be seen as an immense virtue. However, Ethan cast a subtle glance at Sean and added, since fate has granted me another chance, I have decided to use my remaining days to save more lives. You should do the same, Tony. I hope you do not squander this hard-won rebirth. After speaking earnestly, Ethan stepped forward to embrace Tony, then whispered a quiet thank you while bidding farewell to Sean. Before departing under the guidance of the base personnel, Tony watched Ethan's retreating figure, recalling how he had bravely rushed out in the cave to buy time for himself. He then glanced at Sean and thought, without him, Ethan might have truly perished there. We owe it all to the security you found, Tony remarked to Pepper. Of course. My judgment has always been impeccable, Pepper replied confidently, then turned to Sean. Sean, I am truly grateful for your role in saving Tony. Hey, I was merely saving myself. Sean quipped. Tony, feeling disgruntled, remarked, yet upon gazing into Pepper's eyes, he could only purse his lips in resignation. No need to be so polite. Just remember to settle the bill. Sean waved dismissively. Let us proceed. I have already made arrangements at the hospital for your examination. Pepper addressed Tony beside her. Examination? What examination? I feel perfectly fine. After being confined in that dismal place for 3 months, I now wish to indulge in a singular endeavor, Tony retorted. Pepper, recalling Tony's previous escapades, assumed he was yearning for 2 young models and shot him an exasperated glance. Enough with that. What are you thinking? I was referring to a press conference, you impure-minded lad, Tony teased, observing Pepper's reaction. Dismissing his banter, Pepper opened the back door of the car, urging him to enter without delay. You must accompany us, Tony gestured toward Sean. As the group's security, it is your responsibility to maintain order during the conference. Sean glanced at Pepper, seeking her approval, as she typically managed Tony's affairs. However, as Tony, the de facto leader, cast her a significant look. Pepper could only nod in acquiescence. With a silent sigh, Sean opened the front passenger door and took his seat. Now that we are here, what else can we do? Under Happy's exceptional driving skills, they swiftly arrived at the already bustling press conference venue. Upon receiving news of Tony's rescue, Obadiah hastened to the scene, internally cursing while waiting outside with the reporters. Upon seeing Tony emerge from the car, invigorated and full of life, Obadiah forcefully suppressed his inner turmoil, donning a fatherly smile as he approached Tony. When he noticed Sean exiting the passenger seat with a knowing smile, Obadiah's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that Pepper's acquaintance? What could that smile imply? Could he have uncovered my involvement in the assassination? A multitude of questions swirled in Obadiah's mind. Yet as the reporters erupted in excitement at Tony's arrival, he had no time for contemplation and led Tony's party into the venue. Once inside, as Tony prepared to take the stage, Sean positioned himself at the periphery of the reporters. His instinctive vigilance from his days as a bodyguard prompted him to scan the area for threats, but finding none, he began to appreciate the diverse array of triangular shapes around him. This pink one, that white one, this sky blue. Oh, that one seems rather intriguing. The black with fine lines. What's this four-cornered shape doing here? Sean lifted his gaze to the man before him, whose face radiated warmth like springtime, adorned with a gleaming bald head, instantly sparking recognition. Greetings, Mr. Hunter. I am Agent Phil Coulson. Chapter 8, The Egg-Laying Rooster. Tony Stark, I am affiliated with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. Excuse me, what was that again? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. What Logistics Support Department? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. What Homeland Strategic Support Department? The ever-genteel Coulson cast a wistful glance at Sean, sensing that Sean was deliberately teasing the cumbersome name of their agency. Just a jest, don't take offense. The name is indeed rather cumbersome and unwieldy, Sean remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, we are attempting to simplify it. Coulson, unfazed by Sean's banter, acknowledged that he too stumbled over the lengthy title each time he introduced it. May I inquire what brings you here? We have learned that it was Mr. Hunter who rescued Mr. Stark and would like to pose a few questions to you. I was privately commissioned by Ms. Potts and, through various leads, discovered the potential location where Mr. Stark might have been held captive. However, I was not the one who executed the rescue. By the time I located Mr. Stark, he had already extricated himself. We then communicated with Ms. Potts via satellite phone and ultimately secured military assistance. Sean recounted the truth, albeit omitting certain details. Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Coulson, after listening to Sean's account, found it largely consistent with what he had gathered. The only missing piece was the exact manner in which Tony Stark had managed to save himself. At that moment, Pepper approached, prompting Coulson to excuse himself and engage in conversation with her. Sean gazed at Tony, who was urging everyone to sit on the ground. And when he boldly declared his decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Journalists sprang to their feet, eager to extract more astonishing revelations from Tony. Observing the commotion, Obadiah quickly stepped forward to usher Tony away from the podium. Sean had intended to discreetly slip away, but Pepper sought him out. Sean, I would like to request another favor. Pepper looked at Sean with an expression of earnest pleading. All right, let us hear it. If it's within my power to assist. Following Sean's successful rescue of Tony, Pepper's trust in him had soared. Now, with Tony's unexpected announcement regarding the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, while Pepper couldn't fully comprehend the implications, she anticipated many ensuing questions. Therefore, she wished for Sean to protect Tony for a time. Am I inadvertently becoming a bodyguard? Is there any hope left for my security career? Sean regarded the pitiful Pepper with a bemused expression. Enough, enough. Given that I inadvertently caught a glimpse of your triangle escapade, consider this a paid engagement. Just remember to compensate me. The last payment is still outstanding. Furthermore, let me make it clear that I shall not heed Happy's commands, Sean remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, and rest assured, the compensation will be to your satisfaction. As for Happy, you need not concern yourself with him. Pepper interjected as soon as Sean acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Pepper, Sean swiftly caught up with Tony, while the ever-watchful Happy glared at him with suspicion. Are you here to be my bodyguard? Was this Pepper's arrangement? Tony quipped with a mischievous grin. You two truly share a mental connection, Sean retorted, rolling his eyes at Tony. Upon hearing the term bodyguard, Happy's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he eyed Sean, sensing a potential threat to his job. He turned to cast a resentful glance at his employer, as if questioning Tony's newfound affection. Tony, whose mind had been tangled in the chaos of the press conference, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He patted Happy on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, my friend, you shall always be my bodyguard." Reassured by Tony's promise, Happy eagerly hurried to the car. He had initially planned to exert some authority over Sean due to his seniority, but Sean dismissed him entirely. Noticing a handful of relentless reporters pursuing them, Happy hastily started the vehicle to whisk Tony and Sean away from the press conference venue. Happy drove them to the Stark Industries factory. Despite having just made bold declarations at the press conference, Tony Stark's mind was anything but tranquil. He had vowed to shut down the weapons division, yet he remained uncertain about his future endeavors. Hence, he found himself at the factory, staring blankly at the enormous arc reactor before him. Hey, the new guy, Sean, leaning listlessly against the car, turned to see a smug Happy approaching. "Were you calling for me? Being Tony Stark's bodyguard is no simple task, you know," Happy asserted. "Is that so?" Sean replied with a slight smirk. "Allow me to impart some wisdom. I was once a professional boxer," Happy boasted, intending to teach Sean a minor lesson, so he would understand who truly held authority. I don't think that's wise. What if something goes awry?" Sean remarked, eyeing Happy's ample physique with apprehension, fearing that he might inadvertently cause harm. "Haha, worry not. I will be careful not to injure you. Come on, hit me," Happy challenged. Such a ridiculous request, I must say, is quite unprecedented, Sean thought. Observing Happy's overly confident expression, he genuinely feared that a single punch could leave him on his knees, pleading for Happy's mercy. Seeing Sean's reluctance to strike, Happy continued, "Then I shall attack, and you shall defend. As a competent bodyguard, mastering defense is also paramount." Without regard for whether Sean agreed or not, Happy launched a jab towards Sean's face, a triumphant smile adorning his features as he envisioned Sean's embarrassment, blood streaming from his nose. Once Tony emerged and witnessed the spectacle, he would undoubtedly place greater trust in Happy. However, to Happy's astonishment, Sean did not clutch his nose and collapse as expected. Happy felt a peculiar sensation. His fist had not met the familiar impact he anticipated. It was then that he realized Sean had firmly grasped his wrist. Despite his vigorous attempts to free himself, Sean's grip was as unyielding as a vice, and Happy's face flushed crimson in vain effort. Observing Happy's discomfort, Sean deemed it sufficient and released his hold, leaving Happy unprepared as he tugged forcefully and ended up sitting on the ground. Just as Happy rose, eager to salvage his dignity, Obadiah, having concluded a press conference, hurried over. He cast a glance at Sean, took a puff from his cigar, and inquired about Tony's presence inside, before turning to enter the factory. Inside, Tony and Obadiah engaged in discussions regarding the arc reactor, Tony presuming that Obadiah had learned of his successful scaling down of the reactor from Rhodey or Pepper. As Obadiah studied Tony, he felt a surge of relief that the bumbling terrorists had not succeeded in eliminating him. After all, his household had just laid another golden egg. Subsequently, Obadiah donned a fatherly demeanor, offering Tony emotional support, feigning agreement to back his decisions, and advising him to maintain a low profile to manage the board members effectively. With heartfelt sincerity, Obadiah saw Tony off to his vehicle. Once inside, Tony reflected briefly and remarked to Sean, "Congratulations, this should be the easiest job of your career. Obadiah will handle everything on my behalf, and I will strive to remain inconspicuous for now." "That sounds splendid. I certainly do not wish to share a space with a grown man daily," Sean replied from the passenger seat, noting Tony's relaxed tone. "Do you have any idea who used to spend the night with me?" Tony retorted indignantly in response to Sean's comment. Chapter 9. Should we feast on the meat delivered to our doorstep? The Homeland Strategy, an undeniably lengthy and somewhat odious title. Phil Coulson arrived at their New York branch, prepared to report the latest news regarding Tony Stark's ambush and successful escape to his superior, Nick Fury. Nick Fury stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, surveying the bustling members within the New York branch. Yet, his thoughts were not focused on the scene before him. Rather, he was absorbed in Coulson's report, particularly intrigued by the seemingly unremarkable figure of Sean Hunter. According to their gathered intelligence, Sean Hunter appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any distinguishing features. However, he had achieved remarkable success in his career as a bodyguard. What is even more perplexing is that, at the zenith of his career, he chose to withdraw quietly and assume a security position at Stark Industries. Subsequently, he accepted a private employment from Pepper Potts, embarking alone to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark. Despite various pieces of evidence suggesting that Sean did not actively participate in Tony Stark's escape, Nick discovered through certain special channels that Sean had not been present in Afghanistan for the past 2 months. This led him to ponder deeply. Where had Sean Hunter truly been during those 2 months? How did he come to know Tony Stark's whereabouts? This individual must certainly harbor some secrets. "Call Agent Romanoff back," Nick Fury commanded, observing the crowd below. The gleaming surface of his bald head reflected the overhead lights, and he sensed the undercurrents swirling beneath the tranquil facade of New York. Understood, sir, Phil Coulson replied, mistakenly believing that Nick summoned Natasha back for Tony Stark, unaware that it was for the most inconspicuous individual mentioned in his report. Since Tony had stated that he did not require Sean's personal protection, Pepper could only exchange contact information with Sean, ensuring she could reach him promptly when needed. Upon returning to his residence in New York, Sean was about to open the door when the door next door suddenly swung open. "Hey Sean, long time no see," a cheerful voice called out. Turning at the sound, Sean beheld its owner. May was wearing an orange tank top, layered with a slightly lighter long-sleeved shirt, paired with blue jeans and black high heels. A necklace nestled gracefully along her collarbone, and her brown hair cascaded down, emanating a subtle fragrance. Once the initial surprise faded, May quickly realized that her attire was rather ordinary for this unexpected encounter. Had she known she would meet Sean, she would have made an effort to dress up. "Hey, May, it has indeed been a while, 3 months, to be exact. How have you been?" Sean remarked, feeling his spirits lift at the sight of the beautiful woman before him. "Same as always, you know, taking care of Peter and work." May hesitated before continuing. "What about you? Why have you been away for so long? I almost thought you had moved." There was a hint of melancholy in her tone. "If I had moved, I would have certainly informed you. My absence was due to some work-related issues, and the place was rather far, which caused the prolonged duration," Sean explained softly. "Was everything all right?" May asked, her heart racing slightly at Sean's assurance that he would have notified her had he moved. "Fairly well, I suppose." "That's good," May replied, her smile sweet. As silence enveloped them, they exchanged glances, a delicate tension lingering in the air. Well you." They both began to speak at once, attempting to break the awkwardness, only to halt again, carefully observing one another. "Why don't you go first?" Sean smiled and raised his hand, gesturing for May to continue with her earlier thoughts. "I must go pick up Peter. You know, he is about to finish school," May said, pointing towards the hallway. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly on Sean. "Ah, right. You should hurry then. Don't keep Peter waiting too long," Sean replied, glancing at his watch, confirming that it was indeed time for school to be dismissed. "I shall take my leave. Farewell, May," she said, stepping outside while tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, waving goodbye to Sean. "Goodbye." After bidding farewell, Sean turned to open the door, but he heard May repeatedly looking back. He could sense her gaze lingering on him until he stepped inside. Even then, he could still see her glancing back occasionally through the wall. Alas, being exceedingly handsome can be quite the burden. In his luxurious mansion in California, Tony had installed an entirely new arc reactor. The recent kidnapping incident had made him acutely aware of his vulnerability when true crises arose. The wealth and status he possessed proved futile. Had it not been for the terrorist demands, he might have reunited with his parents long ago. This realization solidified his resolve to enhance and perfect the exosuit project he had previously worked on in the cave. After all, the mecha was the epitome of a man's romantic aspirations. Thus, his first thought was of his dear friend Rhodey. However, when he joyfully approached the airbase to invite Rhodey to join him, he was met with an unexpected rejection before he could even articulate the project. Rhodey, with a military background, found it difficult to comprehend Tony's sudden shift towards humanitarianism. Upon hearing that the new project was not intended for military development, he interrupted Tony and left, visibly disappointed. Unbeknownst to Rhodey, Tony felt equally disheartened by his friend's misunderstanding. After the kidnapping ordeal, he was uncertain whom to trust. As Tony diligently engaged in research upon returning to his mansion, a new tenant moved into Sean's apartment building. Hello. A few days prior, Sean had officially commenced his employment at Stark Industries, diligently clocking in each day, embodying the spirit of the working class. On this particular day, as he prepared to leave, he noticed several burly movers hauling furniture in and out of the hallway. Hearing the commotion behind him, a woman standing in the hallway, observing the movers, turned to greet Sean as he stepped outside. Sean regarded his new neighbor, clad in snug black jeans and a fitted brown leather jacket, her curly hair casually tied back and a warm smile gracing her face. As he responded, he pondered how he might have encountered her. Had he been discovered? "Hello. I just moved in. My name is Natalie Rossman." Initially, upon seeing her face, Sean was merely filled with suspicion. However, upon hearing her name, he instinctively lowered his gaze. Indeed, it was her, without a doubt. "I am Sean Hunter. You may call me Sean. I reside over there, so feel free to seek my assistance should you need it." Sean gestured towards the door of his residence. The two engaged in casual conversation as true neighbors would until Sean mentioned he had to go to work, bidding her farewell. The target had been approached. After smiling and sending Sean off, Natalie retrieved her phone from her pocket and made a call, uttering a single phrase before hanging up. At that moment, as Sean stepped out of the apartment building, he smirked, realizing she was indeed directed towards him. Chapter 10. Xiao Xiao's mother gave birth to Xiao Xiao when he first moved into this apartment complex. He met Mei and her nephew Peter, and upon hearing their names, Sean deduced their identities. However, the current Peter was not yet the garrulous neighbor of the future, although even at his young age, he certainly had a lot to say. As Sean had observed during their few encounters, standing at the entrance of Stark Industries in his uniform, Sean was not contemplating his charming and graceful old neighbor, but rather the new one he had encountered a few days prior. The Black Widow, it must be said, while not as tall as Mei, possessed an undeniably exquisite figure. Yes, just like the enchanting beauty before him. Curvaceous and alluring, she walked with a captivating sway. Oh my, is that not her? Hey Sean, it truly is you. I could hardly believe it at first, but upon approaching, I recognized you for sure. A stunning woman in a dress with her auburn curls cascading, wearing black high-heeled shoes, approached Sean with delightful surprise. Indeed, Natalie, what a coincidence. Had looks been lethal, Sean would have perished countless times. There was no denying Natalie's magnetic allure. Especially among the men entering and exiting Stark Industries, they pondered how such a stunningly captivating woman could be associated with a mere security guard, as one would expect her to be with someone among their handsome elite. Jealousy rendered them aghast. That uniform suits you quite well, Natalie remarked graciously, engaging Sean in conversation. The security guard standing beside Sean couldn't help but drool at Natalie's figure, wishing fervently to leap forward and kiss her feet. Yes, I just started at Stark Industries a few days ago. How about you? Are you here on business? Though fully aware that Natalie's intentions were aimed at him, Sean, not in a hurry, decided to indulge her playful demeanor. After all, who wasn't an actor in their own right? What a coincidence. I just arrived at Stark Industries as well. I'm in the legal department. Sean responded with a surprised smile. Well, that truly is quite fortuitous. The two individuals sensed the gaze of passers-by upon them, prompting Natalie to shyly bid farewell to Sean. As she entered, she turned back several times, her reluctance evident. Brother, is that girl your friend? She is quite striking, remarked the security guard beside Sean, his expression laced with mischief. I didn't even realize you had a smile. I thought a shadow was standing next to me. Sean replied with a smirk. It was indeed a curious coincidence that the new neighbor, whom he had just met a few days prior, also worked there. Upon hearing that they had only recently become acquainted, the security guard immediately proposed to treat Sean to dinner after work. Sean, sensing the guard's intentions, contemplated for a moment before agreeing, thinking, who would refuse a free meal? That would be foolish. However, just as they were about to finish their shift, Natalie reappeared. Sean, are you free tonight? Would you like to join me for dinner? She asked, her radiant smile directed at him. This overt flirtation seemed somewhat crude. It appeared that this femme fatale did not regard Sean with much seriousness, as she had skipped the pretense and was outright revealing her intentions. Maintaining his composure, Sean discreetly glanced at the increasingly anxious security guard beside him. I've already made plans with a colleague, he replied. Natalie raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Sean's refusal. No worries, we can still go together, she insisted. Before either could respond, the eager security guard, who had been eavesdropping, interjected, prompting Natalie to instinctively shift away from him due to his unwelcome presence. Initially, upon receiving her assignment, Natalie had thought it would be effortless to ensnare a younger man with her allure. In her eyes as a top-tier agent, Sean, no matter how formidable a bodyguard he was merely a bodyguard. Their previous encounters during her move and their coincidental meetings at work had gone smoothly. But now that Sean had declined her dinner invitation, she began to doubt her own charm. However, upon witnessing the security guard's lecherous gaze, Natalie regained her confidence. Am I not the most beautiful? She mused. Yet, she pondered, what was it about Sean? Could he possibly be uninterested in women? I don't mind, Sean replied. Indifferent since he wouldn't be footing the bill. Then it's settled, Natalie continued to beam at him. With her exquisite features, porcelain skin, alluring curves, and long legs accentuated by her high heels, she ignited a fervor within the guard, while Sean felt a stirring within himself. Let us agree on this. I'll find you after work, Natalie stated before returning to the building. As Sean watched her retreating figure, the guard beside him was nearly transformed into a wolf. And had it not been for the pull of the earth, he might have soared into the sky. After work, it was uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental. But Natalie chose a seemingly upscale restaurant, where she thoroughly treated the unfortunate Black with a lavish meal. Observing the pained expression on his face as he settled the bill, Sean found it quite amusing. Perhaps spurred by the financial loss, Black's determination to win over Natalie intensified, prompting him to propose that the trio head to a bar to indulge in the nightlife. Natalie, weighing her options, thought it might be entertaining to intoxicate Sean, though she refrained from expressing this outright, instead casting a glance towards him. In the bar, pulsating music and dim lighting enveloped the atmosphere. Sean had already declined the advances of the fourth woman who approached him, a burden of his good looks. Bored, he took a sip of the potent liquor, which felt as innocuous as water to him. Do not inquire, for he had once been bored enough to experiment. Natalie, after enjoying a drink, descended to the dance floor, with Black eagerly trailing behind her. In the thrumming dance pit, every time Black or the men surrounding Natalie attempted to encroach upon her, she deftly neutralized their advances, her gaze intermittently drifting towards Sean. Why don't you join us on the dance floor? A sudden voice interrupted Sean's thoughts. Weren't you dancing with him? Sean replied, gazing at Natalie, who had returned to him with an innocent demeanor. He said he had something to attend to and left us to enjoy ourselves, she said, raising her glass to clink with Sean's. Did Black leave? Certainly not. He wouldn't abandon the pursuit so easily. Sean was aware that, owing to Black's incessant harassment, Natalie had likely grown weary and had followed him into the alley behind the bar. Black, surveying the dark, empty alley, mistakenly assumed that Natalie relished such thrilling escapades. As he hastily unfastened his trousers in anticipation, several burly men in black suddenly appeared to escort him away, leaving Natalie to return to Sean's side. Ah, the poor fellow. I wonder if we shall see him again at work. Chapter 11. You hit her, she hits you. After downing a few drinks, Sean, at Natalie's enthusiastic invitation, finally joined her on the dance floor. Watching Natalie sway seductively before him, their bodies occasionally brushing against one another, Sean felt a warmth rising within him. Truly, she was a temptress. However, it was precisely Natalie's alluring movements that began to attract several ill-intentioned men to their vicinity. One man, after sizing up Sean, felt confident in his ability to dominate. Thus he boldly approached, preparing to make unwelcome advances towards Natalie. With her back turned to Sean, Natalie curled her lips into a sly smile, and thus, a grand performance commenced. Just as the burly man reached out, Natalie, in a fit of anger, slapped him and swiftly sought refuge beside Sean. The man, stunned, stared at his outstretched hand, thinking, I didn't even get to touch her. He then looked up at Natalie, who was pressed closely against Sean, exuding an air of vulnerability that only fueled his rage further. He swung a punch at Sean, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? She hits you, and you retaliate against me? Sean sighed as he beheld the slowly advancing fist, acknowledging the truth behind the saying that beautiful women can bring trouble. The lively music and lights of the bar continued unabated, while the crowd on the dance floor remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. As Sean surveyed the scene, noting the several fallen men sprawled on the floor, he wondered if he had struck too hard, fearing he might have caused serious harm. Upon confirming they were all still alive, Natalie approached and urged him to flee, her demeanor convincingly dramatic. Once they exited the bar, Natalie, still trembling from the excitement, held his hand tightly. That was exhilarating. You're quite impressive, Natalie, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I suppose it was all right, Sean replied, giving her small hand a gentle squeeze, prompting Natalie to shyly release his grip. Upon returning to the apartment, Natalie gazed at Sean with an intensity that nearly set the air aflame. Standing at the hallway entrance with her legs crossed, she tilted her head hesitantly towards her room, suggesting, Would you like to come over for another drink? Just as Sean contemplated whether to indulge in a passionate evening, a sudden sound of a door opening interrupted them. Sean, you're back. And who is this? Turning around, Sean and Natalie encountered May, who had just opened the door while carrying a bag of trash. In recent days, May had learned of a new neighbor moving into their apartment, someone who stirred excitement among all the men in the building. Hello, I'm Natalie, just moved in not long ago, Natalie introduced herself, sensing a hint of hostility in May's gaze. Hello, I'm May, she replied, extending her hand for a brief handshake. What brings you two together? May inquired, intrigued, as she caught a whiff of the nightlife lingering on them. Would you believe it? Natalie works in the legal department of Stark Industries. What a coincidence. We just had dinner together and stopped by the bar for a drink, Sean said, shrugging nonchalantly. Really? What a coincidence. May's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she regarded Natalie. With Natalie's striking appearance and now this newfound connection, May felt a flutter of apprehension in her heart. With May's unexpected intervention, Natalie naturally found it inappropriate to invite Sean, so she bid farewell to both individuals before retreating to her room. Listening to the phone call in which Natalie reported her tasks from the adjacent room, Sean exchanged a few brief pleasantries with May before returning to his own apartment. After watching the empty corridor left by their departure, May glanced at Natalie's room, then at Sean's, and turned back to her home, carrying the trash. Aunt May, didn't you go out to take the trash? Why have you brought it back? Peter, who was retrieving a drink from the refrigerator, looked at May's trash bag with a puzzled expression. Have you finished your homework? Hurry up and go to bed. Do you want to be late again tomorrow? Peter, witnessing May's barrage of questions, quickly dashed into his room, bewildered by his perceived misstep. The following morning, as Sean left, he encountered Peter and May, who were struggling to open their eyes, and greeted them warmly. Hi Peter, hi May, hi Sean. This is Peter, this is May. Hurry up, Peter. You're going to miss the school bus. May, with an expressionless demeanor, commanded Peter, tugging at his collar as she turned to leave. By Sean. Peter felt as if his feet nearly lifted off the ground, astonished by May's newfound strength. Sean, watching them depart, scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. Life as a security guard was rather uneventful. Sean stood at his post, basking in the sun and sensing the flow of energy within him, while overhearing a few Stark Industries employees whispering, Hey, have you heard? The company is holding a board meeting today. What? Are you going to become a board member? Get lost. Don't you feel like the company is about to change? Relax. What does it matter to us lowly employees? We're still just working like beasts of burden. After exiting the conference room, Pepper had been suppressing her emotions until she could no longer contain them, confronting Obadiah with visible anger on the tarmac. What do you expect me to do? Can't you see the expressions on those shareholders' faces? Tony's decision jeopardizes not only the company's interests, but also those of the shareholders. If I don't act now, when they unite against us, the company will truly be in shambles. Obadiah explained his premeditated reasoning to Pepper, while Pepper found Obadiah's point somewhat valid. His suggestion to oust Tony still struck her as outrageous. This scene unfolded just as Sean stood guard on the tarmac. Hi, Pepper. Obadiah, waiting for the helicopter, turned with a frown at the audacious little security guard. What are you doing here again? Hi, Sean. Pepper responded listlessly, her mood undeniably bleak. Obadiah, however, continued to squint at Sean, recalling the inexplicable smile Sean had directed at him during the last press conference. What are you staring at, you old glass? Sean thought, noticing Pepper's lack of desire to reminisce, and thus resumed basking in the sunlight, blissfully ignoring Obadiah's malevolent scrutiny. Aren't you Pepper's friend? Pepper suddenly remembered she had indeed mentioned to Obadiah the necessity of keeping Tony's rescue under wraps, yet she felt no trepidation. After all, Sean had not entered through connections. With his qualifications, he was more than capable of fulfilling his role. Indeed, he had passed the company's recruitment process and was now a member of the security department. Obadiah cast a disdainful glance at Sean, dismissing him from his thoughts. Once Tony was resolved, he would wield considerable power. And then he would see if Sean could still afford to smile. Pepper, you must understand, the company was co-founded by Howard and me. How could I ever harm Tony? My actions were merely to temporarily quell the shareholders' fury. You have witnessed the repercussions of Tony's prior statements on the corporation. I was left with no choice. Obadiah began to play the emotional card, still unprepared to sever ties with Tony completely, as he coveted the arc reactor. Gradually, Pepper's emotions settled, and the two boarded a helicopter, flying towards Tony's mansion. Chapter 12. The road killer Obadiah returned from Tony's with nothing but disappointment. Failing to procure the miniaturized arc reactor technology, while the Mediterranean experts he had personally invited had made no progress in the field, causing his patience to dwindle like sand slipping through an hourglass. Finally, at a charity gala in Los Angeles, when Tony confronted him about the company's provision of weapons to terrorists, he ripped off his hypocritical mask. It was then that Tony awakened to the realization that everything was orchestrated by Obadiah from behind the scenes. He recalled Sean's words in the desert, that he could not make decisions, and Pepper's earlier mention of potential internal betrayal within the company. Reluctant to direct his suspicions towards Obadiah, Tony had clung to the notion that, in this world, he had no family left. Obadiah was at least a semblance of one. Now, with the wolf revealing its true identity, Tony found himself devoid of excuses. He sped back to his mansion in his sports car, hastily assembling his armor. Filled with rage as he raced towards a small town named Gamera, which he had heard mentioned by Ethan. Since he could not halt the company's actions, he would instead destroy those weapons. As for Sean, he was thriving during this period. Since that fateful encounter when May stumbled upon him and Natalie returning from an evening of revelry, she initially chose to ignore him for several days. However, as if transformed overnight, May warmly invited him to her home for a visit. To be frank, May's walnut and date bread left much to be desired. Fortunately, Sean possessed a robust constitution, allowing him to endure her culinary misadventures, albeit with the necessity of frequent rinsing afterward. Nevertheless, the dynamics between Sean and May escalated at an astonishing pace, transitioning from mere neighbors to something profoundly deeper. Meanwhile, Natalie continued to cast flirtatious glances in his direction, her subtle gestures akin to leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, incessantly whispering of her interest. Should this progression persist, Sean might find it increasingly challenging to suppress his inner impulses, risking an inadvertent spark. That very evening, Sean was roused from his slumber by Pepper's phone call. Reluctantly extricating himself from the warmth of his blankets, he was met with a cacophony on the other end. Not long before, at Stark Industries, Pepper had acted on Tony's instructions, copying sensitive information regarding transactions with terrorists from the president's office computer. She had also uncovered that Tony's kidnapping was orchestrated by Obadiah, whose true intent was not merely abduction, but rather to eliminate Tony outright. Unfortunately, the terrorists intended to exploit Tony, affording him an opportunity to escape. However, Pepper's actions had not gone unnoticed by Obadiah. Just then, Coulson arrived, and seizing the chance, Pepper fled with him, revealing all of Obadiah's schemes. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Coulson resolved to personally escort agents alongside Pepper to the Stark factory to ascertain the truth and apprehend Obadiah. By this time, Obadiah had already installed the arc reactor into his ironmonger suit, rendering Coulson's agents as feeble as mere clay pigeons in its presence. As the agents valiantly shielded her, Pepper, clad in high heels, sprinted to the factory entrance when she received a call from Tony. "Tony, oh my heavens, Obadiah has lost his mind," she gasped, casting a fearful glance back into the factory, eager to inform Tony of the recent events, only to be interrupted. "Pepper, listen to me. Get out of there immediately and call Sean for assistance." "Sean? Why?" she exclaimed, but there was no time for explanations. "Just do as I say." Yet, before Pepper could act, she felt the ground tremble beneath her. Whirling around, she beheld the ironmonger emerging from the depths of the factory floor like a ferocious beast, wreaking havoc. "Where do you think you're going, little girl?" The demonic mechanical voice resonated from within the ironmonger, and as its arm raised, revealing a spinning electric device aimed at her, Pepper was struck with terror, her face paling as she let out a piercing scream. Just when Pepper thought she was on the brink of despair, Tony swooped in like a bolt of lightning from the horizon, forcefully colliding with the ironmonger and sending him flying. Pepper, with concern etched on her face, watched as Tony, clad in his armor, and Obadiah, controlling the ironmonger, tumbled onto the road outside. It was then that she recalled Tony's earlier words and quickly retrieved her phone to dial Sean. "Ha ha ha, Tony, look at my modified armor. I absolutely adore what you've designed." The ironmonger raised a halted car with both hands. The once busy road had already witnessed several accidents due to their fierce battle. "JARVIS. Activate the chest cannon." As Obadiah stood exposed, Tony's arc reactor glimmered like a brilliant star, instantly illuminating as a dazzling beam erupted forth, striking the ironmonger with tremendous force. Regrettably, the damage inflicted was minimal. After all, what powered his chest was merely a makeshift version crafted in the cave, lacking substantial energy. After the ironmonger was sent reeling, Tony swiftly caught a car plummeting from the sky. Just as he set the vehicle down, the female driver inside, seemingly startled by a ferocious beast, began to scream and frantically pressed the accelerator. The powerful car bolted forward like a wild stallion, recklessly surging down the road with Tony in its wake. "Ma'am, please, calm down. Hit the brakes." Brakes. The escalating speed was akin to a violent tornado, sweeping Tony beneath the car. Sean, suddenly appearing beside Pepper, witnessed this heart-stopping scene and exclaimed, "Road hazards are truly terrifying. You should refrain from driving in the future, Pepper." "Oh my goodness. Sean, how did you?" Pepper turned to Sean, her face a mask of shock, only to be left staring vacantly at the vanishing portal behind him. "Shoo. I must go assist Tony. Remember to calculate my overtime pay. It's after hours now." "Oh, okay." Pepper, bewildered, nodded repeatedly, and upon witnessing Sean's abrupt disappearance, gasped in surprise. "Hey, need a hand?" A sudden voice reached Tony's ears, who was being dragged beneath the moving car. He was baffled by how Sean managed to match the car's pace. But at that moment, he had no time for contemplation, as his armor was being pulled along, sparking against the road's friction. "Get me out of here. This woman is insane. It's terrifying." With a mere snap of his fingers, Sean liberated Tony from beneath the vehicle, which then sped away. "Thanks." Just as Tony was about to utter a word, a wave of nausea surged within him, prompting him to lift his visor and lean over, retching. "Take a deep breath. Everything will be fine soon. It is merely the after effect of a sudden teleportation." The ironmonger, having been forcefully propelled away, is now charging recklessly toward the two of them. Is it you, you wretched creature? Two little insects. Perfect. I shall send you both to the afterlife together. As he spots Sean standing on the road, the mechanical voice of Obadiah emanates from the ironmonger, filled with contempt and resentment. He is unaware of why Sean has appeared here, but clad in the ironmonger armor, he perceives himself as invincible, believing no one can thwart him. Be cautious. Chapter 13. Ironmonger? Surely not Iron Tortoise? Tony, having expelled his recently consumed dinner, notices Obadiah charging toward them and hastily adjusts his mask. Just as he turns, he sees the ironmonger wielding a motorcycle, poised to hurl it at Sean. Observing the impending threat of the motorcycle, Tony fears that even in his armor, he may not emerge unscathed if it strikes, prompting him to urgently warn Sean. As the motorcycle descends like a heavy hammer, Sean remains unfazed, nonchalantly snapping his fingers once more, causing his figure to vanish alongside the ironmonger in an instant. Alone on the road, Tony watches the motorcycle crash to the ground. Utterly wrecked, its state so dire that even a master mechanic would struggle to restore it. Sir, they are at the factory, Mr. Hunter seems to have utilized his unique spatial abilities once again. The gentle voice of his intelligent assistant, Jarvis, informs him, prompting Tony to swiftly soar toward the factory. Sean stands resolutely atop the Stark factory roof, his gaze lazily fixed upon the ironmonger kneeling before him. Inside the cockpit, Obadiah, having just undergone the spatial transfer, is now retching uncontrollably, the foul odor permeating even through the armor. Disgusting. I must cleanse my eyes thoroughly upon return. Having swiftly relocated from the crowded street outside the factory, Sean regards the so-called ironmonger as fragile as paper, ready to shatter at a mere touch. Just as he prepares to swiftly conclude matters and return to his date with the dream girl, Tony descends beside him. Why are you doing this, Stan? Upon hearing Tony's inquiry, Obadiah suppresses his nausea. Huh? Why, you ask? I co-founded this company with Howard. Why should it be you, this thing? Who possesses it in the end? If not for me these past years, you would have run it into the ground. I shall not allow my hard work to be destroyed by you, though I know not how you brought me here. As long as I am clad in the ironmonger armor, what can you do to me? Today, there shall be but one outcome for you. With that, Obadiah prepares to command the ironmonger to launch another attack. As he straightened up, two crimson beams instantaneously pierced through his chest, leaving even the arc reactor unscathed. Is this all? You call yourself Iron Man? Even a turtle shell is tougher than you. Sean's eyes gradually returned to their normal state. Tony stared in bewilderment at the Iron Man collapsing before him, sighed helplessly, and then turned his gaze towards Sean. What was that you just did? Was it magic? How could it emit from your eyes? Just pretend I wasn't here. Handle the rest on your own. Sean offered no reply, instead yawning and, like a magician, opened a portal, directly returning to his home, leaving Tony, who was eager to understand the recent event, alone on the rooftop of the factory. The following day, major media outlets fervently reported on the occurrences at Stark Industries the previous night. During the press conference, Rhodey represented the military to provide an account of the incident. In the background, Tony observed the newspaper in his hands, which referred to his battle suit as Iron Man. He considered the name rather fitting, despite the fact that the material of his armor surpassed steel by several degrees. Coulson approached Tony to hand him his alibi for the previous night. Given Tony's notorious playboy persona, attending a party at sea seemed entirely plausible. Did you truly handle Obadiah Stane all on your own? Coulson scrutinized Tony, who was having his facial wounds concealed by Pepper's makeup. No, it was my bodyguard, as you put it. He faced Obadiah's armor with nothing but his physical form and emerged victorious. What do you think? Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation. Coulson pondered for a moment, concluding that if Tony's claim held true, then this so-called bodyguard could only be the idol in Tony's mind. Yet, it was evident that Tony's bodyguard was not. Your alibi is quite solid. Obadiah's death has been categorized as an aviation accident. Just recite the statement as written. Coulson had anticipated a systematic approach from Tony, but he failed to grasp that Tony was anything but predictable. Tony then delivered a shocking revelation at the press conference, boldly confessing to being Iron Man, which sent a wave of astonishment through the room as reporters surged forward to capture this explosive news. Back at home, Sean sat on the sofa, watching Tony's ostentatious declaration, "I am Iron Man," on the television. This should resolve matters. All eyes would surely be drawn to this flamboyant playboy. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Sean opened it to find a charming figure waiting outside. "Hi, Natalie, what is up?" Natalie scrutinized Sean with a composed demeanor before breaking into a smile. "Hello, Sean. I recall you mentioning your fondness for Chinese cuisine during our previous meal." A colleague from the legal department informed me that a new restaurant has opened in Chinatown, which seems quite promising. I plan to give it a try. Would you care to join me? Unbeknownst to Sean, Natalie had been dispatched by Nick to investigate any possible connection he might have to the events at Stark's factory the previous day. According to their agency, now known as SHIELD, there were numerous suspicious aspects surrounding the battlefield of yesterday's skirmish. For instance, how Obadiah Stane vanished in plain sight, reports of an unidentified man seen at the accident scene, and the fatal wound on Stane's chest, which did not appear to have been inflicted by Tony's armor. Nick Fury harbored suspicions that the enigmatic man who appeared at the scene was the true perpetrator behind Stane's demise, and his instincts suggested that this individual was none other than Sean Hunter. Thus, he instructed Natalie to unearth the secrets surrounding Sean. Naturally, Sean could not refuse the alluring invitation from a lady, particularly since Natalie mentioned that the owner of the new restaurant was a genuine Chinese national. The Chinese eateries Sean had previously visited were predominantly run by proprietors catering to local tastes, rendering their so-called Chinese cuisine mere gimmicks, with some owners not even being Chinese at all. Intrigued by Natalie's description of this establishment, he felt compelled to explore it further. Zhangji. Sean and Natalie stood before the modest storefront, its neon sign illuminating the name in both Chinese and English. Upon seeing the familiar characters, Sean felt a sense of reassurance. Chapter 14. What do you intend to do? Welcome, esteemed guests. The moment Sean and Natalie stepped into the restaurant, a genial, beaming middle-aged man approached them with warmth and enthusiasm. Sean's gaze swept across the interior, noting the predominance of Chinese faces among the patrons. He inquired in impeccable and fluent Mandarin, "Are you the owner of this establishment?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Sean for a brief moment before responding, "I am indeed the owner. The name Zhangji is derived from my surname." With continued warmth, he added, "If I hadn't seen your face and heard your words, I might have thought I encountered a fellow compatriot." Standing nearby, Natalie was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes brimming with surprise and wonder. As an agent, she certainly understood Mandarin, yet compared to Sean, her attempts sounded like a child's first foray into language. She had always believed that Mandarin was the most challenging language to master, bar none. Sean smiled and elaborated, "I lived there for a period, during which I developed a deep appreciation for Chinese cuisine. Regrettably, I had previously visited several so-called Chinese restaurants, yet the flavors of their dishes lacked authenticity, which subtly revealed a sense of disappointment." At that moment, the middle-aged owner eagerly interjected, exclaiming, "Ah, you've come to the right place today. I started this restaurant because I too struggled to adapt to the local Chinese cuisine. Rest assured, I will ensure you savor the genuine and authentic taste of Chinese food." With confidence, he patted his chest. Sean engaged in a delightful conversation with the proprietor of Jean's restaurant. Perhaps due to Sean's commendable command of Mandarin, the owner warmly invited them inside to sit, deciding to personally prepare a traditional Chinese meal for them. "What were you two discussing just now?" After they settled into a window-side seat, Natalie feigned ignorance about their earlier dialogue and inquired, "Nothing much, just chatting about his hometown. The owner was impressed by my Mandarin and offered to cook for us," Sean replied. "Oh, is that so? It seems I owe you for this experience," Natalie teased with a smile. "I never expected your Mandarin to be so proficient. I used to work as a bodyguard and took on some assignments over there," Sean succinctly explained, noting that such information was readily accessible to anyone. Recalling the details she had previously read about Sean, Natalie shifted the topic, asking, "Did you catch the news about Stark Industries today? Are you referring to the incident at the factory last night or the revelation that our boss is Iron Man?" Sean's expression remained composed, acknowledging that these matters had already spread widely. He had overheard discussions about it on his way there. "My colleague mentioned that the situation at the factory was more complex than it seemed, and it appeared that our boss wasn't the only one present," Natalie said. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Sean's reaction, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor, but Sean appeared unfazed. "Really? Didn't the news report that his bodyguard was also there? Our security department hasn't heard anything today, although there are murmurs that several security personnel at the factory sustained serious injuries." "What a delightful aroma. What is that scent?" Natalie intended to continue her inquiry, but was suddenly captivated by a wave of fragrance wafting from the kitchen. Sean inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing aroma, and proudly proclaimed, "This is the true essence of authentic Chinese cuisine." Natalie instinctively closed her eyes, her delicate nose twitching as she greedily inhaled the fragrant air. "If you wish to enjoy authentic Chinese cuisine, you are always welcome to bring your girlfriend here," the owner said warmly as he escorted Sean and Natalie out after their meal, shaking Sean's hand. Sean cast a somewhat awkward glance at Natalie beside him. Natalie gazed at him with flushed cheeks, realizing that Mr. Jean had just spoken in English, leaving her no pretense of misunderstanding. Observing her charmingly shy demeanor, Sean could only smile and nod at Mr. Jean, appearing like a boy whose thoughts had been laid bare. After bidding farewell, they returned to the apartment in Queens, this time free from interruptions by May. Once again, Natalie extended an invitation to Sean. As Sean followed Natalie into her impeccably tidy apartment, he surveyed the surroundings, pondering whether this was indeed an agent's quarters. The room was equipped with an array of gear, arranged in an impressive manner. "I only have whiskey or red wine. Which would you prefer?" Natalie called over her shoulder, beckoning Sean to sit on the sofa, her brow arched with a hint of allure. "Whiskey, please. With a touch of ice," he replied. After acknowledging him with a nod, Natalie turned and headed into the kitchen, retrieving the pre-prepared whiskey from the refrigerator and pouring it into a glass. Simultaneously, she retrieved her gear from a concealed compartment in the wall and donned it on her wrist. Balancing 2 glasses, she sauntered into the living room, her hips swaying with a smile. Having contemplated this moment since leaving the restaurant in Chinatown, she had discerned no peculiarities in Sean despite their time spent together. Even his exceptional skills seemed attributable to his past as a bodyguard. Yet, her former superior insisted that Sean harbored secrets, unable to extract information through conversation. She resolved to resort to interrogation techniques, a specialty of hers. "Cheers," Natalie offered as she handed a glass to Sean, settling beside him on the sofa. As they drank, her voluptuous form gradually leaned closer to him. Sensing her proximity, the intoxicating softness of her body made Sean gulp down his whiskey, narrowing his eyes as he turned to Natalie. "Are you aware that you're playing with fire?" "I only know that whiskey with ice can't subdue me. But I wonder if you can handle it," she replied, her gaze dreamy as she set down her glass and straddled Sean's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her breath mingling scents of alcohol and fragrance against his face. "Can I take this as a provocation?" Sean gently nudged Natalie's pert nose with his own, feeling the warmth of her body against his thighs, his breath heavy. "What do you intend to do?" Natalie continued to tease. "Damn it, I want." Just as Sean leaned in to kiss her, Natalie tightened her grip around his neck and activated the gear she had just put on her wrist. Sean felt a slight brush against the back of his neck, but with the moment upon him, he chose to disregard it. Expecting Sean's body to succumb immediately, Natalie was surprised when his assault intensified rather than waned. "What is happening? Is the equipment outdated? Wait, I can't wait any longer." The defiant Natalie was swiftly subdued by Sean's immense strength. Just as she attempted to voice her thoughts, Sean silenced her with a triangular object. Here. A night's worth of events is omitted. Chapter 15. Mind your attitude. The morning sun streamed through the living room window, illuminating the entwined bodies on the sofa, who had only just succumbed to slumber. Despite Natalie's enhanced physique, it was unable to withstand an entire night of tumult. Her body had been in a state of constant upheaval, hardly ever at rest. Feeling the warmth of the sunlight, Sean comfortably opened his eyes. Natalie, curled up in his embrace, had her slightly reddened, cascading curls spread across him, her cheeks still blushing from the previous night, resting on Sean's chest, rising and falling with his breath. As Sean raised his hand to gently caress her back, Natalie's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening her eyes, only to close them again in apparent discontent with the glaring sunlight. The little kitten in his arms let out a soft murmur. "Good morning, Sean." As Natalie reflected on the wild events of the previous night, a sense of trepidation washed over her. She had navigated countless perilous missions filled with gunfire and stealthy assassinations unscathed, yet last night was the first time she truly felt as if death were imminent. Sean intended to reach for the unfinished bottle of wine on the coffee table, but was swiftly halted by Natalie's quick grasp. What's wrong?" Sean inquired, somewhat puzzled. "There was some spillage last night. If you want a drink, I'll pour you a fresh glass." The flush on Natalie's fair cheeks deepened. Sean paused for a moment, and only when his descending hand brushed against the still damp carpet did he grasp what Natalie meant. "Then please hurry and replenish the water. And while you're at it, pour me a glass." "Thank you," Sean teased with a smirk. Natalie glared at Sean, her annoyance flaring anew at his cheeky demeanor. How could he have treated her so yesterday? With a sharp slap on Sean's sturdy chest, she propped herself up, wrapping herself in a blanket as she staggered toward the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Natalie began to inspect the equipment on her wrist. After a thorough examination, she found no issues. But why hadn't it been effective last night? Could she have faltered? That seemed improbable. She had never failed before. Ultimately, Natalie could only attribute it to Sean's good fortune. Perhaps the bracelet had malfunctioned unexpectedly. Such occurrences were not entirely unheard of. In truth, Natalie was ensnared in a misconception. Her equipment bracelet possessed the capability to unleash a formidable surge of electricity in an instant, a force that even the mightiest of beasts would struggle to endure if struck. If Sean were truly affected, yet carried on as though nothing were amiss, his physical resilience would be truly formidable. However, due to the presence of Sean's biofield, Natalie's touch upon his body felt warm and supple, which clouded her judgment, leading her to ultimately conclude that her equipment was at fault. Nonetheless, yesterday was not devoid of merit. At the very least, Natalie ascertained that Sean's constitution was indeed exceptional, surpassing her own strength. Ultimately, Sean left for work, invigorated, while Natalie decided to take a well-deserved day off. Immediately after Sean's departure, Natalie reached out to the enigmatic Black Egg. "How goes it, Agent Romanoff? Any discoveries?" Aside from his extraordinary constitution, there is nothing new to report. Natasha had initially intended to relay all that transpired the previous night, yet for reasons unknown, she abruptly changed her mind. After a brief silence, Nick Fury continued. "Continue your observations." "Sir, why are you so certain he poses a threat?" Natasha queried, somewhat perplexed. Nick Fury refrained from addressing her question directly. If there were a rationale, it would stem from his unwavering skepticism towards anyone. Tony Stark, truly the son of Howard, possessed a disposition that exceeded his father's, and for now, he was to remain within Stark Industries. Should any complications arise, it would be prudent for him to be nearby for support. As Nick sensed that the troubles in New York were far from over, he chose not to dwell on this matter and shifted the conversation. "Understood, sir." Natasha, being a consummate professional, accepted Nick's silence and refrained from further inquiry. "Also, do not overlook any leads regarding Sean Hunter." "Received, sir." After hanging up, Natasha gazed thoughtfully at the bracelet in her hand. Meanwhile, Sean, listening to Natalie's conversation with the Black Egg in the apartment, allowed a smile to grace his lips. His efforts from the previous night had not been in vain. It seemed they bore some fruit. Yet, the Black Egg's persistent doubt about him was troubling. He needed to devise a strategy. Sean's smile gradually faded, and his brow furrowed in contemplation of his next move. The seemingly tranquil New York was, as Nick Fury had predicted, brewing yet another storm. Bruce Banner and his former girlfriend Betty Ross, having escaped from General Ross at Culver University in Virginia, resolved to journey to New York in search of a definitive cure for Bruce. As they approached the city, they were forced to abandon a pickup truck they had pilfered due to identity checks along the road. After haggling with a middle-aged man at a port, they finally secured passage to New York. Just as this fugitive couple made their way to Grayburn Academy in Harlem, an unexpected visitor arrived at the New York Police Department. Police Chief George Stacy suppressed his inner discontent as he gazed at the arrogant General Ross before him. Just as the end of the workday approached, George had been looking forward to returning home to embrace and lift his beloved daughter high in joyful affection. However, the appearance of this man was an unwelcome interruption, as he audaciously demanded the assistance of their police department in capturing a fugitive. To add insult to injury, General Ross insisted that the New York police play a mere role of guidance, claiming that if not for the potential repercussions, he would have acted independently to apprehend the suspect. Furthermore, he withheld any information regarding the fugitive, merely stating that the individual was highly dangerous, and that this matter was beyond the capabilities of the police. George Stacy struggled to contain his anger, had it not been for General Ross's military status. He might have already delivered a sharp rebuke. "Is this how you seek assistance? Could you exhibit a modicum of respect?" Though frustrated, George remained pragmatic. Ultimately, he resolved to personally lead several subordinates alongside General Ross in the pursuit of the fugitive, eager to discover which audacious individual dared to trespass under the jurisdiction of Chief Stacy. However, upon witnessing the formidable soldiers and their array of weaponry dispatched by the military, George began to question whether he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Yet, time was of the essence, and he steeled himself to proceed. To his astonishment, the operation unfolded with remarkable efficiency. The area was secured, targets observed, and the incapacitating shots executed seamlessly. As he watched the seemingly mild-mannered and somewhat frail Bruce Banner being carried out, bound by soldiers from the laboratory of Grayburn Academy, George turned to General Ross. "Is this it? The ruthless menace you spoke of? The lunatic you warned us about? The extreme danger?" General Ross paid no heed to George's incredulous expression. Instead, he swiftly approached the stretcher. "If you allow him to vanish, I will ensure that your life becomes a living hell," he whispered menacingly to Bruce. Chapter 16. Iron Man. On the way, General Ross understood that Bruce had come to Grayburn Academy in search of a remedy for the Hulk. Should Bruce succeed, the invincible green giant that Ross had long fixated upon would cease to exist, and all his painstaking efforts would be rendered futile. Ross commanded his subordinates to escort Bruce onto a helicopter under strict surveillance, then intercepted his daughter Betty. Regrettably, Betty has already discerned that her father wishes to study Bruce's physique in order to replicate the Hulk as a military weapon. This ambition has forced Bruce into a prolonged life of evasion. The already strained father-daughter relationship has now reached a definitive breaking point. Within the confines of the laboratory, Blonsky seethes with rage. He injected himself with the enhanced serum solely to confront Bruce Banner once more. Yet Bruce is inexplicably unable to transform. He directs his ire towards Dr. Samuel Stern, who is assisting Bruce in researching a cure, drawing a firearm and aiming it at him. I demand that you make me like Banner. Otherwise, Blonsky threatens, pulling back the hammer of the gun, the sound resonating clearly in Dr. Stern's ears. Though his gaze remains fixated on Blonsky's somewhat altered physique, it appears you have already been injected with something. Haven to you? Dr. Stern remarks, a hint of excitement in his voice. It's not enough. I crave more. I wish to become like Banner. I cannot ascertain the current state of your body, and administering further injections could result in a grotesque transformation, Dr. Stern cautions. In a fit of rage, Blonsky lifts Dr. Stern single-handedly, mistakenly believing that Stern is unwilling to comply with his demands and intending to teach him a lesson. I never stated that I would not assist you. I merely wanted to clarify the situation first. George Stacy observes the target of the operation being escorted by soldiers onto a helicopter. Although he harbors discontent towards Ross, he feels a sense of accomplishment in completing the mission. However, as he collaborates with the soldiers on the scene to wrap things up, chaos erupts from the laboratory, with soldiers shouting and the sound of intense gunfire ringing out. Suddenly, a medical bed is hurled from the laboratory's window, crashing against the wall of the opposite building before tumbling down, followed by an enormous figure leaping from the shattered window. George Stacy and the few officers he has brought with him are taken aback by the sight of the colossal, naked creature, its skin radiating a yellow-green hue. In that moment, they comprehend the true implications of General Ross's earlier statements. The soldiers around them, seemingly accustomed to such spectacles, express their surprise yet continue their assault on the beast. Blonsky, now aptly named the Abomination, gazes down at the soldiers who once seemed so formidable yet now appear weak, and a cruel smile creeps across his lips. The serum, combined with gamma radiation, has amplified his inner malevolence. He is consumed by thoughts of destruction and slaughter. Though General Ross has severed ties with Betty, the successful capture of Bruce Banner remains his priority. He is eager to return and commence research on replicating his super soldier. As for his daughter, that can be addressed later. However, upon hearing his subordinates report that the Hulk has appeared on the streets, he turns, bewildered, to see Bruce Banner seated calmly in the cabin, engaging affectionately with his daughter. What is happening? Who is this outside with Hulk? I have never heard of him being able to duplicate himself. It is absolutely impossible. You all stay put and report your current location. Ross issued commands through the communicator while ordering the pilot to turn back. He needed to see what was going on. Upon viewing the live footage transmitted by soldiers on the scene, he instantly deduced the true identity of the creature. The Abomination had already rampaged onto Broadway, wreaking havoc, lifting nearby cars to throw or smash them. Everything in his path was utterly annihilated, leaving innocent civilians either dead or maimed. Those once sturdy vehicles now resembled mere toys before him, crumpling under a single punch. The streets were filled with fleeing crowds, piercing screams, and the fiery explosions of cars. Suddenly, a rocket propelled towards the Abomination's face. The soldiers believed it would inflict significant damage. However, the missile was effortlessly caught in the creature's hand as if it were a plaything. The Abomination, grasping the still thrusting rocket, slammed it into himself. Boom. As the smoke cleared after the explosion, the flames clung to the Abomination, accentuating his grotesque visage, making him appear as a demon from the depths of hell. Coupled with a cruel, almost imperceptible smirk at the corner of his mouth, it sent a chill down the spines of all the soldiers watching. Bruce Banner, observing the unstoppable Abomination on the screen, realized that only Hulk could thwart him. Ignoring Betty's objections, he intended to leap from the helicopter to compel Hulk to emerge. Damn it! Mid-air, Bruce Banner opened his eyes, only to find himself still as he was before, and the next moment he plummeted heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Tony had been feeling both elated and vexed lately. Once, he was the object of desire for countless women, ever since revealing himself as Iron Man. Men were now vying for his attention as well. However, he was not indulging in excess every day. Having chosen the path of a superhero, he was busily preoccupied, especially with plans to restart the Stark Industries Expo. Whether these trivial matters were his own concerns or Pepper's was known only to the two of them. At that moment, while Tony was immersed in working on his suit at home, Jarvis's gentle prompt echoed in the air. "Sir, I believe you should take a look at this." A virtual screen materialized before Tony, displaying the scenes of the abomination causing chaos in New York. "Time to get to work, Jarvis," Tony exclaimed, his eyes glinting with determination as he gazed at the demon-like abomination. In Queens, New York, Sean had just returned home from work. Natalie had been on a business trip recently, and he hadn't seen her for several days. "Oh, Sean, you are finally back. My goodness." In the corridor, May was pacing anxiously when she spotted Sean and rushed towards him, enveloping him in an embrace while sobbing uncontrollably. "Hey, calm down, May. What's the matter?" Hearing Sean's concerned voice, May began to recount the events in broken sentences. It turned out that Peter's school had organized a field trip to Grayburn Academy that very day. Upon seeing the chaotic scenes unfolding on television, May was overcome with fear for Peter's safety, not knowing what to do, and thus had waited in the corridor for Sean's return. After listening to May's account, Sean quickly pieced together the situation from the myriad of voices, catching a glimpse of Peter's own excited chatter. The little fellow was enthusiastically discussing the recent events that occurred in the laboratory at Grayburn with his classmates. Reassured that Peter was currently unharmed, Sean led May into his home, gently urging her to sit down and calming her distressed state. "Sean, I know you used to be an impressive bodyguard. I need you to help me bring Peter back. Please," May implored, her tear-streaked face pleading with him. "Rest assured, didn't the news just report that the creature merely caused destruction in the laboratory? It has since left the academy, so Peter and the others should be safe for now. You can rest here while I head over to Grayburn Academy to bring him back, all right?" Sean tenderly wiped away May's tears and softly caressed her beautiful face, soothing her emotions. Feeling the warmth of Sean's hand, and knowing he was willing to venture into such a perilous situation for her sake, May could no longer suppress her feelings. At that moment, Iron Man was en route. Chapter 17. The Battle of the Yellow and Green Behemoths within Grayburn Academy. Peter Parker was animatedly discussing the mysterious creature with his somewhat stunned classmates, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, on the streets, General Ross ordered his soldiers to retreat, as the military weaponry proved ineffective against the monstrous abomination to prevent further casualties from the creature's wrath. However, this retreat inadvertently exposed the remaining civilians at the scene directly to the threat. George Stacy watched helplessly as the creature wreaked havoc across his jurisdiction, realizing that their military was retreating, cursing General Ross under his breath. He remembered his duty as the police chief of New York and decided he could not stand idly by in such a crisis. Resolutely, he dashed out from his hiding place. "If the military cannot handle this, I will," Stacy shouted defiantly. "Stacy, are you out of your mind? It's dangerous over there. Come back," his deputy yelled, witnessing Stacy's reckless charge, but received no response. George Stacy undoubtedly exemplifies the essence of a New York police chief, perhaps owing to the authoritative presence his uniform bestows upon him. As the populace glimpsed his formidable figure rushing forward, a sense of reassurance washed over them. Stacy maintained his composure, methodically orchestrating the evacuation of the throngs in the streets, while gesturing towards the onlookers peering from the edifices on either side, imploring them to remain calm. Consequently, the crowd began to disperse in an orderly manner. The creature known as the Abomination, amidst its wanton destruction, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Empowered by its newfound strength, it reveled in the terror etched upon the faces of the diminutive mortals before it, experiencing an exhilarating satisfaction. Yet, the sudden, hurried retreat of the masses grew increasingly pronounced. Even those who had been streaming from the buildings now found their exits firmly barred. As Abomination observed George Stacy commanding the crowd from afar, it swiftly deduced that this individual was the source of its disrupted amusement. Stacy, acutely aware of Abomination's scrutiny, urged those around him to hasten their departure, while he remained steadfast, gun drawn, and aimed at the monstrous figure. Witnessing Stacy's defiance, Abomination sneered at the audacity of this mere officer, contemplating the pleasure of sending him to meet his maker. Just as Abomination prepared to launch an assault on Stacy, a resounding roar erupted from behind. The creature turned, exhilarated. It was the voice of the Hulk, its adversary, finally making an appearance. Bruce Banner, having plummeted from a helicopter, had not transformed in time and instead crashed into the ground. Were any ordinary person to fall from such a height, they would have met a gruesome fate. Yet Bruce had plunged into the earth, a testament to the Hulk's enhanced resilience preserving his life. After completing his transformation underground, the Hulk emerged, raw and formidable. Before becoming Abomination, Blonsky had faced the Hulk twice, and now, endowed with immense power, he sought to reclaim his pride. Following the sound of the Hulk's roar as a shark is drawn to blood, The Hulk, upon witnessing the grotesque form of abomination charging towards him, bellowed in fury and charged headlong into the fray. Blonsky, a soldier seasoned in combat, lunged forward, tackling the Hulk and driving him into the ground. After a tumultuous roll, he flung the Hulk aside, sending him crashing onto the street. "Ha! Come on!" Abomination cackled, standing triumphantly upon a still-burning vehicle, seemingly impervious to the searing flames. With arms outstretched, he beckoned the Hulk closer, his tone dripping with the delight of vengeance. The Hulk, reeling from the impact, slowly rose from the ground, his head still spinning from the force of the blow. Due to previous treatments, Hulk's strength was somewhat suppressed. Furthermore, the Abomination, the incarnation of Blonsky, was a fusion of enhanced serum and Hulk's blood, resulting in a physique considerably larger than Hulk's, with prominent skeletal features and bone spurs protruding from areas such as the elbows and spine. Thus, during their initial confrontation, Hulk found himself at a disadvantage. However, Hulk's intellect prevailed. Upon noticing the Abomination leisurely awaiting his approach, he roared and lifted an arm to smash into a nearby police car, cleaving it in two. Subsequently, he seized one half in each hand, creating a formidable pair of makeshift boxing gloves. Detective George Stacy, rushing to the scene, was shocked to witness the desecration of his precinct's patrol car, igniting a flame of indignation within him as he mentally cursed General Ross. What manner of beast has emerged? With the police car gloves augmenting his strength, Hulk charged forward, delivering a series of powerful punches that sent the Abomination sprawling to the ground, though the makeshift gloves soon shattered from the impact. Discarding the remnants of the police car, Hulk unleashed a fierce punch directly at the fallen Abomination's face, causing its head to tilt. "Is that all you can muster?" The Abomination retorted, spitting disdainfully to the side as it regarded Hulk with contempt, before raising its massive foot. With a swift left kick, Hulk was sent flying, crashing into a distant building. The Abomination quickly followed, leaping to scale the exterior wall where Hulk had created a gaping hole. The residents within the building recoiled in terror upon witnessing the Abomination's horrifying visage. Observing Hulk being overpowered, General Ross ordered the gunners aboard the helicopter to commence firing. "Which one should we target, sir?" the gunner inquired, bewildered by the formidable presence of both combatants. "Aim for the greener one. Can't you see? Hurry," Ross urged. The gunner finally directed the helicopter's heavy machine gun towards the vicinity of the Abomination, unleashing a barrage of bullets that drew its attention. "Ross," the Abomination exclaimed, turning to confront the helicopter and its occupant, temporarily abandoning Hulk. It began to ascend towards the rooftop, using both hands and feet to climb. The bullets rained down like a hailstorm, striking various objects on the rooftop as the Abomination dodged and weaved, evading the pursuing helicopter. As it perceived the helicopter had reached a safe distance, a sinister smile crept across the Abomination's face, and it leapt towards the aircraft. General Ross suddenly realized he had fallen into Blonsky's trap. The Abomination had deliberately lured them in. Despite its strength, it could not fly and was merely a target for the helicopter's long-range assault. However, once in close proximity, the helicopter would become a mere plaything for the Abomination. In a moment of desperation, Hulk's silhouette emerged from below, grasping the Abomination's legs. Although the Abomination had captured the helicopter, he was unable to inflict any damage upon it due to the relentless distractions from the Hulk below. The Hulk ascended onto the Abomination's form, delivering powerful strikes while the Abomination swatted at him with his free hand. As the two titans grappled beneath the helicopter's side, their combined might caused the aircraft to spin and plummet, ultimately crashing into the remnants of a dilapidated structure. The Hulk rose to his feet, bearing several wounds from his earlier skirmish with the Abomination. Even his seemingly impervious skin had been torn in places, a testament to the Abomination's formidable strength. Fortunately, the wounds were slowly beginning to heal. As he took a few steps toward the helicopter, intending to check on his girlfriend and her father, a figure suddenly sprang from the wreckage. It was the Abomination, still alive. The Abomination appeared to be in a better condition than the Hulk, and as he prepared to launch another attack, a voice resonated throughout the area. "Oh, are we having a masquerade? Why wasn't I invited?" Chapter 18. The interloper. The onlookers turned to locate the source of the voice, just as a figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, landing between the Abomination and the Hulk. As the black cloak slowly settled, they realized that a person had fallen from above. In the fissured ground, Sean gradually lifted his head, surveying the scene. He was clad in a form-fitting black suit adorned with subtle patterns, accented by silver trim at the wrists, waist, and boot edges, and a black cloak attached at the collar, while an irregularly edged black mask obscured his face. "Who is this little clown? Get lost." The Abomination sneered down at the diminutive Sean, his mind solely focused on defeating the small green giant opposite him, showing no interest in Sean's unexpected intrusion. General Ross, observing this sudden arrival, found it peculiar. While others fled from the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination, this individual had chosen to approach. And his attire was baffling. Was he about to perform an opera? However, General Ross was intrigued by Sean's dramatic entrance. The gravitational force of such a descent was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Seeing Sean remain motionless, the Abomination grew impatient. He leaped from the remnants of the helicopter and aimed a powerful slap at Sean. "Stop!" shouted George Stacy, rushing in upon witnessing the Abomination's aggression towards an ordinary man. Raising his gun in alarm, poor George Stacy had arrived on foot, his police car crushed by the Hulk, and had missed the earlier chaos, only to arrive in time to see the Abomination threatening Sean. Betty, supporting General Ross, screamed and shut her eyes, fearing the gruesome scene that might unfold. Burying her head against her father-in-law. Crack, bang, boom. After a succession of 3 resounding strikes, General Ross gazed upon the scene before him, feeling as if his understanding of reality had been shattered once more. This is impossible, he muttered softly. In his mind, Hulk was the epitome of a formidable lone warrior, yet today, Abomination emerged, seemingly on par with Hulk, perhaps even subtly dominating the encounter. Although there were reasons behind this extraordinary display, it had already left him astounded. Now, another individual had appeared from seemingly nowhere, effortlessly intercepting Abomination's assault. Moments earlier, when Abomination had swung a mighty blow, Sean stood his ground, unflinching. To him, Abomination's movements unfolded as if in slow motion. Just as the heavy strike was about to connect, he raised his left arm to absorb the tremendous impact. Simultaneously, George Stacy aimed his firearm at Abomination, knowing full well the futility of his efforts, yet hoping to divert Abomination's attention and grant the operatic young man a chance to escape. However, the outcome he now witnessed far exceeded his comprehension. As for the third sound, it was, in fact, Hulk, though not particularly astute. Hulk harbored a disdain for Abomination and sought to thwart him. He intended to leap forward to rescue Sean, only to find Sean firmly planted on the ground like an iron tower. Hulk collided with Sean's back, producing a dull thud, quite a forceful impact. Ignoring the behemoth behind him, Sean regarded Abomination with a nonchalant smile. Abomination's pale yellow pupils constricted, followed by a surge of inner fury. Having previously been bested by Hulk was one thing, but now to be transformed into this monstrous form in pursuit of the strength to defeat Hulk, only to find himself unable to overpower a mere human. This was intolerable. No, I refuse to believe it. Abomination roared, charging at Sean with a knee strike, only to be thwarted by Sean's single hand. Watching the spectacle unfold, Ross discerned that Abomination's strength and that of this enigmatic man were not even in the same league. Abomination's furious onslaught, though chaotic, was significantly more powerful than his usual state. Yet, the mysterious figure managed to deflect each attack with apparent ease, as if it were a trivial task. In stark contrast to Abomination's massive frame and colossal fists, the mysterious man appeared almost childlike in size. However, when it came to a contest of strength and speed, the two were utterly reversed. Hulk, positioned behind Sean, stared at the unfolding drama in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how this diminutive figure had just withstood his own might, let alone withstand Abomination's ferocity. George Stacy's jaw hung agape, wide enough to accommodate a light bulb. Were it not for the explosive sounds reverberating with each clash of fists, he might have suspected that the yellow monstrosity and the cloaked figure were merely performing an operatic duet. This is impossible. Abomination halted his assault, staring in disbelief at Sean, who was significantly smaller than him. Are we done? Have you already grown weary? Sean had yet to commence his activities. He twisted his neck and turned to face Hulk behind him. Why don't you join in? Or perhaps the two of you together. Although the mask obscured Sean's expression, all present discerned the teasing tone in his voice. How could one endure this? Hulk, perpetually simmering with rage, indeed lunged forward, throwing a flurry of punches reminiscent of his earlier confrontation with Abomination. Yet, his speed and strength paled in comparison to that of the grotesque figure behind him. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Who was this individual? Which side did he truly belong to? Why did he assault both Abomination and Hulk? Before him, the formidable Hulk and Abomination appeared as mere children at play, utterly toyed with. General Ross, astonished, felt a burgeoning intrigue for Sean. If every soldier in his army could possess such prowess, nay, even half or a quarter of Sean's strength, how formidable would his forces be? Crucially, Sean appeared no different from an ordinary person, a significant advantage for soldiers in the battlefield. After all, if soldiers resembled Abomination and Hulk. Certain missions would be impossible to assign. Hulk roared incessantly, his fury escalating. He had never encountered an adversary of this caliber. Sean could now distinctly sense that Hulk's strength had surpassed that of Abomination. Should Hulk engage Abomination now, the latter would likely be dealt a blow so severe he'd be unrecognizable. As Hulk continued to rain down blows upon Sean, Abomination lunged again. Now, that's more like it. Sean sidestepped Abomination's ambush, laughing heartily. Although Sean's speed was remarkable, he struggled against the multitude of limbs. He managed to deflect some attacks, but ultimately, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. He was no longer the picture of calm. He occasionally tilted his head and sidestepped to evade the strikes of Abomination or Hulk. At this juncture, Sean began to take the situation more seriously. As the three engaged in relentless combat and movement, the surrounding ruins suffered further devastation, with cracks and debris scattered about, remnants of their clash. Moreover, Sean ceased to utilize his biofield to manage the shockwaves produced by their collisions, resulting in several spectators being sent flying. George Stacy's police hat was whisked away to an unknown corner. Hulk smash. The enraged Hulk raised his fists high and brought them crashing down onto the ground, fracturing it towards Sean's direction in an attempt to restrict his movement. A commendable tactic, yet ultimately futile. As Sean parried Abomination's attack, he deftly shifted his footing to evade the assault, inadvertently causing Abomination, who was singularly focused on attacking Sean, to misstep and become ensnared, trapping one of his legs. The Abomination turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Hulk, who defiantly roared back, "What are you staring at? Look at you." Chapter 19. You brat, we're done here. Sean clapped his hands, observing the fallen Hulk and Abomination. Just moments ago, as the two exchanged tender glances, Sean had leapt forward, delivering a swift strike that incapacitated Abomination. That's for your surprise attack. No chivalry. As for Hulk, Sean recalled that Natalya seemed interested in him, and thus, found his green form rather jarring. He proceeded to teach Hulk a set of military boxing techniques. Hulk, lacking in intellect, learned with a crooked mouth and misaligned eyes, losing several teeth in the process. Ultimately, Sean imparted to him a secret technique, a legendary martial arts move known as the shadow kick. As Hulk clutched his groin and roared hoarsely, Sean circled behind him and delivered another swift strike. Youth is a blessing. He collapsed and fell asleep. As Hulk's body began to shrink rapidly, the green hue faded, and Bruce Banner awakened. "If I were you, I'd run now. Otherwise, once they surround you, escaping won't be so easy," Sean warned, furrowing his brow. He had just heard a somewhat familiar voice and turned towards its direction. At that moment, a graceful figure hid nearby. Bruce, missing a few teeth and with a swollen face, cast a wary glance at Sean. He had witnessed the entire altercation, albeit without control over his body. He understood the immense power housed within this mysterious man, but he could not fathom why Sean had treated Hulk in such a manner. Did they harbor a grudge? Upon hearing Sean's warning, Bruce realized it was not the time for questions or conversation. He had heard the sound of helicopters approaching. The police and military were likely on their way. Rising to his feet, he grasped his sagging trousers with one hand while tightly covering his groin with the other, feeling as though his legs were broken. After surveying the situation, Bruce hastily ran towards a corner of the ruins, emitting a low, hissing growl as he went. The few individuals who had been swept away by the shockwave of the fight noticed that the ruins had fallen eerily silent. They began to cautiously approach the area. Before they could assess the situation, a tremendous sonic boom echoed, accompanied by a shockwave, and they beheld a figure soaring into the sky. "Quick, follow that flying figure. I must know where he has gone. Use every means necessary. Spare no effort to locate him." General Ross realized that the figure soaring away was likely the enigmatic man. As he dashed towards the ruins, directing his approaching subordinates to the sky. Amidst the ruins, only the cracked ground remained, along with the Abomination lying there, its fate uncertain. The hastily arrived police and soldiers, armed with an array of weapons, aimed at the yellow creature, fearing it might awaken once more to wreak havoc. Helicopters circled the night sky, beams of light scanning the area in search of 2 other figures, yet to no avail. "Where's Bruce?" Betty, unable to contain herself, inquired about her former lover. General Ross, consumed by a sense of bitterness and rage, refrained from answering his daughter's question. Just moments ago, his subordinates reported that they had lost track of the fleeing figure. The enigmatic man had vanished as if he had never existed, with no trace on radar. And Hulk's presence had also dissipated from the scene. The chaos unleashed in New York had culminated in merely capturing a creature he despised, leaving Ross with a feeling akin to having shot himself in the foot. George Stacy, bald-headed, called for backup from the New York Police Department. witnessing that the battle had already concluded, and he now led a team of officers to wrap things up. General, an unidentified flying object, is rapidly approaching. Upon hearing this, General Ross felt a surge of hope, believing they had located the mysterious man, just as he prepared to issue a command to intercept. A crackling voice echoed through the communication channel, followed by the appearance of a red metallic figure trailing a fiery wake. Hello, General Ross. Good evening. Wow, look at this mess. What did I miss? Are you throwing a party? Who's the bare-bottomed one on the ground? Your new boy toy? Stark. In the mirrored space, Sean had changed attire, appearing at Greyburn Academy. Observing his current appearance, no one would suspect that he had just been engaged in a fierce battle with two monsters in the nearby ruins. Sean, what brings you here? I must tell you, today has been utterly exhilarating. Just moments ago, the military and police arrived, seemingly in pursuit of someone unknown. I suspect the military is conducting some clandestine human experiments, and that monster is their creation. The military's deployment is solely to capture it. Though it may be hideous, it's truly formidable. Having injured many before rampaging into the streets, we kept hearing thudding noises. I wonder if the military employed some heavy weaponry. Silence that chatter, Peter. Sean could hardly endure Peter's incessant rambling and gestured for quiet. All right, but how did you end up here? Peter, interrupted, appeared eager to continue. It's all for you. Everything that has transpired here has made the news. May is nearly frantic. Sean rolled his eyes. But my classmate and teacher Peter, upon seeing May, felt a pang of embarrassment and instinctively recoiled, casting a glance at the teacher who had fainted and was yet to regain consciousness, as well as at the group of classmates who were either fearful or exhilarated. While the two conversed, a multitude of police officers began to arrive, progressively taking control of the situation. The unconscious teacher was carried away by an ambulance, reportedly suffering from severe psychological shock, a mental resilience that paled in comparison to that of a child. All remaining children were taken into custody by the police. If someone came to collect them, they would be released after confirming their identity. Those without a guardian would ultimately be returned home after the police verified their addresses. Sean drove towards Queens, with Peter seated in the passenger seat, using Sean's phone to inform May that he was safe. Initially, Sean had no intention of involving himself in the conflict between the Abomination and Hulk. After all, Peter seemed unharmed, and he could simply pick him up from Greyburn Academy and leave. However, he suddenly recalled the earlier conversation between Natalie and the Black Egg, contemplating that creating an identity to divert their attention might not be a bad idea. Additionally, he was curious to test the extent of his current abilities. Sean, May is looking for you. Peter handed over the phone. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. If driving is reckless, it leads to tears from loved ones. Please tell her that it is inconvenient to meet now. We can discuss it later. May, Sean says you are his relative, Peter said before promptly ending the call. Sean shot a sidelong glare at the chuckling Peter. You little rascal. How do you manage to capture the essence of the matter so well? Chapter 20. The Gallant Horseman. If there were any recent newsworthy events in New York, it would undoubtedly be the battle that transpired in Upper Manhattan not long ago. Oh, and the forthcoming Stark Industries Expo. Initially, the announcement of the Stark Industries Expo had rendered further news rather mundane. However, shortly thereafter, the battle in Manhattan occurred, culminating in the presence of Iron Man himself. Now, every New Yorker was engrossed in discussions about the details of that clash, with theories abounding. Some claimed it was mutants. Others asserted it was robots. Some suggested military experiments, while others spoke of demons from hell. Rumors flew wildly, though most were mere conjecture. As the rising sun cast its warmth and radiance upon the earth, Sean stood at his post with eyes closed, reveling in the sun's benevolence. Lately, the entire group had been occupied with matters concerning the expo, leaving the headquarters relatively deserted, which afforded him a sense of leisure, though he was not particularly busy to begin with. Is this what you call slacking off during work hours? Be wary, for I might represent the company's legal department against you. A sweet voice shattered Sean's tranquility. Sean opened his eyes to behold Natalie, clad in a form-fitting black silk professional dress. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had recently experienced the fervent warmth of May, an understanding that was mutual. However, upon reflecting on Natalie's identity and the prospect of her developing an affinity for that rotund green fellow, he swiftly cast aside his momentary discomfort. When did you return? He inquired. I came back a while ago, Natalie replied effortlessly, exhibiting no signs of fluster. I simply had some matters at home to attend to before resuming work. I've heard that quite a few events have transpired in New York recently. Indeed, the Stark Industries Expo is approaching. Not to mention the chaos unleashed by the battle in Upper Manhattan, which has left the populace in a state of unease, Sean lamented, shrugging his shoulders. What exactly happened that day in Manhattan? Natalie pressed, her curiosity piqued. I'm not entirely certain. By the time I arrived, it seemed everything had already concluded. What? You were present at the scene? Natalie's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Sean. Yes. Peter happened to be attending an event at Greyburn Academy that day. The news reported that the creature had escaped from there, which caused May considerable concern. She asked me to fetch Peter, and by the time I located him, the police were already on the scene. As Natalie absorbed Sean's account, she mentally compared it with the information she had gathered, finding his statements to be consistent and devoid of suspicion. She couldn't fathom what had compelled Nick Fury to previously harbor doubts about Sean. Oh, by the way, the ever-curious public has affectionately dubbed Sean's new alter ego. She continued. Although no one had observed his exploits with Abomination and Hulk up close, someone had captured a distant photograph, clad entirely in black, appearing and disappearing like a shadow, and having intervened to thwart the rampaging creatures. He was nicknamed the Shadow Knight. At the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, D.C., within the Triskelion building, Nick Fury perused several reports on his desk, his irritation evident as he rubbed his temples. It was indeed a tumultuous time. Setting aside the documents in front of him, he picked up one from the bottom, marked with a bold red classified stamp. This document comprised but a single sheet, featuring a clear aerial photograph of Sean in his dark attire and mask. The text was sparse. Shadow Knight, codename, approximately 6'3" tall, estimated, origin unknown, possibly non-human. Emerged during the battle in Upper Manhattan, descended from the sky, single-handedly subdued Hulk and Abomination before vanishing. Current observations indicate superhuman strength, speed, and flight capabilities, with the ability to evade radar detection, invisibility. Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether this represents his full potential. Nick Fury set the document down and retrieved a device from his pocket, contemplating the red and blue design before ultimately tucking it away once more. A resounding roar echoed through the sky as Tony made his dazzling entrance. On that fateful day of the battle in Manhattan, he arrived a moment too late. Although the subsequent news reports featured Iron Man, they were scant in detail, overshadowed by coverage of the enigmatic Shadow Knight, leaving Tony feeling eclipsed. As the bold Stark, could he endure such indignity? Thus, he hastened his efforts and ultimately convened the Stark Industries Expo, successfully capturing the attention of all. At the expo, the atmosphere pulsed with vibrant music as the backup dancers donned alluring Iron Man costumes, delighting the male audience below. A figure streaking through the sky descended heroically to the forefront of the stage, inciting an electrifying cheer from the crowd. As mechanical arms gradually peeled away the iron armor, Tony proudly flashed a peace sign to the captivated onlookers. Sean, observing from backstage, noted the excitement among a group of enthusiastic ladies in the audience. Goodness, why are there streams of water cascading down their legs? He mused, perhaps referring to Tony or someone else entirely. As the music concluded and the dancers exited the stage amidst the audience's fervent cheers, Tony commenced his self-congratulatory introduction. I must say, the world remains in a state of enduring peace, largely due to my efforts, he proclaimed, while Sean closed his eyes in exasperation. Does anyone understand the burden I bear? I was merely enjoying the sun while overseeing our conglomerate, and now I'm conscripted for this. Not only must I work overtime, but I must also endure this ostentatious display. He found himself nostalgically yearning for the comforting embrace of his warm bed. Are you moved by my impassioned speech? Tony inquired, noticing Sean's closed eyelids, a smug grin spreading across his face. Sean opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the insufferably smug Tony, wishing he could unleash a searing blast upon him. Observing the faint reddening of Sean's pupils, Tony quickly shifted the topic. Relax, in a few days. I'll take you out for a little fun. Just as Sean was about to ask Tony what kind of fun he meant, Happy approached. The car is waiting outside, he announced in a deep voice. Tony, taken aback by Happy's sudden seriousness, wondered what had prompted this change. Happy's demeanor was likely influenced by Tony's decision to summon Sean, as he now regarded him as a threat to his standing. Having learned of Sean's illustrious background, Happy felt a tremor of insecurity coursing through him. Be careful out there. It's chaotic, Happy dutifully warned. After much effort, the trio finally extricated themselves from the throng, with Tony and Sean now holding several business cards from eager admirers. Happy gazed at the business card in Sean's hand with a twinge of jealousy. As for his boss Tony, that was one matter. He was a renowned billionaire, a notorious playboy, surrounded by beautiful women wherever he went. But how could this guy have it too? What about me? I'm such a robust and formidable man. Chapter 21. The ex-wife creator. Do they still give away beautiful car models with new cars these days? Tony remarked teasingly. noticing a slender beauty standing beside his new sports car. "Hello, beautiful. Do you need something?" Tony said, flashing a confident smile. "Judge, I have something for you." The blonde beauty introduced herself with a smile, yet her gaze was fixed continuously on the striking Sean. "Hi, I'm Sarah." Sarah gracefully tucked her hair behind her ear, sidestepping Tony, and raised her radiant face to greet Sean. "Hello, Sean Hunter." Sean politely nodded. "Hello, Sean. It's a pleasure to meet you," Sarah winked, her subtle smoky makeup exuding an alluring charm. Likewise, as the two engaged in an intimate gaze, Tony instantly felt that his new sports car had lost its appeal. If it couldn't attract even a single woman, what was its use? "Hello? I'm still here. Do you want me to book you a room?" Tony lamented, feeling a twinge of envy. It was merely about being taller, stronger, and more handsome. "Oh, I'm sorry. Here's South your court summons." Sarah shyly handed over the document while her eyes occasionally darted towards Sean. Tony regarded the summons with a grimace, and Happy took it from him. Tony had a good idea of its origin. Not long ago, he learned from his good friend Rod that certain individuals were plotting against his armor, and this summons was likely a signal. However, Tony was not overly concerned. After all, his status afforded him a level of security, and those individuals were merely testing the waters. He had already devised a strategy to address the situation. Sarah informed Tony that he was summoned to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing in Washington at 9 a.m. the following morning. Knowing Sean's aversion to the spotlight of court appearances, he had no intention of bringing Sean along. "Given your recent behavior, I've decided against taking you on a day trip to Washington," Tony declared. Seated in the passenger seat of the sports car, Happy cast a smug glance at Sean, feeling he was the one closest to the boss. "Whatever, besides your new sports car can't fit 3 people anyway," Sean scoffed, eyeing the convertible disdainfully. With the roar of the engine, Tony sped away in his sports car, leaving Sean and the alluring Judge Sarah behind. "Would you like to grab a drink?" "There's a nice tavern downstairs from my place," Sarah suggested, her chest slightly puffed out. Sean smirked at Sarah's direct invitation. "Sounds good, quite straightforward." Meanwhile, as Tony raced down the highway in his sports car, Sean was also behind the wheel. His car boasts smooth lines, and the engine's powerful roar lingers in the air. Sean received news of Tony a few days later, but it was Pepper who reached out to him. In that time, Stark Industries had officially announced the appointment of Pepper Potts as the new president. "Hello, Pepper. Congratulations on your new role as president. You are now my superior," Sean remarked. "What brings you to me, esteemed boss?" "Oh, come on, Sean. You know me too well to think otherwise. I'm always the one worrying. I called to discuss something with you. I would like to appoint you as the security consultant for the group. You won't have to do much, but your assistance may be required on special occasions. What do you think?" Pepper's tone remained humble despite her new position, fully aware of Sean's unique qualities. "So, are you saying I get a promotion and a raise without any actual work? That sounds almost like an early retirement." "This is splendid. I knew choosing you as my ally was a wise decision," Sean replied, opting for a relaxed approach. "Thank you for the compliment. Since you've agreed, I would like to invite you to join Tony and me on our trip to Monaco. We have prepared another gift for you." "Another gift? Well, in that case, I shall accept it for the sake of the present." Sean recalled that Tony had previously mentioned taking him out for some fun, indicating that this trip to Monaco had likely been planned for quite some time. In Europe, at the racing venue in Monaco, Sean, dressed casually, sat comfortably in the passenger seat, exuding an air of leisure as if he were truly on vacation. "I think I could dress like this next time. After all, I'm not a president anymore," he mused. Tony, seated in the back, tugged at his tie uncomfortably, enviously eyeing Sean's relaxed attire. "That won't he do? Even if you're no longer president, your every action impacts Stark Industries." Pepper promptly countered Tony's wish. "What impact could wearing casual clothes have?" Tony muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Pepper frowned at him. All right, whatever you say, President," Tony conceded, suddenly losing his confidence at the thought of the surprise he might soon present to Pepper. As they exchanged playful banter, the group arrived at the hotel. "This is Europe, so remember to go with the flow, no matter what happens," Tony cautioned Pepper, lacking conviction even before they entered. "What do you mean?" Pepper inquired, her face a mask of confusion as she glanced back at Sean and Happy, who was carrying a suitcase. Sean smiled, having already anticipated Tony's notion of going with the flow. "I suspect he has arranged a surprise for you." It was only when Pepper spotted the dazzling figure approaching them that she understood what Sean meant by surprise. "Mr. Stark, has your journey been pleasant?" Natalie, adorned in a deep dress that mirrored the hue of her hair, greeted warmly, pausing momentarily as her gaze fell upon Sean. He chose not to intrude upon her duties, instead making his way to the bar, where he ordered a glass of lemonade, finding alcohol rather unappealing, preferring the simplicity of water. "Hello, I'm Christine from Vanity Fair." A sweet voice emerged from behind Sean. He turned to face a blonde woman who had approached, a spark of familiarity igniting in his memory. "Hello, Sean Hunter," he replied. As a journalist, Christine possessed a keen instinct. She had noticed the new face accompanying Tony and Pepper when they entered, and upon seeing Sean alone, she resolved to engage him for a story. "Are you a friend of Tony Stark?" she inquired, playfully tossing her golden locks. However, before Sean could respond, a bespectacled man hurried over, his demeanor frantic. "Hey, who are you?" "Christine is here for an exclusive interview with me," he declared, casting a self-righteous glance at the blonde beauty beside him. "Don't be fooled by this guy. Look at how he is dressed. He is probably just a European vagrant looking to mooch off the festivities." Ever since Justin Hammer had humiliated himself at the hearing, he had been eager to restore his image through Vanity Fair, never anticipating that the journalist accompanying him would be such a stunning beauty. Aware of Tony Stark's attendance at the Monaco Grand Prix, he had arranged for Christine to join him, hoping to forge a connection with Tony and garner some favorable coverage, while also impressing the blonde with his prowess. Yet, after several trips to the restroom due to his frequent urination, he emerged to find the beautiful journalist engaged in conversation with a tall, handsome, and youthful man, an intolerable sight. "Do you have an invitation, sir?" Justin Hammer asked, his tone dripping with arrogance as he scrutinized Sean. Sean assessed the man before him, recalling his identity. Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries, the infamous former weapons manufacturer. Chapter 22. "We have our own status. What is going on, Sean?" Tony and Pepper, having overheard Justin Hammer's loud voice, approached out of concern, despite initially intending to ignore the commotion. "Oh, nothing much. Someone seems to suspect I'm a European vagrant sneaking in to mooch off the party," Sean replied with a smile, unfazed by Justin Hammer's antics. While Sean remained indifferent, Tony and Pepper were not. Considering Sean's association with Stark Industries and the fact that he had previously saved Tony, alongside his mysterious abilities that warranted their attention. "Oh, isn't that the man whose contract was recently cancelled by the military?" Tony remarked, his words as piercing as ever, striking at the heart of the matter. "The contract is merely postponed. Do you know him?" Justin Hammer's voice dropped as he realized he may have committed a foolish act. "This is Mr. Sean Hunter, our group's newly appointed consultant." "Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you," Natalie said to Sean with a mysterious smile. As Natalie approached with a tender demeanor, Sean jestingly remarked, "You aren't planning to present Natalie as a gift to me, are you?" "Dream on." Tony rolled his eyes. "This is my new personal assistant. What she holds is your actual gift." Tony proudly introduced Natalie to Sean, raising an eyebrow as if to imply that she was far more attractive than the incompetent officer from that day. "Mr. Stark has gifted Mr. Sean Hunter a portion of his shares in the group. This is the equity transfer agreement." Natalie gazed at Sean, internally perplexed. Although Sean had indeed saved Tony's life, such a lavish gesture seemed unwarranted. Christine, who had just been chatting with Sean, gasped, covering her mouth. As a reporter in the realm of fame and fortune, she understood the value and significance of these shares, and the onlookers shared her astonishment at Tony's direct gift of equity. Sean glanced at the cluster of toxins on Tony's chest, realizing the situation was quite dire. It seemed he was already making arrangements for the aftermath. Although the shares Tony gifted were not numerous, their value was substantial. The Stark Group stock was not merely rising, it was skyrocketing, and these shares would only appreciate further. As the palladium levels in his blood increased, the severity of the poisoning escalated. Tony likely felt his time was limited. The gift of shares served as a token of gratitude for Sean's life-saving intervention and perhaps an appeal for Sean to safeguard Pepper in the future. Reflecting on this, Sean cast a glance at Pepper and patted Tony's shoulder, signaling with his eyes. Tony, perceiving Sean's gaze, felt as though Sean was already aware of the truth. With Sean's signature on the agreement, he became a shareholder of Stark Industries, marking his ascension to a position of status. Sean knew Tony was unlikely to perish this time. However, this fraction of shares was merely a drop in the bucket for Tony. Why not accept it? Besides, he hadn't yet received payment for the private jobs he had done previously. As Natalie regarded the man before her, she suddenly questioned her previous judgment of Sean. "Natalie, ahem." "Natalie." Tony observed Natalie staring intently at Sean, fearing that if he didn't speak soon, his newly hired personal assistant might bolt. "I'm here, Mr. Stark. Is there anything else?" Natalie instantly regained her professionalism. "Nothing more. You may go." Tony gazed at the vibrant and obedient Natalie as she gracefully departed, feeling a sense of relief that his assistant remained loyal. After Natalie swayed away, Pepper, observing the stupefied Justin Hammer, candidly remarked, "Mr. Hammer, I trust you will keep your glasses clean in the future. It might prevent you from mistakenly addressing the wrong individuals." Chuckling, she added, "I was merely sharing a light jest with Mr. Hunter." Justin Hammer laughed awkwardly and hastily diverted the conversation, saying, by the way, this is Christine from Vanity Fair. And here we have the illustrious Pepper Potts, the newly appointed president of Stark Industries, along with the latest shareholder of Stark Group. This is indeed momentous news. Hammer elaborately introduced them, showering Pepper with compliments while hoping to earn Christine's favor. Christine, well aware of who Pepper was, having once conducted an interview with Tony, reflected on how, in a brief encounter at Tony's mansion, she had previously regarded Pepper as a mere housekeeper. To her astonishment, that same Pepper Potts had now ascended to heights beyond her reach. However, as a seasoned journalist, Christine was accustomed to navigating uncomfortable situations. She promptly seized the opportunity. Addressing Pepper, I am well aware of your significance. Please grant me an interview, or my editor might very well have my head. I'm begging you. Sean observed Christine's pitiful demeanor with a hint of amusement, thinking how challenging every profession could be. Indeed, Christine's display of vulnerability proved effective, and Pepper, feeling a pang of compassion, agreed to the interview, suggesting she would first freshen up in the restroom, seeing that his previous indiscretion had gone unmentioned. Justin Hammer attempted to drape an arm around Tony, eager to capture a photograph together, which would significantly benefit the publicity of Hammer Industries. Oh, heavens, please refrain. I simply cannot endure this. It's utterly nauseating. Let us make our exit, Sean, Tony implored, vigorously swatting at Hammer's unwelcome touch, hastily pulling Sean away. I cannot stand this brazen fellow, Tony muttered in frustration. Really? Is he more brazen than you? Sean chuckled. Tony shot Sean a resentful glance. You're aware? Aren't you? Tony suddenly looked around cautiously, whispering his inquiry, knowing Sean possessed an air of mystery. For some time now, Sean replied, glancing at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. As long as I continue utilizing the Iron Man suit, this process will only accelerate. Tony felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He had never anticipated that the very device which had once saved his life would ultimately become his death knell. If you had approached me sooner upon noticing, I might have had a solution. Now, the situation is dire, and I find myself at a loss. Sean expressed with sincere regret. Is that so? Then I shall relish this time to the fullest, Tony resolved. Tony suddenly burst into laughter, embodying a sense of reckless abandon. Observing Tony's demeanor, Sean gently reminded him, perhaps there are still solutions to be found. Trust me, I have explored every element, every permutation. There is simply no alternative. Tony possessed a steadfast confidence in his scientific expertise. Perhaps not all is known, Sean replied with a mysterious smile. What do you mean? Tony furrowed his brow in confusion. What you refer to as all known is merely a fraction. What of the unknown? Sean chose to remain enigmatic, saying no more. What do you mean by unknown? If you do not know, how can I? You must learn to discover for yourself. Do not always rely on others. Although Sean's words held merit, Tony felt a strong urge to punch him. Chapter 23. The lightning whip. As Tony settled into his beloved race car, he pondered Sean's mention of the unknown. Could there truly be an undiscovered element capable of replacing palladium? He shook his head vigorously, feeling that Sean was akin to someone utterly oblivious to the intricacies of science. He doubted Sean could grasp the improbability of discovering a new element. As the lights on the racetrack flickered, Tony accelerated. The exhilarating speed casting aside all worries and Sean's earlier words. Now, the racetrack consumed his focus. Amidst the electrifying atmosphere of the race, news of Tony Stark personally competing spread like wildfire. Pepper, watching the broadcast on the hotel television, called out to Natalie, "Are you aware of this?" Natalie, Tony's new assistant, assumed it was an arrangement made at Tony's behest. I just found out. She shook her head, clearly uninformed. A flash of memories surged through Pepper's mind, recalling the outrageous antics Tony had engaged in during her tenure as his assistant, often leaving her bewildered. Noticing Pepper's dazed expression, Natalie inquired, "How may I assist you?" Instantly regaining her composure, Pepper replied, "Please summon Happy. I need him." Just as Natalie turned to leave, Pepper added, "And after finding Happy, see if you can locate Sean." Sean, Natalie responded, puzzled about the necessity of contacting him. At the racetrack, a rotund mechanic breached the barriers, boldly stepping onto the track, eliciting gasps from onlookers at his reckless behavior. He removed his specialized helmet, appearing unfazed by the racing cars whizzing past him. As he unbuttoned his bulky orange jumpsuit, the camera zoomed in, revealing a circular device resembling an arc reactor affixed to his chest. Immediately, the orange maintenance suit enveloping him ignited spontaneously. His outstretched arms transformed into two elongated whips, and only then did the audience realize that his intentions were not of self-destruction. The reactor on his chest began to power up, and the dual whips in his hands pulsated, sparkling with arcs of electricity. Ivan Vanko advanced slowly, confronting the speeding race car, and with a swift motion, he lashed out with one whip. Instantly, the vehicle was cleaved in two, its severed edges glowing a scorching red. Smooth and even, the dismembered car rolled across the track before crashing violently into the barriers, igniting a blaze that prompted the staff outside to rush in to extinguish the flames and evacuate the onlookers nearby. "Sean, where are you? Oh my goodness. Someone has charged into the race. Happy and I are driving there now, and Tony is still inside. I can't fathom why he suddenly went mad and ran towards the race without even taking his bag, which is with me." Pepper babbled anxiously on the phone from the back seat of the car. "Stay calm, Pepper. I'm here, don't worry," Sean reassured, his gaze fixed on the live broadcast, where Ivan Vanko had just sliced through Tony's vehicle, which was now overturned, trapping Tony inside. Ivan wielded his whips, producing crackling sounds as he advanced towards Tony. Just as Ivan unleashed his lightning-like whips, a gasp arose from the crowd. "What is that?" someone exclaimed, pointing at a funnel-shaped cloud that had suddenly formed in the sky, accompanied by a sound akin to distant thunder. As this noise reverberated, a streak descended from the heavens, heading straight for the racetrack. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, alarms blared within the SHIELD headquarters. "Director, you need to see this." Coulson burst into Nick Fury's office, ready to report the cause of the alarm, only to find that his superior was already engrossed in the unfolding scene on the screen. "Is it him?" Nick Fury asked gravely, his solitary eye fixed on the display, which showcased the very moment at the Monaco racetrack. "The data team has confirmed it." With a probability exceeding 90%, Coulson relayed the information from his earpiece without hesitation. "Is Agent Romanoff on site?" Nick Fury inquired as he spotted Tony Stark's name flashing on the screen. "Yes, sir. Contact her." At the Monaco racetrack, Ivan Vanko wielded his electric whips with reckless abandon, channeling his deep-seated hatred and fury. His father, Anton Vanko, had once collaborated with Tony's father, Howard Stark, in the development of the arc reactor. While Howard Stark ascended to become the father of American military industrialism, basking in fame and fortune, Ivan's father was condemned to a life of poverty in the frigid Siberian wilderness, ultimately meeting a tragic end. The root of all this turmoil lies in Howard Stark's decision to expel his father, which incited Ivan Vanko's profound hatred for the Stark lineage. Consequently, he resolved that every member of the Stark family must pay a price. With a whip. "Oh." Ivan Vanko glanced at the race car he had split in two. Yet he did not find Tony Stark's body severed in half. Bang. Just as Ivan leaned in to inspect, he was ambushed from behind by Tony, who had already extricated himself, wielding a fragment of the car's exterior. "Damn it. The Starks truly lack honor." Crack. Ivan retaliated with a swift lash, sending the debris from Tony's grasp flying. Deprived of his makeshift weapon, Tony was compelled to evade and maneuver continuously to escape the onslaught of Ivan's twin whips. 3 lashes. 4 lashes. 5 lashes. After several rolls, Tony found himself seated on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the scorched marks on the ground, mere inches from his younger brother. Witnessing that even his most formidable lightning whip had failed to subdue Tony, Ivan raised his whips once more, intending to unleash another round as Tony attempted to flee. The crackling sound of electric arcs filled the air again, but this time, Ivan's whip could not be retracted. "Who are you?" Ivan stared in astonishment at the figure before him, a man clad in black, complete with a mask and cloak, who effortlessly grasped his whip with bare hands. Sean held the whipping tail, which continued to flicker with arcs of electricity, yet it inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. Tony, initially convinced he would be struck, dashed forward only to hear Ivan's voice behind him. Upon turning, he beheld the enigmatic figure that had suddenly appeared on the scene. Unfazed, Ivan swung the whip in his other hand, the impact against Sean's body sparking a shower of flames. Tony shouted a warning from behind Sean, and only when he observed Sean standing unscathed did he notice that Sean's left hand clutched the tail of another whip. "Though it bore no sensation for me, I am not one to tremble. Should you strike again, I shall retaliate." Sean's tone was remarkably calm, as if engaged in casual conversation with an old friend. However, Ivan astutely recognized that his attack had not only failed to harm Sean, but had also left no trace upon the dark, patterned bodysuit he wore. "You are that. What was it? The Shadow Knight from the internet." Tony finally discerned Sean's attire. He had arrived late to the battle in New York, yet he had taken note of this mysterious figure who had overshadowed him. "Should I address you as Iron Man or Tony Stark?" Sean turned back, surveying the disheveled Tony from head to toe. Tony coughed twice, realizing that Sean was mocking him for not wearing his Iron Man suit. At that moment, Happy finally arrived at the scene, driving Pepper. From a distance, he spotted the three individuals on the field and slammed on the accelerator, hurtling towards them. No. Chapter 24. Attempt to cut him off midfield. Tony shouted in alarm as he saw Happy's car barreling towards them from the opposite direction, but it was too late. Happy pressed the gas pedal to the floor, sending Ivan Vanko crashing against the guardrail, while the front of the vehicle careened directly towards Sean. Behind Sean stood Tony, who, realizing he could not evade the impending disaster, scrambled up the iron mesh of the guardrail, striving to elevate his body as high as possible to avoid being struck by the front of the car. At the moment of impact, the immense kinetic energy caused the rear of the car to lift off the ground, and Pepper, inside the vehicle, felt her body suspended in midair, covering her eyes and screaming loudly. Happy was momentarily stunned by the deploying airbag, his head ringing slightly. With a thud, as the luxurious car's rear safely descended, Tony discovered that Sean had pressed both hands against the front of the vehicle, halting the high-speed collision. Unbeknownst to Tony, Sean had utilized a biofield to save the car. Otherwise, given Happy's reckless speed, the vehicle would have undoubtedly been wrecked and its occupants injured. Thanks to Sean's intervention, only the car sustained some damage. Just then, Ivan Vanko, who had been flung against the guardrail, rose to his feet, immediately recognizing Pepper inside the car. He turned to glance at Tony, a cruel smile lingering on his lips, and brandished his whip, striking fiercely at the rear seat of the vehicle. No, Tony cried out in anguish as he watched Pepper. But the anticipated scene of her being cleaved in two did not materialize. Confused, Tony looked up to see Sean, having somehow leaped into the air, intercepting the deadly blow. "You're such a twisted pervert. Didn't I just say I wasn't trembling?" Sean's words momentarily froze the smile on Ivan Vanko's lips. "I didn't T-strike." With a sudden motion, Sean vanished from midair, reappearing at the very spot where Ivan had just stood. The latter, instead of being in position, was now embedded in the guardrail behind him, which had endured several powerful impacts and finally succumbed to deformation. Fortunately, Ivan was wearing dual whip armor that mitigated some of the damage, and Sean's previous strike had not been delivered with full force, merely grazing him. Otherwise, the scene would have been catastrophic. "Happy, bring the car over. Pepper, hand me the box," Tony commanded immediately, regaining his composure and addressing the two inside the vehicle, having just endured a harrowing ordeal. Pepper in the back seat shook her head and spat out a box with a curse. Tony gazed at the suit sliding towards him, stepped on it to activate the mechanism, and grasped the two rising handles of the box, drawing it towards his chest. In an instant, the box expanded, enveloping him in the armor. The crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer, for the name Tony Stark and his alter ego Iron Man were indeed well known, far more so than Sean's new vest. "Step back," Tony commanded the two in the car, then turned his attention to Sean and Ivan Vanko on the other side. "Who are you? Why did you save Tony Stark?" Ivan, injured, spoke in a language other than English. Before Sean could respond, a voice called out, "Wait, he wants to kill you, and you wish to save him?" Sean expressed his confusion. "No, I prefer to handle this personally," came Tony's resolute voice from beneath his mask. Sean shrugged indifferently, stepping aside to observe the unfolding drama. Ivan, trapped against the railing by Sean, had felt a twinge of despair. His original plan hinged on killing Tony, which would ensure his own survival, as someone would undoubtedly come to his aid due to the device designed for that very purpose. Even if he failed, the spectacle of battling Tony Stark in his armor would attract those with vendettas against Stark, presenting him with abundant opportunities. However, he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of an unexpected foe, and he hadn't even touched a strand of Tony's armored suit. Now, Tony Stark was inexplicably offering himself to be defeated. Was this not exhilarating? Ivan, no longer able to suppress his excitement, struggled free from the railing and spat blood onto the ground, casting a scornful glance at the armored Tony. Tony raised his hand, prepared to unleash a repulsor blast to end the confrontation, yet Ivan was equally knowledgeable. The long whip, crackling with arcs of electricity, struck Tony, sending him staggering from the intense heat. The still-charging attack was rendered futile, and the armor's plating melted slightly, revealing the racing suit underneath. Tony persisted in raising his hand, but Ivan continued to lash out, interrupting each of Tony's attempts before they could coalesce into a formidable strike. Sean, watching from the sidelines, shook his head and remarked, "You're making even a pig look foolish." What? Though his attacks had yet to yield results, Ivan found solace in the fact that Tony's suit could still withstand the onslaught. "Have you never played a game? What is the advantage of an archer?" Sean pressed on. "I know, but Pepper and the others are still here." Tony understood that his reluctance to create distance in the battle stemmed from the presence of Happy and Pepper in the vehicle behind him. "You still fail to grasp my meaning. Do you think all archers are fragile?" If distance cannot be maintained, then let us close the gap. Master Tony. Attempt to engage him in the center. Sean declared with utmost seriousness. Given Tony's intelligence, he would have considered this even without Sean's reminder. However, Sean could hardly endure the sight of him incessantly trembling under the lash. Ivan Vanko was no fool. He was acutely aware that once Tony's armored suit was in close proximity, hand-to-hand combat would surely lead to his defeat. Although he had a contingency plan, he could not guarantee his survival at this moment. He could only take a gamble. With a powerful swing, Ivan Vanko lashed out with his whip, the arc of electricity instantly coiling around Tony's neck. He aspired to publicly execute Tony in front of the gathered crowd. As Tony observed the various damage alerts manifesting on his suit, he recognized the imminent crisis. Danger also presented an opportunity. Grasping the whip, he withstood the searing heat inflicted upon his armored body, steadily closing the distance to Ivan Vanko. Ultimately, he delivered a decisive blow, toppling his adversary. Dazed and sprawled on the ground, Ivan Vanko's only hope was to cling to life, believing that this would afford him a chance for redemption. Wouldn't it be simpler to send him straight to God? Observing Tony violently dismantling the arc reactor from Ivan Vanko's chest, Sean, contemplating the possibility of this foe returning, cautioned. He has lost the capacity to resist. Tony gazed at the intelligent analysis of the reactor displayed before him, pondering its implications. Do as you will. Just don't blame me for not warning you later. Who are you exactly? Tony turned to face the enigmatic man in the mask. The previous encounter in New York could be brushed aside, but Sean's inexplicable appearance this time, combined with his formidable prowess displayed in both battles, stirred a sense of unease within Tony. A friend, Sean replied with a smile. The ground cracked like spider webs, and thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Chapter 25. Those who play with magic. Has Agent Romanoff reported? Yes, the report has been submitted. It is not the individual in question. Does the report confirm this? Coulson glanced up at Nick Fury, puzzled by his inquiry, as he had never asked such a question before. Nevertheless, Coulson dutifully replied, it has been confirmed. Someone witnessed him at the time of the incident, and surveillance footage corroborates it. Nick Fury narrowed his single eye. In Monaco, within the hotel lobby. Where have you just been? Miss Potts sent me to find you. Natalie hurried forward, her face etched with concern as she approached Sean, who had just emerged from the hotel. I haven't been anywhere. That reporter from Vanity Fair wanted to interview me, so I spoke with her for a moment. Then, upon seeing the news broadcast about the incident at the arena, she left. I have been in the hotel watching the news coverage, Sean replied, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Sean was acutely aware that Natalie's visit, aside from being a request from Pepper, was likely an intentional inquiry into his whereabouts. Fortunately, he had employed a confusion spell just before leaving, creating an alibi that would prevent anyone from linking him to the shadowy figure that had appeared at the arena. Natalie scrutinized Sean, having been at the hotel but failing to spot him. Nonetheless, she resolved to investigate the surveillance footage later. And what of Tony and Pepper? How were they faring? Sean deftly shifted the conversation towards them. Mr. Stark is bringing them back. Miss Potts was a bit shaken, but I have arranged a room for their arrival. As they spoke, Tony and the others returned to the hotel. Pepper, are you all right? Upon seeing Pepper disembark, her face drawn and weary, Sean approached with genuine concern. I'm fine, thank you, Pepper replied with a forced smile. Meanwhile, Tony, having shed his suit, observed the exchange. Internally amused by the performance, he had caught a glimpse of red in the eyes of the mysterious shadow figure as it departed. A hue he recognized all too well from a recent encounter, leading him to deduce the identity of the shadowy hero. After expressing his concern for Pepper, Sean noticed the knowing look on Tony's face, realizing that his deliberate slip had not gone unnoticed, and he subtly winked at him. Tony understood that Sean had always been enigmatic, from the magic that first saved him to the formidable prowess exhibited by the shadow figure. However, he also knew that Sean meant him no harm, at least for the time being. Let us head back to the room to rest. I need to change, Tony suggested, aware that Sean preferred to maintain his anonymity, and now was not the time for such discussions. He turned to Natalie, signaling her to lead the way. Sean recognized that Tony's change of attire was intended for a visit to the police station to have a serious conversation with the captured lightning whip. After all, there is a certain discomfort when one encounters someone wearing an outfit that is uniquely theirs, even if the imitation pales in comparison. It stirs a natural curiosity to unravel the mystery. Sean suspected this was also one of the reasons Tony had refrained from eliminating Ivan Vanko. What? Changing clothes? Where else do you intend to go? Pepper immediately inquired upon hearing that Tony planned to venture out alone. I need to clarify a few matters, Tony replied, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the counterfeit arc reactor he had just crushed. Sean, could you accompany him? Pepper initially sought to deter Tony, but seeing his sudden seriousness and recalling the device used in the attack against him, she turned to Sean. All right, get some rest. I will accompany him. It is rather unbecoming to accept payment without rendering services. Upon their arrival at the police station, there was no need for formal identification. The chief of police himself personally greeted them, recognizing Tony's visage as unmistakable as an identification card. When informed of their desire to visit the recently apprehended criminal from the arena, the chief readily acquiesced, albeit with a cautionary note that the individual in question was exceedingly dangerous. No worries, my bodyguard is impervious to harm, invulnerable to both fire and water, Tony boasted, patting Sean's muscular chest while addressing the chief. Sean rolled his eyes, dismissing Tony's bravado. He regretted ever mentioning it, as Tony was indeed a conspicuous presence. The chief, observing Sean's casual attire, acknowledged that while he was indeed robust and perhaps slightly more handsome than himself, the claim of being invulnerable was rather exaggerated. He could not help but privately speculate if the illustrious Tony Stark harbored any peculiar inclinations. The thought made the chief's discomfort manifest. Were Tony to learn that his words had inadvertently led to such a misunderstanding, he would likely chastise himself. Perhaps even demand the chief take a moment to reflect on his own baldness. Regaining his composure, the chief chose to disregard Tony's earlier proclamation, though he summoned several brawny officers for protection. Thus, under the watchful eyes of these formidable officers, Sean and Tony proceeded towards the holding cell. The chief, leading the way, expressed his embarrassment that the police had yet to ascertain the criminal's identity, as the man had remained utterly silent since his arrest. Tony was unperturbed. He intended to inquire personally. I'll handle this myself. You wait here, he instructed as they reached the door. The chief, initially hesitant, was reassured when Sean remained outside. And with a final admonition, he opened the door for Tony. Their conversation was brief, yielding the desired information along with some unexpected revelations. Thus Tony emerged with a rather grim countenance. On their way back, Sean noticed Tony's somber demeanor as he gazed out the window and spoke up. You needn't take his words to heart. Tony, aware that Sean had employed his remarkable abilities to eavesdrop on their conversation, turned to face him. Just reflect on the essence of your father, Sean replied in a measured tone. From what I gather, Howard Stark may not be entirely virtuous, yet he is not one to harm others without cause. Is that so? I have little understanding of who my father truly was, Tony mused. Recalling the scant moments he had shared with his father, a wry smile crossing his lips followed by a heavy sigh. You will come to know. Why do I always feel as though you possess all the answers, yet choose to remain silent? Tony turned to Sean, seeking clarity. Who knows why Sean wore a mysterious smile and quipped, those who practice magic always behave this way. Chapter 26. It's time to turn the page. Tony recalled Sean's performance during the epic battle in New York and his formidable physique that withstood the electric whip on the racetrack. Is this truly a wizard? You must be a berserker, my friend. However, Tony comprehended that Sean was merely jesting, unwilling to divulge the information he sought. On the private jet, your egg is about to burn. Sean, while flipping the steak in his pan, reminded the dazed Tony beside him. This guy, clearly lacking culinary skills, insisted on cooking for Pepper. Observing the charred remnants in the adjacent pan, it was evident that consuming it would warrant an immediate trip to the emergency room. As the aroma of Sean's steak wafted through the air, Tony's eyes sparkled as he remarked, this egg clashes with my fortune. So, Sean continued his task, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, curious about what Tony was insinuating. My personal fortune advisor informed me that today is an auspicious day for steak. Sean turned his head, his eyes gradually igniting with a piercing red hue, simmering with unspoken intent. Noticing the murderous intent brewing within Sean, Tony failed to recognize his own peril. He envisioned himself clad in his Iron Man suit, Jarvis gently flashing warning alerts before him. Alert! Alert! Continuing down this path may result in life-threatening danger. Yet, he mused, I suspect he is a fraud, which is why I dismissed him. My fate is dictated by my own choices, not by fate. Wouldn't you agree? Tony chuckled awkwardly. As the red light extinguished, Sean resumed his culinary endeavors. Phew, that was close. What is the deal with that outfit of yours? Surely, you can discuss that? Tony quickly shifted the topic to Sean's vest. Sean, while seasoning the steak, casually replied, I put some thought into finding it, mainly to remain inconspicuous. I noticed the material seems rather unique. Such a strong electric arc left no trace upon it. Tony reflected on the moment Sean absorbed Ivan Vanko's 2 whips during the race. He genuinely believed Sean would be split in 2. It's made entirely of vibranium, designed to withstand damage. Otherwise, I'd be left in tatters after every fight, and that would be quite unseemly. The upper half is fine, But what if the lower half gets destroyed? Where did you acquire so much vibranium? Tony, astonished upon hearing that the suit was crafted from vibranium, gazed at Sean, completely forgetting about the egg in his pan. Few understood vibranium better than him. After all, his father, Howard Stark, had gifted a vibranium shield to a certain well-endowed hero. The thought of having given away all that precious stock made him feel extravagant. It was a gift from someone else. Sean flipped the steak in the pan. It's time to turn it over. Tony, with a face full of skepticism, thought, I believe you like I believe in ghosts. This item is worth several hundred times more than gold, yet it is priceless and unattainable. With the vast quantity of clothing you possess, who on earth would bestow such a gift upon you? Might you kindly share his contact information? I wish to forge a friendship with him. And what of your physique? Those two peculiar creatures in New York, allegedly enhanced super soldiers developed by the military, appear to pale in comparison to your prowess. Could it be that you hail from another world? Tony, recalling the viral videos of the Shadow Knight toying with those two fools, surveyed Sean with astonishment. Sean halted his task, lifted his gaze, and smiled at Tony. Little one, your guess is rather astute. Tony responded, really? Ignoring Tony's eager expression, Sean proceeded to carry the perfectly cooked steak towards the cabin. Tony, casting a glance at Sean's retreating figure, scoffed in silence. It was only when he lowered his gaze that he realized Sean's earlier comment about flipping something referred to the eggs in his pan. Oh dear, my eggs. Pepper, watching the news report on the recent Monaco incident, was filled with trepidation as Tony awkwardly emerged with a plate of eggs. The television displayed the senator demanding he relinquish the Iron Man suit during the hearing. The rotund senator derisively echoed Tony's earlier claims that the technology of the Iron Man suit could not be replicated or surpassed within 5 to 10 years. Upon hearing Tony's voice command that muted the television, Pepper did not turn around. She was still seething over Tony's reckless decision to race cars. What is this? Pepper observed as Tony placed a plate on the table and glanced at Sean, who was savoring his meal, suddenly feeling a glimmer of anticipation. Your in-flight meal. What did you think I was doing in there? Tony gravely lifted the lid, revealing eggs fried to a charred perfection on both sides. Any anticipation Pepper had vanished in an instant. No, such expectations should not have existed from the outset. She examined the dish Tony prepared and caught a whiff of Sean's culinary creation. Even if she were starving, she wouldn't dare consume what Tony had presented. Although Pepper was certain she would not partake, a flicker of appreciation stirred within her, quickly overshadowed by the realization that Tony had been acting unusually over the past few days. While Tony had a history of astonishing antics, they had always remained within manageable bounds. Now, he had not only risked danger by racing, but had also taken it upon himself to cook for her. Tony, is there something you are concealing from me? Pepper inquired softly, casting a glance at Sean, who, after finishing his sizable steak in a few bites, promptly exited the scene. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Hearing Pepper's gentle voice, Tony nearly revealed the truth of his imminent demise. Shall we not return and instead seek a place to vacation? How about Venice? Do you recall our last visit? Of course I remember. The more Tony insisted, the more Pepper sensed something amiss, yet he remained silent, leaving them both in a state of unspoken tension. Their private jet swiftly transported them back to their beautiful homeland. After bidding farewell to Pepper, Tony, too, returned to New York. As Sean entered his apartment in Queens, he was abruptly met by May, who leapt toward him. Goodness, charging in like that is a foul. When the incident in Monaco occurred, May had sent Sean a message to inquire about his safety. Knowing he had traveled with Tony Stark, having learned through the news of Sean's newfound status as a shareholder in Stark Industries, she felt a mixture of joy and concern for him. Thus, in this moment of his return, her enthusiasm was palpable. I told you there was nothing to worry about. It was merely a minor incident, nothing involving me. Besides, are you not aware of my prowess? Sean teased playfully. At the sound of his jest, May intended to playfully punch his chest, but as they drew close, she inhaled the familiar yet unfamiliar scent emanating from him, causing her cheeks to blush a soft pink and her gaze to become entranced. Meanwhile, Sean noticed the warmth of her presence against his chest and glanced down at the beauty in his arms. Ah, no wonder. It's time to turn the page. With the atmosphere charged like this, it's only natural that we sheath our weapons and gallop forth. Chapter 27. The Hammer at S.H.I.E.L. DS Triskelion headquarters. Phil Coulson was reporting to Nick Fury in his office. Director, Agent Romanoff has completed her report on the Monaco incident. Nick Fury, preoccupied, responded with a distracted MM. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the elusive Shadow Knight, who appeared and vanished without a trace. S.H.I.E.L.D. had deployed substantial resources, yet they failed to capture any evidence of the Shadow Knight's presence or departure. This individual came and went without leaving a mark, with no discernible pattern to their appearances thus far. Furthermore, to this day, SHIELD had no concrete intelligence regarding the identity of the Shadow Knight. However, Nick Fury was not one to adhere strictly to the norm. His conviction lay in maintaining skepticism towards all matters. Hence, he had formed a preliminary assumption regarding the identity of the Shadow Knight in his mind. Agent Romanoff's assessment of Tony Stark's recent behavior had also been submitted. Coulson continued. Given Stark's personal characteristics and past behavior patterns, Agent Romanoff believes that his recent actions are quite unusual, and she suspects that something may be amiss with him. What sort of problem? Nick Fury inquired, astonished as he gazed at Coulson. I'm afraid it's significant, Director, Coulson replied earnestly, shaking his head. Nick Fury pondered the words once spoken to him by Howard and concluded that it was time to converse with the son of his old acquaintance. Also, Director. Take a look at this, Coulson said, handing over a report to Nick Fury. Upon receiving the document, Nick scrutinized it. Managing arcane phenomena and babysitting the wealthy is insufficient. Now you present me with an astronomical weather report? Fury glared with his one remaining eye at his most loyal subordinate, incredulous. Is this what we are now responsible for? It's not the report itself that matters, Director. Examine the energy readings, Coulson replied patiently. Nick flipped to the final line of the report, noting the highlighted figures, and couldn't help but rub his temples. Continue monitoring and notify me at the first sign of any developments. For now, our priority remains Stark's situation. Understood, Director, Coulson nodded. Glenbridge, a remote town situated on the border of New Mexico. Gazing down the broadest road in the town, one could see an endless expanse of wilderness beyond, with the road winding across the landscape, seemingly extending to the edge of the heavens. In the dead of night, a white van chased after a massive storm that had just emerged in the desert outside Glenbridge. Jane Foster, seated in the bumpy passenger seat, chuckled as she watched the distant storm on her specialized imaging instrument. The student driver, Max, felt utterly insane for risking her life in this desolate place for merely 6 credits alongside the beautiful professor. Oh, and there's also an old man in the back, Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's dear friend, who had been dragged all the way here to validate her astrophysical research. As the van drew closer to the storm's eye, Max could no longer contain herself. She turned the steering wheel, intending to veer away from the tempest. What are you doing? Jane exclaimed, noticing the change in direction. I refuse to die here for a few credits, Max retorted loudly. Jane, accustomed to the disrespectful antics of her young apprentice, found this insubordination infuriating. However, the potential for significant findings within the approaching storm was too great to abandon, equating such a sacrifice to her very demise. Thus, Jane reached out, engaging in a struggle for control of the steering wheel. In the back, Eric Selvig watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, gripping the handle beside him, making a silent vow. If they survived this ordeal, he would ensure that he held the reins of the vehicle in the future. Anyone who dared to touch it would meet their end. Bang! As the van began to veer, a sudden, sharp sound pierced through the air, a rumble so profound that even the fierce storm could not obscure it. Max pressed the brakes with fervor, disregarding any camaraderie, and wrenched the steering wheel as she caught sight of a figure ahead. Inside the abruptly halted van, Jane and Max wore expressions of bewilderment. Had they just struck someone? Yet in this desolate expanse, who else could be present aside from the 3 of them? Jane Foster pondered again the thunderous noise. What could it have been? The tempest had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, stirring up countless grains of sand across the barren landscape. As the storm outside the van began to abate, Jane, Max, and Eric swiftly flung open the doors, brandishing flashlights as they emerged to survey their surroundings. Alas, the moment Jane stepped out, she spotted a dark figure standing beside their van. Eric Selvig, the only male among them, raised his flashlight to illuminate the scene. Under the beam, they beheld a tall man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by a peculiar black mask. Oh my heavens! Is it truly you? Max exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the figure illuminated by the flashlight. Who? Do you know him? Is he your friend? Jane Foster inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she directed her gaze toward Max. Eric Selvig, equally perplexed, remained vigilant, scrutinizing the imposing figure before them. You should be more concerned about him, Sean interjected, gesturing toward the man sprawled on the ground a few meters away. Moments earlier, in Queens, New York, Sean had been lounging in bed, engaged in a conversation with May via his phone, occasionally responding to Natalie's queries. Suddenly, a wave of palpitations surged through him, an unprecedented sensation in over 20 years. He rose, peering southwest, acutely aware that something significant was transpiring to invoke such intensity. Consequently, Sean acted without hesitation, abandoning any pretense of concealment, and raced from New York at full speed to this location. Upon his arrival, the storm raged on. Sean gazed upward, as if his eyes could penetrate the very depths of the cosmos. Just as the storm began to wane, he heard a faint voice of confusion amidst the chaos. But with the tempest extinguished, tranquility reclaimed the scene. Odin. Sean descended to the ground, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust as he witnessed the moment the van had collided with the unfortunate soul. So this unfortunate being is none other than the god of thunder, Thor? Upon hearing Sean's words, Jane Foster and her companions followed his pointed finger, finally noticing the figure lying on the ground. Jane Foster, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Just moments ago, she had collided with someone while battling Max for control of the steering wheel, and now, with a witness present, she pondered if they might end up behind bars. What would become of her research then? It was he who had dashed into the eye of the storm. They had merely acted inadvertently, she explained, casting a hopeful glance toward Max for support. Max, utterly captivated by Sean's physique, failed to notice the frantic signals Jian was sending her way. Are you truly the shadow hero? Max inquired, her eyes wide with admiration. Who? Jian and Eric Selvig exchanged bewildered looks. It is I. I believe you did not intend any harm. Though he appears to be fine, it would be prudent to take him to the hospital, Sean remarked, his gaze drifting upward to the night sky, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Thor. Chapter 28. A father strikes his son. Jian turned to observe the golden-haired man they had knocked down, only to discover a peculiar, scorched circular pattern etched into the ground beside him. Come and see. What is this? Jian called to Eric Selvig, urging him to join her as they leaned over to investigate the enigmatic design. I think it would be wise to take him to the hospital first, Jian, Eric cautioned, eyeing Thor's disheveled state. Anxious that Jian might face legal repercussions from this incident. Didn't that shadowy figure just assure us he was unharmed? Jian continued to document her observations of the strange pattern on the ground, too engrossed to lift her head. Thor, having been exiled from Asgard, never anticipated facing further tribulations upon arriving in Midgard. Dazed, he struggled to his feet, oblivious to his surroundings, fixated solely on retrieving his hammer. Odin had stripped him of his divine powers prior to his banishment, reclaiming his beloved Mjolnir. Where's my hammer? Thor, still disoriented from the collision and the loss of his powers that had caused him to plummet from the Rainbow Bridge, surveyed the area for his hammer, only to raise his voice to the heavens in desperation. Father, Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Rainbow Bridge and bring me back. Alas, the wilderness lay silent beneath the starlit sky, with no one responding to his cries. Seeing Thor in a state of utter confusion, Jian finally lifted her gaze and said, Indeed, he needs to go to the hospital. You take him, I will stay behind. Pray tell, which realm is this? Alfheim, Nornheim? Thor questioned, gesturing toward the pattern and addressing the bewildered trio with an air of authority. This is Earth, what you refer to as Midgard, Sean replied, simultaneously observing the sky and sensing the elusive energy surrounding them. Moments ago, he had failed to detect the presence of Mjolnir in the vicinity, indicating that the hammer had not yet arrived. Thus, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, suggesting its imminent arrival. Midgard? How could it possibly be here? Upon hearing Sean's words, Thor, with his muscular frame, harbored no doubts. You are indeed remarkable, Midgardian. When I return to the realm of the gods, I shall bestow upon you a reward. This is the promise of Thor, the god of thunder, Thor declared proudly to Sean, who stood at a distance. He then resumed his call to the heavens, repeatedly shouting Heimdall's name. Heimdall, I command you in the name of Thor, the god of thunder. Just as Thor continued his fervent summons, Sean could no longer restrain himself and swiftly struck Thor's neck with a precise motion. Frowning at the sight of Thor's limp form, Sean smirked. Quite the racket. Do you not know to adapt to local customs? Witnessing Sean's almost instantaneous speed, Jane Foster's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, What have you done? What is wrong with him? Nothing to worry about. He merely fainted. I must take my leave, Sean replied, crouching down to lift Thor with one hand and heading toward the nearby van. He opened the rear door and unceremoniously tossed Thor inside, preparing to relocate and await the tardy hammer elsewhere. Wait, you cannot leave. What if he has a problem? Jane exclaimed, rising to halt Sean as he attempted to depart. Even if he does have an issue, it is due to your actions, not mine, Sean responded dismissively, taking flight and stirring a cloud of dust and gasps from onlookers. Jane, initially irate and wishing to argue with Sean and share the responsibility for the incident, was left speechless as she witnessed him soar into the sky. She stood agape, oblivious to the notebook slipping from her grasp as she watched the diminishing figure in the heavens. How is this even possible? Eric Selvig echoed her astonishment, staring blankly upward. For heaven's sake, do you truly not know who he is? The Shadow Knight. His videos have been all over the internet lately, Max remarked in awe, gazing at the direction Sean had departed, incredulous that these two esteemed professors were entirely unaware of the Shadow Knight's identity. Jane, we should quickly take the one in the van to the hospital, Eric suggested, concerned that Sean's strike might have been too forceful. And if the individual in the vehicle were to perish, they would be unable to explain themselves. Jane clearly shared this concern, and the three hurriedly gathered their belongings and drove toward the direction of Old Bridge Town. Meanwhile, Sean hovered in the sky, keenly attuned to his surroundings, and soon detected a significant alteration in the atmosphere. Amidst the clouds, a flash of light pierced through, and a star-like object plummeted to the ground at an alarming velocity, resulting in a powerful explosion upon impact. As Sean materialized, he beheld the vast pit that gradually revealed itself beneath the dispersing dust. He descended into the chasm, and, upon reaching its center, his gaze fell upon the hammer. Slowly, he approached it, and as he gently caressed the handle, he sensed two immense forces coursing through the hammer's body, one innate to the hammer itself, and the other seemingly imposed upon it, likely a spell cast by Odin. Grasping the handle firmly, Sean began to exert pressure, only to find that the imposed energy resisted him with increasing fervor, igniting his curiosity. Oh, let us see whether your magic, Odin, is more formidable than my own strength. As Sean's power intensified, the opposing energy surged to its zenith, even summoning the hammer's intrinsic power to join in its defiance. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, while silver flashes danced like serpents within the clouds, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder that ominously bore down upon the pit. In that moment, Sean had never channeled such tremendous power. He had forgotten to utilize his biological force field, and the ground beneath him began to fracture. Just as Sean sensed both energies within the hammer nearing their peak, a thunderous voice boomed, "Stop!" Instantly, Sean relented, his gaze sharpening upon the suddenly materialized one-eyed figure before him, a familiar sense of trepidation washing over him. No, something was amiss. Although the elder emanated power, the source of Sean's unease was not solely him. Sean's eyes gradually descended to the long spear gripped in the elder's hand. Odin. He relinquished his hold on the hammer. At the moment he ceased his exertion, the thunder and lightning in the sky came to a halt, gradually dissipating. Upon hearing Sean utter his name, Odin appeared unfazed and spoke with a brusque tone. Midgardian, that hammer does not belong to you. Is that so? Whoever picks up what is discarded is its rightful owner. Shall I demonstrate? Sean replied with a smirk, gazing at the armored Odin with a tone of irreverence. Had Odin not intervened, the imposed energy within the hammer would have been crushed beneath Sean's might. Though uncertain of the consequences of such an act, Sean surmised it was likely not what Odin wished to witness, prompting the elder's immediate appearance. Odin scrutinized the Midgardian before him, having taken note of Sean when he expelled Thor from Asgard. At that time, he had merely been curious about the emergence of such a formidable human. It was only when he observed Sean attempting to lift Mjolnir, nearly breaching the magical constraints he had placed upon the hammer with sheer physical strength, that he felt compelled to project himself to Midgard and thwart Sean's endeavor. Though merely a projection, Odin could not help but sense the formidable power of Sean, an intensity he had never encountered throughout his long existence. As the two stood in confrontation, a voice resonated from behind Odin, stating, "You seem to be in the wrong place." Chapter 29. The peculiar Odin, fully aware of the identity of the newcomer, did not turn around. "I am not here," he replied. "I know," came the leisurely response of the Ancient One as she emerged from the luminous portal. Odin turned to regard the Ancient One, who had positioned herself between him and Sean, his grip on the spear loosening. "It has been quite a while," she acknowledged. Sean, recognizing that the Ancient One could see through his facade, greeted her amicably. "Not so long," she replied, shaking her head at Sean, her eyes conveying the message. "You certainly know how to stir up trouble." Sean shrugged and nodded towards Odin, indicating that it was the old man across from him who had instigated the situation. The Ancient One shot a disapproving glance at Sean, chastising him. "Is it really necessary for you to meddle with others' belongings?" Odin, bewildered, observed the exchange between the two, and were it not for his knowledge of the Ancient One's identity, he might have mistaken her for the young man's mistress. However, the appearance of the Ancient One infused Odin's singular eye with newfound wisdom, prompting a shift in his thoughts. As the king of the 9 realms and the All-Father, Odin's strength was indisputable, yet even the gods were not immortal. His lengthy existence was nearing its conclusion, and he foresaw a calamity befalling Asgard after his demise. Without overcoming this impending disaster, the Aesir would face annihilation. Odin had once believed that his son Thor possessed the capability to lead their divine lineage, which is why he chose to bestow upon him the mantle of kingship. Little did Odin realize that his eldest son had been molded into a mere brute, relying solely on brawn in times of challenge. During the coronation ceremony in Asgard, a group of frost giants had evaded the strict defenses of the celestial palace and infiltrated Odin's treasury, where he had stored the myriad treasures acquired from his conquests across the 9 realms. These frost giants sought the ice chest, a prized possession taken by Odin when their kind was vanquished, a repository of their ancestral treasure now residing within another's vault, an affront to all frost giants. Should they succeed in reclaiming it, these giants would achieve unparalleled glory among their kin. Regrettably, they overestimated their own capabilities while underestimating Odin, destined to become mere pawns in a grander scheme. It was this incursion that triggered the guardians of Odin's treasury, setting off mechanisms he had laid, interrupting the coronation of Thor before it could be completed. Sensing an unusual disturbance, Odin, upon glimpsing the scene within the treasure vault, swiftly comprehended the entirety of the situation. Thanks to his divine wisdom, at this juncture, the ability to guide the frost giants directly to the vault could only belong to one individual, a notion Odin could easily surmise with his blind eye. However, his impetuous son, Thor, remained oblivious to the intricacies at play. Thor perceived the frost giant's timing as a deliberate affront to interrupt his claim to the throne, an act he interpreted as a provocation against him, the newly appointed king of Asgard, which left him feeling humiliated, eager for battle. Thor's vociferous demands for retribution against the frost giants reminded Odin of another child of his. At this moment, Odin regarded Thor's behavior as somewhat reckless and, in his capacity as the All-Father, prohibited his son from taking action. Yet, the young and brash Thor dismissed such counsel, feeling not only that his ascension was thwarted but also that his father, Odin, had grown weary and lacked the ambition that once characterized his conquests across the 9 realms. It was then, prompted inadvertently by Loki's careless remarks, that Thor conceived the idea of clandestinely holding the frost giants accountable in Jotunheim. Thus, Thor, accompanied by his 4 loyal companions and the instigator Loki, defied Odin's edict and traversed the Rainbow Bridge to Jotunheim. Due to Thor's impulsive actions, they engaged in a fierce confrontation with the frost giants, finding themselves perilously outmatched. Several of Thor's companions were injured, and it was ultimately Odin himself who intervened to rescue them. Upon their return to Asgard, Thor continued to exhibit his defiant demeanor, challenging Odin further. Loki, who likely did not anticipate the gravity of the situation, intended to mediate, but Odin, with clarity of mind, silenced him. Odin observed that Thor's impetuousness had endangered those around him, yet Thor remained oblivious to the underlying issues, fixated solely on brute force as a solution, which left Odin deeply disappointed. Given Thor's current disposition, Odin could not entrust the future of their divine lineage to him, and thus resolved to impart a crucial lesson to his headstrong son. Otherwise, should Odin pass, Thor's reckless nature could lead their entire race to ruin in a calamity. Consequently, Odin stripped Thor of all his divine powers and exiled him to Midgard, albeit leaving him a glimmer of hope, the enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, that could be wielded should Thor amend his temper. In this way, when disaster inevitably approached, at the very least, Thor would not lead their people to destruction through sheer folly. However, Odin had not foreseen that the opportunity he afforded Thor would be seized by a mere denizen of Midgard. Indeed, the enchantment bestowed by Odin is well understood by those who comprehend its essence. The notion that one merely needs to possess the right qualifications to wield the power of the thunder god is apparent. When Thor was dispatched by Loki to confront the destroyer, the hammer itself clearly flew forth, a blatant act of deception. Ahem, Odin emerged from a brief reverie and, clearing his throat, addressed Sean. We Asgardians hold great respect for the strong, Midgardian. Please, reveal your name. Sean was puzzled by the sudden shift in Odin's demeanor. Could it be due to the presence of the Ancient One? Noticing Sean's gaze turned towards her, the Ancient One shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty about Odin's intentions. Despite her ability to perceive the hearts of others, such insight proved ineffective against the formidable God King. Nevertheless, the Ancient One gestured for Sean to respond to Odin, understanding that Odin, as the king of the gods, would not stoop to trivial games in such matters. Sean Hunter, you two are quite powerful. Particularly with that firearm of yours, Sean remarked with a smile, lightly tapping Odin's left hand where the divine spear, Gungnir, rested. Odin twirled the spear with one hand, planting it firmly on the ground. He appreciated the compliment from a warrior of Sean's caliber. The eternal spear, Gungnir, came at a considerable cost to obtain, Odin mused. Stroking the spear while his other hand brushed against his right eye, his tone filled with nostalgia. Earth, or what you refer to as Midgard, holds legends that claim this spear will always hit its target. Is that not so? Sean expressed curiosity about the artifact's purported prowess, feeling a lingering thrill in his chest. Inquiring about another's weapon's capabilities is often deemed impolite, and the Ancient One felt compelled to caution Sean against being too forward. However, Odin's current demeanor was intriguing. Rather than reacting with anger to Sean's seemingly audacious inquiry, he offered a benevolent smile and explained, "Indeed, as you say, while it will certainly strike its target, whether it vanquishes the target depends upon the wielder." Sean grasped Odin's implication. The mightier the bearer, the greater the power of Gungnir, and the wielder can determine the spear's effect upon being thrown. Observing Sean's understanding of Gungnir's capabilities, Odin nodded approvingly. "Do you desire it?" "What?" "Gungnir. I can gift it to you." Sean. Chapter 30. A day in the realm of the gods. Odin's unexpected offer rendered the three individuals present momentarily speechless. What was happening? How did the conversation shift to the gifting of such a formidable weapon? Sean turned to the Ancient One, hoping to glean some insight from her. As the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One possesses the Time Stone. However, she cannot wield it at her whim. Those who manipulate time inevitably find themselves ensnared by it. Furthermore, she cannot simply extract the stone at any moment to explore all possible outcomes. Her focus remains solely on ensuring a favorable conclusion. The myriad possibilities along the way can be quite exhausting, as Ancient One herself might attest. With the unexpected emergence of Sean as a variable, the future appears increasingly nebulous and indistinct to her. Moreover, the individual opposite her is none other than the legendary ruler of the Nine Realms, the father of all gods, King Odin. The cost of tampering with time in the presence of such an entity is not trivial, leaving Ancient One perplexed regarding Odin's true intentions. Unbeknownst to Odin, his well-meaning inquiries have left two of Midgard's mightiest champions in a state of bewilderment. In his brief moment of contemplation, Odin has reached a clear understanding. As the supreme sorcerer of Midgard, Ancient One's duty is to safeguard her realm from interdimensional threats. Her stance towards Sean indicates he cannot possibly be a nefarious villain, for she would have intervened had he posed such a threat. Odin is acutely aware of the immense power emanating from Sean, and even as the God King wielding Gungnir, he cannot claim absolute victory. Should such a formidable being become an adversary of the gods, it would undoubtedly spell calamity for their pantheon. Odin's offer to bestow Gungnir is genuine, contingent upon Sean's genuine desire for it. The Asgardian God King does not inherit the weapons of his predecessor. Upon ascension, the new God King receives a unique artifact crafted by their allies, the dwarves, masters of forging. Thus, exchanging a powerful artifact for a formidable ally is a transaction Odin calculates with precision. After all, having taken his possession, Sean would surely be obliged to lend his aid in times of need. This jest is no laughing matter. Turning his gaze towards Ancient One, Odin states, "You are aware of my circumstances, hence you comprehend my intent, do you not?" Ancient One, being astute, immediately discerns the reasons behind Odin's shift in demeanor. She realizes that Odin's divine flame is destined to extinguish in the near future. Evidently, he seeks to avoid creating another enemy for the future of Asgard. Asgard has always held the strong in high regard. I, Odin, father of all gods, sincerely invite you, Sean Hunter, to converse in Asgard. Odin extends his goodwill to the fullest extent. Ancient One nods at Sean, encouraging him to embrace Odin's benevolence. Sean traveled from New York, compelled by a sense of exhilaration. Upon witnessing the exiled Thor, he impulsively sought to test his own ability to wield the ethereal hammer. To his surprise, this act summoned Odin to the mortal realm, nearly inciting a fierce confrontation between them. However, it seems that Odin has since lowered his guard. At his advanced age, it is only fitting to show some respect, as the virtues of honoring the elderly and cherishing the young dictate. Well, I too am curious to observe the legendary realm of the gods. Sean expressed his keen interest in Asgard. Seeing Sean accept his invitation, Odin turned to the Ancient One, silently inquiring if she would join them. "Duty calls, I shall remain," she replied with a serene smile. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she wields immense power, yet her fate is intricately tied to the earth. A truth that perhaps explains her yearning for an end since Doctor Strange's emergence. After bidding farewell to the two, the Ancient One summoned a portal, returning to her sanctum. While Sean, at Odin's behest, was whisked away by the Bifrost to the realm of the gods. As Sean traversed the vibrant spectrum of the Bifrost, he found its energy fascinating, reminiscent of another force residing within him, the energy he had learned to draw from other dimensions under the tutelage of the Ancient One. With the kaleidoscopic lights flashing around him, Sean suddenly found himself within a fortress. At its heart stood a luminous control platform, where Odin, clad in armor, slowly lifted the divine spear, Gungnir, from its center. Evidently, it was Odin himself who had manipulated the Bifrost. Encountering the true Odin, Sean gained a renewed understanding of his might. While Odin's projection on Earth possessed his full power, it felt more ethereal. The essence of Odin in his true form was far more substantial and weighty. God King. Sean nodded respectfully, aware that kneeling was beyond him, yet unfamiliar with the other customs of Asgard. He settled for a nod, which Odin graciously overlooked. Welcome to Asgard. Here, you may roam freely. None shall hinder you, save for myself. Please, proceed, Odin invited with a warm smile. Following Odin out of the uniquely structured Bifrost fortress, Sean beheld the grandeur of Asgard. Suspended in the vast cosmos was a colossal island, with the other side of the fortress leading to the 9 realms. Those twinkling stars embodying the realms Sean had come to explore. Upon exiting the fortress, the multicolored Bifrost extended beneath his feet, leading to the central edifice of the island. The Temple of Asgard, Odin's celestial palace. All the gods resided around this palace, akin to stars encircling the sun, reverently guarding their sovereign. On either side of the rainbow bridge lies a myriad of enchanting landscapes. Sean inhaled deeply. The ambience here indeed surpassed that of Earth, with the air saturated with energy. It is no wonder that the attributes of the divine race are so vastly superior to those of humanity. The sights encountered along the way in Asgard elicited a peculiar sense of disconnection within Sean. The denizens of this divine realm retained much of the medieval aesthetic, yet certain aspects, such as the Rainbow Bridge, were infused with a contemporary technological essence. Present arms for the All-Father. The guards of the celestial palace knelt on one knee, weapons at the ready, upon the arrival of Odin. Accompanying Odin, Sean keenly observed the leader among the guards, whose furtive gaze scrutinized him with a shifty demeanor. Could it be a spy? Meanwhile, shortly after Sean's departure from Earth, several identical black SUVs rolled into the outskirts of Old Bridge, New Mexico. Emerging from these vehicles were individuals clad in sleek black suits. Their muscular physiques, complemented by their stern visages, commanded attention from the townsfolk of Old Bridge. Report, Commander. We have reached the vicinity of our target in Old Bridge, awaiting further instructions. Leading the group was a bespectacled, seemingly frail bald man, who swiftly exited the vehicle to retrieve his phone, engaging in an unknown conversation. Soon, an order resonated from the other end of the line. After hanging up, with a wave of his hand, the group of grim-faced suited figures reboarded the black SUVs and set off towards the arid expanse beyond Old Bridge. Chapter 31. The Eternal Flame. Even before Sean manifested in the southwestern direction from New York, alarms blared once more within S.H.I.E.L.D. On duty, Coulson, witnessing this familiar scene, hastily retrieved his phone. Director, Nick Fury is currently ensconced in one of his many hideaways, soundly asleep, when he was abruptly roused by the clamor. With a serious countenance, he answered the call, aware that Coulson would not disturb him unless it were of paramount importance. Sir, we have a highest-level alert. Coulson's tone was succinct and grave. Nick Fury understood the implications. This highest-level alert had been established by himself, specifically targeting the elusive Shadow Knight. Where? New York. Now in New Mexico. They have come to a halt, sir. Coulson's voice brimmed with astonishment. He had not anticipated the target's velocity to be so swift. New York. Again, New York? Nick Fury widened his singular eye, recalling that the Shadow Knight's initial appearance was also in New York, followed by their presence in Monaco alongside Tony Stark. The recurrence of this location seemed to affirm his previous deductions regarding the Shadow Knight's identity. Maintain continuous surveillance. Confirm the final location. Immediately contact the highest-ranking personnel in New Mexico to stand by. Be prepared for engagement with the target. Yes, sir. After Coulson hung up the phone, he immediately followed Nick Fury's instructions to contact the highest-ranking agent, Jasper Sitwell, who was on a field assignment in New Mexico. In Asgard, Odin observed the soldiers bowing before him and returned their salute with the mighty Gungnir, gesturing for them to rise. Loki, a formidable being from Midgard, was introduced to Sean Hunt by Odin, who hoped to leave a favorable impression on Sean. This is my other son, the god of mischief, Loki. As renowned in your Midgard tales, Odin introduced, fully aware that Sean had already met his strong-headed son, Thor. Father, There are no truly strong beings in Midgard. Do not be deceived, Loki remarked with ill intent, casting a skeptical glance at Sean. He held a deep-seated disdain for the inhabitants of Midgard, believing that they were mere mortals who, upon encountering Asgardians, would elevate them to the status of deities. Loki suspected that Sean had somehow misled Odin to gain entry into the divine realm. Silence. Odin rebuked Loki sternly upon hearing his words. Previously, Thor had been exiled from the realm due to Loki's deceit, but Odin, hoping to temper Thor's character, had chosen not to hold Loki accountable at that time. Now, however, with Loki disparaging a guest whom Odin had personally brought to Asgard, Odin was concerned that Loki's actions might provoke Sean against the Asgardians, a situation that could endanger even 100 Lokis. I shall take you to see my treasury, where treasures from the 9 realms are stored. Odin invited Sean with a warm demeanor. Sean smiled softly and nodded, following Odin toward the palace. As they passed Loki, Sean did not spare him a glance, knowing that engaging with such a troubled child would only encourage him further. Indeed, Sean's indifference ignited resentment within Loki, who began to harbor animosity towards both Sean and Odin. Unbeknownst to them, Loki had been in Odin's treasury before Sean's arrival in Asgard, during the battle in Jotunheim against the Frost Giants. Loki discovered that he could resist the icy corruption of the Frost Giants. The areas touched by them turned an icy blue, which unsettled him greatly. After Odin brought Loki back from Jotunheim to Asgard, and Thor was exiled, Odin's focus shifted entirely to the lower realms. Seizing this opportunity, Loki entered the treasury, and upon touching the frost box, his skin transformed to the icy blue of the Frost Giants, adorned with unique runes that marked their kind. Witnessing his transformation, Loki felt a tumult of shock and sorrow. He was astonished by the revelation of his true identity and saddened to realize that this was the reason Odin had never intended to pass the throne to him. He, the god of mischief, Loki, was in fact a bastard. He initially intended to confront Odin and demand the truth, but upon encountering Sean in Asgard, he suppressed his emotions upon realizing the presence of an outsider. Odin's recent reprimands only served to heighten Loki's discontent. Upon entering the treasury, Sean immediately recognized a familiar artifact, the gauntlet capable of controlling the Infinity Stones. Acknowledging Sean's acquaintance with the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One, Odin assumed he was aware of the Infinity Stones, and, noticing Sean's gaze fixed upon the gauntlet, candidly stated, "That is a gauntlet designed to wield the Infinity Stones. Though it is merely a mold, I once sought to collect the Infinity Stones to harness their power and unify the 9 realms. However, despite not having gathered them all, I have already become the ruler of the 9 realms, rendering this gauntlet a mere symbolic artifact. This is the crown of the fire giant Surtr, which seals Surtr's soul. This is the eternal flame that never extinguishes. This is the frost giant's treasured ice box." Odin meticulously introduced his collection. Yet it was the eternal flame that piqued Sean's interest. In the empty brazier floated a flame, reminiscent of a rootless weed, defying all logic by refusing to be extinguished. The closer Sean approached, the more he could sense the energy emanating from the eternal flame. Tentatively, he extended his hand, and the flickering flame seemed drawn to him. Leaping up his arm, the immense energy erupted upon contact, causing a commotion that alerted the guardians of the treasury and triggered the defenses set by Odin. In response, Odin swiftly planted his spear into the ground and repelled the incoming guards, fearing that another surge of energy might inadvertently harm them. It appeared as though Sean had established a unique connection with the eternal flame. The floating fire extended a tendril, wrapping around Sean's arm and spreading throughout his body. In Odin's single eye, Sean was continuously absorbing the energy of the eternal flame, while the flame itself diminished at a visible pace. To Sean, the eternal flame resembled an inexhaustible source of energy, manifesting solely in the form of fire. While Odin perceived Sean as absorbing the eternal flame, Sean felt as if the flame was burrowing into his very being. Initially, Sean did indeed absorb the eternal flame, a sensation akin to basking in the sun's energy. However, as his absorption intensified, the energy of the eternal flame surged towards him with an unstoppable force. Fortunately, Sean's physical form was robust, otherwise, the sheer explosion of energy could have easily proven fatal. Following that initial surge, the eternal flame, true to its nature as an unquenchable fire, relentlessly continued to flow toward Sean. Odin, who had assumed Sean was merely absorbing the eternal flame's energy, soon realized that something was amiss. As Sean's temperature continued to soar, his muscles tensed, and his skin began to radiate a crimson glow. The fabric of his garments showed signs of melting. "Stop. If this continues, you will perish," Odin cautioned. Sean heard Odin's voice, but found himself unable to respond. Stop? I damn well want to. Chapter 32. The awkwardness of taking and receiving in the instant of the eternal flame's energy eruption. The dynamic between Sean and the eternal flame shifted, slipping from his control. In that moment, Sean resembled a vast reservoir, while the eternal flame surged towards him like a relentless torrent. Despite the diminishing volume of the eternal flame suspended in the air, the energy it contained felt inexhaustible. Sean's clothing had long since disintegrated, and his body temperature escalated dramatically, becoming intensely scorching, almost terrifying. Cracks began to appear on his skin's surface, threatening to rupture at any moment. Odin realized that if this continued, Sean would inevitably explode from the overwhelming energy. Without hesitation, he raised Gungnir, attempting to sever Sean's connection to the eternal flame. However, in an unexpected turn, the eternal flame, which had always obeyed him, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, forcefully repelling Odin. Observing the anguish etched on Sean's face due to his interference, Odin understood that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Everything now relied on Sean's ability to confront it. Fortunately, it appeared that the eternal flame did not seek Sean's demise. After the recent explosion, it swiftly burrowed into Sean's body, leaving only a feeble flicker in the fire basin, teetering on the brink of extinction. As the eternal flame settled, Sean succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. The energy explosion had prompted the guards stationed outside to notify Queen Frigga of Asgard. When Frigga arrived with Loki and 2 of the 4 warriors of the Elven Palace, Sif and Hogun, Sean had just fallen. What transpired here? How could the eternal flame come to this? Frigga inquired of Odin, observing the diminutive flicker in the fire basin. Loki gazed in disbelief at the fading eternal flame, while Sif and Hogun remained vigilant, watching Sean lying on the ground. Odin conjured garments to cover Sean's body and commanded his subordinates to carry him away to rest. After dismissing the crowd, he recounted the recent events to Frigga and Loki. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a Midgardian withstand the eternal flame? He has reduced it to this state. We must imprison him and impose punishment. Loki exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Do not underestimate anyone, Loki. Among the dwellers of Midgard, there are formidable beings whom even I dare not claim superiority over. One of them is the very individual you have just encountered. Odin's voice carried a hint of weariness. Frigga stepped forward to support him, as the queen. She may not comprehend why Odin showed such kindness towards that Midgardian, yet she would stand by every decision Odin made. Clearly, Loki did not heed Odin's words. He had another matter to seek clarification on. However, upon witnessing Odin's exhausted visage, he hesitated. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. Father. Observing Loki's indecisive demeanor, Odin realized he could no longer conceal the truth from him. This was Odin's treasury, and the events that had transpired therein could hardly remain hidden from Loki. I know what you wish to say. Yes, you are the child of the frost giants. In the past, as Odin recounted the tale, Loki came to grasp the essence of his lineage. His lips turned pale and trembled incessantly. He had believed himself to be a mere mongrel, possessing traits of both frost giants and Asgardians. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered he was a wildling Odin had rescued from Jotunheim, the offspring of Laufey, the leader of the frost giants. Odin explained that he had found Loki abandoned in the temple of the frost giants, left to perish due to his diminutive stature compared to the typical giants. Thus, Odin brought him to Asgard to raise him as his own son. Upon learning of his true heritage, Loki's emotions surged, and he unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Odin, which nearly overwhelmed the already fatigued Allfather, bringing him perilously close to eternal slumber. After dismissing Loki, Odin, with great effort, moved towards the palace where Sean was being housed, supported by Frigga. Sean was in excellent condition. At the moment he collapsed in Odin's treasury, his remarkable regenerative capabilities had already restored his physical form. His fainting spell was merely a consequence of the prior surge of energy from the eternal flame, and he soon regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Sean immediately began to assess his body. He sensed that his physical strength had ascended to a new level. If he were to face Odin's eternal spear now, he felt confident that, while he could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed, he would at least not experience the same heart-stopping sensation as before. Moreover, he felt a vast reservoir of energy coiled within him, akin to a star residing in his being, continuously enhancing his prowess. It seems you have turned misfortune into fortune this time, Odin remarked as he entered the room, settling down with Frigga's assistance to congratulate the awakened Sean. Sensing the changes within him, is this your true visage? Odin quipped, observing Sean's unmasked face. For Odin, it mattered not whether Sean wore a mask. It was simply that Sean had chosen not to remove it until now. Indeed, I apologize for my earlier concealment in the courtyard. I inadvertently forgot my guise. Sean, too, felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that perpetually donning a mask is rather impolite. It seems your prowess has grown significantly. Odin genuinely envies Sean. At his age, he did not possess such formidable strength. Had it been in the past, Odin might have contended with Sean fiercely, yet now, should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be Odin who would falter. With the eternal flame within Sean, which never wanes, he stands nearly invincible, especially as Odin's condition continues to decline. I must express my gratitude. I wonder how the eternal flame in the treasury is faring? Sean turned, sincerely thanking Odin. He initially intended merely to observe, but unexpectedly reaped such substantial benefits. The essence of the eternal flame has now transferred to your being, leaving only a mere remnant in the treasury. However, there is no need for concern. It will rejuvenate, albeit the process may be somewhat protracted. Upon hearing Odin's words, Sean felt an increased sense of awkwardness. Had he not effectively taken something that belonged to another? Yet, Odin desired precisely this outcome. Upon witnessing Sean awaken, Freya immediately grasped Odin's intention to win him over, sensing the power within Sean that could rival Odin at his zenith. Do you recall what I mentioned previously? Odin continued. Sean furrowed his brow slightly. Are you referring to Gungnir? Indeed, Odin paused before elaborating. However, Gungnir possesses its own sentience. Even if I were to gift it to you, you could not fully harness its potential. If you require it, I can forge a weapon tailored to your needs. At this point, Sean found himself quite perplexed. Is Odin truly so accommodating? Having taken his eternal flame, he now offers a weapon. Could this truly be the king of gods who conquered the 9 realms? Noting Sean's silence, Odin understood that Sean was undoubtedly harboring reservations. In truth, my actions stem from a request I wish to entrust to you. Upon hearing this, Sean comprehended the situation. Indeed, one does not encounter such serendipity without a catch. Please, do proceed. Sean gestured for Odin to continue. Chapter 33. All present are worthless. Odin and Sean leisurely traversed the halls of Asgard. As Odin recounted his tale, Sean discerned the nature of Odin's request. Long ago, shortly after my ascension to the throne of the gods, I foresaw that Asgard would soon face the twilight of the gods. In my youth, I was filled with pride and ambition, unwilling to succumb to the so-called prophecies of doom. Thus, I embarked on a quest across the 9 realms, striving to eradicate all perilous elements. Yet, it was precisely this endeavor that led to a facade of tranquility amidst the 9 realms, where tumultuous undercurrents surged. And even Asgard was not exempt. After prolonged battles, although Asgard reached its zenith of power, it could not alter the inevitable arrival of Ragnarok. At that moment, I grasped the profound truth. Regardless of my actions, the twilight of the gods would inevitably come, albeit in varying forms. Odin gently caressed the medieval-style stone railing, observing the valiant warriors of the celestial palace practicing below. Their vigor reminded him of his younger self. My request is no arduous task for you, he acknowledged. I understand that the outcome is predetermined and that the overarching course remains immutable. However, I implore you to assist in ensuring the continuation of the divine lineage. Upon hearing Odin's explanation, Sean began to discern his intent. Even without Odin's entreaty, Asgard would ultimately endure. Odin merely sought to protect his people as much as possible. This truly is not a burden. Should the day arise when I am needed, I will respond. Upon Sean's agreement, Odin's spirits lifted, invigorating him. Asgardians. Odin called to his training subjects below. Once the crowd gathered, he continued, This is Sean Hunter, a formidable warrior from Midgard. Tonight, a banquet will be held in my celestial palace to welcome our distant friends. Asgardians, let your warmth and hospitality shine. As the crowd erupted in cheers, a boisterous voice rang out from within. Your Majesty. Odin turned to see Vostag, one of his son Thor's most devoted followers. During the battle in Jotunheim alongside Thor, only Sif and Hogun among the 4 warriors of the celestial palace remained unscathed. Vostag and another had been afflicted by the frost giant's icy powers. However, for Asgardians, such injuries were trifling, and with proper care, recovery was swift. Indeed, Vostag was already lively on the training grounds. What do you wish to convey, Vostag? Odin regarded these powerful warriors, loyal to Thor, with favor. I do not believe this warrior from Midgard is as formidable as you claim, for we have yet to witness his prowess, Vostag remarked, his expression tinged with skepticism, clearly unconvinced by Odin's portrayal of Sean, partly due to the circumstances surrounding Thor's banishment. Odin furrowed his brow slightly. Vostag's words were tantamount to a challenge to his authority. Yet he understood Vostag's nature well. Among the four warriors, Vostag was the most impulsive. Lacking the cerebral acumen of even his son Thor, he likely had little comprehension of the concept of intellect. Asgard venerates the strong, provided one truly possesses the prowess they claim. Loki, however, belongs to the derided category, for he often triumphs through trickery. Odin pondered for a moment, contemplating that a friendly contest of strength before the feast might be a splendid idea, allowing the people of Asgard to witness the heights of the heavens. He turned to Sean, seeking his thoughts with a glance. Sean shrugged nonchalantly and descended from the terrace into the crowd below. Wostag observed Sean's languorous demeanor with disdain. He dared not leap from the terrace and showed no temper in the face of provocation. So, who shall step forth? Sean uttered no superfluous words, his gaze sweeping across all present, inciting irritation in many with his casual demeanor. Sif and Vandal exchanged glances, deciding to wait and see, believing that Sean, having won Odin's favor, must possess some merit. I shall. Wostag boldly stepped forward, for this contest had been sparked by him. What weapon do you desire? Though Wostag doubted Sean's true abilities, he aimed to be fair. I shall forego weapons. Choose as you wish, Sean replied, displaying a lack of interest. Wostag felt insulted, surprised that Sean could still act so arrogantly at this juncture. Since Sean opted for a weaponless bout, Wostag felt he too would refrain, for as a warrior of Asgard, he held pride. How could he take advantage of one unarmed in a contest? Wostag passed his massive axe to his friend Hogun, and Vandal, noticing this, furrowed his brow in warning. Be cautious. He may be intentionally provoking you to fight unarmed. Wostag laughed heartily, asserting that he could easily subdue Sean with one hand. With Odin's spear lightly striking the ground, producing a resonant clang, the contest commenced. Wostag, sneering at Sean clad in Asgardian garb, charged forward, while Vandal and Sif closely observed, ready to discern Sean's weaknesses. At the moment Wostag's fist, as large as a cauldron, approached Sean, a dull thud resonated, leaving only Sean standing in the arena. Sif, her brow furrowed with determination, scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Wostag. Above, Vandal cautioned. Sif looked skyward, finally spotting a small dark figure growing larger, accompanied by Wostag's anguished cries. As the ground drew nearer, Wostag closed his eyes in despair, thinking it was all over. Surely he would not recover from this for weeks. Just as Wostag was about to strike the ground, Odin employed magic to catch him. Thank you, All-Father, Wostag stammered, shaken, until Vandal prompted him to kneel. He then knelt before Odin, who had saved his life. Subsequently, Vandal drew his sword from his waist and approached Sean, leveling his gaze at him with the blade raised. Please enlighten me. Vandal was far from foolish like Vostag, for Sean had relinquished his greatest advantage by choosing not to wield a weapon. From their recent bout, Vandal had discerned that Sean's speed and strength surpassed theirs, leading him to conclude that his only path to victory lay in skillful weaponry. Just as Vandal prepared to launch his attack, Sean suddenly called for a halt. Vandal assumed he, too, wished to procure a weapon. However, confident in his mastery of swordsmanship, Vandal regarded himself as the foremost swordsman in the 9 realms. After all, even Thor, lacking Mjolnir and relying solely on technique, might struggle to best Vandal. Thus, he graciously offered Sean the choice to select freely. I do not seek a weapon. I merely believe this method is too slow, Sean replied, glancing up at Odin, who observed the unfolding drama with an air of leisure. We Asgardians do not take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. If you require a respite, do not hesitate to voice it. Upon hearing Sean's words, Sif assumed that Sean had exhausted his strength with his previous strike against Vostag. Meanwhile, Vandal performed a flourish with his sword, resting it behind his back, indicating his willingness to wait for Sean to recuperate. What I mean is, this pace is too languid. To all present, who else wishes to join? Let us engage together. Chapter 34. Amuse them. Sean's declaration erupted in the ears of all Asgardians like oil sizzling in a hot pan. Sif glared at Sean, her face aflame with anger. Just moments before, she had been concerned that Sean might be outmatched and had displayed a semblance of Asgardian decorum, only to find Sean so disdainfully dismissive of them. She cast a glance at Odin, who remained unperturbed by Sean's words, prompting her to draw her longsword and stride confidently to stand beside Vandal. With Sif's entry into the fray, the Asgardians erupted like a disturbed hive, one after another taking their place beside Sif and Vandal. Even Vostag, who had just been defeated, and Hogun, who had been spectating, joined the ranks, thus gathering the 4 warriors of the Heavenly Palace. Sean observed the growing assembly before him with a sense of calm. If they were of such caliber, their numbers held little significance for him. Even Thor, wielding Mjolnir, could easily triumph over this throng. Let us treat this as mere exercise. I shall indulge them. As the numbers continued to swell, Vostag could no longer restrain himself. Having just suffered the humiliation of defeat at Sean's hands, he charged forward, brandishing his massive axe and roaring in fury. With Vostag's offensive, the remaining warriors of the Heavenly Palace ceased their waiting. After all, Sean had declared that anyone wishing to join could do so, and they would strike first and speak later. Sean sidestepped the mighty axe of Vostag, delivering a forceful kick that sent the latter's corpulent form sprawling. Immediately following, he faced an assault from Vandal's longsword. However, in Sean's estimation, Vandal's speed was woefully inadequate. Sean swiftly seized Vandal's wrist, applying a slight pressure that caused him to wince in pain, resulting in the longsword slipping from his grasp. With a deft kick, Sean sent the weapon flying, the hilt striking the forehead of the approaching Hogan, who was poised to unleash his morning star. Subsequently, Sean utilized Vandal as a projectile, sending him crashing into a throng of soldiers, rendering Hogan unconscious from the blow, while the Asgardian soldiers that surged forward unwittingly trampled over the fallen. Navigating through a myriad of weapons, Sean evaded attacks with agility. Each strike he delivered felled numerous foes, only to be swiftly surrounded by reinforcements. Sif, wielding her long sword with both hands, remained in constant motion. Although she felt anger towards Sean for his previous remarks, witnessing his formidable prowess left her astounded. Yet, in light of Sean's displayed strength, Sif believed she might still seize an opportunity for a decisive blow. As the number of Asgardian soldiers around Sean dwindled, the bodies strewn across the ground multiplied, most of them merely unconscious, injuries that would soon heal. This showcased Sean's overwhelming superiority, as he managed to strike with precision even amidst a melee. Initially, Sean had intended to employ magic, but observing the warriors of the celestial realm refrain from such tactics, he felt disinclined to do so. Hand-to-hand combat, he had no qualms. As Sean once again thwarted attacks from both sides, Sif, who had been observing, finally intervened. Her speed was commendable. By the time Sean had sent 2 celestial soldiers flying and turned around, Sif stood before him. In a moment of surprise, she witnessed her longsword cleave against Sean's form. Aside from a tear in the Asgardian garments he wore, not a single mark marred his skin. Such physical fortitude. Was he truly a Midgardian? Even the Allfather Odin would not dare to say he could withstand such a strike. Enough. Odin's voice echoed from the terrace, bringing an end to the one-sided contest. His words were imbued with divine power, and as that power surged, all the Asgardians who had collapsed regained consciousness. Upon seeing Odin on the terrace, they felt a profound embarrassment for having tarnished Asgard's honor. There is no need for such shame, Odin proclaimed. Even I would not claim victory over this warrior from Midgard. Yet, remember the indomitable spirit of the Asgardians. Even when faced with insurmountable foes, you must maintain the steadfast resolve and unwavering courage you have shown thus far. That is the essence of Asgard. Asgard, Asgard, Asgard. Sean felt the fervent Asgardians around him, brandishing weapons and shouting, and he glanced up at Odin on the terrace, who was stirring the crowd into a frenzy, giving him a discreet thumbs up. With a wave of Odin's hand, the tumultuous cheers gradually subsided. The contest was not yet concluded. During the evening banquet, we shall entertain our esteemed guests from afar with the finest wine and the most delectable dishes. Asgardians, prepare to showcase your hospitality. Sean silently regarded the group of burly men eager to pour drinks down his throat, alongside the poised goddess. Once again, Odin had led him into a predicament. However, unbeknownst to Odin, Sean was an insatiable bottomless pit. Drink? I could outlast everyone here. Their prowess remains insignificant. At the evening feast, the men of Asgard were intent on challenging Sean once more at the table, while the elegantly dressed ladies were eager to catch a glimpse of this formidable figure. They were inevitably captivated by Sean's handsome visage and the commanding presence he exuded at the table, dreaming of the moment when the men would succeed in getting him intoxicated, allowing them the chance to approach him that night. The banquet stretched on for quite some time, given Odin's advanced age. After witnessing the lively atmosphere and the merriment shared by hosts and guests alike, he took his leave, accompanied by Frigga. The dim-witted Vostag had already seated himself comfortably opposite Sean, and the two were downing copious amounts of Asgardian divine wine from a large barrel, Vostag's considerable belly nearly bursting. When Vostag's head thudded onto the table, the surrounding onlookers erupted in laughter as they lifted him away, joining his disgruntled friend Hogan and the carefree Fandral. Having witnessed Sean's boundless capacity, the Asgardians present grew increasingly in awe of him. Asgard had always celebrated martial prowess, revering strength. And word of the afternoon's contest quickly spread throughout the realm, with all Asgardians aware of their guest, whose might rivaled that of the Allfather Odin. With 2 resounding thuds, Another 2 large barrels of divine wine were placed upon the table, and from behind them emerged a graceful figure, clad in resplendent robes. Sif extended her hand onto the table, seemingly intent on engaging Sean in an arm-wrestling match. The loser must drink. Do you dare? She tapped the barrel, raising an eyebrow as she regarded Sean, her gaze filled with intrigue and challenge. Sean extended his right hand to clasp Sif's, discovering that the warrior goddess's hands bore no calluses as he had anticipated. As Sif began to exert her strength, Sean did not yield, for he understood that this goddess loathed being treated with any semblance of special consideration. Defeated in the contest, Sif raised her foot and placed it upon the chair, her skirt billowing to reveal her long, athletic legs. She remained utterly indifferent to the gazes of the men around her, seizing a barrel of ale and drinking heartily, all the while casting glances at Sean. Witnessing the legendary goddess display such boldness, Sean too rose to embrace another barrel of wine. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a new round of competition commenced. Chapter 35. The Perils of Indulgence. When Sean awoke once more, he found himself resting upon a fragrant, opulent bed. Glancing to his side, he noticed long hair and a delicate shoulder peeking from beneath a lace sheet, prompting him to rub his forehead in disbelief. The divine mead of Asgard was indeed potent, leaving even him in a daze. As he stirred, the woman beside him turned in her slumber, and upon seeing his face, her eyes widened in shock. How could it be Sif? Sean recalled that they had parted ways after an evening of drinking, her swaying figure departing the scene. He had, after besting a throng of brawny men, been surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic Asgardian maidens, clearly heading toward the chambers Odin had arranged for him. Yet, what transpired afterward eluded his memory, shrouded in a haze. Surveying the room, he noted its aromatic allure, though the decor was notably minimalist. The goddess's armor and long sword in the corner confirmed that he was indeed in Sif's quarters. Scratching his head, Sean pondered whether he might soon find himself pursued by a sword-wielding goddess. However, upon examining his attire and the gown draped over Sif, it became evident that he had indulged in untamed revelry the previous night. The perils of indulgence. As Sean cautiously rose from the soft bed, intending to slip away unnoticed, the door to Sif's chamber burst open. Sif, trouble is afoot. Sif. Through the door, he glimpsed the frantic trio of Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg rushing in. And in that moment, he forgot entirely about his magical abilities. Turning back, he found Sif propped up on the bed, clearly awakened by the commotion outside. While he contemplated a plausible excuse to navigate the situation, he was taken aback by Sif's remarkably calm demeanor. I shall be but a moment, she called out to the agitated trio outside, then rose from the bed to begin shedding her gown. Is it customary for Asgardian maidens to be so uninhibited, changing attire without a hint of modesty? Sean's gaze fell upon the goddess's form, sculpted through years of rigorous training, embodying both strength and grace. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Sif's lips curled into a subtle smirk. As Sif donned her armor, Sean was struck by the stark contrast that rendered the goddess before him even more enchanting. Have you had enough? Enough. Then let us depart. Where to? They are still waiting outside. Are we not simply going out like this? Hey, we haven't even discussed it yet. Why did you open the door? Sean attempted to prevent Sif from pushing the chamber door open, but it was too late. What has transpired? Sif inquired bluntly, her gaze fixed on the 3 outside. The god Volstagg, unable to contain himself, was ready to relay the news they had just received upon seeing Sif. But his words faltered as he noticed Sean emerging from her quarters. Vandal and Hogun exchanged glances, clearly perplexed by the situation, and turned their questioning looks towards Sif, whose expression remained composed. I called him to continue our sparring, Sif stated succinctly. Oh, do remember to include me next time, Volstagg replied earnestly with a nod. Now, what exactly has happened? Sif pressed, her brow furrowing. Vandal and Hogun appeared unconvinced by Sif's explanation, yet the immediate concern was paramount. The All-Father has once again fallen into his deep slumber. This time, it is uncertain how long he will remain asleep, Vandal stated gravely. Wow, really? Sean was taken aback at the news. So, who is in charge of Asgard now? He queried, recalling the discussions he had with Odin the previous afternoon regarding weaponry. Loki. Volstagg replied with disdain. Vandal and Hogun's expressions mirrored his, both seemingly convinced that Loki was merely a trickster, and perhaps this latest slumber of the God King was a scheme devised by Loki to seize power. I do not see it as entirely negative, since Loki is in charge. We might compel him to summon Thor back. He should be more amenable than the All-Father, Sif Na Veli suggested. Listening to Sif, Sean felt an urge to laugh. After all, Sif had just managed to send Thor away, and now she wanted Loki, who held the reins of Asgard. To call Thor back to contest his claim to the throne? Only a madman would agree to such a proposition. Before Sean could voice his thoughts, the four of them enthusiastically made their way to the grand hall of the palace. Upon arriving in the opulent chamber, Sean beheld Loki seated upon the throne, reveling in his position, his fingers caressing the armrests with palpable delight. What was it about the throne that captivated him so? Was there some unspeakable mechanism concealed within it? After the group had taken their positions, Sif was about to call out when Loki, interrupted, opened his eyes to regard them. Immediately, the palace guards beside the throne stepped forward, brandishing their spears. Observing the actions of the guards, and then noticing the spear Gungnir, a symbol of Odin's authority. In Loki's grasp, Sif realized that Loki was now the master of Asgard, essentially their king. Her recent behavior amounted to an affront to royal power. Should Loki utter a command, he could immediately impose punishment upon her. The four exchanged reluctant glances before kneeling in deference, at which point the guard stationed beside the throne turned to stand at attention. Their father had once again succumbed to Odin's eternal slumber, and their mother was uncertain if he would awaken this time. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she remained by their father's bedside, unwilling to depart. Now, the affairs of Asgard fell under my purview, Loki announced to them with a visage clouded by grief, rising with a sense of pride to display Odin's Gungnir. As he beheld the followers of his brother kneeling before him, a feeling of satisfaction filled Loki's heart. However, his brow furrowed upon noticing Sean still standing. Despite Sif's urging glances, Sean remained resolute and unmoved. Was it a jest? Even Odin would not dare demand that I kneel before him. What right does one without the prowess to wield Gungnir possess? Perhaps recalling Sean's incredible strength, Loki cleared his throat awkwardly and chose not to dwell on Sean's refusal to bow. My king, since you now govern Asgard, we beseech you to order the end of Thor's exile and summon him back to the realm of the gods. Vandal endeavored to exhibit humility for Thor's sake, though inwardly he longed to unseat Loki from his throne with a single stroke. I regret to inform you, my friends, that my inaugural decree cannot contravene our father's directive. Loki had anticipated their approach and had already prepared his refusal. Vostag attempted to interject, but was promptly interrupted by Loki. Witnessing this exchange, Sif recognized how naive her previous thoughts had been. The four departed the grand hall in a huff. And you, Sean Hunter, guest from Midgard, Loki turned to Sean, his mind racing as he crafted a justification. Given our father's current condition, please forgive Asgard for our inadequate hospitality. I shall arrange for Heimdall to escort you back to Midgard, and once our father awakens, I will personally offer my apologies. Loki's performance was indeed convincing, leaving Sean at a loss for any grounds to refuse. As the four warriors exited the grand hall, they were filled with anger and confusion. What now? Vostag asked, looking to the others for guidance. Vandal and Hogun remained silent, unable to conjure a solution. Perhaps we could seek his assistance, Sif suggested, her meaning implied. Chapter 36. No shame. As Sean exited the grand hall, he was accompanied by guards, whom Loki had aptly termed as an escort. Yet their true purpose was to prevent Sean from causing any trouble. Sean, Sif called out, along with the other three, as they hurried after him towards the Rainbow Bridge fortress. What is the situation? Vandal inquired of the guardian accompanying Sean. The new king had ordered the escort of the brave Sean back to Midgard. The guardian succinctly conveyed Loki's command. Vandal's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he promptly remarked, "You should report back to the new king and inform him that we are escorting the brave Sean to the Rainbow Bridge. It is a fitting moment for farewells." A look of discomfort crossed the guardian's face. What? Do you not trust us anymore? The hot-headed Volstagg expressed his discontent. When Thor was present, these guardians were invariably obedient to them. Very well, the guardian pondered. It is merely a short distance, and Heimdall stands vigil at the fortress of the Rainbow Bridge. These individuals are seasoned veterans of Asgard. There should be no cause for concern. Thus, he set off with a sense of relief. What do you four intend to do? Sean scrutinized them with a playful glint in his eye. The guardian remained oblivious, but Sean noticed that the four were fully armed, clearly harboring ulterior motives. We wish to request your assistance in descending to the realm below to search for Thor, Sif said, her gaze fixed intently on Sean. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but have you considered that Odin has stripped Thor of his divine powers? What purpose would it serve to find him? He is now but a mortal, and with Loki wielding the power of kingship, unless he or Odin commands Thor's return, his coming back would be an act of defiance against royal decree. Are you wishing for his demise? Upon hearing Sean's words, the four were evidently unprepared for such a conclusion. Their sole desire was to retrieve Thor. What shall we do then? Shall we stand idly by and witness Asgard fall into Loki's grasp? Hogun lamented, a hint of frustration in his voice. The most pressing issue before you is Thor's divine power. Once he regains it, even if he returns in defiance of orders, his former stature would enable him to reclaim power from Loki with ease, Sean asserted as he ambled towards the fortress of the Rainbow Bridge. Sif walked alongside him. But Thor's powers were personally taken by the All-Father. How can they be restored? Clearly, you are unaware of the full story, Sean replied, his expression one of incredulity. Do you genuinely believe Odin does not care for his son? When he exiled Thor, he left a means for his return. As long as Thor can once again wield Mjolnir, he shall reclaim his divine powers and return to the realm of the gods. Is that truly the case? Volstagg lifted his head, his face alight with eager anticipation. Ah, do not rejoice too soon. Lifting Mjolnir as a mortal is no simple feat, Sean remarked, recalling a certain captain known for his unpredictable prowess, who not only lifted it, but had also mastered its summons. Thus I say, your quest to find him now is futile, and it would only burden you with the stain of treason. It hardly seems worthwhile. It would be far wiser to remain in Asgard and monitor Loki's every move. Should he engage in any misconduct, it would be far superior to either prevent him or take action later than to descend to Midgard at this moment. Sean earnestly advised within the confines of the Rainbow Bridge Fortress. Heimdall, the newly appointed king, has decreed that we shall escort the esteemed Midgard warrior home. And we shall accompany him as well, Vandal stated, his tone somewhat awkward as he regarded the powerful sentry at the central control panel, whose insight spanned the 9 realms. Feeling a twinge of guilt, they had resolved to take a chance. After all, what if Heimdall, in a moment of folly, allowed them passage? Sean, observing Vandal's lack of conviction, knew their endeavor was futile. As Odin's designated guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, what foolishness could obscure Heimdall's vision? His duty was to prevent any unauthorized descent to Midgard. How could such trivial intentions escape his notice? Furthermore, Heimdall was evidently aware of their clandestine aspirations. Having observed their conversation on the Rainbow Bridge with clarity, I will see the Midgard warriors safely home. As for you, it's best you return and rest, Heimdall remarked, appraising Sif and her companions. Thank you for your assistance, old friend, Sean casually addressed Heimdall. At the sound of Sean's familiar address, Heimdall's lips twitched slightly. Sif and the others gazed at Sean in astonishment. Were you truly unafraid of being cast into some obscure corner? Heimdall, exasperated, raised the sword of the rainbow and inserted it into the control panel. As arcs of electricity flickered, the transport portal above the fortress began to descend, illuminating the starry expanse of the 9 realms behind Heimdall, transforming into a blinding gateway of light. Please proceed. Heimdall's demeanor toward Sean was unexpectedly cordial, causing Sif and her companions to question whether Heimdall had been bewitched or possessed. Heimdall was well aware of Sean's formidable prowess. He had witnessed the confrontation between Odin and Sean in Midgard, as well as everything that transpired after Sean's arrival in Asgard. Summing it up succinctly, he could not prevail. Moreover, Heimdall was acutely aware of Odin's intentions to win Sean over, all for the sake of Asgard. He consoled himself inwardly. Thus, Sean was transported via the Rainbow Bridge to the desolate outskirts of Old Bridge Town. He had left his ring at home, and the attire of the Shadow Knight was no longer at his disposal. Consequently, Sean could only rely on his speed to return. Just minutes after Sean vanished from sight, several black SUVs arrived at the scene, dust-laden and weary. Sitterville, stroking his bald head, alighted from the vehicle, observing the identical markings on the ground that mirrored those discovered elsewhere. They had set out the moment they received the signal, and had also received word from headquarters that the Shadow Knight's latest appearance was in striking proximity to their destination. The headquarters issued a stern order for them to hasten to the scene. Several high-powered vehicles were on the verge of bursting their fuel tanks. Yet, upon their arrival, all they found was this peculiar object on the ground. What on earth is this? Sitterville pondered, instructing to seal off the area and report back to the Bureau, stating that the target had vanished. As he scrutinized the markings on the ground, he directed the agents behind him. Sean, employing a spell of confusion, descended into his home in New York, changing out of his Asgardian attire. After spending such an extended period in Asgard, his phone had drained its battery while left at home. As soon as Sean powered it on, a call came through. If you don't answer, I'll suspect that woman has lured you into some perilous situation, teased Natalie on the other end. Sean casually responded, claiming he was handling an urgent private matter, which only heightened Natalie's suspicions, given the uncanny timing of his disappearance. What's the matter? Do you need something from me? She inquired. Mr. Tony Stark wishes to invite you to his birthday party. Natalie reverted back to her professional tone in an instant. Sean closed his eyes, recalling Tony's outrageous antics at such gatherings. Not interested, I won't be attending. Chapter 37. If you come over here, I'll call for help. Having declined Tony's invitation, Sean thought he would finally enjoy some relaxation. However, that very evening, his phone was inundated with calls from Pepper. Sean, please. You must come and stop Tony. He has lost his mind. He and Rhodey, both clad in their suits, are wreaking havoc in the house. I'm worried they might go too far and cause some danger. Sean sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his burdensome fate. Tony and Rhodey, donned in their iron suits, were battling from the upper floors of Tony's mansion to the lower levels, creating chaos as they exchanged blows, leaving the guests utterly bewildered. After scaring away all the guests, Tony and Rhodey unleashed a volley of repulsor blasts, leaving the mansion utterly transformed. Once the dust settled, Rhodey deemed Tony's reckless behavior at the party unfit for someone who should be Iron Man. Thus, he decided to take one of Tony's prototype suits, intending to present it to the esteemed Air Force. You just let him take it? Sean stepped through a portal, gazing skyward at Rhodey, who soared away in the suit, trailing flames. Then turning back to survey the wreckage and the fallen Iron Man, Tony slumped against the wall. Sean, didn't T.U. say you weren't coming? You're late. The party's over. Tony swayed his head in Sean's direction. I came to witness you two tearing apart your home. I have no interest in that. Pepper sent me to check if you were still alive. Mention of Pepper briefly snapped Tony back to reality, but he dismissed it. Knowing Sean understood his unspoken thoughts, why not tell Pepper the truth? Your behavior will only hurt her, Sean remarked, retrieving a bottle of surviving liquor from the ground, pouring a glass for himself and Tony. Now I am utterly heartbroken and despondent. Perhaps when that day truly arrives, I shall feel somewhat better. Tony gulped down his drink in one go. Observing Tony's despondent demeanor, Sean reminded him once more. Did I not tell you before that you have yet to try all the methods? What precisely are the methods I have not attempted? Do enlighten me, Tony retorted, filled with skepticism. He believed he had exhausted every possible approach, dismissing Sean's notion of new combinations as overly simplistic, suspecting that Sean merely sought to console him. After finishing his drink, Sean's keen hearing caught the report of a certain beauty, along with the frantic voice of someone rushing towards them. Someone will be here shortly to inform you. Quickly, rise and take a shower. There's an unpleasant odor about you. With that, Sean prepared to depart. Wait, you're leaving just like that? I'm on the brink of despair. And you won't stay with me a moment longer? Tony watched as Sean activated a portal to leave. Before departing, Sean returned a call to Pepper, assuring her that Tony was fine, merely having lost a suit of armor to Rhodey. He inquired if she needed assistance retrieving it. Let it be. Pepper replied after a moment's contemplation. Rhodey is also a good friend of Tony's. Given his current state, he wouldn't be able to explain himself upon returning. Let him keep that suit for now. She felt that Tony had indeed overstepped this time, showing no regard for her feelings. Tony, however, did not take a shower. He simply changed his clothes. Upon emerging, he noticed the sofa had been tidied and was now occupied by a familiar figure. If it weren't for those large eyes of yours, I might not have recognized you, Tony quipped. Nick Fury remained silent, fixated on him. What is it? Are you inviting me to join your little superhero team? Tony asked sarcastically. Come here, sit down, Nick commanded. Reluctantly, Tony staggered over and sat beside Nick, as the sofa was the only available seating. Did you not shower? What is that foul odor? What brand of body wash do you use? Share it with me so I can avoid it in the future, Nick retorted, striking back at Tony's earlier jest. Seeing Tony silent, Nick continued, allow me to introduce someone. Agent Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, clad in a sleek black combat suit, approached with a graceful sway of her slender waist. You've been dismissed, Tony exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Natasha. Your word holds no authority here, Natasha replied, a carefree smile gracing her lips. Then, as if recalling something, she asked, did Sean come by today? Were you not the one who notified him? Has he arrived? Tony's head swiveled, as if genuinely in search of Sean. Nick Fury, unwilling to waste further breath, chose to remain silent. You have recently caused quite a stir, appointing your young girlfriend as the CEO of the corporation, and carelessly gifting your iron suit to a friend. What friend did I gift it to? He snatched it away, Tony retorted, struggling to defend himself. Oh, he snatched it? Is that so? What do you see here? Nick Fury pointed to his own head. Black egg? Tony quipped. Nick Fury's gaze sharpened. All right, your head. Correct answer. You just claimed your friend snatched it, did you not? What I possess is certainly not filled with water. Nick Fury observed Tony's unyielding expression. Natasha, what do you say? Natasha, standing leisurely with her hands behind her back on the opposite sofa, replied, according to my understanding, Tony Stark's security system can intercept unauthorized actions. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Tony began to play the fool again. So what? Is it a crime to forget? Can I not gift it to him? What do you want from me? Suddenly, Tony recalled that Sean had mentioned someone would come to inform him shortly. Could it be them? Nick Fury took a deep breath. We do not desire anything. What do you wish to achieve? If you continue this way, you will become a matter I must address. Do you understand? Do you think there are few diverse issues in this world? Do you have any idea how many problems I deal with daily? Oh, esteemed Fury, who is burdened with a myriad of responsibilities, why not leave me be? Tony slouched back on the sofa. Observing Tony's defiant demeanor, Nick Fury signaled Natasha. As Natasha swiftly approached, Tony shouted, Hey, don't come any closer. What do you intend to do? I'll call for help. Unfortunately, lacking his suit, Tony's combat prowess was overwhelmed by Natasha. Feeling an assault on his neck, Tony suddenly felt a weight lift from his chest. What is this? You're not planning to knock me out, are you? Nick Fury disdainfully remarked as he watched the dark marks on Tony's neck gradually fade. This is lithium dioxide. We are here to save you. Who cares about your battered kidneys? Is that so? If you give me 2 more doses, I might just feel fine. Tony began to entertain the notion Sean had proposed. This can only alleviate your symptoms. The ultimate remedy rests upon you. Huh? Tony was bewildered. Wasn't that contrary to what Sean had just said? Did he not claim he could save him? Why was it still up to him? Chapter 38, call it what you will. I've already been here. I have explored every known element and permutation, and none have resolved my dilemma. Tony persisted in his assertion, convinced that these individuals lacked any comprehension of science, merely possessing the ability to chatter aimlessly. I have come to inform you that you have yet to try everything. Nick Fury wore an expression that proclaimed him as your savior, eagerly anticipating Tony's astonishment and admiration. Yet, what did he encounter? Tony Stark merely rolled his eyes at him. What is this expression? Nick furrowed his brows, sensing that Tony's reaction was amiss. Was he not supposed to gaze at him in shock and curiosity? Never mind. What exactly do you wish to convey? Tony chuckled lightly, internally scoffing at the fact that Sean had already articulated that sentiment. His faade had been exposed. Nick Fury scrutinized Tony with his singular eye for a few moments, feeling an inkling that Tony was concealing something. However, Tony was no fool, donning his typical flamboyant demeanor. Coulson, noticing that this lad was impervious to reason, Nick abandoned the futile game of glaring. Coulson approached, accompanied by 2 subordinates carrying a box. What is this? Tony's gaze fell upon the box, recognizing his father Howard's name inscribed upon it. It was undoubtedly a possession of his late father. As I previously mentioned, you have yet to explore everything. However, this riddle must be unraveled by you, for it is a legacy bestowed by your father. Nick Fury glanced at his watch. Aware of being a busy man, he had managed to carve out this brief moment to assist Tony, but now he had to be on his way. Unravel what? You haven't said anything, Tony exclaimed, bewildered, as he watched the dark figure rise to depart. Upon hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury turned back, his singular eye opening wide as he warned, "You'd better not cause any more trouble, kid." With that, he disregarded Tony, who was attempting to cultivate rapport with Coulson, only to receive a stern warning in return. Nick Fury and Natasha exited Tony's opulent abode together. "Are you certain you wish to proceed, sir?" Natasha inquired, contemplating the individual Nick Fury was about to meet, her tone wavering, as if seeking confirmation of their itinerary. "Let us go meet him," Nick Fury replied, his gaze distant. Lost in thought. In New York, Queens, Sean had just returned from a shopping excursion with May. Recently, he had discovered another side of her. Every time he left for a spell and then returned, May would cling to him with fervor. Just moments ago in the mall, Sean felt this was rather inappropriate, especially towards others. He attempted to decline her advances, yet May was resolute in her insistence. Fortunately, Sean had learned magic from Ancient One, otherwise, he would have struggled to mask May's resounding singing voice. With a rosy complexion, May wrapped her arms around Sean's, and as they ascended the stairs, they spotted Natasha standing there. Upon seeing Natasha, May released her hold on Sean, her already flushed cheeks deepening in color. Even her ears began to burn. "Hi, Natalie. You finished work early today?" May awkwardly greeted Natasha, oblivious to her true identity, only aware of Natasha's past involvement with Sean, who had informed her that they had not confirmed their relationship. In contrast to the vibrant and captivating Natasha, May often felt a lack of confidence, especially considering her current association with Sean. Thus, whenever she faced Natasha, May experienced a sensation akin to that of a lover caught in an affair. Yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to it. "Today, I have a day off." Natasha offered May a gentle smile, devoid of any ulterior emotions. But as soon as she turned to glance at Sean, the smile vanished instantaneously. Sean's expression shifted slightly, seemingly due to Natasha, though in truth, It was because he had heard some commotion from within his home. I need to discuss something with you, work-related, Natasha signaled to Sean. Upon hearing Natasha's words, May quickly interjected, then I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your work conversation. She then retrieved her keys, entered the house, and promptly pressed her ear against the door, shifting around to find the optimal position for eavesdropping. Observing May's actions after she entered the house, Sean couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, it seems someone is quite cheerful today, Natasha remarked with a sardonic tone, leaning closer to Sean and playfully wrinkling her nose, resembling a wife suspecting infidelity. Going inside to talk? Sean was well aware of who was currently in his home. He had caught a glimpse earlier. However, he had not anticipated that Nick Fury would come knocking at his door. Simultaneously, he found Natasha's behavior perplexing. Wasn't the black egg strategically revealing itself? What were they preparing for? A self-detonation? Why was she still acting the part of the jealous woman? Was she so dedicated to her role that she wouldn't abandon it until the final moment? When Natasha noticed Sean's silence, she rolled her eyes dramatically and swayed her hips towards Sean's house. Meanwhile, May, upon hearing that the two were entering, was left in a fluster, feeling anxious yet powerless. Sean Hunter. Just as Sean closed the door, the black egg emerged from the shadows by the window. Observing Nick Fury's all-black attire, Sean thought to himself that if Fury were to stand still with his eyes closed and silent, it would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to recognize him. Who are you? How did you enter my home? Is this how bold you've become, Nick? Breaking and entering while playing the role of a self-destructing thief? Are you attempting a direct robbery? Sean assumed a guarded stance, ready to shield Natasha behind him. Come over, Nick Fury said with an air of self-satisfaction. Natasha hesitated for a moment before stepping out from behind Sean and moving to Nick's side, casting a complex gaze back at Sean. Natasha, you know him? Sean inquired, puzzled. Allow me to introduce myself. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I assume you've heard of me. S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson? Indeed, he is my subordinate, as is Natasha. During a previous discussion between Nick Fury and Natasha, Natasha expressed her belief that there was no need to reveal her identity, as she felt that Sean had not yet discovered it. However, Nick Fury, unable to find any evidence linking Sean to the Shadow Knight, decided to test the waters by pretending that Natasha had gathered evidence implicating Sean as the Shadow Knight. Should I address you as Sean Hunter or the Shadow Knight? Nick Fury inquired bluntly, his gaze fixed intently on Sean's expression, searching for any sign of weakness. It's up to you, Sean replied casually while pouring himself a glass of water. I know you won't admit it, Nick Fury said with a smirk, casting a glance at Natasha, seemingly oblivious to Sean's words. He anticipated Sean's denial and was preparing to intensify his approach by presenting Natasha's so-called evidence. Yet, he suddenly realized that Sean had not outright denied anything. What did you just say? Nick Fury questioned, feeling as though he must have misheard. Natasha furrowed her perfectly shaped eyebrows, taken aback by Sean's candid admission. Had she just inadvertently exposed herself? I said you can call me whatever you like, Sean reiterated. Chapter 39. Sorry, I don't watch men wait. Let me process this. Nick Fury felt his seasoned agent's mind faltering. He stared at Sean, bewildered. Aren't you supposed to be denying everything? How could you just admit it like that? What does that make of all my preparations? Am I just unlucky? However, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure. What else do you want to ask? Sean generously invited. Feel free to inquire. I'll answer as best I can. Who exactly are you? Sean Hunter, are you not aware? Sean looked at Nick as if he were a fool. Are you a mutant? Nick frowned. No. Then how did you acquire those abilities? Nick's eyes widened. Inborn. Isn't that essentially being a mutant? Nick rubbed his forehead. I assure you, I am not. Are you an extraterrestrial? Nick clenched his fists. Probably not. Probably. Nick's hand moved to his holster. I was born on Earth, and I believe you should have access to my birth records. Information can be fabricated. Nick recalled that Sean's file indeed contained such a detail. You can rest assured. It's 100% genuine, I guarantee it. So you are trying to tell me that the invulnerable, super strong Shadow Knight is a pure, ordinary human from Earth? Nick Fury spread his hands, staring incredulously at Sean, who was now seated and looking back at him. His eyes were nearly bulging. Do I look like a fool? Right now, a bit. Sean suppressed a laugh at Nick Fury's animated demeanor, managing to hold back his amusement. Nick Fury turned to his trusted agent, Natasha, who once again regained her professional demeanor, her face stern as she regarded Sean opposite her. However, the slight twitch of her lips betrayed her. Let us assume for now that you are an ordinary human. What do you mean by for now? I am one, Nick Fury replied, his frustration evident as he stared at Sean, who had interrupted him. Sean raised his hand, signaling him to continue. Were it not for Sean's cooperation, Nick Fury would have already transformed into a furious Avenger. You saved Tony Stark? Not exactly. Regarding him, I made my position clear during Coulson's inquiries. I did not lie. Yet you concealed your whereabouts for those months. You were not in Afghanistan. How did you know Tony's location? Nick Fury felt that his conversation with Sean not only failed to clarify his doubts, but instead only deepened his confusion. Well, Sean pondered, it seems that Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are not the safest organizations. It is best not to expose the matters concerning the Ancient One and the Supreme Sorcerer to too many people. I can tell you, but only you and Natasha can know. It must not be documented within your agency, Sean stated, looking at Nick Fury. Why? Nick Fury and Natasha inquired almost simultaneously, perplexed as to why Sean, having acknowledged his identity, would impose such a request on this matter. Sean remained silent. All right, I agree. Nick Fury signaled to Natasha, and the two began to search their surroundings, disabling the recording devices. The world is not as simple as it appears. Beyond this realm, Sean succinctly began to enlighten the two about the magical realm. Upon hearing terms such as dimensions, demigods, and infinity stones, Nick Fury felt his head spinning further. So, you located Stark through magic? Minutes later, Nick Fury resumed his inquiry. No, I heard about it. Heard it from whom? Nick Fury was puzzled by Sean's statement, and Natasha wore a similarly bewildered expression. With my ears, I can hear many voices. It is part of my abilities. So it is best not to speak ill of me behind my back, Sean quipped, pointing to his ears. Do you possess any other abilities? Nick Fury sought to ascertain the extent of Sean's powers to better formulate his defensive strategies. He was no naive lamb. Well, Sean discreetly glanced at Natasha, who appeared utterly baffled. Black, he suddenly stated nonsensically. Natasha paused for about 10 seconds before reacting. Close your eyes. She glared at Sean, exasperated. Do you have no sense of dignity? What do you mean? Nick Fury observed as the two began to flirt and indulge in playful banter, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Having just dined, he felt quite satiated. He possessed the ability to see through FA-AIDS. Natasha rolled her eyes at the grinning Sean, realizing why his expressions had occasionally seemed amiss. What color is my outfit? Nick Fury inquired, evidently seeking confirmation. Apologies, but I don't gaze upon men, lest I develop a case of needle eyes. Your leather coat's inner pocket conceals your credentials, revealing your full name to be Nicholas Joseph Fury. Sean remarked with a chuckle after a quick glance. Natasha, unaware of Fury's complete name, gazed at her superior with curiosity, intrigued by this revelation. Not many are privy to that information, Nick Fury mused, now convinced of Sean's genuine ability to see through lies. Then why did you choose to partake in the battle in Upper Manhattan? Nick pressed. I was simply intrigued, eager to witness the prowess of those two individuals, Sean replied, omitting any mention of his intent to retrieve Peter or to thwart their endeavors, not wishing to appear as a superhero like Tony. As for Morocco, it was work-related. Natasha interjected, after all, I am a shareholder and consultant for Stark Industries. Still irked by Sean's recent revelation, she dismissed him. Wait, Natasha suddenly interrupted, her brow furrowing. You said you could hear any sound you wished, and that your vision allows you to see through things? Does that mean you've known my identity all along? Sean had no choice but to concede. You scoundrel. A deceiver. Natasha felt betrayed, realizing that not only had her identity been compromised, but also her emotions. Sean grappled with how to clarify his intentions. Could he honestly say, I knew you were a spy sent to seduce me, yet my feelings for you are genuine? Who would believe such a statement? Nick Fury, having meticulously reviewed all his inquiries directed at Sean, lifted his gaze and continued, Why would you divulge this information to us? Have you not been concealing your identity all along? There is no contradiction. I merely wish to remain discreet, unlike Tony. I prefer to keep a low profile. As I find the surrounding chaos quite tiresome, Sean explained just as his phone rang. Upon seeing Tony's name, he answered on speakerphone. Sean, did you know? There truly exists a new element that I haven't yet experimented with. I didn't expect my father, having passed so many years ago, would still be imparting lessons to me. I believe this new element could save my life. By the way, Natalie is with S.H.I.E.L.D., and they were inquiring about you. I managed to brush them off quite easily. Quite the accomplishment, wouldn't you say? Listening to Tony, Nick Fury's expression darkened further. He resolved to confront Coulson about why Tony was allowed such freedom to wander. Chapter 40. I hold the reins at S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark. How many times have I warned you? You absolute fool. Tony, reveling in his triumph, was abruptly met with Fury's exasperated retort. Sean, what did you just say? I'm running, and the signal here is quite poor. Hello? I'll hang up now. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Sean chuckled and shook his head. Nick Fury felt a mix of exasperation and amusement towards his old comrade's son. However, he was genuinely pleased to learn that Sean had unraveled the riddle left by Howard and managed to save himself. There's another matter. Are you inquiring about New Mexico? As Nick adjusted his posture, Sean instantly understood the nature of his inquiry. The sensation of being seen through was rather unpleasant for Nick, who usually prided himself on his ability to discern others' thoughts. This is nothing we cannot discuss. Are you familiar with Norse mythology? You cannot possibly mean that it is all true. Natasha, having listened to Sean's extensive explanation today, had evidently become much more receptive to such concepts. While not everything could be deemed accurate, at least some of it was. In summary, Sean had narrated tales of the 9 realms, the Allfather Odin, Thor, Loki, and the fallen Mjolnir. After absorbing this information, Nick felt a sharp pang in his trigeminal nerve. The dimensions and demons Sean had previously described were not his immediate concern, as Sean had mentioned that a supreme sorcerer had been responsible for that matter for quite some time. Nevertheless, he mentally noted these issues. Yet now, he was abruptly informed that Norse mythology was indeed real, and from Sean's words, it seemed their Earth was merely one of many territories. Nick thought of a certain blonde heroine still roaming the cosmos, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. He longed to resign and summon her back to take over. Previously, he had dealt with various anomalies and individuals, primarily super soldiers and mutants. Now, after hearing Sean's revelations, he realized just how captivating his world truly was, and he felt an urgent need to expedite the formation of the team he was preparing. I wish to invite you to join SHIELD, Nick Fury said, looking at Sean with genuine sincerity. This invitation had been on his mind since before his arrival. As long as Sean acknowledged the truth of his identity as the Shadow Knight, Nick would extend the offer to join SHIELD. If he could keep Sean under his influence, it would be ideal. If not, he would strive to discover Sean's vulnerabilities. I will not be joining, Sean replied without a moment's hesitation, displaying no interest in the Hydra faction. Nick Fury had anticipated Sean's refusal and refrained from making any threats. Such actions were the folly of the foolish and would only foster animosity in Sean. Mr. Hunter, you must understand that SHIELD is specifically tasked with managing various mysterious individuals and phenomena. Your power is far too formidable for us to simply overlook. So you intend to confine me? Sean raised the empty water cup in his hand, casting a glance that did not meet Nick's eyes, as if to suggest that he regarded Nick as no different from the cup itself. No, certainly not. I am in the process of assembling a small team, one that operates independently from SHIELD, comprising a diverse array of extraordinary individuals. Of course, those endowed with unique abilities will undoubtedly receive special consideration. The members of this team need not operate like agents within the agency. They will only intervene when necessary. Sean understood that Nick Fury was referring to the future Avengers. So, who comprises your team at present? Sean inquired, a playful glint in his eye as he regarded the dark-haired man across from him. For now, there are just 2 agents from the agency, Nick Fury admitted, somewhat awkwardly. Do you truly believe I would join? Sean retorted dismissively, unimpressed by the prospect of being part of such a small crew. If he did join, he would surely be overwhelmed. Nick Fury wanted to say yes, but he could clearly see the mocking smile on Sean's face. All right, let us set that aside for the moment. You possess extraordinary strength, and we cannot simply disregard you, Nick Fury stated, a man who always considered the implications of his words. He had anticipated this scenario well in advance, since you are now a shareholder and consultant at Stark Industries, and Natasha is also employed there. I shall appoint her as your dedicated liaison. Upon hearing this, Natasha exhibited no reaction, indicating that this arrangement had clearly been discussed with her beforehand. Sean had intended to refuse, but after glancing at Natasha, he nodded reluctantly, feeling somewhat exasperated by the beauty's nonchalant demeanor. I hope Mr. Hunter can manage his behavior moving forward. We would prefer not to be at odds with you. While such a warning was necessary, its effectiveness was open to interpretation. Sean was not particularly concerned with Nick Fury's words. As long as they did not harass him or attempt to involve him in human experimentation, he would be content. However, you should be vigilant regarding your own SHIELD operations. Refrain from crossing any boundaries. I am quite easygoing, but that does not imply I lack temper. As Sean's words trailed off, his eyes gradually turned crimson, unleashing twin beams of heat that effortlessly pierced through the empty glass in his hand before abruptly ceasing. Since acquiring the Eternal Flame, Sean had gained a more refined control over his powers. Previously, his heat rays would have melted the entire cup, but now he could flawlessly manipulate the form and intensity of his abilities. Do you still possess that ray ability? Nick Fury observed Sean's cautionary display. Of course. I assure you, S-H-I-E-L-D is under my command now. Nick Fury feigned bravado. Noticing the unassuming F.A.A.D. Nick Fury maintained, Sean replied with a hint of sarcasm. Is that so? Let's hope it remains that way. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, realizing that Sean's comment seemed to mock his earlier bravado, yet he sensed an underlying implication in Sean's words. Was there a hidden agenda within the agency? Or was there something he was unaware of? Then I'll take my leave now. Natasha, this place is in your capable hands. Nick Fury, with an air of confidence, flicked his head, assured of his command over S-H-I-E-L-D. He exited through the door, while May, peering through the peephole, noticed that Sean's room had finally stirred with activity. Her eyes were almost glued to the door, her long lashes pressed against it. Who's this man emerging? Does Sean have such inclinations? Clearing her throat, she mused. Shall we indulge in a drink? Gazing at the radiant Natasha, Sean extended the invitation. However, Natasha shot him a glare, her eyes fixated on the cup in his hand, which had been pierced by the heat ray. Embarrassed, Sean chuckled awkwardly and discarded the cup into the trash. Natasha swayed her hips as she exited, not sparing him a glance. May observed Natasha's expression as she walked out. It hardly seemed indicative of someone who had just finished a rendezvous. Sean's prowess must not be as lacking as she had thought. Each encounter left Natasha utterly enthralled, a thought that made May's legs tremble slightly. Was she perhaps drained after their recent escapade at the mall? Chapter 41. Stark Industries Expo. Shortly after Natasha's departure, Sean's phone rang once more. Hi, Pepper. Sean. I require your assistance. Upon hearing Pepper's words, Sean activated his listening mode, instantly realizing that something had gone awry at the Stark Industries Expo. He had previously advised Tony to deal decisively with Ivan Vanko. Initially planning to teleport directly to the event, he reconsidered and decided to visit Natasha instead. What brings you here? Natasha asked, suppressing an involuntary smile as she opened the door, her expression exuding displeasure. I would love to say I'm here for a different reason, but this isn't the right moment, Sean replied playfully, eliciting a sharp glare from Natasha. She nearly slammed the door in his face, knowing he wouldn't be hurt. As Sean prepared to discuss the Stark Industries situation, Natasha received a notification from S-H-I-E-L-D. After ending the call, she inquired, So, are you planning to assist? After all, I'm a stakeholder and security consultant for Stark Industries. Managing my own affairs seems reasonable, does it not? Sean replied, hands raised in a gesture of innocence. Natasha pondered. If Sean truly intended to go, she could not deter him. Nick Fury had only left her behind to monitor Sean's movements. If he chose not to summon that cosmic enforcer, no one could impede Sean. Nonetheless, Natasha felt a flicker of joy that he had come to inform her directly, her lips twitching as she fought to suppress a smile. Let us go. My car is downstairs. Are you planning to fly over? Natasha was about to mention her car parked downstairs when she recalled that Sean, the Shadow Knight, possessed superpowers that would undoubtedly allow him to arrive much quicker than she could by driving. Shall I take you? Sean said with a smile. Natasha, feeling a hint of pride, tossed her red curls and retorted, How are we getting there? Sean stepped into the familiar room of Natasha and closed the door behind him, unaware that a room at the end of the hallway had a crack open, quietly observing the two of them. Meanwhile, Tony, after receiving a threatening phone call from Ivan Vanko, noticed the announcement on the screen regarding the Stark Industries Expo. As he saw that Justin Hammer would be unveiling Hammer Industries' new army of Iron Soldiers at the expo, he immediately recalled what Ivan had mentioned during their prison conversation. When there is blood in the water, the sharks will come. Justin Hammer was that shark. He had found Ivan, and surely, there was some clandestine deal between them. Concerned for Pepper, who was still at the expo, Tony attempted to call her, but found his efforts futile. In a state of worry, he took the newly synthesized arc reactor and placed it against his chest. At the Stark Industries Expo, Rhodey donned the Iron Man suit equipped with weapons provided by Hammer Industries, officially revealing himself to the world as War Machine. Justin Hammer felt that fortune had finally smiled upon him. Tony Stark's birthday party had ended in scandal, and he had equipped the military with Tony's Iron Man suit, regaining their favor. Now, with Ivan's assistance, he was showcasing Hammer Industries technology at Tony Stark's expo. Life, it seemed, was exceedingly sweet for Justin Hammer as he strutted across the stage, introducing his Iron Legion and Rhodey's War Machine to the thousands of attendees below, envisioning the Department of Defense contracts beckoning him. Just as Justin reveled in his fantasies, Tony arrived in his new elemental armor, and the atmosphere surged to a climax upon his landing. After all, The public still held a greater belief in Iron Man, despite his recent unreliability. "Tony, what are you doing here?" Rhodey exclaimed, surprised by Tony's sudden appearance and fearing he might disrupt the event. "Rhodey, listen to me. Something is amiss. There are civilians down there. I've been sent here, and I don't wish to fight you," Rhodey replied tersely. As Tony waved to the crowd, he explained the situation to Rhodey. When Rhodey learned that Justin Hammer might be collaborating with Ivan Vanko, he paused, astonished. "That guy is still alive?" he remarked, clearly surprised that Tony had not dealt with him. Unbeknownst to Justin Hammer, he remained oblivious to his exposure, continuing to engage with the audience, attempting to link Tony's appearance with his own presentation. "Where is he?" Tony confronted Justin Hammer, who stubbornly replied, Whoa, hold on. What's going on? What are you talking about? What are you here for?" Just as Rhodey was about to interject, he noticed the screen in front of him suddenly began to operate on its own. "Tony, this isn't right." Tony turned to see the Gatling mosquito repellent mounted on Rhodey's suit, swiftly redirecting its aim towards him. "What are you doing?" It's not me. Run, the system has been compromised." As Rhodey's words fell, all the iron soldiers of Hammer Industries on stage raised their weapons, targeting Tony. Tony's reflexes were swift. He understood that whether he dodged left or right, it would ultimately be the audience at the expo who suffered. Thus, he took flight, igniting his thrusters and soaring into the sky. "Let's take this outside," he declared midair. As Tony ascended, the iron soldiers opened fire, including Rhodey's suit, unleashing a torrent of bullets that shattered the ceiling's glass, sending shards raining down. The audience erupted into piercing screams, scattering in panic. With Rhodey's mech also taking to the air, a portion of the iron soldiers followed suit, relentlessly targeting and firing at Tony. Pepper, having sensed something was amiss when Tony appeared in his suit, pulled out her phone and discovered that Tony had called her several times. Concerned for his safety, she urgently notified Sean, and together with Happy, they made their way to the control center, hoping to issue commands to disable the iron soldiers. Sean, accompanied by Natasha, who had donned her black combat attire, flew towards Hammer Industries under the night sky. Natasha gazed curiously at the sights below, although she had flown many times before. This mode of flight was a first for her. Sean wrapped his arms around her waist, and despite the frigid air at such heights, Natasha felt no chill, her excitement prompting her to stretch her arms wide and wave while occasionally glancing back at Sean. Noticing her exuberance, Sean deliberately slowed their descent. Hammer Industries was located in Queens, and he could reach it in the blink of an eye. He merely wished for Natasha to savor the experience. Just as Natasha reveled in her delight like a child, Sean's expression shifted slightly as he turned to the southwest. Having sensed a familiar surge of power, a fleeting flash of thunderous energy. "Perhaps it belongs to some unfortunate soul who cannot lift a hammer," he mused. Chapter 42. I knew you two had something going on. Although they were already flying at a slow pace, Sean and Natasha soon arrived outside Hammer Industries. A quick glance revealed that Ivan Vanko was absent. "It seems he has already departed, but the computer controlling those iron soldiers remains here," Sean remarked. "I shall remain here and see if I can directly utilize the computers at Hammer Industries to disable the Iron Legion. You should assist at the expo," Natasha instructed Sean, her habitual tone evident. It was only after she spoke that she realized Sean was not one of her subordinates at SHIELD. However, Sean paid her no mind and performed a courtly bow, replying, "At your command, fair lady." Observing Sean's playful demeanor, Natasha let out a soft huff and turned to enter Hammer Industries. At that moment, Sean received a call from Tony. Hello? Is that Black Egg still with you?" "Long gone," came the reply. "That is splendid news. I wonder if my security consultant is available. Your boss is currently being pursued by a pack of cold machines led by his friend." Tony's plea for assistance was characteristically unique. "I just dropped Natasha off at Hammer Industries. She will attempt to unlock the controls to shut down the Iron Legion. If you had listened to me and dealt with that Ivan Vanko directly back then, we wouldn't be in this predicament," Sean retorted with irritation. As Tony dodged projectiles fired by iron soldiers behind him, he replied, "Next time for sure. But could you lend a hand first? This swarm is rather bothersome. And I wonder how things are faring at the expo. I will head to the expo. You can manage the flies behind you yourself. Also, did you just mention Natasha? Mind your own business regarding matters between adults. I can only tell you it is quite delightful. Even the foot water is fragrant." Sean, aware of Tony's unrequited affection for Natasha, deliberately provoked him. Glancing at Natasha's impressive combat within Hammer Industries, where the guards were utterly ineffectual, and confirming there was no threat to her, he located the direction of Tony's voice and flew towards it. "I knew you two were involved." Sean hung up amid Tony's jealous outburst. He sped towards the expo, the sky resonating with thunderous sonic booms, and in the next moment, he appeared above the exhibition, observing the Iron Soldiers below, now acting on commands. And the panicked crowd scattering, golden flames enveloped Sean. His attire transformed into that of the former Shadow Knight, though the original black suit now subtly shimmered with dark golden hues, almost imperceptible at a glance. This newfound ability emerged after he absorbed the eternal flame. He realized that, to a certain extent, he too could be considered a deity, with the power of the eternal flame serving as his divine strength. Just as Thor could change his attire with the power of thunder, so too could Sean with his eternal flame. Previously, Sean had been able to use magic to alter his garments, but the intensity of the magic was not substantial enough, prompting him to seek out a suit made of vibranium. Now, clad in the attire conjured by the power of eternal flame, he felt it superior to the previous vibranium suit. Just as the Iron Soldiers below were poised to launch an assault on the entire exposition, in an instant, a void appeared in the chests of all the Iron Soldiers, precisely where their energy cores resided. Within their thoracic cavities, traces of violent disassembly were evident, as if someone had plunged their hand directly into their chests and extracted their energy sources. With the loss of energy, the firearms of the Iron Soldiers, once primed for action, fell silent, their heavy forms crashing to the ground. The fleeing crowd, noticing the peculiar behavior of the Iron Soldiers, paused in their tracks, emboldened to investigate. After dismantling all the reactors, Sean incinerated them into slag with the eternal flame and soared towards the main hall of the exposition. At the operations console in the main hall, Pepper, accompanied by Happy, was preparing to instruct the personnel to shut down the Iron Legion, only to be thwarted by Justin Hammer. "This is all your boyfriend Tony's fault. Why did he come over here when everything was perfectly fine?" Justin Hammer, still floundering, attempted to shift the blame onto Tony. With a thud, Sean descended beside the console, startling Justin, who, upon seeing the cracked ground beneath Sean's feet, immediately resembled a frightened chick, having witnessed Sean's prowess firsthand in Monaco. Pepper, already aware of Sean's new guise, refrained from calling his name upon seeing him dressed as the Shadow Knight, yet her eyes betrayed a look of astonishment, as she too was a witness to the events in Morocco. With the Iron Soldiers in the venue dispatched, Sean paused, tilting his head to listen for 2 seconds before continuing. "It seems to be resolved. He's with Rhodey. I don't know where Ivan Vanko has gone. Should I track him down and eliminate him?" Each word from Sean's calm tone struck Justin Hammer's heart like a hammer blow. "What do you mean, resolved? My Iron Legion that costs so much to create? And what do you mean by tracking down Ivan Vanko to eliminate him? Are you truly so cold-hearted?" Just as Pepper was about to respond, 2 video call boxes appeared on the console screen, displaying the faces of Natasha and Tony. "Tony, I've lifted the restrictions on Rhodey's suit. I've saved your good friend. Now, please reboot his system." "Thank you very much, Agent Romanoff," Tony replied, having been bested by Sean, deliberately teasing Natasha about her concealed identity. Upon hearing Tony's jest, Natasha noticed the video box on the adjacent screen showing Pepper and Sean in the main hall. Thus, she feigned ignorance and inquired with feigned concern, "It seems your new energy board is quite impressive, and your vital signs are normal now. You should be all right, shouldn't you? Thanks to your blessing, I am not dead yet." Tony was completely unaware that it was a trap and unwittingly stepped right into it. "What do you mean you're not dead? Does that imply you were supposed to die?" Pepper rushed to the control panel upon hearing Tony's words, her voice filled with urgency. "Pepper? No. I'm fine now. Don't worry," Tony replied, his heart tightening at the familiar voice. "What on earth is happening? I was going to tell you, but I feared you would worry, and you never gave me the chance to explain," Tony murmured softly, feeling that he might have to grovel later. "What do you mean you were going to tell me? Why didn't you inform me right from the start?" Natasha suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why did it seem like they were displaying their affection? Just as the two were bickering openly, while subtly showing their affection, Natasha noticed several Iron Soldiers advancing on the screen and immediately called out a warning. Pepper turned to Sean, hoping he would assist, and Sean nodded before flying over to Tony's side. While Tony and the newly awakened Rhodey were still arguing over their positions, the remaining Iron Soldiers swiftly closed in on their area. As they looked around at the encircling Iron Soldiers, Tony and Rhodey finally realized they had squandered too much time. "Need any help?" Chapter 43. Let my ex-wife give him a blast surrounded by Iron Soldiers. Tony felt a surge of confidence upon hearing a voice from the sky. "Wait a minute. Wait for what?" Rhodey asked, bewildered, as he watched the Iron Soldiers tighten their encirclement, their intimidating presence making even this seasoned soldier feel uneasy. "Rhodey, get down." At Tony's shout, Rhodey trusted him and crouched down. Tony raised his arms, and 2 small devices sprang forth from his suit. Just as the Iron Soldiers launched their attack, Tony extended his arms toward them. unleashing two slender red lasers that sliced mercilessly through the iron soldiers and everything in their path with the precision of a blade. Wow, that's impressive. Rhodey, lifting his head to witness the battlefield split in two, couldn't he help but admire Tony's knack for creating extraordinary weapons. As Tony removed the devices from his arms, he looked proudly at Sean, who was gently descending. This technique was inspired by Sean, effective though it could only be used once. After Sean landed, a smile graced his lips as he observed Tony. Quite interesting, though it's a pity it lacks durability. Tony sensed something amiss in Sean's words. Just as he was about to retort, a distinctly unusual iron soldier approached, and as its visor lifted, Ivan Vanko's aged face was revealed. Tony, with a hint of bravado, initially intended to launch biting taunts at Ivan Vanko. However, his demeanor faltered upon spotting the striking black silhouette on the battlefield, momentarily rendering him speechless. Today, no matter who it is, your demise is inevitable, Ivan Vanko declared, flinging his arms wide as two energy-laden whips extended forth. Empowered by the meticulously crafted steel armor that adorned him, he felt a surge of confidence envelop him. Allow me to handle this. Rhodes lamented his missed opportunity to engage in the recent skirmish, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Now, fate had presented him with a foe who appeared markedly different from the previous lackluster adversaries. Defeating this one would grant him ample bragging rights before Tony. Perceiving his friend's newfound confidence, Tony surmised that the military had equipped Rhodes with some extraordinary weaponry. He gestured for Rhodes to proceed. As he stepped forward, the operating system activated, unveiling a finely crafted small cannon nestled within the left shoulder of his armor. Watch as I dispatch this foe with my ex-wife, Rhodes proclaimed with misplaced bravado. What did he just say? Tony was taken aback, his disbelief evident as he turned to Sean for confirmation. Sean, equally astonished, pondered why Justin Hammer's name had become so trivialized. Could he not choose a more dignified term? The ignition sequence commenced slowly, and Rhodes' cannon prepared to unleash its payload. He mused, once that adversary is obliterated, you too will comprehend just how formidable my ex-wife truly is. Whoosh! The diminutive missile, trailing a fiery plume, hurtled toward Ivan Vanko. In stark contrast to the fear one would expect, Ivan remained unflinching, standing resolutely as the missile approached. In fact, he boldly puffed out his chest in anticipation of the impact. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated as the missile made contact with Ivan's armor. In an instant, it lost all momentum, akin to a soft nail, and plummeted to the ground, landing squarely in a puddle. Uft! The missile's fiery trail was instantly extinguished by the water, rendering it inert. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the puddle containing Rhodes' ex-wife. What did I just witness? Embarrassed, Rhodes mentally cursed Justin Hammer's female relatives. Is that contraption from Hammer Industries? Tony inquired, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Rhodes replied, realizing the implication. No wonder. Allow me to take over. Tony nodded in understanding. Hammer's creations were as impotent as the man himself. Tony's armor swiftly activated, targeting Ivan Vanko's head and vital organs displayed on the screen before him. Regrettably, the cluster of small explosives he launched lacked sufficient power. Shielded by his armor, Ivan remained unscathed. Rod felt it imperative to redeem the recently embarrassing situation, raising his hands along with the Gatling mosquito repellent behind him, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko reveled in the sensation of the fierce projectiles ricocheting off his armored suit, and with a flourish, he swung the energy-laden whip in his hand, severing Rod's Gatling gun with a single stroke. Another swift lash ensnared Tony, who was attempting to take flight, and sent him crashing against a nearby rock. Are you really just going to stand there and watch? Tony shot a glare at Sean, who remained motionless like an aristocrat. Didn't you tell me to wait? Are we still waiting now? Sean tilted his head, seemingly unfazed by Ivan Vanko's impressive display of power. Crack! As Tony once again found himself ensnared by Ivan Vanko's whip, he noticed Rod in a similar predicament and shouted urgently, If we keep waiting, we'll be done for. Understood. Just as Sean's words fell from his lips, Tony felt the constricting whip lose its explosive energy, and Ivan Vanko's suit came to a halt, collapsing straight down. Regaining his senses, Rod gazed in astonishment at the gaping hole in Ivan Vanko's chest, turning to Sean with surprise, believing Sean possessed a weapon akin to Tony's recently deployed laser. Heh, you still lost. Ivan Vanko, his mouth oozing blood, struggled to utter his final words, his gaping, bloodied mouth mockingly fixed upon Tony. Beep, beep. Beep echoed from the iron soldiers that Tony had just dismembered, each emitting a mechanical countdown. Both Tony and Rod realized this was likely Ivan Vanko's last resort, prompting all the iron soldiers to self-destruct. Sean swayed slightly, and as the eternal flame ignited in his hand, the energy sources of all the Iron Soldiers, which he had dismantled in an instant, were reduced to ash. I destroyed the energy sources of all the Iron Soldiers before coming here. Your trump card is gone. Just die already, stop holding on. Seeing Sean so effortlessly nullify his final attack, Ivan Vanko begrudgingly took his last breath. Pepper is still waiting for you. You'd better think of how to explain your near demise to her. With that remark provoking Ivan Vanko's demise, Sean finally turned his attention back to Tony. Tony, having just sighed in relief, was met with Sean's reminder, and he responded with a look of distress. Can you accompany me? Huh. Sean unleashed a gust of wind as he took flight. Tony then turned to his good friend Rod. With a fawning expression, you're still wearing my suit. With a click, Rod's helmet sealed shut. Chapter 44. To endure the test, the events of the expo had temporarily come to a close, with Pepper and the hastily arriving New York Police Department attending to the aftermath. Justin Hammer, handcuffed by several officers, glared menacingly at Pepper. Do you think this will bring me down? Eliminate your competition? We shall soon meet again. Having just organized the evacuation, George Stacy approached and delivered a sharp elbow to Justin Hammer, who continued to hurl insults at Pepper. It is you wretched scoundrel, who has caused such a commotion, depriving me of the chance to be at home with my beloved little one. He commanded his subordinates to escort the contorted Justin Hammer into the vehicle, then turned to Pepper. Miss Potts, the evacuation is underway, and the injured have been arranged for medical assistance. Would you like to be escorted away first? Let me wait until the evacuation is complete, she responded. At that moment, Tony was still hesitating as he flew towards them. Sean had soared to the exterior of Hammer Industries, which was now surrounded by the New York police. Natasha stood at the entrance, coordinating with the officers. Upon seeing Sean approach so brazenly, a throng of officers raised their weapons in his direction. Natasha was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to inform the police that Sean was with her. Many officers recognized Sean as the Shadow Knight and contemplated whether to pull out their phones for a photograph. Are you attempting to conceal your identity? Or do you wish to announce it to the world? Upon hearing Natasha's words, Sean raised his hand and touched the mask on his face. Natasha rolled her eyes. She couldn't deny that Sean's mask was indeed perplexing. Though its edges were irregular, it covered nearly his entire face. Had she not known his identity, she certainly wouldn't have recognized him. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Natasha finished her communication with the police, her phone rang again. Coulson, why are you calling me? Aren't you in New Mexico? The call was from Phil Coulson, who had been assigned by Nick Fury to guard Tony Stark's residence for a few days before being dispatched to handle matters in New Mexico. After Nick Fury learned the truth about the events occurring in New Mexico from Sean, he upgraded Coulson's clearance, considering that the affairs involved legendary figures. According to Sean, the powers of those gods should not be underestimated. Sean watched as Natasha continued her conversation with Coulson, recalling the fleeting sensation of thunderous power he had experienced while flying with her. Coulson wishes to speak with you. Is that acceptable? Natasha held the phone, her expression tinged with a hint of pleading, aware that if Sean were reluctant, no one could compel him. Sean nodded. After all, the matters of Asgard would eventually come to light, so it mattered little whether he spoke or not. He took the phone from Natasha, and as Coulson recounted the events, he began to grasp the situation's context. Previously, after Sean had been transported to Asgard by Odin via the Rainbow Bridge, Agent Sitwell had sealed off the landing site of Mjolnir. Nevertheless, the news of a mysterious hammer that no one could lift had still reached the town of Old Bridge. Jane Foster and Eric Selvig discovered that Thor had once been at the very heart of the storm. Jane Foster believed that Thor must possess knowledge about that tempest, so she sought out Thor, who had managed to escape from the hospital to which they had taken him. During their conversation, Thor overheard the townsfolk discussing the hammer that lay in the desert, instantly recognizing it as his beloved Mjolnir. Thus, Thor resolved to reclaim his power. Concurrently, Coulson was dispatched to New Mexico to address the situation, accompanied by a unique eagle. Upon his arrival, Coulson utilized DS resources to uncover Jane Foster's research, unabashedly seizing all her findings. This left Jane with no alternative but to rely on Thor to uncover the truths surrounding the storm, prompting her to drive Thor towards Mjolnir. Upon reaching the quarantine zone, Mjolnir seemed to sense Thor's proximity, its power influencing the local weather. Following an intense and physical confrontation, Thor persevered through numerous trials and finally stood before Mjolnir. At this juncture, Coulson had already received information from Nick Fury regarding what Sean had disclosed, leading him to allow Thor to proceed. Curious to ascertain whether Thor was indeed the fabled Norse god of thunder. Ultimately, Thor found himself disheartened, kneeling in the mud, bellowing at the heavens in despair. He could not lift the hammer. Subsequently, Thor was placed in solitary confinement. It was during this time that Coulson contacted Natasha, wishing to discuss Thor's predicament with Sean. So, was this indeed the Norse god of thunder, Thor? Holding the phone, Coulson observed the isolated Thor in the monitoring room while inquiring about Sean's insights. If you are referring to a simple-minded, brawny man with flowing golden locks, then yes, Sean replied, sensing an energy akin to the Bifrost emerging from the southwest. Is it Loki's doing? Is he attempting to descend to retrieve Thor? Unfortunately, Sean's speculation was only half correct. Loki did project himself before Thor to deceive him into believing their dear father Odin had perished. However, it was not Loki who descended through the Bifrost, but rather 4 impatient warriors from the realm of Asgard, just as Loki was preparing to ensure Thor's eternal banishment from the divine realm. He sensed the energy flow indicating the activation of the Bifrost. In Asgard, Loki received reports from the palace guards, learning of Sif and her companion's unauthorized descent to Midgard. Blast it, he exclaimed, realizing that having just deceived his brother, their encounter could potentially unravel his ruse. Grasping Gungnir tightly, Loki made a resolute decision and turned towards Odin's vault. Thor, watching Loki vanish immediately after his words, mistakenly attributed it to Loki's grief over their father's death, believing it to be the reason for his brother's reluctance to engage with him further. I must take my leave. It appears that new circumstances have arisen. At this moment, Coulson has also received reports from his subordinates, indicating that an extraordinarily powerful energy signature has manifested in their vicinity. What is it? Natasha inquired curiously as she returned the phone to Sean. I'm not sure. Perhaps a confrontation is imminent over there, Sean replied with a shrug, wrapping his arms around Natasha's slender waist, preparing to fly her home. Feeling the warmth of Sean's embrace, Natasha gently leaned against his chest, raising her head to look at him, her lips poised to speak, yet hesitating. Just say it, Sean encouraged. Could you go and check? I worry that Coulson might struggle with the situation, and I have a friend with him who is also there. Oh, a friend? Is it a male or female? Sean feigned ignorance, fully aware that Natasha was likely referring to Hawkeye. Natasha playfully tapped Sean's broad chest before wrapping her arms around his waist, causing her soft curves to compress against him. As she stood on her tiptoes, she gently rubbed against his chest. It seems something has arisen, she teased, her voice dripping with allure. When you finish handling matters over there, I remember you mentioned wanting to. Feeling her breath against his ear and the warmth of her presence, Sean could only think, that kind of test is one I can certainly withstand. Chapter 45. Come and go as you please. Little bald-headed Sitwell stared at the peculiar intruders displayed on the surveillance screen, bewildered as he rubbed his bald head. When did S-H-I-E-L-D become so inept? Is anyone allowed to come in and cause a ruckus? Did these individuals just escape from some theater? Yet, recalling the fragments of information Coulson had casually disclosed to him during their work handover, mentioning Norse mythology, Mjolnir, and Thor, he initially thought Coulson was merely an enthusiast of hidden mythologies. Now, reflecting on those words and observing the bizarrely dressed intruders, coupled with his knowledge of some past clandestine organizational affairs, he began to connect the dots. He suspected that the identities of these 2 groups of intruders might be rather startling. Should I report this to the higher-ups? Sitwell surreptitiously glanced at Coulson, who was frowning in concentration, ultimately deciding against it, trusting that Coulson would report accurately and that the higher-ups would be informed in due course. Meanwhile, the isolated Thor heard the commotion outside. He remained unaware that the unfolding conflict was related to him until he heard the booming voice of Volstagg calling out, "Thor, where are you?" Upon realizing that Sif and the others had come searching for him, he recalled Loki's earlier words about Odin's death and his own banishment. A wave of emotion surged through him, feeling that Sif and the others must have defied orders to come find him. Thor, run. What on earth? Thor questioned, doubting his hearing. Why was Volstagg shouting for them to run? The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D felt utterly humiliated today. First, they were interrupted by a brawny blonde man who had unexpectedly invaded their secured area, and now they were confronted by 4 performers. They feared that this mission would lead to potential demotions and pay cuts. It was infuriating to encounter such misfortune while merely doing their job. Coulson also overheard the man in ancient armor, brandishing a massive axe, calling out Thor's name. He realized that they must be acquainted with the individual rumored to be the god of thunder. However, as a S-H-I-E-L-D agent, he could not simply allow these individuals to roam freely. After all, this was not a public restroom. Just as Coulson was mulling over this, a sonic boom erupted. and a figure descended like a meteor, crashing into the battlefield where the four warriors and the agents were engaged in combat, sending everyone sprawling to the ground. Having previously interacted with Sean in Asgard, Sif and her companions were aware that Midgard also harbored formidable individuals. Moreover, they were not inclined to indiscriminately kill, so they primarily focused on incapacitating the agents rather than causing severe harm. Vostag found himself tackled by several agents multiple times, only to extricate himself through sheer brute force. He, along with Hogun and Fandral, exercised restraint, relying on their extensive combat experience to counter their foes. However, even the strongest could not withstand a pack of wolves. As the number of S-H-I-E-L-D agents increased, a palpable sense of threat loomed overhead. Just as Sif was about to instruct her companions to cease holding back, Sean arrived. Everyone, stand down. All present, including those on the ground, turned their attention to the man whose voice was steady and unyielding. Sean slightly raised his right eyebrow, glancing at the eagle hovering above, having been locked onto by Hawkeye the moment the turbulence from his landing subsided. He recalled the soft sensation from earlier and the struggle of the little grape nestled in the crevice. For Natasha's sake, he chose not to hold a grudge. Sif emitted a soft, uncertain sound. She had never seen Sean in this attire, yet his silhouette and voice felt eerily familiar. Imbued with a hint of that brutal power she recognized, Sean gazed at the goddess, winking at her while placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Upon receiving Sean's flirtatious glance, Sif confirmed his identity. Before she could express her delight, she noticed his gesture and then his masked face. She surmised that he likely wished to conceal his identity. Though puzzled by his reasoning, she complied without question. Vostag, the most reckless among them, stood up and, misinterpreting Sean's gesture as a provocation, prepared to speak out, only to be restrained by Sif. Fandral and Hogun exchanged bewildered glances, while Sif shook her head, signaling for them to refrain from any rash actions. The agents present gradually rose to their feet, warily observing Sean, the unexpected newcomer. They were all aware of Sean's illustrious exploits in Upper Manhattan, and the Bureau had recently issued a directive, should they encounter the Shadow Knight during a mission. Hostility was strictly forbidden, with the allowance to abandon the mission under exceptional circumstances. What brings you here? Coulson hastily approached, eyeing the man who had subdued everyone. A beautiful woman sought my assistance. I had no choice, Sean replied, holding Coulson in moderate regard. Coulson remained uncertain about Sean's allegiance, having been cautioned by Nick Fury to exercise vigilance. Who are you? Why have you intruded? Coulson directed his gaze towards the four warriors from Asgard. I am Volstagg, the Lion of Asgard. We seek Thor for a matter of great importance. Volstagg proclaimed with great bravado. Although Coulson suspected these figures were likely the mythological characters Sean had mentioned, he couldn't suppress a look of incredulity directed towards Sean, as if questioning his sanity. Shall we dismiss the others? I can speak with them, Sean suggested to Coulson. That would be acceptable, but Agent Barton and I must remain present. Coulson recalled Fury's instructions regarding Sean. Sean shrugged indifferently. Following Coulson's command, the assembled agents dispersed in an orderly manner, leaving only Sean, Coulson, Sif, and the still-drawn bow of Agent Barton hovering above. Sean, Sif confirmed with a hint of uncertainty. It is I, he affirmed. The shock on the faces of Vandal and Hogun was palpable upon hearing Sean's acknowledgement, while Volstagg looked utterly bewildered. Sif's anxious heart finally eased. She felt that even if Thor had not regained his powers, with Sean present, there should be no significant issues. Why did you come down? Did I not instruct you to remain in Asgard and refrain from rash actions? Sean continued to inquire. It was Vandal and Volstagg who urged us to descend. They admitted awkwardly, knowing it was their impatience that had prompted Sif and Hogun's actions. This is not the time for such discussions. Loki has dispatched pursuers. Sif maintained her composure. Chapter 46. The Destroyer. Sometime earlier, in Asgard, Loki awoke on his throne, having just projected himself to Midgard to manipulate his foolish brother, Thor, a task at which he excelled, having deceived Thor since childhood. To his astonishment, he sensed the energy of the Bifrost. How dare anyone descend to Midgard without his command? This was intolerable. Did they not regard him, the new king of Asgard, with respect? Shortly thereafter, he received a report from the Asgardian guards that the unauthorized descent was perpetrated by his brother's 4 loyal followers. This matter, devoid of the need for the Guardian's report, was already foreseen by Loki. Apart from the 4 of them, none possessed the audacity or the intent to engage in such affairs. Loki pondered that his recent ruse against Thor might soon be uncovered, especially considering his fraught relationship with the gatekeeper, Heimdall. Should Sif and her companions make contact with Thor and unveil his deceit, aided by Heimdall, they could easily return to the realm of the gods. At that juncture, would he be compelled to relinquish his claim to the throne? No. Firmly gripping Gungnir, Loki strode purposefully towards Odin's treasury. Upon opening the vault, he gently touched the ground with Gungnir, and an imposing figure, imbued with an aura of destruction, materialized before him. This was the destroyer armor, forged by Odin himself. Capable of both being worn and controlled by divine will, possessing power rivaling that of Odin. With Odin ensnared in a deep slumber, it was only through Gungnir that Loki could exert his royal dominion over it. While he could not unleash the full might of the destroyer, it would suffice to confront a powerless Thor and 4 valiant warriors from the celestial realm. Contemplating the gatekeeper Heimdall, Loki's gaze shifted to the frost box. That insufferable Heimdall had dared to defy the will of great King Loki by allowing Sif and her companions to descend to Midgard. Since you have provided me the justification, I shall not hold back. You shall taste the bitter fruit of betrayal. With this thought, Loki seized the frost box and, with a flourish of his cloak, hastened towards the fortress of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, can you elucidate why the Guardian reported unauthorized usage of the Rainbow Bridge to descend to Midgard? Loki confronted Heimdall with an imperious demeanor, embodying the essence of kingship. I was not present. I am unaware, Heimdall replied, as if he were not the sentinel of the Rainbow Bridge. This response caught Loki off guard. After millennia of guarding the Rainbow Bridge without incident, how fortuitous that a problem arose precisely when he was absent. Do you truly believe your own words? Huh. The esteemed gatekeeper of the divine realm, colluding with traitors, disrespecting the king's command, and abandoning his post. Loki began by pronouncing Heimdall's transgressions with a fierce voice. Then feigned regret. I had initially intended to grant you an opportunity to assist me in annihilating Jotunheim, thereby ensuring your name would be immortalized alongside mine in the annals of Asgard. It seems even your eyes, reputed to perceive across the 9 realms, have failed to witness this splendid moment. Heimdall's gaze flickered momentarily. To obliterate Jotunheim? Only the Rainbow Bridge, which he guarded, possessed the power to annihilate a realm. Loki was plotting against it. This could not be allowed. He must intervene. Now, as the king of Asgard, I hereby officially relieve you of your duties as gatekeeper. You are no longer a member of Asgard. With Loki's declaration, Heimdall's realization dawned. In that case, I am no longer bound to obey you. The Sword of Rainbow was swiftly brandished, for Heimdall's prowess was among the most formidable in Asgard. Loki understood that Heimdall would undoubtedly resist, with his own strength. He could not possibly contend with such a powerful guardian. Thus, he had procured the Frost Giant's treasured icebound chest. A chilling aura surged forth incessantly from the chest, suspended between Loki's hands, encasing Heimdall's divine form in ice at an astonishing speed. When the Sword of Rainbow finally came to a halt, it was but a finger's breadth from Loki's head. Loki cast a contemptuous glance at the frozen Heimdall, though internally he was in a state of panic. By the gods, he had nearly miscalculated. Had it not been for the icebound chest, he would have been ruthlessly vanquished by Heimdall. Once Heimdall was dealt with, Loki stowed the chest away and made his way directly to the control platform of the Rainbow Bridge. Following the coordinates from the last activation, he dispatched the destroyer forthwith. At that moment, Sif and her companions had just sensed the location of Mjolnir. Halfway through their journey, they discovered that the point of the Rainbow Bridge had reopened behind them. After fruitlessly calling for Heimdall, Sif realized that the approaching figures were likely sent by Loki. Her expression grew grave, prompting her and Fandral to quicken their pace towards the S-H-I-E-L-D encampment. Upon hearing Sif's explanation, Sean grasped the unfolding situation. Are you suggesting that the pursuers from your so-called realm of gods are about to arrive? Coulson inquired, regarding Sif and her companions. Midgardian, mind your demeanor. The realm of gods is not to be so easily insulted. Fandral cautioned, reacting to Coulson's tone. My apologies, I merely sought to clarify the current circumstances. The ever-accommodating Coulson responded. As their conversation unfolded, Sean had already heard the impending approach of the destroyer. Loki had commanded the destroyer to eliminate his beloved brother. Thus it was now soaring towards Thor's location upon descending into Midgard. Coulson, you ought to evacuate this area immediately. What approaches is beyond the capacity of your agents to confront, Sean advised. Upon receiving Sean's warning, Coulson gestured for those in the vicinity to retreat. Hawkeye, suspended in midair, swiftly descended to prepare for their escape. There's another individual. Ensure you take her as well, Sean directed Coulson, pointing to a mound of earth. Jane Foster, concealed behind the mound, promptly retracted her head at Sean's gesture. Very well. Although Coulson cast a puzzled glance towards the direction Sean indicated, he nonetheless followed Hawkeye towards Jane Foster's hiding place. Bang! As Coulson retreated, He glanced back at the object that resembled a Stark-designed iron suit, feeling it must be just as extravagant. Thus, he remained behind the mound of earth alongside Barton and Jane Foster, who was reluctant to leave, quietly observing the grand battle unfold. The destroyer. How could this be? Vostag was utterly bewildered by the sight of this humanoid weapon descending from the heavens. Sif. After Coulson commanded the retreat, Thor, who had been imprisoned, found himself unguarded. Upon his escape, he witnessed Sif and the others confronting the destroyer. How could this happen? Why send the destroyer? Haven T committed a capital offense. How could Loki act in such a manner? Thor's expression was one of disbelief. Thor. Before Sif and her companions could utter a word to him, the destroyer's mask retracted, and a laser beam shot forth from its visage, aimed directly at the newly emerged Thor. Chapter 47. The Slumbering Odin. The instant Thor perceived the destroyer turning towards him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Sure enough, the destroyer unleashed its annihilation beam. Is Loki trying to kill me? Why? As part of the truce with Jotunheim, I have been permanently exiled. Haven Ti? Thor could not fathom why Loki, who had just moments ago shared a bond of brotherhood, would now send the destroyer to execute him. The annihilation beam emitted by the destroyer could obliterate all matter in its path, and when Sif and the others saw it targeted at Thor, they realized the gravity of the situation. With Thor's mortal form, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Unfortunately, the destroyer's speed was too great. Sif and Vandal did not have time to rush over to protect Thor. Witnessing Thor's stunned expression, as if paralyzed by fear, Sif and Vandal shouted his name desperately. The annihilation beam struck Sean's chest, and the garments transformed by the eternal flame's divine power began to glow with a golden red light in response to the external force. In that moment, Sean illuminated the entire area like a brilliant beacon. Through the perspective of the destroyer, Loki began to sweat coldly as he observed Sean braving the annihilation beam, inching closer. Is this even human? Not even the mightiest Thor in his prime could claim to withstand the destroyer's annihilation beam unscathed. Sean delivered a mighty punch, and in an instant, Loki felt he had lost the destroyer's perspective. As he beheld the scattered remnants of the destroyer's armor, Thor felt as though he had yet to awaken from a dream. What eternal exile, what brotherly bond. Now, even his father's most formidable weapon had been dismantled. Sif and her companions were equally incredulous, having never witnessed anyone survive under the destroyer's hand. In truth, they had misjudged the situation. The destroyer had always been controlled by Odin. As the king of the gods, it was Odin's divine power that enabled the destroyer to unleash its full potential. The destruction's power is merely an extension of Loki's divinity. Although it can be wielded, it pales in comparison to the might of the destruction under Odin's command. Just moments ago, Sean's punch, seemingly a mere physical strike, was imbued with the essence of eternal fire, shattering the divine energy Loki had bestowed upon the destruction. Thus, the scene of the destruction crumbling under Sean's blow unfolded. Have we not witnessed something akin to this before? Thor, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at Sean's attire, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he scratched his head. This is Sean Hunter, the valiant champion of Midgard, a guest whom King Odin himself would personally receive. Sif and Vandal introducing him as they approached. Thor embraced his friends warmly, while Sif cast a sidelong glance at Sean, choosing not to join the group of men. Upon hearing Vandal mention Odin, Thor's face clouded with sorrow. Hey, cheer up, Thor, we are still waiting to bring you back to the realm of the gods. Vostag assumed Thor was still mired in the depths of his exile. Thor, thinking his friends sought to advocate for him, spoke up. Listen, my friends. It brings me great joy to see you once more, but you truly should not have defied orders to come find me. My father perished for my sake, and my sentence of eternal exile is but a fitting punishment. Wait, Sif interrupted Thor. Who told you that the Allfather is dead? Loki. He projected himself before me not long ago to announce my father's demise, and to cease hostilities with Jotunheim. He was compelled to accept their demand for my permanent banishment. Thor recounted Loki's words faithfully. That deceiver. Vostag seethed at the revelation, for he despised Loki's cunning schemes. The Allfather is not dead, nor have you been permanently exiled. At Sif's words, Thor finally grasped that Loki was behind the machinations. As Thor and his companions conversed, Sean sensed a disturbance from the fragmented armor of the destruction on the ground. Initially, the scattered pieces, drawn together by the inherent power of the destruction, began to reassemble. Then, Sean felt the presence of an old friend. Lowering himself to inspect the fallen armor, the moment his fingers brushed against it, he heard Odin's voice. Is it truly you? Were you not said to be in slumber? Sean responded to Odin's distant call within his mind. Indeed, I have succumbed to slumber. Yet there are certain matters I can still attend to. Brave Sean, I hope you will refrain from intervening in what is to unfold next. Sean pondered for a moment. Due to his circumstances, Thor had yet to regain his divine powers, and the situation in Asgard remained uncertain. It seemed Odin could no longer remain idle, prompting him to emerge and communicate with Sean. Thor's banishment was originally a test devised by Odin, but with Sean's unexpected involvement, Odin felt compelled to intervene, lest Thor be doomed to live as a mere mortal for eternity. Suddenly, a towering column of energy erupted from beneath the destroyer's mask, the ferocious force catapulting Sean high into the air. As Sean's figure vanished from sight, Thor, Sif, and the others regained their focus, witnessing the reactivated destroyer. Thor, you must flee. We will hold it off. Sif, embodying the spirit of a true warrior, realized in an instant that Thor was of greater importance, especially since he currently lacked divine strength. It would be wiser for him to escape first. She and Vandal, having collaborated countless times before, launched Volstagg like a projectile towards the destroyer, but alas, the stout warrior was swiftly struck down by the destroyer's powerful hand. At that moment, Sif, having successfully maneuvered around to the rear, drove her sword through the heart of the destroyer's armor. Their moment of triumph was short-lived, however, as the armor began to rotate, shifting its focus from Vandal and the others to Sif. As Sif beheld the annihilation beam charging within the descending mask of the destroyer, she urgently called for the others to retreat. Though the beam did not strike them directly, its overwhelming force sent them sprawling. Volstagg bore the brunt of the assault. His considerable size and sluggishness rendered him vulnerable, and he was merely grazed by the beam, leaving his armor in tatters. Sif, Thor, why are you still here? I told you to leave. Sif exclaimed incredulously, staring at Thor before her. Listen to me, Sif. You have already done enough. Allow me to take it from here. Thor responded, witnessing his former comrades risking their lives to provide him an opportunity to escape. In that moment, he grasped the true meaning behind his father's decision to banish him to Midgard. After assuring Sif, Thor advanced toward the destroyer. Loki, Thor shouted, causing the destroyer to halt and fix its gaze upon him. I know you can hear me. Your target is me. If that is the case, then come for me and spare the others. Chapter 48. The Shared Throne? Coulson, Barton, and Jane Foster, who had never truly left, remained hidden behind a mound of earth. Upon hearing Sean mention another presence, Coulson had not anticipated it would be Jane Foster. If I recall correctly, that fellow just suggested we make a hasty retreat, didn't he? Barton observed Coulson, who was peering curiously alongside Jane Foster, reluctant to leave. The others from the bureau had already withdrawn, leaving only the three of us and this lady. Is that figure clad in a black cloak the Shadow Knight? Jane Foster inquired with a hint of curiosity, her back turned. This marked her second encounter with Sean. Previously, she had been entirely oblivious to the existence of the Shadow Knight. However, thanks to the enlightening discourse from her in turn, she had garnered some understanding. Jane Foster found herself here due to an arrangement with Thor, wherein she agreed to assist him in retrieving what he referred to as Mjolnir. Thor had shared with her all he knew regarding the Tempest, recounting tales of the Nine Realms and the Rainbow Bridge, which Jane received with a mixture of skepticism. Upon arriving at this heavily guarded area, she inquired whether Thor had devised any plans, only to witness the golden-haired warrior charge headlong into danger without hesitation. Not long after Thor's brash entrance, silence enveloped the interior, leaving Jane in a state of indecision outside. Just as she grappled with her conflicting emotions, a new group arrived. Observing the eccentrically dressed yet agile individuals, Jane suddenly began to ponder if perhaps the mythologies Thor had narrated were indeed grounded in reality. Sean's sudden appearance quelled everyone present, and as Jane attempted to peek out for a clearer view, she noticed Sean pointing directly at her, prompting her to swiftly retract her head. Witnessing Sean withstand the annihilation beam of the destroyer, despite Coulson and Barton lacking energy detection devices, the sheer destructive power was palpable even to the naked eye. Remarkably, Sean seemed capable of enduring it with his bare flesh. Meanwhile, Jane gasped in astonishment, contemplating the principles behind their beams. As Sean delivered a crushing blow that shattered the destroyer into fragments, Coulson and Barton exchanged glances, their expressions seemingly questioning whether such a spectacle warranted their retreat. However, their astonishment was soon renewed. The near-invincible Sean was abruptly enveloped by the reconstituted destroyer's armor, which unleashed an annihilation beam skyward, causing his figure to vanish entirely. Then came Sif and her companions' failed ambush on the destroyer. Observing the trajectory of the annihilation beam sweeping ominously in their direction, Coulson promptly urged Barton and Jane to take cover. Fortuitously shielded by a mound of earth, the trio emerged unscathed, brushing off the dust from their clothes. Gazing at the area where the annihilation beam had passed, still resonating with a terrifying presence, they were struck with a sense of dread. A mere graze would have surely been fatal. At that moment, Coulson comprehended the wisdom of Sean's decision. Against foes of such caliber, their agents would be utterly expendable. However, the current predicament leaves Sean in a state of uncertainty regarding Loki's fate, with the formidable adversary below proving insurmountable. What course of action should he pursue? He cast a glance at the agent Barton beside him, while Loki, reconnected, observed Thor's heartfelt plea through the Destroyer's perspective, contemplating whether to eliminate the god of thunder. A flicker of doubt stirred within the depths of his being. As Thor noticed the Destroyer pausing, he mistakenly believed his emotional expression had touched Loki's heart and contemplated uttering some brotherly words of camaraderie, only to be abruptly sent flying by a forceful blow from the Destroyer. Thor, Sif, and Vandal, witnessing Thor's sudden demise, let out anguished cries. High above, Sean beheld the ominous clouds gathering below, crackling with latent, thunderous energy. The sudden turn of events had caught him off guard. He had been engaged in a mental exchange with Odin when the surge of Loki's divine power, amplified by Odin's spirit, coalesced within the Destroyer, significantly escalating its destructive potential. It was this very force that propelled Sean skyward with Loki's formidable annihilation beam. Seizing the moment to repay a favor to Odin, he thought of the implications should Thor fail to reclaim his hammer. What would become of Odin's honor? Nonetheless, Loki's treachery would require accounting. Following Thor's demise at Loki's hand, Odin deemed the trial for Thor concluded. Mjolnir promptly soared through the storm, returning to Thor's grasp. Reinvigorated by the power of thunder, Thor instantaneously transformed back into the spirited god of thunder, hurling Mjolnir towards the Destroyer. Prepared for impact, Loki braced himself for the impending blow, only to be interrupted by Sean's sudden descent, who deftly grasped Mjolnir's head with one hand, halting its relentless advance, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. In that moment, both Thor and Loki, along with Sif and the others, were left astounded by Sean's remarkable display of strength as Mjolnir quivered in his grip. Especially Thor, who had never witnessed anyone withstand Mjolnir's might since Odin had bestowed it upon him. Why do you choose to aid them, O powerful one? Assist me in disposing of Thor, and I shall grant you dominion over Midgard. We could share the throne. Loki's voice echoed from within the Destroyer's armor. Sif and Vandal exchanged worried glances, fearful that Sean might succumb to Loki's deceitful words, while Thor continued desperately attempting to summon his hammer, which stubbornly refused to return. Loki's deceitful ramblings were of no interest to Sean. Regardless of whether Odin had passed away or not, what grounds did Loki have to claim the throne? His mere tricks might fool your brother Thor, but when faced with a formidable adversary, it would amount to nothing more than child's play. Shared throne? How would that even work? Would it require a scan? After speaking, Sean released his struggle against Mjolnir and delivered a decisive blow that shattered Loki's divine power embedded in the Destroyer's armor. Without Odin's spirit to aid him, Loki was utterly defeated. Once the Destroyer was dealt with, Sean gestured towards the three heads atop the mound while assessing Thor, who had regained the power of the Thunder God. When had Midgard produced a warrior of your caliber? I have heard from Sif and the others that you have met my father. Thor noticed Sean's unwavering gaze and instinctively concealed Mjolnir behind him. I once received an invitation from Odin to visit Asgard, Sean remarked with a smile. Odin had regarded Sean as the most esteemed guest in Asgard. Vandal, standing beside Thor, recounted Sean's exploits during his visit to Asgard, and when he heard that Sean had single-handedly challenged all the Asgardian warriors, unarmed, he frowned in contemplation. Has everything been resolved here? Coulson approached with Barton and a visibly astonished Jane Foster. To some extent, Sean replied noncommittally, indicating that the remaining matters were essentially Odin's family affairs, which they would naturally return to Asgard to address. Jane Foster gazed at Thor's resplendent armor and crimson cloak, asking, "Do you usually wear such attire?" Chapter 49. All was preordained. Thor yearned for a sparring match with Sean, especially after hearing from Vandal and others about Sean's prowess in besting all the warriors of Asgard. However, the moment was evidently not ideal. Following Odin's trial of exile, Thor had grown significantly and understood what truly mattered now. Sif, Vandal, we must return to Asgard. I need to have a serious discussion with Loki, Thor proclaimed as he swung Mjolnir. Furthermore, son of Cawl, Thor regarded Coulson, mistakenly believing that the meaning of his name was akin to his own, Odinson. You can call me Phil, Coulson replied, looking at Thor who seemed eager to find a new father. Very well, Phil. We are all here to protect our world. If you could return Jane Foster's belongings to her, I believe we could become allies, Thor proposed, stirring Coulson's interest. He immediately assured that S.H.I.E.L.D. had merely borrowed them and would return them in full. Would you care to see the Bifrost? Thor did not forget to entice Jane as he prepared to leave. Jane, brimming with excitement, expressed her keen interest, watching Thor call out repeatedly to Heimdall in the sky. How could this be? After we four descended, Loki dispatched the destroyer. I suspect that Heimdall is no longer the guardian of the Bifrost, Sif calmly analyzed. What shall we do? Without the Bifrost, we cannot return to Asgard. Are we then trapped here? Vandal wore an expression of utter despondency. Sean also felt a sense of unease, questioning why Heimdall had not lowered the Bifrost to retrieve Thor and the others. Unbeknownst to him, Loki had no intention of acknowledging Heimdall. It was only due to Sean's formidable display of power that Loki deemed it essential to seize control of the Bifrost to prevent Sean and Thor from entering Asgard. Before the Bifrost fortress in Asgard, Loki gazed at the ice-encased Heimdall, who truly lived up to his reputation as one of the realm's most skilled beings, even managing to crack the power of the Frostbox. Observing Heimdall's piercing eyes, which seemed to perceive everything, Loki smirked and took out the Frostbox, affectionately reinforcing Heimdall's icy prison before stepping into the Bifrost fortress to execute his plan. Although he had failed to eliminate Thor in the lower realms, Loki had deceived the frost giant King Laufey during this time, feigning cooperation to assist Laufey in infiltrating Odin's slumbering palace. In reality, this was a ploy to showcase his own prowess before Frigga, and it provided him with a pretext to wage war on Jotunheim. Ultimately, by wielding the power of the Bifrost to obliterate Jotunheim, any revelations of his lineage would be rendered moot, allowing him to ascend to the throne without challenge. Loki inserted Gungnir into the Bifrost console, watching as energy flowed through the fortress. A triumphant smile crept across his face as he reveled in self-satisfaction, believing that once Odin awoke, the goddess Frigga would inform him of Loki's deeds, filling Odin with pride. Shut it down, Loki. The sounds of the Bifrost machinery whirred in his ears, and Loki thought he had imagined it. Loki, can you hear me? Shut it down now. It was no illusion. Turning around, Loki was met with the sight of Thor, his four companions, and that formidable being from Midgard. How is this possible? Loki muttered to himself, perplexed by the unexpected presence of these individuals. The only means by which they could have arrived in Asgard without traversing the Bifrost was through Sean's spatial portal. With his ring of levitation retracted, Sean turned to see Heimdall encased in layers of supernaturally thick ice on the Bifrost. Sensing Heimdall's waning divine strength, Sean knew that if he did not extricate him soon, it would be too late. Empowered by the eternal flame, Sean gently tapped the ice, which shattered instantly, revealing the nearly exhausted Heimdall within. Heimdall, Hagen, and Vandal, alerted by the commotion, rushed forward to assist. Quickly, take him for treatment. I will handle things here. Thor's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Loki, his heart in turmoil. Upon hearing this, Sean chose to disregard the quarrel between the two brothers and soared directly towards Odin's slumbering chamber. Upon witnessing Odin, serene as if ensconced in eternal sleep upon his bed, Sean jestingly remarked, "Are you not concerned that the two of them might truly engage in a brawl and dismantle the household?" Indeed, Odin's physical form lay in deep repose. However, his spirit remained alert. Responding to Sean's playful banter, he replied, "They shall not dismantle it, rest assured. Have you made your decision regarding the heir? What other choice do I have? If I had sufficient time, I might consider nurturing a new successor, but alas, time is not on my side. Thus, I am left with no option but to elevate the least among them." Odin's tone was tinged with resignation as it echoed in Sean's ears. Honestly, have you ever contemplated granting Loki an equal opportunity to vie for the throne? Odin refrained from answering Sean's inquiry. Sometimes silence serves as a response in itself. Gazing through the chamber's window, Sean observed the fierce clash between Thor and Loki below. Once more, Thor had fallen prey to Loki's cunning ruse on the Rainbow Bridge. As he beheld the multitude of illusory duplicates mocking him, Thor could no longer contain himself. He raised Mjolnir, unleashing the might of thunder, which instantaneously shattered Loki's deceptive trickery. The indiscriminate thunderous assault struck Loki's true form, sending him hurtling away. Thor, at a loss regarding how to deal with his brother, opted to place Mjolnir upon him to subdue him before assessing the situation on the Rainbow Bridge. Even if you reclaim your divine powers, what of it? You cannot impede what is inevitable. No one can. Loki strained to lift his head, taunting Thor, though the weight of Mjolnir upon his chest rendered his upper body immobile. It was only when Thor summoned the enchanted hammer to strike down upon the Rainbow Bridge, aglow with a spectrum of colors, that Odin's eyes fluttered open. Sean immediately sensed Odin's awakening. "At last you are roused?" Hurry and prepare to intervene. Under the force of Thor's violent blow, the Rainbow Bridge fractured, causing the leading fortress to lose its support and plummet into the endless sea of stars. The energy explosion resulting from the bridge's rupture sent both Thor and Loki soaring through the air. Yet, Thor's thoughts remained on his younger brother. When Odin intervened to rescue him, Thor grasped Loki's Gungnir. "Father, did you see that? I was so close to succeeding. For you, for everyone." Loki resembled a child yearning for praise and reassurance as he gazed at the suddenly materialized Odin. "No, Loki," Odin's voice resonated with disappointment. The expression on Loki's face froze the moment Odin spoke. He realized that no matter his accomplishments, Odin would never regard him as equal to Thor. Slowly, he loosened his grip on Gungnir. "Loki, no!" Thor cried out in anguish as he watched Loki release his hold and plummet into the abyss of the endless starry sea. Loki sensed the inexorable pull of the endless sea of stars behind him, his gaze icy as he watched Odin and Thor drift further away. However, were they drawing closer? Chapter 50. The Folly of Intoxication. Thor, with tears and mucus streaming down his face, looked at Sean as he hoisted Loki from the infinite expanse of stars. Loki, in disbelief, stared at Sean, questioning his intentions. "Brother, is this script not quite right? The emotions and atmosphere have been built up to this point, yet you rescue me?" Thor, true to his nature, dashed forward to embrace Loki, despite their previous fierce conflict and the subsequent ordeal of separation. Loki remained motionless, glaring at Sean, silently asking, "Are you pleased now?" "Enough." Odin's commanding voice interrupted the brotherly moment, instructing the Asgardian guards to detain Loki, though he refrained from imposing further punishment on him. That evening, Odin once again hosted a grand banquet. Thor engaged in a drinking contest with Sean, even proposing a sparring match, while Sean glanced at Odin. "Go ahead, don't hold back. He should understand the limits of his strength." Odin observed Thor's character with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. As the festivities progressed, Odin excused himself, leaving the revelry to the younger generation. The women of Asgard, who had previously missed their chance, swarmed around Sean eagerly. "Excuse me, ladies, please make way." Thor finally managed to squeeze through. "Allow me to introduce you to our battle goddess of Asgard." Sean recognized that Thor was inebriated as he pushed the somewhat flustered Sif forward, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Sean had met her before him. Yet, observing the goddess's slightly flustered demeanor was amusing, given how rarely one glimpses this side of her. "Apologies, Thor has had too much to drink." "No problem. However, it seems we never settled our last contest. Shall we continue?" Sean looked down at Sif, noting her rather robust and spirited features. As a familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, reminiscent of scents he had encountered in her chambers. Upon mention of victory, Sif's competitive spirit ignited, and she met Sean's gaze with a fierce glint in her eyes. "Bring it on. Fetch the drinks." Once again, a sense of familiarity enveloped him, the sensation, the aroma, the surroundings. It seemed he had overindulged once more, yet he pondered why he consistently found himself in Sif's quarters. Although the previous encounter had been less than noble, one could only wonder what might happen next. Sean was preparing to lift the covers and rise from the bed when he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Realizing he was unclothed, turning his gaze to the woman beside him, it became evident that she too was without attire. Had they succumbed to base desires so swiftly? Where was the process? There was no first-person narrative. At the very least, a third-person perspective would have sufficed. Alcohol truly muddles one's affairs. As Sean struggled to recollect the events of the previous night, Sif awoke. The moment she sat up, he noticed the marks adorning her body. When his eyes traveled upward to meet Sif's frostbitten visage, sharp as a blade, he instinctively swallowed. Before he could utter a word, Sif had already risen and donned her clothing. In quick succession, a set of male Asgardian garments struck him in the face, accompanied by Sif's sic. Cutting words, "Get dressed and leave." Dressed, Sean emerged from Sif's chamber, his head bowed. Just as he stepped outside, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving him without a chance to utter a single word. Sean strained to recall the happenings of the prior evening. He remembered that due to Thor's presence and subsequent drinking games with Sif, he had consumed far more than on previous occasions. Fragmented images flashed before his mind, suddenly finding himself in Sif's room, her approaching him, and him lying down. Those memories played out like a first-person film in his mind. Indeed, Sif was a true warrior, skilled in horsemanship. Yet, he found it perplexing. Despite her eagerness and warmth the previous night, she seemed entirely transformed come morning. After much contemplation, he could not fathom why. The complexities of a woman's heart are not to be guessed. As Sean exited Sif's quarters, he spotted Thor, accompanied by Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg, speaking gravely with the surrounding palace guards. What was amiss? Thor glanced in Sean's direction, noting that he was not headed toward the quarters designated by their father. However, Thor was preoccupied with another matter. Loki had escaped. Is it truly that easy to break out of your Asgardian prison? Sean inquired, astonished. Father did not imprison Loki. He merely placed him under house arrest with guards. Thor explained. He believed Odin had acted out of mercy and love for Loki, not wishing to punish him. Yet, Loki had shown no gratitude and had fled. Upon hearing Thor's words, Sean sensed a disquieting inconsistency. For one who relished in cunning schemes like Loki, should he not have been confined? Odin surely understood Loki's capabilities well. Though not his biological son, he had raised him as his own. For Loki, house arrest with supervision was tantamount to being set free. It appears that Odin has orchestrated this situation with intent. Upon reflecting on the events that transpired in Asgard, Sean discerned that Odin is indeed a master strategist. In a strict sense, Asgard has suffered minimal losses. After careful consideration, Sean realized that the only significant item was a rainbow bridge launcher, which can indeed be repaired. The set of destroyer armor left on Earth has already been retrieved, and with Odin's reinfusion of divine power, it can be activated once more. Furthermore, they have lost Loki, a prince devoid of the ability to inherit the throne, lacking favor, and possessing only mediocre combat prowess, not even a true son of Odin. Conversely, what of the other realms involved in this incident? Jotunheim, under the frost giant King Laufey, Odin's long-standing adversary, was ultimately betrayed by his own blood, Loki. Jotunheim was nearly erased from the 9 realms due to the full force of the Rainbow Bridge. This event will likely compel the remaining frost giants to fully submit to Asgard's dominion, while simultaneously reaffirming to the 9 realms that Asgard possesses the power to obliterate them. Although there may be a period of unrest and upheaval until the Rainbow Bridge is repaired, once it is restored, Thor can lead the charge to quell the disturbances, thereby enhancing his own renown. In light of all this, Asgard stands to gain immensely. Chapter 51. Testing the blade. Sean rested his chin on his hand, absently rubbing it. His gaze subtly fixed upon Odin before him. You've been watching me intently since your arrival. Is there something amiss? Odin stood at the edge of the terrace, observing the Asgardians training below. You deliberately let him go, didn't you? Sean, no longer fixated on Odin, approached him and posed the question with an assured tone. Upon hearing Sean's inquiry, Odin did not seek clarification regarding whom he referred to, but merely exhaled deeply. I cannot provide him with what he desires. Should I confine him here, allowing him to witness another sees what he longs for? Odin's voice carried a hint of melancholy and guilt, and in that moment, Sean genuinely perceived Odin as a frail elder nearing the end of his days. Let us set this aside and discuss your new weapon. Odin quickly redirected the conversation, retracting his wandering thoughts. My old friend Eitri, the Dwarven King, has delivered your weapon. However, it remained in my treasury as Loki was overseeing all affairs in Asgard at the time. Today, I shall present it to you. With a wave of his hand, several palace guards approached, carrying a large box. Has it been completed so swiftly? Sean found it hard to believe, though he recalled the expeditious crafting of Thor's storm axe. Odin smiled slightly and explained, the primary challenge was the creation of the mold, which required considerable time and effort, for the weapon you desire possesses a rather unique design. After the Celestial Guardian set down the box and departed, Odin stepped forward, gesturing for Sean to unveil its contents. Intrigued by what the dwarves could have forged from this weapon, Sean reached out and lifted the lid. The broad blade, double-edged and exuding an aura of sharpness, unexpectedly branched into 2 prongs that curled outward along its length. Odin regarded the sword, which appeared somewhat unconventional to him, and explained, this great sword was crafted from the residual unknown metal I used to create the destroyer, combined with Asgard's URU metal. I have informed Eitri about the eternal flame within you. He mentioned that this could be utilized. Gently caressing the weapon before him, Sean felt it emit a faint hum. Is that so? How will it be utilized? Moreover, this is not merely a great sword. It is a trident-bladed dagger. As he spoke, Sean effortlessly lifted the trident-bladed dagger, resembling a great sword. Odin admitted his ignorance, as he had been in a deep slumber when the weapon arrived, thus encouraging Sean to experiment. Holding the short-handled trident-bladed dagger with one hand, Sean felt the eternal flame within him begin to flow steadily. As the flame coursed up his hand and into the dagger, it split. One portion extended the grip, while the other infused the blade, gradually filling the diamond-shaped void where the edges branched. Odin's eyes widened in astonishment at the transformation of the dagger. The Asgardians training below the terrace were gradually drawn to the commotion surrounding Sean. Just then, Thor arrived with Vandal and others to report on Loki's whereabouts, stating that no trace of Loki had been found. Let him be. Odin waved his hand. signaling the group to rise. Thor, wishing to add something further, ultimately refrained from speaking. Naturally, Thor and the others noticed the peculiar weapon Sean held. "Sean, did Father forge this for you?" Thor inquired, tilting his head curiously at the odd design of the weapon. "What is its purpose? Is it a spear or a sword?" Having just activated the weapon with the eternal flame, Sean felt a sensation akin to a mystical bond, sensing a certain sentience within the dagger, though he had yet to fully comprehend it. Noticing Sean's silence, Vostag and the others felt a competitive urge arise, eager to witness the unique qualities of the weapon crafted by the Allfather for Sean. "Thor, why not accompany Sean to test his new weapon?" Vandal suggested. Noticing Thor's enthusiastic demeanor, Thor glanced back at Vandal with a face full of admiration. "You understand me, brother. What do you think, Sean?" "Father?" Odin expressed that there was nothing amiss, for Asgard thrived on martial prowess, provided one maintained a sense of moderation. It was worth a try. Sean, too, wished to comprehend the capabilities of the trident-shaped blade. The two approached the designated area on the terrace, surrounded by the raucous cheers of the battle-hungry Asgardians. As the tumult gradually subsided, they stood resolutely in place. Thor twirled his hammer, aware of Sean's ability to deflect Mjolnir. Yet the innate warrior spirit within him compelled him to engage Sean in combat. "Here I come, be wary." With that proclamation, Thor hurled his hammer towards Sean. This time, Sean chose not to intercept Mjolnir with his hands. Having declared his intent to test a new weapon, he would wield it instead. The clash of Mjolnir and the trident-shaped blade resonated in the ears of all present. Sean now held the blade in its short-handled form, and the impact felt akin to a tennis match. However, he sensed that the blade's strength surpassed that of Mjolnir. Otherwise, the collision with the hammer, hurtling at full speed, would have resulted in the blade shattering. Catching the rebounding Mjolnir, Thor became enveloped in crackling blue electricity. As he lifted Mjolnir, dark clouds gathered in the sky. The power of thunder surged into Mjolnir until Thor felt he had reached the pinnacle of his control. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the amassed thunderous energy, aimed squarely at Sean. In response, Sean transformed the trident-shaped blade into a long-handled form, and the divine power of eternal flames coursing through the blade erupted at the tip, countering Thor's thunderous strike. As the two forces collided, everyone present, save for Odin, was sent flying by the explosive energies. Odin observed the ground beneath the two warriors as the dust settled. The area by Thor was charred from the thunder's impact, while Sean's side remained unscathed. "Enough, Thor," Odin admonished, seeing Thor's eagerness to continue. He lightly tapped the ground with Gungnir as a reminder. "Your precise control of energy astounds me," Odin remarked, turning to Sean with admiration. While he could easily withstand Thor's earlier attack, achieving the same level of precise energy control as Sean was still beyond his grasp. Perhaps the weapon's enhancement plays a role as well. "Are you satisfied with this weapon?" "For the time being, yes. I am merely curious about what other new functions it may possess." "Remember your promise to me," Odin reminded. "Rest assured." Chapter 52. Creatures of the Night Naturally. The battlefield would be attended to post-conflict. "Sean, did you just wield the power of eternal flames?" Thor inquired, his beloved hammer in hand, his curiosity evident. "Indeed. Your new weapon possesses considerable power, albeit with a rather peculiar design, which pales in comparison to my Mjolnir." Thor, twirling his hammer, proudly boasted, seemingly enamored with it, especially after its recent retrieval. Sean, with his keen eye, discerned an issue and promptly seized Thor's wrist as he rotated the hammer. "What?" Thor exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Sean, before bursting into laughter, believing Sean wished to admire Mjolnir up close. "Is this a new addition?" Sean inquired, pointing at the hammer in Thor's grasp. Thor lowered his gaze to where Sean's finger indicated, and to his dismay, he noticed a scratch on the head of his beloved Mjolnir, causing his smile to freeze. How could this be? He pondered, as Fandral furrowed his brow, analyzing the mark. At this, Sean immediately raised his twin-edged dagger, admiring its sharpness, unblemished and pristine. Reflecting on the earlier encounter where he had deflected Mjolnir's strike, he recalled the angle seemed slightly askew, perhaps hinting at the truth. Could it be? Thor considered Sean's actions while glancing again at his cherished Mjolnir. Odin, observing Thor's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Ever since Mjolnir had been bestowed upon him, Thor had transformed into the mighty god of thunder, feeling incomplete without his hammer. Ahem. Mjolnir may indeed be somewhat inferior in hardness, yet it is of no consequence, Odin remarked. Hearing his father's words, Thor acquiesced, acknowledging that Mjolnir's performance remained unaffected, especially since he himself had suggested the contest. With matters in Asgard temporarily concluded, Sean, under Thor's envious gaze, opened a portal back to New York. Previously, Thor had sought Odin's permission to accompany Sean to Midgard, but Odin had firmly declined, stating, "Nonsense. There is a multitude of responsibilities awaiting. Who would attend to them if you abscond?" In New York, ever since that evening she witnessed Sean entering Natasha's room, May had been feeling rather despondent, her spirits seemingly drained. Coincidentally, her good friend, Susan Stone, had also been experiencing a streak of misfortune, leading the two to decide to share a drink together. After soothing Peter, May received a text from Susan stating she was waiting downstairs. Once they ventured out, they initially intended to browse before heading to a bar, but soon a handsome man with charming would approach them. This gentleman, named Josh, donned a well-tailored suit and introduced himself gracefully, asserting he worked for a prominent modeling agency. As May glanced at the business card Josh offered, she furrowed her brow slightly, feeling somewhat out of her depth in this realm. However, Susan, standing nearby, appeared somewhat astonished. She was aware of the reputation of this modeling agency, which, although primarily based in Europe, had also flourished in New York. Josh's initiative to engage with May and Susan stemmed entirely from his fascination with their remarkable presence and enchanting beauty, leading him to contemplate inviting them to join the agency as models. As their conversation deepened and broadened, Josh learned of May and Susan's plans to visit a bar for leisure shortly thereafter. After a brief moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in Josh's eyes, and he enthusiastically invited them to a bar he claimed they had never encountered before, asserting that it would undoubtedly be more entertaining than any other venue. Susan and May reasoned that, regardless of their destination, they were merely seeking enjoyment, and since Josh's suggested location was not remote, their safety concerns were alleviated. Thus, they joyfully accepted Josh's invitation. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the security measures were exceptionally stringent, preventing ordinary individuals from entering freely. Fortunately, with Josh leading the way, Susan and May followed closely behind, ultimately managing to push open the substantial door that led to the vibrant nightlife. The pulsating music, swaying bodies, and an array of colorful alcoholic beverages enveloped them. Although Susan had frequented many nightclubs, she genuinely felt that the atmosphere here surpassed that of any she had previously encountered. Initially, May felt somewhat reserved, but under Susan's influence, she couldn't help but join in the rhythm. Just as the two began to let loose, Josh suddenly appeared before them, mentioning that a guest upstairs wished to invite them for a drink. Looking towards the second floor, May and Susan noticed a woman, roughly their age, smiling and raising her glass in invitation. They ascended the staircase, only to realize they had entered a private area where an expansive European-style sofa was occupied solely by the woman, with an attendant silently standing by. "Hello. I am Nisha Damaskinos, but you may call me Nisha. Please, have a seat." This woman exuded an air of distinctive aristocracy in her gestures and demeanor, yet May sensed an unsettling pallor about her. Through Nisha's introduction, they learned that Josh's modeling agency was a familial enterprise. Nisha's lineage, hailing from across the ocean in Europe, belonged to an ancient family, and she now served as the public representative of their entire clan. The three engaged in pleasant conversation, yet May couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered within her. As they indulged in their libations, completely oblivious to the passage of time, Nisha remained unfazed, her demeanor unwavering. May compelled herself to maintain composure, intending to take her still enthusiastic companion, Susan, aside to bid farewell. Simultaneously, she discreetly retrieved her phone to dial Sean's number. Nisha, noticing May's subtle shift, paid no heed, her attention captured by the two timid kittens that seemed eager to escape. She extended her tongue to caress her sharp canine teeth, envisioning the sumptuous feast that awaited her, as a tantalizing itch began to stir within her jaws. Transformed once more into Pepper's assistant, Natasha found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities, working late into the night. Initially, she had merely intended to request Sean's assistance in New Mexico, but unexpectedly, he had gone missing amidst the tasks. Unable to reach Sean, Natasha continued to juggle her obligations at Stark Industries while awaiting his return, as she remained his liaison until Nick Fury issued new orders. However, today she received an urgent communication from within SHIELD. "Damn it," she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing at the encrypted message displayed on her screen. Without hesitation, she briefed Pepper and dashed out the door. Pepper, contemplating a question, suddenly recalled Natasha's covert identity and refrained from speaking further. Once outside Stark Industries, Natasha sped off, her destination clear, the location where May and Susan were situated. Chapter 53. A tight-lipped affair gazing at the three-pronged dagger that materialized effortlessly at his command. Sean couldn't suppress his delight. The weapon was impressive, though its size rendered it cumbersome for transport. Despite its ability to summon itself like Mjolnir, he mused that he couldn't risk wreaking havoc every time he called upon it. as it would hardly reflect well on his sense of decorum. Recently, Sean had been delving into the mystical arts of Kamartaj and the power of Asgardian runes. By synthesizing elements and similarities from both forms of magic, he had devised the incantation that allowed him to summon and conceal the dagger. Regrettably, this spell had yet to achieve a spatial level of sophistication. Otherwise, it could have created a storage space. Just as Sean prepared to experiment with applying this magic to other items, his phone, which was charging, chimed. "Hey May, what is up?" he answered, casting a glance around the room but failing to spot her. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Sean promptly activated full listening mode, quickly pinpointing May's location. As he stepped outside, a frown creased his brow while he listened intently to the sounds emanating from her vicinity. There were 3 individuals accompanying May. But oddly, 2 of them were not human. They possessed no heartbeat. In fact, the majority of patrons in the bar where May was located seemed devoid of the very essence of life. Vampires? Sean pondered. This was indeed a novel encounter. It was curious that nothing had surfaced in the past 2 decades to suggest their existence. These individuals were truly tight-lipped. He had just noticed Natasha's movements, seemingly heading towards the same location as May. Could it be that S-H-I-E-L-D had a connection with these beings? Or perhaps S-H-I-E-L-D was surveilling those around him? Initially intending to fly directly, Sean reconsidered and opted for a more discreet approach, driving towards May's location. Natasha arrived almost simultaneously with Sean. However, upon his arrival, the security at the entrance refused him entry. Nisha was preparing to indulge in her blood meal, a tribute from her blood servant. As the current head of the Damaskinos family, Nisha had a particular fondness for the blood of beautiful women. At that moment, May and Susan were already inebriated, oblivious to their surroundings. Nisha gazed at the 2 sprawled on the sofa, their delicate skin exposed between their garments, revealing vibrant red veins. Her fangs began to elongate as she gently cradled May's head, brushing aside her obstructive hair to reveal her long, smooth neck. Nisha inhaled the intoxicating scent that was lethal to her. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted her reverie. Stop! Natasha had finally arrived. Nisha regarded this beautiful woman who had intruded upon her enjoyment with a hint of annoyance. Oh, another one. What a day. Buy one, get one free. She then turned her attention to the commotion downstairs, realizing that another voice had belonged to a security guard who had been hurled in by some unseen force. Nisha, spoke the attendant beside her. This African-American servant seemed to recognize Natasha, inquiring, "Why are you here?" Natasha herself was perplexed by how he knew her identity. Her immediate priority was to escort May away, and she initially thought the disturbance downstairs was directed at her. "I am taking this woman with me," Natasha declared, pointing at May on the sofa. "I disagree. We have not violated our agreement, and you have no authority to dictate terms on our territory," Nisha retorted. In that moment, Nisha deduced Natasha's identity, or rather, she surmised that Natasha was affiliated with S-H-I-E-L-D. Nisha and her kin had previously interacted with S-H-I-E-L-D. Before entering the country, they had several encounters in Europa. For reasons unknown, S-H-I-E-L-D had not declared war against vampires, but instead established mutual agreements. Just as the African-American attendant finished speaking, he suddenly screamed in agony as he spontaneously combusted, engulfed in flames as if he had encountered the most feared sunlight. Yet, this was indoors. Where could the sunlight possibly come from? Since when has New York become your territory? Natasha recognized the voice behind her, signaling that the situation had taken a decisive turn. "You're late. Be careful, or I'll report you," and May for misconduct, Natasha said without turning, her lips curved in a smirk. "Your relationship isn't strong enough for such accusations, is it?" Sean remarked as he approached May. As Nisha observed the newcomer blatantly disregard her presence, she gestured, and several accompanying vampires immediately launched an assault on Sean. However, without exception, all these vampires met a grim fate, reminiscent of the earlier demise of the black attendant. What on earth is happening? Nisha's face was a canvas of disbelief. The bizarre occurrences rendered her hesitant to make any sudden moves towards Sean, prompting her to retreat several paces as he approached. Sean, with deftness, lifted May and the unfamiliar blonde woman, bringing them directly before Natasha. Grasping May's hand, he slowly channeled his energy into her, and soon she awakened. Sean, upon seeing him, May leaped forward, clearly alarmed, for she understood that someone like Nisha would not be after mere wealth. "It's all right. You and Natasha help your friend leave first. I will handle things here." Sean gently patted May's taut back. Upon hearing his words, May finally noticed Natasha beside her, causing her face to flush as if she had consumed a large quantity of alcohol. She began to ponder how Sean and Natalie had arrived together. However, why did Sean refer to her as Natasha? What does it matter if you're agents of S-H-I-E-L-D? We have a pact between us, Nisha declared ominously from across the room. May then perceived that Nisha's demeanor had shifted. She no longer exuded an air of nobility, but rather an eerie allure, especially with her elongated fangs. What is she? Come with me. I will explain everything slowly. Oh, all right. As Natasha led the compliant May and the unconscious blonde woman out, Sean redirected his attention to the female vampire before him. Through Sean's enhanced vision, her physical structure was laid bare, revealing no distinction from an ordinary human save for her corporeal strength. I am unaware of and uninterested in the agreement between you and S-H-I-E-L-D. But you nearly harmed my companion today. Sean settled into an ornate European-style sofa, intrigued by the array of alcoholic beverages before him. Do vampires experience intoxication as well? What do you desire? Nisha inquired, her brow furrowed. No, it is not what I desire, but rather what you are willing to do to ensure the safety of everyone here. Huh? Do you not think your words are excessive? Are they? Sean paused in his actions, and the vampires present erupted in screams. Chapter 54. Vampires. Nisha looked on in panic as the vampires upstairs and downstairs began to ignite. And more terrifyingly, she had no clue what means the man before her had employed. Was it the air? Or something else? Stop. Sean furrowed his brow slightly. And instantly, all the vampires present sank to their knees in agony, filling the bar with a chorus of lamentations. The human blood servants in attendance watched in sheer panic and disbelief as their revered vampire lords writhed in suffering, manipulated by a single man. I apologize. It is my fault. I beseech you to cease. Vanessa realized she had inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary today, and she finally adjusted her demeanor. She had not anticipated that her visit to New York to seek an individual would lead her to encounter the formidable Sean, whose enigmatic combat techniques left one utterly confounded. Come here, sit down. Sean's tone was not harsh, yet to Vanessa, it brooked no dissent. She composed herself and slowly approached, taking a seat on the opposite side of the sofa, angled towards Sean. As she settled, the tormented vampires ceased their cries, clutching their wounds, holding their breath in anticipation of the outcome of this negotiation taking place upstairs. First, introduce yourselves. Vanessa stared in astonishment at Sean, reclining against the back of the sofa. She had not expected him to pose such a question. Gazing at Sean, who was so close, she felt a surge of confidence. But the grim fates of the vampires who had rushed forward and the still unrecovered ones sprawled on the ground rendered her hesitant to act impulsively. Was Sean's request for her to introduce herself meant to encompass her entire vampire lineage? After several deep breaths, she endeavored to convey her knowledge succinctly. My father, Elita Moschnos, founded our family centuries ago. Through years of development and accumulation, he established a vast underground vampire empire, ruling nearly half of the vampires in Europa. I am his only daughter and his heir. Furthermore, as Elita Moschnos expanded his formidable vampire empire, he also extended his influence to other continents. This bar is merely one of the manifestations of their power and wealth. In recent years, a vampire hunter has emerged in New York. While the profession of vampire hunting has existed for ages, this newcomer is particularly notable, known among vampires as the Daywalker. It is said that he is a hybrid, part human and part vampire, possessing the strength of a vampire without its vulnerabilities, able to walk freely in sunlight. Vanessa's purpose for coming here was to find him, the one who calls himself the Blade. You just mentioned that your family rules only half of the vampires in Europa? Sean observed an intriguing point in Vanessa's account. Yes, Vanessa replied. What about the other half? I am unsure. I only know that both sides maintain a mutual restraint, striving to avoid significant conflict. Vanessa pondered before responding. Did you come here to eliminate that Blade because he has caused the demise of so many of your kin? Nisha hesitated, aware that divulging such information to Sean was ill-advised. Yet, the lives of the vampires present were precariously entrusted to him. Recently, a new mutant had emerged from Europa, one that could not only siphon human blood, but also prey upon vampires. More alarmingly, those vampires drained by this creature would become its infected, with an insatiable hunger for blood, necessitating daily sustenance. If left unchecked, the vampire race could soon face extinction. You imply they will ultimately turn on humanity? Sean felt a headache coming on, mulling over the troublesome predicament. He recalled that vampires had never appeared in the films of his previous life. Had they merged? Nisha refrained from answering Sean's query, sensing that if she could persuade him to act, they might not need to summon Blade after all. You wish for me to confront them? Sean jestingly remarked, catching on to her unspoken thoughts. Even if, as you claim, I harbor no fondness for those mutants. You overlook a crucial point. I feel the same about your kind. It was only then that Nisha comprehended that, in Sean's eyes. She was no different from those mutants. Both were outsiders. We, as a clan, have an accord with S.H.I.E.L.D. We do not indiscriminately slay humans or drain their blood. The individuals you see in the bar are devotees, willingly offering their blood, Nisha stammered in explanation. Oh, and what of my friends? Sean's gaze pierced through her, causing Nisha to tremble. There are occasional exceptional circumstances, though I am not entirely certain. In truth, Nisha spoke no falsehood, since the vampire clan established their covenant with S.H.I.E.L.D. High-ranking vampires like her had become the recipients of offerings. These tributes, provided by blood servants or lower-ranking vampires, raised questions about their acquisition. Whether or not high-ranking vampires were privy to this information remained uncertain. Regardless, as long as no significant disturbances arose, they allowed the matter to unfold naturally. Since we have returned to this topic, let us continue discussing how to ensure your satisfaction in order to spare us. Nisha felt a jolt, recognizing that Sean was inquiring about what would appease him. Though we vampires cannot endure sunlight, we wield considerable influence over many, including numerous tycoons and politicians. What relevance does that hold for me? Sean took a sip of his drink. We could become your most steadfast allies, Nisha asserted confidently. Sean could not help but chuckle at her words. Witnessing such a reaction, Nisha mistakenly believed he was intrigued. Clang. Sean placed his wine glass upon the coffee table before him and turned to raise an eyebrow at Vanessa. Allies? You lot, who can scarcely be seen by the light. Upon hearing Sean's derisive words, Vanessa instinctively opened her mouth to retort. But she suppressed her inner dissatisfaction when she noticed Sean's hand conjuring an oddly shaped massive sword from thin air. Setting aside the mystery of how such a colossal blade was produced, the mere aura it emanated sent shivers down Vanessa's spine. Not to mention the golden-red energy swirling within the diamond-shaped void along the sword's blade. She lacked the courage to gaze upon it for even a moment, fearing that the energy might blind her. Chapter 55, Blood Covenant. Initially, Sean had not anticipated that the eternal flame within him would possess such a potent efficacy against vampires. Once the eternal flame entered his being, it fused with his bodily energy, saturating him with solar energy, thus imbuing the flame with the properties of the sun. However, can this still be termed the eternal flame? Perhaps it ought to be called the solar flame instead? Upon witnessing Sean brandishing his weapon, Vanessa feared he intended to strike against them, prompting her to exclaim desperately, I can become your blood slave, as long as I am in power. The entire vampire empire will revere you. Sean regarded the woman who offered herself as his thrall, bemused, as if she were merely wielding a dagger, albeit a rather oversized and peculiar one. He was genuinely curious to ascertain whether the trident-shaped dagger infused with the energy of the eternal flame would similarly possess a restraining effect on vampires. The evidence proved affirmative. Vanessa's body instinctively recoiled as she evaded the dagger. Observing the pallor of Vanessa's distressed visage, it was undeniable that, despite her vampiric nature, she exuded a certain noble essence, a refinement cultivated over centuries. With a flick of his wrist, the trident dagger vanished instantaneously, and Sean caught a glimpse of Vanessa exhaling a sigh of relief, tension easing from her form. Why should I trust you? We possess an ancient and ignoble blood covenant within my family. By offering my blood to seal this covenant, you would possess the power to govern my life and death, regardless of my location, Vanessa explained, revealing the most demeaning form of blood covenant in her lineage. One that effectively placed her very existence in Sean's hands, requiring no price from him, and enabling him to bestow the covenant upon others at will. Witnessing Vanessa's subservient desperation to survive stirred something within Sean. Upon seeing him incline his head in reluctant assent, Vanessa slumped onto the sofa. Though she was to surrender her blood covenant, she deemed it preferable to facing immediate death. Moreover, this covenant was not without its loopholes. In principle, the signatory of the covenant could not touch it, yet Vanessa could manipulate the terms at the moment of its establishment, thus allowing the signatory to reclaim the covenant in the future. Before long, Nisha rose from the sofa, raising her right index finger. A drop of dark red blood gradually coalesced above the tip of her finger, the stark contrast between the blood's hue and the delicate pallor of her skin striking. After a moment of contemplation, Nisha placed the droplet upon the necklace adorning her neck. As she did so, she softly chanted, and simultaneously, Sean acutely sensed the surge of magical energy surrounding them. Once Nisha completed her ritual, she removed the necklace from her neck and handed it to Sean. The moment he grasped it, he felt an overwhelming realization that Nisha's very life and death rested solely upon his thoughts. This was the consequence of the dark magic binding the necklace. Grasping the necklace firmly and setting down his glass, Sean rose, prompting Nisha to follow suit. In an instant, All the vampires and blood servants present turned their attention to the two, until Sean turned and began his descent downstairs. It was then that Nisha understood Sean had accepted her proposition and hurriedly followed him, as the vampires and blood servants bowed respectfully, not daring to overstep their bounds. Once Nisha had escorted Sean out of the bar, he dismissed her to return. With Natasha watching over things at Maze, there should be no issues. It would be prudent to pay a visit to Kamartaj. Sean, gazing at the necklace in his palm, sought to uncover the origin of the dark magic inscribed upon it, knowing he would have to consult the Dimensions Rogue. In Kamartaj, Wong sat in his room, his expression grave as he observed the expanding portal of light before him. Habitually, he glanced at the phone on his desk, which remained silent. "Hello, Wong, long time no see. Have you missed me?" Sean's voice arrived before his presence. "Not at all. You're lying. You clearly have. What brings you here?" Wong's demeanor suggested an unwelcome reception. "I have a matter to discuss with the Supreme Sorceress." Sean casually took a bite of the apple resting on Wong's desk. Sweet. Watching Sean munching on his apple while perched on his desk, Wong's expression quivered slightly. "Why not go see her directly? What else with coming to my room? After all, the Supreme Sorceress is still a woman. If I were to just appear before her, it might be rather awkward, don't you think? Thus, I needed to find a place to land first." Sean continued nibbling on the apple before striding out of Wong's room. Wong stared at the open door, the absent apple, and Sean's retreating figure, perplexed by his previous actions. "What brings you to my quarters?" Wong asked, as he noticed that Ancient One was not in her room, but rather meditating in the reception hall. After finishing the last bite of his apple, Sean approached Ancient One and sat cross-legged before her, still chewing the remnants of his snack. As she opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon him, she declared, "You carry the aura of dark magic." Sean paused momentarily, holding the apple core, before placing it on the coffee table between the two of them. It's quite a peculiar situation," he remarked. Gu-e rolled her eyes in response. "Swallow what's in your mouth before speaking." "Ahem, I came here precisely for this." Sean finally swallowed the apple and poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle on the table. "Indeed, it is delightful tea," he pretended to sniff and praised. "How can you declare it good tea before tasting it?" He downed the cup in one go and continued, "It is good tea. What you are drinking is merely yesterday's cooled boiled water." Gu-e shot him an exasperated look, aware that Sean likely sought her assistance for something. "No one claimed cooled boiled water isn't." Sean defended himself stubbornly. "Now, tell me, what's the matter?" Gu-e, tired of their banter, asked directly. Sean produced a necklace and proceeded to explain the situation regarding the vampire clan. As Gu-e accepted the necklace, she softly uttered, "Zizaran." "Zizaran?" Sean furrowed his brow at her. "Indeed, it is an ancient demon god. The Book of Darkness was penned by it. I believe the vampire clan you mentioned must have transformed into vampires through the dark magic contained within that book, used by their ancestors. That magic doesn't sound particularly impressive. To become such a creature that cannot even bask in sunlight," Sean couldn't help but comment. "Can you refrain from comparing yourself to it?" "That's hardly a fair comparison." Gu-e sighed deeply before continuing, "Do not underestimate Zizaran. Although it cannot enter our world presently, it is always seeking an opportunity." Chapter 56. Is this a genuine necklace? After Sean had finished discussing the necklace, Gu-e brought up again her desire to pass on the title of Supreme Mage to him. "I truly have no interest," Sean replied, wearing a long face as he rejected her offer once more. "Well, I knew you would ultimately refuse, yet I held on to a glimmer of hope that you might agree." "Have you been secretly watching the previews again?" Sean asked, puzzled. Gu-e smiled as she poured him another cup of cooled boiled water, saying, "That's only because of you. Thanks to you, my workload has increased." Sean pondered for a moment. "I don't believe I have done anything out of the ordinary lately." "Supreme Mage," a somewhat familiar voice called from the doorway. Sean turned his head to find the little dark-skinned Modu had appeared once again. "Modu, it seems you have no teaching duties today. What brings you here?" Gu-e asked calmly, regarding the suddenly appeared Modu. As Modu's gaze swept over Sean, it was filled with malice. Yet, he then assumed the demeanor of a devout disciple, respectfully bowing to Gu-e to indicate his desire to seek knowledge of the arcane arts. Gu-e cast a glance at Sean, who, with a hint of disdain, rose to depart, leaving even the remnants of an apple core on the coffee table behind. The journey home from Kamartaj required but a flick of the wrist. Stepping out of the portal, Sean beheld two women in the living room. One was wide-eyed with astonishment, while the other slowly lowered her defensive hands, her brow furrowed in evident confusion. "How did you come to be in my abode?" It turned out that the two were Natasha and May, who had just emerged from a bar, and there lay an unconscious blonde sprawled on the sofa. Earlier, after assisting Susan out of the bar, Natasha had ushered them into her car, where May, several times on the verge of speaking, held her tongue. What should we do now? May refrained from voicing her thoughts, while Natasha, at the wheel, broke the silence with a question. Upon hearing Natasha's inquiry, May, who was tending to Susan in the back seat, felt somewhat bewildered. She had intended to enjoy the nightlife with Susan, yet fate had taken an unexpected turn. I do not know, she replied, and the two exchanged silent glances. Their prior lack of interaction due to Sean's presence made the silence even more awkward, but thankfully, soothing music played in the car. Natasha, distracted, inadvertently drove them to their apartment building. Now that they had returned, Natasha suggested, "Shall we take her to your place? Peter should be asleep by now." May glanced at the time, and a look of distress crossed her face. What about a hotel? That seems unsafe. She is in such a state. If they were to take Susan to a hotel, someone would inevitably have to stay behind to look after her, and it could not be Natasha, leaving only May. In truth, May was reluctant to accompany Susan to the hotel. She wished to wait for Sean's return. Natasha felt the same, yearning for Sean's presence. Understanding May's thoughts, Natasha chuckled, while secretly cursing Sean 100 times in her mind. How about we simply wait at Sean's place? He will return and want to see you anyway. We can discuss things upon his arrival. That does not seem right. Besides, how will we get in? Upon hearing Natasha's proposal, May looked at her in surprise. Had they reached a point of exchanging keys? You need not worry about that, Natasha replied with a mischievous smile, causing May in the back seat to feel an ominous premonition. So you picked my lock? Sean, upon hearing this, looked at Natasha with astonishment. Knowing well that May would never engage in such antics, Natasha tilted her chin upwards, wearing a triumphant expression that declared, I did it. Silent Sean contemplated whether there was any hope left for his door lock, when Natasha confidently declared, Do not worry, your lock is perfectly fine. I am a professional. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Sean suddenly felt a dizzy spell wash over him. What was happening? Why was he no longer agitated? He blinked vigorously before settling onto the sofa, noting the two young women's expressions, which hinted at unasked questions. A simple teleportation spell, he explained, required merely wearing this enchanted ring and envisioning the desired destination. The more specific the thought, the more stable the portal. Sean gestured toward the ring adorning his finger. Oh my goodness, is magic truly real? May gasped, her astonishment evident as she continuously glanced back at the spot where Sean had just appeared. Natasha maintained a more composed demeanor. Having previously discussed the existence of magic during her conversation with Nick Fury, although Sean had yet to demonstrate it in their presence. What about that woman in the bar? May recalled the enchanting figure of Nyssa, her curiosity piqued. She was a vampire. Had we not intervened, she would have drained you dry, Natasha replied, intentionally alarming May, who looked back at Natasha with a mix of fear and reproach at her mischievous grin. Sean observed the dynamic between the two women, sensing something was amiss yet unable to articulate it. Is the situation at the bar resolved? Did it cause any significant trouble? Natasha inquired, recalling Sean's previous interventions. No, really? Why not check for yourself? Seeing Sean's unwavering certainty, Natasha relented, deciding it was ultimately her superior who would need to address the matter. And what about her? Natasha pointed towards Susan, who lay sprawled on the sofa. That's manageable. She's merely intoxicated. Ultimately, due to Susan's condition, May had to stay the night at Sean's place, as the influx of information she had to absorb that day was indeed overwhelming. After bidding farewell to the somewhat melancholic Natasha, Sean assisted May in carrying Susan to the guest room. Once everything was settled, Sean retrieved the blood contract necklace belonging to Nyssa, intrigued by the dark magic it contained. Unbeknownst to Sean, as he toyed with the necklace, unusual events were transpiring on the other end with its original owner. Within the building housing the vampire bar, Nyssa informed her father's envoy, Assad, who was sent to assist her in New York, about the recent occurrences, omitting any mention of the blood contract. Investigate this man's background, Nyssa commanded coldly, then recalled Natasha, adding, it may be connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. Additionally, have we ascertained Blade's whereabouts? Assad inquired. Should we arrange for a blood servant to make contact? The suggestion of a blood servant stemmed from the fact that Blade would kill upon encountering their kind. No, I wish to meet this legendary daywalker personally. Nyssa was seething with pent-up anger, yearning for an outlet. As Assad nodded in agreement, he noticed Nyssa suddenly furrow her brow, prompting him to inquire, what's wrong? It's nothing, you may leave, Nyssa replied, regaining her composure and gesturing for Assad to depart. Once Assad exited, Nyssa's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the sofa, her body trembling as if struck by an electric shock, her muffled cries echoing throughout the room. Sean observed the necklace before him with a perplexed expression. As he toyed with it, images of the vampiress Nyssa flashed before his eyes. However, in that moment, He felt a sudden unease about the trinket in his hand. Chapter 57. Did you forget to heal before leaving? Upon returning home, Natasha reported to Nick Fury about the events surrounding Sean, fulfilling her duty. After listening to Agent Romanoff's account, Nick Fury began to search through his computer. The SHIELD had relevant files on the vampire clan, which Fury had only come to comprehend after assuming leadership. The agency had previously attempted to eradicate them, but the results had been far from satisfactory. This clan was ancient, deeply rooted, and possessed formidable combat strength. If not for their numerous weaknesses, they would indeed pose a significant challenge. Ultimately, a ceasefire agreement had been reached, yet SHIELD's surveillance of the clan had never wavered. According to the records, the origins of the vampire lineage can be traced back to Europa, though the precise circumstances of their emergence remain elusive. Notably, the clan is distinctly divided into two factions, one led by the Damaskinos family. Rather than concealing their identities, they are intent on expanding outward, aiming to establish a vast vampire empire. It was this ambition that led SHIELD to uncover their existence. The other faction, shrouded in mystery, is clearly delineated from the Damaskinos clan, with ongoing friction between the two. They deliberately conceal their identities and whereabouts, with SHIELD's records indicating that they appear preoccupied with battling another supernatural race, the werewolves. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, sensing the weight of responsibility growing heavier upon his shoulders. The following day, on the vampire front, Assad informed Nisha that he had confirmed Blade's return to his stronghold. Nisha immediately devised a plan. She intended to personally assault Blade's base to gauge his true capabilities. In an obscure warehouse on the outskirts of New York, Blade solemnly polished his silver sword, a trusted companion in his relentless pursuit of vampires, as he prepared to confront his old ally, Abraham Whistler, who had always stood by him in the hunt against vampires. Last night, Blade had just rescued the infected Whistler from a vampire stronghold. Faced with his mentor and only family, Blade chose to grant him a chance at redemption. With the assistance of his new ally, Fastball, Blade administered an antidote to Whistler and secured him in a storage room within the warehouse. If Whistler could endure the agonizing process of detoxification akin to withdrawal, he might return to normal. Otherwise, Blade would be compelled to end his life. As he opened the door to the storage room, sunlight streamed through the ventilated grating, illuminating a vacant chair within. Blade's gaze shifted to the shadows in the corner, his grip tightening around the gun loaded with silver bullets. When he saw his old friend Whistler emerge from the shadows into the sunlight, he let out a sigh of relief. Outside the warehouse, a vehicle, nearly engulfed by the night, approached slowly before coming to a halt. Two dark figures swiftly disembarked and vanished into the moonlight. Nissa had initially intended to come alone, but Assad, concerned for her safety, insisted on accompanying her. The two of them stealthily infiltrated Blade's warehouse, and Nissa, with a slight curl of her lips beneath her mask, felt a flicker of disdain. Is this it? As Nissa navigated the periphery of the warehouse, drawing closer to the center while belittling the vigilance of the legendary Daywalker. The entire warehouse was suddenly illuminated. Suspended from the beams, Nissa, clad in specialized attire and peering through her unique goggles, smirked as she observed the ultraviolet lights flicker to life. I anticipated this. She nodded at Assad, and together they gracefully descended to the warehouse floor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whistler, wielding an automatic rifle, opened fire on the audacious intruders. Unfortunately, Nissa and Assad reacted too swiftly for him to land a shot. Assad maneuvered to flank Whistler, and with a couple of deft strikes, disarmed him and brought him to the ground. Picking up the fallen automatic rifle, Assad restrained Whistler and the frightened Fastball, who had surrendered. Nissa, with her extraordinary hearing, detected footsteps approaching from behind. She turned to find Blade, sword in hand, standing with his back turned. After swiftly moving into position, Blade gestured towards Fastball, who was under Assad's control, and the specialized spotlight behind him flickered on. However, Nissa and Assad were both clad in protective suits, and as the spotlight shone upon them, their specialized goggles rapidly adjusted to sunlight mode. Observing Blade's every move, which she had anticipated, Nissa's contempt deepened. She drew her twin blades and launched an assault against him. As she swung and twirled her dual weapons before him, Blade rotated his wrist, positioning his sword at the ready without drawing it from its sheath. Blade swiftly parried Nisha's dual daggers with his long sword, executing a deft wrist rotation to suppress her low thrust. Utilizing the force from Nisha's blade, he spun his sword and twisted it, forcing her weapon towards her neck, compelling Nisha to retreat rapidly to relieve the pressure. Sensing her disadvantage, Nisha immediately swept her leg to strike at Blade's lower body. The seasoned fighter countered with a kick, but his control was swiftly disrupted. After extricating herself, Nisha launched a series of rapid attacks, all of which Blade deflected with his long sword. As Nisha advanced with a powerful downward strike, Blade adeptly sidestepped her attack. Observing Nisha's struggle to subdue Blade, Assad, controlling the agile combatant, discarded his rifle magazine and threw his weapon aside to assist. After a brief melee, Blade used his sword sheath to block Nisha's downward strike, noticing Assad's movement behind him. After effortlessly fending off Nisha's assault, Blade leaped aside to evade Assad's ambush, then countered by throwing a concealed dart to impede Nisha. Assad, realizing his sneak attack had failed, drew his short knife and continued his assault on Blade's lower body, only to be countered and kicked away by Blade. Nisha, having defended against the dart, advanced to thrust her blade directly at him. Observing both adversaries engaging him, Blade crouched to evade Nisha's thrust and drew his long sword to block her descending strike, commencing a duel with finesse. Just as Blade engaged both opponents in a fierce exchange, Nisha suddenly stumbled, feeling an unsettling sensation akin to the one she experienced the previous day. Simultaneously, visions of her bloodbound master, Sean, began to surface in her mind. Furrowing her brow, she tightened her grip on her dual daggers, suppressing the disconcerting feelings within her body and spirit. Blade, perplexed by Nisha's sudden moment of weakness, wondered what was amiss. Had she not replenished her energy before their encounter? Meanwhile, Assad, interpreting Nisha's hesitation as a withdrawal from their plan, shouted, "Wait. We are here to deliver a message. It was you who initiated the conflict." Cleverly shifting the blame onto Blade, he continued, "We are representatives of the Vampire Empire's rulers, and they wish for a truce between us. They desire to meet with you." Chapter 58. The indomitable Titan Nisha's mind was inundated with memories of Sean's domineering presence in the bar. It dawned on her that this sudden, peculiar sensation stemmed from their blood bond. Rather than harboring the animosity and rage she believed she should feel towards Sean, she found herself grappling with an unexpected flicker of complicated emotion towards him. "Stop." As Nisha wrestled with the peculiar sensations stirring within her, Sean, who was examining the necklace on the other side, abruptly lifted his head in confusion upon hearing her voice. Sean mused to himself, What is happening? At that moment, Nisha also caught Sean's voice and began to respond internally. "What exactly are you doing?" Upon hearing her accusatory tone, Sean retorted, "Is this how you speak to your blood contract master? Regardless of what you are doing to my blood contract, could you kindly pause for a moment?" Though Nisha harbored murderous intentions, her life was precariously in someone else's hands. Sean, observing Nisha's perspective, noticed the blade wielded by a figure he did not recognize. He wondered why this individual felt the need to wear sunglasses indoors, as if seeking to enhance their own darkness. However, Sean realized that this was not a typical conversation setting. Recalling Nisha's reaction during their last encounter with the blood contract, he suddenly grasped the situation. Was she experiencing this sensation during a fight? Embarrassed, he scratched his head and cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem, well, I haven't done anything. Please continue. I trust you not." Feeling her body returning to normal, Nisha surmised that Sean had most likely ceased his engagement with the blood contract and couldn't help but mutter a few curses under her breath. As Assad halted his offensive, Nisha took the opportunity to sheath her long sword. Observing that Assad still maintained a combat stance, he too reluctantly sheathed his weapon and presented a token to Nisha. Receiving the token, Nisha instructed the swift-footed one to turn off the bright lights, restoring the normal illumination, and requested that Assad and Nisha remove their masks. When Nisha removed her mask, she still felt a twinge of defiance. She regarded the blade and stated, "You have always been our most dreaded foe. However, a more terrifying entity has recently emerged, one even more formidable than you." Though she initially referred to the mutant, her thoughts unexpectedly shifted to Sean, that accursed individual who was likely the most fearsome of all. Just the thought of Sean caused Nisha to feel uneasy once more. The blade, observing Nisha's unusual demeanor, assumed she was frightened by the more terrifying adversary she had mentioned, which piqued his interest. Since the blade commenced his pursuit of vampires, there had never been a semblance of a truce between them. He had always held a relentless stance against their kind, which in turn had bred deep animosity among the vampires towards him. Yet now, the vampires were unexpectedly proposing a truce, which was quite intriguing. The blade accepted the vampire's invitation and journeyed to Europa to meet Nisha's father. Within a modern fortified stronghold, the blade encountered Elida Moschino, the true ruler of the Vampire Empire. As they departed, SHIELD also received the news. Nick Fury pondered Natasha's report, as well as the information gathered by SHIELD, regarding the recent incident at the bar. He picked up the phone and dialed Natasha's number. Sean was dining with May today, and as he surveyed the table abundant with dishes, he remarked that the aroma bore no resemblance to takeout. Peter emerged from his room after completing his homework, excitedly rushing to the dining table to gaze at Sean. "Sean, can you come over to my house for dinner every day?" he asked. May, who was just emerging from the kitchen with a plate of walnut and honey date bread, overheard Peter's words and felt her ears flush. "What nonsense are you spouting, Peter? Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." "That's the truth. As long as Sean is here, I won't have to eat your cooking," Peter whispered conspiratorially to Sean. "I suspect my frail health is a result of eating Aunt May's cooking all my life." "That makes sense," Sean replied, momentarily taken aback by Peter's insight. "You really know how to get to the point. What are you two mumbling about?" May interjected, playfully swatting Peter on the head as he scurried off to wash his hands. "Don't listen to Peter. My cooking is quite delicious," she explained, blushing as she looked at Sean. Observing May's delightful demeanor, Sean concurred that her cooking indeed appeared appetizing. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "I'll get it," Peter exclaimed, darting out of the kitchen. "Hi, Peter," Natasha greeted him from outside with a smile. Peter joyfully responded, "Hi, Natasha." Sean assumed Natasha was also there to join them for dinner and welcomed her in, completely unaware that they were at May's home. Natasha, seeing May, warmly invited her in, and together they entered, hand in hand with Peter. "Wow, this looks sumptuous," Natasha remarked, her expression revealing her surprise as she looked at Sean. Sensing Natasha's scrutinizing gaze, Sean explained, May wanted to express her gratitude for the accommodations that night. "Yes, we owe you thanks as well, Natasha. It's only fitting that we celebrate together," May said. Feeling a bit shy, she had intended to thank Sean and Natasha separately to enjoy some private time with Sean. "That's wonderful. I just finished work and haven't had dinner yet. I'm starving," Natasha declared as she took a seat beside Sean, inadvertently stepping on his foot with her high heel. Sean glanced at Natasha and shook his head. "You know I'm tough as nails. A little heel won't faze me." "What's the matter?" May observed Sean's expression with curiosity. "Nothing. Let us begin," he replied. After enduring a rather trying dinner at May's home, Natasha mentioned that she needed to discuss something with Sean and prepare to go to his house. "Can I come too?" May asked cautiously, as though uttering the words required all her strength. Natasha paused for a moment before turning to Sean. "Are you certain you wish to hear this?" Sean inquired. Natasha likely sought him out for matters of the extraordinary, and he was uncertain whether to involve May in this knowledge. "Yes," May nodded resolutely. Having come to understand a mysterious aspect of Sean, she felt neither fear nor hesitation. Instead, her feelings for him grew even stronger. "Then let us proceed together," Sean beckoned. "May I join as well?" Peter tilted his head, looking at an elated Aunt May. "No. Woo-woo. You are being unfair." Ignoring the forlorn Peter, who had retreated to his room, the three made their way to Sean's abode. "Speak, what is the matter?" Sean poured 2 glasses of water for them before settling into a nearby armchair. "S-H-I-E-L-D wishes to enlist your assistance," Natasha remarked, casting a curious glance at May, who sat solemnly beside her, before addressing Sean. "Oh, is this concerning vampires? Did Nick Fury send you? Does he know the price I charged Tony and Pepper?" Sean looked at Natasha, a sudden idea forming in his mind. "He said you could make an offer." "We can negotiate," Natasha replied with a radiant smile. "Oh dear." Chapter 59, Subway Gunfight. Sean regarded Natasha, who was preparing to bargain with him, with bemusement. "Feel free to state any conditions. We can discuss them," Natasha continued. "If I were to voice my thoughts, he would surely refuse." Sean waved his hand dismissively. Natasha furrowed her brow in confusion, uncertain of what Sean truly desired, given his certainty that Nick Fury would not acquiesce. In truth, Sean's current wants were minimal, and within S-H-I-E-L-D, the only item of interest to him was the Space Stone, the very tesseract that S-H-I-E-L-D was actively researching. There was no way Nick Fury would part with such a treasure, but it mattered little to Sean. After all, the black egg would eventually be lost, rendering the effort futile. "What would it take for you to act?" Natasha pressed on, unwilling to concede. Suddenly, she paused, casting a sultry glance at Sean. What do you mean by otherwise?" Such a tease. Perhaps due to May's presence, Natasha appeared slightly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the ever-composed May had been awaiting Natasha's continuation and, upon noticing her expression, quickly grasped the implications. Her ears flushed crimson, and she covered her face in realization. "I'm not pure anymore. I understood that too quickly." Ahem. Sean shifted in his seat, crossing his legs. "Let us keep this light. Propose a modest target." After some contemplation, Sean decided that since Natasha was now his blood servant, He might as well assist his own. How much? May's eyes widened in astonishment, for to her, this was an astronomical figure. Natasha, however, remained remarkably composed. It's too much. Let's negotiate a discount, she suggested. How much do you propose? 1 million, she replied nonchalantly. Sean, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered in disbelief. What on earth? Is this how you bargain? He looked at Natasha with a furrowed brow, convinced she was deliberately playing with him. If you want to get it for free, just say so. Can I get it for free? Natasha blinked innocently. Show some sincerity. After all, you're the ones asking me to intervene. Sean sighed in resignation. Ultimately, under Natasha's persistent persuasion, Sean reluctantly agreed to a half-price deal, though Natasha would have to spend the night. This little minx was actually haggling on the side of that shady character, completely disregarding him. Sean resolved to teach her a lesson that night about where her loyalties should lie. In the enchanting night of Europa, the streetlights cast a hazy, gentle glow through the rain, adding an air of mystery to the damp evening. Steam rose from the coffee on the table, and droplets slid slowly down the window. Sean, seated by the glass, gazed at the hurried pedestrians, umbrellas in hand, while listening to the distant chimes and the soft patter of rain on the ancient cobblestones. He took a delicate sip from his cup, reminiscent of the CAFS along the Seine. Observing the drenched, hurried figures, Sean clicked his tongue in annoyance. Couldn't they have arrived later? It truly dampened his spirits. After summoning the waiter to settle the bill, he opened his large black umbrella and stepped into the rain. Following the flow of the crowd, he entered the subway, where a wave of stale air greeted him as he descended the stairs. Folding up his umbrella, he grimaced at the dilapidated state of the subway station, recalling the bright, clean, orderly stations from his past life. There wasn't even a security check. It was no wonder there were so many accidents. Is that a leather-clad beauty watching me? Perhaps it was Sean's impeccably tailored suit that seemed out of place in this rundown subway, coupled with his unremarkably handsome features, that caused passers-by to steal glances at him until the train arrived and they resumed their journeys. A vampire. On the platform, a tall, burly man suddenly turned, drawing a gun and opening fire. Panic erupted in the crowd as people scattered in all directions. The man targeted quickly dove behind a pillar, seeking refuge from the barrage of bullets. Sean stood motionless at the top of the stairs, gripping his black umbrella, observing the scene as the man remained pinned down by the assailant's dual weaponry. Nearby, the leather-clad beauty noticed Sean's stillness, assuming he was frozen in fear. However, she had no time to ponder, for at that moment, another man emerged from behind her, raising a gun and taking aim. Fortunately, the beautiful woman reacted swiftly, darting to the other side of the pillar just in time to evade the deadly bullets. However, the man who had been suppressed by the gunfire from the dark figure was not so fortunate. After the leather-clad woman dodged, he found himself face-to-face with the enemy. Bang! 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 Several bullets struck his chest directly. Witnessing his companion fall before him, Selena's face was a mixture of anger and fear, especially as she saw her comrade's corpse emanate a purple glow from within, quickly consumed by flames. Taking a few deep breaths, Selena drew her twin pistols from the waist of her black trench coat and shouted for Sean to run, then dashed out from behind the pillar to unleash a barrage of fire upon the assailants who had shot at her. Sean approached the pillar and prodded the ashes left behind by the unfortunate vampire who had been incinerated, using the pointed end of his long black umbrella. Selena found herself forced to retreat once more under the relentless fire from the dark figure's twin guns, while his accomplice seized the opportunity to reload and fire again, unfortunately hitting an innocent bystander instead of Selena. Amidst their exchange of gunfire, a blond man suddenly emerged from the subway, crouching down to pull the injured woman into a corner to assess her wounds and offer comfort. However, for reasons unknown, the dark figure's accomplice followed, intent on forcibly taking the man away. Unfortunately for him, Selena shot him in the shoulder blade, causing him to cry out in pain. Faced with her sharpshooting skills, he had no choice but to withdraw, abandoning his plan to abduct the human man. The gunfight did not last long. The dark figures group seemed intent on capturing the blonde man, and their encounter with the vampires had sparked the conflict. Sean, observing the terrified blonde man huddled in the corner, couldn't fathom what made him so special. "Thank you," the blonde man said, taking Sean's outstretched hand for support as he rose to his feet. "I'm Mike Coven." "No need to mention it," Sean replied. "You should leave quickly. Those people might return." Mike glanced at Selena and the dark figures group as they rushed into the subway tunnel, his heart racing as he spoke to Sean, then prepared to leave the area hastily. Sean did not follow him. He had already marked Mike's voice, and locating him next time would merely require listening for a moment. As he entered the subway, people were still reeling from the recent gunfight, crouching down and covering their heads. Sean walked to the end of the carriage, where the last door had been blown off, lying not far from the tunnel, and shards of glass were scattered everywhere. In the tunnel, a hairy black creature was viciously gnawing on a struggling man. Chapter 60. Why aren't vampires afraid of silver? Sean leaped down from the subway, advancing through the tunnel, where the hairy creature continued to tear at the man beneath it. Suddenly, the creature lifted its head and turned to face Sean, letting out a fierce roar. A sudden, overwhelming stench of halitosis assailed Sean, nearly provoking him to retch. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, sending the werewolf, which had unleashed its biochemical weapon upon him, crashing against the corridor wall. At the bend of the passage, Selena observed the bloodstains and a silver bullet casing on the ground. She picked up the bullet and scrutinized it. It had been discharged from her firearm, having just struck the enemy's scapula, yet now there was no sign of the foe. Selena, with keen perception, turned her head sharply, sensing a shift in the airflow behind her. Cautiously brandishing her gun and pressing against the wall at the corner, she prepared to deliver a fatal blow to any enemy that might reveal themselves. The illuminated subway train roared past, granting her a moment of respite. Sean, intrigued, regarded the striking woman in leather before him. It was only then that Selena noticed a pair of feet had appeared unexpectedly in her line of sight. With a swift motion, Selena raised her twin guns, aiming them at Sean. Her tense expression transformed into one of confusion as she recognized him. How could it be him? She recalled having urged him to flee moments ago at the subway station. How had he come to be here? Instinctively perceiving him as a threat, she unleashed a barrage of bullets from her firearm. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Click, click, click. Selena mechanically squeezed the trigger, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before her. The man had shielded himself against all her bullets with his hand. Just as she began to react and prepare to reload, Sean extended his hand and seized her by the throat. The sheer force of his grip lifted her off the ground, rendering her weapons useless as she clutched desperately at his arm. Sean furrowed his brow in perplexity, studying Selena as he grasped her left hand, inspecting her palm and fingers. He had just witnessed her pick up the silver bullet from the floor. What was happening? Wasn't silver supposed to be lethal to vampires? How could she even touch it? Selena attempted to kick Sean with her legs, but before she could make a move, his powerful grip tightened around her neck, causing her to suffer a sudden loss of strength. With a single hand, Sean held her before him, examining her teeth. Her naturally sharp canines were now accentuated by pain, revealing distinct vampiric traits. With a sudden motion, Sean released his grip on Selena's neck, allowing her to collapse back to the ground. However, the agony she had just endured left her legs weak, and she sat there, coughing painfully. Cough, cough, cough. Selena looked up in terror from her disheveled hair, gazing at the man before her, bewildered about his identity and intentions. I have a few questions for you, Sean said, crouching down, a smile gracing his lips as he watched Selena, who had retreated against the wall like a frightened rabbit. Who are you? A cold voice emanated from Sean's recently grasped alabaster neck. Sean Hunter. Are you a werewolf? I've never heard of you before. Sean, taken aback, retorted, Hey, I'm the one asking you. Can you get your facts straight? What werewolf? Have you ever encountered a werewolf as strikingly handsome as I? Selena, equally speechless, contemplated that Sean did not resemble a werewolf. True werewolves dwelled in various dens, retaining certain feral traits, thus often appearing rather unkempt. Sean, impeccably dressed, seemed more akin to a vampire than a beast. Why aren't you afraid of silver? Sean inquired. Selena furrowed her brow in confusion at his question. Are you truly not a werewolf? Sean's patience began to fray. Had Selena not been rather attractive and utterly defenseless, he might have lost his temper. No, Selena replied, her gaze shifting to Sean's barely contained fury, recalling his earlier display of tremendous strength, causing her body to tremble slightly. We vampires are not afraid of silver. It is werewolves who are allergic to it. Her lips quivered slightly. Is that so? Do you fear sunlight? Sean queried, flipping his wrist to reveal a trident-shaped dagger. The moment the dagger appeared, Selena instinctively curled up, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the formidable blade in Sean's grasp. She had no time to ponder how he had conjured such a massive sword. The dread emanating from it was unprecedented, akin to the fear she felt when confronted by sunlight. At such close proximity, she sensed she might be incinerated. It appears you are indeed afraid, Sean observed. Noting Selena's reaction mirrored that of Nisa upon encountering the dagger, rising to his feet, he sheathed the trident-shaped dagger, looking down at Selena. What is your name? With the threat of the dagger diminished, Selena felt as though she had narrowly escaped death, answering dazedly, Selena, that sword you just displayed. What about it? Do you want it? It's too large for you to wield. Sean detected another sound and moved toward the corner where a well awaited. Selena, seeing his actions, rose from the ground, retrieving her firearm and following closely behind. "There is someone down there waiting to ambush you. It's the same person who exchanged gunfire with you in the subway." Sean, observing Selena revert to her fierce warrior demeanor, chuckled. "How do you know?" Selena asked. Her curiosity piqued, sensing an air of mystery surrounding him. Sean offered no response, instead lifting the netted well cover and leaping down. As Sean landed, a man concealed in the shadows sprang forth, brandishing a gun to shoot. Bang! Sean observed the sluggish bullet before him, extending his hand to brush it aside, and then approached the man who seemed to be moving in slow motion, mimicking the action of seizing his throat. As Selena leaped down from the well, the man grasped by Sean was in the throes of transformation, seeking to escape with the newfound strength of his metamorphosis. His chest began to heave, muscles tensed, and the faint sound of cracking bones echoed as they expanded, pushing against his skin. His eyes shifted to a bluish-gray hue, ears sharpened, and his mouth elongated as his entire head morphed grotesquely. His skin thickened, darkening to a deep brown, while hair sprouted and darkened in tandem. Witnessing this grotesque transformation, Sean tightened his grip slightly. With a whimper, before the werewolf could unleash its first roar, Sean crushed its throat. Upon landing, Selena beheld this scene and recalled her recent encounter with Sean. She swiftly suppressed any thoughts of ambushing him. With a thud, Sean cast the lifeless wolf at her feet. Bang, bang, bang. Selena immediately fired successive shots at him. My, what a violent girl she is. Chapter 61. The Fearful Deathwalker. Who on earth are you? Selena's azure gaze fixed upon Sean, finding him exceedingly peculiar. Had he been a mere mortal at the subway station, he would have fled in terror like the others. Initially, she assumed he was frozen in shock, yet it was clear that Sean possessed both remarkable skill and audacity, dismissing the gunfight entirely. When he had restrained her, his inquiry had been about why vampires were unafraid of silver, rather than asking her species, indicating that he was aware of her vampiric nature. Furthermore, he had just dispatched a werewolf without exhibiting any of its traits. Here was a being who understood vampires, yet lacked comprehensive knowledge about them, who was neither a werewolf nor weak. Selena even contemplated that if Sean's identity posed no issues, perhaps she could recruit him. I have already stated. Sean turned his gaze toward the depths of the corridor. Selena recognized that he was referring to his name, yet she yearned to uncover the origins of his being. Before she could further inquire, Sean began to stride deeper into the passageway. Wait. Selena hastily followed, believing he had discerned something. In the arched underground passage, Sean walked forward with an air of leisure, as though strolling through his own garden. Selena mirrored his pace, having just asked him where he intended to go, yet received no reply. She should have reported back to their vampire stronghold by now, for she had just acquired the weapons from the werewolf slain by Sean. She discovered that the werewolves no longer relied solely on their sharp fangs and claws for attack. The magazine she retrieved from the large-caliber handgun was filled with bullets emanating a violet glow. The companion who had recently perished in the subway had been incinerated by such ammunition. Selena felt both astonished and alarmed by the transformation within the werewolf clan. Historically, werewolves had been the targets of her vampire hunts, with countless having succumbed to her hand over the years. Yet now, they were suddenly retaliating, catching them entirely off guard. This crucial intelligence needed to be reported without delay, otherwise, more comrades would perish. However, due to Sean's presence, she found herself wandering in the dim underground. What's wrong? Noticing Sean abruptly halt, Selena instinctively tightened her grip on her twin guns, suspecting he had sensed something. Sean had indeed noticed, but it was not an impending attack. To their right lay an iron gate, beyond which was a maintenance point for the underground transit system. This ancient city was interwoven with various drainage and subterranean projects, harboring many dark, abandoned corners. Listen. Sean's eyes peered through the gate, fixated on an air duct above the maintenance opening. Listen to what? Selena questioned, puzzled by Sean's gaze, as her own perspective revealed nothing but emptiness beyond the gate. Listen closely, the howls of beasts in combat, the jeers of onlookers, Sean urged. Had it been anyone else, Selena might have dismissed the notion as madness, but after witnessing Sean's prowess on 2 occasions, she had developed a profound respect for his capabilities. Closing her eyes, Selena quickly began to hear the sounds Sean described from beyond the gate, the roars of werewolves, accompanied by a chorus of cheers and jeers. There was quite a throng of them. Sean's gaze penetrated the thick, solid concrete, revealing a brutal contest among werewolves taking place just beyond their gate. Selena's blue eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting in disbelief. In her understanding, after years of relentless hunting by the noble and astute vampire clan's Deathwalker squad, such a large congregation of werewolves should not exist. Yet what had she just heard? At least dozens, if not hundreds, of werewolves had gathered, their voices brimming with mirth and exuberance, akin to a pack reveling in their communal life. How could this be possible? Shall we take a look? Sean suggested with a smile. Selena's beautiful eyes widened once again. Although she was the most formidable Deathwalker in her clan, skilled at hunting werewolves, facing nearly 10 werewolves alone would spell her doom due to their numerical advantage. What she had just heard was a cacophony of at least dozens, if not hundreds, of werewolves. Despite Sean's formidable strength, Selena found it difficult to place her trust in him. A shadow of doubt crept in. Was Sean deliberately leading her to this place to serve as bait for those werewolves? Forget it. He was merely a collection of beasts. Sean thought with a chuckle, shaking his head. With a mere wave of his hand, he could easily dispatch them. Selena felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had never anticipated that even she, who held her Deathwalker identity with pride among her vampire kin, could experience fear, especially in the presence of a stranger. Just as she was about to explain that her trepidation stemmed from the overwhelming numbers of the adversaries, Sean spoke again. Let us go? Where to? Sean cocked his head at the bewildered leather-clad beauty. Of course, we're retreating. You wouldn't dare confront them anyway. With that, he began to stride toward the tunnel's exit. Selena longed to assert her courage, but the thought of the throngs of werewolves held her back. I still need to return and report crucial intelligence. It's not that I am afraid, she reassured herself internally. When she lifted her gaze again, Sean had vanished. Selena dashed through the tunnel, scanning her surroundings, searching left and right, yet she found no trace of Sean. Standing in the tunnel, she stared at the large-caliber handgun she had taken from a werewolf, questioning whether she was caught in a dream. It was only when Selena emerged from the tunnel and approached her car that she contemplated whether her encounter with Sean had been real or merely a figment of her imagination. Meanwhile, the werewolves inside the tunnel, engaged in their brutal skirmishes, were abruptly halted by the gunfire of a long-haired man who had appeared out of nowhere. Lucian lowered his firearm, his gaze fixed on the pack of werewolves, his own subordinates. He was repulsed by their actions, yet felt a sense of helplessness, aware that such behavior stemmed from their beastly nature. Centuries ago, werewolves lacked the ability to assume human form. They existed solely in their wolf-like states, devoid of higher intelligence. Much like beasts, and were mercilessly hunted down by vampires, even kept as pets. He, Lucian, was the first werewolf born in human form, heralding a new era for his kind. Soon, he would lead the werewolves to a new pinnacle of existence. After delivering a stern lecture and inspiring his subordinates, Lucian departed from their gathering. Chapter 62. The Vampires Feast. Sean, holding a black umbrella fashioned from a trident blade, strode gracefully through the rain, his long legs moving with purpose. No one noticed that not a single raindrop touched his body. Even the splashes from the ground avoided him. Reflecting on the encounter with the group of vampires and werewolves, Sean felt that they were distinctly different from those who had previously appeared in New York. Although both groups were vampires, he recalled that the New York vampires did not possess the characteristic of blue pupils when they manifested. He wondered where his little blood servant, Vanessa, might be and contemplated whether he should seek her out for some amusement. At that moment, Vanessa was accompanied by the Blade, alongside the Blood Alliance team that their vampire empire had painstakingly trained for 2.5 years. Interestingly, this Blood Alliance team, which had been established to confront the Blade, now found themselves presented with an opportunity for collaboration due to the threat posed by the aberrant mutant. The meeting between these traditionally adversarial factions was inevitably marked by a flurry of scornful jests and mutual provocations. The haughty captain of the Blood Alliance, Reinhardt, soon found himself on the receiving end of a miniature silver nitrate bomb planted by the Blade at the nape of his neck. Though small, the bomb was devastatingly effective, and coupled with the lethal properties of silver nitrate to vampires, Reinhardt had no choice but to temporarily yield to the Blade's prowess. The group advanced with a detached demeanor towards the largest remaining blood bank of the vampire empire, intending to lay in wait for the aberrant mutant, which had recently attacked the blood bank. Typically, each blood bank served as a congregation point for numerous vampires, and as they entered, they were greeted by a myriad of vampires adorned in various costumes. As the iron gate lifted, the Blade was met with the sight of a frenzied vampire celebration, pulsating music, raised hands, swaying bodies, and intermittent cheers and screams. Is this some sort of joke? The Blade cursed under his breath. He had envisioned the blood bank as a fortified and orderly military establishment, only to discover it was a revelry of epic proportions. Frowning slightly, the Blade observed the feeding behaviors of the vampires within the blood bank. Instinctively, he felt compelled to draw his sword and reduce these fallen beings to ashes one by one. However, prior to entering, Vanessa had already briefed him on the situation, emphasizing their more pressing objective, to hunt down the aberrant mutant. Resisting the urge to act on his impulses, the Blade and his companions dispersed to search the vicinity. He noticed a couple of vampires feeding on each other, inserting blades into one another's mouths before embracing in a grotesque display, blood flowing from their continuously touching lips. Nearby, a bald man wielded a knife, slicing into the back of a vampire whose skin had been cut open, seemingly oblivious to any pain. Some vampires had even begun to engage in intimate acts, multiple participants entangled in a chaotic embrace. Disgusted, the blade stepped aside, affixing a miniature camera to a nearby pillar while simultaneously contacting the external support team. Outside the building, the van's occupant, a swift-footed individual, received images transmitted from the surveillance camera. With a hint of a smile, he greeted Whistler, who was stationed atop another edifice, relishing the comfort of his sheltered vehicle while rain poured outside. Whistler, in response, expressed his discontent as he steadied a large-caliber sniper rifle with one hand while the other supported a piece of asbestos tile salvaged from the rooftop. He had initially intended to enter alongside Blade, harboring deep mistrust for the reveling vampires. Despite their current alliance, Blade had instructed him to remain outside and provide support. Furrowing his brow, Whistler remained vigilant, sensing an underlying issue, though the nature of the problem eluded him. Suddenly, Whistler's attention was drawn to a figure that seemed utterly out of place amidst the scene before him. A man, impeccably dressed in a suit and holding a black umbrella, strolled towards the adjacent building. Whistler keenly recognized the man's distinctive aura, which set him apart from the drunken low-tier vampires and the self-proclaimed noble vampire aristocrats. If anything, he resembled a human. As he watched the figure vanish into the opposing building after retracting his umbrella, Whistler questioned his own judgment. If the man were not a vampire, why would he venture into such a gathering of their kind? Sean, having just tucked away his umbrella and stepped into the building, seamlessly passed through the guards and the immobile iron gate, finding himself amidst the throng of reveling vampires. What an atrocious taste, he thought, eyeing a bald giant engaged in gruesome acts of butchery, wrinkling his nose in disdain. This assembly of vampires epitomized the concept of indulgent excess, their prolonged existence leading to a gradual moral decay, lost in hedonism and debauchery. Due to Sean's unique attire and presence, several sultry female vampires, adorned with smoky makeup, gravitated towards him, while two burly male vampires leered at him with lascivious grins. With a subtle snap of his fingers, Sean vanished from the midst of the women, leaving them bewildered and exchanging glances, perplexed by his sudden disappearance. On the stage, among a throng of dancing vampires, Blade, like a statue, turned his gaze towards the direction in which Sean had vanished. Was there someone there just now? Nissa ascended to the second floor via the stairway, ignoring the listless vampires lounging there. Once on the second floor, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings for any signs of disturbance. The corridor, imbued with European architectural elegance, was deserted until suddenly, a dark figure emerged from its depths. Startled, Nissa swiftly drew her twin pistols, aiming them at the approaching target. Wow, is this how you welcome your master? It is rather peculiar, yet I find it unappealing, little maid. Sean, entirely indifferent, brandished his dual guns with a smile as he observed the astonished expression on Nissa at the end of the corridor. What are you doing here? Nissa inquired. In the blink of an eye, Sean stood before her, and upon witnessing her startled retreat from his swift approach, he gently seized her wrist, which clutched the gun. Pulling her closer, her delicate form clad in leather now pressed against him. What is the matter? Is your master not welcome? Sean raised an eyebrow, lowering his gaze upon her. Nissa inhaled the scent that clung to Sean, feeling the warmth of his body through layers of fabric, an unfamiliar sensation creeping over her. Straining to maintain her composure, she took a step back and looked up at Sean. No, it's not that. I am merely engaged in a mission. To her surprise, a faint blush surfaced on her pale cheeks. A mission? Is it related to those aberrant entities you mentioned? Sean inquired thoughtfully, recalling her words from their previous encounter in the bar. Indeed, Nissa confirmed. Sean extended his hearing, and he indeed detected the presence of several peculiar creatures, distinct from the vampires and ordinary humans inhabiting the building. Oh, one seems to have circled around to your rear. A smirk played on Sean's lips as he regarded Nissa. Nissa, a voice called from behind her, causing her to turn swiftly. It was Blade. What is the matter? He noted something amiss with Nissa, suspecting she might be in trouble. Nissa shook her head, and when she turned again, Sean had vanished from sight. Chapter 63, Invasion of the Aberrants. Nissa gazed at the now deserted corridor once more. Had she just experienced a hallucination? Did you see someone just now? She inquired, peering into the hallway as she searched for Sean's figure while questioning Blade. Who? Did you detect traces of the aberrant entities? Blade asked, moving towards the corridor. Could it truly have been a mere illusion? Nissa murmured to herself. She observed Blade as he proceeded to examine the rooms along the corridor, shaking her head before joining him in the investigation. Nissa lowered the ladder from the attic, retrieved a powerful flashlight, and took a deep breath, preparing to ascend and check for any signs of the aberrants. After illuminating the area, she found nothing of concern. Suddenly, she sensed movement at the corner of the corridor. Stepping back down from the ladder, she turned her gaze to the left, focusing on the draped fabric at the corner. Lifting the drapery, Nissa entered, swiftly inspecting the assorted clutter within, yet discovering no suspicious hiding spots. She placed a camera on a nearby wall lamp, aware that this corridor had another exit, which might serve as a passage for the aberrants. As Nissa prepared to withdraw and continue her search elsewhere, a shadow clad in a tattered black trench coat lunged at her amidst a gust of fierce wind. With terror, she gazed upon the hairless, yellow-tinged skin of the aberrant entity before her, the bluish veins beneath its dermis starkly visible, densely clustered across its scalp. In such close proximity, under the entity's control, a myriad of gruesome scenarios flashed through Nissa's mind, envisioning the horrific fate that awaited her should she be bitten. The aberrant being, gazing at Nissa, whose mouth it had clamped shut, fought against its own insatiable bloodlust, refraining from hastily injecting its venom into her pristine neck, thereby transforming this esteemed female vampire into a member of its mutated army. Simultaneously, various teams from the Blood Alliance found themselves under siege by aberrant entities from all directions. In the grand ballroom, Reinhardt, sporting a miniature bomb embedded in the back of his head, scowled at the revelry of the lesser vampires around him. The pulsating music and the swaying bodies surrounding him rendered Reinhardt oblivious to the grotesque figures stealthily approaching from behind. Just as the hideous aberration extended its sharp claws towards the sunglasses-clad captain of the Blood Alliance team, a flurry of gunfire erupted. Chuba, not far from Reinhardt, had spotted the entity lurking less than half a meter away and immediately opened fire with his automatic rifle. Reacting swiftly, Reinhardt pivoted and fired his shotgun, the silver bullets striking with lethal intent. At such close range, both vampires and humans alike would typically be rendered incapacitated. Yet, the aberrant entity merely faltered momentarily, unleashing a piercing wail before retreating hastily. Following the gunfire, chaos erupted within the ballroom. The lesser vampires, inebriated and disoriented, scattered like ordinary humans, desperately fleeing towards the gradually opening iron gates. Another member of the Blood Alliance, a priest, proved to be utterly ineffective. As the gunfight commenced and the vampires around him began their frantic escape, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning, he fired 2 shots at the suddenly emerging aberrant entity, only to have the creature seize his shooting hand, deflecting the bullets with brute force. With a cry of despair, the priest stared in shock at the entity, whose strength surpassed his own, rendering his right hand useless while its sharp claws pierced deeply into his wrist as it captured his left fist. "We are under attack. At least 3 aberrant entities, and possibly more. Everyone, remain vigilant." Receiving an alert through his headset, the snowman, clad in a vest-style samurai armor and shoulder guards, wielded his katana with an expression of indifference, his eyes scanning left and right to discern the fleeing vampires. Suddenly, he halted, sensing a malevolent presence behind him. Turning with his sword in hand, he beheld a shadow not far away, distinctly different from the fleeing vampires, standing resolutely with its hood drawn, fixedly gazing at him. As the figure removed its hood, revealing a scalp devoid of hair, riddled with veins, the snowman recognized it as a mutant. Calmly gripping his long sword, he lunged at the approaching mutant, executing a graceful aerial triple kick before landing. The mutant fell to the ground, letting out an enraged roar as it glared at him. As the mutant regained its footing, the snowman brandished his sheathed katana, launching a powerful downward strike. Unfortunately, the mutant matched him in strength, speed, and reflexes, catching the blow with both hands. Seizing the moment, the snowman drew his katana, and a flurry of blades glimmered as the mutant danced and dodged, ultimately managing to grasp the blade's edge with both hands. A flicker of surprise crossed the snowman's face as he swiftly withdrew his sword, its sharp edge slicing through the mutant's palm, eliciting a cry of agony. The mutant, however, was not devoid of intelligence. It understood the sharpness of the snowman's blade and evaded with nimble movements, occasionally emitting beastly growls of provocation. As the mutant leaped from the wall towards him, the snowman advanced rather than retreating, executing a spinning maneuver with his long sword, delivering a rear thrust that pierced the mutant's body, pinning it against the wall. Feeling its movement restricted, the mutant clutched the wall with its hands, using its feet to claw its way upward. The act caused the katana to tear through its abdomen, yet it seemed indifferent to the pain. This frenzied attempt to escape left the snowman feeling quite exasperated, instinctively tightening his legs. Meanwhile, The restrained Nissa struggled desperately, provoking the mutant to hiss at her in silence. She had not fathomed why it refrained from biting her. In the corridor, the blade, having completed a search in an adjacent room, sensed the commotion from Nissa's direction. Chad Nomak, pulling aside the curtain, glared coldly through his sunglasses at the aberrant mutant that had taken Nissa hostage. Daywalker, why do you confront me? We share a common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Or do you wish to make me your foe? Nomak could not comprehend why the usually ruthless vampire hunter would turn against him. However, the blade offered him no opportunity for dialogue. Nissa exchanged a glance with the blade, seizing the moment while Nomak's attention was diverted, executing a perfect split kick towards the heavens. Struck by a kick from the tip of a shoe, Nomak instantly released his grip on Nissa's neck, wincing in pain. Blade, with a flourish of his trench coat, fired a silver bullet directly at Nomak's head. Chapter 64. The battle rages on. The bullet exploded at close range against Nomak's forehead, the tremendous force propelling his body against the cluttered cabinet at the back wall. Rising from the wreckage of the cabinet, Nomak cast a resentful glance at Blade and Nissa. Had it not been for the reasons to spare them, he would have long since devoured the two of them. Watching Nomak escape down the left corridor, Nissa's face contorted with fury as she considered pursuing him. As the most noble bloodline of the vampire empire, she had always prided herself on her strength. And yet she had just been so easily captured by an aberration, an utter humiliation. Wait, the sun is about to rise, Blade exclaimed, grabbing Nissa, who was intent on following Nomak. Upon hearing this, the furious Nissa found herself wishing for the first time that she were not a vampire. In frustration, she struck the air with her fist, standing still and watching Blade's retreating figure with envy. Meanwhile, the other two members of the Blood Alliance squad, Light Axe and his lover, Violin, faced their own assault from the aberrations. As Light Axe surged in a different direction from Violin, he encountered a gaunt, naked torso of a mutated being, its emaciated form evoking disdain within him. He raised his spiked hammer and swung it with great force toward the grotesque creature. Crack! The hammer struck the creature's head, nearly severing it from its neck, and Light Axe weighed his weapon in hand, smirking in mockery. However, the next moment left the powerful, rugged man frozen in disbelief, his tattooed face displaying utter astonishment. The creature's head, having been nearly decapitated, jerked back into place as if powered by an energy drink. Crack! 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 The broken neck emitted a series of distressing sounds, as the protruding bones beneath its skin realigned themselves. What manner of monster are you? Light Axe gazed at the grotesque, resilient aberration with a mix of surprise and revulsion. Hiss! The creature offered no reply, instead emitting a roar that provoked Light Axe. Whoosh! The heavy hammer, cutting through the air, pursued the creature's slender form. Upon hearing reports through his earpiece that the rest of his team had also encountered attacks, Light Axe seized the opportunity, flipping the hammer's head to strike the creature's chest. The long spikes pierced through the creature's skeletal body, the immense force sending it flying. Observing the motionless aberration sprawled on the ground, Light Axe cautiously approached. The mutated creature bore a wound on its chest and abdomen, resembling a bottle cap in size, from which a viscous liquid oozed, yet there was no trace of blood. What perplexed Guangfu further was the silver spike on his hammer. How could this abomination remain unscathed by the searing touch of silver? Disgusted, he flicked the viscous substance from his hand after inspecting it. Suddenly, the creature, as if resurrected, sprang to life, reaching out with its hands towards Guangfu, its sharp claws sinking deeply into his back. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as he felt the agonizing pain penetrating his flesh. In that instant, he instinctively pressed against the creature's emaciated chest to fend it off. The air was filled with its piercing cries. A fine line, akin to a scar, extended from the creature's lips down its jaw. As it leaped onto Guangfu, its feet pressed against his legs for leverage. It drove its claws deeper into his back, inching closer to his throat. The scar-like lines suddenly gaped open, revealing its mouth like a pair of wings unfurling. Inside, a serpentine appendage aimed directly at Guangfu, its tip splitting into 4 petals, from which several tendrils emerged. This grotesque sight sent shivers down Guangfu's spine, the pain in his back reminding him not to relent. What astonished Guangfu was the creature's utter disregard for its own injuries. It relentlessly thrust its head forward, even as Guangfu's arm, bracing against its chest, forced its bones to protrude through his skin. The creature's gaping maw clamped onto the side of Guangfu's neck. With a pained scream, Guangfu felt his strength waning, collapsing to the ground, his hands too feeble to fend off the creature's onslaught. Just as he thought his end was nigh, his beloved, Villian, rushed over from the other side, witnessing her lover ensnared by the monstrosity. Without hesitation, she opened fire. The wounded creature, no longer fixated on Guangfu, had already injected toxins into his body. "Darling, are you all right?" Villian inquired anxiously, rushing to her beloved's side once the creature was driven away. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury on my back," Guangfu replied, attempting to conceal the truth of his bite by adjusting his leather armor to cover the wound on his neck. Meanwhile, the most inexperienced priest in the ballroom had also suffered a similar fate, his visage grotesquely altered by the creature's attack. The hastily arriving Assad saw the priest pinned against the wall, bitten by the abomination, and immediately fired in an attempt to rescue him, but alas, it was already too late. Reinhardt achieved remarkable success, working in tandem with Chuba to drive the attacking mutant into a frantic retreat. Chuba, standing beneath the dance floor, wielded an automatic rifle as if descending from the heavens, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, utterly indifferent to the low-level vampires scrambling in the mutant's path. Alas, as the silver bullets struck, the vampires erupted in agony, consumed by flames as they were reduced to ashes. Although silver bullets did not inflict the same damage on the mutants as they did on vampires, the injuries sustained were sufficient to prevent any chance of recovery. Reinhardt approached the severely wounded mutant sprawled on the ground with a heartless gait. Observing the creature's futile attempts to raise its hand towards him, he smirked cruelly, brandishing his shotgun, and fired a silver-tipped bolt that pinned the mutant's hand to the wall. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece of the supporting scout outside, reporting that this group feared ultraviolet light. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt cast a malevolent glance at the grotesque creature still struggling against its pinned hand. He activated the flashlight on his shotgun, which instantly emitted ultraviolet rays. The light sizzled as it struck the mutant, producing a sound akin to meat on a grill. Within moments, the creature let out a piercing wail, engulfed in blue flames under the UV light's onslaught. Chapter 65. A tragic past. Blade pursued the headless corpse of Normac into a vast hall within the building. In the center stood several meters of abandoned scaffolding, and he navigated the structure, searching for any trace of Normac. Just as he believed he had lost the trail and lowered his weapon, Normac leaped onto the scaffolding, landing a few meters behind him. "Did you truly wish to find me, Blade?" gasped Normac, his furious gaze fixed upon the Daywalker, who was supposed to stand in solidarity with him. The gunshot wound on his forehead was visibly healing, the rate of recovery surpassing even that of vampires. "Why do you seek to kill me? We share a common enemy and a mutual purpose." As Normac approached, Blade, uninterested in further dialogue, cracked his knuckles, signaling that their confrontation was imminent. "Is this the hunting squad you have trained for 2.5 years?" Sean leaned against the wall, observing Nissa as she vented her anger alone. Nissa turned to face the suddenly appearing Sean, momentarily believing she was hallucinating. With his reappearance, she finally confirmed his existence. Upon hearing Sean mock the meticulously cultivated Blood Alliance team of their vampire empire, Nissa felt an urge to retort, but, recalling Sean's enigmatic abilities and the recent surprise assault on the Blood Alliance, she stifled her impulse. "Allow me to offer a friendly reminder. Consider why that aberration, having clearly ensnared you, refrained from attacking. Given the opportunity it had, it should not have let you go." As Sean's words echoed in her mind, Nissa furrowed her brow, her initial anger gradually giving way to confusion. Indeed, why did that creature not bite her? "What do you know?" Nissa inquired, looking up at Sean, who had prompted her thoughts. "What could I possibly know? I have only just arrived," he replied. "I merely recall your previous descriptions regarding the aberration. If it has been persistently assaulting your kind, why did it spare you just now? Could it be due to your striking appearance? While you are indeed quite lovely, I doubt that aberrations are so easily swayed by beauty," Sean teased. Nissa, taken aback by Sean's compliment, felt a sudden flush rise to her cheeks, though she swiftly suppressed it. Contemplating Sean's remarks, she recalled the previous attacks by the aberrations. Indeed, each vampire encountered them was instantly targeted for transformation. The reports relayed through her earpiece from the Blood Alliance team echoed this pattern. Yet, why did Normac refrain from biting her? Was there truly some special reason? As Sean suggested, as Nissa pondered, Blade had concluded his skirmish with Normac. Normac, unperturbed by silver weaponry and largely unaffected by anticoagulants, exhibited formidable strength and speed, thwarting Blade's attempts to subdue him. "Why did you not inform me that these aberrations are unafraid of silver?" Blade inquired upon his return. Nissa turned to meet Blade's questioning gaze. "We were unaware." As she processed his words and turned back, she found Sean had vanished once more. What was this infuriating man truly here for? It was frustrating that he offered no assistance. Meanwhile, Sean observed with keen interest as Normac extricated himself from Blade's grasp. In the dark, filthy underground, Normac closed his eyes, enduring the relentless craving for blood that tormented him, compelling him to hunt and feed. Those whom he had bitten invariably became carriers of his virus. Who are you? Normax sensed Sean's presence and regarded the man before him with caution. Sean's tailored suit starkly contrasted with the grime of their surroundings. If I had not been reduced to this state, I might have been as noble and elegant as he appears, Normac mused. With a shake of his head, Normac dispelled his unrealistic thoughts, letting out a sharp cry as several mutated creatures sprang forth from the sewage, charging towards Sean. Regardless of their identity, Normac was in dire need of blood to mend his wounds and unleashed an attack on Sean. With a clang, Sean brandished his trident dagger, sweeping his arm to slice through the pale monstrosities, cleaving them in two as they were instantly consumed by flames. Thud! Sean planted the elongated trident dagger into the ground. The golden-red eternal fire that flickered along the blade illuminated the pitch-black sewer as if it were daylight. Any lurking monsters in the sewage or pipes that dared to move too slowly were immediately reduced to ashes by this solar-like radiance. Normac, too, was scorched, retreating into the shadows. Even as the golden-red eternal fire receded into the diamond-shaped part of the blade, Normac dared not step from the shadows. Now stripped of any disrespectful thoughts towards Sean, his face awash with fear. Come forth. At Sean's command, Normac quivered, crawling out on his knees, unable to lift his head. Great being, please forgive my earlier insolence, he stammered, beseeching Sean for forgiveness. Who are you? Sean's voice echoed in the sewer, resonating like a divine whisper, further confirming to Normac the mysterious man's formidable nature. I am Chad Normac Damaskinos, son of the Vampire Empire's ruler, Eladamas. Normac, fearful of any misstep leading to his immediate incineration by Sean's divine flames, revealed his identity without hesitation, desperate to retain his tortured form for the sake of vengeance. Are you implying that you are Nissa's brother? Yes, my lord. Nissa is my sister, Normac nodded vigorously, sensing a connection at the mention of Nissa's name, which compelled him to reveal no secrets from Sean. Are you also a vampire? How did you come to be in this state? Sean questioned, puzzled. I once was a vampire, yet now I cannot discern what I have become. Normac's tone was laced with anguish and self-mockery. My father, Eladamas, conducted human experimentation on me under the guise of securing the future of our vampire lineage, hoping to discover a means for our perfect evolution. Alas, all he succeeded in creating was a creature filled with hatred, neither human nor beast. His voice brimmed with resentment and animosity towards his father. Thus, you seek revenge against him? Is that why you continuously attack the vampire clan? Indeed, my lord. Then why do you target humans? The tip of the trident dagger pressed against Normac's hairless head, causing him to tremble, paralyzed with fear. My lord, the individuals I target are those who engage in nefarious activities under the cover of darkness. I cannot expose myself to the sun during the day. What Normac refers to as nefarious activities are indeed the dealings of gangsters, drug traffickers, or prostitutes. Sean, having not witnessed these acts firsthand, finds himself unable to discern the authenticity of Normac's claims. Nevertheless, your very existence poses a threat to humanity. Chapter 66. If threatened, simply blink. Sensing the murderous intent in Sean's words, Normac became alarmed, disregarding the razor-sharp blade hovering above him, and fervently bowed in supplication. My lord, I implore you, grant me a little more time. Please take my life only after I have avenged myself. Furthermore, my father is currently engrossed in research aimed at eliminating vampires' fear of sunlight. Should he succeed, the vampires would become humanity's greatest menace. Upon hearing Normac's words, Sean fell into contemplation. For him, the vampire's fear of sunlight was inconsequential before him. These creatures possessed no means of retaliation. However, if their research were to come to fruition, a massive invasion of human society by vampires would be inevitable, complicating matters for S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, Sean had originally come at Nick Fury's behest to resolve the vampire issue. Would it not be simpler to eliminate that Eladamas outright? After a moment's reflection, Sean resolved to grant this wretched soul an opportunity. After all, he sought revenge against his father, Eladamas. Let them engage in their conflict, but the collateral damage must be contained within the vampire realm. I shall not take your life now. You may pursue your vengeance. Upon hearing Sean's words, Normac's anxieties were finally alleviated. His blood coursed with the desire for revenge. Only by slaying the father who had transformed him into this abomination could he hope to alleviate his suffering. However, you must ensure that your struggle does not extend to humanity. Should you fail to control your aberrations, I shall assist you in that regard. Do you comprehend my meaning? Normac certainly understood the implications of Sean's words. In the pitch-black sewer, The remnants of the previously incinerated aberrations lay scattered about as testament to the answer. As you command. My lord, I shall not permit my aberrations to harm any humans. With Sean's permission, Normac excitedly vowed to him. Nissa and Blade returned to the ballroom, where the Blood Covenant squad had already assembled. The priest bore the marks of bloodied wounds inflicted by aberrations upon half of his face and neck, struggling on the ground as Chuba and Assad pressed him down, writhing in agony and shouting. Shet, he is becoming increasingly feverish, Chuba exclaimed, observing the priest's torment as he exerted all his strength to restrain one of the priestess' arms. Reinhardt, agitated by the sounds of screams from the tomb, paced back and forth nearby. Blade approached the pastor, who was being restrained by two individuals, and inquired, How long has he been bitten? Approximately 20 minutes, Assad replied, lifting his head. At that moment, Chuba, holding the pastor's head, yanked a handful of his hair, yet the pastor, who was still struggling and wailing, seemed oblivious to the pain. He had begun to transform. Blade implied that the pastor was beyond salvation. Who the hell can silence him? Reinhardt, grasping Blade's meaning, cursed irritably. Kill me. Quickly kill me. Chuba. The pastor shouted desperately at Chuba. In response, Chuba had no choice but to draw his firearm, pressing it against the pastor's chest. He closed his eyes and recited a few prayers before pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The large caliber bullets tore through the pastor's chest and abdomen, sending flesh and blood flying. However, to everyone's astonishment, the pastor's lips began to split apart as if sliced by a sharp blade. In that fleeting moment of transformation, his entire jaw suddenly unhinged, emitting a piercing scream as he struggled to attack the nearest individuals, Chuba and Assad. Fortunately, the two reacted swiftly, pinning the pastor back to the ground. Otherwise, there would have been two more casualties. As Assad and Chuba valiantly subdued the mutated pastor, Reinhardt kicked over a nearby table. Enough is enough. Give him a swift end. The Yeti, unable to bear the sight any longer, after all, he was once their comrade, handed his katana to Reinhardt. With a swift motion, Reinhardt took the katana and severed half of the pastor's head, exposing the walnut-sized brain to the onlookers. Yet, even then, the pastor's body continued to thrash uncontrollably. Everyone, stand back. Blade recognized that other methods were unlikely to ensure a fatal end. He understood the Blood Alliance team's desire to preserve the pastor's corpse, but the current circumstances clearly did not permit such considerations. Placing a foot upon the pastor's chest to restrain the writhing body that now possessed only half a head, Blade drew his gun and aimed at the wall behind him. Bang, bang. As Blade fired twice, creating a small opening, the rising sun streamed through the hole, illuminating the pastor's body. Chuba, caught off guard, felt the sunlight prick at the back of his neck. The intense ultraviolet rays instantly incinerated the pastor into ashes. As Chuba grasped his burn on the neck, he stared in bewilderment at the half-head that Reinhardt had just sliced off, noticing that one eye was still moving and even blinked a couple of times. This horrifying scene instilled within Chuba a renewed understanding of the resilience of these mutated beings. If you are merely capable of such trivialities, we are in for significant trouble. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, Whistler entered, mocking them. The vampires within the building had long since fled, while the others battled inside. Whistler and Quickfoot had also faced an assault from the mutants outside, which is why Quickfoot was aware that ultraviolet light was an effective means to combat these abominations. We have lost a comrade. Shall I inscribe his name upon your chest? The loss weighed heavily on Chuba, who glared at the brazen elder. Whistler, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with these bloodsuckers, led Blade to the base of the building, where a sewer access lay. They gazed at the mutant, ensnared in the opening. Earlier, I had detected the mutant's presence atop the building and subsequently tracked it here, only to discover this fool trapped. Whistler pointed to the injuries on the mutant's arm, continuing, this creature, like a beast, attempted to gnaw off its own limb to escape, but failed. Reinhardt, poised to unleash his fury upon the mutant for the fallen comrade, was halted by Nissa. He is nearly dead, leave him be. I wish to dissect him and uncover the weaknesses of these mutants. Nissa observed the lifeless, vacant-eyed mutant as she restrained Reinhardt's weapon. After binding the hapless creature, Blade pried open the access and descended into the sewers, knowing that Normac lurked in this filthy, dark corner. Chapter 67. Arriving just in time. Quickfoot, pry open its mouth. Nissa watched as Quickfoot stood at the head of the dissection table. Why not call upon any of the formidable, brawny vampires surrounding us, instead of selecting me? A mere human? Quickfoot gazed at the grotesque form lying on the table, his eyes wide in disbelief at Nissa's request for assistance. Nissa, wielding tweezers, noticed Quickfoot's hesitation and tilted her head in encouragement. Blade? Quickfoot sought help from the suave Blade, hoping he would share the burden of this daunting task. Coward. To Quickfoot's dismay, Blade merely smirked disdainfully, offering no assistance. Surrounded by a group of burly vampires eager for entertainment, Quickfoot muttered a few choice words under his breath. With great caution, Quickfoot gingerly pried open the mutant's split jaw, apprehensive that the creature might still be alive and strike back. The fangs on either side were laced with neurotoxins. A bite would gradually sap one's strength. The flower-like tongue in the center appeared to be the primary organ for injecting the virus. Nyssa busied herself with the mutant's exposed oral cavity. Silver artifacts are ineffective, and garlic proves futile as well. It appears our sole weapon is sunlight. The disdainful, fleeting arrow flicked his hand, prompting Nyssa to retreat hastily, wary of the mischief this woman might conjure. Sunlight is lethal not only to them, but equally perilous to us, Nyssa retorted sharply, asserting that if sunlight were indeed wielded as a weapon, the lives of their vampire cadre would be in jeopardy. I shall endeavor to uncover their other vulnerabilities. With that, Nyssa embarked on an unconventional dissection lesson for Blade and the Blood Alliance team. Brandishing a scalpel, she eviscerated the lifeless abomination, extracting its ribcage, which resembled armor fused into one. The creature's viscera were laid bare before the onlookers, and Reinhardt, with an air of nonchalance, whistled at the grotesque scene. Observe, the heart is encased within bone. It appears only the side can inflict damage. Nyssa rapped on the rigid carapace. With a bite to her finger, she let a drop of blood fall upon the exposed organs, causing the entire system to writhe as if resurrected. At last, everyone grasped the terrifying vitality of this aberration. While vampires can indeed enter a dormant state, roused only by blood, true death renders their bodies unresponsive to sanguine sustenance. However, this mutated entity was distinctly different. The previously infected priest was a prime example, able to exchange glances with Chuba even in a severely compromised state, truly unnerving. In the end, Nyssa was unable to devise any effective means to counteract the abomination. We will depart at dawn, Blade stated coldly, turning away. Wait. Assad pursued him. We cannot act after sunrise. Blade halted, glancing back. I never anticipated anyone would return alive. Assad was rendered speechless by Blade's willingness to perish alongside the adversaries. In truth, he did not truly understand Blade. While he shared certain traits with vampires, he lacked their lengthy lifespan. Throughout his hunting career, Blade had prepared for mutual destruction with the vampires, a conviction unfathomable to those who cherished eternal life. Your wound heals remarkably swiftly, my dear, Villian remarked, caressing the nearly mended claw marks on the back of the radiant axe, oblivious to the expression upon the axe's face. The radiant axe, unnaturally stiffened, slightly shrugged and raised a hand to gently wipe away the trickling yellow pus from beneath his neck guard, silently relieved that no one had noticed. Nyssa returned to her chamber, engaged in preparations for the impending battle. Ahem, I assure you, it was not intentional. Although those words were spoken, Sean could not help but fixate on Nyssa's perfectly rounded posterior and the two small orbs perched atop her high peaks. He had not anticipated arriving at such an opportune moment. Nyssa was in the midst of changing her attire, swiftly donning her garments to conceal her exquisite form. She felt exposed before this man, yet curiously, she harbored no desire to retaliate against him. What is it that you truly seek? She questioned, her voice laced with intrigue. The threat posed by the mutants is immense. Do you genuinely intend to remain passive? Upon hearing Nyssa's inquiry, Sean retracted his penetrating gaze, surprised to discover that, despite her skin lacking the alabaster quality of those of Caucasian descent, certain areas had a delightful blush. It seems you have misconstrued the matter. In comparison to those mutants, your kind, the vampires, pose an even greater peril, he remarked. Nyssa cautioned, if left unchecked, it is we vampires who will suffer now, but in the future, countless humans will bear the brunt. Such a scenario will not materialize, Sean dismissed with a wave of his hand. What grounds do you have for such certainty? Nyssa inquired, perplexed. Sean offered no response, instead tilting his head to observe her. Understanding dawned on Nyssa. As long as he was present, the mutants would crumble like fragile clay, just as they had in the bar before. Could you possibly lend us your aid? Nyssa's voice was barely a whisper, so faint that without Sean's acute hearing, it would have gone unnoticed. A flush crept across her cheeks. She had never felt so humbled before anyone, save for Sean. The memory of having been seen in her entirety by him made her feel as though she were playfully appealing to her own partner. The thought sent a tingling sensation through her leather-clad bosom. You believe yourselves to be the righteous, the justified. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that Normac is the true victim, Sean mused, sensing that if Nissa were to grasp the truth, she might struggle to accept it. What on earth are you talking about? Nissa looked up at Sean, bewildered. Normac has slaughtered so many of his kin. How could he possibly be the victim? All that you currently face is the consequence of your father's own actions, Sean asserted. Utter nonsense. Nissa retorted vehemently, her emotions flaring at the disparagement of her father. In her heart, her father, Elida Meskinos, was a godlike figure, the architect of the formidable vampire empire, who had never succumbed to the slumber that all vampires must endure. Observing Nissa storm out after hastily dressing, Sean could only shake his head in resignation. He had intended to offer a warning. Yet this Navi girl had lived for so long and remained so innocent, leaving before he could finish speaking. However, it was likely that the Blade Warrior had already sensed something amiss. Chapter 68. The expedition yet to commence. In truth, Sean's suspicions were well-founded. Blade indeed sensed that something was amiss. Setting aside the inexplicable reason for Nomac's reluctance to attack Vanessa, his relentless pursuit of vengeance against vampires was quite intriguing. Nomac's mutated kin shared his fervent thirst for blood, and driven by such a desire, it would be logical for them to target the more vulnerable humans that abound, rather than fixating on the evidently stronger and less accessible vampires. However, from Blade's perspective, Nomac posed a significant threat. These mutations were more formidable and elusive than vampires. Given that the vampire empire had now sought his collaboration, Blade would welcome any demise among them. With the realization that sunlight was the most rapid and effective solution, Whistler and Fastball hastened to create new ultraviolet bombs for everyone. These devices could instantaneously emit intense ultraviolet light in all directions, causing no harm to ordinary humans or Blade, yet proving fatal to the mutations and vampires. Simultaneously, to shield against the mutation's sharp fangs and claws, everyone donned a layer of lightweight, sturdy armor. I have a question. Where do we find these mutations? Chuba inquired, fastening the clasp of his armor. We need not search. They will come to us, Vanessa replied, tossing Chuba an object. Upon receiving it, Chuba inadvertently pressed a button, releasing a cloud of mist. What on earth is this? He sputtered, choking. pH pheromones. Extracted from the adrenal glands of the deceased mutation, Vanessa clarified. Are we supposed to douse ourselves in this stuff? Reinhardt scoffed. First, we suppress them with our firearms. Then we deploy the bombs, each set with a 10-second delay. Though Blade would be pleased to see the Blood Alliance squads perish, he meticulously briefed them on the weaponry provided by Whistler. This is my ultimate weapon. I've infused it with nitroglycerin, Fastball added, gesturing towards the largest box filled with ultraviolet bombs. Exercise extreme caution when using them. Vanessa looked at Fastball incredulously. He, with nary a flicker of embarrassment, replied, No, I prefer peace. Vanessa rolled her eyes in disbelief. Vanessa, remember to protect yourself, Blade suddenly instructed the nearby female vampire. Taken aback by his words, Vanessa paused. Reflecting on her recent conversation with Sean, she mused, after seeing me in such a state, he still hesitated to respond. Yet, I am not without admirers. You seem particularly concerned about that girl, Whistler remarked, eyeing Blade with a hint of reproach as he approached. If I were in your position, I would not be troubled by this. Blade tightened the armor on his body. Among these individuals, he cared most about Whistler. I see you've been mingling with them for quite some time, perhaps losing sight of your purpose. With a hint of sarcasm, Whistler wished Blade would not develop feelings for Vanessa, especially since she was a vampire. Having frolicked with those vampires for 2 years, you hardly have the right to criticize me. Blade's tongue was as sharp as his sword, and he retorted about Whistler being captured by a vampire. What do you mean by that? Whistler had dedicated his life to hunting vampires, and for Blade to insinuate he had allied himself with them was the utmost insult. Sensing Whistler's anger rising, Blade quickly changed the subject. It is essential to maintain closeness with friends, and even more so with your enemies. I hope you will remember this. Whistler rolled his eyes at Blade's incessant chatter. The fully armed group arrived at the entrance of the sewer discovered by Whistler, descending into the murky passage filled with sewage and debris. Blade, noting the intricate situation within, suggested they search separately and communicate via earpiece if anything arose. After observing the signs of mutated activity, Blade agreed to this plan. The group divided into 3 factions, dispersing in different directions to search. Yeti, Light Axe, and Villian cautiously advanced into the tunnel, and upon reaching a fork, Villian discreetly broke away from the group. Deep down, she had sensed her beloved had been bitten, yet she clung to a glimmer of hope that Light Axe had resisted the toxins of the mutants for so long without change. Alas, just as Villian separated, Light Axe felt his body slipping from his control, a primal thirst for blood surging from his very core. Brandishing his katana, yet he sensed a disturbance from behind. But it was too late. Roar! The separated villain heard the commotion from light access direction, praying that her dear one was merely encountering the mutants rather than succumbing to transformation himself, as she hastily made her way towards the sound, unknowingly inching closer to death. Observing from his crouched position, Blade sensed something amiss and rushed towards Vanessa and Assad, finding them wading into waist-deep sewage. Blade urgently shouted, "Don't move. Get out of the water, quickly." Vanessa and Assad turned to see Blade's serious expression, preparing to heed his warning and return to the shore. Suddenly, from the depths, several mutants erupted from the water near Assad. "No!" Vanessa cried out in despair as she witnessed Assad being dragged into the water, desperately wanting to help. Vanessa. Upon witnessing the situation, Dao Feng immediately plunged into the water to intercept Nisha, who was intent on rushing forward. "Run, now," he urged, propelling Nisha towards the passageway. In that fleeting moment, no sound emanated from Assad's side, a clear indication of dire consequences. Regaining his composure, Dao Feng gazed at the water's surface, retrieving a UV bomb and casting it aside, all the while counting down for Nisha's escape. At the very instant the countdown reached its conclusion, several mutated creatures erupted from beneath the surface, incinerated into ashes by the UV light. Fearing the bomb's potency might be insufficient, Dao Feng drew his sword and methodically dispatched the remnants of the mutated bodies. Villian, with her striking red short hair, stood transfixed, unable to fathom that the creature savaging the corpse of her beloved snowman was once him. It was only when the light axe emerged from the shadows that she realized the familiar visage had morphed into one grotesque, like those abominable mutants. Slowly, she raised her firearm, only to have it struck from her grasp by the light axe. Disarmed, she turned and fled, her gaze locking onto the well above. Resolute in her decision, with determination, Villian lifted the well cover, and in an instant, the sunlight reduced both her and the light axe, who had been climbing after her, to mere ashes, their dust intermingled by the wind. Meanwhile, Reinhardt and Chuba were ganging up on the elderly Whistler, an act they had long desired. And Dao Feng unwittingly provided the opportunity by assigning them to the same group. Realizing he was outmatched, Whistler seized the moment to activate a pheromone-dispensing device, intending to lure a swarm of mutants towards him. Even if he were to be bitten, he could detonate a bomb, sending those two bloodsuckers to meet their demise alongside him. After all, Dao Feng was his creation. In terms of ruthlessness, Whistler was the true progenitor. Chapter 69. The truth revealed within the fortress of the Vampire Empire. Eladamus Kinos received news of the devastating losses on Nisha's side. Yet he exhibited not an ounce of concern for his daughter or his subordinates. In this world, some are enamored with wealth, others with women, and some with both. However, Eladamus Kinos harbored a profound affection for power. For vampires, particularly high-ranking ones like him, periodic hibernation is essential. Yet, Eladamus had not entered such a state for centuries, as he was unable to relinquish the intoxicating grip of power he wielded, even if it rendered his appearance increasingly demonic. This obsession also fueled his relentless pursuit of the perfect vampire mutation, as he was dissatisfied with the protracted, flawed existence of vampires. He yearned for true immortality, allowing him to revel in his power without constraint. Upon learning that despite the grievous losses he had incurred, he remained steadfast in his plans, Eladamus Kinos resolutely stepped into the crimson pool of blood. In the sewers, due to the series of skirmishes involving Nissa and the Blades group, an increasing number of aberrations began to converge upon them. At this juncture, the Alliance had already lost the likes of the Snowman, the Light Axe, Villian, and Assad. Even Chuba had been ravaged beyond recognition by the aberrations drawn in by Whistler, resulting in the squad suffering catastrophic losses. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the aberrations, Blade was left with no choice but to deploy the ultimate weapon prepared by the swift-footed. Intense ultraviolet rays, augmented by nitroglycerin, nearly engulfed the entire sewer space. The only two remaining vampires, Nissa and Reinhardt, were on the verge of disintegration, much like the throngs of aberrations surrounding them. Observing Reinhardt, whose face was partially charred, Nissa found it curious that despite her own exposure to the ultraviolet light being no less than his, she remained unscathed. Before Nissa could ponder this anomaly further, she witnessed Blade returning through the sewers, only to be incapacitated by a sudden surge of cloaked figures. As she instinctively raised her weapon to assist him, Reinhardt raised his hand to halt her. Then, she recognized a familiar figure emerging from among the cloaked assailants, her father Eladamus Kinos' trusted advisor, a human blood servant. "What is the meaning of this?" Nissa demanded. "It is all your father's command," Reinhardt replied. From the outset, his orders from Eladamus Kinos had been to capture Blade. The so-called collaboration in hunting the aberrant creatures was merely a cog in Eladamas grand scheme. Their true objective was to seize Blade in order to unravel the secret of his ability to walk unscathed in sunlight. I will speak to my father about this, Nyssa retorted, knowing she would have to plead for Blade's life upon her return, for he had, after all, saved her life. Take this man away, Reinhardt declared, shaking his head dismissively. Nyssa's naivety was evident. He understood Eladamas intentions. In his eyes, Blade was doomed. With this thought, Reinhardt delivered a kick to the grounded Blade, mocking him for attempting to emulate his sunglasses. Upon returning to the Vampire Empire's fortress, Nyssa hurriedly approached her father. Father, this operation resulted in devastating losses. I have disappointed you, she said, her head bowed. Eladamas did not chastise her. After all, his true aim had never been the aberrations, but rather the newly awakened Blade. Once again, we meet, Daywalker, he remarked. His eyes filled with curiosity and desire as he regarded Blade. This encounter starkly contrasts with their initial meeting, where Eladamas sought to integrate Blade into their scheme, thereby restraining his true nature. Now that Blade has fallen into his grasp, his authentic self is laid bare. From the outset, they have deceived us. Whistler, also captured, gazes at the recently awakened Blade and reveals that he had just encountered their quarry, Nomak, in the sewers. Remarkably, Nomak did not attack him. Instead, he divulged the entire truth. As Whistler recounts his tale, Blade's eyes widen in disbelief, and Eladamas, like any verbose villain, readily acknowledges the truths articulated by Nomak. Nyssa, standing incredulously behind her father, gazes at the man she idolizes. She never anticipated her father's cold-blooded nature, willing to use his own son for experimentation and to ensnare his daughter's life for his adversaries. Once we possess the secret within you, our vampire lineage shall no longer fear the sunlight. We will roam freely among humans, and at that moment, the entire world will belong to me. Eladamas, undeterred by Nyssa's presence, fixates on Blade, articulating his fantastical dreams. Take him away. With Eladamas' command, Reinhardt moves forward with a group, preparing to administer another round of electroshock therapy to Blade. You can bid farewell to your mind. All of Blade's weapons have been confiscated. Yet he retrieves a remote control from his pocket, an instrument to detonate the bomb affixed to Reinhardt's head. Beep. Ha. Observing Blade's bewildered expression, the ever-patient Speedy finally bursts into laughter, having awaited this moment. Don't bother, mate. As he strides toward Reinhardt, he smugly declares, do you think they acquired our intelligence by mere chance? I have been in contact with them all along. From the very beginning, I was one of them. He flips his lip, revealing the tattoo that symbolizes his allegiance to the Blood Servants. Why would you do this? Whistler questions him. Did you not hear what they just said? Soon, vampires will live under the sun like humans. What do you think will happen then? I would rather be a pet than become their food. The moment Speedy finishes speaking, Whistler feels an overwhelming urge to shoot this traitorous fiend. Just then, a voice suddenly reverberates throughout the hall. I do not know what will happen to humanity, but you will meet a gruesome end. Who spoke? Reinhardt raises his shotgun, scanning for the source of the voice, while the others curiously search around them. Only Nyssa's countenance transformed from endless sorrow upon hearing the sound. Boom. Chapter 70. The arrival of the atomic bomb. Everyone, stand clear. Accompanied by a thunderous roar and a cascade of debris, Sean descended from the heavens, piercing through the fortress and landing squarely in the center of the hall. Those present initially believed they were under artillery fire. As the dust gradually settled, the true nature of the fallen projectile became apparent, rendering the space utterly silent. After all, Sean's entrance, akin to that of an atomic bomb, profoundly astonished everyone in attendance, including the vampires. Who are you? Eladamas inquired calmly, seeking to ascertain whether Sean was friend or foe. Me? I am the one who has come to awaken you. While dreaming is not a crime, wishing to turn it into reality is your folly, Sean replied. Eladamas stared at him in bewilderment, soon realizing that this meant Sean had come to confront him. What more was there to discuss? Seeing Eladamas' gesture, Reinhardt raised his shotgun and fired a shot, declaring that before the shotgun, all were equal, regardless of their identity. As the gunfire erupted, a burst of crimson flowers marked the impact of the bullet. However, Reinhardt was taken aback to discover that he had struck a certain fast leg. How could this happen? Wasn't I supposed to be the one laughing in the end? Fast Leg pondered, bewildered by the multitude of bullet wounds marring his chest, confused as to how he had suddenly found himself in the line of fire. Hearing Fast Leg's agonized wail, Blade sneered, cursing him as a coward. Even if Fast Leg survived, Blade had his means to eliminate him, having long been aware of Fastleg's treachery. Let us see how you evade this. Reinhardt disregarded the fallen Fastleg, his focus solely on eliminating Sean first. Bang! Another shot fired. Yet another vampire from their side leaped forward to intercept the bullet aimed at Sean. Due to Reinhardt's silver bullets, the vampire that had rushed to shield Sean was instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, Reinhardt went into a frenzy, continuously firing at Sean. Bang! 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 With each shot, another vampire inexplicably lunged from nowhere to shield Sean. Blade and Whistler exchanged bewildered glances at this bizarre scene. Were it not for Elida Moschino's orders for Reinhardt to eliminate Sean, and given Reinhardt's furious demeanor, they might have believed that Sean was indeed the true master among the vampires. Otherwise, how could one explain the successive sacrifices made by his fellow vampires to shield him? As the last bullet was discharged from the gun, Reinhardt finally came to his senses. "What in the world are you?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity. Upon hearing Reinhardt's words, Sean chuckled. "Am I the monster? You ought to take a look at that abomination behind you," he retorted, gesturing towards Isla de Moschino's. "I am the most esteemed lord of the vampire empire." The creature felt a profound insult at Sean's words. "Father, Nisha." Upon hearing her father's disrespect towards Sean and recalling the enigmatic power Sean possessed, instinctively sought to intervene, not wanting her father to offend him and risk his wrath. Silence. However, Isla de Moschino's interpreted Nisha's interjection as insubordination, reprimanding her sharply without turning around. Sean's demeanor shifted from a smile to a solemnity. After all, Nisha was his blood slave. What right did this ghastly creature have to speak to her in such a manner? "Nisha, come here," he instructed, observing the woeful expression on her face as she bore her father's scolding. Who do you think you are? Nisha is my daughter. How could she possibly side with you?" Isla de Moschino scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Nisha stepping forward from the periphery of his vision. "You?" Isla de Moschino gazed at his beloved daughter in disbelief. Well, I did not expect you to betray me just like your worthless brother. This fellow is your lover from outside? Iasentihi? Do you wish to usurp my power? You are far too young for such ambitions." He glared at Nisha, his fury palpable. He paid little heed to either Nisha or Normac. To him, with his infinite lifespan, progeny held no significance. After all, when he desired, he could always produce more. At his words, Nisha trembled, turning to face her monstrous father, suddenly empathizing with her brother Normac's plight. Once, her brother must have idolized their father, agreeing to endure those horrific experiments. Sean gently caressed Nisha's head. "Do you remember what you said when we first met?" he inquired, choosing not to mention the blood contract, allowing his little maid some dignity in this moment. Tears welled in Nisha's eyes as she gazed at Sean, bewildered by his reference. "Given that old fool has spoken as such, would it not be remiss of you not to seize his power?" Sean remarked with a light chuckle, as if the notion of usurpation were as simple as a mere flick of the wrist. Elida Moschino chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. If his power could be so easily usurped, he would have perished countless times over the centuries. Despite this, it was still my father, Nisa, who gazed at Sean, her unspoken words lingering in the air, yet Sean comprehended her intent. It mattered little. Retribution would inevitably find him. And all he needed was to prepare for his ascension to the vampire empire. How ridiculous this was becoming. Elida Moschino scoffed, for his stronghold remained a secret, populated solely by his loyal followers. Even if one were to eliminate a few vampires within this hall through some means, what would it matter? However, he had not contemplated how Sean had arrived here. Though Sean's methods were unreplicable, others had their own strategies. At this moment, Sean heard the approaching footsteps of vengeance, and the silent blade suddenly smiled, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "What are you grinning about?" Whistler remained oblivious. "We were on the brink of witnessing a spectacular act of revenge." Blade brushed off the lingering pheromones from his attire, his two pristine fangs standing out starkly against his dark complexion, rendering his smile somewhat grotesque. "Father." Just as Elida Moschino was about to summon his subordinates to deal with the imbeciles in the hall, a roar laced with fury echoed through the space. Suddenly, Elida felt an inexplicable sense of unease, his gaze piercing through Sean and the others towards the entrance of the hall. A disheveled, bloodthirsty figure was methodically devouring his once loyal subordinates. After dispatching a portion of the security, the creature lifted its head and instantly spotted Elida Moschino in the hall. The grotesque visage of Nomak, smeared with the blood of countless victims, became even more horrifying as he approached. Chapter 71. Words of caution to the vampire. Upon encountering Nomak once more, Nisa's eyes no longer reflected the animosity of before. Now aware of the circumstances, Her feelings towards her pitiful brother were complex. She felt sympathy due to their blood ties, yet as a member of the vampire lineage, she recognized the necessity of eliminating this threat. Indeed, Nisa had begun to see herself as the rightful ruler of the vampire empire. With Sean's assistance and her noble lineage, seizing control of the empire seemed a matter of course. Father, Reinhardt, the fortress guard, these are but mere toys to be extinguished at her command. Father, Nomak's low growl continued, his voice heavy with malice, echoing in Elida Moschino's ears like the whispers of Satan. As the attention of the crowd was captivated by the sudden entrance of Namark, Elida Moschino, under the protection of Reinhardt, hastily retreated to his usual quarters, where he had meticulously arranged his escape routes. Given that this fortress was no longer a sanctuary of safety and secrecy, it was time to relocate. After all, as long as he drew breath, the demise of others mattered little to him. At worst, it would merely require additional time to cultivate new allies. Casting a glance at the retreating figure of Elida Moschino, Sean refrained from intervening, confident that others would attend to the task. Blade, despite being disarmed, also noted the movements of Elida Moschino and Reinhardt, and resolutely pursued them. He still had scores to settle, and their escape was unacceptable. Just as Blade caught up, Namark, having vanquished the fortress guard, traversed the hall. However, as he passed Sean, he humbly inclined his head in greeting, casting a fleeting glance at his sister, Nisa, before resolutely departing. Whistler, of course, followed Blade, believing in his resolve. Even though Sean was but a mere human, and particularly as Sean was entwined with Nisa. Observing the now deserted hall, Nisa lifted her gaze to Sean and inquired, "Do you know Namark?" She recalled the moment Namark had saluted Sean. Initially, she had intended to eliminate him outright, but she had not anticipated the complexity of the situation. He implored me for an opportunity for revenge. After all, in the end, it would either be the vampires or the mutants that would perish, so I acquiesced, Sean elucidated. Hearing Sean trivialize the vampires, even though she understood he referred to her father's subordinates, Nisa felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, she was aware that all she possessed now belonged to this man, a consequence of her own blood pact. Reflecting on the blood contract, Nisa inexplicably recalled the peculiar sensations it had evoked. Ugh, that insufferable rogue. Sean observed the myriad of emotions flitting across Nisa's face, bewildered by the internal turmoil she seemed to be experiencing in such a brief span. With a sense of urgency, Elida Moschino arrived in his medieval-styled chamber, where an elevator led directly to the helipad he had long prepared. Reinhardt, reloading his weapon as he walked, remained vigilant behind Elida Moschino, ready for any sudden emergence from Sean, Blade, or Namark. Upon their eventual emergence from the elevator, the hall adjacent to the helipad suddenly began sealing all gates, obstructing their final escape route. "Master, what now?" Reinhardt inquired. Elida Moschino regarded the closed gates, realizing that within this fortress, only Nisa possessed the capacity to execute such a maneuver. Damnable little wretch. Elida Moschino muttered under his breath. Oh, who is the little wretch cursing? Upon hearing the sound, Reinhardt turned to face the persistent specter of the formidable adversary. Initially, he contemplated sparing the life of this creature, yet he was astonished that it had presented itself so willingly. With a sinister grin, Reinhardt tilted his head, observing the approaching Blade with his hands clasped behind his back. With a decisive click, he chambered a round into his shotgun, reflecting on the 2.5 years of practice that had to culminate in a flawless outcome. He arched an eyebrow, resolving to first pin Blade down with a long nail and then relish the thrill of extinguishing his life. Just as Reinhardt aimed, a familiar mechanical sound echoed, abruptly diverting his attention to the useless bomb strapped to the back of his head. Just as he began to reach for it, Blade, producing the seemingly ineffective remote control that the deceased Swift had once mentioned, interjected, "Do not deceive yourself. That contraption is utterly useless." Reinhardt shouted back, his voice laced with disdain. "Do you doubt me? Shall we put it to the test?" Blade pressed the switch, causing the bomb's alarm to escalate in urgency. Reinhardt's body quivered at the sound, but recalling that the device had been crafted by Swift and that no explosion had occurred when Blade previously pressed the detonator, he relaxed his taut form. "Humph, attempting to trick me?" Reinhardt swiftly reached for the device on his neck, intent on removing the troublesome gadget before properly dealing with Blade. Alas, it is futile to reason with the damned, Blade thought as he witnessed Reinhardt's hand moving towards the bomb. Reluctantly, he activated the remote's button. With a piercing tone, Reinhardt's expression shifted dramatically, his hand frozen mid-motion. "Oh, shit. Three-pronged ambush." Boom. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar, reducing Reinhardt to mere remnants. his essence consumed by the corrosive amalgam of silver and garlic. Eladamas Kinos observed the demise of his final subordinate at the hands of Blade, his demonized visage betraying no hint of regret or concern. "You are next," Blade declared confidently, fixing his gaze upon the weakened vampire lord. Kinos emitted a chilling laugh, refusing to beg for mercy. "It has been eons since I last engaged in physical activity. Who would have thought that Reinhardt would prove so inept?" He disdainfully waved his sleeve. "In that case, I shall indulge you." Blade regarded Kinos with curiosity, uncertain whether the ancient being was genuinely feeble or merely feigning weakness. Yet he remained resolute in his confidence. With a determined stride forward, Blade aimed to swiftly vanquish the old fiend. Click! Ugh! In a fleeting moment, the blade locked around the throat, only to be immediately pierced by the sharp claws of Eladamas Kinos at the jaw. How could this be? The blade thought incredulously. This ancient creature had not entered slumber for so long. Was it not supposed to be in a state of utter weakness? Ha, De Walker. Did you not expect this? Eladamas Kinos chuckled with satisfaction. Had he not been intent on unraveling the secrets within the blade, his talons would have already penetrated its neck. Ah, indeed, I did not foresee this. However, have you forgotten something? Struggling to articulate a coherent thought, the blade cast a mocking glance at the seemingly triumphant Eladamas Kinos. Chapter 72. Wherever father goes, I shall follow. Reminded by the blade's words, Eladamas Kinos suddenly thought of his wayward offspring. Just as he turned to look in the direction of the elevator, it was already too late. A gust of wind swept in, and Eladamas Kinos was immediately knocked aside by his eldest son, Nomak. Having played the role of where has father gone for so long, Nomak's longing for his father had deepened over time. Suppressing the struggling hands of Eladamas Kinos, Nomak leaned in close to his sweat-drenched father, as if possessed. Sniff sniffa. Father, this familiar scent. Are you in fear? Nomak's chin was smeared with blood, his peculiar gaze fixated on the father who turned his head away to evade him. You wretched creature, release me at once. Eladamas Kinos attempted to shove Nomak off him, but to no avail. Father, open your eyes and behold your creation, Nomak said, shaking his head. You were not a willing participant in this endeavor. Eladamas Kinos sought to deflect blame. Ha, a willing participant. You were bound, unable to speak, hear, or see. Does that truly constitute consent? Nomak's face was etched with disdain. All of this was for the future of our kind, for the morrow of our vampiric lineage. These sacrifices were imperative. Besides, I am your father. Eladamas Kinos proclaimed without a shred of shame. Father, I once pleaded with you so earnestly, and yet you, my father, committed such cruel acts against your own son. And what of it? It was I who granted you life. Eladamas Kinos declared, utterly unrepentant. Observing Eladamas Kinos, who lay beneath him, justifying his actions, Nomak decided he no longer wished to engage in futile dialogue. He opened his jaw wide, extending his fangs toward Eladamas Kinos' neck. Nomak reveled in the vengeance he sought, howling with unrestrained exhilaration. Suddenly, Whistler appeared like a ghost at the side of the blade, presenting a weapon. Blade gazed in astonishment at Whistler, who, to his surprise, had discreetly procured a weapon for him. Although his circumstances were dire, one must not forget the nature of their undertaking. Whistler cast his gaze upon Nomak. Understanding the implication of Whistler's words, Blade unsheathed his silver sword and approached Nomak. Nomak turned to face him, his jaw agape. A confrontation between them was inevitable. Even if he wished for a truce, Blade would not relent. Just as their duel commenced, Sean descended the elevator with Nisa. Whistler watched the two with trepidation, fearing that familial ties might compel Sean and Nisa to assist Nomak. Sean flashed a smile at the old man. Though he was somewhat obstinate and ruthless, his unwavering stance left Sean with a favorable impression. Subsequently, Nisa approached the prostrate Eladamas Kinos. Nisa, save me. Eladamas Kinos, who had been resigned to despair, suddenly felt a flicker of hope at the sight of his beloved daughter. As Nisa drew closer, Eladamas Kinos abruptly raised his hand, tracing peculiar symbols in the air while muttering incomprehensible words. Accompanying his gestures and incantations, a vibrant red gem materialized in his monstrous hand, radiating an otherworldly crimson glow. Nisa regarded Eladamas Kinos' actions with bewilderment, as if frozen in place. Meanwhile, Sean discerned the underlying magic at play. Eladamas Kinos had invoked dark sorcery, akin to the blood-pact Nisa had previously bestowed upon him, albeit with differing effects and potency. Yet again, it was dark magic. Sean extended his hand and, with a sweeping motion, dispelled the pervasive dark magic with an overwhelming force. No. Eladamas Kinos howled in a hoarse voice as the gem in his grasp dimmed. It was so close, just a whisper away from completion, had his magic succeeded. The gem would have absorbed his entire essence, lying dormant within Nisa's body, allowing Iliada Moschino to be reborn through her flesh and blood energy in the near future. However, all was shattered by Sean's intervention. Iliada Moschino had not anticipated Sean's mastery of magic, let alone the ease with which he had dismantled the dark sorcery he had labored over for so long. With a venomous glare directed at Sean, Iliada Moschino gasped in frustration, suddenly choking on his breath. What had just occurred? Nisa, having regained her senses, felt as though she had been entranced, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. What dark sorcery of possession must your father have employed to ensnare your mind and seize your body? Although Sean's conjecture is not entirely accurate, it is certainly close to the truth. Nisa, upon hearing this, cast a disbelieving glance at the lifeless form of her father sprawled upon the ground. Unable to fathom that the last vestiges of her bloodline had ultimately been manipulated by her cold-hearted progenitor. Closing her eyes to the corpse below, she obediently positioned herself beside Sean. At this moment, the fierce battle between Kaufing and Nomak raged on. With a sudden exertion, Kaufing seized Nomak's arm and twisted it, swiftly dislocating the joint, eliciting a scream of agony from Nomak. However, due to Nomak's formidable regenerative abilities, his deformed arm swiftly returned to its original form. This brief interlude granted Kaufing a crucial opportunity. He grasped the long sword that Nomak had previously fractured and, recalling the grotesque body Nisa had dissected earlier, plunged the blade into Nomak's side beneath his armpit. A piercing shriek erupted from Nomak as the blade struck a vital point, causing him immense suffering. His restored hands flailed, propelling Kaufing away. Strangely, the pain seemed to dissipate, and Nomak's body crumpled to the ground in submission. Ever since his father had conducted experiments upon him, his body had been incessantly yearning for blood, a craving far more intense than during his days as a vampire. Whenever he abstained from feeding for any length of time, that insatiable hunger crawled over him like insects, burrowing in and out of his bones. Yet, with Kaufing's recent thrust, it felt as if he had been liberated. Nomak cast a glance at the fallen Iliada Moschino, a satisfied smile gracing his features, before he thrust the partially embedded blade deeper into his own heart. As his jaw unhinged in a low growl, Nomak ceased to convulse. Witnessing her father and brother perish before her eyes, Nisa instinctively leaned closer to Sean. He extended his arms, enveloping the young maid in a gentle embrace, offering solace. However, something felt amiss. Sean's attention shifted to the now cold body of Iliada Moschino. Suddenly, the lifeless form was enveloped by a surge of intense crimson light. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 73, Universal Language. Is this some sort of resurrection? He mused, incredulous. For he had never heard of vampires being capable of such a feat. The unmistakable laughter of a villain tightened the hearts of Kaufing and Whistler. Furrowing his brow, Sean pulled Nisa behind him, sensing that this was not the Iliada Moschino he once knew. As the crimson aura gradually dissipated, they beheld not the grotesque visage of Iliada Moschino, but a humanoid creature draped in a crimson cloak, its skin a dark shade of red, descending slowly from the air. The creature in question is referred to as a humanoid being, for it possesses a pair of backward-curving ram's horns adorning its forehead. Yet upon its descent to the ground, those gray horns gradually transformed into a mane of gray hair, while the crimson cloak behind it morphed into a full ensemble of red garments. Ning Pala Zizaran. Come forth to pay homage to your magnificent master, Zizaran. Upon hearing the name Zizaran, Sean could surmise the identity of this entity, although he failed to comprehend the preceding words. Hello? Can you speak English? Sean tilted his head, gazing at this legendary ancient demon. Was it not said that this being could not enter Earth? Ancient One, you great feathered fowl. Far away in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One unexpectedly sneezed. Is a dimensional demon here to collect debts? The Ancient One probed her nose thoughtfully. Reflecting upon her own considerable debts, she shook her bald head. In these times, the debtor is the master, so why bother? She resumed her meditation. You feeble humans, who grants you the audacity to converse with the great Zizaran? Zizaran regarded Sean with keen interest. Among the four present, 2 were creations of his dark magic, while the other 2 were mere humans. His arrival on Earth was facilitated by the dark magic wielded by Iliada Moschino, whose power Zizaran sensed. Coincidentally, Iliadamas had recently perished, thus granting Zizaran the opportunity to manifest upon Earth through the remnants of Iliadamas. Those capable of wielding dark magic were predominantly his devotees or followers, and thus he had uttered that phrase upon his arrival. However, Zizaran was taken aback to find a human daring to speak to him with such insolence. Indeed, The universal language of Marvel is English, Sean mused internally. Blade approached Whistler, sensing the formidable power emanating from the creature that had emerged from Iliadamas. Who is he? What is Zizaran? Blade's gaze remained fixed on Zizaran, feeling an innate pressure stemming from his bloodline. A fallen ancient demon, forever yearning to return to Earth, Sean elucidated. Has he succeeded then? Blade inquired, astonished. The sudden emergence of an entity worthy of the title demon was certainly alarming. Not quite. He is currently rather weak. Far removed from the legends, Sean replied dismissively with a shake of his head. Nissa gazed at her master in astonishment, perhaps due to her more ancient bloodline. She sensed the overwhelming pressure even more acutely than Blade. Did Sean not regard this being with respect? What exactly was her master's identity? Nissa was filled with curiosity. Ha! That is the most amusing joke I have encountered in my long life. The opposing Zysorn evidently heard Sean's recent remarks. Human, you are quite intriguing. I grant you the privilege of becoming my first human slave. Kneel and express your gratitude for the benevolence bestowed upon you by the great Zysorn. With an elegant gesture, Zysorn indicated the floor before him, a gleeful smile gracing his visage. Or better yet, I permit you to become my inaugural demon slave. Come forth and kneel to kiss your master's feet. Sean tapped his foot on the floor, producing a teasing sound akin to calling a dog. Humph. Zysorn scoffed. It appears that my absence from Earth has rendered my formidable power forgotten. With a swift motion, Zysorn unleashed a beam of crimson light toward Sean, contemplating the execution of this disrespectful human as a means of setting an example. Yet, the scene of Sean being torn asunder did not unfold as anticipated. As the scarlet light approached him, it began to dissipate, as if obstructed by an unseen force. The fragmented crimson essence gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Frustrated by this failure, Zysorn furrowed his brow, sensing an uncanny familiarity in this human, reminiscent of a bald scoundrel who had pilfered from him in recent years. Cursing inwardly at the thought of that bald rogue, Zysorn vowed to settle the score once he dealt with the current matter. Meanwhile, the meditating Gu-E, eyes closed, rubbed his nose, sensing the onset of a cold, and resolved to don an additional layer. After neutralizing Zysorn's attack, Sean extended his right hand, summoning a long-handled, trident blade into his grasp. With a slight exertion, cracks resembling a spider's web spread across the floor beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Sean materialized behind Zysorn, the blade glinting ominously as he severed Zysorn's neck without a single drop of blood staining it. Standing tall, Sean adjusted his grip on the trident blade and turned to face Zysorn. Ha ha ha, such an attack is futile against me. I am immortal. Zysorn derided Sean's efforts, deeming such physical strikes to be negligible. However, before he could finish his taunt, as he turned, the wound that should have healed rapidly ignited in flames. Zysorn's head fell to the ground, his limbs thrashing wildly as golden red flames surged from the neck, spreading downwards. This is merely a fragment of my essence. When the day comes for me to reclaim dominion over Earth, you shall truly experience the might of the great Zysorn. Even as his head lay on the ground, before the flames could consume him entirely, it erupted once more in a radiant crimson glow. The radiant light gradually converged in midair, and with a pop, it vanished as if scattered by some unseen force. I shall return. Upon hearing Zysorn's final words, Sean flicked his wrist and sheathed his trident dagger. Zysorn should now be Elademus Kinos, and after his departure, the body reverted to its original form, now completely consumed by the eternal flame. I told you he was weak, Sean remarked, shrugging at the three stunned onlookers, Nissa and her companions. Chapter 74. The Indomitable Will of the Iron Man. Who are you, truly? Blade felt his mind faltering. He had always regarded hunting vampires as his mission, yet the notion of a demon was undeniably beyond his capacity. Not to mention, he could not even withstand Zysorn's casual strike. Although that attack was not aimed at him, he could feel the sheer power contained within that crimson glow. Yet, such a formidable demon was effortlessly vanquished by Sean with a single blow? Speaking of which, where is that awe-inspiring great sword of his? It appeared and then disappeared just as swiftly. This is my master, His Excellency Sean Hunter. Nissa proudly introduced Sean, confidently identifying herself as his servant. So you're also a vampire? Whistler felt a bit unsettled. While he had some confidence in fighting a vampire, the overwhelming strength of Sean left him devoid of any hope. I am not. With that, Sean gestured to Nissa, indicating she should handle the situation, then turned away, disregarding them completely. You may leave. Nissa generously addressed Blade and Whistler. Hearing Nissa's intention to let them go, Blade furrowed his brow in confusion, while Whistler felt as if he were hallucinating. Although we have been adversaries, you did save me during our previous cooperation, So consider this a repayment of a favor. Nissa explained. We remain enemies. Even if you let us go this time, nothing will change, Whistler replied bluntly, unwilling to accept any favors from a vampire. Nissa smiled confidently. Well then, let each rely on their own abilities from now on. Subsequently, Whistler took Blade and departed from the vampire's castle. With Sean's assistance, Nissa seamlessly took control of the vast empire governing half of the vampires in Europa. As she sat on the Dark Knight throne, lazily raising her hand to greet the officials who had come to pay their respects, she mused, that insufferable fellow. Just yesterday, he asked for my opinion on that specially tailored queenly gown, and now he's so forceful that I can barely muster the strength to move. Reflecting on the persistent emotions from yesterday, Nissa felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation within her heart. She subtly shifted her pert posterior, sensing her body becoming even more pliable. With a glance, she signaled to the vampire standing nearby. She had consumed several times her usual share of blood today, but had yet to replenish what she had lost yesterday. Meanwhile, Sean, the object of Nissa's inner grievances, reappeared at the CAF where he had first visited. He had left Nissa with Natasha's contact information, stating that Natasha would represent S.H.I.E.L.D. in discussions regarding vampire matters. Sean's actions stirred discontent within Nissa, but fortunately, she held the blood bond, and with a mere flick of his fingers, Sean compelled her to perform an enchanting display before him. Thereafter, any discontent vanished as Nissa blushed from head to toe in Sean's presence. Overwhelmed by the fervor of her performance, which was filled with captivating movements and words, ultimately drawing Sean, with his iron will, into her mesmerizing act. While sipping his coffee, Sean noted that the night was void of rain. The tinkling sound of the CAF's wind chimes announced the entrance of a striking figure cloaked in black. Sean withdrew his gaze from the window and smiled at the leather-clad woman, likely an older sister of sorts. Is there something you need? He inquired. Selena remained silent. She had stealthily escaped tonight. After parting ways with Sean, she had returned to their vampire stronghold, bearing a new weapon designed for werewolves. Upon pushing open the castle's grand door, she was greeted by a scene of debauchery, with various low-cut gowns and exposed flesh on display. A testament to how a prolonged existence could lead to moral decay. Unfortunately, the current vampire proxy leader, Craven, dismissed the intelligence Selena had brought back. This seemingly noble and elegant man had long coveted Selena. In his extensive life, he had encountered all manner of women, yet Selena's unique, ethereal demeanor, coupled with the clan's reverence for her as the moon goddess and her status as a deathwalker, left him yearning for her like a ravenous beast. Regrettably, Selena's heart was solely set on hunting werewolves, disregarding Craven's overtures and increasingly finding him bothersome. This period coincided with the rare transition of power as the century-long vampire leader. Amelia was soon to awaken the next leader, Marcus. Thus, Craven sought to have Selena by his side during Amelia's envoy and arrival, hoping to claim her in name first. In a display of authority, Craven revoked Selena's operational clearance, inciting her fury. Returning to her chamber, she reviewed footage of the werewolf hunt, discovering that the target was the human, Mike Coven, and she stealthily slipped out of the castle. Originally, she sought to find the human pursued by the werewolf. Yet fate led her to the vicinity of the subway station where she first encountered Sean. At first glance, she spotted Sean seated in a CAF. Selena promptly halted her vehicle and, donning her black leather boots, entered the establishment, even she herself unaware of the impulse driving her actions. Why the silence? Sean asked, his expression bright with amusement as he regarded the cool, leather-clad girl. What? I wish to. Selena struggled to articulate her request. She desired Sean's assistance, but on what grounds? They had merely met once, and moreover, Sean was not of their vampire clan. I wish to ask for your help. On what basis? Sean did not inquire further about the nature of her request. After all, he considered any assistance trivial. Indeed, upon hearing Sean's question, Selena felt a pang of uncertainty. This was the first time someone had responded to her in such a manner. In the past, whenever she posed similar inquiries, those she addressed would invariably acquiesce. What do you possess that might entice me? Sean scrutinized Selena from head to toe. His gaze made her feel as though she were completely exposed. She shifted uneasily in her snug leather attire, instinctively attempting to evade his scrutiny. Yet, curiously, Selena found herself unperturbed by this sensation. Previously, the inept members of her clan would gaze at her with a lecherous hunger that left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable, compelling her to fantasize about inflicting harm upon them, to obliterate their lascivious gazes. After all, vampires inevitably healed. However, today, under Sean's appraisal, she felt a blend of shyness and an undercurrent of anticipation. I can. What can you, young lady? I haven't even said anything yet. Sean was taken aback. He had not anticipated Selena's sudden boldness. As long as you are willing to assist me, anything is possible. Chapter 75. The Ancient Legend. Anything? Are you testing my resolve? Observing Selena's rosy cheeks and evasive gaze, Sean felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had failed the test. He also caught a glimpse of the alluring sight beneath Selena's form-fitting leather attire. He cleared his throat, feeling somewhat parched as a flush of warmth surged within him. The contrast Selena presented was overwhelming. During their initial meeting, she exuded an aura of calm confidence, brandishing dual pistols with an air of command, clad in a striking leather jumpsuit and a black trench coat. Very well. After pondering briefly, considering he needed to address the vampire situation, Sean readily acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Selena gazed at Sean with a hint of delight. She was well aware of Sean's formidable prowess, his enigmatic speed, skin impervious to bullets, and that awe-inspiring blade he wielded. With Sean's assistance, she was certain she could unearth the secrets of the werewolves and capture them all. Selena's inherent tenacity was evident. Otherwise, she would not harbor such disdain for the indulgent wastrels within her clan, particularly that insufferable Craven. In comparison to the powerful and striking Sean, Craven was nothing but a pitiful shadow, a stark contrast. Reflecting on her relentless pursuit of werewolves, she realized that if Sean could help her exact vengeance, she would be willing to do anything for him. Shall we depart now? Selena inquired anxiously, for she had ventured out to track the human target pursued by the werewolf, and she feared they might arrive first. Sean merely nodded in acknowledgement. After settling the bill, the two exited the CAF and drove toward Mike Coven's residence. Indeed, Selena's concerns were justified. Upon their arrival, they quickly detected the presence of werewolves. Had they arrived too late? As they exited the vehicle, Selena, filled with urgency, attempted to rush into the building, only to be halted by Sean. There are ambushes inside. Allow me to take the lead. As they traversed the corridor, Selena followed closely behind him, while Sean grimaced in distaste as he caught a whiff of the werewolf's foul scent. Can't they wash themselves? He muttered. It was remarkable that these werewolves remained unscathed, given their repulsive state. As they approached the elevator, several transformed werewolves crawled towards them. Sean dispatched them effortlessly, kicking one like a mere husky, too disgusted to engage further. Ding! Upon reaching the designated floor, the iron doors opened, revealing an intense gaze. You? Please call the police. Mike, gripped by Lucian around the neck, recognized Sean instantly, his striking appearance and commanding presence unforgettable. Unbeknownst to Mike, the police were also searching for him. His only desire was to escape Lucian's clutches. This man was a lunatic, barging into his apartment without uttering a word and unleashing a torrent of blows, intent on seizing him. With their acute sense of smell, werewolves could detect even the faintest sense, and Selena, known as the harbinger of death, was easily recognized by Lucian. Aware that taking Mike today would not be a simple task, Lucian swiftly altered his strategy. His pupils dilated and turned a ghastly gray, sharp fangs protruding as he lunged to bite Mike. Smack! Just as Lucian opened his mouth, Sean swiftly intervened with a powerful slap, sending Lucian hurtling against the wall of the corridor. Captured by Lucian, Mike found himself forced to the ground. As he prepared to rise, he was met with the cold barrel of Selena's gun. Please, no, he pleaded, raising his hands in submission to the striking beauty before him. Selena looked upon Mike with disdain, her curiosity piqued as to why a werewolf would capture such a seemingly useless human. It must be said that Lucian's physique was far superior to that of an ordinary werewolf. Sean's blow had left a deep dent in his left cheek, and his broken fong had scattered in all directions. Yet, he still struggled to rise. Sean placed his foot on Lucian, and the latter felt as though an immense weight had been thrust upon him. With a resounding clang, a sword emerged from Lucian's sleeve and struck at Sean's leg. However, to Lucian's astonishment, the blade shattered upon impact, leaving Sean's pants entirely unscathed. Realizing the overwhelming strength of Sean, Lucian knew he was not of the same caliber. Further provocation would only hasten his demise. Observing Lucian's surrender, Sean refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He needed a live witness to interrogate. Why did you capture him? Selena inquired coldly, gazing at Lucian, who was subdued beneath Sean's foot. Unlike his werewolf subordinates, Lucian was astute, and having discerned that Sean was not a vampire, he briefly contemplated before revealing the truth. I seek to uncover a secret, a long-hidden truth intertwined with our two races. According to ancient lore, werewolves and vampires share a common ancestor, Alexander Corvinus. It is said that he had 3 sons, 2 of whom became the progenitors of their respective races. William, bitten by a wolf, and Marcus, bitten by a bat. The third, a human bloodline, has continued through the ages. The blood of werewolves and vampires is as deadly poison to the other, whether a werewolf bites a vampire or vice versa. Death is inevitable. However, I believe the authentic bloodline of Alexander Corvinus possesses the power to neutralize the toxicity of both bloods, which is why I have been searching for the descendant of that third son. After extensive searching and a process of elimination, my only remaining target is Mike Corvin. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is undoubtedly the descendant of that third son. My intention in capturing him is to validate his bloodline. Selena had already lost interest by the end of the first part, yet she refrained from interrupting, noticing Sean's rapt attention to Lucian's words. This legend endures among vampires. Yet the vampire community now forbids tracing their lineage, relegating it to mere folklore. Mike, held at gunpoint by Selena, stood frozen, his thoughts consumed by a desire for safety. Oblivious to the world of werewolves and vampires. How can you prove the veracity of your claims? Sean inquired, noticing Sean's burgeoning interest. Lucian felt a flicker of hope for his survival and recounted a tale from centuries past. Once a werewolf slave, he had fallen in love with Sonia, the daughter of the vampire, Lord Victor. Their union bore a child, a being of mixed werewolf and vampire blood. However, their secret was soon discovered by Victor. In a cruel and merciless act, he exposed his own daughter to the sun, resulting in her fiery demise, while Lucian was bound nearby, forced to witness the tragic loss of his beloved and their child. Silence. You deceiver. Chapter 76. Perhaps not impossible. You shall not insult our bloodline or Victor. Selena raised another gun towards Lucian. As a staunch loyalist to Victor, Selena refrained from unleashing a barrage of silver bullets solely due to Sean's presence, exercising restraint. Observing her skepticism, Lucian smiled, revealing bloodied gums that were gradually healing. Sean withdrew his foot from Lucian and approached Selena, suppressing her weapon with a gesture, urging her to remain calm, confident that they were in control and Lucian was not about to take flight. After contemplating Sean's formidable prowess, Selena inhaled deeply. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims? Selena was no fool. She sensed that Lucian's words were not entirely unfounded. Her reluctance to believe stemmed from her deep-seated loyalty to Victor, who had treated her like a daughter after she lost all her family during her childhood. Thus, she reacted so vehemently upon hearing Lucian's account of Victor's treatment of his own daughter. Evidence. I am the evidence. You may not have encountered me, the Deathwalker, but you have certainly heard my name. I am Lucian. Upon hearing this name, Selena's blue pupils darkened, her heart trembling with trepidation. Lucian, a name that instilled fear in vampires, the first werewolf capable of freely changing forms, the leader of the werewolf clan. Yet, he had perished centuries ago at the hands of the very craven she despised most. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lucian is dead. Selena vehemently refuted Lucian's assertions. Oh, who claimed that? Craven, perhaps? Lucian smirked mockingly, gazing at the renowned, yet perpetually oblivious Deathwalker. Another name struck at Selena's heart with devastating force. He knows Craven. Upon hearing Lucian's tone, Selena was astounded. If this Lucian truly was who he claimed to be, then it unveiled a meticulously orchestrated deception spanning centuries. Centuries ago, Craven had personally slain the werewolf leader, Lucian, which was followed by the Deathwalker's relentless pursuit and extermination of the remaining leaderless werewolves for hundreds of years. During this protracted period, countless werewolves perished, leading their vampire kin to believe that the werewolf race was on the brink of extinction. It was not until Selena discovered the multitude of werewolves congregating in the underground passage that she began to sense something amiss. Now, coupled with Lucian's words, it appeared she had arrived at the truth. You seem to have grasped it, Lucian observed as he noted the shifting expressions on Selena's face, indicating her understanding. Taking a few steps forward, Selena pressed the cold barrel of her gun against Lucian's head. You are not Lucian. Witnessing Selena's self-deception, Lucian glanced at Sean. Put the gun away, Selena, Sean said softly. Selena turned to Sean. If there was anyone left she could trust, it was her father figure, Victor, and Sean. She was unsure why she felt she could rely on Sean. Perhaps it was because he did not belong to either their vampire or werewolf factions, and his formidable strength rendered him unencumbered by any need for cunning schemes. Killing him would be simple, but what then, if his claims held any truth? The issues within your clan might be substantial. Regardless, he cannot escape now. Bringing him before Victor will clarify everything. Sean calmly suggested. After the incident with Nissa, Sean had devised an optimal solution to the vampire dilemma: elevate a leader of their own. After all, given the extensive growth over the years, while exterminating them might not be laborious, it would be quite troublesome. Selena noted Sean's lack of respect in referring to Victor, yet she did not exhibit any discontent. Victor is presently in slumber. Although a waking ceremony is imminent for a transfer of power, the next ruler is not yet Victor, Selena elaborated. That's straightforward. Just forcibly awaken him, isn't it? What? Selena's beautiful blue eyes widened at Sean's violent solution. Nevertheless, she began to contemplate the method Sean proposed. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. Upon reaching this juncture, Lucian was finally convinced that his prior conjecture was indeed accurate. The enigmatic figure before him, despite accompanying Selena, the Death Walker, exhibited a palpable disdain for vampires. Furthermore, judging by the man's evident prowess and his casual demeanor, it was apparent that even a top-tier vampire like Victor was beneath his notice. Although he held the position of the current leader of the Wolf clan, Lucian's true motives had always been twofold: to eliminate Victor for his wife Sonia's revenge, and to once again intertwine the bloodlines of werewolves and vampires. Initially, he had intended to conduct experiments on Mike to fulfill his objectives. However, Sean's unexpected emergence led him to believe that matters might not necessitate such complexity. Even if Sean's path proved unviable, as long as he remained alive, he could always rekindle his original plans. I can confront Victor directly. Then you shall discover the veracity of my claims. Lucian, while stirring Selena's wavering heart, cast a friendly smile toward Sean, though with his bloodied visage and disordered teeth. The smile appeared rather sinister. Very well. Should your words prove to be falsehoods, you shall soon learn the consequences, Selena coldly declared, attempting to intimidate Lucian into confession. Yet he remained unfazed. And what of me? Mike cautiously inquired, sensing that the trio had reached a consensus and that hostilities were unlikely to resume. Mike felt a surge of relief, believing his life was likely spared. You would do well to refrain from wandering aimlessly, Selena cautioned him before departing with Sean and Lucian. Within the vampire castle, Craven was hosting Emilia's envoy, sent ahead to scout, his countenance marred by a sullen expression reflecting his inner turmoil. His initial plan to establish himself as Selena's companion in the eyes of others had been thwarted by her unexpected flight, a humiliation that the self-important Craven found intolerable. Reclining on a plush sofa, he even found Emilia's envoy's lofty discussions about the future unworthy of his engagement. However, news soon arrived that Selena had returned, accompanied by two unfamiliar men. Upon hearing this, Craven's jealousy threatened to spill over as he rose in a fury, intent on discovering which audacious whelp dared to usurp his claim on a woman. Striding purposefully to the castle's entrance, he beheld the figures descending from the carriage, and his pupils dilated in shock, his body trembling with agitation. Chapter 77. The game is truly afoot. Craven was already taken aback by Sean's descent from the vehicle. He had not anticipated Selena would return with a man who eclipsed him in every regard, though this individual did not appear to belong to the vampire lineage. Immediately, Craven beheld the very person he most dreaded encountering in his lifetime, the one he claimed to have slain with his own hands, Lucian, who was bizarrely leaning against the car door, grinning at him. What's the matter? Seen a ghost? Selena quipped, relishing the sight of Craven's discomposure. By the time Craven regained his composure, Selena had already ushered Sean and Lucian into the ancient castle. Blast it! That's a werewolf. The most formidable, fierce, and cunning one at that. Although Craven was uncertain of Lucian's purpose for trespassing into their vampire territory, thoughts of fleeing began to take root in his mind. Yet, where could he possibly escape to? Even his hidden allies had been brought to the vampire stronghold, leaving Craven with no choice but to muster his courage and follow suit. Sean surveyed the castle with curiosity. I must say, these vampires possess an extravagant sense of fashion, he mused. Strappy silks, bodysuits, sheer skirts, some even donned intricate lace with nothing beneath. They truly indulged in opulence. Within the grand hall, numerous provocatively dressed female vampires had already discerned Sean's human identity. Regardless of his kinship, his strikingly handsome visage and gallant stature left the assembly of female vampires utterly captivated. However, deterred by Selena's formidable reputation, few dared to approach him, assuming he was merely a prize brought back for Selena's delight. In stark contrast, Lucian found himself in a lamentable state. His lack of hygiene, compounded by the recent blow he had received from Sean, rendered him looking akin to a wretched, near-death vagrant. The self-proclaimed noble vampires regarded him with disdainful glances. Lucian smirked coldly at these superficial beings, who were no better than his brutish werewolf subordinates. It seemed that even in Sean's absence, his plans would unfold flawlessly. Under Selena's guidance, they descended into the castle's depths. Sean could distinctly see, concealed behind elaborate mechanisms, 3 exquisitely crafted coffins positioned upside down. 2 contained desiccated corpses, while the third remained empty. I have a question that has long piqued my curiosity, Sean suddenly interjected. Selena, leading the way, turned back to regard him attentively. She understood that if she failed to please this lord, the peculiar blade he wielded could bring ruin upon them all. Isn't it uncomfortable for vampires to sleep upside down? Selena blinked her icy blue eyes in confusion, tilting her head. She was unsure of Sean's meaning. What discomfort? If it were a male, it might be somewhat manageable, but for a female, if she is larger, wouldn't that cause undue strain? Sean elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lucian instantly grasped the implication. He fixed Sean with a penetrating gaze. Boss? Is your mind really wandering this far at such a moment? Upon observing the area where Sean's gaze had settled, the bewildered Selena finally grasped the situation, her fair skin instantly suffused with a rosy hue. Rolling her eyes at Sean, she haughtily turned her head to continue leading the way. In that fleeting moment, the enchanting allure of Selena caused Sean's irritation to surge, and he suddenly found the presence of this wolfish companion somewhat irksome. After considerable mental preparation, Craven managed to catch up, only to witness the affectionate gaze Selena directed at Sean. Oh, no. Did you hear the sound of falling snowflakes? Sean inquired of Lucian. It's raining outside. Not snowing, Lucian replied, shaking his head in a gesture that conveyed his struggle to keep pace with Sean's rhythm. First, you defied my orders and left without permission. And now you return with two unidentified individuals to my residence. What on earth are you intending? Craven intercepted Selena before the basement. Upon hearing Craven's mention of unidentified, Lucian's face lit up with amusement, making Craven hesitant to glance in his direction. Your residence? Have you mistaken something? This is Victor's house, Selena retorted with displeasure, fixing her gaze on Craven as she challenged him. So what do you intend to do now? Craven was momentarily taken aback. I intend to see Victor. I have important matters to discuss with him. In an instant, Craven comprehended Selena's intention to recklessly awaken Victor, which was utterly unacceptable. If Victor woke and encountered Lucian, it would spell disaster. Confronted with the threat to life, Craven resolved to act first, to expose Lucian's werewolf identity, and then to apprehend these individuals under the guise of righteousness, before proceeding with caution. Enough. You are well aware that Marcus is to be awakened shortly, and furthermore, the task of awakening Victor should not fall to you. Seize her, along with these two unidentified individuals, Craven declared with righteous indignation. Selena had anticipated Craven's attempt to thwart her before returning, yet for the sake of Victor and their bloodline, she was willing to bear such a stigma. Observing Craven's subordinates advance menacingly towards him, Sean drew forth a trident dagger. With a resounding thud, the dagger stood upright on the marble floor, emanating a dazzling crimson glow, compelling all the vampires to cower against the wall, lacking the courage to even meet his gaze. Sean approached Selena, gently stroking her hair. As she huddled in a ball, Selena felt as though she had traversed the realm of death, and in that moment, the oppressive weight of the trident dagger seemed to dissipate. Grasping Sean's outstretched hand, Selena rose from the ground. Though this was not her first instance of embarrassment before Sean, she still felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushed. Sean's once mighty blade no longer radiated its former brilliance, yet it still exerted a formidable pressure on the throng of vampires, save for Selena. She grasped the quaking Craven, who was on the verge of wetting himself, and led him into the elder's chamber of slumber. Observing Selena as she knelt at the center of the intricately inscribed circular emblem on the ground, Sean watched with rapt attention. The delicately crafted metallic ring immediately split apart, and a finely wrought coffin began to rise slowly from the depths below. Within the coffin, a desiccated corpse, resembling a mere piece of wood, gradually swelled with Selena's blood. Recognizing that the awakening would require time, Sean instructed Selena to find someone to accompany him to examine the ancient tomes collected by their clan. Is this for me? Selena's blue eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the extraordinary blade Sean offered her. Her expression a mixture of trepidation and childlike curiosity akin to that of a young one encountering a new toy. Hold this for me. At Sean's words of trust, Selena's gaze softened, and with a hint of fear, she hesitantly extended her hand. The moment her delicate, pale fingers brushed against the cold blade, she involuntarily shivered. Just a short while ago, the restraint emanating from this very weapon was vividly etched in her memory. Now, as she caressed its icy surface, watching Sean's silhouette retreat into the basement, she felt the faint tremor of the blade in her grasp, and an unfamiliar smile blossomed on her face, one that had long been absent. Meanwhile, the weak-kneed Craven could only watch in despair, his heart wailing in agony. No. Chapter 78. Confidence shines. Sean clicked his tongue as he sifted through the dust-laden tomes. These vampires truly had no shame, portraying themselves in such a grandiose light within their records. Lucian, standing nearby, disdainfully spat. For he was a witness to a portion of vampire history and knew all too well the truth of their nature. Sean also noted that Selena's clan had a rather vague account of their origins, unlike the clear records found in Nissa's texts. Nissa's clan documented their lineage as being derived from the ancient gods through the mysterious powers of the Dark Scriptures, which granted them the transformation into the noble vampire race. The so-called ancient god being the Horned Zysorn. In contrast, Selena's records were ambiguous at best. Sean categorized the information roughly, finding it akin to Lucian's earlier tales, with the only detailed account being that of Elder Marcus, one of Alexander Covina's sons. It appeared that these two vampire clans did not share a common origin. Their emergence stemmed from two distinct forces, one born from Zysorn's dark power and the other from a so-called bloodline, explaining the slight differences in their vulnerabilities. After Sean had clarified his thoughts, it wasn't long before someone rushed over to inform him that Victor had awakened. Sean then descended underground with Lucian. Clearly, before Sean's arrival, Selena had already disclosed all matters to Victor. Although Victor had absorbed Selena's blood and her memories lingered in his mind, the fragmented nature of those images was due to Selena not being an elder. Nonetheless, through her narration, Victor grasped the entirety of the situation. As Sean and Lucian entered, they immediately felt Victor's gaze upon them, primarily scrutinizing Lucian's visage. After such a lengthy period, having just emerged from slumber, Victor appeared somewhat disoriented. You filthy whelp. Victor gasped, glaring at Lucian, his trembling finger pointing with unmistakable recognition. Craven collapsed onto the ground, realizing that everything was lost. His only hope rested on this concealed ally possessing a shred of conscience, perhaps sparing them from revealing their collusion, thus allowing him to preserve his life. How can you still be alive? Lucian mocked. You ought to inquire of your loyal servant. Upon hearing this, Victor immediately turned his gaze to the prostrate Craven. Master, I truly did not know. I had indeed killed him. Feeling the weight of Victor's accusing glare, Craven hastily prostrated himself at Victor's feet, attempting to defend his actions. Although already aware of Craven's cowardly nature, Lucian could not help but let out a derisive laugh before continuing. You did not kill me. You were on your knees begging for mercy, even proposing a collaboration between us. You speak nonsense, Craven exclaimed, panic overtaking him as Lucian's revelation struck home. Oh, how do you then explain all of this? Victor, observing Craven's demeanor, understood that the truth of the past closely aligned with Lucian's account. You have greatly disappointed me, Craven. Deceiving those above and below, colluding with werewolves, it seems you long for the warmth of sunlight. Victor's fury was palpable, as he realized that a man he had trusted so deeply was nothing more than a cowardly traitor. Faced with Victor's impending judgment, Craven's face turned ashen, but he quickly devised another escape. What do I long for? Unlike you, I do not venture out at night to feast upon the blood of living humans. Craven scoffed, casting a scornful glance at the seemingly righteous Victor. Silence, Victor shouted, resembling a startled rabbit, but Craven paid no heed. Turning to Selena, he declared, Do you believe your kin were slain by a werewolf bite? Selena, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and regarded him intently. What are you saying? I speak of the good father in your eyes, our esteemed leader Victor, who, in the dead of night, craved the sweet blood of humanity and ventured into the abode of a certain amiable family. Originally, he intended to drain the life from them all, but alas, he beheld a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to his departed daughter. Thus, this deranged murderer experienced a flicker of compassion and chose to adopt the poor child, raising her as his own and bestowing upon her the gift of eternal life. Am I correct, my master? Craven scoffed, casting a mocking glance at the enraged Victor. Were it not for Victor's current state of weakness, he would have lunged at Craven, eager to rend his lips apart. Is this true? Selena gazed at Victor, her eyes brimming with tears, disbelief etched upon her face. Victor pondered for a moment before resolutely affirming, Indeed. Yet, I have also granted you a precious gift, your eternal life. Have I not? Upon hearing Victor's admission, Selena felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon her. With a clang, the trident dagger slipped from her grasp and fell to the marble floor. Quick as lightning, Craven lunged for the dagger, having just experienced its formidable power. He believed that possessing this weapon would allow him to subdue all vampires, even Victor himself. Rising with the trident dagger in hand, Craven smirked at all present. Now, my rules are the law. Regaining her composure, Selena cast an apologetic glance at Sean, regretting her momentary lapse that had allowed Craven to seize the opportunity. You despicable wretch. Victor, too, recognized the dagger's potency through Selena's memories, especially given his current inability to wield his own strength. For so long, I have endured your arrogant disdain. During this period of your slumber, I have finally grasped the sensation of wielding power. Since you wish to take my life, do not blame me for acting first." With that, Kraven charged at Victor, dagger raised. "Selena, save me," Victor called out to his beloved adopted daughter. Regrettably, Selena merely stood there, coldly observing him, making no move to assist. Clang! Victor's decapitated, withered body ignited in an instant, consumed by flames. Kraven, holding the trident dagger aloft, felt as though destiny had favored him. Such circumstances had turned the tide in his favor, and he gazed at Selena with a smug expression, still harboring desires for the moonlit goddess. "Selena, come stand by my side," Kraven commanded with unwarranted confidence. Selena ignored him entirely, instead gazing affectionately at Sean. Kraven's countenance twisted with jealousy. Why? Why do you still look towards that man when I have become so powerful?" Kraven glared at Sean with a crooked expression. He believed that once he eliminated Sean, Selena would realize that he, Kraven, was her true destiny. Confidently wielding Sean's trident dagger, Kraven swung it towards Sean, oblivious to the astonished gazes of Lucian and Selena, who regarded him as a fool. Chapter 79. A bold encounter with bare hands. Kraven had clearly not contemplated why Lucian remained steadfastly by Sean's side. Despite the opportunity to attack amid the chaos or to escape, Lucian never dared to stray even a step away from Sean. Kraven only fixated on his prior subjugation to Sean's dagger, convinced that upon seizing the leadership of the vampires, he would easily dispose of Lucian. He had never factored Sean into his calculations. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed as Kraven stared in disbelief, witnessing Sean effortlessly deflect the powerful downward strike of the trident dagger. "Still barehanded. You intend to use my own weapon against me?" Sean remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Beside him, Selena and Lucian wore expressions of pity, making Kraven feel like a mere jester. He finally comprehended why Lucian had followed Selena to the ancient castle, behaving so obediently. With a swift kick, Sean sent the still-stunned Kraven flying. He then summoned the trident dagger back to his hand, observing the once arrogant Kraven now sprawled like a defeated dog. Whose rules hold sway now? Upon hearing Sean's question and recalling his own earlier boastful words, Kraven felt a surge of embarrassment, his toes twisting in discomfort. He then cast a pleading glance towards Selena, akin to Victor's earlier demeanor. He believed that although he had occasionally overstepped, his feelings for Selena had always been sincere. Hoping she would speak on his behalf because of his long-standing affection, he sought her mercy. Selena, however, ignored Kraven's imploring gaze. The man she had once revered as a father figure, Victor, had transformed into the murderer of her entire family, leaving her despondent. Fortunately, with Victor now dead and her vengeance fulfilled, she looked up at Sean, recalling the promise they had made. Slowly approaching Sean, she extended her hand to grasp his warm palm, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Witnessing Selena in this tender, vulnerable state, Kraven was utterly shattered. Sean, no longer regarding him, willed the eternal flame to cleanse Kraven entirely, leaving him no chance to utter a single cry. "There awaits a multitude of vampires outside for you to command," Sean said, affectionately stroking Selena's hair. "I lack such capability. Besides, it is now Marcus's turn to wield authority." Selena gazed at the metallic ring on the ground inscribed with words. "He has awakened. Bring him forth." Sean glanced down and instantly comprehended the situation below. Selena was momentarily taken aback by Sean's words, and then she beheld Victor's body reduced to ashes by the dual-edged blade, his blood flowing from the transfusion tubes onto the ground, thus summoning Marcus. As Selena activated the mechanism, Marcus's coffin ascended. He appeared significantly more powerful than Victor. His desiccated form revitalized by the blood, swiftly transforming into a demonic visage, sprouting wings adorned in an unusual hue. "Why was it not the elder who awakened me?" "Deathwalker." Marcus opened his eyes and directed an inquiry at Selena, the only familiar face among the three present. Before Selena could respond, the wings on his back morphed into a spear-like form aimed directly at her. With a swift motion, Selena watched in horror as the spear came to an abrupt halt before her, only to witness Marcus's body being sliced into countless pieces in an instant. "It seems this fellow is ill-suited to be your new leader," Sean remarked, sheathing his dual-edged blade. He had not incinerated Marcus's remains with eternal flames. It was merely a physical assault. Selena was reluctant to assume the mantle of leadership. If so, only the third elder remained. Should the third elder prove equally unperceptive, Sean would have to engage in a serious discussion with Selena. If she refused the leadership, Sean would have no choice but to eradicate their vampire clan entirely. As for Marcus, Sean had intentionally left his corpse behind to demonstrate the consequences of disobedience to the remaining elder. Go fetch the remaining elder, Sean instructed Selena. After Sean spoke, Lucian, who had remained silent until then, suddenly interjected. I previously dispatched a team to attack her. Hearing Lucian's words, Selena felt an overwhelming urge to draw her gun and end his life. Although her family was not part of the werewolf slaughter, her years of hunting them had become second nature. After all, she was a vampire herself. Wait, we can still make it there in time. If you kill me, no one will be able to stop my subordinates. The vampires sent by Craven will not assist Amelia. Her fate is sealed, death. Lucian exclaimed in one breath, fearing that Selena would shoot him on the spot. Ultimately, Sean resolved to allow Lucian to intervene with his pack of wolves, surprising Lucian, who had expected Sean to end his life. Victor is no more, and Lucian, having avenged his deep-seated grievances against Selena, finds himself devoid of fervent desires. Yet, with Sean offering an opportunity, he must seize the moment, for he remains the leader of the werewolves. After Lucian's departure, Selena took control of the ancient castle. Though merely a deathwalker, the vampires within were nothing but indolent hedonists. Naturally, the unfolding events were not without their minor complications. A female vampire, Erica, who had long harbored feelings for Craven, incited a group eager to exploit the chaos for their own gain. Upon hearing the news of the demise of the two elders, the lesser vampires sensed that it was their time to rise, having been previously subjugated. Though one elder still lived, Erica had overheard that the werewolves were attacking Amelia's convoy. Even if Amelia survived, she would be in a weakened state. Should they fail to overcome her, they could always claim to seek vengeance for the elder. Moreover, many among them had long coveted Selena, the moonlight goddess, and with Victor and Craven out of the picture, their true natures were laid bare. Selena regarded the group of men before her, who hurled insults her way, with a disdain that rendered them unworthy of her kinship. Thus, when she brandished Sean's trident, the wretched beings immediately quaked in fear, unable to muster the courage to fight against the overwhelming aura of her weapon. Witnessing their transformation from arrogant braggarts to supplicants was a sight that failed to pique Selena's interest. With a single stroke, she dispatched them. She gazed with pity as Erica and the other vampires were consumed by flames, hoping that in their next lives, they might open their eyes and refrain from yearning for the likes of Craven. In Chapter 80, filled with fervor, Sean accompanied Selena to her chamber within the castle. The room bore no distinct fragrance, mirroring Selena's own cold demeanor. Upon looking up, Sean beheld the bed and remarked, "So, you do not sleep in reverse?" At his words, Selena recalled his earlier question, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Turning around, Sean took in her delicate beauty amidst her frosty exterior. Realizing he stood in her private sanctuary, "Ah, I never imagined you, with your expressive brows and eyes, would begin to play such games." As Sean advanced, Selena, having resolved herself, suddenly felt trepidation. Yet, Sean had cornered her against the wall, leaving her no path of retreat. Gently tilting her chin, he traced his fingers along her lips. Feeling the intensity of Sean's gaze and the warmth of his palm, Selena found herself slightly gasping, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. This sensation intensified as Sean's fingertip pressed into her mouth, teasingly grazing her delicate, feline-like fangs. Unable to restrain herself, Selena instinctively nibbled on his finger, but the force behind it was more playful than aggressive. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Sean playfully smacked her rear, causing Selena to shiver, her ice-blue eyes wide with a mix of surprise and fear. Strangely, she felt an overwhelming urge to invite him to do it again. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Due to her vampiric nature, her skin already bore an ethereal pallor, but in this moment, she resembled a freshly bloomed peach blossom, radiant and dewy. Witnessing such beauty, Sean could no longer contain the fervor that had been rising within him. He lifted Selena and tossed her onto her bed, eliciting a soft gasp from her. Yet, the encounter was far from over. With a swift motion, Sean's hand waved, and the snug black leather that clung to her supple skin was abruptly removed. The unexpected act left Selena blushing fiercely, instinctively reaching for the silk blanket on the bed to cover herself. However, Sean restrained her hands above her head, causing her chest to arch and compelling her to shut her eyes tightly, as if trying to hide from the moment. Is anything permissible? Hearing the suppressed sound from Sean's throat and feeling his breath against her chest rendered Selena weak, her body squirming slightly beneath his dominance. As she nodded faintly, Sean could no longer contain himself. Meanwhile, at the train station, Elder Amelia had just arrived on the vampire-exclusive train when she was ambushed by werewolves. To her astonishment, as she braced for her demise, a long, mournful howl echoed, causing all attacking werewolves to halt. The figure that emerged was one she could hardly believe. Lucian? How could it be you? I thought you were dead. That treacherous Craven. Upon seeing Lucian, Amelia realized that Craven had deceived them all along. You should be grateful I arrived. Otherwise, you would surely meet your end today, Lucian reassured his eager werewolf followers, who were itching to tear Amelia apart. What do you intend to do? What is your purpose? Amelia demanded, her gown quivering with her rising tension. Lucian merely smirked, offering no response, and instead commanded all werewolves to depart. The abrupt and disjointed assassination left Amelia somewhat bewildered. Had she not been acquainted with Lucian, she might have doubted whether he harbored any feelings for her, given that he spared her life. It was only upon her successful arrival at the ancient castle, escorted by her guards, that she learned the full extent of the events from other vampires. She proceeded directly to the Elder's chamber of repose, where she beheld Sean seated upon the exclusive throne of their elder, alongside Selena, who had evidently donned a different attire. Clearly, you are already aware of the unfolding events. Marcus, he has proven rather disobedient, and now only you remain, Sean remarked, casting a glance at the scattered remnants of Marcus on the floor. The sight of those shattered fragments caused Amelia to tremble slightly. Despite her awareness that this was Sean's tactic to intimidate her, she could not shake the dread. For the longer one lives, the more one fears death, particularly in a manner akin to Marcus's fate. Lowering her head, Amelia bent forward, nearly burying her chin into the neckline of her off-shoulder gown. I have no interest in your dominion over the vampires. Had it not been for Selena's reluctance to ascend, you would be dead by now. At these words, Amelia cautiously lifted her gaze to Selena, standing beside Sean, and noticed a subtle change in the once formidable harbinger of death. My lord, how may I serve you? Amelia adjusted her attire and modified her kneeling posture. Sensing that Sean perceived a significant fissure within her. Continue to lead your entire clan, Sean instructed. He then provided Amelia and Selena with Natasha's contact details, assuring that they would establish appropriate protocols. Nonetheless, a hint of concern lingered on Amelia's countenance. What troubles you? Is there an issue? Sean inquired. My lord, we encounter no issues within our vampire faction, but it has come to my attention that another pack of werewolves and a different vampire coven have recently undergone a shift in power, Amelia stated, her demeanor revealing her unease. That is not your concern. Nissa will comply. As for Lucian, you may convey a message from me. Should he refuse to adhere to the regulations, I shall personally address him. Sean's commanding words elicited a tightening of Amelia's form, a surge of overwhelming emotion coursing through her. She had heard of Nissa, the new leader of a rival vampire faction, and it was apparent that Sean had orchestrated her ascent. After all these years, despite her initial disinterest in power, Amelia found herself captivated by the intoxicating allure of authority. In the past, she had been constrained by the likes of Victor and Marcus, but henceforth, the entire vampire realm would bend to her will, solidifying her resolve to align herself closely with Sean. As Sean strolled out, his arm wrapped around the blushing waist of Selena, an inexplicable glimmer danced in Amelia's eyes. Isn't this our grand vocalist? She mused. After attending to the internal affairs of the vampires, Amelia encountered Selena in the corridor. The presence of Sean had rendered Selena's vicinity devoid of company. Who would have thought? Once so aloof and disdainful of everything, she now seemed to revel in frivolity more than I do. Amelia recalled the blush-inducing secrets she had overheard and playfully teased Selena. Faced with Amelia's jests, Selena found herself at a loss for retorts. After all, she too was enjoying the newfound pleasures of life. Had the shadows of her childhood left such a profound mark? Yet, Amelia's subsequent words left Selena utterly astonished. Hello, my security consultant. What brings you to call me at this hour? Sean's irritation flared at the sound of Tony's insufferable voice. He was in no mood for such interruptions. What do you expect? Since the expo, your attendance has been lower than Agent Romanoff's. Whose consultant gets to lounge around like you? Sean lay languidly on his plush bed, ignoring Tony's lamentations from the other end of the line. Hello? Is anyone home? Tony's loud calls pierced through the silence as Sean remained unresponsive. What do you want? He replied, exasperation evident as he held the phone aloft, a desire to return and deliver a swift reprimand to Tony gnawing at him. Yet, his expression shifted. Are you eating? Tony inquired, brow furrowing at the peculiar sounds emanating from Sean's end. This is your final chance. If you don't speak now, you may never get the opportunity again. Upon hearing Sean's labored breaths, Tony recalled the two glowing red dots, mistakenly concluding that Sean was angry. With Sean's colorful history, he should have grasped the nature of Sean's situation by now. Today, I met with that imposing figure from S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, you must have known about his superhero team's plans, right? Yes, if you are referring to the Avengers, I am aware. Please inquire of Dear Agent Romanoff why Iron Man meets the criteria for the Avengers Initiative while Tony Stark does not. It is utterly irrational. How can they accept one version of me and reject the true me? Why don't you ask her yourself? Tony retorted, his icy blue eyes narrowing with discontent as they regarded Sean. I can't decipher the conundrum. Does that mean I can solve it? Sean's eyes widened in disbelief as a third figure entered the room, directing a gaze filled with avoidance toward him, the pink-hued Moonlight Maiden. Regardless of whether Sean could see it or not, Tony rolled his eyes and mused, with your strength, who could possibly restrain you? Sean replied, brother, do you think the crosslock we both experience holds the same meaning? He sighed, let us get down to business. A fellow named Charles Xavier has invited us to his estate for a discussion. Did you really take all that time just to mention the main point? Sean remarked, somewhat exasperated. However, considering the delightful surprise he had just uncovered, he decided to forgive Tony for his rambling. That name is rather intriguing, Sean continued. The renowned professor. And yet another bald fellow. It makes me wonder if Marvel harbors some mysterious factor contributing to hair loss. Indeed, it's special. He is a mutant, reputedly able to manipulate minds. Tony's tone reflected both curiosity and a hint of trepidation regarding such an ability to perceive and control thoughts. What do you think? Should we go? Tony inquired of Sean. The professor's powers are quite formidable for an ordinary person, especially since Sean harbors a particular secret. After contemplating for a moment, Sean ultimately agreed. He had confidence in his own abilities. Moreover, the professor was not a villain, after all. Thus concluded Sean's conversation with Tony, and he finally grasped the meaning of the adage that among three individuals, one can always find a teacher. The following night, Tony belatedly realized what Sean had been preoccupied with during that phone call, as Pepper returned and slept beside him that evening. Damn, how embarrassing, Tony muttered, feeling as though all those magazine cover models had been wasted on him. However, he recalled that one pair of models were twins, which brought a hint of nostalgia. At that moment, Pepper cast a curious glance at Tony, wondering what had caused his sudden shift in demeanor. In New York, at an obscure train station, Storm and Cyclops were on the lookout for a little girl, the mischievous Anna Marie. Scott glanced up at the large screen displaying train information, sensing a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered two children staring intently at his technologically advanced glasses. He offered them a smile, but what he believed to be friendly was perceived as unsettling by the children's mother, who quickly whisked them away from the strange man. Meanwhile, as Scott was distracted, Storm, who had approached the ticket counter, was suddenly seized by Sabretooth, who clutched her throat. Seeing his companion in peril, and with the station crowded, Scott was unable to launch a laser attack and rushed forward to assist her. Unfortunately, a grotesque, long tongue snagged his high-tech glasses, rendering his laser vision uncontrolled. And a brilliant beam of red light shattered the station's roof, prompting a cacophony of screams from the surrounding crowd. Sir, the New York Police Department has just received an emergency call. After reviewing the surveillance footage, I am convinced that this incident is linked to a mutant-related crime. Tony, engrossed in his endeavor to incubate his armor, received an alert from his intelligent assistant, Jarvis. Observing the devastating power of Scott's laser eyes displayed on the blue screen, he approached the armor control panel. George Stacy, in a fit of agitation, discarded his unfinished coffee cup into the trash bin, urging the officers to hasten to their vehicles. It seems that his plans for a cozy evening with his beloved have been dashed. At the station, Aurora, ensnared by the saber-toothed tiger, began to roll her eyes back. She was not merely gasping for breath. Just as her pupils turned entirely white, the lightning that had been gathering above, unleashed by Scott's destructive force, struck down upon the saber-toothed tiger. With a painful roar, the creature was sent hurtling away, crashing through the walls. Meanwhile, at the station platform, a train that had just departed suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Inside the carriage, Logan observed the flickering lights that ultimately extinguished. He sniffed the air and rose from his seat, sensing impending danger. Indeed, within the dark carriage, all metallic objects adhered to the walls as if manipulated by an invisible hand. The rear of the train was violently torn apart by an immense force, causing sparks to fly, and a shadowy figure emerged at the back. Logan watched warily as the helmeted figure descended slowly, arms outstretched, 3 sharp metallic claws suddenly protruding from the joints of his fists. Wolverine? Eric Lensher regarded Logan, who had revealed his claws, admiring the courage that seemed to stem from nowhere. Eric gently extended a hand, and Logan instantly felt his body slipping from his control. As if his bones were being immobilized, he struggled fiercely. However, as Eric spread his fingers, Logan felt his claws being forcibly extended. the agony radiating from his bones evident on his reddening face. Dealing with your metallic frame poses no challenge at all, Eric remarked disdainfully. What the hell do you want from me? Logan retorted, angered by the insult. Want you? Narcissism is not a commendable trait, Eric replied, casting a glance at the terrified Anna Marie beside them. Just then, a melody suddenly resonated through the sky. Old man in the cape, kindly lower that werewolf and surrender, or I shall disregard the respect for the elderly and the young. Chapter 82. Iron Man's suicide on the tracks. Magneto, Eric, and Wolverine, Logan, simultaneously turned their gaze to the sky, where Iron Man was aiming his palm cannon directly at them. Logan suddenly cast a sympathetic gaze toward Tony in the sky. The armor he donned was strikingly similar to his own adamantium attire. Faced with this individual capable of manipulating metal, he felt as though he was merely a meat bun tossed to a dog. Upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of Iron Man, Eric could hardly contain his amusement. He glanced between the immobilized Logan and the audacious Tony above. If it were anyone else, he might have been somewhat cautious, but seeing two metallic beings before him, he couldn't help but think it was a jest. Provoking you two would indeed be akin to kicking cotton for Magneto. Eric refrained from extending his hand. Merely casting a glance at Tony elicited an immediate surge of power that enveloped him. Sir, an unidentified magnetic field has manifested around you, which may restrict your suit's functionality. His devoted assistant, Jarvis, informed him. Struck by Magneto's might, Tony found himself forcefully grounded, struggling to retort. Yes, I noticed that as well. Thank you ever so much for your timely warning. Enveloped by the confines of his armor, he was rendered utterly immobile, trapped upon the tracks. Sir, do you require assistance in contacting Mr. Hunter for a rescue? Jarvis inquired, prompting a desire within Tony to dismiss his assistant's embarrassing suggestion. Yet he lamented his own helplessness. He had not anticipated encountering a mutant so perfectly counter to his abilities. He had intended to showcase his prowess before the mutants. Yet instead, he found himself outshone. Magneto, Eric, held little regard for Tony's fate. He could easily crush the Iron Man suit, but he had more pressing matters at hand. Contemplating his grand plan, he preferred to avoid complications at such a critical juncture. He then turned to Logan, still immobilized, and with a wave of his hand, sent him hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The quick-witted Mary, realizing the imminent danger, immediately darted in the opposite direction of the train car. Unfortunately, Magneto deftly propelled a syringe that swiftly penetrated her body. The anesthetic within acted almost instantaneously, causing the young Mary to collapse in the aisle of the train car. So young, so naive, Eric lamented with a shake of his head, though a trace of pride tinged his tone. As George Stacy and a contingent of officers arrived at the station, they caught sight of Magneto and his entourage emerging, carrying the unconscious Mary. Halt! Stand right there. Put her down and raise your hands above your heads. Now, George Stacy commanded, his voice amplified through a megaphone, his expression reflecting impatience as he observed the oddly dressed figures before him. Surveying the officers encircling the station, he noted their armed readiness. Casting a triumphant glance toward Magneto and his company. What of mutants? They are still mere mortals. Let us see you dodge a bullet, George Stacy mused. Upon hearing the police officer's command to raise his hands, Magneto chuckled and complied without hesitation. However, accompanying his raised hands were two police cars. Hey, isn't that Iron Man? What's going on? Are you contemplating suicide on the tracks? The voice reached Tony, who was lying on the railroad, and he finally exhaled in relief. He realized, unbeknownst to him, that as long as Sean was present, he felt that everything was manageable. After all, it was due to someone's previous phone call that had compelled him to endure a live broadcast, leaving his ears and his very soul feeling sullied, necessitating a purification on the tracks. Though joy filled his heart, he would never concede verbally. Oh, I suppose I shall go save someone else. You can take your time with your purification. Hey. It was just a joke, my friend. The moment Tony saw that Sean was genuinely about to leave, he quickly relented. He had no desire to remain there overnight. Not to mention the uncertainty of whether a train would pass. The chill in the air was enough to worry him about potential stomach troubles. Noticing Tony's capitulation, Sean ceased his teasing, snapped his fingers, and instantly, the magnetic field around Tony returned to normal, granting his suit the freedom it had lost. All here are mutants. Especially one who can manipulate magnetic fields. He's a bit of a counter to me. You should take the lead. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. Tony explained the situation to Sean, particularly emphasizing the presence of Magneto, Eric, in an attempt to salvage some dignity from his recent embarrassment. No rush. I'll first introduce you to someone. Sean raised an eyebrow, then smiled mysteriously at Tony. Just moments ago, Sean had felt a strange energy sweeping over him. which seemed to strike at the very essence of his being. As he prepared to counter with magic, the eternal flame within him surged, incinerating the invasive force. Outside the station, a throng of police and onlookers surrounded an ordinary sedan. Jean Grey, with her auburn hair, glanced at Professor Charles Xavier beside her, noticing his sudden furrowed brow. "What is it, Professor?" "I have encountered someone quite intriguing," Charles replied with a smile, directing his gaze toward the two figures that had unexpectedly appeared outside the car. "I told you I would come alone," Tony exclaimed, crouched to the side, lifting his Iron Man mask and glaring at the tall and striking figure of Sean with exasperation. "Let's move a bit faster." Sean turned his attention to the two telepaths in the car, sensing another mental force probing into the truth concealed beneath his mask. "If you're so eager to know, I can show you, but not here," Sean remarked to Jean, who had activated her mutant abilities. Upon realizing her subtle actions had been detected, Jean felt both surprised and embarrassed. "Oh, I'm so sorry. There's nothing to it. I've already mentioned that if you truly wish to see, I can show you. But not here." Sean waved his hand dismissively. "Hey, buddy, there are guns drawn over there, and you're here flirting?" Tony, having recovered, could not help but interject as he observed Sean engrossed in conversation with the alluring woman in the vehicle. "Would you like me to lend a hand, Professor?" Charles pondered Sean's words. As a master of telepathy, he could not penetrate Sean's mind, yet he could access the thoughts of others, excluding his helmeted companion. Thus, he was aware of Sean's true identity and abilities. He contemplated the implications of Sean intervening. What then would become of his dear friend Eric? He could not overtly release Eric, yet he was reluctant to relinquish him to humanity. It was a conundrum. Chapter 83. You are too timid, Charles. Are you now afraid to confront me directly? Upon hearing Eric's words, Charles wished to avoid a direct conflict. He manipulated the saber-toothed tiger beside Eric to restrain him while attempting to lead away the toad carrying the mischievous Mary. Unfortunately, Eric was all too familiar with Charles. Sensing his friend's reluctance to confront him, Eric's thoughts triggered the police officers' weapons to cock and hover in the air, pointing at each officer. This tactic was indeed effective against Charles, who found himself constrained by Eric's actions, halting his telepathic abilities. "You're not going to intervene?" Tony observed the tense atmosphere. Had his armor not been susceptible to control, he would have charged at the more prominent figure. It was merely a minor dispute between two old friends, unlikely to escalate into violence. Though Sean verbally dismissed the gravity of the situation, should an actual crisis arise, he would undoubtedly act to save everyone. Charles cast a grateful glance at Sean, recognizing the opportunity he was being afforded. Ultimately, he had no choice but to negotiate with Eric, allowing them to depart. "Would you care to join me at my estate for a discussion?" Charles graciously invited Tony and Sean, as though he had not just faced off against Magneto. Tony turned to Sean, signaling for him to make the decision. "Let's forego it for tonight. I do not have a habit of engaging in lengthy discussions with men. Perhaps we shall visit during the day." As he spoke, Sean extended his hand, and two shimmering portals crackled into existence. "Why not use this method earlier? You simply wished to see me humiliated." Tony suddenly recalled that Sean possessed such an impressive and enigmatic mode of arrival. Yet he opted for the less glamorous technique of instantaneous movement, which always left him feeling nauseated. It is your own physique that is lacking. Moreover, this technique is more suitable for long-range use. In close quarters, instantaneous movement is far more convenient. As Sean stepped into the portal, it rapidly contracted, rendering his voice inaudible. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Tony greeted Charles and Jean Grey before making his way towards the teleportation gateway leading to his opulent mansion. Jean Grey, filled with curiosity, observed Sean's extraordinary abilities. Having previously viewed videos online of Shadowcat battling the monstrous Shrek, she had once speculated that Sean, too, was a mutant and had reported her suspicions to the professor. However, the Academy's focus primarily lay on young mutants who were just beginning to manifest their powers, leaving them with little choice but to engage with adults like Sean. Thus, Charles had extended an invitation for Tony and Sean to visit the estate. "Professor, what mutant ability does he possess? Have you encountered anything like it before?" Jean inquired, her gaze fixed on the sparks scattered on the ground where Sean and the others had departed. Each mutant's powers could manifest in myriad ways, and I would not claim to have witnessed every possible ability. Furthermore, shouldn't you be concerned about Scott and Aurora? Charles gazed kindly at his diligent student, Jean. It was only after the professor's reminder that Jean recalled the two individuals left behind at the station. One crouched with his eyes covered, too fearful to open them, while the other lay unconscious, gripped by a saber-toothed tiger. Jean dashed into the station, using her telepathic abilities to awaken the unconscious Aurora. Together, they assisted the hesitant Scott onto the vehicle, just as Logan regained consciousness. The group then made their way back to the professor's estate. While Logan argued about Charles's decision to release Eric, an unexpected visitor arrived, Senator Kelly, a staunch supporter of the Mutant Registration Act. According to Senator Kelly, Magneto Eric had constructed a machine that transformed him from an ordinary human into a mutant. Upon hearing this, Charles grasped the gravity of the situation. He intended to utilize the cerebral amplification device to locate Eric and his companions, but to his astonishment, the device malfunctioned, causing him to lose consciousness. What on earth happened? The following morning, Sean arrived at the professor's estate with Tony, only to find both Jean Grey and the others wearing expressions of despair. Yesterday, the professor attempted to locate Magneto using the cerebral amplification device, and it malfunctioned, leaving him in a coma, Jean explained, her surprise evident as she looked at Sean, perhaps not expecting such a countenance beneath his mask. It seems there will be no meals served here today, Tony remarked flippantly. Sean could not help but shoot him a disapproving glance. With everyone in a state of unconsciousness, could you perhaps temper your comments? Ignore this guy, let him starve, came the retort. And who might these two be? Scott gazed at Sean and Tony, who had arrived at this hour, feeling a sense of discomfort. Although he was aware of Tony's identity, the sight of this notorious playboy and Sean's appearance, which instinctively provoked hostility in every man, unsettled him further, especially Sean's familiarity with Jean, which irked him immensely. After Scott had posed his question, Jean cast him a glance that unmistakably conveyed her understanding of his thoughts, subtly admonishing him for his inappropriate timing. Scott had grown accustomed to Jean's uncanny ability to read his mind, and he shrugged, pondering to himself, it is merely the nature of men at play. Do you require assistance? He inquired. Unaware of Sean's capabilities, Jean shook her head and replied, no one, apart from the professor, can withstand the power of the cerebral wave amplifier. I cannot either. It is the only means to locate Magneto and his cohorts. Hearing Jean's unwavering assertion, Tony interjected before Sean could respond. While I cannot ascertain the true capabilities of this wave amplifier you speak of, your confidence seems rather excessive. I happen to know several methods to track down that magnetic manipulator. Is that so? Pray tell, which of your numerous girlfriends do you intend to enlist for help? Scott retorted, unable to suppress his disdain for Tony, whom he perceived as a braggart with a bit of wealth. Scott, Jean interjected, interrupting the verbal sparring between Scott and Tony, having discerned Tony's thoughts. You can locate Magneto? She directed her inquiry at Sean. As one of the methods Tony had contemplated involved him. Not a difficult task, Sean replied, closing his eyes. His charlatan demeanor only deepened Scott's skepticism. They will be at Ellis Island tonight. Ellis Island? ISNT, that where the summit is being held? Leaders from numerous nations will be in attendance tonight, Tony remarked, swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. Are you certain? Jean asked, her gaze fixed intently on Sean. Had it not been for him, she would have prepared to operate the amplifier herself to trace Magneto's whereabouts. Sean nodded affirmatively, stating, as Tony mentioned, Magneto plans to utilize a machine to transform the leaders of those nations into mutants. That is his scheme. How do you know this? Scott, despite acknowledging the logic in Sean's words, could not suppress his skepticism. As long as I wish, there is nothing in this world that eludes my hearing. Sean, initially disinclined to engage with Scott, responded only because he noticed Jean's curious gaze upon him. So, merely by going to Ellis Island, we can find that wretched individual? Logan, having listened alongside Aurora for quite some time, finally interjected with a fierce countenance. Logan, calm yourself. Do not forget that Magneto's powers counter yours. As Aurora observed Logan's desire to leave, she promptly intervened. Upon hearing her caution, Logan paused, his fists clenched in anger, feeling more constrained than ever. Damn it. He suddenly began to resent his own formidable physique. Aurora's words held merit, and we have yet to ascertain the veracity of this information. Scott continued to speak carelessly. Enough. Scott. Jean glared at him with a mix of anger and disdain. Today, he was particularly insufferable, especially in front of outsiders. Part of Jean's frustration stemmed from her belief that Scott did not truly trust her. He was well aware of her telepathic abilities, yet he persistently stoked the flames of discord. Although Jean could not penetrate Sean's mind, she could certainly discern Tony's. His thoughts, predominantly filled with inappropriate images, nonetheless contained a recognition of Sean's capabilities, and Tony's faith in Sean was nearing blind devotion. Scott's complexion shifted from red to pale under Jean's disapproving gaze. Feeling embarrassed as her boyfriend and the leader of the X-Men, Aurora, sensing the tension, quickly intervened to escort Scott away. There were still many students in the mansion, and they needed to address the situation with them. I've been displeased with that kid for a while now, Logan muttered, spitting to the side. I apologize on his behalf, he said, addressing them, though Jean's gaze was fixed solely on Sean. Though your apology seems somewhat insincere, I accept it, Tony remarked, rolling his eyes at the flirtation between the two. This guy seems to attract admiration wherever he goes. It used to be my exclusive territory. What are your plans moving forward? If Magneto succeeds, it would spell disaster for humanity. We, the X-Men, will certainly intervene, Jean declared with resolve. I only wish to rescue the mischievous Marie, Logan replied, his perspective far from altruistic. Having lived a long life and lost his memory, he held little regard for those in leadership. Though Sean knew that the villains would ultimately fail, he could not shake the feeling that this group was lacking. X-Men? Is that your team of supergirls among mutants? The name reminded Tony of another group of superboys that had rejected his membership. Upon hearing Tony's jibe, Logan struggled to suppress a smirk. He cherished Jean and did not wish to appear mocking before her, yet he found the nicknames like Cyclops, Storm, and Magneto amusing. Wolverine isn't much better, Jean retorted, rolling her eyes. Shit, I forgot this woman could read minds. Logan instinctively raised his hand to cover his mouth, only to receive an even more exaggerated eye roll from Jean. Tony continued, if you wish to confront that magnetic manipulator from last night, I can certainly assist, as I have a score to settle with him. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and issued a command to Jarvis to expedite the assembly process. After returning home last night, Tony had initiated a new armor project within his Iron Man suit production facility, an anti-magnetic armor specifically designed to combat Magneto. Under normal circumstances, it would take some time to fabricate, but given the urgency of the situation, money would pave the way for a swift resolution. He was indeed a man who held grudges. Once Tony had relayed his instructions to Jarvis, he turned his gaze towards Sean. Why are you looking at me? If I'm going to take action, what concern is it of yours? Sean raised an eyebrow. Hey, can you not grin like a lunatic? Sean replied with a look of disdain. Then you could at least cheer me on from the sidelines. As my safety consultant, is that such an unreasonable request? Tony countered. He merely sought to have Sean bolster his confidence. Tony was always meticulous, striving for perfection in his endeavors. Even if he overlooked something this time, he would certainly devise a solution for it in the future. Although he had a score to settle with Magneto, he needed to remain cautious of the villain's other tactics. With Sean present, he could proceed with greater assurance. Suddenly, Jean looked at Sean with hopeful anticipation, clearly attuned to Tony's thoughts. You all can proceed without worry. He won't pose a significant threat. With Sean's assurance, Tony's expression brightened, and Jean appeared relieved, while Logan looked on, perplexed by the exchange. Logan inquired, is there something I'm unaware of? They then proceeded to the underground of Charles Xavier's mansion to strategize for the evening's confrontation. Scott, with an air of arrogance, surveyed the ever-changing holographic simulation. Tony had long since moved past such tools. He now utilized holographic projections. Aurora brought forth significant news. Senator Kelly, who had been transformed into a mutant, was dead. This indicated that Magneto's machine was flawed. Even if he succeeded in his transformation, those leaders would ultimately perish, leading to catastrophic consequences worldwide. Moreover, he was uncertain of the amount of force necessary to control that machine, potentially risking the lives of all New Yorkers. We must prevent him. Scott passionately outlined his infiltration plan, suggesting they descend from the George Washington Bridge and take a boat. Aurora and Logan listened intently, with Logan even posing detailed questions. Jean wished to interject, but felt it might discourage Scott. Though it may sound harsh, I must say, isn't this plan rather convoluted? Tony expressed thoughts that Jean longed to articulate, but refrained from doing so, while Logan, committed to saving others, felt slightly irked by Tony's interruption. He could not help but suppress a smirk upon hearing Tony confront Scott. What the hell do you mean? Scott exclaimed, his face contorted with anger, half hidden behind his sunglasses. Aurora also cast a discontented glance at Tony, failing to comprehend why Jean had invited these two individuals to partake in the mission, particularly as the professor had specifically welcomed them to their school. Scott, your plan is indeed rather troublesome. Chapter 85. Are you serious about that half step back? Scott glared at Jean with wide eyes, and had it not been for his sunglasses, he might have unleashed a laser beam in full force. You were clearly about to say something absurd, weren't you? Scott felt wronged. It was one thing for the flamboyant Tony to be at odds with him, but why had Jean Grey now seemingly betrayed the cause? Sean can take us directly to the island, Tony boasted, patting Sean on the shoulder, while Jean nodded affirmatively to the others, validating Tony's assertion. Let us prepare. We shall depart when the time comes, Logan declared, interrupting Scott, who still had questions. A seasoned veteran, Logan had weathered numerous battles. Despite his current amnesia, his instincts remained sharp, warning him that Magneto and his crew would not be easily dealt with. especially with such inexperienced mutants by his side. Among them, Logan felt the only real threat came from Sean, who stood aside, engrossed in his phone. Logan possessed an animalistic sensitivity to the various dangers around him. In his perception, Sean, though appearing harmless and sporting a smile as he chatted on his phone, resembled a slumbering behemoth. In stark contrast, the others seemed to him like mere toy dogs. I hope we can rescue Mary without complications, Logan thought, furrowing his brow with concern. Who are you chatting with? Your laughter is rather suggestive, Tony inquired while admiring Charles's estate. To be fair, this historic manor was indeed impressive enough to make Tony consider acquiring one himself. Updating on the status of the missing persons, Sean replied, shaking his phone at Tony. Upon seeing the large photo of Agent Romanoff on Sean's chat interface, Tony instantly grasped the situation. So you've joined their little Superboy team, have you? He masked his envy with a nonchalant expression. Why should I be any less? What is wrong with me, Tony Stark? No, I turned them down. Sean's response prompted Tony to envision an elaborate scene where Natasha critiqued Sean's various eccentricities. Sean, with a broad smile, cast a glance at Tony before striding towards the basketball court. Why should he feel inferior? It seemed that the reputation of the Avengers was far too lowly to befit his identity as Iron Man. He resolved to resign from this advisory position upon his return. Tony trailed behind, muttering to himself. Hey, Sean turned to see a shy girl on the sidelines, her face filled with admiration. Hello, sir, she stammered, clearly of a reserved disposition, especially under the radiant charm of Sean, resembling a frightened little creature. I am Sean Hunter. Why aren't you playing basketball with them? Sean inquired, observing the teenagers competing for the basketball on the court, momentarily reminded of his own lost youth. I'm Katie. She did not elaborate on her reluctance to join, perhaps due to her inherently bashful nature. Hello, little beauty. I suppose I need no introduction, Tony interjected, approaching with his signature smile. Yet, at that moment, Katie instinctively leaned closer to Sean. My dear, what does that half-step back signify? I know you, Tony Stark. Ms. Ororo told us to keep our distance if we ever met you, Katie replied earnestly. It appeared that Tony's reputation indeed preceded him. Observing Tony's increasingly darkening expression, Sean struggled to suppress a grin. Fame has its pros and cons. Besides, that was all in the past. I've turned over a new leaf, you know? Tony rolled his eyes at Sean's mockery. You, the notorious charmer, can hardly claim to be any better. However, he dared not utter such words in front of Sean, not out of cowardice, but rather a distaste for red. As night swiftly descended, Tony's custom suit was airlifted to the estate, and he went to retrieve it while Sean and the others remained in the underground preparing for the final touches. Are you serious? Logan raised an eyebrow at the black, form-fitting leather suit passed to him by Scott, adorned with a circular emblem. Shall I fetch you a yellow spandex suit instead? Scott teased, tossing the garment back, emphasizing the effort they had invested in crafting their uniforms. Are we ready? Tony entered clad in his new battle attire, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Logan, halfway through putting on his own uniform, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of Tony's sleek new suit. Sean too scrutinized the distinctive material of Tony's ensemble, immediately recognizing its divergence from the usual fabric. Are you preparing for a ball? Tony remarked, noticing Sean still donned in his suit. Weren't you the one who asked me to cheer for you? Sean replied with utmost seriousness. Do you want me to fetch you a uniform? Jean, observing the banter between Sean and Tony, kindly inquired, thinking Sean had come unprepared without his Shadow Knight attire. No need. Sean's hands spread wide, and his impeccably tailored suit transformed in an instant under a cascade of golden red light into the garb of the Shadow Knight, his black cape billowing down behind him. Are you the Shadow Knight from the internet? Aurora clearly recognized Sean's striking attire. Logan shuddered, feeling an unprecedented sense of danger, as though he were on the brink of death since the awakening of his mutant powers. He glanced at Sean's outfit, then at the attire Scott had provided him, uncomfortably tugging at his collar and casting an awkward sidelong glance at the silent Scott beside him. Observing Sean steal the spotlight once more, Tony found himself wishing to slap the cocky version of himself just moments ago. All right, let us set off, Sean declared, raising his hand to conjure a circular portal that sparked with fireflies, appearing before everyone. They stepped through the portal and arrived at Liberty Island, the very site of the iconic Statue of Liberty holding her torch aloft. Due to the attendance of world leaders, Ellis Island had stringent security measures, leaving Magneto with no opportunity to infiltrate. However, since the range of his device was dictated by the magnitude of the mutant powers inputted, he didn't need to breach the summit. Liberty Island, visible across the waters from Ellis Island, became his preferred choice. Jean and Aurora gazed curiously at the familiar scenery of Liberty Island, marveling at how advantageous Sean's abilities were. saving them considerable hassle. Scott, on the other hand, wore a constipated expression. Even without Sean's superpowers, he could have flown everyone there in a jet. Sir, scans reveal an unusual new device beneath the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Tony heard Jarvis's voice and immediately directed everyone's attention skyward. I'll go up and settle things with him. You all take your time. Wait, we haven't even finished. Scott's protest was cut short as Tony soared into the air. Watching the departing trail of the armored suit, Scott cursed the reckless individual in his mind, only to turn and discover that the others had vanished as well. Hurry up, Scott, Aurora called from ahead, gesturing for him to follow. Who the hell is the leader here? Chapter 86. The grand scene as Sean and his companions traversed the path, they encountered not a single soul, suggesting that Magneto had indeed dealt with the guards in their vicinity. Upon entering the museum beneath the statue, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a blaring alarm erupted. Beep, beep, beep. Turning to locate the source of the sound, they discovered that Logan's metallic skeleton had triggered the alarm while passing through the metal detector. What's up, brother? Scott looked at Logan with exasperation. With a sudden spark, Logan extended his clawed hand, causing the metal detector to emit an irritating alarm that finally ceased, while simultaneously giving Scott an impudent metal finger. There was no one around. Why adhere to such rules when one could simply walk around? Logan perhaps did not anticipate that among this group, his combat experience was the most extensive. Yet he was the first to encounter trouble. Sean gazed up at the life-sized replica of the Statue of Liberty before him. Recalling a popular phrase from the internet, possessing a shapeshifter is akin to possessing all the women in the world. Have you never seen a statue? Or perhaps you've never beheld the Statue of Liberty. Scott seized the opportunity to mock Sean. However, Sean paid him no heed. Instead, he reached out and grasped the statue's neck firmly. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the previously gray-white skin of the statue began to shimmer with blue waves. As Sean exerted more strength, the statue's true form was revealed. Mystique, Aurora exclaimed, eyeing the blue creature in Sean's grip. Scott felt the remnants of his face reverberate painfully. The restrained Mystique attempted to struggle, lifting her leg to kick at Sean. Unfortunately, under Sean's immense power, her leg barely rose halfway before it convulsed, and her hands clutched desperately at Sean's arm, striving to escape his hold. Were she in her normal human form, Sean might have shown some interest, but Mystique's current appearance left much to be desired. Wait, ask her where Mary is, Logan urged, seeing that Sean was on the verge of choking Mystique. Sean slightly loosened his grip, allowing Mystique to hang limply in the air, gasping for breath as if she had just been rescued from drowning. Just as Logan was about to interrogate her, a dark green shadow darted towards them. Scott was the first to be kicked away, followed closely by the stunned Jean and Aurora. Their lack of battle experience was evident, but thankfully, Logan, the seasoned veteran, was present. Nevertheless, Logan's approach was somewhat reckless. Relying on his indestructibility, he charged directly at the assailant, and they tumbled away in a chaotic embrace. Once recovered, Mystique seized the moment to launch another attack on Sean. Utilizing the strength of his arm, she twisted in midair and aimed a kick at his head. Sean, with a look of disdain, grasped her ankle tightly. A piercing scream echoed throughout the museum as Mystique felt the bones in her ankle shatter. With a swift motion, Sean flung her against the nearby wall, eliciting another anguished cry. Lying on the ground, Mystique felt as though her internal organs had sustained grave injuries, blood beginning to seep from her mouth. Struggling to rise, she cast a fearful glance at her deformed ankle. Meanwhile, the toad, witnessing Mystique's dire predicament, extended its tongue to ensnare the overhead beam, deftly dodging Logan, who lunged at it with his sharp claws, and then swung towards Sean. In midair, the toad retracted its tongue, hurling it once more at Sean. Repulsed by the grotesque creature, Sean summoned a pair of twin-bladed daggers. Tony, while instructing Jarvis to analyze the situation surrounding the torch, rapidly sped towards it. It seemed some individuals simply could not learn their lesson. Magneto observed Iron Man descending closer, muttering derisively to himself, "If you surrender now, I might spare your face." With a cheeky retort, Tony replied, "Young man, I am quite curious to know who endowed you with the audacity to speak to me so." Magneto dismissed Tony entirely. Realizing the negotiation had failed, though he never expected it to succeed, Tony charged at Magneto, intending to make him experience the sensation of plummeting from a great height. Magneto, with disdain, reached out his hand, prepared to shatter Tony upon impact. However, the anticipated scene of Tony being immobilized did not materialize. Instead, he hurtled faster towards Magneto. Just as Tony was about to seize Magneto, Sabretooth suddenly shoved him aside, causing Tony to ascend into the sky, clutching the unexpectedly appearing beast. To counter Magneto's magnetic manipulation, Tony had altered the material of his suit, resulting in a slight decrease in its defensive capabilities. Consequently, Sabretooth's sharp claws had left several gashes on the suit, presenting considerable difficulties for Tony. Aware of the situation, Tony instructed Jarvis to activate the chest cannon, propelling Sabretooth away and into the frigid, silent waters surrounding Liberty Island. "What a rabid dog," Tony remarked, glancing at Jarvis as it presented a report on the damage to his suit. He then redirected his focus towards the torch. After all, that old coot Magneto was still waiting for him. True to his reputation as a seasoned mutant, Magneto quickly discerned that Tony's alteration of the suit's material rendered him impervious to his influence. As Tony dealt with Sabretooth and resumed his approach, Magneto remained unfazed, for he had ample objects at his disposal. With a gradual raising of his hands, various metallic items around him began to heed his command, soaring towards Tony like an army in submission. The sight of countless projectiles converging upon him sent a jolt of alarm through Tony's heart. He had initially believed that resolving the issue with his battle suit would enable him to confront Magneto, but he was caught off guard as the old adversary easily orchestrated a grand spectacle, plunging Tony into a fierce struggle. Below in the museum, Sean's gaze pierced through numerous obstacles to observe Tony deftly maneuvering in the high skies. At his feet lay a wretched toad, rolling on the ground with its mouth covered, and against the wall, Mystique was bloodied and incapacitated. Moments ago, Sean had conjured a three-pronged dagger, severing the toad's tongue with a single stroke, and accompanied by golden-red flames, incinerated the revolting appendage, leaving the toad's mouth eerily hollow, as the scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Aurora was taken aback by the lackluster combat prowess of her companions and was astonished that Sean single-handedly managed such a feat with ease. Logan fixated on Sean's long blade, sensing that even his indomitable claws would falter against its strike. Jean, observing Sean gazing upward, inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Tony is engaged in a game of dodgeball with Magneto. Let us ascend and cheer him on," Sean replied with a smile, lowering his gaze to Jean. Chapter 87. Crash into sleep. Tony, drenched in sweat, evaded strikes mid-air, realizing that without Jarvis's assistance, he would have been easily dispatched. In stark contrast, Magneto, Eric, maintained an air of leisurely composure. It dawned on Tony that he had underestimated Magneto, despite the upgrades to his suit that mitigated Magneto's magnetic control. The adversary's offensive tactics left him overwhelmed. As the two clashed, Sean and his group ascended to the top floor. Magneto, Logan, upon spotting him, rushed forward without a thought for the consequences of his vulnerabilities. Mid-leap, he found himself suspended in mid-air, as if the scene had been abruptly frozen. Logan, Aurora, Jean, and Scott prepared to act, only to be thwarted by the seasoned Magneto, who ensnared them with iron bars. Magneto had already detected their presence upon their arrival, thanks to Logan's metallic form, which acted as a beacon. Although Jean and Aurora possessed mutant abilities, their physical strength was akin to that of ordinary humans, rendering them helpless against the iron restraints. Jean's telepathic prowess was insufficient to bend the iron bars, and the statue had been equipped with lightning protection, leaving Aurora's electric attacks ineffective. Scott, eyes tightly closed, found his laser visor taken by Magneto. If he were to open his eyes, Jean would be in grave danger of being struck by his lethal beam. Sean, observing the iron bars binding him, muttered in disbelief, "I have not even made a move." Witnessing his teammates being utterly defeated right from the outset, Tony was genuinely inclined to voice his grievances. "Is this it? What audacity do you possess to claim you can thwart Magneto? Could you possibly fail any more swiftly? You youthful idealists, perpetually fueled by fervor, seem to believe you can reshape the world. How naive, much like Charles, and it's no wonder you are his students." Magneto scoffed, asserting that if his old friend Charles were present, he might have felt some concern. However, with this motley crew, they scarcely warranted his attention. "I am not that man's pupil," Tony retorted while deftly evading Magneto's onslaught. Magneto snickered. Tony's choice of armor material had indeed taken him by surprise initially, but his extensive experience rendered him more than capable of handling Tony. "I have encountered Senator Kelly." Jean attempted to persuade Magneto with her words. "Oh, is that so? That fellow possesses remarkable resilience, indicating his mutant abilities are formidable," Magneto remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "He is dead. The fate that befell him awaits those down below," Aurora interjected, having witnessed Senator Kelly's demise. Alas, their verbal tactics were futile against someone as resolute in his convictions as Magneto. He would not abandon his mission due to mere words. "Why do you fail to comprehend my intentions? Those individuals govern the fates of us all and every mutant. Soon, however, our destinies will transform into theirs," Magneto proclaimed. an air of sanctity enveloping him as if he were engaged in a righteous endeavor, transcending contemporary sins for the benefit of posterity. Actually, I would argue that my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Moreover, are you not going to make your move? Tony finally interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. Magneto, perplexed, turned his gaze toward Tony and surveyed the vicinity. Whom are you addressing? Are you attempting to distract me? I advise against such futile efforts. Suddenly, with a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, Magneto felt himself succumb to darkness before he could ascertain the identity of his assailant. The speech was undeniably inspiring, exhibiting the potential of a charismatic leader. Sean observed the unconscious Magneto at his feet. The elderly simply require more rest. He has collapsed without a moment's hesitation. With Magneto incapacitated, the metal objects he had controlled began to fall, including Logan, who thudded to the ground. Tony soared over in his armor. Could you not have intervened sooner? At this rate, my suit would have been stripped bare. His words carried weight, for his armor bore numerous gashes from Magneto's manipulation, with sparks still flickering from some areas. Didn't you ask me to cheer for you? I was merely providing our dear Tony with an opportunity to shine. Sean chuckled at Tony's battle-worn suit. What transpired? Scott, still with his eyes closed, was utterly bewildered by the situation. All is well now. The issue has been resolved. Jean stands before him, elucidating the recent events. Logan approaches and methodically frees them from their bindings, surveying the surroundings. Where's Mary? She is above, at the top of the torch. I shall retrieve her. Sean's cloak billows gently as he ascends towards the pinnacle of the torch. At its center lies a small chamber, where the mischievous Mary is confined, alongside the apparatus Magneto intends to use for transforming the world's leaders. As the door swings open abruptly, Mary shudders, initially believing it to be Magneto's arrival. However, upon seeing a man clad in a black mask, her brow furrows before she exclaims, "You are the Shadow Knight?" "Indeed, it is I, Jean. Aurora, Logan. And the others await below. I have come to escort you down." Sean grasps the iron ring binding Mary's hands and effortlessly breaks it into two pieces, leaving Mary astonished. She has seen videos of the Shadow Knight online, yet always thought them exaggerated. "Let us go." Sean extends his hand, wishing to guide her down, but Mary hesitates. Her mutant ability allows her to absorb others' powers or life force through skin contact, leading her to believe she is a monster. It was only upon arriving at Charles's school for mutants that she realized this was merely her gift, and that many other children possessed peculiar abilities as well. Thus, when Sean offers his hand, she cannot respond, fearing she might harm him. Seeing her hesitation, Sean reaches out and takes her hand, leading her outside. What's wrong? Sean glances back at her, having felt a peculiar pull emanating from Mary, as if her essence were attempting to draw something from him. However, Sean knows there are myriad ways to counteract this force, and even without intervention, it poses little threat to him. If this energy were to siphon away the eternal flame within him, he suspects it would incinerate Mary entirely. This unique ability reminds Sean of a martial arts technique he once read about in a novel. Chapter 88. Punishment, True Punishment. Mary gazes at Sean, astonished. Since awakening her mutant power, the fate of everyone she has encountered has been dire, save for Logan, whose formidable healing ability has allowed him to endure. Others have either perished or been rendered incapacitated by her touch. This marked the first instance of her experiencing physical contact with another. Yet the other party exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Strangely enough, she herself felt no sensation of absorbing energy or vitality from him, as if she had not yet awakened. Mary fondly reminisced about the sensation of human interaction, and she could not resist the urge to caress Sean's large hand. While this feels quite pleasant, shouldn't we be heading down? Logan is practically jumping with impatience below, Sean remarked with a hint of exasperation. It was his first experience of being taken advantage of by a little girl. How to describe the sensation? Exhilarating. "Oh, I apologize," Mary responded, suddenly aware of her actions upon hearing Sean's words. A rosy hue adorned her chubby, fair face as she shyly buried her head into her burgeoning bosom. Sean gently floated upward, and under the influence of the biotic field, Mary, who held his hand, began to rise alongside him. With wide eyes and an agape mouth. Mary was once again taken aback. She had not anticipated her ability to fly, and while they hovered in what should have been a frigid altitude, she felt no chill in the air. The wondrous experience filled her face with joy and excitement as she gazed at Sean. Unfortunately, this marvelous journey did not last long. When they landed at the base of the torch, Mary suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. "Mary, are you all right?" Logan was the first to rush over with concern. The two had met in Canada, where they were rescued by Aurora from Magneto's pursuit of the mischievous child, bringing them to Charles' school for gifted youngsters. Subsequently, Logan encouraged the child to remain there, for he was a lone wolf. Later, due to the machinations of Mystique's transformed students, the child departed, leading to the subsequent confrontation at the station. "I'm fine, Logan," Mary replied, her feelings for him more akin to familial affection. He was the first mutant she encountered after awakening her powers and leaving home. However, the others were focused on something entirely different. Their attention fixated on the intertwined hands of Mary and Sean. Tony raised his eyebrows suggestively. "Brother, you're in trouble." Sean rolled his eyes. "Get lost. Can't you see she's the one holding onto me?" Jean cast a peculiar glance at Sean, while Scott's expression remained concealed behind his visor. Aurora, ever forthright, pointed at their clasped hands and inquired, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing Aurora's question and noticing her pointed finger, Logan too looked at Sean and Mary with a look of astonishment. What could possibly be wrong? Sean replied nonchalantly. Tony, clearly out of the loop, failed to grasp why Aurora had posed such a question, his face reflecting a thirst for understanding. Anyone who has direct physical contact with Mary will have their bodily energy or life force siphoned by her mutant ability. If the contact persists for too long, the affected individual may ultimately perish. Aurora explained, her gaze fixated on the entwined hands of the two. "How long do you two intend to hold on?" "I found it peculiar as well. I did not experience any sensation of energy being drained from me during contact with him," Mary remarked, placing her other hand atop his, her small hands clasping Sean's larger one. "All right, Mary, we understand now. Let go," Logan said, a flicker of unease passing through him, feeling strangely paternal. Upon hearing Logan's words, Mary reluctantly released Sean's hand, having not experienced such normal contact with another for far too long, her eyes continually darting toward him. Tony interjected, "What a predicament. Teach me sometime, brother." Sean pondered, "What now? Him, and that machine above?" Aurora gestured toward Magneto, who lay blissfully asleep on the ground. "Someone will come to handle it." "You needn't worry," Sean replied, promptly opening a portal to the manor behind them. Shortly after their departure, a group of men in black accompanied by armed soldiers arrived at the statue. They discovered the guards who had been attacked at the museum and transported them to an ambulance. One had sustained severe internal injuries, with a fractured and deformed ankle. Phil Coulson emerged from the crowd, surveying Magneto, who was being held at gunpoint by several officers armed with tranquilizer guns. "Is he dead?" "No, sir, just unconscious." "Unconscious for this long?" "Yes, sir, perhaps he has simply fatigued." Coulson regarded the agent's serious response with a bemused expression before waving his hand dismissively. "Take him away, and separate him from that aquatic creature and the one without a tongue. This ability is rather unique." "Yes, sir." In Charles's manner, Sean and Tony were sipping coffee. Charles, having regained consciousness, maneuvered his wheelchair into the room, with Jean following closely behind. A small head peeked inquisitively down the hallway and brightened upon spotting Sean. "Oh dear. The child has died, and you have come to nurse him back to life," Sean quipped, somewhat irked, as it was evident that the issues were those of the mutants themselves, yet he had remained dormant until the situation was resolved. Charles, unperturbed by Sean's jest, maintained his serene and benevolent demeanor. "Indeed, we owe you our gratitude for this incident. Now, let us discuss the reason for your summons. By the way, this coffee leaves much to be desired." Tony smacked his lips, placing his cup down on the table before turning to Sean and gesturing grandly. "Come, brother, show them what real coffee is. Do you think I am a vending machine?" Sean cast a fierce glare at the inconsequential individual before him. In contrast, Charles observed the verbal sparring between the two with a smile, eventually articulating the true purpose of their meeting. Following their attention to the Shadow Knight videos online, they began to suspect that Sean might be a mutant. Despite Sean's age surpassing that of the students at the school for gifted youngsters, Charles remained eager to recruit him. Beyond Sean's evident prowess, there was also the significant social standing and identity shared between Sean and Tony. "Do you think I am a mutant?" Sean inquired, turning to Charles. "It is certainly a possibility, is it not? We could conduct a genetic test for you," Charles proposed, intent on solidifying Sean's potential mutant status, which would greatly aid his recruitment efforts. After all, they were kindred spirits. "I can only say you are overthinking this. I am not a mutant. My abilities are unrelated to theirs," Sean replied, shaking his head. "Even if you are not, you possess a strength that transcends that of ordinary humans. I have dedicated myself to fostering harmonious coexistence between humanity and mutants. Surely, this would be beneficial for you as well," Charles spoke gently. Sean furrowed his brow, sensing that Charles was attempting to morally coerce him. Chapter 89. The Twin-Tailed Girl. Upon exiting the room, Tony nonchalantly glanced at Sean, who stood a short distance away. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "What's the matter, buddy?" You can't possibly be taking that guy's word seriously, can you? Once a renowned weapons manufacturer, Tony was well acquainted with the so-called leaders of the world, fully aware of their character and methods. Of course not. If I truly believed him, I would have agreed without hesitation just now, Sean retorted, as he slowly began to walk away without looking back. Ideals are undoubtedly beautiful, but reality is often ruthlessly unforgiving. I genuinely admire someone like Charles Xavier, but that kind of thing is beyond me. Tony watched Sean's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of loneliness emanating from him, starkly contrasting with the confident and flamboyant Sean he knew. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, "He talks like an old man despite being so young." However, before he could finish, he suddenly raised his voice, calling out, "Hey, you skinny old man, wait for me. Let us go together." With that, Tony quickly hurried after him. Meanwhile, inside the room, Charles quietly sat in contemplation and asked, "Jean, what is your opinion of Sean?" It was evident that he had been listening intently to the exchange between Sean and Tony outside. Jean stammered, caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name, feeling as if she had been caught daydreaming in class. As just moments ago, Jean had been using her psychic abilities to observe Sean's activities after he left. She noticed him engaging in lively conversation with two female students from their academy, laughter and chatter filling the air. A desire to interject and inquire about their discussion welled up within her. Once she regained her composure, she pondered for a moment before thoughtfully expressing, "I truly believe his power is remarkably formidable, a depth of strength that is unfathomable. It even gives me the impression that he surpasses Magneto by a considerable margin. I doubt even you, Professor, could contend with him." However, curiously, despite such overwhelming power, this individual exuded an air of utter ordinariness. Perhaps it was precisely because his own strength had reached its zenith that he regarded the events around him with a casual indifference, akin to how an elephant perceives an ant as inconsequential. Upon hearing Jean's analysis, Charles gave a slight nod of agreement, his expression serious as he replied, "Indeed. You are entirely correct, my child. But do not forget, if an elephant truly sets its mind to a task, even a mere shift of its foot could effortlessly obliterate an entire colony of ants." Upon receiving Charles's profound words, Jean's countenance turned pale, her gaze widening in astonishment towards the doorway. Her lips parted as if to articulate something, yet she found herself at a loss for words, clearly shaken by Charles's warning. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Professor, are you suggesting that he—" Meeting her concerned gaze, Charles gently shook his head and reassuringly patted her shoulder, speaking slowly. "At least in the current situation, this elephant has not yet harbored such terrifying intentions." No sooner had he spoken than he cast a fleeting, cryptic glance at Jean, an expression laden with complexity. At that moment, another colossal entity, possessing an equally staggering reservoir of power, lay quietly asleep beside Charles. In the bustling and vibrant Queens of New York, sunlight filtered through the gaps between skyscrapers, casting warmth upon the streets. "Oh, someone actually remembers to come back." Natasha's teasing voice drifted through the air, as if she had anticipated Sean's return at this very moment. She stood gracefully at the hall's entrance, her figure reminiscent of a blooming rose. Sean approached with a relaxed smile, his steps light and buoyant. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to Natasha, particularly when he noticed her freshly trimmed hairstyle, prompting a soft chuckle from him. "Why the sudden haircut? Doesn't that take away much of the fun?" His words carried a hint of regret. Natasha, upon hearing this, recalled the time Sean insisted she wear twin ponytails, her cheeks flushing as she playfully retorted, "That is your fun, not mine." With that, she crossed her arms and rolled her eyes dramatically. At this moment, Sean was unabashedly admiring the exquisite scenery before him. Natasha, with her arms crossed, subtly accentuated her chest, reminiscent of a deep and alluring canyon. Just as he was lost in his reverie, Natasha keenly sensed his indiscreet gaze, and a slight smile began to curve her previously serene lips. "What about May? Is she at home?" Sean, feeling the shift in atmosphere, hastily redirected the conversation, averting his gaze from Natasha to another direction. Upon hearing this, Natasha could not help but retort, "Am I your housekeeper? With those two eggs beneath my brows? Can't you see?" She added with a hint of sarcasm, "Don't you have X-ray vision?" After speaking, she angrily turned her head away, choosing to ignore Sean. Fortunately, Sean knew how to placate this feisty little leopard. He approached her directly. Caught off guard by Sean's sudden advance, Natasha playfully pummeled his chest with her small fists. But before long, she began to embrace him in a fervent response. Suddenly, Natasha was jolted awake from her slumber by a series of urgent and resounding knocks at the door. Instinctively, she reached for her handgun, which she kept nearby. However, Upon tightly grasping what she believed to be her weapon, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Her heart raced as she focused her gaze and suddenly realized her mistake. Realizing she had grabbed the wrong item, Natasha hastily released her grip and shot a disdainful glare at Sean, who was sitting at the edge of the bed, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "Why didn't you get the door when you woke up?" Natasha questioned Sean, her eyes piercing into him. Sean, unfazed, glanced downward and leisurely replied, "I'm not wearing any clothes." He then purposefully puffed out his chest, seemingly showcasing his bare form to Natasha. This remark infuriated Natasha, and she retorted sharply, "Well, neither am I." Despite her words, she quickly climbed out of bed, grumbling as she threw on a loose-fitting nightgown and slipped into her slippers, heading towards the door. Just as Natasha reached the door and prepared to pull it open, she suddenly halted her movements. Through the peephole, she spotted May standing outside. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself before slowly opening the door. As soon as the door creaked open, before Natasha could utter a word, May eagerly inquired, "Natasha, I heard Sean is back, right? I just knocked on his door, but there was no response. Is he here with you?" As she spoke, May's gaze unintentionally fell upon Natasha's slightly flushed cheeks, which still bore remnants of color. "He is here. Please come in." Natasha urged. "Wait." A vivid image of the disheveled room suddenly flashed through Natasha's mind, prompting her to swiftly extend a hand and firmly secure the door. "What's wrong?" May inquired, her face a mask of confusion as she gazed at Natasha. I'll have him come find you in a moment," Natasha replied with an awkward smile. May immediately comprehended the implication of her grin. Although both had tacitly acknowledged their situation, being caught in such a manner was still a significant test of their composure. "Then you should let him come for dinner," May remarked before hurriedly departing. Is that May? Why did she leave again? As Natasha closed the door, she heard Sean's voice behind her. She chose not to respond, instead casting a glance at the chaotic scene they had created. This isn't my fault. Someone claimed yesterday that they weren't having any fun," Sean teased, a smirk on his face. "Shut up. Get dressed and get out," Natasha erupted, her patience wearing thin as she forcefully pushed the still disheveled Sean out of the room. The result was that half-clad Sean stood in the corridor, locking eyes with May, who was discreetly observing from the other end. "Hey, May," he greeted shamelessly. May stared at Sean's sculpted physique, her mind racing with various thoughts, before she turned and retreated into her room, leaving the door ajar. Noticing this subtle invitation, Sean strolled in with a swagger, holding his clothes. Sean was perplexed by the dynamic between the two women. Although they seemed to be at odds, there was an unspoken understanding between them regarding each other's presence. This, however, was a delightful situation for him. The only downside was their reluctance to share the same space. Sean found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his days studying the Analects in Europe. Fortunately, he had a portal. For this, Sean silently expressed gratitude to Ancient One, though he pondered how she might react if she were aware of the circumstances. The tranquil and beautiful days always seemed to pass swiftly. On this particular day, while Sean was at home watching a tedious television show, he received a phone call. Before answering, he curiously glanced at Natasha, who was nestled beside him, then activated the speakerphone. "Is Natasha beside you?" came the voice of Nick Fury, the formidable Black Egg. "Yes, sir," Natasha replied, her tone formal despite the oddity of the situation. "A serious incident has just occurred." Nick paused momentarily before continuing. "The president has been the target of an assassination attempt." Natasha's brow furrowed instantly. She understood that if it were a standard assassination, Nick's call would not have reached her in this manner. "Is the situation dire?" Natasha inquired. "The president is unharmed, merely shaken." "What about the details?" Natasha glanced at Sean, only to find that he was not paying attention. "It was the work of mutants." Nick Fury detailed the assassination attempt on the president over the phone. The assassin was a mutant with blue skin, possessing abilities akin to teleportation. He infiltrated the White House, almost unstoppable, just as he breached the layers of security and took the president hostage. He was shot by a presidential guard at a critical moment, subsequently vanishing, leaving only a knife with a cloth strip attached, inscribed with the words, "Mutants seek freedom." Hearing this threat, which loomed larger than the assassination itself, Natasha deduced the reason behind Nick Fury's call to Sean. Previously, after an incident involving mutants targeting world leaders, Sean had reported to Nick Fury, who had taken appropriate countermeasures. Even if Magneto had not been captured that day, Nick Fury had a contingency plan. Following the incident, it seemed Nick Fury believed Sean had some acquaintance with the mutants, so he chose to inform Sean of this assassination attempt in hopes that he would become involved. However, Nick Fury was surprised not to hear Sean's voice on the other end. "Sean, what is going on? Do you know something?" Nick Fury inquired. "What could I possibly know? I'm not a mutant," Sean replied. What is your take on this assassination attempt? Nick pressed on. I see it with my own eyes, Sean responded flatly. Do you not grasp the gravity of this situation? If mishandled, it could potentially ignite a war between mutants and humans. Nick Fury attempted to persuade him from another angle. Then you should handle it, right? Isn't that your job? Sean retorted. Well, you make a fair point. Nick Fury conceded, momentarily speechless. If you refuse to assist, I'll send Agent Romanoff. Nick Fury declared with a firm tone. Should I take that as a threat? Sean's tone shifted abruptly, causing Natasha to shiver involuntarily. How could that be a threat? Just confirm whether Natasha is my agent, and if this is an emergency. I'm sending her on a mission, correct? Nick Fury maintained his strong stance, though his voice grew softer, diminishing its persuasiveness. You make a valid argument. Then go ahead and send her, Sean replied. What? Why are you not following the script? Nick Fury was taken aback by Sean's response. It was not what he had anticipated. Wasn't he supposed to worry about Natasha and take the mission upon himself? Those he had previously pressured had always followed that script. Natasha, too, stared wide-eyed at Sean, fully aware of Nick Fury's tactics. But you seem impervious to reason. Is there anything else? It is of no consequence. I shall hang up now. In the television drama, the male and female leads are about to share a kiss, and I wish to observe this moment. Without granting Nick Fury a chance to respond, Sean abruptly ended the call. As he listened to the busy signal, Nick Fury's single eye seemed on the verge of popping from its socket. Ah, damn it. After a brief moment of silence, he forcefully threw the phone to the ground. Just as Nick Fury was reverting to his true nature, the formidable damn it hero, Natasha cast a concerned glance at Sean. Are you truly not going to intervene? The assassination of the president is not the end goal. Otherwise, a knife would not have been employed. Despite the diverse abilities of mutants, firearms are, in most instances, superior tools. Are you suggesting that those orchestrating this wish to gain something through the act of assassination? Natasha pondered further, following Sean's line of thought. You might want to keep an eye on those who surfaced after the assassination attempt. Hey, what are you doing? All right, Sean replied, pulling Natasha back into his embrace. He had just acquired a new technique from the television show and intended to experiment with it on Natasha. Chapter 91. Current offender. As Sean had indicated, following the assassination attempt, the president summoned two individuals to his newly fortified office within the White House. One was Colonel William Stryker of the military. The other was Senator Kelly, who was supposedly long deceased due to Magneto's transformation machine, or rather, someone who had assumed the appearance of Senator Kelly. The assassination incident prompted the president to recognize the threat posed by mutants, consequently altering his perspective towards them, coinciding with someone mentioning William Stryker's name. William Stryker had been dealing with mutants for quite some time, as his son, Jason, was one of them. Most ordinary parents perceive their child's mutant abilities as a malady, and William Stryker was no exception. He had once sought out Charles, hoping that he could cure Jason. Unfortunately, Charles did not view the mutant gene as a disease. Rather, he aspired to assist all mutants in safely and correctly harnessing their abilities to integrate into society. Subsequently, Jason, unable to control his powers, created a plethora of illusions in the minds of his father, William Stryker, and his mother, leading her to drill a hole into her own skull with a power drill, merely to silence those tormenting visions. The death of his wife and the mutation of his son instilled in William Stryker an intense loathing for mutants. In the following years, he dedicated himself to researching mutant abilities, culminating in the creation of Wolverine's adamantium claws through his experiments. Eventually, William Stryker discovered a definitive method to eliminate all mutants, the brainwave amplifier developed by Professor. The brainwave enhancer possesses the remarkable ability to amplify Charles's psychic powers, enabling him to forge connections with every individual in the world. However, should this connection exceed a certain energy threshold, it could prove fatal to the other party. Enhanced by the brainwave enhancer, Charles's psychic abilities can accurately identify all mutants across the globe, simultaneously establishing mental links with them. By intensifying the output of his psychic energy, he could obliterate all mutants once the energy reaches a critical level. This assassination plot is orchestrated in secret by William Stryker, who seeks to obtain authorization from the president to legally and justifiably lead an army into Charles's estate and seize what he desires. After receiving the president's approval in the Oval Office, William Stryker departed with a sense of triumph, hastily preparing for the assault on Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. At this moment, Charles remains blissfully unaware of the impending danger facing his beloved mutant children. In Queens, New York, Natasha hung up the phone and entered her home. Since she received that call, her brow had remained furrowed with concern. Distracted, she curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees and sinking into its softness. Natasha pondered the words Sean had previously shared with her, merging them with the news she had just received from the White House. Colonel William Stryker appeared to be the mastermind behind this assassination. But what, she wondered, was Stryker's true objective? With this thought in mind, Natasha sprang from the sofa, dashed to the door, and knocked urgently at Sean's residence. Upon hearing the knock, Sean opened the door to find Natasha rushing in and promptly shutting it behind her, leading him to believe she had reached a conclusion. However, before he could respond, Natasha declared, "The assassination attempt on the president has been orchestrated by a colonel named William Stryker, who has devoted years to the study of mutant experimentation. Just now, the White House authorized Stryker to initiate a series of capture and interrogation operations against mutants. If anyone stands to gain from this assassination, it is undoubtedly him. Yet, is this truly all Stryker seeks? Even without the president's overt support, he has conducted numerous clandestine operations against mutants over the years." Having expressed her hypothesis in one breath, Natasha gazed at Sean with curiosity. Understanding her intent, Sean, though somewhat disappointed, poured her a glass of water and sat down. "William Stryker is likely after the brainwave enhancer at Xavier's school," he explained. During his last meeting with Jean and the others, he recalled her mentioning this brainwave enhancer, a realization that struck him as a formidable weapon. Afterward, he contemplated that only a mind controller as formidable as Charles could fully harness the potential of the brainwave amplifier. Furthermore, Sean believed he could withstand Charles's mental prowess, thus he did not dwell on it excessively. However, following the assassination incident, particularly with the involvement of someone named William Stryker as the mastermind, it was evident that the objective must pertain to the brainwave amplifier. What is the brainwave amplifier? Sean elucidated its function to Natasha, whose countenance changed instantaneously. "You should have mentioned that mutants possessed such a powerful weapon. It only occurred to me later, and besides, its operational requirements are exceedingly stringent. Likely, only Charles can utilize it. Moreover, I never perceived it as particularly formidable," Sean remarked with a hint of disdain. Were it not for the fact that he was unable to contend with the individual before him, Natasha would have certainly ensured he recognized who held the upper hand. "Fine. I acknowledge your prowess, but not everyone is like you," Natasha retorted, playfully aiming a kick at him, which Sean deftly caught in his hand. Distracted, Natasha was oblivious to Sean's swift reaction. "I must report this situation to the director," she stated, retrieving her phone to call Nick Fury. "Director, there is a critical matter I need to discuss with you." "Agent Romanoff, what significant developments are you referring to?" Nick Fury inquired, momentarily taken aback as he sensed a pause in her speech. "Natasha, the situation is as follows," Natasha persevered, detailing her deductions regarding the assassination and the implications of the brainwave amplifier. While Nick Fury exhibited little reaction to the initial intelligence, his fists clenched tightly upon hearing the description of the brainwave amplifier's capabilities. He had not anticipated the existence of such a weapon among mutants. What was more alarming was its potential to target not only mutants, but humanity at large. Nick Fury unconsciously disregarded the stringent operational requirements of the brainwave amplifier. In the eyes of this elite agent, even if no one could wield it, the mere existence of the amplifier was sufficient to classify it as a threat. After a brief contemplation, Nick Fury had arrived at a decisive conclusion. "Natasha? Natasha? Yes, Director, I'm listening." "You're listening to what exactly?" "I haven't said anything yet. Are you not even discreet anymore? Am I just another cog in your machine?" Nick Fury sensed an unusual tension on the other end of the line, reminiscent of previous eavesdropping incidents that had left him feeling utterly embarrassed. The more he pondered, the more irate he became. Yet he found himself in a position of needing assistance. "Natasha, put it on speaker." After hanging up the phone with Natasha and Sean, Nick Fury's already dark expression deepened further. He lowered his gaze, and a sudden wave of helplessness washed over him, leaving him slumped in his chair. He had just struck a deal with Sean, who would assist in dismantling the cerebral enhancement device at Xavier's Academy, while also warning the mutants against the resurgence of such technology. The existing data would be collected, sealed, and destroyed by Nick Fury himself. Reflecting on the tumultuous events he had just endured, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and a desire for obliteration. Meanwhile, Natasha glared furiously at Sean, who wore a mischievous grin beside her. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his shoulder. "Look at what you've done," she seethed, her teeth clenched in anger, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground and hide away from the world. However, Sean seemed unfazed by Natasha's ire, responding with a playful grin that suggested he found her apparent ferocity akin to a tender caress. "Of course it was you," he said with a casual nonchalance. What?" Natasha was momentarily taken aback by Sean's words, and when she collected herself, she shot him a disapproving glare. Once the storm had settled, Natasha lay on Sean's chest, tracing circles. How do you plan to handle the cerebral enhancement device? Do you have a concrete action plan? She inquired. Sean, however, appeared unconcerned, casually retorting, does it need a plan? We can just blow it up. He shrugged nonchalantly after his proclamation. At this, Natasha struggled to lift her head, fixing Sean with a piercing stare, silently cursing him for his cavalier attitude. And what about the mutants? How can we ensure they won't attempt to reconstruct another cerebral enhancement device? Sean gently caressed Natasha's delicate skin as he replied, that's simple. Only two individuals understand how this device works. One is Charles, the professor. The other is Eric, Magneto. With Charles, we just need to be honest. And he'll know how to respond. As for Magneto, if he refuses to listen, we'll make him. Sean spoke with an air of ease, as if discussing the discipline of mischievous children rather than serious matters. Natasha listened quietly, feeling a pang of nostalgia. At that moment, she found herself reminiscing about her days as a spy, when her adversaries were merely ordinary humans. Ever since she met Sean, her life had been anything but ordinary, and the thought ignited her frustration, prompting her to reach out and pinch him fiercely. In shock, Sean gazed at Natasha in his arms. You've recovered so quickly today? Upon sensing Sean's gaze, Natasha's heart sank. Damn it, we must flee. Without the time to don her clothes, Natasha bolted from Sean's embrace. Unfortunately, no matter how swiftly the agile monkey might attempt to escape, it could not elude the grasp of the Buddha's mountain. Observing the ivy-clad walls and the entrance of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters before him, Sean was taken aback by his swift return. Is it truly you? How did you come here? Jean rushed from the estate to the gate, astonishment etched on her face upon seeing Sean, having just glimpsed his figure on the security monitors. She had believed herself to be hallucinating. With the beauty welcoming him, Sean's spirits lifted considerably, prompting him to engage in pleasant conversation. I came to see you. Of course, Jean was not one of those naive young girls who would believe Sean had come solely for her. Nevertheless, his words stirred ripples of emotion within her. The professor is not here at the moment. You should come inside. She raised a hand to adjust her hair. Sean had already noticed Jean's new hairstyle and nodded in approval as they walked along the stone path towards the estate, complimenting her on her new look. Just as their conversation flowed, a voice interrupted. What are you doing here? Hearing the accusatory tone, Sean regarded Scott and momentarily contemplated a more forceful approach. Scott. After being reprimanded by Jean, Scott turned away, his expression dark. Jean explained to Sean that Scott was troubled by recent incidents involving mutant assassinations, and she continued to invite him inside. No rush, there is someone else. Sean turned his gaze towards the entrance. Soon, Jean sensed the presence of the other individual Sean had mentioned, a lone wolf riding a motorcycle, with a subpar cigar clenched between his teeth. After parking his motorcycle, Logan, clad in an indeterminate number of years-old leather, approached the two with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing Jean, his eyes gleamed with recognition. Are you two welcoming me? Logan grinned confidently, pulling the cheap cigar from his mouth, inhaling deeply before exhaling. Seeing Logan in that manner, Sean couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Who else would be so audacious as to smoke a cigar in such a manner? This was a testament to his reckless reliance on his healing abilities. Although Sean's own body could endure similar feats, he sensed that even without such powers, Logan would engage in such antics. I came out to fetch Sean. He informed me that you had returned. Jean's words instantly dampened Logan's good spirits. Let us go inside. There are some matters to discuss, Sean declared, leading the way as if he were the rightful master of the place. The silhouettes of the three individuals captured the attention of many within the corridor of the building, particularly those of the two little ones, Mary and Katie. Upon seeing Logan, Mary was momentarily taken aback, and when her gaze shifted to Sean, both children were immediately filled with delight. In Charles's office, Sean sensed the curiosity of the two little girls peering from the corridor, and he shook his head with a faint smile. Soon after, Aurora closed the office door and, while approaching the desk, remarked, Jean mentioned you had something to discuss with us. Noticing Aurora clad in a form-fitting white top, Sean suddenly experienced a spark of attraction. This enchanting woman seemed quite appealing. You are already aware of the assassination of mutants, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I am here today for a specific purpose, Sean stated directly. What is it? Aurora exchanged glances with Jean. The cerebral enhancer, Sean uttered succinctly. What do you need it for? Who are you looking for? Besides the professor, no one else has any use for it, and he is currently not at the academy, Jean inquired, puzzled. Assuming Sean intended to use the device to locate someone. Calmly, Sean shook his head and uttered a statement that left both Jean and Aurora in shock. I intend to destroy it. Impossible. Why? Aurora's eyes widened, her face a canvas of confusion and disbelief. Her delicate features twisted slightly in astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Sean, searching for any hint of jest upon his countenance. Is this some kind of joke? Jean, standing nearby, displayed a similar expression of shock, her tone laced with caution as she bit her lip and unconsciously clenched the fabric of her clothing. Yet, Sean remained expressionless. Locking eyes with the two women, his gaze resolute and unwavering. I am not jesting. Sean's voice resonated deeply, striking the hearts of both women like a heavy hammer. Aurora and Jean exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock and confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. However, faced with Sean's unwavering conviction, they could not dismiss the reality that he genuinely intended to obliterate the cerebral enhancer. Absolutely not. I will not allow you to do this. Aurora suddenly stood upright, transforming from a relaxed posture against the desk into a fierce white lion, brimming with indignation. Observing this, Jean quickly stepped to Aurora's side, despite her own myriad of questions, choosing to support Aurora's stance in this moment. Still, she grappled with the enigma of why Sean was so adamant about destroying the cerebral enhancer. Why must you destroy it? Jean could not restrain herself from asking again, her voice tinged with urgency. Sean reached for a chair before him and sank into it, fully aware that in such a tense atmosphere, his companions would likely not extend an invitation for him to sit. Do you truly comprehend the full capabilities of the brainwave amplifier? Sean reclined leisurely against the back of his chair, his gaze sweeping upward in succession over Jean, Aurora, and Logan, who stood nearby, bewildered, with a cigar clamped between his lips. Upon hearing his words, Jean and Aurora exchanged a glance of mutual surprise. In truth, their knowledge of the brainwave amplifier was limited to its role as a tool specifically designed by Charles for identifying mutants. It was evident that Sean's inquiry left them momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Sean, however, observed their confusion with keen awareness. He understood that these two ladies were utterly oblivious to the amplifier's other potential applications. With an unhurried demeanor, Sean extended his hand to smooth his sleeve before he began to speak. In fact, this brainwave amplifier was originally co-developed by Eric, the renowned Magneto, and your esteemed Professor Charles. Charles's initial intention was to utilize this device to enhance his own telepathic abilities, thereby establishing a mental link with every individual in the world. Jean and Aurora nodded in acknowledgement. This much they were aware of. However, once Charles augmented the energy output of the mental link targeting a specific individual or group, that formidable psychic force could indeed be lethal to the linked subject. As Sean's words reached the ears of the three present, their expressions varied dramatically. Firstly, Jean stood there in a daze, her gaze vacant, as someone endowed with similar telepathic powers. She was well acquainted with the nature of this force and pondered the likelihood of Sean's assertion. Soon, she concluded that the brainwave amplifier could indeed possess the capacity Sean described. Furthermore, had it not been for the strict limitations imposed upon her use of the device, she herself might have harnessed it to take another's life. Aurora, on the other hand, wore an expression of incredulity. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Sean, muttering incessantly, "Impossible. This cannot be true." To Aurora, the professor had always been a kind, wise, and just leader. She could not fathom him committing such a heinous act. Simultaneously, she harbored deep skepticism regarding the notion that the brainwave amplifier was such a powerful weapon. Lastly, Logan furrowed his brow at this revelation. However, after a brief moment, as he reflected on Charles's character and noble virtues, his frown gradually relaxed. He believed that even if Charles possessed such an ability, he would never resort to such a deranged course of action. What evidence do you have? On what grounds do you make such claims? Aurora, with her hands on her hips, retorted, perceiving that Sean might have acquired information about the brainwave amplifier from some source. However, the subsequent remarks made by Sean were beyond the knowledge of even her, a seasoned instructor at the academy, and thus it was improbable that he could possess such insights. Regarding the question of whether the brainwave amplifier had that capacity, you could consult your good friend, the telepath Jean. As for Charles, I also trust he would not engage in such actions. But do you believe others would share that sentiment? Could you not assist in safeguarding this secret? Logan interjected on Jean's behalf, having discerned that Jean's expression confirmed the veracity of Sean's claims. What you should be concerned about is not my discovery, but rather the fact that they remain oblivious to where the real issue lies. Before Sean's words had fully settled, Jean promptly inquired, "Are you implying Magneto?" Surely he would not divulge this secret. Aurora's assertion lacked conviction, given that Magneto was not aligned with their faction, even if he chose silence. Do you not think others could coerce him into speaking? Sean shrugged. Indeed, Magneto is currently incarcerated. Should anyone employ torture against him, Jean recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately retrieved her phone to contact Scott. He had departed earlier to find the professor, and they were on their way to visit the location where Magneto was detained. What did he say? Aurora asked anxiously, watching as Jean concluded her conversation with Scott. He said he would speak with the professor, Jean replied, casting a somewhat uneasy glance at Sean, sensing that Scott did not truly believe in Sean's assertions. In truth, Jean's intuition was accurate. Upon learning that Sean was the source of this information, Scott dismissed it with disdain. In his mind, as the leader of the X-Men and Charles's most trusted student, he believed the professor would never conceal such matters from them, rendering Sean's claims mere nonsense in his eyes. So what do we do now? Aurora whispered to Jean, gripping her arm tightly, fearful that Sean might act rashly. Given the power Sean had previously demonstrated, it was likely that even their combined efforts would not suffice to challenge him, especially within the confines of the academy, surrounded by numerous students and children. Jean, however, found some composure. If Sean intended to resort to violence, he could have done so upon arrival. Since they remained in the office, the situation was not yet dire. Sean, Jean said, gently patting Aurora's hand to encourage her to remain calm, then turned her gaze toward him. How did you come by this information? Sean rose from his chair, and upon witnessing his movement, Aurora nearly succumbed to panic, almost unleashing a bolt of lightning in his direction. I know you won't easily believe me, but soon enough, you will have your answers. Chapter 94. Eager to unravel your thought process prior to his arrival at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Sean had already learned from Natasha that William Stryker had visited the imprisoned Magneto, Eric. Although the surveillance equipment failed to capture the specifics of their exchange, it was evident that Magneto was in a dire state after Stryker's departure, suggesting that the latter had not been particularly amicable. It was highly probable that Stryker had successfully extracted the intelligence he sought from Magneto. Subsequently, his focus would naturally shift to Xavier's Academy, or more specifically, the mind-enhancing apparatus concealed beneath the institution. As anticipated, it wasn't long before certain anomalies began to surface. According to the established plan, Scott and Charles were supposed to return to the Academy before dusk. However, as time inexorably ticked away, their absence became increasingly pronounced, with not a single word of communication reaching them. Anxious and restless, Jean attempted to reach Scott by phone, only to be met with the chilling sound of a deadline. An ominous premonition surged within her, as she recognized the gravity of the situation and the urgency it demanded. Without hesitation, she decided to seek out Sean, who was languidly conversing with Marie and Katie. Once Aurora had successfully diverted the two reluctant youngsters with a couple of excuses, Jean could no longer contain her mounting anxiety. She approached Sean directly, locking her gaze onto his, her tone urgent as she declared, "Scott and the professor have lost contact." Upon hearing this, Sean closed his eyes and listened intently. Yet, before he could discern the voices of Scott and Charles, he instead detected some unusual activity outside the mansion. "I believe your concerns should not lie with them at the moment." Sean opened his eyes and looked down at Jean. "There are armed helicopters approaching your academy, filled with highly trained soldiers." At this alarming revelation, Jean's pupils dilated in shock, just as a returning Aurora rejoined them. Jean swiftly informed her of the impending threat posed by the cadre of soldiers. Having witnessed Sean's abilities during the previous incident at Ellis Island, Aurora accepted the information without doubt. "What do they intend to do?" Aurora exclaimed in anger, her voice laced with menace, clearly intent on confronting Logan head-on. "Wait, Aurora," Jean called out, halting the wrathful Aurora. "The children are our utmost priority." At the mention of the children, Aurora's fiery resolve was doused, as if she had been splashed with cold water. "Are we to simply allow them to come in?" she questioned, still inclined towards the use of force. "Sean, can you assist us?" Jean turned to Sean, her expression pleading. "Certainly," and were instantly elated. But Sean's subsequent remark left their smiles frozen in place. "The premise is that I must first destroy the brainwave enhancement device." Was immediately troubled. She desired Sean's assistance, yet was reluctant to have him interfere with the professor's device. In contrast to, was remarkably perceptive. She understood that given Sean's prowess, he could easily dismantle the device without their consent. His current proposal was merely a show of respect. Furthermore, once the trained soldiers breached the premises, even if they managed to evacuate all the children with help, she could not guarantee their escape. At that moment, no one within the manor would be able to impede Sean. After weighing the pros and cons, swiftly reached a decision. "I agree." Looked at in surprise. She had intended to take a gamble alongside. There's no need. The outcome would ultimately be the same. Besides, this is the most advantageous course for us. Perhaps the disappearance of the professor and Scott is also connected to the imminent arrival of these individuals. Upon hearing mention, the professor and Scott gradually calmed down. And after a few seconds of hesitation, she relented. The two of them led Sean to the underground of the manor, traversing the brightly lit corridor, which culminated at the location of the brainwave enhancement device. Sean gazed at the large emblem on the door and the high-tech iris fingerprint lock at its center. With a sharp sound, a three-pronged dagger appeared in his hand, plunging directly into the door. With a flick of his arm, he traced a circle on the door's surface. After retracting the dagger, he lightly kicked the now inactive security door, which immediately gave way, collapsing inward along the circular outline he had drawn. Observing the facilities within, Sean felt no intrigue. He ignited a golden-red eternal flame, incinerating everything, including the door, in an instant. And, standing behind him, were a blend of shock and dismay as they watched Sean's actions and the vast blackened expanse left by the flames. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting resignation. After they dealt with the brainwave enhancement device, the trio waited until deep into the night, with growing increasingly skeptical, until they finally spotted a group of trained soldiers donning night vision goggles and carrying tranquilizer guns stealthily entering the manor, and concealed themselves in a room along the corridor, intent on engaging directly, while Sean opted to await developments in Charles's office. After swiftly dispatching two intruders who leaped through the window, Sean continued to converse with the now anxious. Rest assured, with our skills, even if we cannot prevail, we can certainly retreat to safety. Sean, while speaking, played with Charles's spare wheelchair in the office. Charles typically used his mental prowess to maneuver the chair, although it was also equipped with a mechanical joystick. Outside in the corridor, Logan's howls echoed, though the sound was unmistakably one of exhilaration. Sean settled into the wheelchair and began to circle around Jean. "Doesn't this resemble how Charles conducts his classes?" he inquired with a smile. Jean, feeling somewhat dizzy, cast a glance at Sean, bemused by his apparent lack of urgency. However, his antics had alleviated her worries. "If you were to shave your head completely and age a bit, you might bear a resemblance," she remarked, her lips curling in playful disdain. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'I've grown stronger yet balder'?" Sean halted and turned the wheelchair to face Jean, his back to the door. "Oh, do you think that now that I'm so strong, I still need to go bald? Besides, with Charles's looks, he could only barely compete with me in his youth. When I grow old, I shall undoubtedly be far more handsome." Jean sighed. "Sometimes I truly wish to use my telepathy to understand your thought processes and discern what you are contemplating." It was her first encounter with someone whose thoughts seemed utterly inscrutable. When you begin to feel curious about a man, it often leads to love. "Are you certain you wish to uncover my thoughts?" Sean tilted his head. Jean's face flushed momentarily. She shot him a flirtatious glare before returning her focus to the chaos outside. Suddenly, amidst their pleasant conversation, the office door resounded with a loud crash, as a group of well-trained soldiers forcefully burst through. However, these intruders barely had the chance to pull their triggers before they were met with a fatal onslaught. With blinding speed, the glinting, razor-sharp claws of Logan struck, either piercing or slashing, swiftly claiming their lives. In an instant, blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across the wooden door and surrounding walls, creating a horrifying tableau. Logan, having just completed his bloody work, panted heavily, his chest heaving like a beast that had emerged from a fierce battle. Scarlet droplets dripped from his unsheathed claws, pooling into a crimson puddle on the floor. The room was suffused with the pungent scent of iron, inducing a wave of nausea. Meanwhile, Sean, still seated in his wheelchair, cradled his chin in his hands, intrigued as he observed the wild and powerful lone wolf before him. With a smile, he teased, "I must say, this look of yours is undeniably striking, but there's no need to linger in it for so long, is there?" At this, Logan irritably shook his hand, causing even more blood to splatter, akin to blooming red plum blossoms cascading to the ground. Beside them, Jean observed the soiled carpet with a smirk rather than indignation, tauntingly stating, "When the professor returns, he will surely transform you into a mere 6-year-old girl." Upon hearing this, Logan initially raised his chin in a haughty manner, dismissive of her words, yet soon a shiver coursed through him as if he had been struck by a dreadful thought. He twitched his nose, uncertainly inquiring, is he truly capable of that? After all, he still harbored lingering trepidation regarding Charles's formidable and unfathomable telepathic abilities. "Indeed, he is," Jean jested. Before Logan could retort, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, and soon the slender, agile figure of Aurora appeared at the far end of the corridor. In stark contrast to the disheveled, bloodied Logan, Aurora appeared almost immaculate, exuding a refreshing vigor. With urgency etched on her face, she rushed before them and exclaimed, "Their numbers are increasing." Although her expression was one of urgency, A subtle glint of excitement flickered in her beautiful eyes, suggesting she had relished the recent skirmish. At Aurora's words, Logan swiftly turned to Sean, his gaze piercing into him. During the recent conflict, Logan had sustained multiple tranquilizer darts. Had it not been for his remarkable healing factor, he would have long since succumbed to capture. However, the enemy's ranks were swelling, and the situation was turning unfavorable. Despite his brashness, Logan was not foolish. Simultaneously, Jean and Aurora cast expectant glances at Sean, as if silently urging him to take action. Is it not your turn to intervene? Do you intend to shirk your responsibility? Yet, Sean appeared oblivious to their stares, his gaze fixed intently on the doorway. Following his line of sight, they beheld a rotund, elderly man, sporting a prominent belly, being meticulously escorted by a cadre of heavily armed soldiers, gradually advancing toward the office. The old man, adorned with a pair of thick glasses perched on his nose, had his hawk-like eyes greedily fixed on Logan within the office, his countenance betraying a complex blend of surprise and smug satisfaction. "Wolverine, how unexpected it is to find you here," he remarked, his tone reminiscent of a long-lost friend reuniting. "It has been many years. You remain as vibrant and untamed as ever." William Stryker ambled forward in small steps amidst the soldiers. The scene rendered eerily surreal by the corpses strewn across the corridor and the blood pooling at their feet. "Who are you?" Logan questioned, sensing an unsettling familiarity with the old man who had called his name as it appeared on the dog tag around his neck. Straining to recall, he still could not find a shred of connection with the person before him amidst the fragmented memories. However, despite having lost his former recollections, Logan inexplicably harbored a profound disdain for William Stryker, particularly after catching sight of the lewd grin plastered across his face. The urge to plunge his claw, erupting from his knuckles, straight into Stryker's layered chin and through his skull, was almost irresistible. Was it the passage of time that had dulled his memory? Or was it merely the fact that he had aged while Stryker remained so youthful? William Stryker, with his wide mouth stretched in a smile, regarded Logan, whose face was a mask of confusion. The fat on Stryker's visage seemed to coalesce grotesquely with his grin, rendering him somewhat repulsive. "Who are you?" Logan bellowed, his muscles taut with tension. Should Stryker's response prove unsatisfactory, he intended to take matters into his own hands. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, as the soldiers surrounding Stryker sensed Logan's threat and trained their weapons on him. "Oh, calm down. You are not in control of this situation," Stryker taunted, shaking his rotund head and gesturing towards the ready anesthetic guns at his side. After a fleeting moment of fury, Logan suddenly relaxed, inhaling deeply as an inexplicable smile graced his lips. The abrupt cessation of his resistance struck Stryker as peculiar, though he could not articulate why. Was this still the Wolverine he remembered, or had he encountered someone entirely different? Regardless, Stryker decided to seize him first and then pursue his true objective at Xavier's Academy. "Where are you going?" Logan's voice called out as Stryker turned away. The sound elicited a smug grin from Stryker. "You are merely a bonus. Naturally. I must seek my reward. Don't go." Logan's voice rang out again, inciting Stryker's irritation. What was wrong with these fools? Their movements were sluggish. It seemed he would need to instill some discipline upon returning. "Hey, have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair?" Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Stryker spun around to retort, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly flabbergasted. One by one, the individuals he had brought with him lay sprawled on the ground, while a few in the office regarded him with mocking expressions. Stryker's countenance darkened further. Just a moment ago, he had been discussing the current state of affairs with Logan, and now a complete reversal had occurred, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. What was happening? Who had intervened? Before arriving, Stryker had meticulously studied several individuals at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, and apart from Charles, whom he had already captured, he was certain no other mutant possessed such abilities. After surveying the assembled individuals, including Cheen, Oroluo, and Logan, William Strick's gaze settled upon Sean, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure seated in a wheelchair. Could it be him? Chapter 96, Lake Akali. "Logan, fetch that fellow and let Cheen examine what detritus fills that pig's brain of his," Sean remarked, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. Upon hearing Sean's words, a subtle smile crept onto Logan's lips, hinting at intrigue. He advanced step by step towards William Strick, each stride amplifying the sardonic smile upon his face. William Strick stared in terror at Logan, who approached him with an air of cheerful menace. Devoid of his subordinate's protection, he resembled an elderly man half buried in the earth. William Strick attempted to retreat, his hands frantically searching for a weapon, yet he bore none. Even if armed, how could he possibly contend with Logan? After all, It was he who had endowed Logan with an almost indestructible adamantium skeletal structure. As Logan drew nearer, William Strick's anxiety escalated. In a moment of panic, he instinctively reached out to halt Logan's advance, but the instant his hands made contact, Logan seized his wrist. With a piercing scream, William Strick raised his right hand in agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down his greasy visage. Logan had ruthlessly shattered William Strick's bone. The anguished cries persisted, and the excruciating pain caused William Strick to collapse to the ground, his thinning white hair drenched in perspiration. Logan gripped his wrist and dragged the portly figure before Sheen, flinging him down with force. As William Strick rolled at her feet, nearly grinding his teeth in despair, Sheen hesitated. "What's the matter?" Sean inquired, observing the red-haired beauty's reluctance to act. "My psychic abilities have been rather unstable lately. If he does not cooperate," Sheen began, her voice laced with tension. Before she could finish, Oroluo interjected, "It's fine. There are plenty more on the ground. If he refuses to cooperate, we'll simply select another." He gestured towards the fallen soldiers scattered about. Logan casually added, "Don't feel pressured. If anything goes awry, just attribute it to me." He raised his hand, revealing his adamantium claws. "That wouldn't be too severe. He might just end up a fool," Sheen explained earnestly. With a scoff, Logan retracted his claws. "That would be too lenient for him." Sean rose to his feet and gently patted Sheen's shoulder. "Let us treat this as a scientific experiment. Please, demonstrate for us." "Teacher Sheen." Sheen shot him a displeased glance. Meanwhile, William Stryker, who lay on the ground clutching his wrist and drenched in sweat, felt a sudden change in expression at the exchange. "Does no one care about my opinion?" Logan, like a farmer lifting a plump chicken, hoisted William Stryker to facilitate Sheen's actions. Sheen closed her eyes, concentrating her thoughts, and began to summon her psychic powers. To her astonishment, she encountered little resistance. Stryker's mind was utterly unguarded. Images flashed through her mind, an overwhelming torrent of information that left her head throbbing, causing her expression to shift slightly. Noticing her discomfort, Sean placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Instantly, she felt a warm energy coursing through her, easing her furrowed brow and gradually restoring tranquility to her features. "I know the professor's whereabouts," Sheen declared confidently, opening her eyes to address the group. "The assassination attempt on the president was orchestrated by his right hand, aimed at obtaining operational approval, thus enabling him to infiltrate our academy and seize the brainwave amplification device." She glared at William Stryker with indignation. Having glimpsed in his mind the horrific human experiments conducted on mutants, including Logan, this William Stryker was nothing short of a butcher. After a brief discussion, they resolved to head immediately to Alkali Lake, where the professor was detained, along with many of their mutant brethren imprisoned in the military base below. Once they had pinpointed the exact location, Sean opened a portal, leaving William Stryker, who was being restrained by Logan, in a state of astonishment. In truth, Stryker had cooperated with Sheen in hopes of leading them to Alkali Lake, his stronghold, where he possessed secret weapons. Only there could he seize an opportunity for redemption. Guided by Sheen and with Sean's portable portal, they faced no obstacles in entering the military base beneath Alkali Lake. However, upon their arrival, they encountered significant trouble with the pervasive surveillance. After dispatching several waves of attackers, Stryker finally recognized that relying on these ordinary soldiers to confront Sean and his companions was futile. He shouted for his subordinates to cease their assault and directly guide them to the professor's holding location. As the prison door swung open, Stryker immediately cried out, "Lalandra!" A swift, gray figure darted forth, lunging at Logan, who was restraining Stryker. The soldiers following Stryker drew their weapons, aiming at Sean, Sheen, and Aurora. Yet, before they could fire, they were engulfed in golden-red flames, incinerated in an instant, as if they had never existed at all. William Stryker, with a face full of terror, found himself utterly bewildered. Having studied numerous mutants, he had never encountered such extraordinary abilities. However, he quickly regained his composure and shouted towards Charles's cell, "Jason, restrain them all." Just as Jean and Aurora prepared to strike at William Stryker, they froze in place, as did Logan, who was fiercely engaged with Yukio nearby. "Enough, Yukio," William commanded through gritted teeth, suppressing the pain in his wrist. Instantly, Yukio, dressed in a sharp gray suit, obeyed and stood still like a robot. Seeing that he had regained control of the situation, William Stryker could not help but let out a villainous laugh. He cast a glance at the immobile Logan before turning to Sean. "Wolverine and this newly emerged mutant. What was that crimson flame?" William muttered to himself. "That is the eternal flame," came the reply. "Oh, what is that?" William began, but halfway through his question, he realized someone was responding to him. Looking around in confusion, Sean waved his hand. "What are you looking for?" Right here. You. How can you? What am I? I'm not immersed in any illusion, am I? Sean replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Without providing any further explanation, he opened the heavy black iron door of the cell. With a screech of metal against metal, the door slowly creaked open for Sean. He stepped into the dim, damp chamber, where two lights flickered against the gray, mottled walls. The cement floor was stained with dark spots, emanating a nauseating odor. To the right of the cell stood a somewhat battered surgical chair, stained with dark red blood and black grime, clearly used for interrogation rather than healing, with various instruments of coercion hanging ominously in the air. On the left side of the room, Charles sat quietly in his wheelchair, head lowered and motionless, seemingly still in a state of unconsciousness. His hands were securely bound to the armrests with wide, specially designed leather straps, rendering him unable to escape. A peculiar device, glowing a faint blue, encircled his head, its purpose unknown. Opposite Charles sat another man, slumped in a wheelchair, clad in a white patient gown. His head bore patches of shaved hair, marred by grotesque surgical scars resembling centipedes, twisting and contorting across his exposed scalp. Since Sean entered the room, the patient's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him, never straying for a moment. There was no need to attempt further. You cannot control me. Sean regarded Jason's heterochromatic eyes, feeling an incessant mental force relentlessly assaulting him. You truly are heartless, treating even your own flesh and blood with such cruelty. Sean's expression was one of disdain, directed at William Stryker, who trailed closely behind him into the room. In the face of Sean's contempt, William Stryker merely offered a cold smile, his gaze not once flickering towards Jason. As though he were not his own kin, he coldly remarked, my son has long since departed this world. The moment his mother died, he perished in my heart alongside her. What remains here is merely Subject 143. To me, he is but a useful tool. Upon hearing William Stryker's designation of Jason, Sean turned to the latter, who continued to assault his mind with psychic waves. Due to enduring the inhumane torment of William Stryker's experiments, Jason had lost the essential bodily functions and cognitive awareness of a normal human. At this moment, he was barely clinging to life, sustained solely by the machine behind his wheelchair. If that is the case, then allow me to assist you. It was unclear whether Sean directed this statement at William Stryker or at Jason before him. With a swift motion, Sean summoned a three-pronged blade, executing a clean and decisive stroke that severed Jason's head from his body. Before William Stryker could utter a word, he witnessed Sean conjuring an enormous, peculiar sword. Overwhelmed by astonishment and confusion, he momentarily disregarded the implications of Jason's demise. With a dull thud, Jason's head tumbled to the cold floor. After Sean eliminated Jason, Jean and the others returned to their senses, rushing into the cell upon sensing the commotion. Upon seeing Jason's severed head and the large blade in Sean's hand, they could easily deduce what had transpired. Professor, Jean and Aurora flanked Charles, assessing his condition. Meanwhile, Logan stormed furiously towards William Stryker. What have you done to the professor? Logan grasped William Stryker by the collar, forcefully pinning his corpulent frame against the wall. Under Logan's strength, William Stryker's feet gradually lifted off the ground as he struggled, clawing desperately at Logan's arm. While casting his gaze towards the iron door of the cell, there stood a bewildered gray figure, none other than Yukio, who had just been engaging with Logan using adamantium. At that moment, her expression bore no resemblance to that of a robot. Instead, she gazed in bewilderment and helplessness at the events unfolding within the confines of the prison, her hands still stained with blood. Logan, too, discerned the scrutiny in William Stryker's eyes. While suppressing Stryker, he turned his attention warily towards the entrance, concerned that Lilith might once again rush in to rescue him. Just as Logan contemplated eliminating Stryker, Charles finally regained consciousness. Hearing Charles' voice, Logan repressed his fury and released Stryker, who was on the verge of asphyxiation. Are you all right, Professor? The three of them inquired with concern for the newly awakened Charles. After Aurora removed the abnormal headpiece from Charles, he felt his mental faculties, which had long been hindered, return to him. In an instant, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. Upon seeing Jason's severed head on the ground, he sighed. In truth, he was quite pitiable. Charles remarked, casting a glance at Sean, fully aware that Sean was responsible for this act. Thus, I chose to grant him release. Are you truly suggesting that he should live out his days as a mere shell of himself? Sean regarded Charles with a hint of disdain. William, that was your own flesh and blood. How could you? Charles shifted his focus. With a mere scoff, William Stryker remained silent, understanding that Charles, now unencumbered by the specialized headpiece, could effortlessly delve into his thoughts. Seeing Charles adopt such a compassionate demeanor, Stryker felt a twinge of derision. He had always regarded Charles as hypocritical. Yet, it must be said that after Charles awoke, Stryker felt less concerned for his own safety. With Charles intervening, Stryker believed these individuals would no longer dare to act against him. However, he had overlooked one person. With a swift motion, a double-edged dagger glided smoothly across Stryker's ample neck, his head falling to the ground with an expression of disbelief, producing a dull thud. To his last breath, William Stryker could not fathom why those who followed Charles would turn against him in such a manner. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, neither Jean nor Aurora displayed any signs of discomfort, particularly Jean, whose eyes even shimmered with a hint of excitement. Had anyone observed closely at that moment, they would have noticed a fleeting spark within her gaze, as if something was quietly awakening. Chapter 98. Wanda and Pietro. Among those present, only Sean astutely sensed the ephemeral yet profound wave of mysterious energy, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. He suddenly turned to look at Jean, yet she maintained a serene countenance, revealing no indication of any anomaly. Meanwhile, Charles witnessed Sean once again resorting to violence, and an impulse to intervene surged within him. However, upon reflection, he realized that Sean was neither his student nor his follower, and he had no control over him whatsoever. Thus, the words that were about to spill from his lips were swallowed back, transforming into a helpless sigh. Immediately thereafter, with the concerted efforts of Logan, Jean, and Aurora, the mutants who had long been imprisoned within the base broke free from their shackles and were greeted by the light of day. Most of these mutants had been forcibly captured by the merciless William Stryker, enduring prolonged anguish of lost freedom and dignity, often subjected to Stryker's inhumane experiments. Now liberated, these mutants soared forth like birds released from confinement, wild beasts freed from their chains, unwilling to endure even the slightest restraint. Consequently, the vast majority of them chose to depart without hesitation, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a situation, the ever kind-hearted Charles found himself unable to compel their stay. After all, every individual has the right to determine their own path in life, and even he, who possessed the ability to influence the minds of others, did not wish to contravene their will. However, just as the crowd ebbed away like a receding tide, Sean unexpectedly noticed two distinctly different figures. In stark contrast to the other adult mutants who were eager to flee, these two little ones stood rooted in place, seemingly bewildered, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, as if lost in this unfamiliar world, utterly unaware of which direction to take. Charles also perceived the bewilderment of these two little ones, and to his astonishment, his mental abilities could not penetrate the mind of one of them. "Why do you not leave?" Charles maneuvered his wheelchair in front of the two children. Although he presented a friendly and benevolent demeanor, the shorter one instinctively stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of the taller companion. Noticing their silence, Charles exhibited no signs of displeasure. He was remarkably patient, understanding that these children had endured too much deception and mistreatment, having been brought to such a place by someone like William Stryker, thus remaining wary of everything around them. "I will not harm you. If you require assistance, you may speak to me." Charles continued to extend his goodwill. "If you have nowhere to go, his school for mutants is indeed a commendable choice. He may be somewhat verbose, but he is a good person." Sean stepped forward to address the two little ones, simultaneously granting Charles a good person endorsement. The shorter one appeared somewhat swayed, while the taller one continued to scrutinize Sean intently. "I wish to know who you are." The diminutive one finally spoke, gazing at Charles as he inquired. "I am Charles Xavier, a fellow mutant like yourselves. I run an academy dedicated to sheltering those mutant children who have nowhere to go, while also teaching them the proper use of their extraordinary abilities. It was I who rescued Jean and Aurora. They were once my students, and now they willingly remain at the academy as instructors." Whenever Charles mentioned Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, he felt a profound sense of pride, believing it to be one of his finest accomplishments. Aurora and Jean stepped forward to introduce themselves to the two young ones, clearly showcasing the power of feminine charm in such moments. "I am Pietro, and this is my sister Wanda." Under the gentle influence of Jean and Aurora, Pietro appeared somewhat captivated. "I am the elder sister. You are the younger brother," Wanda retorted, casting a discreet glance at Sean. Noticing Wanda's gaze, Jean felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, pondering why these youngsters were so intrigued by Sean. "This is Logan, another mutant like us, though he is not yet part of the academy. And that is Sean. He is not a mutant, but a good person with formidable strength. If it weren't for him, our endeavor to rescue you would have been far more challenging," Jean explained, offering Sean a metaphorical good person card. Sean raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "I never claimed to be a good person." Upon hearing that Sean was not a mutant, Pietro displayed a hint of wariness. suggesting that their prior encounters had not been particularly favorable. In contrast to Sean, he seemed to favor the cool demeanor of Logan. Wanda, too, experienced a flicker of emotional turmoil upon discovering Sean's non-mutant status, but this quickly dissipated when she learned that he was the primary reason for their rescue. Is he a teacher at your academy as well? Wanda contemplated extending her finger towards Sean, but withdrew it instead. Jean smiled and shook her head. Have you all made a decision? Charles resumed, sensing the conversation had reached a natural pause. Perhaps sensing the pressure, he swiftly altered his approach, suggesting, if you feel uncertain at this moment, you may consider staying at the academy temporarily. Even if you ultimately choose to depart, we will not impede your decision. Pietro glanced at Wanda, seeking her opinion. It was evident that the two were inseparable. Even if one was eager to go, the other would surely follow if they expressed reluctance. Wanda recognized that Pietro was intrigued, and truth be told, she felt a similar pull. The individuals before them had the means to liberate them from their confinement. If they harbored any ill intentions, they would not have gone to such lengths, especially since they had witnessed others who had been imprisoned alongside them, choosing to leave without obstruction. After a brief discussion, the two little fellows resolved to pay a visit to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. At that moment, Natasha arrived at a Kali Lake accompanied by a group of individuals clad in black. Logan anxiously scrutinized the sudden appearance of these enigmatic figures, uncertain whether they were allies or adversaries. Similarly, Jean and Aurora remained on high alert, for this was the stronghold of William Stryker. Has everything been resolved? Natasha inquired, her voice steady, dressed in a form-fitting black tactical suit. Well, sort of. We are still awaiting Magneto, who remains incarcerated, Sean replied. Upon hearing Sean's voice, the others turned their gaze towards him, surprised to discover Natasha's acquaintance with Sean. I have come specifically to deliver a message to you and your companions. Natasha directed her attention towards Charles and the others. Not long ago, Magneto escaped from prison. Chapter 99. Is something amiss? Sean and Charles exhibited no astonishment at the news of Magneto's escape. Old man is quite the character. A mere prison cannot contain him, Sean remarked nonchalantly, gesturing dismissively. He then turned to Charles, stating, I trust you are already aware of William Stryker's intentions and my activities within your academy. Charles nodded in acknowledgement of Sean's words. Since that device has been destroyed, there is no need to reconstruct it, Sean continued. However, Charles believed that as long as the Cerebro was safeguarded, all would be well. Moreover, he was the only one capable of operating it. Charles had unwavering confidence in himself. He had never harbored any intention of using the Cerebro to harm anyone, whether human or mutant. He regarded it solely as a tool for locating kindred spirits, thus deeming it safe in his possession. Did Charles not comprehend the adage of having precious possessions bring trouble? No, he understood it well, yet he still yearned to rebuild the Cerebro. As Sean perceived Charles preparing to counter his argument, his brow furrowed deeply, and his eyes glinted like cold blades directed at him. In that instant, an invisible pressure radiated from Sean, sweeping through the surroundings like a surging tide. All present felt a jolt, as if a colossal hand had seized their throats, rendering their breaths shallow and rapid. They exchanged glances, their faces betraying shock and trepidation, clearly unprepared for Sean's sudden display of formidable presence. Jean, in particular, was filled with bewilderment. She could not fathom why Sean had so abruptly changed demeanor, as the previously amiable atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. She could not help but murmur inwardly. Could we not engage in a calm and rational discussion? Must it descend into chaos? Charles met Sean's gaze and felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a colossal wave. He had no doubt that should he refuse, Sean would treat him with the same ruthlessness as he had dealt with Jason and William Stryker. Upon witnessing Charles' capitulation, Sean nodded, and an instant lightness washed over the assembled crowd. Natasha approached Sean, her eyes questioning, but he merely shook his head in silence. The old man was somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This sudden turn of events, however, provided Pietro with a newfound admiration for Sean. How remarkably cool. A single individual could dominate everyone. The young boy, brimming with youthful fervor, gazed at Sean with stars in his eyes. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Logan spoke up. Don't you think something is amiss? At his words, puzzled expressions spread across the faces of those present. With a hint of exasperation, Logan continued. Has anyone found Scott? Oh my goodness. It was only after Logan's reminder that Jean and Aurora recalled their dear companion. Jean was taken aback. She had completely forgotten about him and wondered how Scott would react to knowing he held such a lowly position in his girlfriend's heart. With the assistance of Charles' telepathic abilities, they located Scott, who had been imprisoned. Professor, are you all right? Scott immediately inquired about Charles' safety upon his rescue. feeling responsible for the previous capture. I am unscathed, Scott, Charles replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it concealed an unperceived strain. Once, he had held Scott in high regard, believing the young man possessed exceptional abilities and potential. However, following this incident, everything had changed. Charles recognized that this crisis was entirely avoidable, and it was Scott's jealousy and arrogance that had precipitated their current predicament. Scott's unwarranted distrust of the crucial information provided by Sean ultimately led to their entrapment, nearly jeopardizing the entire academy and the mutant community itself. The thought of what might have transpired had Sean not intervened sent a shiver of dread through Charles. William Stryker would have undoubtedly succeeded in acquiring the brainwave enhancer. Had that been the case, Charles Xavier would have become a pariah within the mutant community. Contemplating this, a profound sense of fear and guilt surged within him. As his thoughts meandered, Charles gradually reconciled with Sean's prior intervention against his reconstruction of the brainwave enhancer. Furthermore, as he gazed at Sean now, he could not help but find him increasingly agreeable. Ah, how regrettable it is. If only Sean were also a mutant, capable of leading us forward. How splendid that would be. Perhaps it could have spared us from numerous unnecessary conflicts and perils. I believe we ought to communicate with the president's office. Charles, momentarily lost in thought, collected his mind and spoke again. That will not be necessary. We shall take it upon ourselves to brief His Excellency on the events that transpired. Rest assured, Natasha replied. From Natasha's commanding presence and the imposing figures in black who accompanied her, Charles discerned her official connections, yet a tinge of concern lingered within him. Do not worry about any official actions against you. As long as you mutants remain unprovocative, Natasha perceived Charles's apprehensions. However, Charles still wished to address matters concerning Eric. That is not your concern. Natasha's tone was somewhat curt this time. This old fellow truly lacked awareness. Sighing at Natasha's demeanor, Charles felt a wave of frustration. Observing his esteemed professor being rebuffed, Scott felt a pang of discontent, yet he was not oblivious to Natasha's authoritative aura, compelling him to suggest, "Perhaps we should return to the academy, Professor." Indeed, Charles acknowledged with a glance at Scott before turning to Wanda and Pietro, smiling as he said, "Shall we be on our way?" Pietro had been curious about the so-called Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters since their earlier conversation, and now they were finally set to embark on their journey to see it firsthand. However, Wanda appeared somewhat dazed, standing still and fixated on Sean, unresponsive even to Charles's inquiries. Charles assumed that Wanda had been startled by Sean's sudden transformation. Do not dwell too much on what just transpired. We merely had a divergence on a certain matter. He attempted to soothe Wanda's feelings. Wanda's delicate lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to articulate something. Sean, too, noticed the peculiar behavior of the young girl. Observing her frail form, soiled attire, and disheveled hair, one could hardly envision the Scarlet Witch of the future. Do you have something to say? Chapter 100. Am I such a person? Gathering all her courage, Wanda's voice emerged, albeit faint. Can we accompany you, sir? Sean was taken aback by her request, tilting his head in surprise. The little girl certainly has keen insight, Pietro thought, harboring no objections to Wanda's proposal, especially after witnessing Sean's earlier display of prowess. Charles, unable to decipher Wanda's thoughts, had not anticipated her sudden inquiry, and he turned his gaze back toward Sean. Sean tilted his head in contemplation. Could one truly possess a little witch? It seemed not entirely impossible. Before he could finish his thought, Natasha narrowed her beautiful eyes and stared at him. What now? Are we not even sparing the smallest among us? Sensing the unusual gaze from Natasha, Sean shot her a disgruntled look. Am I the kind of person who would do that? He retorted. Remove the question mark, Natasha replied. How about this, Sean? If both parties are willing, you could adopt those two little ones, and they could still attend the Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters. What do you think? Charles proposed. He felt a pang of distress as well. After all, he had finally managed to recruit 2 students, only for the rice cooker to escape just as the meal was ready. Upon hearing the term adopt, Natasha nodded in agreement. I think that could work. In truth, she felt a certain sympathy for the 2 little ones. What do you mean it could work? I am not that much older than them. How could I possibly adopt them? Sean was not keen on becoming a father without cause. Broaden your perspective. They could be like younger siblings, Natasha suggested. Hearing this, Sean turned to Wanda and Pietro, intending to seek their opinions. Pietro felt a slight unease upon hearing the word adopt. Although they were orphans, they had once had parents. However, upon hearing the beautiful sister refer to them as brother and sister, he felt a weight lift from his conscience. Wanda's grimy little face betrayed no clear emotion, yet her large eyes unmistakably sparkled with anticipation. So is that settled? Sean inquired of Wanda and Pietro. Wanda nodded vigorously, as if her head was a chick pecking at grains. You can handle the paperwork, right? Sean instructed Natasha, who responded with a dramatic roll of her eyes. Is that my responsibility? Once the group had reached an agreement, Sean opened a portal in front of everyone, which left Wanda and Pietro astonished. He had arranged with Charles to escort Wanda and Pietro home, and after bidding farewell, he discreetly glanced at Jean, who was also watching him, before leading the two little ones through the portal that led directly to his home. Upon crossing the somewhat magical threshold, Pietro curiously surveyed Sean's residence. The minimalist decor was laid bare before him. Despite the night, there remained a faint essence of sunlight. Observing the tidy surroundings, Wanda lowered her gaze to her and Pietro's dirty clothes and shoes, worried that Sean might disapprove. The bathroom is over there. Pietro, you go wash up first while I find you a couple of my clothes. As for you, Wanda, although Natasha and May occasionally visit, I truly have no girls' clothes at home. Wanda, with a sense of urgency, whispered her agreement. Natasha had returned to S-H-I-E-L-D. Otherwise, she could have taken them directly. Sean glanced at the entrance. It was already late at night, and May was asleep. It would be unkind to wake her. You can use the bathroom in my room. I will find you some clothes, and when Natasha returns, she can take you both shopping. Pietro obediently went to take a shower, while Wanda followed Sean into the room like a shadow. Sean rummaged through the closet and retrieved 2 sets of athletic wear, handing them to Wanda before closing the door behind him. With the 2 youngsters settled, Sean sank into the sofa, pouring himself a drink as he began to reflect on the fleeting energy he had sensed within Jean earlier that day. It was certainly no illusion. Had the Phoenix Force awakened? Yet, why had it manifested for such a brief moment? How did this phenomenon awaken without any prior signs? Suddenly, Sean thought of Jason. Could it be that the influence of Jason's illusion had triggered the awakening of the Phoenix Force within Jean? He pondered the potential implications this might have for her, shaking his head as he sipped his drink. Sir, a faint voice broke through his thoughts, and Sean turned to see Wanda looking at him curiously. What is up? Did you finish so quickly? Pietro is still in the bathroom, he remarked, noticing her damp hair. Is it all right if I call you by your name? Wanda asked, feeling that using sir seemed rather strange. Sean replied, it sounds odd. You may simply call me by my name. Wanda felt that addressing Sean by his name somehow lacked respect, due to the limited number of rooms. Sean had arranged for Wanda to stay in his room, while Pietro took the guest room, leaving him to sleep on the sofa. However, Wanda insisted on taking the sofa instead. Sean gently ushered her into the room, reminding her to dry her hair before sleeping. Wanda stood at the door, somewhat bewildered. Gazing at Sean's simplistic bedroom, she felt a warmth that was even more intense than outside, as if bathed in sunlight. The following morning, May was taken aback to see 2 individuals emerge from Sean's home, both wearing astonished expressions. As she opened her mouth to inquire, Sean stepped out behind them. Good morning, May. Good morning, Sean. Who are they? May asked, her curiosity piqued as she observed the newcomers. Sean, gently placing a hand on each of their heads, replied, these are my younger siblings, Pietro and Wanda. Wanda's previously grimy face now bore a faint blush, while Pietro appeared somewhat shy. Sean then introduced May to the 2 of them, but he noticed that the siblings still seemed a bit out of their element. May, when did you have younger siblings? How come I didn't know? After a brief explanation, I'll take them shopping, Sean remarked as he observed the bewildered expression on May's face. Subsequently, the 3 of them exited the apartment, leaving May in a state of confusion. Initially, Sean had intended to delegate this task to Natasha, but to his surprise, she mentioned that matters at S-H-I-E-L-D were still unresolved, compelling Sean to take matters into his own hands. After a short while of shopping with Pietro and Wanda, Sean felt an exhaustion he had never experienced before. It seemed that even with superhuman abilities, he still despised shopping. Fortunately, Wanda was quite understanding. Although Pietro appeared somewhat reluctant to conclude their outing, under Wanda's compelling gaze, he complied, and the 2 of them only procured necessities and clothing without further requests to continue shopping. Following this, Sean drove them towards Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Chapter 101, Transformation. Hi, Sean. As he greeted Jean, Sean sensed a subtle change within her, particularly in her eyes, which seemed to brim with an unmistakable yearning. Hi, Jean. Where's Charles? I brought these 2 little ones to have a look around, Sean replied. The professor is currently teaching. You may enter and observe the class. Jean responded with a vibrant smile, offering Sean and the children a pointed direction. In the past, while Jean Grey had always exuded warmth, there was an inexplicable aura of distance in her interactions, as if a transparent veil encased the fervent flame within her, rendering her seemingly passionate, yet inherently reserved. Her demeanor appeared notably cautious and restrained, as though every gesture and word was meticulously contemplated before being expressed. Though this did not evoke aversion, it nonetheless fostered an intangible sense of detachment that made genuine closeness feel elusive. However, the Jean he encountered this time was entirely transformed. She resembled a liberated bird, joyously stretching her wings. Whether it was her hearty laughter during conversations or the effortless grace in her movements, everything exuded an unguarded sincerity and exuberance from deep within her soul. At this moment, Jean was devoid of any hesitation or restraint, fully embracing her true self, presenting herself in the most authentic and vibrant manner. Moreover, Sean could distinctly perceive the formidable energy radiating from her. This energy astonished him, as he felt it overshadowed even Charles's telepathic prowess. Could it be that Charles was oblivious to Jean's transformation? Sean pondered, grappling with this question as he approached the door to Charles's office with steady footsteps. As he raised his hand, poised to politely rap on the door, Pietro suddenly interjected. He has instructed us to enter directly. With Charles's words ringing in his ears, Sean hesitated no longer. He shrugged and gently pushed open the door that had been firmly shut. However, as the door swung open, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. Mary, Katie, and several unfamiliar youngsters were gathered around Charles's desk, and at that moment, they all turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on Sean and his companions. Pietro and Wanda appeared somewhat anxious in response to this spectacle, shifting closer to Sean, seemingly seeking a semblance of security from him. In contrast, Sean exuded calmness, a smile gracing his face as he warmly greeted the beaming Mary and Katie. This gesture momentarily startled the little boy seated beside Mary, causing his eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Particularly as he noticed the look in Mary's eyes directed at Sean, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. The affection reflected in her gaze was something he had never witnessed when she interacted with others. Interestingly, upon seeing Wanda, Mary and Katie exchanged a knowing glance. Please, take a seat. We are currently engaged in a physics lesson, and you are welcome to listen in, Charles said, his face radiating warmth. With his words, 3 chairs positioned against the wall moved forward, evidently manipulated by Charles himself. Sean had little interest in the lesson. He gestured towards Pietro and Wanda, encouraging them to take a seat while he intended to step out and converse with Jean. Wanda, noticing Sean's intention to leave, wished to follow him. But recalling the purpose of their visit to Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters, she suppressed her emotions and sat down beside Pietro, her gaze lingering on Sean. After reassuring the 2 youngsters, Sean nodded to Charles and then exited the office. Just a few steps down the corridor, he spotted Jean approaching him with an appealing grace. Why didn't you stay inside to listen? She inquired with a cheerful laugh. Being a student does not suit me, especially as a student of a man, Sean replied, meeting Jean's gaze directly. Oh, whose student would you prefer to be? Jean's voice carried a hint of sweetness. Certainly someone like you, Sean replied with a smile. In terms of teaching, I cannot compare to the professor, Jean countered. That may not be the case. In certain aspects, you undoubtedly teach better than he does, Sean said, gradually leaning closer. Though they did not make direct contact, Jean could already feel the warmth radiating from Sean. I wager what you are referring to is certainly not a conventional lesson. Raised her chin to gaze at, undeterred by his encroaching presence. Just as was poised to respond, appeared unexpectedly from the staircase in the corridor. The interruption from momentarily disrupted their conversation, leaving feelings somewhat awkward for was now's official boyfriend. However, what surprised was complete lack of reaction to the somewhat ambiguous scene involving her legitimate boyfriend encountering another man. Even when spoke, she did not glance back, her focus unwaveringly fixed on, as if he were merely an inconsequential passerby. What's the matter? I wish to speak with you, she finally declared. Despite wearing glasses, could perceive the palpable intensity of his gaze, filled with resentment and jealousy. At last, visibly annoyed, turned to cast a disdainful look at, seemingly blaming him for disrupting her moment, before greeting and following upstairs. Watched retreating figure, noting the significant change in her demeanor, something felt amiss. S voice suddenly emerged from behind. Turned to face him, realizing that animals indeed possess a heightened sensitivity compared to humans. I believe only can elucidate this matter, murmured. Soon, S physics class concluded. Briefly introduced, and their eyes visibly brightened upon learning that was sister. Subsequently, instructed them to take and on a tour of the academy while he sought for a conversation. Why aren't you accompanying the 2 little ones? Inquired, somewhat surprised upon seeing and enter as he organized his desk. Have you noticed that seems a bit off? Upon hearing's observation, turned to, who nodded in agreement. Confirming the sentiment, S eyes widened, his expression frozen in realization. After a brief pause, shock washed over his face. Oh my heavens. Chapter 102, You Do Not. But I do. What is it? What has happened, Professor? Just after's quiet exclamation, filled with urgency and concern, pressed for answers. He had always harbored feelings for, and now his worry intensified, fearing that she might be facing a significant issue. Seated in his wheelchair behind the desk, S' expression turned grave as he began to narrate a past incident to And. It turned out that even in her youth, he and Magneto had sensed that this young girl was extraordinary, had awakened her abilities at a tender age, possessing an innate and formidable telepathic power. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that her capabilities surpassed those of himself. Such astonishing talent instilled a profound sense of anxiety in Jean's parents. Like many parents of mutant children, they found it incomprehensible that their daughter possessed such extraordinary abilities, perceiving it merely as a bizarre affliction. Thus, laden with worry, they sought medical counsel far and wide, ultimately reaching out to Charles and Eric. When Charles and Eric visited in person, they found themselves at an impasse upon witnessing Jean's formidable mutant powers. The ideological rift between the two regarding the leadership of the mutant community had long been established. Not a mere whim of the moment. This debate over Jean's future direction was merely a concentrated eruption of their accumulated discord. Charles firmly believed that children who began exhibiting their mutant abilities in adolescence had yet to fully master the precise control of these exceptional powers. Therefore, for this group, proper guidance and necessary restrictions were paramount. Only when they matured to the point of effortlessly wielding their mutant abilities could they, like Scott and Aurora, freely express their unique gifts. This approach would not only effectively prevent any unforeseen incidents due to an inability to control their powers, thereby sparing ordinary humans unnecessary alarm, but also ensure that mutants could navigate their existence and development within society without excessive hindrance. Conversely, Eric held an entirely different perspective. In his view, mutants represented a more advanced and superior evolutionary trajectory, while ordinary humans were destined to gradually decline and ultimately face extinction. Consequently, he vehemently advocated that the mutant community need not conceal or disguise their true identities and existence. The profound divergence in their beliefs on this pivotal issue ultimately led Charles and Eric down entirely opposing paths, resulting in their irrevocable separation. Jean's immense powers even instilled trepidation in Charles, for she was merely a young girl, and it was difficult to fathom such a youthful child being able to perfectly harness such unparalleled strength. Considering all aspects, Charles, after much contemplation, discreetly established a targeted barrier within Jean's mind. Through this measure, he successfully contained the restless and untamed forces within her. Should those powers breach his barrier, Jean might undergo a drastic transformation, potentially becoming an entirely different person. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this barrier had indeed been breached. "What did you say?" Logan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Charles, struggling to comprehend the words that had just been uttered. His lips trembled slightly, disbelief rapidly spreading across his eyes. He could hardly fathom that Charles, usually gentle, kind-hearted, and imbued with a strong sense of justice, would resort to tampering with Jean's mind. "Does Jean know about this?" Logan's voice was hoarse with anger, his countenance darkening, veins throbbing on his forehead. Memories of his own harrowing experiences of captivity resurfaced. The haunting sensation of lost freedom and being at the mercy of others still sending shivers down his spine. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of injustice and fury for Jean. Charles slowly shook his head, an inscrutable sorrow etched upon his face, opting for silence in the face of Logan's inquiries. "What shall we do now?" Logan's hands instinctively balled into fists. He was acutely aware that, despite possessing formidable adamantium claws and remarkable regenerative abilities, he was powerless to remedy Jean's current predicament. To genuinely assist her, they would need the expertise of Charles, a master of psychic control. "It appears we must reinforce her mental barriers." Charles finally broke the silence, his tone laden with gravity. However, before he could finish, he faced vehement opposition from Logan. "Do you not understand that sometimes caging a beast only fuels its rage? When it breaks free, it will only wreak greater havoc." Logan bellowed, his face twitching with agitation, his brow furrowed deeply. With that, he stormed towards Charles's desk, towering over him with fierce intensity, flames of anger igniting in his gaze. "I certainly understand. I know what my actions entail, but for Jean's sake, I had no choice," Charles replied, his gaze unwavering as he met Logan's fierce stare. "You had no choice. You act for Jean. What about her? Does she have a choice?" Logan retorted, his voice rising in righteous indignation. Charles's resolute expression faltered. "I owe you no extensive explanations." He then turned away, resuming his task of organizing the desk. "So, You never considered allowing Jean to choose for herself, did you? Sean, who had been listening intently, was unwilling to let Charles off the hook. Observing Charles's evasive demeanor, Logan, initially ready to leave, found renewed resolve in Sean's words and turned back to Charles. You must realize, if that power were to explode, Charles would still insist he acted for Jean's benefit, as well as for others. Then simply prevent her from exploding. Sean interjected, cutting off Charles's explanation. In this regard, Sean leaned more towards Magneto's perspective. One can guide and impose limitations, but one must not manipulate her as they have with Jean, all while keeping her in the dark. Even if Jean were to lose control and ultimately become a villain, then they could simply eliminate her. I lack the confidence, Charles sighed. It was for this reason that I could only establish barriers for her during her childhood. At that time, my manipulation of Jean's mind was feasible due to her tender age and immature psyche. However, presently, I am uncertain if I can reconstruct that mental barrier. You lack confidence. I possess it, Sean responded. Chapter 103. Revealing the truth on the other side of the academy, Jean, displaying evident impatience, followed Scott as they ascended the staircase and entered a room together. Once inside, Scott gently closed the door with tender care. He then slowly turned to face Jean, his gaze infused with profound affection. Jean, what troubles you? Is something amiss? Scott inquired softly, believing that a subdued tone would better convey his tenderness. Yet, Jean merely smiled faintly, casually spreading her hands, seemingly oblivious to Scott's demeanor. I am perfectly well, truly. I have never felt as good as I do now, she replied with a light and carefree tone. Observing this, Scott quickly took 2 strides forward, reaching out to grasp Jean's shoulders, concern and worry evident in his eyes. Do you not sense that since your return yesterday, something about you seems amiss? Jean furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled by Scott's assertion. She shifted her body and effortlessly freed herself from his grasp. What is amiss? I believe it is you who is not quite right, especially since Sean's arrival. At this point, the corners of Jean's mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Upon hearing his girlfriend mention another man, one who far surpassed him in many respects, Scott felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him. The jealousy he had been desperately suppressing erupted like a flood, uncontrollable. Sean, we are not discussing him. We are discussing you, Scott shouted. Me? What is there to discuss? I have already expressed that I am well, Jean retorted. Scott, do you realize that I once found you to be steady and reliable? However, yesterday's events have led me to believe that I was perhaps blinded to the truth all along. Oh, pardon me. It is you who is the one blinded. Jean gazed at Scott, noting the special sunglasses he wore. Scott was taken aback by Jean's words. Although he recognized that the incident had indeed stemmed from his actions, leading to his and the professor's capture, did they not ultimately rescue so many mutants? Was that not a silver lining amidst adversity? Scott gazed at his girlfriend. Bewilderment etched across his face, feeling as though he barely recognized her. The former Jean had always shown him respect, valuing his opinions above all else, and even just yesterday, this dynamic had remained unchanged. Thus, Scott found it utterly incomprehensible how, in such a brief span of time, Jean seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. In truth, Scott's instincts were not misled. The previous Jean Grey had been subdued by a formidable mental barrier implanted deep within her psyche by Charles, rendering her temperament docile. Coupled with Charles's subtle guidance, she had adhered to the rules and excelled in self-restraint. At Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Scott and Jean were of similar age, and Scott had garnered Charles's significant attention and esteem. His demeanor at the academy was indeed one of maturity and composure. Furthermore, he had fallen head over heels for Jean, his affections unwavering and sincere. To the former Jean, they seemed a perfect match in the eyes of others, which was one reason she had chosen Scott. Yet, it was precisely this compatibility that had kept Jean's inner world in a state of repression. Until that moment, no one or circumstance had arisen to awaken the long-suppressed essence of her true self. However, after Sean's arrival, Jean's inner turmoil had already begun to stir, though she had, as mentioned before, been adept at self-restraint. Yet, once her mental barrier was breached, her personality underwent a dramatic shift. She no longer felt the need to suppress herself and yearned to express her true feelings freely. To Scott, it was as though she had become an entirely different individual. Scott attempted to salvage their relationship, but the Jean before him was no longer the same. You disappoint me, Scott, she coldly declared before opening the door and exiting, leaving Scott standing alone in the room, as if his very essence had been drained away. In the office, Sean's words left Charles momentarily speechless. Yet he maintained his customary air of compassionate concern. You cannot fathom the sheer terror of Jean's power. I cannot risk the lives of others, including her. I know not how terrifying Jean's abilities may be, but I find your attempts to forcibly bind her even more frightening, Logan retorted, his face a mask of anger and disdain. Just as the three were engaged in conversation, Jean knocked and entered. Upon seeing her, Charles immediately utilized his mutant abilities to sense Scott's emotions, realizing that Jean had begun to spiral out of control. Are you all right, Jean? Logan asked cautiously, observing her wild, flowing red hair. Why do you all keep asking that? I'm perfectly fine, she replied. Jean looked at the three individuals in the room with a furrowed brow. Charles had just informed us of a matter concerning Logan, who wished to reveal the truth to Jean. Logan. However, Charles abruptly interrupted him, even resorting to his mutant abilities. Jean's brow tightened as she observed Logan, who was left speaking halfway, then shifted her gaze to Charles, seated behind the desk. Since you refuse to speak and won't allow Logan to do so, then I shall take it upon myself, Sean interjected. No, Sean. Charles wished to halt him in the same manner he had interrupted Logan, but regrettably, he was unable to do so. His telepathic abilities vanished the moment they approached Sean, and likewise, he could no longer control Jean's mind, leaving him to watch helplessly as Sean divulged the entire truth to her. In your early years, Sean spoke in a calm tone, striving to convey the information Charles had previously mentioned without any emotional bias. Yet, despite his measured approach, Jean could not suppress her trembling body as she listened intently. She refrained from questioning whether Sean's revelations held any truth, for Charles's expression, his prior actions towards Logan, and his present silence served as the most poignant answer. Tears began to well in Jean's eyes. She never anticipated that someone she had trusted so deeply had committed such acts against her in her youth, even if his intentions had been noble. As her emotions surged, so too did the latent power within her, causing objects throughout the office to levitate as if lifted by invisible hands. Jean, calm down. If you continue like this, you will endanger not only yourself, but also others. Charles attempted to penetrate Jean's mind to soothe her turmoil, only to be met with fierce resistance. Chapter 104. This feeling seems familiar initially. Wanda followed closely behind Mary and Katie as they strolled through the campus, her heart still enveloped in the anxiety of being in an unfamiliar environment. However, perhaps due to Sean's earlier introduction of Wanda and Pietro as his brother and sister, the two charming girls treated them with exceptional warmth and kindness. The four of them, being of a similar age, found themselves enjoying Mary and Katie's enthusiastic recount of life at Xavier's Academy, even as they affectionately took Wanda's hand, swiftly alleviating her nervousness. Yet, as they conversed, the topic often veered toward Sean, leaving Wanda somewhat weary in her responses. After all, her knowledge of Sean's past and personal circumstances was rather limited at that moment. Moreover, even if she were aware of certain details, she would never disclose them without Sean's explicit permission. It was at this juncture that the power within Jean erupted with relentless force. In that fleeting moment, regardless of whether it was Mary, Katie, Pietro, or even others within the academy, everyone felt an unmistakable and palpable pressure. Though this force did not inflict any tangible harm upon them, it enveloped their hearts like a dark cloud. As they looked around in bewilderment, seeking the source of this strange sensation, only Wanda, after the surge of power manifested, quickly identified her target. With a sudden turn, Wanda cast her gaze towards Charles's office. Wanda, what are you doing? Pietro exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he watched Wanda unexpectedly sprint down the path they had just traversed. Without hesitation, he raised his voice in a frantic call while hastily pursuing her. Standing nearby, Mary and Katie were utterly perplexed. They exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Nonetheless, they swiftly regained their composure and followed in Pietro's footsteps. Meanwhile, within the office, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Upon the conclusion of Charles's words, an unforeseen event transpired. The mental force he had exerted upon Jean in an attempt to suppress her immense power was swiftly obliterated as Jean's strength began to resist. Her force erupted like a caged beast breaking free, growing ever more rampant. As Logan had previously articulated, confining a ferocious creature within a cage guarantees that, once it escapes and regains its freedom, it will retaliate with even greater ferocity. At that moment, chaos engulfed the entire office, as if everything within it sensed the tumultuous energy emanating from Jean, rendering the environment restless. Particularly, the objects floating midair under Jean's influence trembled violently, as though they might shatter under the immense pressure at any moment. Just as Charles felt himself on the verge of despair, a soft sound resonated. Sean's large hand, undeterred by the chaotic energy surrounding Jean, simply approached her side and gently rested on her shoulder. At the instant of contact, Sean sensed the destructive energy within Jean surging through his arm and into his body. However, Sean was no stranger to such forces. The golden red flames of eternal fire within him surged vigorously, and the two powers began to clash within his form. Yet, much to Sean's surprise, the eternal fire began to absorb the energy emanating from Jean. This sensation of eternal fire feels oddly familiar. Could it be that this absorption leads to some kind of breakthrough, transforming into an unparalleled force? Sean could not help but internally muse. It seemed that not only had Sean proven impervious to the circumstances, but even the very essence of Jean herself was at risk of being lost. The power within her began to retract swiftly. Charles too sensed the anomaly with Jean, and even the atmosphere within the office underwent a transformation. Most astonishingly, Sean had truly succeeded in suppressing the force within Jean. Following a cacophony of falling objects, the office was no longer a scene of chaos. Jean gasped violently, inhaling deeply the fresh air, while the newly liberated Logan observed the scene with a mixture of tension and concern for those present. Suddenly, the office door burst open as Scott and Aurora rushed in, followed closely by a worried Wanda and the bewildered Pietro, Marie, and Katie. "Professor Jean, what has transpired?" "It felt as though a tremendous force surged moments ago," Scott remarked, his expression still filled with concern upon seeing Jean restored to her former self. Charles, wishing to keep the matter discreet, cast a glance at the now calm Jean before addressing Scott. "It is all right now. Aurora, please take the children outside." Wanda blinked her large eyes at Sean, and upon receiving a reassuring nod and smile from him, she obediently followed Aurora out, though her little head kept turning back. "I'm fine. I'll take my leave," Jean said, attempting to turn away. "Jean, wait," Charles quickly interjected. Although Sean had just subdued her powers, Charles remained apprehensive. He felt it prudent to take this opportunity to reinforce the mental barriers surrounding Jean's mind. "What are you waiting for? A new leash for a dog?" Jean retorted without casting a glance at Charles, her spirits noticeably low. She felt the warmth of Sean's presence, which eased her heart considerably. "What does that even mean? What are you all discussing?" Scott questioned, sensing the disquiet in the air, yet no one paid him any heed. Logan, unable to bear the tension any longer, stepped forward and reiterated the situation concerning Jean. Scott listened in shock, disbelief etched on his face as he glanced between Charles and the unresponsive Jean. So the changes in Jean were due to the absence of the mental barrier? If the professor can restore that barrier, she will revert to her former self? Does that mean our relationship can be rekindled? Scott's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, darted with hope as he endeavored to maintain his composure, attempting to persuade Jean to accept Charles's assistance in the gentlest manner possible. Logan raised an eyebrow, surprised at Scott's reaction. He had chosen to reveal the truth to Scott because he believed Scott loved Jean just as he did, and upon learning of her plight, Scott would likely respond in a manner akin to his own. What he witnessed, however, was something entirely different. Why is this fellow still here attempting to persuade? Logan, now filled with fury, wishes to unleash his claws upon the intruder. Chapter 105. I do this for your own good. Upon witnessing Scott's efforts to convince Jean, Charles began to soothe her emotions with words, hoping to convey his sincere intentions. Just then, another voice resonated from outside the office door. "Oh, Charles, how do you intend to assist her? Perhaps by locking her away as you did previously?" Charles looked up in astonishment. It was his old ally, Magneto, Eric, adorned with a helmet that could thwart his telepathic powers. The escaped Magneto had regained his former vigor. "Eric, what brings you here?" Charles felt the situation had taken a turn for the worse. "At least I once contributed to this academy. Is it not permissible for me to return and see it?" Though Magneto spoke thus, all present could surmise he had come for Jean's sake. Logan held the most unfavorable opinion of Magneto. It was simple. This man was his bane. Whenever faced with Magneto, Logan felt as if he were rendered as useless as a hunk of scrap metal. Scott, too, wore a wary expression, having finally discovered a means to win Jean back, only for another disruptor to emerge. Following Magneto was Mystique, no longer disguised as anyone but her authentic blue form. She strode into the office like a feline, her gaze filled with disdain and mockery as she regarded the tense Logan and anxious Scott. She and Magneto had been lying in wait near Xavier's academy for several days, having lingered there since Magneto's escape. Due to William Stryker's intense interrogation leading to the exposure of the brainwave amplifier, Magneto was acutely aware that mishandling this situation could spell disaster for their kind. Thus, he resolved to collaborate with Charles and his group to address external conflicts first. However, Magneto never anticipated that William Stryker would be so effortlessly dealt with, leaving him and Mystique waiting near Xavier's academy until today, when they sensed Jean's surge of energy and decided to investigate. Mystique regarded Jean with a teasing glance. Magneto had spoken to her about Jean, and she sensed they might soon gain a formidable ally. Yet, in the next moment, her pupils dilated as she caught sight of the man who had tormented her like a fragile chick. Sean also noticed the look in her eyes and glanced at Mystique's now normal legs, prompting her to instinctively step back, after which Sean chuckled. Shatter. Mystique felt insulted. Magneto shared the same sentiment, having also noted Sean's presence. During the last encounter at the Statue of Liberty, it was Sean's intervention that rendered his plans futile. Later, upon hearing Mystique recount the details of their battle with Sean, Magneto discerned that Sean was indeed a formidable mutant. However, the seasoned Magneto quickly perceived that the atmosphere in the office was decidedly amiss, a smirk curling upon his lips. It was evident that Scott and Charles were aligned, intent on regaining control over Jean, while this enigmatic Sean, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, was allied with Jean, alongside the imposing metallic figure beside them. It seemed that today might present an opportunity to recruit two powerful individuals, and Magneto felt a flicker of excitement within. Regardless of your intentions, Eric, I implore you not to interfere with Jean, Charles cautioned his old friend. He believed Eric merely sought to exploit Jean, oblivious to the terrifying extent of her powers. After all, Jean was a student I recruited alongside you. If I must refrain from involvement, what gives you the right to meddle in her life? Magneto retorted unceremoniously to his dear companion. This remark resonated deeply with Jean. Had it been the old Jean, she would have vocally defended Charles. For she once believed that Charles merely guided, without intruding upon the lives of his mutant students. However, through the experiences she had endured, it became evident that the reality was far more complex. I do not wish to interfere with her life. I merely seek to assist her, Charles elucidated. Assist? Is it merely because my power is so formidable, exceeding your control, that you perceive me as a problem? How is this behavior different from those human parents who believe their children are ill? Jean countered. Charles found himself at a loss for words. You claim not to interfere in my life. Did you ever seek my consent when you erected mental barriers in my mind? Jean continued to interrogate. Jean, you were far too young at that time to harness such power. I acted in your best interest, for the benefit of all, Charles replied, avoiding a direct answer. Fine. Even if I was too young back then, what of now? Do I now possess the right to choose? Jean's gaze bore into Charles. And had it not been for Sean, she might have erupted once more. Your powers remain unstable. This is the only viable solution for your well-being and that of everyone else, Charles asserted, with Scott echoing his sentiments. Jean looked at these two individuals she once deemed closest to her, feeling utterly disillusioned. You absolutely possess the right to choose, my dear. Do not be swayed by Charles's nonsensical rhetoric. What matters most is doing what you wish to do, Magneto interjected, seizing the moment to stoke the flames. Eric. As Sean gazed at his old friend Charles, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Enough. Jean shouted loudly. She then lifted her head to look at Sean and said, Let us go? Sean gently caressed Jean's crimson hair and led her outside the office. Magneto exclaimed, Wait a moment. This isn't what we agreed upon, is it? Weren't you supposed to be thoroughly disillusioned with Charles and, in a fit of rage, seek refuge in my embrace? He attempted to interject. However, as soon as his words fell, Sean turned around and fixed his gaze upon him. Under Sean's piercing stare, Magneto felt as though he were a naked human confronting a colossal beast, and even Mystique beside him stood frozen in place. Initially, Magneto had intended to persuade them, but upon witnessing Sean's demeanor, his resolve faltered, and he could only watch helplessly as Sean and Jean departed. With a sigh of trepidation, Magneto released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, feeling that had he uttered even a single word further, he might have vanished from existence. Although he failed to recruit a formidable ally this time, Charles had incurred significant losses, which, in a way, was not entirely unwelcome news for Magneto. Adjusting his robe with a graceful flick, he cast a glance at his old friend before departing alongside Mystique. In the past, Logan might have inquired whether Charles intended to take action against Magneto and his cohorts, but after the ordeal with Jean, he felt disheartened. The once solitary wolf, who had contemplated settling down, now found himself yearning for the road once more. In the vast office, only Charles, with a grim expression, and Scott, now merely a shell of himself, remained. Chapter 106. The quality of the pants is remarkable. Sean found Jean, Wanda, and Pietro. Previously, he had thought it prudent to enroll the two youngsters in this institution. However, now he harbored concerns. If Wanda and Pietro were merely two ordinary mutants, it would be one thing, as Sean trusted Charles would not stoop to personal vendettas. Yet, he worried about Wanda, who possessed an extraordinary power. Having witnessed the events surrounding Jean, Sean concluded that keeping the two youngsters at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was not a wise decision. As Sean and Jean approached, their teachers, Marie and Kitty, greeted them, albeit with their eyes fixated on Sean's hand resting on Jean's shoulder. "Sean, I think this academy is quite excellent," Pietro remarked. Though his words were casual, his emotions revealed a genuine fondness for Xavier's school. Wanda remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Sean's hand resting on Jean's shoulder, her thoughts drifting to what Mary had previously mentioned about their teacher, Jean Grey, and Scott Summers being a couple. Is that true? However, it seems we may not be able to attend this school after all. Sean expressed his apologies to the two little ones. Upon hearing his words, the four children exchanged puzzled glances. "But fret not, I shall arrange for you to attend other schools," Sean reassured them. Pietro seemed eager to voice his thoughts, yet he obediently fell silent under Wanda's watchful gaze. Mary and Katie exchanged a glance, then instinctively directed their attention towards their teacher, Jean Grey, their minds undoubtedly conjuring various scenarios. After bidding farewell to Mary and Katie, Sean drove them directly back to their home in Queens. Given that Jean's powers were still unstable, Sean could only stay by her side for the time being. However, there were no extra rooms in the house. While he could forego sleep, Jean could not. Reluctantly, Sean knocked on the door of May's house across the way. Upon seeing Sean return with a red-haired beauty and the evident tension between them, May regarded him with a look of discontent. Jean felt a touch of embarrassment. Having previously read Tony Stark's mind, she was aware of some of Sean's circumstances. In choosing to accompany him, she had accepted this reality, yet she had never encountered such a situation before. Subsequently, under Sean's arrangement, Pietro, the mischievous one, would stay with the chatterbox, Peter, for a few days until Jean's condition stabilized. The two energetic boys found plenty of common ground. That night, Wanda had already gone to bed early, while Jean remained on the couch, lost in thought. The events of the day had profoundly unsettled her, leaving her momentarily adrift. Thankfully, Sean was there. Without him, Jean's powers would have inevitably led her down a path of darkness. Thanks to Sean's restraint, her character had not veered into the extremes as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, she now presented a balanced demeanor. Neither the previously obedient and self-restrained Jean nor the unrestrained and flamboyant version from earlier that morning. "Don't overthink it. Go wash up," Sean advised Jean gently. Upon hearing his voice, Jean turned to look at him, her eyes filled with warmth. She realized that without Sean, her fate today would have been dire, either falling under Charles's control once more or losing control of her powers and harming everything around her. Both outcomes were far from her desires. Grateful for his presence, Jean felt her emotions surging as she gazed at this powerful man upon whom she could lean. Slowly, her body inched closer to Sean. Sensing the fervent breath of Jean, Sean merely tasted the moment. Jean's cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Sean. She had just reached out to unfasten Sean's clothing, only to be halted by him. Initially, she thought he was reluctant, but as her small hand pressed downward, her confusion deepened. Why would he still resist her advances? Sean cast a playful glance towards the master bedroom where Wanda lay asleep. Jean slightly parted her lips, her expression shifting to one of realization. However, she quickly pulled Sean into the guest room. Upon entering, Sean remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding silence. Observing as Jean gradually shed her constraints, she placed the fragrant triangle into Sean's hand. He looked down, then back up, furrowing his brow in confusion. With a gentle bite of her lip, Jean took Sean's hand, guiding it closer to her lips. Oh, in an instant, understanding dawned upon Sean. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered as he glanced back through the wall at the peacefully slumbering Wanda. In that moment, Jean seized the opportunity. "Forgive me, Wanda. I could not withstand the test." Internally, Jean marveled at her own transformation, feeling a rush of exhilarating excitement. This was a realm she had never ventured into before. Her previous self had always adhered to the rules. Now, engaging in such reckless behavior, she felt a sense of liberation. Yet, soon Sean would lead her to experience the sensation of flight. In the adjacent master bedroom, Wanda stirred, her eyes fluttering open in a dreamy haze. It seemed she had heard something, or perhaps nothing at all. She wrinkled her adorable little nose, inhaling the sunlit scent that belonged to Sean on the pillow. Soon, she drifted back into a sweet dream, though this time her cheeks flushed with warmth, even her petite form radiating heat. The following morning, Sean gently brushed his fingers over the sleeping Jean, gathering the discarded sheets and the lace triangle that bore the marks of her playful bites. Once everything was tidied, he made his way to the living room, basking in the first rays of morning sunlight. "Good morning," Sean greeted. Noticing Wanda, who had awakened early and was now blushing at the sight of him soaking in the sun, detecting something unusual in Wanda's demeanor. Sean furrowed his brow slightly. He and T realized she had been stirred awake last night. Could it be that she was unwell? After observing her, he noted that Wanda appeared perfectly fine, leaving him bewildered as he scratched his head. Good morning. Let me see what schools might suit you. Since you cannot attend the mutant school, let's consider regular human schools instead. No need to fret. We are not in a hurry, he reassured her. Wanda obediently poured a glass of water for Sean and settled beside him, both basking in the warmth of the sun. As he reached up to stroke her little head, a sudden thought crossed Sean's mind. Chapter 107. The moment one wears pants, they become unrecognizable. Sean reminisced about the past memories of Wanda and her family. They were originally meant to reside in a quaint little country across in Europa. It should have been a warm and harmonious family, filled with laughter and joy. However, the merciless ravages of war abruptly descended, obliterating this haven of happiness. The chaos and destruction wrought by the conflict shattered what was once a beautiful family, forcing the young Wanda and Pietro into a life of perpetual turmoil. Crucially, the weapon that led to their family's tragic demise was manufactured by Stark Industries. Although the war itself was the root cause of this tragedy, for the siblings who had lost their loved ones, an inescapable resentment towards Tony Stark lingered in their hearts. At this moment, Sean gently caressed the top of Wanda's head, feeling her soft hair, refraining from probing into questions that might evoke painful memories. He understood that one day, if she were willing, Wanda would speak of it herself. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Wanda slightly closed her eyes, her face reflecting a sense of contentment as she savored the rare tranquility. Sean's broad hand imparted a sense of security and warmth she had not felt in a long while. Wanda, you seem to prefer short hair, Sean inquired curiously. Indeed. Unlike most girls her age, Wanda's hair was relatively short. If she were to cut it any shorter, she might resemble a boy. Long hair is inconvenient, she replied, her voice gradually dwindling, clearly indicating that those days were not fond memories. Wanda did not elaborate further, and Sean chose not to press. He withdrew his hand, continuing to bask in the sun's gentle embrace, while Wanda gazed at his hand, her expression revealing a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. In the future, you can grow it out or cut it as you wish. However, their moment of serenity was short-lived, soon shattered by a sudden and loud knocking at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Wanda, rise and shine. The sun is already up. You're not still in bed, are you? Pietro's excited voice echoed from outside, as if he intended to rouse the entire house. The tranquility Sean had been enjoying was abruptly disrupted. Just as he was about to rise to open the door for the lively boy, Wanda, resembling a nimble little rabbit, swiftly jumped down and dashed ahead of him towards the door. Turning to see Wanda scampering barefoot, her hurried silhouette brought a smile to Sean's face. The little girl truly understood. Meanwhile, Pietro stood in the hallway, eagerly awaiting the door to be opened. As Wanda appeared at the doorway, a radiant smile illuminated her face. For Pietro, the past couple of days had been the most delightful and comforting he had experienced in years. However, just as he was reveling in his joy, he suddenly felt piercing glares directed at him. It turned out that a visibly upset Wanda was glaring fiercely at him, causing the smaller boy to shiver slightly. What could be the matter? He had never heard of Wanda being grumpy before. Oh, Wanda, you're awake? Did I disturb you? Pietro asked, his tone somewhat ingratiating, as he held a deep affection for Wanda. Steady yourself, Pietro, Wanda cautioned, observing the boy reverting to his childish demeanor. She wished to leave no unfavorable impression on Sean. All right then, Pietro nodded like a little chick. Why are you awake so early? You don't have school today, Sean queried as he approached from the balcony. Peter left for school, so I got up. May asked me to come and call you for breakfast, Pietro replied promptly upon hearing Sean's question. Sean nodded, then turned to knock on the door of the secondary bedroom, inquiring if Quinn would like to rise for something to eat. After a night of indulgence, Quinn felt utterly spent and wished to sleep until the end of time. Observing her lack of intention to get up, Sean resigned himself to her decision and led Wanda and Pietro to May's side. Whereas Quinn, isn't she eating? May, carrying a plate from the kitchen, noticed that Sean had only brought Wanda and Pietro and inquired with curiosity. However, before Sean could respond, she quickly deduced the reason for Quinn's absence from breakfast. Her cheeks flushed pink, and she shot Sean an irritated glance, her eyes darting downward at him. That damn guy. Sean. I didn't say anything. May, is it necessary to say anything? I'm not oblivious. Enduring a barrage of disdainful looks, Sean grasped May's implication, feeling somewhat speechless. You women, always insisting on more in bed, then turning your backs once you're dressed, is it? I must ensure to discipline you properly next time. Sean mused inwardly. unable to resist contemplating how to deal with this little vixen as he watched May elegantly enter the kitchen. Wanda, seated nearby, observed the exchange of expressions between Sean and May, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it. After breakfast, Sean initially intended to call Tony regarding arrangements for Wanda and Pietro's schooling. However, considering the animosity Wanda and Pietro might harbor towards Tony, he ultimately opted to reach out to Natasha instead. Upon answering the phone, Natasha was momentarily taken aback by Sean's request for assistance. Hadn't he previously mentioned escorting Wanda and Pietro to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters? Are you suggesting they should attend a conventional school? Natasha emphasized the word conventional, fully aware of Wanda and Pietro's circumstances. In response to her skepticism, Sean felt compelled to recount the situation regarding Jean. So, Jean Grey is at your place now? Natasha inquired with an odd tone. Sean, slightly flustered by her line of questioning, acknowledged her inquiry, albeit reluctantly. Upon hearing Natasha's somewhat melancholic huff from the other end of the line, Sean expressed concern over when she might resolve her current matters. Mentioning a significant project he wished to discuss with her, Natasha paused at the mention of significant project. What could it entail? Was something monumental about to transpire? Chapter 108. One wave settles, another rises. It wasn't until Natasha heard Sean's lewd chuckles that the realization dawned upon her. With an exasperated eye roll that Sean could not witness, Natasha, irritated, ended the call. However, the thought of the significant project made her weak in the knees, prompting her to lean against the nearby railing. After hastily sending Sean a text message, she hurriedly departed. Observing the message from Natasha, Sean wore a knowing smile. While their schooling issues had been addressed, he felt compelled to remind them not to indiscriminately expose their abilities. Wanda and Pietro nodded in acknowledgement, recalling how they had been captured by William Stryker due to their powers being revealed. Yet, Sean's next words puzzled them. However, if the situation necessitated it, do not hesitate to use your abilities. I will ensure everything is taken care of. Pietro, visibly excited by Sean's words, reflected the typical bravado of a young man. In contrast, Wanda remained composed, resolving to avoid causing Sean any trouble. After Wanda and Pietro commenced their studies, Sean anticipated a return to a tranquil existence, free from extraordinary occurrences. However, upon turning on the television, he was greeted by a news segment regarding mutants. Today was undeniably a momentous occasion. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated as images of a bustling crowd outside a pharmaceutical company's building filled the screen. It turned out that a laboratory named Wostington had announced the successful development of a cure that could completely eradicate mutations, and it was now being widely distributed in the market. Through the lens of the television, a starkly contrasting scene unfolds outside the pharmaceutical company. On one side, a serpentine line of individuals, their faces illuminated with hope and yearning, all mutants aspiring to revert to normalcy through the antidote. On the opposite side stands a fervent group of mutants, brandishing various placards and vociferously chanting slogans in vehement opposition to the so-called cure, asserting that their uniqueness as mutants is inherent and should remain unaltered, and that there should be no pursuit of such a so-called remedy. This news struck like a bombshell, rapidly disseminating through the streets and alleys. Within the Mutant Academy led by Charles, it incited a significant uproar. Students congregated in small groups, passionately debating this sudden revelation. Some expressed keen interest in the antidote, perceiving it as a potential opportunity to liberate themselves from the shackles of their mutant identities and integrate into mainstream society. Many among them were taken in by Charles due to their estrangement from their biological families, yearning to live within their own families like ordinary individuals. Conversely, other students found themselves in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to support or oppose the notion, as a palpable tension and unease enveloped the academy, as if a storm were brewing. Regarding the mutant antidote, Storm, Aurora, felt an inner resistance. To her, the mutant genes she possessed were not a malady, but rather an innate gift and capability. Thus, she vehemently opposed the idea of innocent children resorting to a remedy that could revert them to normalcy. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Magneto discovered a clandestine gathering of mutants. Here, numerous mutants had assembled, yet few possessed formidable power. At that moment, on stage, a gaunt man passionately addressed the gathered mutants. "Dear brothers and sisters, we must unite closely and boldly convey our desires and needs to those in authority." However, his words were swiftly drowned out by the clamor from the crowd. A black woman adorned with a gleaming lip stud abruptly rose from her seat. Disdain etched across her face as she fixed her gaze upon the man on stage, exclaiming, "Humph! Humanity intends to annihilate us mutants." The moment her words echoed, chaos erupted in the assembly. In the face of this unexpected challenge, The earnest-looking man hastily attempted to clarify. Please, everyone, remain calm. No one has mentioned such extreme terms as annihilation. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he was again mercilessly drowned out by the cries of other mutants. Indeed, no one had explicitly stated such, yet their actions spoke volumes. An aged and resonant voice reverberated throughout the gathering. Magneto, standing tall and poised, gracefully ascended the stage, each step imbued with an invisible aura of authority and strength. Accompanying him were Mystique and several other mutants, undoubtedly his newly acquired allies. If you remain oblivious to the gravity of the current circumstances, rest assured that one day, when the night silently descends, they will come for you without mercy. With a voice like thunder, Magneto's words reverberated in the ears of the audience, marking the commencement of his impassioned address. The extermination campaign against us mutants has long been underway. You gaze upon them now as they offer you their so-called cure. But what will they do to us unwilling mutants in the future? Let me enlighten you. They will resort to coercive measures, compelling us to accept their so-called treatment. At that juncture, we mutants will truly face extinction from this earth. As he spoke, a spark of fury ignited in Magneto's eyes. As if he could already foresee that dreadful day, the mutants in the audience reflected the same profound concern as they listened to his words. My brethren, the path before you offers but two choices. Either stand up and fight alongside us, or sit idly by, watching as those humans come for you one by one, mercilessly injecting you with the fate-altering cure. The decision lies solely within your grasp. It was evident that, in stark contrast to the previous man's feeble oration, Magneto's rhetoric resonated with far greater emotional intensity and persuasive power. Crucially, Magneto's formidable prowess, coupled with the intimidating presence of those by his side, compelled everyone present to weigh their choices carefully. As Magneto concluded his speech and prepared to depart, the previously piercing-eyed woman approached him, accompanied by several other mutants. Chapter 109. The uninvited guests. Magneto regarded these mutants who had sought him out with intrigue. This was no refuge for the weak. If they lacked strength, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Do you know to whom you are speaking? Mystique cast a disdainful glance at these inexperienced individuals, who were likely playing in the mud while she battled humans outside. Do you know to whom you are speaking? A short man, his expression one of contempt, regarded the seemingly ordinary Mystique, his body quivering before he suddenly sprouted numerous short, sharp quills reminiscent of a porcupine. Mystique frowned, observing the quills emerge and retract from the man's body. Don't misunderstand. She was not afraid, merely perplexed. What on earth is this foolish ability? She glanced sideways at Magneto. Who am I? Where am I? What was I just witnessing? Magneto was evidently taken aback by the mutant abilities of the man before him. Even someone accustomed to grand spectacles like himself found himself momentarily at a loss. In that instant, he found himself reminiscing about his old friend Charles. Had Charles been present, he would undoubtedly have articulated something eloquent to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. However, what surprised Magneto next was the remarkable prowess of the woman with lip piercings, who not only possessed the ability to move at extraordinary speeds, but also had the capability to detect the nature and intensity of others' mutant powers. An idea suddenly dawned on him. He pulled the woman aside, hoping to enlist her abilities in locating someone. In addition to these mutants, two other women approached him voluntarily. One had a striking purple hue to her hair and held a katana radiating the same vibrant color, exuding an air of elegance and authority. Her unique mutant ability allowed her to transform her formidable psychic energy into various sharp weapons at will. She introduced herself as Spirit Butterfly. The other woman, with her dark hair, appeared rather ordinary at first glance, yet that was merely a fade. Magneto felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, stemming from her adamantium-infused skeleton. Do you know Logan or Wolverine? Magneto inquired, regarding Yukiko with curiosity. She shook her head, indicating that she did not. Since the demise of William Stryker, Yukiko had regained her freedom, yet she also lost her memories. After departing from the Alkali Lake facility, she had wandered alone until she encountered Spirit Butterfly, who was similarly solitary. In contrast to her formidable adamantium skeleton, Yukiko possessed a gentler disposition, while Spirit Butterfly's demeanor was more assertive. Together, they complemented each other well. As Magneto contemplated Yukiko, he thought of Logan, then of Charles, and finally of the individual he had just asked the woman to assist him in finding. Meanwhile, Charles was drawing closer to the truth of the matter. He sought out Hank McCoy, who had long been involved with official affairs. From Hank, Charles confirmed that the development of a cure for mutants at the Washington laboratory was based on the abilities of a young mutant boy. According to Hank, he had personally visited the Washington laboratory located on Devil's Island. Upon entering the facility and approaching the boy, he noticed that as he neared within approximately 2 meters, the boy's blue, beastly appearance began to gradually revert to a normal human form. This transformation astounded Hank and evoked a wave of reflection within him. Although he had gradually accepted his appearance over the years, he still yearned to live as a regular individual. After listening to Hank's account, Charles subtly furrowed his brow. Hank had been a close friend for many years, once a charming and dashing young man, but an unfortunate incident had rendered him unable to regain his former appearance. It seems that Hank still harbors unresolved feelings. Aurora, however, is indifferent to the development of the cure. Her immediate hope is for Hank to represent their kind in discussions with the authorities. Yet, Hank holds a different perspective, believing that some mutants might genuinely require the cure. He suspects that the ongoing situation is not being orchestrated by the government, but is rather a private endeavor of the pharmaceutical companies. This naive notion was met with scornful mockery from Logan. Charles observed the contrasting opinions of Aurora and Hank, alongside Logan's apparent disinterest. His greater concern lay with his dear friend Eric, knowing this radical would likely seize the opportunity to stir chaos. Indeed, it wasn't long before Eric dispatched his subordinates to assault a distribution point for the cure, subsequently making bold threats on television, declaring that this attack was merely the beginning. Before Magneto's news aired, Sean received a call from Natasha. "It seems I can take advantage of you this time," she quipped provocatively. "Really? When?" Sean replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "That's not what I meant," Natasha retorted with annoyance. "Are we talking about the back, mouth, or chest?" Sean continued, eager for clarification. Exasperated, Natasha recounted the unfolding events. Although they sounded grave, her tone lacked urgency, perhaps because she had grown accustomed to the chaos. Reassured by the presence of a powerful ally. Indeed, the minor threats were unlikely to cause significant upheaval. "Is that it? What gives you the right to take advantage of me?" Sean asked, intrigued by Natasha's confidence in his involvement, considering he wasn't a mutant. Even if he were, his stance on the mutant cure remained neutral, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Recent news revealed that, in light of Eric's attack and his inflammatory rhetoric, the White House had ordered the closure of the Washington laboratory and the military to be re-equipped with weapons containing the cure, preparing to forcibly administer it to mutants. Upon hearing this, Sean furrowed his brow. He was not a mutant, but Wanda and Pietro, who had just begun attending school, along with Jean, currently residing with him, would be affected. Jean would likely not remain passive upon learning this news. "You're right. This time you can take advantage of me. But how do you plan to resolve matters with the White House?" "I certainly don't want to see armed soldiers in my neighborhood," Sean replied. "We also don't wish to see the White House reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye." The director assured us he would handle it, Natasha reassured him. After Sean concluded his communication with Natasha, Jean suddenly informed him that she sensed the approach of a mutant. "Oh, at this time? Magneto?" Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters in the Triskelion building, Nick Fury, after listening to Natasha's report, rubbed his temples wearily. It seemed that there was no respite from the day's events. It was time for him to make another trip. He retrieved a document from the safe in the right side drawer, a file that, if released, could result in a change of personnel in the White House by the following day. Chapter 110. From arrogance to deference. Due to Magneto's previous public appearance and provocative comments on television, he found it inconvenient to reveal himself openly to the public, lest he attract the attention of humanity. Consequently, he dispatched Ling Dai and Yuriko to seek out Sean and Sheen. Upon seeing the approaching mutants, Sean expressed his surprise. "Aren't you one of William Stryker's subordinates?" He scrutinized Yuriko's transformed attire and barely recognized her. Back at the Akali Lake base, Yuriko had accompanied William Stryker, exuding a proud and aloof demeanor. Furthermore, her regular attire consisted of a tailored gray business suit that accentuated her graceful figure, and because she was under Stryker's control, she radiated a dark, yet competent aura. However, the Yuriko standing before Sean now seemed entirely transformed, her entire style taking on a brighter tone. Presently, she donned casual attire, appearing less severe and more approachable than before. Although Yuriko had lost her previous memories, she had encountered Sean during her escape from Stryker's control at the Akali Lake base, where Sean had slain Stryker. Upon reuniting with Sean, she felt an unexpected stir of emotions within her. "Magneto wishes to speak with you." Yuriko remained silent, while Ling Dai responded to Sean's inquiry. Since their arrival, she had been observing Sean and Sheen with curious eyes, puzzled as to why Magneto sought out these two individuals. "Speak of what?" Sean sensed something amiss in the girl's demeanor. Did Magneto harbor a grudge against her, intentionally sending her to her demise? In truth, the situation was not as Sean imagined. Magneto had repeatedly instructed Ling Dai and Yuriko to maintain a cordial attitude and extend an invitation, confident in her abilities. Ling Dai's first impression of Sean and Qin was that they were merely ordinary individuals, and she even felt that Magneto was playing a trick on her, thus treating Sean and Qin with indifference. "You'll find out when you come with us," Ling Dai said casually. Sean glanced at Ling Dai's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a twinge of irritation. Since it was he who sought to engage in conversation, he believed it only fitting that Magneto should approach him directly. With that, Sean turned his attention away from Ling Dai and Baihizi. Ling Dai widened her eyes in disbelief, astonished that this human had so decisively rejected her request, insisting that Magneto come to him instead. Anger brewed within her, a sensation of being belittled, compelling Ling Dai to show Sean that she was not to be underestimated. With a cold huff, she clenched her right fist, which radiated a violet glow that coalesced into a brilliant blade of light. Swiftly, she advanced toward Sean. Baihizi, witnessing the unfolding situation, hurriedly attempted to intervene, but everything transpired too quickly. Although Ling Dai had not brought her katana, the purple blade formed from her psychic power was no less formidable than any physical weapon. As Sean gazed at the striking violet luminescence in Ling Dai's hand, a thought crossed his mind. If her mutant ability were utilized as a flashlight, it would indeed be a splendid idea, capable of illuminating a vast expanse. Just as his mind wandered, Ling Dai had already closed the distance between them. However, just as she believed success was imminent, Baihizi's frantic cry finally reached them. "No. Stop, Ling Dai." Unfortunately, her warning came too late. Ling Dai suddenly felt an overwhelming force, akin to an unyielding iron vice, gripping her delicate throat. In that fleeting moment, she found herself thrust into Sean's grasp, as if a fledgling bird had been caught in the embrace of its mother. Once in Sean's hold, Ling Dai perceived that this immense strength was akin to lifting a chick, effortlessly elevating her off the ground. At that moment, she could not even muster the ability to move forward by a mere inch, let alone breathe comfortably. Nonetheless, Ling Dai remained undeterred in her offensive intentions. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength to swing the shimmering, mysterious violet blade in her hand, aiming a fierce strike at Sean's arm that restrained her throat, hoping to compel him to release her. To her astonishment, Sean allowed her attack to land upon his arm. Yet, before she could revel in any triumph, she found that the blade, which could effortlessly slice through iron and sever hair, had seemingly lost all its sharpness. Even Sean's seemingly ordinary attire proved impervious to her assault. Witnessing Ling Dai so easily subdued by Sean, and her continued attempts to strike at him, Baihizi was taken aback. She quickly stepped forward, deeply bowing to Sean and the others. A full 90 degrees without hesitation, demonstrating her respect as befitting a citizen of her homeland. "I sincerely apologize, sir," Yuriko spoke with a face full of trepidation, her voice trembling slightly due to anxiety. "Ling Dai may have acted impulsively. I implore you, esteemed gentlemen, to show her some leniency and not to hold her recklessness against her." Immediately after, Yuriko turned, her expression fraught with urgency as she glanced at Ling Dai, who was still firmly grasped by Sean. She urged, "Ling Dai, you are being too rash. I have met with them before. This gentleman and this lady are both mutants like us, and their powers are formidable. You must apologize at once." Regret washed over Ling Dai as she realized her light blade was ineffective. Now, hearing Yuriko's words, she could only endure the discomfort of Sean's grip on her throat and muster an apology for her impetuous behavior. Sean, however, did not relent, especially as Yuriko bent almost double, repeatedly bowing to him and Qin. Yet, a sudden thought struck Sean. It seemed Yuriko, like Logan, possessed adamantium bones, which would likely remain unbent. Releasing his hold on Ling Dai, Yuriko hurried to her side, squatting down with a concerned expression. "I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I hope you can overlook it. However, Magneto truly sent us to invite you and this lady for a discussion. He mentioned that this matter pertains to the future of our kind." Ling Dai spoke humbly. Chapter 111. I intend to confront him after a moment's contemplation. Sean surmised Magneto's purpose for seeking them. Magneto had essentially declared war, but with so few followers at his disposal, he might only manage to recruit those equally dissatisfied with humanity. However, against the overwhelming numbers of the human military, it would be insufficient, especially since the humans were equipped with weapons capable of nullifying their mutant abilities. Thus, Magneto's current approach was merely to leverage his and Qin's powers. Sean reflected. Since Natasha had already agreed to address matters at the White House, he was uncertain how Nick Fury intended to resolve the situation or what the outcome might be. Yet he remained indifferent. Worst case, they could simply abandon the table. "Where is Magneto now?" Sean inquired. observing the visibly anxious Ling Dai sitting on the ground and the obediently bowed Yahiko beside her. In San Francisco, Yahiko replied demurely. California, Chin, clad in red attire and with red hair, approached Sean. Are you planning to meet with Magneto? Given his current situation, he likely seeks to enlist our assistance. Chin was astute. Piecing together the information she had gathered, she quickly deduced Magneto's intentions, much like Sean. What do you think? Sean was eager to hear Chin's perspective, as she too was a mutant. As long as humanity does not force us to undergo injections, I can still accept the situation. Chin's temperament is no longer as explosive as when her powers were fully awakened. Had she transformed into the Phoenix at that moment, she might have sided with Magneto. Sean nodded thoughtfully and then picked up the phone to make a call. In a luxurious seaside mansion in Malibu, California, Tony was intently focused on a blue holographic projection, designing yet another suit of armor. Bumble, if you knock anything off the table again, I shall dismantle you to create my wine rack, Tony exclaimed, glancing over his shoulder at the one-armed mechanical hand making a ruckus while he continued to scrutinize his design. Sir, Jarvis's resonant mechanical voice echoed throughout the space. I've already stated, no interruptions at this time, Tony replied, shaking his head. I understand, sir, but for your safety, I strongly advise you to answer this call. The caller is your security consultant, Mr. Sean Hunter, Jarvis responded with a tone filled with concern. Oh, fine. Answer it. Tony quickly turned to the incoming call notification displayed on Jarvis's screen. Hey Sean, what prompted you to call me? Tony asked, simultaneously saving his design. I have something to discuss with you. Do you remember Magneto? Sean glanced at Ling Dai and Baiha, who were nearby. That mutant? What's up? Tony, engrossed in designing various suits, had been somewhat out of touch with societal news. I'm planning to confront him. Care to join? Sean said with a grin. Ling Dai, just having risen from the ground, heard Sean's declaration and wondered if it was appropriate for him to speak so openly in front of them. Where? Tony's eyes lit up at Sean's words. Recalling their previous encounters with Magneto, Tony felt a simmering frustration. He had never been so passive since he began crafting his Iron Man suits. Not even when facing Ivan Vanko, who possessed similar arc reactor technology. In San Francisco, California. I'll send you the exact location later, Sean said, ignoring the eager Tony on the other end of the line, and turned his attention to Ling Dai and Baiha, who were uncertain about whether to accompany Sean to confront Magneto. Shall we go? Provide me with a precise location, and I will take you there. Huh. Ling Dai and Baiha were unaware of Sean's capabilities. They were still contemplating returning the way they came. Suddenly, sparks appeared in the forest near the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, and as they expanded, a circular portal emerged amidst the trees. Ling Dai and Yuriko followed Sean and Chin through the portal, turning back curiously, surprised at how effortlessly they had traversed such a vast distance. Sean paused, observing the two girls still rooted in place, gazing vacantly at the swirling, vanishing portal. Are you two planning to spend the night here? He inquired. That's Ling Dai, one of them replied. I'm sorry, we're coming, Yuriko added. Sean shook his head in exasperation at Chin, pondering the eclectic company Magneto had gathered. Chin responded with a subtle smile. Soon, Sean quickly pinpointed Magneto's location. The assembled mutants were remarkably easy to locate. Upon arriving at Magneto's temporary encampment, Ling Dai and Yuriko led him and Chin inside. The mutants they passed regarded the pair with curiosity, some casting dubious glances, while others appeared contemplative. In the central area of the camp, the pierced black woman and the hedgehog-like man noticed Sean and Chin approaching. The pierced woman furrowed her brow, sensing Chin's formidable power, yet unable to discern its nature. She recognized it as a force significantly greater than that of Magneto. Strangely, when she attempted to sense Sean, she found nothing, as if he were not even a mutant. A regular human? The black woman murmured, though her comment was overheard by the hedgehog man. This girl-'s intriguing. I like her, he remarked confidently, observing Sean and Chin as they approached. As soon as he spoke, Sean and Chin simultaneously glanced his way. Chin's expression remained impassive, while Sean offered him an enigmatic smile. You're quite bold to speak up, brother, he seemed to imply. Chin's telepathic abilities now allowed her to effortlessly navigate the thoughts of those present. Many harbored unspoken desires, yet this dim-witted individual had blurted his out openly. When Sean and Chin turned their attention toward him, the hedgehog man instinctively glanced at the pierced woman, wondering if it was mere coincidence. Yet, when they looked down again, Sean and Chin had already shifted their gaze away. Acknowledging the number of mutants congregated in this secluded woodland, Sean felt a measure of admiration for Magneto. In such a short span, he had managed to rally a motley crew, albeit one that seemed fragile and disorganized. Welcome, welcome, my mutant brothers and sisters, Magneto proclaimed from his elevated position, radiating warmth as he greeted the approaching Sean and Jean. Chapter 112. So confident? What exactly is he trying to convey? Summoned from the bustling streets of New York to this desolate locale, the fatigue was palpable. Despite Magneto's cordial demeanor, Sean remained less than amicable. Even Magneto, with his decades of experience, found himself momentarily taken aback by Sean's demeanor. Ling Dai and Bai Heezy, standing behind Sean, were on the verge of expressing their thoughts, pondering why distance or fatigue were even topics of discussion when they had teleported here. However, sensing the prevailing atmosphere, they opted for silence. Yet, were they refrained? Others did not. Do you even know who you were speaking to? The hedgehog-like figure arrogantly twisted his neck, producing a few cracking sounds, while defiantly locking eyes with Sean. Sean blinked in surprise. He had never encountered such audacious confidence before. The brashness of the hedgehog man elicited a degree of admiration from a nearby punk girl with lip piercings, although she had yet to sense any energy fluctuations from Sean, leading her to dismiss him as merely an ordinary individual, and thus she refrained from intervening. Magneto, however, was acutely aware of Sean's prowess. He had previously faced defeat at Sean's hands, not to mention the incident at Xavier S. Academy, where Sean single-handedly subdued the volatile Jean Grey. Observing the hedgehog's brazen behavior, Magneto chose not to intervene, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for having such a subordinate. Perhaps sensing the attention he commanded, the hedgehog's confidence soared. He disdainfully glanced at Sean before turning his gaze towards the red-haired Jean, his eyes brazenly roaming over her form with an inappropriate smirk. Jean, unwilling to waste her mental energy on him, could easily discern his unsavory intentions and scowled in disgust, contemplating how to channel her irritation into the nearby flora. At that moment, Sean stepped forward, blocking the hedgehog's line of sight. This amused Jean, as it was the first time she had witnessed Sean displaying a hint of jealousy. Had Sean known the thoughts coursing through Jean's mind, he would have vehemently denied any feelings of envy. What nonsense is this? Jealous over such a creature? I am merely irked by his dismissive glance. As Sean obstructed the view, the hedgehog, momentarily roused from his fixation on Jean, sneered disdainfully. You think a feeble human like you can assert yourself among us mutants? With a slight shift of his body, his quills erupted forth, transforming him into a humanoid porcupine. And he raised an eyebrow at Sean, his gaze seemingly taunting. Are you frightened yet? Sean quietly observed the hedgehog man as he showcased his mutant abilities. However, upon witnessing the display of spines, Sean felt a surge of discomfort due to his fear of clusters. He then noticed the hedgehog man standing motionless. Is that it? Is this your mutant power? Sean asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. What purpose does this serve? A boost in confidence? After posing the question, he glanced toward Magneto for confirmation. This is the mutant you recruited? Magneto, sensing Sean's scrutiny, began to adjust his robe. Feeling a sting of humiliation, the hedgehog man attempted to regain his bravado, declaring, if you admit your mistake now, I will let you off. As his words faded, everyone present felt a tremor ripple through Sean's body. The hedgehog man was ready to mock Sean for appearing frightened, but suddenly, he was struck by excruciating pain. The crowd turned their attention to the hedgehog man's anguished scream. They saw the spines that had erupted from his body now littering the ground around him, leaving behind only ragged holes in his skin. The hedgehog man knelt in agony, his spines shattering as if he had endured a catastrophic fracture throughout his entire body. Take him away, Magneto instructed, observing the writhing hedgehog man with a mixture of disdain and concern. Next to him, the pierced lip girl, possessing the mutant ability of extraordinary speed, had also failed to comprehend how Sean had so swiftly broken all of the hedgehog man's spines. That was merely a minor incident. I apologize on his behalf and hope you will not hold it against us. Magneto attempted to smooth over the situation once the hedgehog man was taken away, still wailing in pain. I do mind. Sean's voice cut through the air sharply. What did you say? Magneto squinted at Sean, thinking he must have misheard. According to the usual protocol, Magneto would extend an apology and the matter would be put to rest. Sean had vented his frustration, and Magneto did not regard the arrogant hedgehog man highly, believing that everyone could move on amicably. However, Sean had come seeking trouble, and he certainly would not allow the incident to be brushed aside so easily. I said I mind. You sent for me from afar without uttering a word, and upon my arrival, your subordinate spoke to me with disrespect. You not only failed to intervene, but stood by and watched. Do you think I possess the same patience as your old friend Charles? Within Sean, the eternal flame surged violently, and everything around him felt as if it were being compressed by an invisible force. All the mutants present simultaneously sensed this overwhelming pressure, except for Jean. The others found themselves unable to move an inch. Magneto furrowed his brow as he regarded the sudden outburst from Sean, hastily proclaiming, "In the realm of humanity outside, a far greater threat looms. We are all mutants, though we share no blood ties. In this moment, we stand united as siblings. My purpose in gathering you here is the same. Humanity is hypocritical. They profess that they will not force mutants to accept that so-called cure, yet to my knowledge, they have already weaponized it. We ought to confront this war against humanity with a unified front, rather than turning against one another." Upon concluding his impassioned speech, Sean gradually lifted the suppression of his powers, leading Magneto to believe he had successfully swayed him. However, Sean's subsequent remarks left him somewhat bewildered. "I almost forgot there's someone who hasn't arrived yet." With that, Sean pulled out his phone to make a call, gesturing apologetically to Magneto to wait a moment. A perplexed Magneto blinked twice, casting a glance at Jean, who could only shrug in exasperation, indicating her compliance with Sean's wishes. "Hello, where are you?" Almost there." "All right, hurry up. If you don't arrive soon, it will all be over." While on the phone, Sean also heard the sound of Tony's suit approaching at high speed. After hanging up, he turned back to face Magneto, saying, "To be honest, I really do not wish to get involved." Magneto, feeling a surge of urgency, retorted, "Do you think you can simply escape? We are all mutants. This battle is for the future of our kind." "Who said I was a mutant?" Chapter 113. You are destined to fail. Do you think denying your identity will suffice? Magneto's brow furrowed further, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger and confusion. He could not comprehend why Sean refused to acknowledge his mutant identity. Just as Sean was about to respond, a black-haired woman adorned with a lip-piercing and an avant-garde appearance stepped beside Magneto, whispering a few words into his ear. As those words reached Magneto, his previously tense expression transformed into one of bewilderment and shock. His eyes widened as he stared incredulously at the lip-pierced woman, asking, "Really?" It seemed he sought confirmation of the information he had just received. Upon seeing the woman nod firmly and without hesitation, Magneto's expression grew increasingly grave. He slowly turned his head, directing his sharp and complex gaze towards Sean, who stood quietly a short distance away. Just moments ago, the lip-pierced woman had solemnly informed Magneto that, through her careful perception and probing, she had been unable to detect even the slightest trace of mutant energy emanating from Sean. In her senses, Sean appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary human. After listening to the words of the pierced-lipped girl, Magneto reminisced about his first encounter with Sean, during which Sean had astonishingly managed to break free from the restraints Magneto had imposed upon him. Moreover, Mystique had previously recounted the details of her confrontation with Sean. According to Mystique, Sean effortlessly saw through her shape-shifting disguise within the confines of the museum. Not only that, but during their skirmish, he exhibited an immense and formidable strength akin to mountains and valleys. Furthermore, he wielded a peculiar great sword that could materialize and vanish without a trace in an instant. Given all these factors, how could one assert that he is merely an ordinary human? What, then, are we mutants? Just then, as Magneto exchanged uncertain glances with Sean, the unmistakable sound of a jetpack echoed through the sky, followed by a playful taunt. "Why so slow? You really ought to upgrade that ragged thing you're wearing." Without turning his head, Sean retorted, "If you think I'm slow, why not open a door for me?" Hearing Sean's dismissive response, Tony muttered under his breath and then inquired, "What stage are you at now?" "About to tear off the mask," Sean replied. "Oh." Tony raised an eyebrow in interest. Magneto, however, dismissed Tony's sudden appearance, viewing him merely as a defeated foe, twice over. "I never imagined you weren't a mutant," Magneto expressed with a hint of regret, but quickly added, "Yet in the eyes of those humans, you are no different from us. If that is the case, why can't we collaborate?" "I'm too lazy. And cooperating with you seems futile. You are destined to fail," Sean replied with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing Sean's confident assertion of his impending failure and lack of prospects, even Magneto's composure began to fray, unable to suppress his growing ire. With a disdainful huff, he ceased his conversation with Sean and turned his attention to Jean. "And what of you, Jean? Will you betray your brethren, watching them be subdued by humans without intervening? You shall be the next to be tamed," Magneto questioned. Yet, Jean remained unfazed by Magneto's seductive rhetoric, contemplating calmly. "In the past, I have devoted myself to ensuring mutants can better integrate into human society. I have done enough for mutants. I have no desire to be adversarial towards them." She paused, turning to Sean. "I cannot defeat him." Magneto, upon hearing Jean's response, felt a wave of disappointment. He had anticipated that after instigating a war against humanity, both Jean and Sean would side with him to evade persecution. With the addition of these two formidable allies, The success of his mutant revolution seemed imminent. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, leaving him with nothing. If they were not friends, they were indeed foes. In that fleeting moment, Magneto's true nature as a formidable antagonist was laid bare. By the time Tony arrived at the scene, Magneto had already discerned Sean's stance and attitude. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that winning Sean and Jean over to his side was a futile endeavor. Thus, without hesitation, Magneto launched his offensive and retreated with astonishing speed. He was acutely aware that Sean's formidable physical prowess was not something to be trifled with. Engaging in close combat would yield him no victory. He understood the principle of leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Furthermore, such a brutish and direct approach was entirely contrary to his usual modus operandi, as Magneto had always valued a sense of grandeur. In an instant, all metallic objects within the surrounding forest, under his control, began to stir restlessly, akin to a pack of awakened beasts, clawing and gnashing towards their target. Not only that, but the metallic items carried by many mutants present were also unable to escape this influence, as if summoned by some mysterious force, breaking free from their owner's grasp. The scene descended into chaos, with several mutants caught off guard, hurriedly clutching their suddenly unbound trousers, fearing their imminent descent. In the face of the deluge of incoming projectiles, Sean remained remarkably composed. A brilliant crimson light erupted from his being, resembling a blazing sun, radiating an unbearable heat. Those aggressive metallic objects, before even encroaching within a meter of Sean, were met with a cataclysmic fate, instantly consumed by the roaring flames, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, Tony, clad in his battle suit, was far from idle. He operated his advanced armor from above, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the mutants below who relentlessly attacked him. The dense hail of gunfire intertwined into a vibrant, yet perilous web of firepower that rained down mercilessly. Although a few mutants with exceptional jumping abilities attempted to leap up and drag Tony to the ground, their efforts ultimately proved futile. Tony effortlessly evaded their repeated assaults, thanks to his superior agility and reflexes. Suddenly, Sean felt the eternal flames pulsating around his body momentarily pause. Is it the ability to control fire? Chapter 114, Round Over. Sean glanced at the young boy before him, who still had not fully matured. He seemed to recall having seen him at Xavier's Academy. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the metals manipulated by Magneto surged forth, breaking through obstacles with tremendous force, striking Sean without inflicting any substantial harm. Sean's formidable strength caused Magneto to furrow his brow in deep concern. The Human Torch, John, observed this scene with a mixture of surprise and smug satisfaction directed at Sean. In Xavier's Academy, the impetuous youth had long deemed Charles's teachings outdated. The notion that mutants should restrain their powers seemed absurd to him. Possessing such immense strength and not utilizing it was a true waste. What's youth without a hint of arrogance? Thus, when Magneto made his appearance, John stealthily fled from the academy, resolutely aligning himself with Magneto's cause. Moments ago, he had witnessed Sean conjuring a solid barrier of resplendent golden-red flames, effortlessly withstanding Magneto's overwhelming assault. In light of this, John promptly unleashed his own pyromantic abilities, eagerly anticipating the ability to command Sean's flames at will. However, to his astonishment, this endeavor merely caused the tumultuous fire to pause momentarily. Observing this, Sean developed a flicker of interest in John, pondering internally about the true extent of this fellow's mutant abilities. With this thought, Sean concentrated, and a dazzling orb of eternal golden-red flames re-emerged on the scene. Yet, unlike before, this inferno did not manifest atop Sean himself. Accompanied by a piercing scream of terror, John suddenly realized that his own body had been engulfed by the surging flames in an instant. In a state of panic, he shouted, frantically attempting to wield his once unfailing fire control to quell the rampant blaze. Yet, to his disbelief, his previously reliable pyromancy proved utterly ineffective. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not harness this violent force. A chilling scream echoed, and John was left as nothing but a pile of ashes swept away by the wind. Witnessing this, all the mutants present halted in shock. Most of them having been lured by Magneto, who had offered them no compensation. What was the point of risking their lives? Sean, that old coot, is trying to escape. Tony's suit's reconnaissance system detected Magneto's retreating trajectory, and he shouted a warning. Sean stood his ground, his gaze fixed firmly on Magneto, who darted through the sky like a bolt of lightning, followed by his loyal adherents. As for the mutants around him, now utterly terrified and paralyzed with fear, Sean regarded them with disdain. Magneto soared like a shooting star, racing toward the Golden Gate Bridge with unparalleled speed. Yet, Sean's indomitable physique rendered Magneto's magnetic prowess ineffective. No matter how he wielded his control over the magnetic fields, he could inflict no substantial harm upon Sean. Furthermore, the astonishing and unpredictable techniques displayed by Sean instilled a profound sense of dread within Magneto, evoking an overwhelming fear of inadequacy in confronting him. At that moment, Magneto understood that persisting in a direct confrontation with Sean was nothing short of a fool's errand. However, he was not one to engage in honorable combat. In an instant, a cunning plan took shape in his mind. He would exploit the innocent souls on the Golden Gate Bridge as leverage against Sean. If he could successfully extricate himself from this predicament, assuredly, in due time, he would rise again, seeking vengeance upon Sean anew. With this thought, Magneto hastened his flight towards the bridge. Just then, a devilish voice echoed before him. "Where are you rushing off to?" Magneto halted midair, gazing at Sean, who had materialized unexpectedly in his path. His loyal followers below, upon witnessing Sean's sudden appearance, turned tail in panic. Mystique glanced between her old friend Eric and the formidable Sean, who had cast a long shadow over her, hesitating briefly before ultimately choosing to remain in place. Meanwhile, Tony, arriving from behind, hovered in the air within his suit, opting not to pursue the fleeing mutants, instead observing Magneto, who found himself caught between him and Sean. "Allow me to take the lead," Tony called out to Sean. After his previous defeat at Magneto's hands, he had returned to upgrade his anti-magnetic suit, eager to test its capabilities. Upon hearing Tony's words, Magneto scoffed. "If Sean were to strike, I might be concerned, but you, relying solely on your suit, are merely an easy target." Embracing the principle of striking first, Magneto amplified his magnetic control to its utmost, directing it forcefully toward Tony. Suspended in midair, Tony immediately sensed his suit slipping from his control, realizing he had underestimated the old adversary. As his suit began to plummet, he shouted, "Jarvis." "Yes, sir." Activating the small defensive magnetic field now. Aware of Magneto's abilities, Tony had equipped his suit with a magnetic device to counteract the oncoming force. With a precarious stabilization, he regained his position in the air and promptly launched an assault against Magneto, utilizing weapons specifically designed to counter Magneto's powers. Realizing the futility of his mutant abilities, Magneto promptly recognized that Tony's arsenal was beyond his control. Given his current capabilities, he lacked the power to manipulate the magnetic field and alter the trajectory of these weapons, leaving him with no choice but to either defend himself or evade. Regrettably, there were no objects within his reach to command, and some of Tony's attacks inevitably struck him, sending Magneto plummeting to the ground. Eric, Mystique immediately soared forward to catch him. Upon landing, Magneto mockingly declared, "Capturing me is not so simple." But his words faltered in his throat as he reached for his neck, only to find his head severed and lying on the ground. "No." Mystique, witnessing Magneto's tragic fate, let out a mournful wail and collapsed onto the ground. Sean approached her, wielding a trident dagger. Mystique's spirit had been utterly shattered by Sean. She gazed at him with terror as he advanced, his overwhelming power rendering her incapable of resistance. Sean scrutinized her for a moment before lifting her chin with the dagger's tip, the cold blade causing her to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 115, The Head-Cutting Maniac Sean. Just arriving. Jean gasped at the sight of Magneto's decapitated body. Sean, upon hearing her, sheathed his dagger, stating, "This side is resolved. Now we await news from Natasha." "And what about her?" Jean inquired, glancing at Mystique. To be fair, Jean was reluctant to harm mutants. After all, they belonged to the same community. Although Mystique had always aligned with Magneto, now that he had been slain by Sean, Jean felt it unnecessary to eradicate her entirely. Had it not been for Jean's intervention, Sean would likely have dispatched the blue-skinned mutant as well. With the dagger now sheathed, Sean decided to relent, sensing Jean's desire for restraint. "You may leave," he said to Mystique, his tone as indifferent as if he were sparing an ant on the roadside. Mystique stood frozen, tears for Eric still glistening on her face. She had not anticipated Sean's mercy. "What? Do you not wish to depart? Planning to return to prison?" Sean inquired curiously as she remained motionless. At his words, Mystique seemed to regain her senses. She would rather die than return to captivity and lose her freedom. Struggling to her feet, she cast one last glance at the still warm body of Magneto before swiftly turning to flee. "And you? Planning to stay and clean up the aftermath?" Sean asked, directing his attention to Tony, who was curiously observing Mystique's retreating figure. Tony turned back, poised to respond, but then merely scoffed. "What are you doing? Let us speak plainly. If you make another sound, I shall strike you down," Sean declared, observing the delicate huff from Tony that sent shivers down his spine. "Did we not agree that I would lead the way in seeking trouble?" Have you so brazenly stolen my thunder? I have yet to indulge in my fun. Tony, clearly displeased with Sean's decisive display of skill, retorted, hurry up and finish this so we can leave. If it weren't for waiting for you, I would have already taken my shower. Next time, I shan't call you again. Please, please, do invite me next time. I can cheer you on from the sidelines. Tony, ever the one to relish in excitement, swiftly altered his tone upon hearing Sean's intention to exclude him in the future. Sean rolled his eyes in exasperation and activated the portal, revealing Natasha on the other side, awaiting news from S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha, clad in her sleek agent attire, raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the portal, striding forward with several of her subordinates. As she neared, the scent of blood reached her nostrils, and after scanning her surroundings cautiously, she realized that with Sean present, the only ones bleeding would be their adversaries. Her gaze fell upon a headless corpse on the ground, evoking memories of the last encounter at the underground base in Akali Lake. TSK, TSK, TSK. This surely bears your signature, she teased. Sean, perplexed, responded, am I truly perceived as a beheader in your eyes? Ah, Agent Romanoff, Tony interjected, stepping forward to assert his presence. What brings you here? Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued. Is it not appropriate for Iron Man to be at a crime scene? Tony proclaimed proudly, as if he had single-handedly dealt with Magneto's demise. Without lingering too long on Tony's presence, Natasha directed her team to commence their duties. How are things progressing with Nick Fury? She asked, just as Sean was about to speak, only to be interrupted by her. Splendidly. Everything is under control. No need for anything more. Natasha interrupted, anxious that Sean might suggest a visit to the White House. By the way, what of the other mutants? She quickly redirected the conversation to prevent further deliberation. They have scattered. It was merely a hastily assembled team. With Magneto's death, their leadership dissolved, rendering them inconsequential. As long as you manage the official side, they pose no threat, Sean explained. Natasha nodded, agreeing that a complete extermination was unnecessary, as it would only incite resistance among the mutant community. Since the instigators of this conflict were now deceased, the remaining minions could simply flee. Oh, so you were Jean Grey? Natasha suddenly turned her attention to the red-haired figure nearby. Hello, Natasha, Jean replied with a warm smile and a nod. How do you know my name? Natasha inquired, her expression one of confusion as she glanced at Sean, assuming he had informed Jean. After all, Tony had just greeted her as Agent Romanoff. I possess the ability to read minds. That wretched fellow never even mentioned it. Quinn noticed the fleeting glance Natasha cast towards Sean. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that Sean had not uttered a word about her, Natasha's expression immediately turned melancholic. Snap. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Sean had just smacked her bottom in front of so many witnesses, including her colleagues from S.H.I.E.L.D. Did the Black Widow not care for her dignity? Even Tony averted his gaze, revealing that Happy had once endured such treatment. Henceforth, he ought to be treated with greater kindness. I was merely waiting to introduce you, Sean remarked, prompting Natasha and Quinn to unite in rolling their eyes at him. Could you perhaps consider the feelings of others? Tony could no longer contain himself. Why are you still here? You were already slow to begin with, Sean coldly retorted, addressing Tony, who had interrupted his flirtation. If it weren't for waiting for your portal, I would have departed long ago. With a click, Tony sealed his helmet. Unwilling to linger a moment longer in that dismal place, and his armored suit, trailing flames, transformed into a shooting star, vanishing swiftly into the sky. This fellow's manners are deteriorating. He requires a proper admonishment next time. Once Natasha's matters were sufficiently resolved, Sean activated the portal, allowing everyone to depart from that location. Just as they left, a blue figure dashed back. Mystique had initially hoped to assist Eric with the recovery of his body. She turned around, glancing about, only to find that it appeared as though no battle had ever taken place. Stunned and at a loss, she reminisced about the years spent alongside Eric. Now that he was gone, she felt adrift. After a moment of contemplation, she finally found her resolve and began to walk towards the edge of the forest. Within Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Charles, along with Aurora and Hank, remained embroiled in deliberations regarding the recent mutant cure incident when an unexpected visitor arrived. Observing Mystique as she gradually returned to her original form at the entrance, Aurora wore an expression of confusion and caution. Upon sighting Mystique, Hank's eyes briefly glazed over before he shook his furry head, furrowing his brow as he gazed at her. Raven. Charles did not display any signs of wariness. He could instantly discern that Mystique's emotions were in turmoil. As anticipated, upon hearing her name, tears streamed down Mystique's face. Oh God, Eric. In that instant, Charles gleaned all the details from Mystique's mind. He had never anticipated that his longtime friend would be gone so abruptly. Charles glimpsed through Mystique's memories, witnessing the harrowing act where Sean himself had slain Magneto, with the whereabouts of Magneto's remains remaining a mystery. His aged fingers clutched the armrests of his wheelchair tightly as he endeavored to master his tumultuous emotions. Why had it come to this? Charles's voice was tinged with hoarseness. He had observed the entirety of the events unfold, yet he remained perplexed as to why Eric had to be extinguished rather than merely apprehended and confined. A desire to confront Sean surged within him. Aurora and Logan approached from down the corridor. Upon noticing Mystique's sudden presence, Logan's keen instincts detected the metallic scent of blood emanating from her, and his initial concern about a potential attack transformed into a moment of clarity. He had intended to call out to Charles, but instead uttered Aurora's name. Upon hearing Logan's voice, Aurora turned, still bewildered by the professor's unexpected confrontation with Mystique. "You all need to see this." Logan gestured broadly, encompassing everyone in his gaze. A news broadcast from the White House was airing, announcing the permanent closure of the Washington laboratory and the cessation of the trade in mutant cure currently circulating in the market. "It appears this is his doing," Charles remarked, glancing at Mystique. "Raven, this was procured at Eric's expense." Raven understood Charles's implication, but could not restrain her retort. "Eric? Magneto? What transpired?" Hank observed the cryptic interaction between Charles and Mystique with curiosity. "Eric is dead," he stated in disbelief. "How could this happen? Who could have done such a thing?" Aurora's astonishment mirrored Hank's, and as she pondered the identity of the perpetrator, a figure immediately surfaced in her mind. She exchanged a knowing glance with Logan. "The person you're thinking of is the same as the one I'm considering, right?" It was Sean. "It seems he must have coordinated with the authorities." Charles elaborated, directing his attention to the news on the television. Logan initially contemplated mocking the government's reliability, but reconsidered in light of Sean's formidable abilities. Should the authorities indeed renege on their agreements, it would lead to dramatic consequences. "Could someone enlighten me? I seem to have missed something crucial," Hank inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Aurora reluctantly filled Hank in on Sean's involvement and briefly mentioned Jean, eliciting a cold snort from Logan and causing Charles to momentarily falter in embarrassment. "What about those mutants who wish to become ordinary?" Hank questioned, his astonishment at the rapid turn of events evident. The news did not mention a stop to production or research. "I believe if there are mutants genuinely seeking to change their identities, there should still be a means to do so." Charles pondered and then suddenly turned to Hank, remarking that this matter might ultimately fall upon him. Hank had consistently served as a bridge between mutants and humans on the official front, making Charles's assertion not entirely unfounded. What kind of coward would accept such a thing merely to fit in? Aurora scoffed. Hank felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her words. "Aurora, not all mutants can seamlessly integrate into society, especially since you don't have to shave your hair," Hank replied earnestly. Just as Aurora was about to respond, Mystique, who had remained silent, spoke up. "Charles, do you not intend to avenge Eric?" Upon hearing Raven's words, Charles fell into silence. To be forthright, regardless of any personal motives, he initially wished to confront Sean about why he could not simply let Eric go. However, after witnessing the news and reflecting on the turmoil instigated by Eric, he understood that without Sean, it was highly probable that a direct confrontation with humanity would ensue. Even though he possessed some ability to manipulate minds, without the aid of the cerebral amplifier, his powers could not reach far and wide. Moreover, with an uncontrollable Eric in the mix, once war broke out, halting it would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, while Charles mourned Eric's death, he had come to accept this outcome. Observing Charles's demeanor, Raven understood. She was not naive. She grasped the situation, yet her resentment towards Sean lingered. Initially believing that she could join Charles in avenging Eric, she now felt lost upon learning of Charles's decision. Just as she contemplated turning away, Charles spoke up. "Raven, stay?" Shortly after Sean returned to the apartment with Jean, Nick Fury dispatched an individual to pay them a visit. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Sean approached and opened it, revealing a woman with a ponytail clad in black attire. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Hi. How can I assist you?" "Maria Hill, from SHIELD," came the cold, expressionless reply from the beautiful woman. Sean tilted his head, continuing to observe her. Maria raised an eyebrow at Sean before walking past him into the house, turning to face him with an impassive expression. "What?" Sean expressed his bewilderment. "Even if you are from SHIELD, you can't just barge into someone else's home with a mere statement, can you? What exactly do you intend to do?" Maria slightly lifted her chin, indicating for Sean to close the door. Only when the door closed did she finally speak again. I have come at the behest of the director to inform you that the matter has been resolved. The coldness of her words, devoid of any emotion, mirrored the chill of 37 degrees. However, Maria Hill's gaze was fixed upon Sean, scrutinizing him intently. Oh, how was it resolved? Sean remained unfazed by Maria Hill's scrutiny, for he too was observing the stern commander. He noted that although Maria Hill was dressed in casual attire, she bore no adornments, presenting an image of remarkable resilience and competence. Her long legs, even when clad in a simple pair of black trousers, could not conceal their elegant contours, both elongated and proportionate. Maria Hill sensed Sean's gaze upon her and suddenly recalled that his dossier mentioned his ability to see through things. What are you staring at? Chapter 117. The whole school knows you are my sister. At this moment, Maria Hill glared at Sean with a fierce intensity, as if her eyes could ignite flames. Internally, she chided herself for not anticipating that this fellow might present himself in such an irreverent manner before their meeting. Yet, in truth, a flicker of excitement danced within her. She had memorized every detail of Sean's capabilities, and deep down, she yearned to witness this rising star for herself. In recent times, whispers of Sean's name had constantly reached her ears within S.H.I.E.L.D. Whenever she found a moment of respite from her duties, she could not resist delving into Sean's records, studying them meticulously. To her astonishment, as she absorbed more information, her initial shock deepened profoundly. Just then, an opportunity arose when Nick Fury needed to dispatch personnel for a dialogue with Sean. Without hesitation, Maria Hill volunteered for the task. It was indeed amusing, as previous communications with Sean had typically been handled by Natasha. However, Natasha was preoccupied with certain pressing matters and unable to participate. Meanwhile, Phil Coulson, who had previously interacted with Sean, was utterly engrossed in his admiration for his idol and could not attend to anything else. Even Nick Fury himself had been prepared to step in personally. Yet, upon learning that a telepath named Jean had unexpectedly joined Sean, this fearless director of S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly reconsidered, making an immediate decision to withdraw. After all, as the king of spies, he harbored numerous secrets he preferred to keep hidden. What else could I possibly be looking at? You come to my home, utter not a single word, and naturally, I must observe you. Sean spoke bluntly, his gaze unwavering. Humph. Maria Hill let out a haughty scoff, indifferent to the situation, as she presumed that Sean had already gleaned all that he needed to know. The director has advised you to pay attention to the news. Therein lies the answer he has for you. Maria resumed her professional demeanor. I understand, Sean nodded. Maria was somewhat taken aback by Sean's response. She had anticipated needing to elaborate or clarify, yet he accepted her words without question. Perhaps due to her own experiences and the lengthy tenure in her espionage career, Maria had grown accustomed to skepticism, no longer trusting anyone. Encountering someone like Sean caught her off guard. Is there anything else? Sean inquired, having savored the moment. No, Maria replied awkwardly, feeling as though this man had seized the initiative. Then shall we dine together? Sean tentatively suggested. Humph, no need, Maria immediately rebuffed, recalling Natasha, and promptly turned on her heels, exiting Sean's apartment. Still watching as she departs, Sean thought, glancing back at the sound. Leaning against the wall, with her flowing red hair cascading down, Jean observed him with a teasing glint in her eyes. I was merely pondering, Sean retorted. What were you pondering? The color of her lingerie, perhaps? Jean rolled her eyes, taking a seat on the sofa, lamenting her association with such an insufferable fellow. Blue, Sean blurted out. Huh. I meant the sky is blue today, he clarified. Humph. Jean rolled her eyes dramatically, obviously. Oh dear, it seems this little minx is in need of some discipline. Perhaps she hasn't been reprimanded enough lately, Sean remarked, lunging towards Jean, eliciting a playful squeal from her. In Manhattan, at Midtown High School, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students began to gather their belongings as a group of boys rushed in, encircling an impatient girl amidst whispers. Wanda, I've received my college acceptance letter. Starting next week, I'll be training with those star athletes. Want to join? I can snag their autographs for you. Boasted a burly boy, toying with a basketball, his expression brimming with pride. Wanda, how about a road trip together this summer? Another boy chimed in, equally eager. Do not heed his words. Last time he took several second-grade classmates to a desolate location for several days, achieving nothing. Let us attend the summer camp together. Wanda, having organized her belongings, could not be bothered to glance at these so-called prominent figures within the school. She simply pulled out a chair, turned, and departed. A few boys, gazing at Wanda's retreating figure, wished to say something, yet under the scrutiny of their peers, they felt too embarrassed and could only leave in frustration. Are you being pestered again? Pietro leaned against the wall, observing Wanda's irritated demeanor as she exited the classroom. Oh, so you are here. I cannot express how grateful I am to have you as a brother, yet when I require assistance, not even a shadow appears. Wanda walked alongside him toward the lockers. How can I save you? Ever since I stood up for you that first time, the entire school knows you are my sister, and now those boys greet me as brother. Pietro shrugged helplessly. It's sister. Wanda shot him an exasperated glance while opening her locker to tidy her belongings. Amidst the bustling crowd in the hallway, boys occasionally stole glances at her retreating figure. Pietro smiled wryly at their gazes, choosing to overlook the sibling rivalry over titles. Why don't you find a boyfriend? That would resolve many troubles, wouldn't it? With a loud thud, Wanda slammed her locker shut and fixed a serious glare upon Pietro, causing him to feel a twinge of fear, instinctively swallowing hard. I was just joking, don't take it so seriously. Seeing Pietro's submissive demeanor, Wanda finally shot him a mild reproachful look. She knew that Pietro genuinely cared for her. Should she ever wish to date, he would likely investigate her suitor thoroughly. And if he found any fault, he might confront him directly. The mere thought of that potential suitor caused Wanda's gaze to drift, her lips gently pressing together. Unbeknownst to her, this simple gesture sent the boys in the hallway into a reverie. Noticing Wanda's unusual demeanor, Pietro quietly approached her, furrowing his brow and inquiring. Tell me honestly, do you have someone you like? Wanda, caught off guard by Pietro's proximity, felt as if she had been exposed, her cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Get away. It's none of your business. With her lips pouting, Wanda strode ahead with long strides, while a group of male students nearby, captivated by the flutter of her skirt, found themselves emboldened to approach her. However, a single glance from Wanda sent them retreating in fright. What is going on? Isn't Wanda usually quite amiable? The male companions, who forcibly restrained themselves from approaching to strike up a conversation, gazed upon Wanda's charming visage and graceful silhouette, harboring no thoughts of her ill temperament. Rather, they pondered which scoundrel had provoked her ire. For Wanda was renowned in school as a paragon of excellence, a student of commendable academic prowess, amiable disposition, and admirable social connections. Unless one was intent on shamelessly courting her, she would invariably engage in polite discourse. Of course, there were some envious classmates who, in whispers, spread slander about Wanda, but under the firm guidance of a certain individual. Such slander had all but vanished after an initial period of discord. Presently, the very person who had quelled the rumors was trailing closely behind Wanda, anxiously scratching his head, torn between the desire to utter something and the fear of inciting her wrath. What had he said to offend this formidable lady? Pietro pondered fruitlessly. As Wanda made her way toward the school gate, she suddenly heard a familiar voice, and her countenance shifted from cloudy to radiant in an instant. She dashed toward the source of the voice, exclaiming, "Sean." Upon catching sight of the impeccably dressed figure, her eyes sparkled with delight. Completely oblivious to Pietro and the throng of classmates surrounding them, as she sprinted directly toward Sean, the boy she passed, captivated by her youthful exuberance and the flowing hair that danced like a melody, wore expressions of dazed admiration. However, when they witnessed Wanda leaping into the embrace of the tall man, their youthful hearts shattered in an instant. "What brings you here?" she cooed, playfully twisting her body as she laughed, lifting her head from Sean's shoulder, her 18-year-old face aglow with the essence of youth. "I happened to be passing by today and thought I would pick you and Pietro up," he replied, gently embracing the charming girl in his arms, before reaching out to smooth the tousled hair that had become disheveled from her sprint. Initially, upon hearing the first part of Sean's sentence, Wanda's eyes widened in surprise. But as he continued, her lips pouted slightly. She had suspected he had not come specifically for her. Nevertheless, Wanda quickly regained her radiant demeanor. "We only have a little time left before the holidays. Do you have any plans for this summer?" she inquired, gazing up at Sean with wide, expectant eyes. Your classmates are watching," Sean said, feeling the warmth of Wanda's body pressing against him, shaking his head in resignation. A hint of embarrassment creeping in as he noticed the curious stares of the surrounding students. If Sean hadn't spoken up, Wanda would have clung to him indefinitely. After all, she had always done so in the past. It was only after Sean heard from Pietro about some unflattering remarks made by Wanda on campus that he felt compelled to pay attention. In response to this situation, Wanda subjected Pietro to an extended period of emotional coldness, driving him to the brink of madness as he desperately sought to apologize to her, even resorting to recounting childhood memories. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reason behind Wanda's anger. Ultimately, Pietro had no choice but to confront and chastise the gossiping individuals one by one. Reluctantly, Wanda released her grip around Sean's waist, delicately inhaling the scent that clung to him, a fragrance she found difficult to part with. The warmth that enveloped her whenever she drew near to him was an experience she had never encountered with anyone else. "Hey, Sean," Pietro greeted with a face full of surprise. Over the past few years, despite Sean's shortcomings in daily life, Pietro truly felt that Sean regarded him and Wanda as family. In this light, Sean's imperfections only served to make their bond more authentic, resembling that of a true family. "Wow, is that yours? Did you buy a new car?" After exchanging greetings, Pietro suddenly noticed the sleek sports car parked behind Sean. The imposing rear wing, the aerodynamic body, the sharp headlights, and the unique grille, coupled with its vibrant color, ignited a spark of excitement in Pietro's eyes. A crowd had gathered around, captivated by the striking automobile. "It's a gift from someone. I came to pick you up after collecting it," Sean casually shrugged. Today marked the arrival of the new car Tony had ordered, and he had called Sean to inform him that he had also reserved one for him. With a mindset of redistributing wealth, Sean ventured to the newly constructed Stark Tower in Manhattan. "As my security consultant, how could you possibly drive such a lowly vehicle? It would be a disgrace to my reputation, giving the impression that Stark Industries is on the verge of collapse," Sean thought to himself as he arrived at Stark Tower and caught sight of Tony's ostentatious demeanor, laced with sarcasm. Sean couldn't resist the urge to give him a withering glance. "I'll tell you this. Once you take that car out, you'll have plenty of beautiful women flocking to you," Tony remarked, sensing the tension in the air, and leaned in to whisper to Sean. He then chuckled to himself, wearing a rather dubious expression. The two eagerly watched as the container was gradually unveiled, and upon seeing the stunning car within, Sean snatched the keys from Tony's hand and raised an eyebrow, declaring with righteous fervor, "Let me make it clear, I'm not doing this for the women. I'm doing it for work, for the sake of our reputation at Stark Industries." Tony replied, "Do you think I believe that?" Subsequently, Sean drove the sports car directly to the entrance of Midtown High without a backward glance. Tony, who had been engulfed in dust, dared to make a friendly gesture only after the taillights of Sean's car were no longer visible. While Sean awaited at Midtown High, numerous girls approached him, their intentions clear. They wished for a ride. Strangely, each of them claimed to be heading in the same direction as Sean, with unwavering consistency. "Let us exchange contact information, and do remember to bring your health report next time for me to examine," was Sean's standard reply to these young ladies. Upon hearing this, some girls visibly changed their expressions, yet after glancing at Sean's luxurious car and stylish attire, they chose to leave their contact details anyway. Pietro, upon hearing Sean's affirmative response, was instantly filled with excitement. He had always known that Sean was affluent, to say nothing of the Stark Industries shares, which had skyrocketed in value over the years. Pietro had lost track of their worth. Yet, it puzzled him that Sean had never flaunted his wealth publicly. "Can I drive it?" Pietro asked eagerly, completely oblivious to the fact that Wanda was glaring daggers at him from beside Sean. "You can, but do you have a driver's license?" Chapter 119. The Cube, a loud bang, and the shimmering entrance of the sister. Pietro felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. He had entirely forgotten that he did not possess a license. In truth, he could have obtained one long ago, but due to his mutant abilities, he had always deemed it unnecessary. After all, his speed far surpassed that of any vehicle. "That won't do. Driving without a license could get you stopped by the police. And who knows what might happen." Wanda chuckled at Pietro's despondent expression. "You had it coming. I told you to take the test, but you insisted it was unnecessary." Despairingly, Pietro turned to Wanda. "No one mentioned that I might one day have the chance to drive a sports car. All right, let us hurry home." Sean urged Wanda to get into the car. Realizing he had lost his chance to drive the sports car, Pietro reluctantly approached the other side of the vehicle, only to soon realize something was amiss. "But this car only has 2 seats. Where am I supposed to sit?" He looked up at Sean, bewildered. "What is wrong with you now?" Where do I sit?" Pietro inquired. "What do you mean, where do you sit? You can go back on your own," Sean replied matter-of-factly. Pietro was left perplexed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Sean had already revved the engine and driven off with a triumphant Wanda. Watching the fading taillights of the sports car, Pietro silently vowed to obtain that wretched driver's license this summer, even if it meant doing nothing else. In the desolate expanse of the barren desert, an armed helicopter soared swiftly towards its destination. Nick Fury, his face etched with a hint of gloom, sat within the cabin, his mind incessantly conjuring scenarios regarding the potential ramifications of the unfolding event. Regrettably, his knowledge of the situation at the scene was scant, and the absence of information rendered him incapable of making a judicious assessment. With a weary hand, he rubbed his furrowed brow and then caressed his bald head. Before long, propelled by the full power of the helicopter's engine, he arrived at the Joint Dark Energy Research Facility nestled within the desert. This establishment was a collaborative endeavor spearheaded by both S.H.I.E.L.D. and NASA, the paramount project within being the study of the Tesseract. However, at this critical juncture, the facility was undergoing a comprehensive evacuation of personnel and resources. Director Maria Hill and Phil Coulson stood on one side of the helipad, observing as Director Nick Fury disembarked from the helicopter. "How dire is the situation?" Fury inquired succinctly, eschewing any superfluous dialogue. Maria Hill glanced at Phil Coulson. It was his responsibility to elucidate the matter. "That's just it, sir. We have no idea how grave the circumstances truly are." Coulson's candid response elicited a twitch in Fury's eyelids. He had envisioned countless potential scenarios aboard the helicopter, yet this was the most unexpected. Fury recognized Coulson as a man who eschewed deception. Whatever he conveyed was undoubtedly the truth. It seemed prudent to consult Hawkeye next, hoping for a reasonable clarification. As Fury led the way inside, he observed the hurried evacuation of the facility's personnel, and a thought struck him regarding another project, the weaponization of Tesseract energy. Finding a plausible excuse, he discreetly dismissed the ever-accommodating Coulson and hastily instructed Maria Hill to package and secure the research findings pertaining to those weapons. He then took a deep breath and stepped into the Tesseract research chamber. Gazing at the Tesseract, ensconced within a framework of instruments and pulsating with an azure glow, Fury approached with a determined stance. "What on earth is happening, Doctor?" Fury demanded with an imposing presence. The doctor he referred to was none other than Eric Selvig, whom he had previously encountered in New Mexico. "The Tesseract has been rather mischievous, Director," Selvig responded, hastily making his way from the equipment to greet Fury. Fury shot him an incredulous glare, his expression conveying disbelief. "Is this truly the appropriate moment for jest?" "I am not jesting. The energy of the Tesseract is currently highly active. Have you tried unplugging it?" Fury inquired. Upon hearing Nick Fury's archaic solution, Selvig felt a sense of helplessness. Was this truly a matter of whether to unplug or not? Nevertheless, he patiently elucidated to Nick Fury, the Tesseract itself serves as a source of energy. Unplugging it bears no significance. Even if you were to cut off the entire research facility's power, it could still activate on its own, should its energy reach a certain threshold. Before Selvig could finish his explanation, Nick Fury interjected. "Isn't our research aimed at harnessing its energy? Wouldn't such a scenario be advantageous for us? We have yet to reach that stage in our research." Upon hearing Selvig's response, Nick Fury appeared skeptical and called Hawkeye Barton through his earpiece. However, according to Barton's report, Dr. Selvig exhibited no issues, prompting Nick Fury to furrow his brow once more in contemplation of the unfolding events. Just as Nick Fury was deep in thought, the scientifically naive Barton offered an intriguing perspective. "I suspect it may not be an issue on our end, sir." "Our end?" Nick Fury queried, perplexed, glancing at Barton. "Indeed. It said that the Tesseract can open a gateway to cosmic space? Could it be possible that this gateway opens on both sides?" Barton's words caused a flicker of surprise on Nick Fury's face. Yet, before he could inquire about the likelihood of such a situation with Selvig, new developments arose concerning the Tesseract. At that moment, the energy from the Tesseract began to surge dramatically, its emitted light growing ever more radiant and blinding. With a resounding bang, a brilliant blue beam shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the opposite instrument platform with astonishing speed. All present were momentarily stunned by this unexpected spectacle, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they beheld the unfolding scene. At the terminus of the blue beam emitted by the Tesseract, a mysterious starry sky began to materialize slowly. This vast expanse of stars twinkled as if it truly existed, akin to the sudden unveiling of a wondrous gateway leading into the depths of the cosmos. Accompanied by the rapid escalation of energy, an overwhelming wave of force surged forth from that gateway, sweeping towards the crowd like an unstoppable tide. Finally, as the energy gradually dissipated, a brief silence enveloped the area. Nick Fury was the first to regain his composure, casting a dubious gaze towards the distant instrument platform. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure crouched upon the previously vacant platform. Meanwhile, amidst the vast expanse of the distant cosmic starry sky, a battalion of grotesque humanoid beings was assembling, preparing for a new invasion. Chapter 120. A gift not given during this period, Sean enjoyed a life of leisure and comfort. With Wanda and Pietro on their summer break, Sean decided to embark on an impromptu journey with the two of them. Naturally, he consulted several women regarding the trip. Natasha was unreachable, likely engaged in a mission. Jean, although eager to join, was tied up with responsibilities at the academy and could not partake. It turned out that shortly after Magneto's demise, Charles chose to retire, delegating all matters of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters to Aurora. Scott had fallen into despair after Jean's departure, spending his days in a stupor and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, prompting Charles to remove him from the academy to avoid affecting the children. Subsequently, Logan also left, leaving Aurora to shoulder the burden alone. She then reached out to Jean, hoping she could return to assist. After careful consideration, Jean resolved to support Aurora for the sake of the young mutants, as they were her kin. Though her character had evolved significantly, her inherent kindness remained. She was no longer constrained by Charles's so-called rules and intended to guide and protect these young mutants in her own way. Ultimately, after polling everyone, only May and Peter, who was also on break, joined them for the trip. Upon hearing the news, Peter rushed over to Sean, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. It was only when May firmly grasped the back of Peter's collar and ushered him back to his room to pack that he ceased his inquiries. In truth, both Wanda and Pietro were eager to learn about Sean's plans for the journey, yet he refrained from divulging anything until the moment of departure. Upon their successful arrival in Europe, the sight that greeted them as they exited the airport left everyone astounded. A group of impeccably dressed, well-trained staff awaited their arrival, extending a warm welcome. They were subsequently escorted to an exceedingly luxurious hotel, where the opulent suite they occupied was vast and comfortable, adorned with exquisite decorations that reflected prestige and elegance in every detail. Moreover, throughout their journey, they were treated to top-tier service, whether in dining or transportation, all of which radiated meticulous care. It was then that they realized Sean had orchestrated everything in advance, explaining his initial reticence to share any details. However, this time everyone seems to have misjudged the situation. Although Sean possesses the capability to orchestrate such arrangements, these are not his doing. The individual responsible for this is none other than Nyssa, who commands a considerable vampire empire. Nyssa had initially intended to come in person, but the daytime schedule of Sean and his companions proved inconvenient for her. The little maid organized everything quite well. An evening reward for her is certainly in order. Sean mused with a smirk. Recently, Pietro and Peter have been having a blast. The personnel Nyssa arranged to host Sean and his group have gone above and beyond to accommodate any request from Sean's side, leaving May somewhat embarrassed. However, seeing the joy radiating from Peter, she felt that indulging occasionally was not a matter of great concern. As for Wanda, she too was elated. For as long as she could be with Sean, she was content with any endeavor. The only source of her discontent stemmed from her realization that Sean often did not return to the hotel at night, though he consistently appeared in the morning. Wanda's keen perception, honed by her constant attention to Sean, had led her to this conclusion. May, haven't you noticed that Sean sometimes isn't here at night? Wanda discreetly inquired, pulling May aside as they strolled through the charming European streets, her gaze flitting towards a few men nearby. Noticing that Sean was oblivious to their presence, Wanda let out a quiet sigh of relief. What? May's reaction was slightly awkward upon hearing Wanda's question, her voice trembling. Deep down, May was acutely aware that Sean occasionally visited her room late at night. Had she not firmly put a stop to it initially, they might have shared a bed every night during this trip. If that had been the case, May would undoubtedly have lacked the energy to rise in the mornings. Her feelings towards Sean's formidable abilities a mixture of admiration and resentment. It was precisely for this reason that May had set boundaries with Sean before their journey, cautioning against excessive frequency. Otherwise, if the younger ones were to discover their secret, it would be utterly mortifying, especially now that Wanda and Pietro were old enough to comprehend the implications. However, May had misjudged Wanda. In truth, Wanda was already aware of the relationship between Sean and herself. In fact, Wanda was puzzled as to why they had not slept together during this trip. The remark Wanda made regarding Sean's absence at night referred specifically to times when he did not seek out May. The catalyst for this inquiry was an incident when Wanda had knocked on Sean's door in the middle of the night, only to find that he was neither in his room nor in May's. Yet, the following morning, Sean appeared at the door, looking well-rested, which piqued Wanda's curiosity. After several observations, Wanda confirmed that Sean was not in his room when he did not go to see May, a realization that left her feeling somewhat perturbed. During the time spent living with Sean, the observant Wanda had long discerned the intricate relationships between Sean, May, and Natasha, as well as Jean. Initially, Wanda felt a twinge of sadness, yet she soon resolved to fortify her determination. Coincidentally, when Sean mentioned his intention to travel, Wanda perceived this as an opportunity for herself. However, to her surprise, despite her preparations, he vanished. Thus, she seized the moment when everyone was out and about to inquire with May. I'm not sure, May replied, feigning calmness. I've been quite exhausted from our daytime activities and have been going to bed early. Yet her anxious and unnatural demeanor betrayed her. I know he occasionally visits your room, but when he doesn't he's not even in his own, Wanda exclaimed, seeking clarity about Sean's whereabouts at night and inadvertently revealing her awareness of his liaison with May. How did you find out? May, who had believed her disguise was effective, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks blooming with a crimson hue. What is important is not how I know, but where Sean is at night. I can't reach Natasha, and with the time difference, Sean won't seek out Sheen. So, where else could he possibly be? Wanda swiftly redirected the conversation. Upon hearing Wanda's reasoning, May found it quite plausible, yet she remained indifferent. Having made the decision to continue her relationship with Sean, she had already come to terms with it. Don't worry so much, Wanda. He's resourceful. He'll be fine. No matter where he goes, he always returns. Doesn't he? Wanda frowned, for her concerns stemmed not from worry but from the realization that this was her opportunity, which had now seemingly shifted to someone else. Chapter 121. The mischievous little cat at home that evening, Sean, as was his custom, opened a portal to Nisha's place, where Selena and Amelia were also waiting. This was the reason he chose to visit every night. 3 distinct styles, an unparalleled earthly pleasure. Upon arriving in Europe, Sean had initially intended to reward Nisha for her meticulous arrangements, but unexpectedly, this young woman had managed to contact Amelia. The following day, Sean beheld Selena, flushed and in the company of Amelia at Nisha's, showcasing yet another distinctive style. Following the delicate, almost ethereal skin of Selena, he caressed her cheek, and the moonlit goddess, with her half-closed ice-blue eyes, lifted her slender swan-like neck and gently parted her lips. Sean, in turn, grazed her sharp canines, eliciting a shiver from Selena's delicate form, a sensitive spot he had discovered on her. Nisa observed as Sean's attention was entirely captivated by Selena. She pouted, casting a glance at Sean, who, unable to resist the whims of his little blood slave, indulged her peculiar preferences. Among the trio, Amelia positioned herself at the lowest tier, acutely aware that her current possession of vampiric privileges was solely due to Selena and Sean. Just as Sean was basking in earthly ecstasy, his phone rang. Who could it be at this late hour? With a subtle gesture to not halt, Sean picked up his phone, his brow furrowing slightly as he glanced at the screen. Why is she calling me? Despite his bewilderment, Sean pressed the call option to answer. Hello, Commander Sean, he teased. The thought of Maria Hill's stern visage stirred a sense of conquest within him. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his thigh. He looked up to find little blood slave Nisa pouting provocatively at him. In response, Sean decisively produced her blood contract necklace and, amid Nisa's fearful yet eager gaze, handed it to the inquisitive and eager Selena beside him. What was that noise just now? Maria Hill's voice, as cold as ever, emanated from the receiver. Is your little cat being mischievous? I wonder why the commander is calling me at such an hour. Without a moment's hesitation, Sean replied, Little cat? Maria Hill frowned, recalling if that detail was mentioned in Sean's dossier. It seemed prudent to remind those gathering intelligence to ensure its completeness. Shaking her head gently, Maria Hill finally delved into the main topic. Wait a moment, Sean interjected as he listened to Maria Hill describe the events at the Joint Dark Energy Research Institute. Who did you just mention? Loki. What of him? He has killed dozens of our agents. And then, he has also turned Hawkeye Barton and Dr. Selvig against us. Stealing the Tesseract. Is S-H-I-E-L-D made of paper? Sean's blunt interruption left Maria Hill momentarily speechless. Then why are you calling me? It's not like I sent Loki to do this. You should be looking for his brother Thor. Listening to Sean's words from the other end of the line, Maria Hill raised a hand to her chest. Do you really not know why I'm calling you? Stop playing dumb. It's infuriating. Maria Hill's call to Sean was, in fact, a plea for his assistance. Moreover, this outreach was not at the behest of Nick Fury, but rather stemmed from her own volition and decision. For Maria Hill had always maintained a keen interest in Sean. After Loki's appearance sparked a series of upheavals, the first thought that crossed her mind was to seek assistance from Sean. However, her stubborn and assertive disposition rendered her interactions with Sean cold and unyielding, making it difficult for anyone to sense the slightest hint of warmth beneath her icy demeanor. Oh, so you wish to enlist my help, do you? Yet I find myself rather occupied at the moment, Sean remarked, glancing down at the 3 little kittens, clearly busy. Moreover, I am not even in the country. The distance between us is considerable. Farewell. Maria Hill gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words before angrily disconnecting the call. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Sean chuckled to himself, amused by the girl's sense of pride. Hiss, little kittens, be gentle with your bites. In stark contrast to the lightheartedness on Sean's end, the atmosphere within S.H.I. was palpably tense. Just after Maria Hill hung up her call with Sean, she approached Nick Fury, awaiting his next command. The usually astute and calculating expression on her director's face was currently shadowed with a heaviness that seemed almost palpable. Nick Fury's solitary, penetrating eye fixated intently ahead, exuding an unsettling aura. The recent assault on the research facility had undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to Fury, compelling the battle-hardened leader of agents to confront the stark reality that, despite SHIELD's advanced technology and well-trained operatives, such resources were woefully inadequate when faced with truly formidable threats. In the face of such overwhelming power, only those endowed with extraordinary abilities could hope to survive, let alone turn the tide. Contemplating this, Nick Fury swiftly issued an urgent directive to Coulson, instructing him to begin assembling those individuals listed on the Avengers roster. This command not only illuminated the gravity of their predicament for Coulson, but also stirred a sense of excitement within him, as he would finally have the opportunity to meet his idol. After conferring with Coulson, Nick Fury seized this moment to once again propose to the members of the World Security Council the concept of forming the Avengers. This time, he was determined to see the Avengers come to fruition. As Coulson exited Fury's office, he was intercepted in the corridor by Maria Hill. "Where is Natasha now?" she inquired. "The Bureau can trace her location. I just issued the order, and we should be able to locate her shortly." "What is it?" Coulson asked, a sense of urgency in his voice as he was eager to gather everyone together for a face-to-face meeting with his idol. "Are you planning to send Natasha to persuade Tony Stark?" Maria Hill queried. "Certainly not. Stark's impression of her was rather unfavorable, so I intended to go myself." Upon hearing Coulson's response, Maria Hill assumed he understood her intent, yet Coulson immediately followed with another remark. "As for Natasha, I wished for her to persuade that giant." That giant? Maria Hill secretly hoped it was the person she had in mind. Indeed, the Hulk, given Natasha's abilities, dealing with him should be quite manageable. "Stop." Maria Hill swiftly interrupted Coulson's precarious statement. "Have you lived long enough to seek an opportunity to meet your demise?" Chapter 122. I am honest, but I am not foolish. Coulson's forehead gleamed with wisdom under the corridor lights, yet he failed to grasp why Commander Hill had just made such a remark. "You are unaware that Natasha and Hill had a pointed discussion regarding Coulson," raising an eyebrow. Only then did Coulson appear to come to a realization. But he looked constipated as he remarked, "That shouldn't be the case. I feel he is quite courteous. I was planning to visit him personally." Hill, recalling the recent phone call, smirked and tugged at the corner of her mouth. "You must have some misunderstanding about him. So shall we send Natasha to find him? But what about the Hulk? Who will go?" Coulson was immensely reluctant. In his mind, dealing with the rampaging Hulk was infinitely more daunting than facing the congenial Sean. Otherwise, you might as well have Natasha seek out the Hulk, but simultaneously inform Sean, saying Natasha intends to seduce him. Perhaps Sean might come on his own without your invitation. Hill jested. Coulson looked at Hill, utterly speechless. "I am honest, but I am not foolish. Do not presume that your rank as commander renders me intimidated." Ultimately, Coulson decided to adhere to his original plan, yet Hill inexplicably called Sean afterward. "What is it now, Commander?" Sean answered the phone, expecting Hill to finally lower her tone. "I am here to remind you that Natasha is currently flying to Kolkata. Guess whom she intends to find?" Hill believed she had Sean in her grasp. "Is it not that creature Shrek? Bruce Banner, right? How do you know? Have you forgotten that my hearing is exceptional? Do refrain from speaking ill of me behind my back, little girl." In truth, Sean did not hear it through super hearing, but he deliberately teased. Hill recalled her previous conversation with Coulson, all those private grievances she had expressed, even those sleepless nights of tossing and turning. Could it be that he truly overheard her? I did not. Despite their conversation taking place over the phone, the usually composed and calm Hill displayed a flustered expression upon closer inspection. One could even observe a faint blush on her ears. Upon hearing such a tense response, even Sean, despite never having possessed super hearing, could surmise that this girl was undoubtedly speaking ill of him behind his back. Is that so? Sean deliberately elongated his tone. The more he did so, the more Hill felt certain that she had indeed been overheard, prompting her to hang up immediately without so much as a greeting. Sean pondered. Listening to the busy signal on the line, was that it? Had this girl secretly relegated him to the role of an emotional punching bag? Perhaps she was even using a mannequin to practice her punches? Yet, Sean's thoughts swiftly returned to Hill's earlier mention of Natasha. Although he had not officially acknowledged being involved with any of these women, the news of Natasha attempting to seduce another man still irked him. Was Nick Fury truly devoid of reason to orchestrate such a scheme? Soon, Tony called Sean, first inquiring about the state of his travels. then discussing Coulson's visit to Stark Tower, as well as Loki and the Tesseract. Aren't you planning to return? Tony asked. With so many of you. Can't you handle one, Loki? Sean retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Sensing Sean's emotional undercurrents, Tony asked, what's wrong? Are you upset because you didn't receive an invitation? It's nothing. Let's leave it at that, Sean replied curtly, ending the call amidst Tony's surprised protests. Shortly thereafter, Natasha attempted to reach Sean, but he chose to ignore her. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had successfully persuaded Banner, gazed at her phone with a perplexed expression at the terminated call before dialing Nick Fury again. I can't reach Sean, sir. Perhaps we could contact that woman named May. They are together now, traveling in Europe, Nick suggested. I doubt he would appreciate us tracking his whereabouts, sir. Natasha replied after a moment's reflection. Nick had intended to say more, but ultimately fell silent. He had always found himself at a loss when it came to Sean. And now he could only await news from Natasha. That night, Sean did not seek out new experiences, but instead lay quietly in bed, holding May close. Is something the matter? May asked, lifting her head from his embrace, sensing his unusual emotional state. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sean confessed, have I been a bit excessive towards you all? Although she was unaware of the specifics, May tightened her grip around Sean's arm, pressing her body closer to his, resting her head once more against his chest. This is my own choice. Natasha was unable to reach Sean by phone, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Yet, she hesitated to call May, as it was evident that Sean was deliberately avoiding her. Suppressing her anxious feelings, Natasha, accompanied by the persuaded Banner, boarded the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier and encountered Coulson's idol. Under Steve Rogers' curious gaze, the trio made their way to the command center of the aircraft carrier. Upon spotting Nick Fury, Steve decisively retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket, presenting a $10 bill while his eyes scanned the helicarrier's surroundings. Previously, when Nick Fury invited Steve, he had claimed to be unfazed by anything novel, yet Nick had a different perspective, leading them to wager $10. It was evident that Steve, with his wide-eyed, country bumpkin demeanor, had lost the bet. As the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel aboard the helicarrier diligently searched for Loki and his accomplices, Coulson, filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension, approached Steve Rogers. If it's not too much trouble, Coulson cautiously inquired. Oh, of course, no problem at all. Steve quickly grasped Coulson's intention. Earlier, as they entered the carrier, Natasha had playfully teased Steve about Coulson being his little fan, even planning to have him sign her collectible card. Just as Coulson was about to introduce his classic collection, the bald Agent Sitwell, seated before a computer, reported that Loki's whereabouts had been discovered. Coulson promptly shifted to seriousness, hurrying over to inquire about the location of the match target. Nick Fury gazed at the screen displaying Loki's nearly 100% match, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Was this audacious figure truly flaunting himself out in the open? His thoughts briefly wandered to Natasha, who had just informed him that she had still failed to contact Sean. However, now that they had pinpointed the target, there was no reason to remain idle. After a moment's contemplation, Nick made his decision, lifting his gaze to Steve Rogers. Captain, it's your turn. Chapter 123. Something is off. Steve Rogers, the superhero who once thwarted Hydra's sinister plans amidst the chaos of World War II, still bore the blood of obedience to orders within him. Upon receiving the command to engage, he unhesitatingly boarded the Quinjet, alongside Natasha, setting their sights on the suddenly reappeared Loki. After an intense struggle, Tony arrived just in time to join the fray. Seeing the overwhelming numbers against him, Loki quickly adopted a submissive demeanor, raising his hands in surrender. However, the astute Steve sensed that something was amiss. Yet before he could delve into the reasons behind his unease, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. On the return journey, the swift flight of the Quinjet was suddenly interrupted by a series of thunderous sounds. From the lower realms of Asgard, Thor swiftly abducted Loki. Thus, these future pillars of the Avengers, after experiencing a rather unpleasant initial confrontation, begrudgingly returned to the celestial mothership. Due to this series of unforeseen events, neither Tony, Steve, nor the others realized that everything unfolding before them had long been meticulously orchestrated by Loki. This so-called feigned surrender was merely a cunning trap devised by him. After Loki was confined in a cage that was clearly oversized for him, Natasha intended to extract information from Loki, hoping to glean insights into his scheme. Sensing the approach of someone outside the cage, Loki knew who it was and turned with a sly smile to regard the female spy. Where's Barton? What have you done to him that would make him betray us? Natasha inquired, gazing at Loki through the glass. With a mischievous tilt of his head, Loki observed Natasha. You seem to harbor quite a fondness for Barton. Do you love him? Only children speak of love. I merely owe him a significant debt, Natasha retorted. Oh, is that so? What about your boyfriend? Barton has shared a great deal with me, Loki continued, his smile growing more sinister. Upon hearing Loki mention Sean, Natasha felt a pang of concern, but her years of experience as a spy compelled her to maintain her composure, refusing to be swayed by Loki's words. If he told you, then you must know I owe Barton that debt. Noticing Natasha's silence, Loki astutely deduced that there might be issues between her and Sean. This realization deepened his smile. The situation was increasingly favorable for him. I could spare Barton, but what can you offer me in return? Loki asked leisurely as he settled into a chair, then disdainfully added, Moreover, my army is about to trample through your borders. Your concerns should not be centered on a single individual, should they? I am indifferent to those matters. All I know is that I have a debt to repay. Can you truly repay it? With all that blood on your hands, do you think saving a Barton, who is much like yourself, will lead to your redemption? It is utterly naive, laughable, and tragic. I will not harm Barton. I want to witness him gradually destroy you with his understanding of you, to kill you. Afterward, I will grant him freedom again, just as he realizes the full extent of his actions. And then I shall end his life when he is at the peak of his anguish. Loki proclaimed with a malevolent grin, relishing the devastation of Natasha's spirit through the glass. In the charm of his voice, Natasha seemed to foresee those horrific scenarios. She staggered backward, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at Loki. You are a monster. A monster? The true monster is you. Loki reveled in the pleasure of shattering Natasha's spirit, and upon hearing her assessment of him, he blurted out a response. In that fleeting moment, Natasha's expression abruptly returned to normal. So, Banner is your target? Loki's smile froze on his face as he blinked in confusion at Natasha's sudden change in demeanor. Oh dear, I've let it slip. Thank you for your cooperation, Natasha remarked with raised eyebrows and a smirk before hastily notifying everyone of Loki's intentions. Watching Natasha skip away, Loki felt as though he could hear the mocking brays of donkeys in the distance. The god of mischief from Asgard had been outwitted by a mere human spy, leading him to question whether the horns on his helmet were affecting his judgment. Had he truly become a foolish creature? Although Natasha had successfully extracted Loki's scheme, it was somewhat too late. The discord he had sown, coupled with the influence of his scepter, had already begun to incite infighting among the Avengers. Moreover, they were not only facing internal strife. The traitorous Hawkeye, Barton, was currently leading a squadron in an assault on the helicarrier. In Europe, within a lavish suite, May watched an entertainment program on the large LCD screen before turning to the unperturbed Sean. The television had just aired a report from Stuttgart, showcasing Steve Rogers and Tony Stark apprehending Loki, alongside Natasha piloting the Quinjet. Aren't you going to lend a hand? May inquired. Sean shook his head, remaining silent as he switched to another program. May glanced at Wanda's door before continuing. Actually, a few days ago, Wanda spoke to me. Upon hearing Wanda's name, Sean looked at her with curiosity. Do you know that Wanda has feelings for you? May's expression bore a hint of mischief. I haven't done anything to her. Sean replied, a touch defensively. He was aware of Wanda's affections, but he rationalized that she was still young and thought it might just be a child's infatuation. Thus, he had never reciprocated her feelings. Did I say something? May squinted at Sean. You're acting strange. Sean protested. I am not. I didn't do anything. Stop saying such things. Feeling the weight of May's skeptical gaze, Sean's face flushed with embarrassment. He had indeed sought to have a witch by his side. Actually, Wanda noticed you haven't been in your room these past few nights. Sean turned to May, puzzled. What do you mean? What else could it mean? You go out for food and don't even bother to clean your mouth. Wanda goes looking for you in the middle of the night. What do you think she wants? Cast a disdainful glance at, muttering about the audacity of the man who took advantage of her and then feigned innocence. S. eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced towards room and then back at, who wore a face full of grievances. He had not anticipated its boldness. It seemed a nocturnal ambush was underway. As lost himself in fantasies, abruptly rose to her feet. We all make our own choices, and I believe feels the same. With that, quickly retreated to her room. Though she understood the situation, it felt too humiliating to voice it aloud, especially seeing's troubled demeanor. She also harbored concerns for, as their relationship had remained strong ever since. Once hid away, returned to his room, lost in contemplation. Just then, with a soft click, his door swung open. Feeling a warm body burrow into his covers, instantly recognized it was not. He reached out to turn on a dim lamp. Amid the rustling of the blankets, a small head emerged, and even through the fabric of his nightclothes, he could distinctly feel nestled against him. Gently pushing aside the locks of hair that obscured her face, beheld her youthful visage, flushed with shyness. In a sudden rush, Their garments vanished, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Is this how you wield your abilities? Do you comprehend what you're doing? He placed his hand on her slender, pale shoulder, illuminated by the soft light. Yet, the little one in his embrace remained silent, lowering her head to timidly lick and nibble its chest, resembling a cute kitten, albeit with a somewhat clumsy demeanor. These actions were gleaned from the conversations of her schoolmates. Whenever they discussed such matters, discreetly took mental notes, anticipating the day she could practice on. Where did you learn all this? Felt a pleasant stir from her playful touches. Squirmed restlessly in his arms, too timid to speak, fearing that her fleeting courage would shatter. However, her attempts at practice met with an unforeseen obstacle. As moved, felt the exquisite softness of her movements, a sensation vastly different from their previous embraces through clothing. His hand instinctively traced her delicate skin, and at the moment his warm palm made contact with her, the little figure in his arms visibly quivered. As Sean's hand descended, Wanda softly collapsed against his chest, her sparkling eyes fluttering shut, and her rosy lips gasping for breath, evoking a sense of warmth against his skin. Then came the song. That fateful night, while Sean was preoccupied with his singing, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier endured an unprecedented assault. The mastermind behind this attack was none other than Hawkeye Barton, who possessed an intimate knowledge of everything within S.H.I.E.L.D. Through a series of strategic maneuvers, he achieved an impressive feat. First, he obliterated one of the carrier's power engines, causing a chain reaction that scattered the assembled Avengers, even triggering Bruce Banner's transformation due to the explosion's shockwave. Subsequently, under the guise of a diversion initiated by his subordinates, he successfully infiltrated the helicarrier's control system, leading to its catastrophic descent from the skies. Ultimately, he managed to rescue the captured Loki. Had he not been intercepted and captured at the end, Hawkeye's audacious assault would have been the stuff of legends. Roaring from within Bruce Banner, the Hulk raged, while Natasha, initially poised to flee in panic, remained frozen in place. Just as the Hulk was on the brink of rampage, Natasha, her face etched with fear, glimpsed a rapidly spinning portal through the Hulk's massive frame. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos, the simple-minded Hulk felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and in the next instant, he plummeted to the ground, his newly enlarged and green form swiftly retracting until he reverted to the bare Bruce Banner. Sean glanced at the fallen Hulk, bemused by his weightiness that rendered him lethargic. On the ground, Natasha's face still bore an expression of terror. The events had transpired so swiftly that she barely had time to process them. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on Sean, adorned in his dark attire and cloak, her autumn-like eyes brimming with sorrow, confusion, and a tinge of resentment. As she grappled with the reasons behind Sean's prior actions toward her, having subdued the Hulk, Sean stepped over the still unconscious Banner and approached Natasha, squatting down to meet her unwavering gaze. He gently grasped her delicate chin, saying, "Little one, should you ever dare to entice another man behind my back again, I shall truly cease to concern myself with you." Upon hearing Sean's words, Natasha blinked in surprise, gradually understanding that he was indeed jealous. Finally grasping the cause of his ire, she felt a mix of joy, amusement, and indignation swirl within her. As a tear escaped the corner of her eye and trickled down her cheek, she could no longer suppress her emotions and began to playfully strike Sean. "I haven't taken on such tasks in ages, you know?" Natasha's voice carried a hint of a sob. Sensing Natasha's emotions, Sean refrained from blocking her small fists. Alas, why resort to the taser? Are you still heeding Coulson's advice to seek out Hulk? Upon hearing Sean's words, Natasha was about to check on the unconscious Banner, but found her chin firmly gripped by Sean, preventing her from turning her head. "Don't gaze upon unclean things," Sean admonished. Natasha retorted, "Then perhaps you should remove your X-ray vision. You've seen the most unsightly things of all. I merely intended to explain the situation to Dr. Banner. The archives in the Bureau have it all documented." With her chin firmly held, Natasha's lips puffed out adorably, a sight Sean had never witnessed before. "Very well. Given your cuteness, I shall forgive you this once," he conceded. After hearing Sean's words and experiencing this moment of camaraderie, Natasha suddenly grasped the gravity of their circumstances. "Wait, Barton, he has been controlled by Loki," she exclaimed. Understanding Natasha's indebtedness to Barton, Sean comforted her. "I will take you to him." With that, he lifted Natasha from the ground. "I can walk on my own," she protested. Although the surrounding personnel had been dismissed by Natasha due to the Hulk's presence, it would be quite humiliating for the renowned Black Widow to be carried out by Sean. Noticing Natasha's slightly impaired leg, Sean realized her enhanced physique had merely sustained a fracture, which was already beginning to heal automatically. Ignoring her struggles, he carried her to the nearest lounge. In an instant, He vanished and reappeared, this time holding the unconscious Hawkeye, Barton, whom he had retrieved from some unknown location. Loki has escaped, but I know where he has gone, he stated, just as Natasha opened her mouth to speak. What about the others? She inquired. Thor is fine, though he did fall from the sky. Tony and the others are currently on the bridge, and Banner has also been found, Sean replied, relaying the information he had gathered. We must quickly inform them of Loki's whereabouts. No need to rush. Let us first resolve this fellow's predicament. Chapter 125. The Cunning Old Man through Natasha's relentless efforts. They finally managed to recalibrate Barton's consciousness. Oh dear, my head, he groaned, shaking it vigorously while intermittently glancing at Natasha and Sean. How did you restore my awareness? Natasha gestured playfully with her fist, prompting Barton to adopt a comically constipated expression. Now I understand why my head aches so much. Well done, but please, don't do that again. After shaking his head once more, Barton fixed his gaze upon Natasha, his eyes brimming with guilt as he inquired. How many have perished because of me? Clint, it is not your fault, Natasha gently reassured him, patting his shoulder. You were under Loki's control. Lacking a definitive answer from Natasha, Barton understood that the toll of lives lost or harmed due to his actions was surely considerable. Lowering his head, he murmured, if only I could shoot Loki's eye out with a single arrow, it might bring me some solace. Then you ought to muster your spirits. We are on the verge of confronting that fellow, and you may have the chance to exact your vengeance, Sean remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing the word vengeance, Barton, who had been despondent just moments before, straightened up. Do you already know Loki's whereabouts? He asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. For he had been oblivious to Loki's specific plans while under control, merely following orders. Oh, I almost forgot. However, in the next moment, Barton nodded in understanding. Having perused Sean's dossier, for Sean, locating Loki on Earth was hardly a formidable challenge. The trio then proceeded together towards the bridge of the airship. At that moment, the atmosphere on the bridge was rather somber, as Nick Fury had just informed everyone of Phil Coulson's demise. The honest man had sought to prevent Loki's escape, confronting him single-handedly with the weapon devised by S.H.I.E.L.D. through the Tesseract, only to be deceived by Loki's illusions and mortally wounded. What is happening here? Sean's voice abruptly pierced the heavy silence, shattering the oppressive mood as everyone donned expressions of mourning. Fury, clutching a limited edition card stained with Coulson's blood, had just intended to toss it away when he instinctively recoiled, directing his one eye towards Sean, who had entered with Natasha and Hawkeye Barton. What the hell? When did he arrive? Fury's immediate reaction was not one of joy, but rather a sense of unease. This is going to be problematic. The first thought that crossed Fury's mind upon seeing Sean was not one of elation, but a twitch of irritation. Seated nearby, Tony, upon hearing Sean's voice, refrained from retorting, feeling an unusual sense of blame towards Sean. Had he appeared sooner, perhaps all matters would have been resolved by now. Steve Rogers, meanwhile, scrutinized Sean with a discerning gaze, having reviewed Sean's profile provided by Fury. Sean gradually approached Maria Hill, who stood with her arms crossed, her demeanor equally disheartened. Though she had always maintained an image of cold severity within S.H.I.E.L.D., she shared a decent rapport with Coulson. After all, who could dislike a good-natured person like him? Due to the previous attack from Barton's explosive arrows, traces of blood and dust still marred Hill's face, lending the stoic commander an intriguing allure. Is it merely the result of an attack? Is your S.H.I.E.L.D. so fragile? Upon hearing Sean's jest, Hill immediately lifted her head, locking eyes with him. Coulson is dead. Who said that? I just heard the doctor say they revived him. Sean tilted his head, his words eliciting furrowed brows from Steve, Tony, and Hill, who then turned to glance at Nick Fury, awkwardly standing by. I merely sought to provide you with some motivation, Nick said, maintaining his composure. Had his expression not been so grim, one might have expected to see a rather comical blush on his face. At his remark, the group's previously somber mood swiftly morphed into indignation towards Fury. Even Steve, typically patient, felt a surge of frustration. This old man is insufferable. Tony rolled his eyes in disbelief, recognizing the naivety in believing a man renowned for his deceit. I knew his arrival would spell trouble. Nick, noticing the enthusiasm he had momentarily ignited was now extinguished, cast a forlorn glance at Sean, who entirely disregarded him. We plan to confront Loki for a celebration. Care to join us? Sean turned to Steve, his eyes inviting. Do you already know Loki's whereabouts? Steve's eyes brightened at the question as he rose to his feet. After such a disheartening defeat, he had never felt so constrained. In the past, during World War II, he had been the one delivering decisive blows to Hydra, yet now, In this modern era, he felt somewhat obsolete. Prepare for revelry, Captain. Barton tightened the quiver on his back, eager to avenge their loss. All right, I will retrieve my gear. Wait for me. Rogers dashed towards the bridge's exit. Just as Sean and the others were about to leave, someone could no longer contain themselves. Hey, ISNT, anyone going to invite the illustrious Iron Man? Tony exclaimed, arms outstretched. Who's speaking? Did you all hear someone? Sean feigned surprise, glancing at the others. Everyone present, except for Barton, recognized Sean's playful mockery. Tony had ignored him, and now he was retaliating by excluding him from the festivities. Natasha stifled a smile at Tony's dejected expression, while Hill coughed discreetly, shaking her head with a serious demeanor. They had undergone professional training to maintain their composure. You are my security consultant. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided by certain dark-hearted individuals, Tony said, lacking conviction, while casting a glare at the amused Nick Fury. This is all your fault. Sean then turned to Tony with a raised eyebrow. Why not hurry and get dressed? If you arrive late, don't blame me if your home is dismantled. Though Tony had yet to grasp the full meaning behind Sean's words, it did not deter him from placing his trust in Sean. Without delay, he hurried off to repair his battle suit. Observing Sean departing the bridge with a group of individuals, Nick Fury felt an unsettling sense of something amiss, yet he could not articulate it. Have our communication systems been restored? He inquired, casting a glance at Hill. I apologize, sir. What did you just say? Hill, preoccupied with watching Sean, had entirely missed Fury's question. Fury pursed his lips, sensing that this Avenger seemed to have been established for Sean's benefit. Chapter 126. Ears pricked. Once Tony and Steve were prepared, Sean opened a portal within the aerial mothership, leading several individuals through to Stark Tower. Isn't that large and rather unsightly? Steve began, intending to make a remark about the outside, but he quickly retracted his words upon noticing the sharp glance Tony shot him. It is indeed somewhat unattractive, Sean interjected, echoing Steve's sentiment. Tony, visibly irked, directed an annoyed stare at Sean. He had initially planned to inquire whether Sean would like to have his name associated with any future constructions, but Sean's comment had caught him off guard. You missed a tremendous opportunity. It was at this moment that Tony finally comprehended the implications of Sean's earlier remark regarding the destruction of his home, especially upon hearing Jarvis inform him that the apparatus for the Tesseract had been set up on the terrace and could not be shut down. Loki, you insufferable fiend. Do not partake, Sean urged as they arrived at the terrace, where Dr. Selvig was manipulating the equipment. Doctor, cease immediately, Natasha shouted. Yet, in the next instant, everyone was momentarily blinded, only to find Selvig sprawled on the ground, succumbed to slumber. Witnessing this, Steve felt a pang of sympathy. However, Barton quickly remarked, Dr. Selvig, like myself, has been ensnared by Loki's scepter. Only in this manner can he be awakened. Despite Selvig's unconsciousness, the portal remained open. The apparatus on the terrace began to emit blue energy arcs, and under their influence, the entire device commenced operation. As the speed of the rotation intensified, a nearly tangible beam of energy shot skyward, bursting forth in a resounding explosion that unfolded into a cosmic star map, reminiscent of the earlier event at the Joint Dark Energy Research Institute. However, it was evident that the energy levels and indices this time were considerably higher, and this force seemed to sustain the portal's opening in the sky indefinitely. While the others were captivated by the spectacle before them, a shadowy figure crept below the terrace. At that moment, Loki yearned to flee, yet escape was not an option. Originally, he intended to open a portal atop the grand edifice constructed by Tony, allowing his Chitauri army to invade the Earth directly. This location was simply exquisite, serving as the finest vantage point to display his might while simultaneously mocking Tony Stark. However, Loki did not anticipate that Tony and his allies would arrive so swiftly, accompanied by the one individual he dreaded the most. Thus, upon discovering Sean and his companions' whereabouts, he promptly concealed himself, unaware that Sean had already detected him, dismissing him entirely. Down below, Sean indicated towards the terrace. The onlookers, initially focused on the portal above, shifted their gaze in the direction Sean pointed. There, behind a low wall, two prominent, curved horns were unmistakably visible. Has this little rabbit forgotten to tuck away its ears? Tony remarked with a sardonic smile at the sight of the protruding horns. Barton, upon spotting Loki, felt an immediate surge of animosity, ready to heed Sean's command and apprehend him. Yet, Steve interjected, wait, I believe that thing above us might be of greater significance. Indeed, in that brief moment, the assembled Chitauri army had begun to surge through the portal towards their location. The relentless influx of alien spacecraft above, coupled with the dense throng of Chitauri behind the portal, evoked a palpable sense of impending doom among them. It's your turn, Good luck. Just as they sensed the gravity of the situation, Tony, with an air of nonchalance, patted Sean, who bore a similarly bemused expression. Sean shot him a disbelieving glance. You really think that's encouragement? I'll handle the situation up there. You all remain vigilant against Loki's illusions. And do call Selvig to ensure he wakes up and secures the door. Only he knows how to close this thing, Sean instructed, gesturing towards the machinery still whirring before them. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous sound echoed in their ears, and Sean's figure vanished, racing towards the swarm of Chitauri ships in the sky like a swarm of locusts. Steve remained, his expression etched with concern as he surveyed the unfolding battle in the heavens, feeling that Sean might be underestimating the enemy's strength. However, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. The Chitauri ships that had initially surged through the portal, brimming with menace, crumbled before Sean as if made of mere paper. In the mere span of a breath, these scattered alien vessels were entirely obliterated by Sean's overwhelming might. Following this, Sean managed to control the entire battlefield at the portal. Any Chitauri vessel daring to breach the threshold was shattered in the blink of an eye. The sole evidence of the Chitauri army's past presence on Earth lies in the various debris continuously cascading from the portal, alongside the corpses of the initial Chitauri vanguard, which Sean had vanquished, and the battered remnants of their spacecraft, all tumbling towards the ground. This scene, both tragic and magnificent, appeared so to the Chitauri. However, what Loki had boasted as a grand invasion now seemed an absurd farce, for the subsequent Chitauri forces had not even the opportunity to approach the portal, helplessly witnessing their comrades disintegrate under Sean's formidable onslaught. Captain, what are you doing? Hurry up, there won't be any room left to fight Loki. Tony called back to Steve, who stood transfixed, gazing skyward. Sean hovered at the portal's location, feeling that merely killing was not sufficiently satisfying. His eyes began to glow red. He unleashed a scorching beam, cleaving a wide swath through everything in its path. Simultaneously, he brandished a double-edged trident blade, channeling the eternal flame, which erupted in a golden-red torrent from its tip. The Chitauri caught in its wake met a grim fate, incinerated into mere remnants in the vacuum of space. Witnessing Sean's overwhelming prowess, the Chitauri were not fools. They maneuvered massive cosmic behemoths towards him, attempting to leverage their size for victory. Yet, under the dual assault of the scorching beam and the eternal flame, their efforts were in vain. Faced with such catastrophic losses, especially from just one adversary, the Chitauri were nearly paralyzed with fear. Soon, Sean observed their retreat, as they fell back and, led by their colossal mothership, commenced a barrage of artillery fire towards him. Cannot engage in close combat? Shall we attempt from afar then? Amidst the taunts of the grotesque Chitauri, Sean smirked disdainfully. He infused his trident blade with the eternal flame, and as its radiance intensified, he hurled it forth, aimed directly at the largest of the spacecraft. The thrown trident blade streaked through space like a meteor, leaving a luminous tail in its wake, piercing through any Chitauri that stood in its path. Ultimately, the trident blade struck the hull of the mothership with the force of a meteorite, exploding in a cataclysmic eruption of the eternal flame, shattering the entire vessel. As the Chitauri beheld their flagship's destruction, they turned to the unscathed Sean, who remained unharmed even after the recent bombardment. It was at that moment they realized the true terror embodied by this individual before them. The remaining Chitauri, stripped of their earlier bravado, emitted low, fearful moans beneath their grotesque visages. After a brief pause, they scattered in a panicked flight, eager to distance themselves from the portal. Observing that the Chitauri had lost their will to fight, Sean summoned his three-pronged dagger and descended from the portal high above. He was confident that under the relentless onslaught, the remaining Chitauri would not dare approach the portal again. While Sean dealt with the Chitauri, Tony and Steve approached Loki. Loki had been attentively observing the commotion, harboring a flicker of hope that Sean would fall victim to the overwhelming might of the Chitauri. However, before his expectations could materialize, Tony and the others soon approached him. With a disdainful smile, Loki rose from behind a low wall, regarding Tony and his companions with contempt. You pitiful few stand no chance. Surrender now, Bambi, he taunted. Tony, raising his palm cannon, scrutinized the formidable horned helmet adorning Loki's head. Loki could not suppress a cold chuckle. Although unfamiliar with the term Bambi, he was certain it was not a compliment. What right do you defeated foes have to speak to me in such a manner? My Chitauri army will soon arrive, and you shall all bow at my feet. I am your king. Loki continued to indulge in his delusions of grandeur. An army? You mean those beings in the sky who refused to even enter the portal? Tony retorted, gesturing dismissively at the portal above. He had unwavering faith in Sean's abilities, believing there was nothing beyond his capacity to resolve. Upon hearing Tony's words, Loki glanced skyward once more, prompting the others to turn their attention to the situation above. The portal hovered silently, enveloped in an eerie calm, save for the sounds of energy pulsating and the debris of fallen extraterrestrial remnants. Not a single alien specter was in sight. Witnessing this scene, even Steve wore a relaxed, mocking expression as he turned to the sullen-faced Loki. The last time I fought, I dealt with a little mustached tyrant, much like you, who fancied himself above all. Yet, the difference lies in the fact that he commanded a substantial army. As Steve's derisive words pierced the air, Loki felt his face flush with a mix of anger and humiliation, but he was not one to concede easily. Meanwhile, while everyone's attention was momentarily diverted, Loki had already unleashed his illusion magic. The figure before Tony and the others was merely a projection. The true Loki stealthily approached Natasha. Loki was acutely aware of the relationship between Sean and Natasha. Although the portal had been opened by Selvig, the Chitauri army remained thwarted outside, thanks to Sean's solitary efforts. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him, and he could only devise a strategy to break the deadlock through Natasha. As an Asgardian, no, rather, a frost giant, Loki's physical attributes far surpassed those of mere earthlings. The last time, Steve had found it exceedingly challenging to contend with Loki. Even with the advantage of a 50-50 boost, and this time, being a surprise attack only added to Loki's advantage, allowing him to easily encircle Natasha from behind. At that moment, Natasha was preoccupied with trying to awaken Selvig, wholly oblivious to the imminent peril. Loki suppressed his inner exhilaration and slowly extended his malevolent hand toward Natasha. Just as he was reveling in the anticipation of success, that nightmarish voice echoed ominously in his ear. If you no longer wish to keep that claw, I could assist you in removing it. The moment the voice resonated, Loki's illusion shattered, and his concealed form was instantly laid bare. Steve, Tony, and Barton gazed at the fading green projection with furrowed brows, their attention shifting to Loki's true form lurking behind Natasha. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath. Realizing he had been deceived yet again, Steve cast an apologetic glance at the suddenly appearing Sean. Not having anticipated that Sean would manage to contain the most significant threat while they struggled with the seemingly minor Loki, necessitating Sean's return to salvage the situation. At that moment, Barton nocked an arrow, aiming directly at Loki's head, recognizing that engaging in any superfluous dialogue with such a cunning and treacherous foe was futile. Natasha, too, turned in astonishment, warily eyeing the imminent threat posed by Loki. Only upon realizing Sean's presence did she exhale a sigh of relief, albeit still shaken. Sean, what is the situation above? Though no signs of an alien incursion had been witnessed, Steve could not restrain his inquiry, fearing that Sean had abandoned the battle above out of concern for them. Is that really necessary to ask? Those Chitauri must have been dealt with. Tony replied with a smile, confident that Sean had resolved the matter before returning. It seems you did not heed Odin's words at all, Sean remarked to Loki, his demeanor betraying no hint of having just emerged from a fierce battle. To him, the conflict with the Chitauri had been akin to a leisurely stroll in the wilderness. Upon hearing Sean's words, Loki's expression transformed from one of embarrassment to a dark scowl, as Sean had invoked the name of the one person he most dreaded. Enough! Loki bellowed, arms outstretched. You wretched, insignificant humans. I am a god. I was born to rule over you. You should all grovel at my feet. Loki, in a fit of rage, bellowed, his repeated failures compounded by the incessant mockery from what he deemed to be the inferior human beings around him, driving him to the brink of madness. Chapter 128. The joyous pendulum. At this moment, Loki's emotions were in utter turmoil. Ever since he fled from Asgard, he had been wandering through the cosmos, relying on his mastery of illusion magic and his silver tongue to earn the trust of the Chitauri. Through their introduction, he became aware of the existence of a cosmic overlord. However, he had never laid eyes on this overlord, yet he considered this an extraordinary opportunity. With the overlord seeking the Tesseract on Earth, Loki boldly proclaimed his familiarity with the planet, asserting that he could lead the Chitauri army to conquer it entirely. In return, he proposed his own terms. Earth would become his domain, and he would be its new king. Loki's machinations were meticulously crafted. He intended to exploit the Chitauri's might to aid in his invasion of Earth, which would serve as both revenge against his noble brother Thor and a means to confront the detested Sean. Even if he were to fail, he believed it would incite animosity between Sean and this cosmic overlord. Moreover, he held no doubts about his success. In his eyes, the primitive realm of Earth harbored no power capable of resisting the Chitauri onslaught. Aside from Sean and his hammer-wielding brother, the rest of humanity were merely insignificant insects, easily crushed beneath his foot. Thus, Loki embarked on his so-called grand invasion plan, and events unfolded largely as he had anticipated. The only unforeseen circumstance was that Thor had been sent to Earth by Odin through dark energy due to the destruction of the Bifrost. However, Loki had grossly underestimated Sean's strength, leading to the complete collapse of his scheme. Previously, while in Asgard, Loki had heard tales of Sean battling all the warriors of Asgard. But at that time, he could not fathom that a mere mortal from Midgard could possess such formidable power. To Loki, that so-called great battle was nothing more than exaggerated tales. Perhaps Sean had some skill, but Loki believed him to be on par with his brother at best. It was not until all his meticulously laid plans were effortlessly dismantled by Sean, who even mentioned the person Loki had a complex relationship with, that Loki could no longer contain his fury. "You perceive us as insects. Then I shall grant you this opportunity," Sean said to the frenzied Loki. Steve, standing beside Sean, felt uneasy about his words. They had already gained the upper hand and should simply apprehend Loki without taking any further risks. However, apart from Steve, no one dared to question Sean's assertions. Even Barton, who had already drawn his bow, relaxed his taut string. Upon hearing this, a confident smile immediately graced Loki's face. He had always believed himself to be superior to his brother Thor. While he might indeed fall short in direct combat against Surtur, he perceived that battle was not merely a matter of brute force. With Sean's declaration, he felt no obligation to hold back. Before anyone could react, Loki launched an attack on Sean, raising his scepter to unleash a surge of energy. Yet, Sean did not even flinch, allowing the energy emitted from the scepter to collide with him. To Loki's astonishment, the anticipated scene of Sean being knocked back did not materialize. This led Loki to cast a doubtful glance at his scepter, well aware of its formidable power. Undeterred, Loki leapt forward, opting for a physical assault since the energy attack proved futile. However, before his spear could approach Sean, he felt an immense force strike him. With a series of thuds, Sean grasped Loki by the ankle, sending him spinning like a pendulum under Sean's immense strength. Loki's body, far stronger than that of an ordinary human, repeatedly met the ground, causing the onlookers to sway their heads in disbelief. Yes, a few more like that. Barton relished in Loki's plight, finding Sean's humiliating assault far more satisfying than his earlier desire to shoot Loki in the head. After Sean had utilized Loki as a punching bag, he finally grasped the exhilaration akin to that of the Hulk. Pure ecstasy, a sentiment I shall express but once. Tony observed the two large craters formed in the ground, one of which contained a bloodied and tattered Loki, who whimpered pitifully. He then glanced around at the mocking gazes of the surrounding crowd. He resolved never to provoke Sean again. This was akin to a heartless execution. To inflict such humiliation before so many witnesses was truly devastating. Loki would likely carry the scars of this encounter for the rest of his life. "I've never encountered such a feeble god," Tony remarked, unable to contain himself. "Neither have I," Barton nodded in agreement, exchanging a knowing smile with Tony. In the crater, Loki, now punctured with two more daggers, shed a tear mixed with blood, a manifestation of his shame and regret. "Had I perished in Jotunheim, I would not have been taken in by Odin. Had I not been taken in by Odin, I would not have ascended to godhood. Had I not ascended to godhood, I would not have encountered Sean, and had I not encountered Sean." Amidst the collective lamentations for Loki, the tardy arrival of Thor finally graced the scene. Clad in silver armor and a crimson cape, he descended upon the terrace of Stark Tower, propelled by Mjolnir, and immediately beheld the two prominent craters upon the ground, along with the pitiable sight of his younger brother. "Loki, what has befallen you? Who is responsible for this?" Thor initially gazed at his mischievous sibling with affection, only to pivot towards the crowd with a countenance of fury, wielding his hammer. "Oh," Tony, noticing that Thor had set his sights on several individuals nearby, quickly raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, signaling that they were not the culprits. It was only when Thor's gaze fell upon Sean, who appeared to be quite amused, that he instinctively glanced at the clearly visible gash upon Mjolnir. "Well done. I shall take my turn next time." Witnessing Thor's flustered demeanor, Tony could no longer contain his laughter, sharing a hearty chuckle with Hawkeye and Barton. "What is so amusing?" Thor furrowed his brow, directing his ire towards the two. "Nothing. Merely reminiscing about delightful matters," Tony replied, placing a hand on his waist. "Indeed, we emerged victorious, did we not? That is certainly cause for celebration," Barton added, gazing up at the portal in the sky. "Humph." Thor shot a disgruntled glance at the pair, stowing his hammer beneath his cloak. After considerable effort from the group, Selvig was finally roused from his stupor, revealing the method to close the portal. At that moment, Tony's attention shifted to the elevator, where a rather unassuming figure stood, somewhat awkwardly observing the unfolding events. "Did I miss something?" Chapter 129. Professionals should handle professional matters. Sean, Tony, Steve, and others were intent on swiftly shutting the celestial portal above, yet the sudden, slightly reserved voice that reached their ears caused them to turn in unison. There stood a diminutive man with a somewhat anxious expression, quietly positioned at the elevator's entrance. It was Bruce Banner. Previously, during the skirmish aboard the helicarrier, Bruce had transformed into the Hulk, yet before he could wreak havoc, he was ambushed by Sean's precise strike, rendering him unconscious and swiftly reverting to his human form. Fortunately, SHIELD agents had promptly discovered the incapacitated Bruce and carefully relocated him to a secure lounge, assigning personnel to monitor him closely. After a period of slumber, as Sean and the others departed the helicarrier in search of Loki, Bruce finally began to awaken. It must be said that his extraordinary physique played a pivotal role at this moment. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would likely have needed to succumb to a prolonged slumber before regaining consciousness. Shortly after awakening, Bruce engaged in a brief meeting with Nick Fury. During this private audience, Nick elaborated in detail on the gravity of the current situation and the stakes involved. After listening to Nick's words, Bruce Banner furrowed his brow in contemplation. Fully aware of the purpose behind Nick's summons, he pondered the implications of the matter at hand, but soon reached a resolution. Bruce expressed his willingness to journey to Manhattan. For this impending conflict was not merely a struggle for the ambitions of a single individual or nation, but rather a matter of Earth's future. Despite the havoc and destruction often wrought by the Hulk's appearances, at this moment, as per Nick's assertions, the planet faced a monumental threat of invasion from extraterrestrial forces. In such circumstances, the Hulk's formidable strength could transcend mere destructiveness, potentially serving as a crucial, even decisive, factor in the resistance against the extraterrestrial foe. With this in mind, Bruce's sense of responsibility intensified. He understood that regardless of his personal inclinations, he must step forward to protect the planet and its inhabitants. However, what Bruce did not anticipate was that upon arriving in New York aboard a SHIELD aircraft, the scene before him starkly contrasted with the war-torn inferno he had envisioned. Bruce had expected to witness aliens rampaging through New York, wreaking havoc, but instead, the entirety of Manhattan was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Were it not for the conspicuous portal in the sky and the alien debris cascading from it, he might have doubted whether he had arrived at the correct destination. After a thorough observation and confirmation, Bruce pinpointed the location of the portal suspended in the sky. Subsequently, he took the subway, hastening toward the base of Stark Tower. Fortunately, as there were no aliens laying waste to Manhattan, he encountered no obstacles along the way and soon reached his destination. Upon entering Stark Tower, had it not been for Tony's astute and courteous artificial intelligence, JARVIS, who had anticipated the potential developments and had evacuated all security personnel, Bruce's simple attire would have made it exceedingly difficult for him to access the top floor with such ease. After all, his unassuming garb made it hard for anyone to believe he had any connection to the illustrious Tony Stark. "Oh, Dr. Banner, you are awake. That's splendid. We have concluded here," Tony remarked with a playful tone. "Well, I suppose I am awake, but it appears that the portal above is still incessantly dropping debris." Bruce Banner mused, hoping that his presence would prove beneficial this time. You refer to that debris? Fear not. Arrangements will be made for its removal in due course." Tony waved his hand dismissively. "And Loki," Bruce began, but was interrupted as Tony shifted aside to reveal the pitiful figure of the so-called god who had been thoroughly beaten. Who is that?" Bruce inquired, gazing at the humanoid entity propped up by Thor in the large pit. Although the figure was clad in Loki's attire, he hesitated to confirm it, as the last time he encountered Loki, he was brimming with ambition, poised to seize dominion. "Loki, it seems, has been dealt a severe blow. I had hoped you would arrive, but someone has taken it upon themselves to assist you." Tony shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed by Thor's eye roll behind him. Upon learning that Loki's current state was a result of someone else's intervention, Bruce began to scan the surroundings, soon spotting a familiar yet unfamiliar dark figure. After Bruce's arrival, Sean had scarcely acknowledged him. Now that the chaos from Loki's invasion had subsided, he slowly approached Natasha. "You can close the portal using Selvig's method. I shall take my leave now. Remember to return home today. We must have a proper discussion," he informed her. Natasha looked up at Sean and asked, "Are you departing just like that? What else is there to do? The adversaries in the sky are too afraid to descend, and those on the ground have been thoroughly vanquished. Is there anything further that requires my intervention?" Sean tilted his head, inquiring. Surprisingly, Natasha did not find anything amiss in Sean's audacious demeanor. Instead, she contemplated the current situation, acknowledging that he was right. The troublesome issues had been resolved, leaving only the cleanup. She was taken aback to realize that even she, a senior agent of SHIELD, had a day when she was mopping up after others. Wait, you've caused such destruction to the ground. How am I to unveil the first Stark Tower now? Tony immediately interjected upon hearing Sean's intention to leave. Shall I assist you with renovations? Sean suggested, his eyes glowing crimson as he prepared to depart. Perhaps that is unnecessary. I believe it is best to leave such matters to the professionals. Wouldn't you agree? Tony replied, swiftly opting for the most favorable outcome for himself with a sheepish grin as he beheld Sean's crimson light. Then, Sean, under the gaze of the onlookers, activated the portal and stepped through. After crossing through the portal, Sean, restored to his true self, gazed at the peacefully slumbering Wanda on the bed. Unable to resist, he gently brushed aside her disheveled locks before slipping under the covers, as if he had never left. Chapter 130. Wanda's melodic memories. Wanda felt as though she had just emerged from a battle after singing with Sean. Yet, it was evident that this struggle had brought her immense joy, for she was the principal vocalist in this melodious skirmish. Despite her desperate attempts to temper her volume, she consistently soared to the highest notes, buoyed by Sean's harmonious accompaniment. Although the aftermath left her feeling weak and fatigued, the unrelenting joy she experienced during their duet was unlike anything she had ever felt before. Singing with Sean nearly left her parched, had her body permitted it. She would have implored him to continue, urging him to provide her with more accompaniment. Alas, her stamina was waning, and being a novice in singing, especially alongside such a skilled partner as Sean, led to her swift capitulation. Once Wanda had drifted into a drowsy slumber, she remained unaware of Sean's departure and subsequent return. By the time she stirred, emitting adorable whimpers and slightly squinting her enchanting eyes, Sean found himself once again enveloped in her embrace. More accurately, she resembled a small kitten nestled comfortably in Sean's broad arms. Awake, are we, little kitten? Sean smiled down at the gently writhing Wanda. Were it not for her physical state, he would have undoubtedly initiated another playful round. The reason was simple. The little kitten in his arms was irresistibly adorable. Wanda, just rousing from sleep, squinted her eyes and glanced up at Sean. After blinking in disbelief for a few seconds to confirm that this was not a mere dream, she quickly buried her head once more. How embarrassing, she thought, her heart racing as memories of yesterday flooded her mind. It turned out that prior to May's conversation with Sean, Wanda had shared more than one heartfelt exchange with May, openly expressing her feelings. What should I do? The delicate and youthful Wanda implored, shaking May's arm and playfully pouting. Even May, being a girl herself, found it difficult to resist the charm of such an enchanting Wanda. How should I know? May replied, lowering her head to conceal her starry-eyed admiration for Wanda while evading her questions. How am I supposed to answer that? May, dear sister, please help me think of a solution. Otherwise, this precious opportunity I've finally obtained will be snatched away by someone else. Wanda persistently followed May's gaze, refusing to relent. Wanda was acutely aware that among Sean's women, May was the softest-hearted. Had Natasha or Cheen been present, they would likely not have been so easily won over. It must be said that the young girl possessed a certain shrewdness. Observing Wanda, who was nestled in her embrace, May's eyes darted as she contemplated the situation. Recently, Sean had indeed been in a foul mood, though he had not overtly expressed it. May felt that having Wanda around might be beneficial, perhaps even capable of lifting Sean's spirits. May had always felt free to express her true self in Sean's presence, which explained her boldness even in public venues. Furthermore, she had a premonition that Sean's circle of women would continue to expand. Thus, it seemed prudent to cultivate a rapport with Wanda, who held a significant place in Sean's heart. If circumstances unfolded favorably, Sean would not only cherish them more, but upon learning the intricacies of the situation, his affection for May might intensify, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Contemplating the various forms of punishment Sean could impose, May felt a shiver run through her. Hastily, she pushed Wanda off her lap to avoid any untoward situations. After clearing her throat and forcing herself to regain composure, May looked at Wanda, who appeared to be seeking assistance, and said, I'm unsure how to proceed, but Sean has been rather moody these past couple of nights. I believe if someone were to comfort him, he would likely not refuse. As she stammered through her words, the warmth in May's cheeks could have boiled an egg. Goodness, what am I saying? Although May had previously been quite open with Sean, this was her first instance of speaking so candidly about finding another woman for him. Wanda, clearly taken aback by May's frankness, felt a spark of excitement upon hearing her words. Does this mean there is an opportunity tonight? With that thought, Wanda began to cozy up to May until she eventually promised that Sean would sleep alone that night. Overjoyed, Wanda planted a kiss on May's cheek. If Sean had been present at that moment, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Why are you kissing her? Kiss me instead." Nevertheless, Wanda understood that May was being reasonable. Had it been any other woman, she would have surely been cast aside without such support. Consequently, Wanda regarded May as a true sister, in the most earnest sense. The two then engaged in hushed conspiracies on the sofa. After her conversation with Sean that evening, May retreated to her room, intentionally disregarding the events outside. Wanda, who had been eagerly waiting, stealthily emerged from her room upon discovering that Sean had also returned to his quarters alone. As she recalled the events that transpired after entering Sean's room, her face flushed a deep crimson. She was astonished that a mere gentle touch from him could evoke such fervent sensations. His hands were exceedingly warm, and she felt as though she were soaring through the heavens, unable to descend. The more she pondered, the more her embarrassment intensified, causing her to squirm restlessly. At that moment, Sean observed Wanda, who had buried her head beneath the covers, refusing to acknowledge him. He found amusement in her shyness. Acutely aware of how her body gradually radiated warmth from embarrassment, he lifted his hand and gently stroked her hair through the blanket, refraining from further conversation, sensing that she needed a moment to process her feelings. After a while, Wanda suddenly raised her little head, her big eyes blinking at Sean, her lips trembling slightly. Noticing the blend of shyness and trepidation in her gaze, Sean teased, "What?" Perceiving that Sean was playfully mocking her, Wanda pouted, a mix of happiness and melancholy in her expression. In response to this scene, Sean could not resist leaning in to plant a tender kiss on Wanda's rosy lips. Afterward, he reluctantly pulled away from her emerging little tongue. "It's time to get up. Pietro and the others are waiting outside. If we delay any longer, they might discover us. Or do you wish to reveal everything to them right now?" Sean inquired, wanting to respect Wanda's feelings despite his own indifference to the situation. "Oh, what should I do? Am I really supposed to just go out like this?" Wanda exclaimed, suddenly panicking as she sat upright from Sean's embrace, her youthful and delicate form exposed to the cool air. Sean remarked, "What have I just witnessed?" Chapter 131. An unexpected visitor the following day. Sean and his companions began their journey back from Europe. Coincidentally, upon returning to the apartment, they encountered Natasha, who was also returning. Standing on the staircase, Natasha observed the group below, engaged in lively conversation, her keen instincts as a spy sensing something amiss. Noticing the overly familiar demeanor between Wanda and Sean, Natasha wore an intrigued expression. Peter, who had been conversing with Pietro, was the first to spot Natasha. Immediately, he dashed over, ready to perform for her. "Hey, Natasha, did you know? Our trip to Europe was absolutely fantastic. As soon as we arrived at the airport, a line of people was there to greet us." He struck a serious pose before quickly reverting to his usual playful demeanor. "The hotel in which we resided was extraordinarily luxurious. The suite was so vast that I initially failed to realize my room contained a bathroom. For the first few days, I utilized the public facilities." Meanwhile, Natasha listened with a smile as Peter rambled on, occasionally glancing with her beautiful, large eyes at Sean and the somewhat bashful Wanda. Upon seeing Natasha, Wanda was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering Natasha on her very first day back, nor did she know that it was Sean who had invited her. Previously, while in Europe, Wanda had been able to communicate with May purely out of a sense of urgency. She felt that if she did not take action, this opportunity would be lost forever, which compelled her to muster the courage to seek May's assistance. However, the dynamics of her relationship with Sean had since shifted, leading to an inherent awkwardness whenever she encountered Natasha. May lingered nearby, unable to endure Peter's incessant chatter any longer, and swiftly intervened to halt his attempts to continue conversing with Natasha. Grasping the back of Peter's neck, she guided him toward the rooms at the end of the corridor. In truth, May felt a degree of embarrassment. Upon seeing Natasha's expression, she realized that Wanda's situation could not be concealed from her. Upon returning from an outing with Sean, they now had an additional teammate. May sensed that Natasha might be internally blaming her for failing to keep tabs on this troublesome individual. Pietro exchanged knowing glances with Sean, signaling a mutual understanding between men, before making his way towards the room, intending to grant Sean and Natasha some privacy. Sean, witnessing Pietro beckoning Wanda to join him, internally rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he could not comprehend the situation, especially since he had not even noticed Wanda's transformation. Wanda, feeling inherently awkward, glanced at Sean as Pietro called her, then lowered her head and hurried away. "I knew you were up to no good from the very beginning," Natasha remarked, casting an annoyed look at Sean as she observed Wanda evade her gaze. She had suspected Sean's motives in adopting the twins back at the Akali Lake base. However, at that time, Wanda's face had not yet fully blossomed, and due to being confined by William Strucker, she appeared rather disheveled, which caused Natasha to dismiss her concerns. Over the years, as Wanda matured in every conceivable sense and her dependence on Sean became evident to all, Natasha knew that this day would inevitably arrive. Though she did not expect it to come so swiftly. What is wrong with me? Sean feigned ignorance. Are you truly that hungry? Natasha chose to ignore Sean's theatrical demeanor entirely. Sean then remarked, in truth, I am still processing it all. I never anticipated that Wanda would be so proactive. I had intended to let things unfold naturally. Oh, Natasha responded, sensing a tale behind his words. Though she was a spy, the innate curiosity of a woman compelled her to draw Sean into revealing the entirety of the situation. Reluctantly, Sean recounted Wanda's midnight visit, asserting that he was indeed the victim, the passive participant in this unexpected encounter. Upon hearing Sean's rather audacious claim, Natasha cast a disdainful glance his way. No wonder your defenses are so formidable. You possess an astonishingly thick skin. If you truly did not wish for it, who could possibly compel you? You, a notorious lecher, are attempting to shift the blame onto Wanda. Your assertion is misguided, Sean retorted earnestly, shaking his head. Natasha, misinterpreting his demeanor as a sign of deeper complexities, focused intently on him. Sean then added, I am not old. I merely have faith in you. Natasha nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens and then turned towards Sean's room. Just as the two prepared to enter, a familiar scene unfolded in Sean's living room. Sparks suddenly erupted in front of them, swirling in the air. Natasha, noticing this, turned to Sean, questioning whether they were to leave so soon after returning. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing Wanda, who, sensing the commotion, brushed aside any embarrassment regarding her encounter with Natasha. Due to a shortage of bedrooms, Sean had initially contemplated relocating. However, having grown accustomed to the area and finding himself conveniently positioned across from May, he ultimately decided to purchase the neighboring property for Wanda and Pietro. Observing Natasha's puzzled expression alongside Wanda's presence, Sean raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, proclaiming, It is not me. I am not wearing the pendant. As the ring of sparks in Sean's living room rapidly took shape, another scene emerged. What brings you here? Sean asked, eyeing a bald figure before him. Natasha scrutinized the individual crossing through the portal. It was her first encounter witnessing someone other than Sean wielding such power. So, this was the Sorcerer Supreme Sean had previously mentioned. Natasha regarded the cloaked figure in yellow with curiosity, while the Ancient One noticed her gaze and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. I have a matter to discuss with you, the Ancient One addressed Sean. Just as she spoke, her attention shifted to Sean's rear, where a small head was slowly peeking out from behind him. Sean cast a sidelong glance at Wanda, who was straining on her tiptoes to peer into the room behind him, and then he perceived a mixture of surprise and excitement in Ancient One's gaze. Although he was uncertain as to why Ancient One displayed such an expression, Sean subtly shifted his stance. As Wanda was obscured by Sean's broad figure, Ancient One's eyes turned back to him, tinged with a hint of melancholy. What is the matter with you, young man? Is there something of great significance that has occurred? Sean, unable to withstand the weight of Ancient One's forlorn gaze, retorted. However, Ancient One did not directly disclose her intentions, instead opting to tantalize him further. It could be considered important, or perhaps not. You shall find out if you accompany me. She gestured invitingly, the portal behind her remaining open. After a moment's contemplation, Sean acquiesced. After all, Ancient One had always been kind to him, imparting knowledge of magic and bestowing gifts. He felt it only fitting to reciprocate her kindness. Subsequently, he provided a brief explanation to Natasha and Wanda before making his way towards Ancient One. What are you doing? Are you not leaving yet? As he stood beside the portal, Sean observed Ancient One's gaze fixating once more on Wanda, her fascination growing increasingly palpable. Had he not been aware of Ancient One's gender, he might have felt a twinge of jealousy. It seems I truly do not know her inclinations, he mused, just as Sean was lost in thought. Ancient One finally withdrew her gaze and led Sean through the portal. After the familiar gateway in the living room vanished, Natasha turned her attention to the innocent-looking Wanda. Wanda blinked her large, innocent eyes at Natasha, who was drawing near. Just as she prepared to flee, Natasha seized her and pulled her into the room. Following Ancient One through the portal, Sean arrived in the courtyard of Kamartaj, and the two proceeded toward the reception hall situated to the north. Before they could enter, Sean heard a familiar voice speaking. When will she return? The enigmatic Sorcerer Supreme, Wong, upon seeing Ancient One with Sean, disregarded the individual who had posed the question, stealing a glance at Sean before hastily retreating, denying him even the opportunity for a greeting. Under normal circumstances, Sean would have teased Wong about his behavior. But at that moment, his mind was awash with questions. For seated in the reception hall were none other than Tony, Steve, and Hulk. Observing Hulk's peculiar demeanor, Sean realized this must be the Hulk fused with Bruce Banner. They had evidently come from the future, and the bewildered figure, seemingly at a loss, was undoubtedly Ant-Man. Scott Lang. Yet, a thought struck Sean. Had he not encountered that purple potato spirit in the future? It should not be so. Is that fellow not merely distinguished by a peculiar chin? Oh, thank heavens, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Ancient One walk in, Tony immediately inquired, "What on earth is happening? Now you can tell us, right?" Tony merely cast a fleeting glance at Sean, who followed Ancient One, hardly paying him any mind. The four of them had originally planned to traverse time back to the era of the Battle of New York, a time when 3 Infinity Stones would simultaneously reside in the city. One was embedded in Loki's scepter, the Mind Stone, another lay concealed within the Tesseract, and the final one was held by Doctor Strange, the Time Stone. However, upon their arrival at this temporal juncture in Manhattan, the scene that unfolded before them left everyone utterly astounded. The once tumultuous skies, filled with the Chitauri army, had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a serene and tranquil Manhattan. The streets bustled with pedestrians and vehicles, each individual hurrying along, yet their faces radiated ease and joy, as if the harrowing Chitauri invasion had never occurred at all. Tony and Steve cautiously stepped out from the alley, gazing at the throngs of people and the vibrant street life around them. They exchanged bewildered glances, their minds awash with confusion and uncertainty. They could not fathom why the horrific scenes etched in their memories had transformed into this peaceful tableau. Had their time travel gone awry? Nevertheless, Tony soon noticed the remnants of Chitauri technology being dealt with near Stark Tower, and upon this sight, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to question whether they had truly traversed time at all. Yet, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the functionality of the time travel navigation device, pondering if it had led them to the wrong moment in time. He and the equally perplexed Steve retraced their steps back into the alley, where Banner and Scott awaited news from them. "What is going on?" The hulking Banner could not help but ask upon seeing them. Tony shook his head, at a loss for words. "Do you think we might have traveled to the wrong time?" Steve ventured to suggest, echoing Tony's earlier suspicions. "No, I just checked the local time. It is correct." "We are not in error," Tony asserted. "Then what on earth is happening?" Scott exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion. They had but one opportunity. Would they have to return empty-handed? Just as the four were deep in contemplation, a portal began to materialize behind them. Could it be strange? With hopeful anticipation, they turned to the expanding Martian portal, yet the figure that emerged was not the Doctor Strange they had been eagerly awaiting. Dressed in a yellow sorcerer's robe, the Ancient One smiled warmly at the group of time travelers before gesturing for them to follow her through the portal she had arrived from. Upon witnessing this, Tony exchanged a glance with Steve and decided to pursue her. Regardless of whether the individuals were indeed strange, they had no choice but to follow for the time being. Moreover, it was evident that the Ancient One possessed knowledge that had compelled her to appear before them. After accompanying the Ancient One to Kamar Taj, Tony encountered Wong, who appeared quite enthusiastic and was about to greet him, only to abruptly recall that this was not the future, and Wong did not yet recognize him. The Ancient One then instructed Wong to escort the four of them to the reception room, explaining that she would be back shortly after locating someone, and left as the group looked on in astonishment. Eager to extract more information from the Ancient One, Tony and his companions reluctantly followed the serious-faced Wong to the reception room. Throughout the journey, Tony attempted to engage Wong in conversation, yet Wong remained aloof, completely ignoring Tony's attempts at camaraderie. Eventually, as impatience began to set in among the four, Tony inquired of Wong when the Ancient One would return. At that moment, Wong found himself slightly exasperated by Tony's incessant chatter. Just as the Ancient One re-entered the room with Sean, Wong seized the opportunity to suppress his initial response, greeting the Ancient One before hastily exiting the premises. Chapter 133. Where has my enormous armor gone? Noticing Tony's urgent demeanor, the Ancient One refrained from responding immediately, instead gracefully moving to the center of the reception room, turning to face the future quartet. "Before I explain, allow me to introduce someone," she stated, gesturing towards Sean Hunter. "Do you recall him?" Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Tony and Steve exchanged bewildered glances before returning their gaze to her. "Who is this? A celebrity, perhaps? You might not yet grasp the purpose of our arrival here. We are not in search of a male stripper. This is a matter of cosmic significance," Tony retorted rather impolitely, feeling that the so-called Sorcerer Supreme had failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, or perhaps was utterly unaware of it. Furthermore, Isn't the Sorcerer Supreme strange? Where is he? Tony inquired, his thoughts drifting nostalgically to the man who had fought alongside him on Titan. The Ancient One, however, did not take offense at Tony's brusque remarks, as she believed it was truly Tony and his companions who were oblivious to the current circumstances. Future Steve Rogers remained composed. Madam, the situation is indeed dire. If you are aware of the specifics, please share them with us. He gazed earnestly at the Ancient One, only for Sean to interject, having caught wind of a rather unserious term in their conversation. Were you just speaking about me? Sean inquired, seemingly perplexed. As they were engaged in conversation with the Ancient One, a man unexpectedly interrupted them. Tony was ready to retort without hesitation. However, he soon found himself in darkness. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized that Sean, who had previously stood 2 meters away, was now directly before him. At this moment, Tony recognized that Sean might possess some remarkable abilities, yet he had encountered speedsters before. What significance did speed hold? He was not unprepared. Tony patted his chest, intending to utilize his suit to skin Sean's movement trajectory. To his astonishment, he looked down only to discover that the nanosuit device, which had always been affixed to his chest, was missing. Where's my suit? How could it disappear? Looking for this, Tony turned at the sound to see that Sean was holding his nanosuit device in his outstretched hand. Steve, standing nearby, also failed to comprehend how Sean had executed such a maneuver, assuming he was yet another speedster akin to Wanda's brother. You may have some capabilities, but I advise you against casually taking others' belongings. Banner stepped forward, attempting to intimidate Sean with his imposing stature, yet Sean did not even cast a glance in his direction. Noting Sean's indifference, Banner reached out, intending to seize the nanosuit from Sean's grasp. However, his large hand was caught midway. Initially, Banner struggled, realizing it was futile, and then he exerted all his strength, causing the floor beneath him to crack, yet Sean's grip remained unyielding. Steve furrowed his brow at the scene, astonished that even Hulk's strength could not free him. I suggest you apologize before further casualties ensue, the Ancient One remarked to Steve, her concern for the floor evident. Looking into the Ancient One's serious eyes, Steve sensed her sincerity, and he recalled the purpose of their visit. Tony, Banner, he addressed the two who were still struggling. Upon receiving Steve's silent signal, they chose to lower their heads in a gesture of peace. With a look of disdain, Sean released his grip on Banner's large green hand and tossed Tony's belongings back to him, waving his hand as the floor restored itself to its original state. Grateful. The Ancient One tilted her head slightly. Ignoring her playful teasing, Sean was aware that he could accomplish the same. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, he calmly approached a side table and sat cross-legged, pouring himself a cup of cold water from the previous night. Subsequently, the Ancient One addressed the still-dazed group. This is precisely why I wish to introduce you to Sean, for everything stems from him. Upon hearing her words, Tony and Steve could not help but steal a glance at the composed Sean. The root of all the chaos lies with Thanos, yet I must candidly assert that, despite his formidable power, he should have no direct connection to this matter, should he? Tony inquired. Steve nodded in agreement with Gui, believing that Tony's assertion was indeed valid. Certainly, he had no ties to Thanos, but rather to you all. Gui continued. Or rather, it pertains to your present selves. Especially you. Upon hearing the preceding statement, Tony instinctively felt compelled to retort. However, as Gui concluded her thought, he furrowed his brow, realizing she was pointing directly at him. Do you recall Ethan? Gui slowly approached Sean, signaling for him to pour her a drink, lest he indulge alone. After all, speaking at length does leave one's mouth rather parched. Of course, how could I forget? Why do you bring him up? Tony's expression turned grave. In your memory, Ethan perished for your sake, yet now he is in the Middle East treating others. Upon hearing Gui's words, the color drained from Tony's face. Ethan's death was a wound etched deep within him, a pivotal moment that set him on the path to becoming Iron Man, transforming his life. He wished no one would jest about Ethan, and though Sean appeared formidable, Tony was prepared to summon his suit and confront him. Do not be so quick to anger. Indeed, many things differ between your memories and ours. Gui seemed to preemptively quell the impending outburst. She then proceeded to recount several events, each diverging from Tony's recollections of the future. The hulking Bruce Banner stepped forward, gazing at Gui and inquired. So, all these changes stem from him? He pointed a green finger at Sean, only to retract it sheepishly as Sean raised an eyebrow. Gui, witnessing this exchange, managed to maintain her professionalism, barely stifling a laugh. She continued, yes, including the incident where Hulk rampaged through Manhattan, which was quelled solely by Sean's efforts against both Hulk and Abomination. At this revelation, Tony and Banner furrowed their brows even deeper. Hulk was subdued, and Abomination too? Banner understood Hulk's might all too well, though he had just glimpsed Sean's power. He still found it hard to believe that this individual could restrain both Hulk and Abomination simultaneously. Tony turned to Steve, sensing that the esteemed sorceress was venturing into implausibility. Is this truly within human capability? Surely even Thor would struggle with such a feat. Contemplating the image of that portly figure, Tony was convinced it was utterly beyond him. Chapter 134. The Delivery Man. Although Steve found the unfolding narrative utterly astonishing, he still posed the question. So please, enlighten us on the true nature of this situation? Had it not been for Sean's presence, all that you would witness here would align with the memories you hold dear. However, everything here has transformed with Sean's presence. Ancient One strives to succinctly convey the situation. Just as her words conclude, Scott, who had remained silent until now, interjects, but if things have changed here, why do they remain the same in our future? Have I not already elucidated this to you, Scott? We have come here to alter circumstances. Yet this will not automatically modify events in our timeline. Banner, wearing a serious expression, patiently reiterates to the bewildered Scott. Yes, you have mentioned it. But I still believe that time travel should operate as depicted in those films. You know, we return to the past, we change the past, and thus the future transforms. He gestures animatedly, referencing titles such as Star Trek, Time Cop, The Terminator, and Back to the Future. Scott purses his lips in frustration, helplessly raising his hands, his face reflecting an innocent yet awkward demeanor. Under the scrutiny of those around him, his initially audible voice dwindles to a whisper, nearly imperceptible like the buzz of a fly. Observing Scott's discomfort, Steve cannot help but smile slightly and gently pats Scott's shoulder with his right hand. In truth, Scott is not the only one perplexed by these circumstances. Although Steve himself is equally baffled, filled with unanswered questions, he chooses to remain silent, refraining from vocalizing his own confusion like Scott. For Steve, there is already an abundance of incomprehensible matters, and he has relinquished the pursuit of understanding their intricacies. Rather than strain to uncover the reasons, he opts to trust his teammates, believing it sufficient for them to instruct him on what to do. Banner, exasperated, closes his eyes and shakes his head, then reopens them to address Ancient One and Sean. You may as well disregard his existence. Now that we understand the reason, we still implore your assistance. We need those Infinity Stones to rescue those lost to Thanos. We beseech you. Ancient One does not respond to Banner but turns her attention to Sean, and the living room falls into an immediate silence, all gazes directed toward him. Sean, sipping his water, looks up in confusion. He is speaking to you. Why are you looking at me? They will arrive here because of this Infinity Stone. As Ancient One speaks, she performs a magical gesture, and as her hands part, the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck slowly opens, emitting a brilliant green light. Upon seeing the time stone around Ancient One's neck, Tony and the others are filled with excitement. And I too will choose to entrust this stone to them because that is the only correct choice. Upon hearing the words of the Ancient One, Tony and his companions were instantly filled with joy, exchanging glances with one another. Although the Time Stone and the Space Stone had yet to materialize, the prospect of acquiring even one was enough. They could devise a plan for the remainder later. Sean, however, felt compelled to interject. Yet the Ancient One did not allow him to speak, continuing instead, I am aware that your presence has altered the future, but I must still entrust the stones to them. This is the very reason I summoned you. At this revelation, Sean furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Their future hinged upon this stone, yet he feared that complications might arise, prompting him to request protection for it. The Ancient One reached out and delicately removed the Time Stone from the eye of Agamotto, the gem hovering between her fingers. Even she hesitated to touch the Infinity Stone directly. As the Time Stone was presented before him, Sean refrained from immediately grasping it. Now this is amusing, he remarked. Instead of being a guardian, I have been relegated to the role of a courier. Are you suggesting that I accompany them? He inquired, gesturing toward the 4 individuals. We do not have the capacity for an additional member, Tony stated, addressing the Ancient One. Steve, wearing a serious expression, also regarded her with surprise at her proposal. Were it possible to include Sean, Steve would not have objected. But given their current predicament, each possessing but a single round-trip opportunity, there were no surplus PIM particles to spare for Sean's use. We all have only one round trip. And if he joins us, not only would we face the challenge of his return, but one among us would inevitably be stranded here. This cannot be allowed. We will not abandon anyone. Steve resolutely shook his head at the Ancient One. He had resolved that should she disagree, then it would simply be unfortunate. For no one would be left behind, and he would ensure a safe return. The Ancient One turned her gaze to Sean, as if sensing that he held the key to a solution. with a slight pursing of her lips. Sean suddenly contemplated whether the Ancient One had anticipated this moment when she taught him magic, dedicating herself to his instruction with such fervor. With a gentle sigh, Sean recognized he must acquiesce to the Ancient One's request, for he owed her a debt of gratitude. Sean, still inexperienced in the ways of the world, had underestimated the motivations of someone as ancient as the Ancient One, assuming she might offer assistance without ulterior motives. The PIM particles are not an issue. We simply need to identify a past moment you are familiar with to retrieve them, he suggested. The four immediately grasped the practicality of this approach. After a brief consultation between Steve and Tony, they accepted the reality of Sean joining them on their return journey, as it appeared to be the most advantageous solution for all parties involved. Otherwise, it seems that Tony and his companions would be left with no choice but to engage in combat. However, with Sean present, he would undoubtedly aid Gui, rendering the question of whether Tony and his team could prevail rather moot. Very well, we have acquiesced, yet there remains an issue that demands our attention. Initially, we had chosen a pivotal moment, the incursion of the Chitauri alien forces, during which the Space Stone, also known as the Tesseract, and Loki's Scepter, the Mind Stone, would both be in New York. Yet, due to your unforeseen arrival, their current whereabouts are now shrouded in mystery. Tony cast a glance at Sean, while Steve and the others were expressions of profound despondency. This is not a significant concern. Chapter 135. Are you excited? As the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now a high-ranking member of the United Nations Security Council, Alexander Pierce found himself in a state of agitation today. Beyond his overt identity, he harbored a concealed role as an operative of Hydra, the nefarious organization that had long been presumed extinguished since the Second World War. For many years, Alexander Pierce had clandestinely infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., nurturing his ambitions from within, despite having relinquished his position as director. His influence and network of spies permeated the entire organization. In the wake of the recent Chitauri invasion of New York, Alexander Pierce had intended to seize the opportunity to acquire both the Tesseract and Loki's Scepter. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to wrest the Tesseract from the hands of those Avengers, even when he personally intervened. When Nick Fury initially presented the so-called Avengers Initiative to Alexander Pierce, he had conducted a covert investigation. He discovered that the individuals listed by Nick Fury possessed formidable abilities, a revelation that had piqued his interest. Alexander Pierce had certainly contemplated the possibility of swaying some of these individuals to his side. Alas, they were far beyond his influence. Even if he succeeded in recruiting them, he would be unable to control them, rendering them akin to a ticking time bomb. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against pursuing this course. While he was well aware of the rebellious nature of the Avengers, being outright rebuffed in his attempt to reclaim the Tesseract still ignited a sense of indignation within him. These individuals displayed a shocking lack of respect. Nonetheless, Alexander Pierce found some solace in the fact that his subordinates had managed to procure Loki's Scepter, which, based on its recent performance during the alien incident in New York, appeared to possess some extraordinary abilities. At least he had not returned empty-handed. He consoled himself while rubbing his temples. However, before he could fully relish his acquisition, he was informed by his subordinates that the scepter had been lost. What the hell? Such a substantial scepter could simply vanish? Moreover, you mentioned that none of you witnessed who took it away. Were it not for Alexander Pierce's certain degree of trust in the loyalty of his subordinates, he would have suspected that this group of inept individuals had betrayed him and concealed the scepter. How on earth did this happen? Initially, he had struck a deal with Strack, entrusting the scepter to him for research in exchange for assistance. With a look of perplexity, Alexander Pierce racked his brain, unable to fathom who could have stolen the scepter. Meanwhile, the Avengers, having just endured a fierce battle, encountered a similarly bizarre predicament. Following the conflict, due to Thor's insistence and considerations regarding the final handling of the Tesseract, they had agreed that Thor would return the captured Loki along with the Tesseract to the realm of Asgard for confinement. However, after Tony and Banner tirelessly developed a portable Tesseract activation device in the Stark Tower laboratory, they were utterly astonished. Tony and Banner exchanged bewildered glances, then turned to the empty box on the table that had been opened. Where's the Tesseract? Did you hide it? Banner inquired, perplexed. Why would I conceal such an item? It's not as if it's a stunning blonde, Tony retorted with irritation. Banner shot him an eye roll, and the two commenced a frantic search throughout the laboratory. At Kamartaj, having successfully secured the scepter and the Tesseract, Tony and his companions were making final preparations. Sean sat across from Ancient One in the reception room. Are you excited about going to the future? Ancient One asked as she poured Sean a cup of freshly brewed tea. Observing the cup, Sean felt a sense of unfamiliarity, yet he extended his hand to accept it. What is there to be excited about? It's not my future. It's akin to my previous missions as a bodyguard. Only this time the assignment is a bit more distant. After finishing the scalding tea in one gulp, Sean's fearless demeanor nearly inspired Ancient One to do the same. But she prudently restrained her eager hand. He's a pervert. You mustn't emulate him, she cautioned. Taking a small sip, she continued, I wish you a safe journey. Feeling that one cup was insufficient, Sean poured himself another, then looked at Ancient One with curiosity. You seem rather unconcerned. Concerned about what? With you accompanying me. What is there to worry about? Ancient One replied nonchalantly. Are you not afraid that I might not return? Sean suddenly laughed. You won't. While you may be fond of the new, you do not disdain the old, Ancient One remarked. Her face relaxed as she savored her tea. A subtle tension hung in the air as Sean raised an eyebrow at Gu-E, suggesting, shouldn't you impart a few words of wisdom? Gu-E dismissed the notion. Oh please, I am not one to indulge in preachy admonitions. Depart early and return promptly. She nearly forgot to add, regardless of your absence, I shall still be here, enjoying my tea upon your return. With that, Gu-E closed her eyes, immersing herself in serene tranquility. As Tony and the others prepared, a figure materialized before them, growing larger until it stood clearly in view. With the helmet retracting seamlessly into the nanotech suit, Steve appeared, his expression filled with inquiry. So, did you secure the items? Tony gestured towards the box and the scepter, refraining from inquiring about Steve's circumstances. Should Steve have faltered, his return would be inconceivable. Let us not delay any further. We must return swiftly, Steve urged. Despite the certainty that time would reset upon their return, he was eager to resurrect those who had been erased by Thanos. The excitement in Tony's companions mirrored Steve's urgency, each silently hoping that the other teams would also succeed in acquiring the stones. Sean, arriving a tad late, observed the four with their eager expressions and contemplated whether to disclose the grim reality, ultimately deciding against it. They would learn soon enough. We have already established the time and place, leaving nothing for you to worry about. Simply follow our lead, Tony and Banner advised Sean, who was embarking on his inaugural time travel experience. Very well, let us commence, Sean acknowledged with a nod, his mind preoccupied with another matter. Gu-E, who had previously claimed not to be concerned, had now left him with a daunting proposition just before his departure. When you return, we shall discuss your sister, she had said, nearly dissuading him from going. Chapter 136, A Cunning Scheme. Wanda? Sean pondered, recalling the peculiar glance Gu-E had cast upon Wanda during her last visit to his home. Surely, she did not intend for Wanda to become her successor. That was out of the question. The mere thought of wanting to draw close to Wanda only to hear, you owe me one, we shall settle this later, was unbearable. No, absolutely not, Sean resolutely declared within himself, his sweet, obedient little witch could never morph into that schemer's image. He made a silent vow to prevent Wanda from falling into the old woman's detrimental influence. Suddenly, Sean felt the nanomask envelop him, and the world around him began to expand rapidly. Accompanying him were four future warriors who shared similar sentiments. Tony gestured to Sean, urging him to stay close and refrain from wandering off. The five of them commenced their journey through the quantum realm. As bizarre scenes whirled past their eyes, they soon beheld a series of luminous rings ahead. After experiencing another dramatic shift in the scale of everything around them, Sean found himself on a reflective platform, surrounded by future Avengers who had returned from various timelines. Tony scanned the group and confirmed the number of returnees was accurate. The exhilaration bubbling within him prompted him to shed his nanosuit. Have we truly secured everything? He mused, observing others, similarly retracting their nanosuits. I can't believe we actually succeeded, Rhodey exclaimed, clutching the cosmic cube, his face alight with excitement, aware that this moment signified the completion of a unique temporal mission. However, as soon as everyone had discarded their nanosuits, Tony sensed something amiss. While the numbers were correct, they had one extra person. This implied that one who should have returned was missing. Just then, Banner spoke up. Clint, where Natasha? Hulk looked bewilderedly at the despondent figure kneeling on the ground. Barton, what are you talking about? That is not Natasha. That is a man. Who are you? Rhodey exclaimed, pointing at Sean, who was still clad in his nanosuit. When Sean's suit finally retracted, the expression on his dark face became quite intriguing. Who are you exactly? Everyone present, aside from Tony, Steve, Scott, and the grief-stricken Banner and Clint, regarded Sean with wary eyes. I've never heard of time travel having the ability to alter gender. If this news gets out, it could be disastrous. Rhodey muttered quietly to Nebula beside him. Rhodey? Everyone, calm down. This is Sean, Tony quickly explained to the eager group in New York. Once they accepted Sean's identity, They were swiftly engulfed in sorrow for Natasha's loss, and the hall fell silent. After a brief period of mourning, the group resolved that Natasha's sacrifice should not be in vain. They owed it to her to honor her dedication. Thus they continued with their second snap plan. While Tony, Banner, and the others were engrossed in studying the stones and the gauntlet designed to hold them, Sean stood with keen interest by the lake adjacent to the base, observing Nebula as she moved in and out of the facility. If you have feelings for her, I advise you to abandon that thought. Her temper is not to be trifled with. Rhodey's voice suddenly broke into Sean's contemplation. Hi, I'm Rhodey. You might remember me from the past. Tony and the captain remarked that everything on your side seems somewhat different from what we know, correct? Rod inquired curiously. Sean glanced at Rod, recalling his rebellious demeanor when they first met, and he wished to see that spirit rekindled. Is there anything different about me in your world? Rod looked at Sean with eager anticipation. Now that you mention it. Sean withdrew his gaze from the nebula beyond the wall and scrutinized Rod from head to toe. As Rod heard Sean's words and felt the scrutiny of his eyes upon him, a mixture of nervousness and hope washed over his face. His gaze fixed intently on Sean's chin. Indeed, you do appear quite aged, and perhaps even a bit darker, Sean remarked. After finishing his observation, he muttered about the necessity of proper self-care and circled around the bewildered Rod, heading toward the base where Tony and the others were nearing completion of the gauntlet. Aged considerably? How much is considerably? Do I look as if I'm on the brink of death? And darker, you say? Rod furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before realizing that was a comment about over a decade ago. Wasn't that stating the obvious? Did I not exhibit any other changes? As Sean entered the base, a heated debate ensued among the group about who should wield the Infinity Gauntlet. Following Sean, Rod directed a barrage of remarks at the self-nominated Thor, seemingly seeking an outlet for the mockery he had endured from Sean earlier. Although Thor yearned to rectify his past regrets by wielding the gauntlet, Tony and the others deemed him unfit for the task. Are you joking? With that excess weight? What if one snap led to his immediate obliteration? Sean observed with keen interest as he gazed at the gauntlet encrusted with all the Infinity Stones, wondering if he could withstand its power. Shall I give it a try? Upon hearing Sean's words, Tony and Steve exchanged quick glances and hastily replied. That is out of the question. What if something were to happen to you? How would we explain that to the sorceress? Tony gestured emphatically at Steve. Despite Sean's formidable strength surpassing even Hulk's, they felt uncertain. What if Sean, once adorned with the gauntlet, wished for something catastrophic? Like the destruction of the universe or a pair of alluring women's underwear? Wouldn't he that render their efforts futile? Steve shared the sentiment that this was not a task for Sean at this juncture and thus gently declined. Sean shrugged nonchalantly, as it had merely been a fleeting thought. Let me handle it. Hulk, observing the group's indecision regarding who should snap their fingers, stepped forward with resolute determination. Ultimately, Hulk donned the adjustable gauntlet, and amidst the tense vigilance of everyone present, he snapped his fingers. Sean did not linger in the heavily fortified and tense laboratory. Instead, he stood in the corner of the grand hall where he had first appeared, leisurely observing the furtive figure before him. Just as Nebula cautiously entered the hall, evading the others and nervously operating the time travel device, a voice startled her, nearly causing her to lose her composure. To her surprise, she had been discovered. But alas, it was too late. Once Nebula regained her calm, she cast a smug, sinister smile at Sean before pressing the button. She had anticipated Sean would shout in alarm, yet to her astonishment, he merely stood there, silently watching her. Was the moment finally upon her? Chapter 137. The advantage lies with Thanos. Although Nebula had successfully fulfilled her father Thanos' directive by bringing his cosmic warship into this timeline, she felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding overshadowing her anticipated excitement as she reflected on the entire plan. Recalling the information she had received from the future Nebula's processor while in her own timeline, her father had immediately resolved to send her to replace the future version of herself. Imagine when Tony and his companions, after tremendous effort, gathered all the Infinity Stones and successfully restored those who had been erased, only to be defeated once again, witnessing their adversary seize the stones. What anguish and despair would be etched on their faces. Thanos yearned to behold such a spectacle. Furthermore, he aspired to collect all the Infinity Stones to achieve his grand design. Having someone to assist him in this endeavor was a source of immense delight. Seeing her once-admired father so elated, Nebula recognized this as a splendid opportunity to earn Thanos' approval. Thus, she replaced her future self and successfully infiltrated the team tasked with collecting the stones. Remarkably, her dark-skinned ally Rhodey had not noticed anything amiss. Not even the restoration of her left arm, which had been reduced to a mere metallic framework. How absurd these individuals were. Upon her successful arrival in the future timeline, she commenced her summoning plan. Up until now, having successfully summoned Thanos' cosmic warship without any complications. It was this unremarkable man who had suddenly appeared that instilled a sense of dread within her. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? Nebula shook her head. After all, her father was a cosmic sovereign, having conquered countless planets and races over the years. How could the plans and actions of such a formidable being be disrupted by the presence of a mere human? Perhaps this had all gone too smoothly. So smooth that even Nebula herself found it hard to believe. As Nebula indulged in her musings, the central apparatus of the time-space transference device began to rotate and transform. In a dazzling flash, a minuscule spaceship ascended from its core, gradually expanding and regaining its formidable form. Due to its excessive speed, the vessel pierced through the dome of the entire base before fully restoring itself, soaring into the heavens where it revealed its majestic appearance. Through the glass facade, Sean observed the spaceship hovering above, raining down artillery fire upon the base. He cast a glance back at Nebula, pondering how this daughter he had taken and seemed utterly unconcerned by Thanos. Boom. Crash. As the onslaught of cannon fire wreaked havoc, the base was instantly reduced to ruins, leaving Sean as the sole survivor on the ground, untouched and seemingly impervious to the chaos around him. Amidst the bombardment, Nebula was forced to dodge the collapsing structures. But upon catching sight of Sean's unscathed demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Was this man truly so fortunate? As the dust settled, Nebula remained vigilant, cautiously advancing towards the spaceship. Thanos, clad in his battle armor and wielding the tyrant's blade, descended upon the debris like a malevolent deity, coldly admiring his handiwork. Yet, he was taken aback to discover two figures amidst the devastation, observing him. Utilizing his divine physique, Thor emerged from the wreckage unscathed by Thanos' assault. The moment he stood, he spotted Sean on the other side, whose gaze was fixated on the towering silhouette cast by the colossal spaceship above. Thor's attention was similarly drawn to this figure. But upon recognizing who it was, his initial excitement was swiftly replaced by calmness. Countless nights had been spent in anguish, berating himself for his failures. And the thought of Thanos filled him with a desire for vengeance, though he had already slain the tyrant. Now, an opportunity for retribution had finally presented itself. Thanos exhibited no emotional response upon sighting Thor, merely another young Asgardian, easily dealt with. However, when he turned his gaze towards Sean, a perplexed frown crossed his brow. Who was this individual that had seemingly emerged from nowhere? At that moment, Nebula returned to his side. "Father," she greeted respectfully, hoping to earn Thanos' favor and admiration. To her disappointment, Thanos merely acknowledged her with a slight grunt before instructing her and the arriving Gamora to retrieve the Infinity Stones. Nebula cast a jealous glance at Gamora, silently vowing to outpace her in locating the precious stone to present to Thanos, believing that such a gesture would earn his favor. "Father, that individual seems to pose a bit of a complication," she remarked, pointing discreetly at Sean, who stood aside. Yet, Thanos paid her words no heed, failing to offer even a single response. Witnessing this, Nebula could not suppress her self-reproach, berating herself for her foolishness. Given Thanos' formidable power, who could possibly thwart them? Her warning only served to diminish her standing in Thanos' estimation. True to Nebula's musings, Thanos held little regard for Sean, merely experiencing a fleeting moment of curiosity about the newcomer. This trivial doubt quickly dissipated. He assumed the individual was an inconsequential character, easily dealt with by the forces aboard the ship. The advantage lay with him. Thanos even settled into a seat, biding his time until the opposing group assembled, believing they had mustered sufficient strength to confront him, at which point he would crush them decisively. Bang! Just as he had seated himself, Thanos was sent flying, questioning whether he had fallen asleep upon sitting. Yet, the sting on his cheek and the debris hurtling past him served as reminders of the harsh reality. Who was it? Thanos pondered. Before he could formulate an answer, another blow landed. Bang! 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 A relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon Thanos, akin to a tennis ball being struck back and forth, with him as the unwitting target. In that moment, the once mighty aura he had exuded upon disembarking from the spacecraft had vanished. Despite his armored protection, various wounds began to mar his body and face. Chapter 138. Is he not quite right in the head? Thor's gaze fell upon Thanos and his two daughters. Thanos, composed, was issuing commands to Nebula and Gamora, while Thor's heart churned tumultuously. The oppressive aura emanating from Thanos enveloped him like an invisible mountain, instilling a blend of anxiety and exhilaration within Thor. The anxiety stemmed from Thanos' terrifying prowess. The exhilaration arose from the long-suppressed fighting spirit within him, now on the verge of erupting, compelling him to charge forward and confront the adversary. However, in the next instant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Thor's previously calm eyes widened in shock, as if both his natural eye and the decorative mechanical one were about to leap from their sockets. The colossal form of Thanos, which haunted his mind like an inescapable nightmare, unexpectedly soared sideways into the air, abandoning even the formidable double-headed sword that had been firmly planted in the ground. What on earth was happening? Thor gazed at the bewildering sight of Thanos, initially believing that the Titan had discovered someone and was about to launch an attack, causing a flicker of lightning in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he realized that Thanos was not indeed attacking. What was he doing, playing by himself? Thor wore an expression of perplexity. He had never heard of Thanos being mentally deficient before. Yet, it did not take long for Thor to discern the underlying truth. Each time Thanos' speed diminished, a faint black afterimage would grant him an acceleration, prompting Thanos to once again soar in a different direction. Who was attacking Thanos? Instinctively, Thor glanced towards Sean, only to find him swaying in place. What was the situation now? Clad in his nanotech armor, Tony Stark, accompanied by Steve Rogers, whom he had unearthed from the ruins, arrived behind Thor. They both harbored their suspicions, but upon witnessing Thanos, they were momentarily taken aback. What was he doing? Practicing shuttle runs? Tony gazed in confusion at the Titan flitting about. Steve Rogers, with a grave expression, also scrutinized the scene, sensing that Thanos was concocting some clandestine scheme. At that moment, Thanos found himself rendered speechless, as each time he flew away, new wounds adorned his body. The most excruciating pain, however, stemmed not from these injuries, but from the overwhelming sense of powerlessness and humiliation of being unable to see his assailant. While he strained to uncover the pattern behind his attacks, he finally seized an opportunity. "Gotcha!" Thanos bellowed triumphantly. Yet, before he could finish his exclamation, as he excitedly reached out towards the elusive black afterimage, it inexplicably accelerated once more. With a resounding crash, Thanos' tennis career came to an abrupt end as he collided forcefully with the ground beside his tyrant blade, the very place where his nightmare had begun. In the crater formed by the impact, the tyrant blade lay skewed beside the prostrate Thanos. His wrinkled chin quivered as he knelt there, propping himself up and gasping for breath. The formidable physique and unwavering resolve of a Titan allowed him to recover swiftly. With a sharp sound, he extracted the tyrant blade still embedded nearby, his expression fierce as he rose from the pit. He fixed his gaze on Sean in the distance, having already deduced that the recent flurry of attacks had originated from him. "Who are you?" Thanos, adorned with his helmet, bore a purple visage, and the once calm and composed gaze in his indifferent eyes was now replaced by a look of bewilderment. "You may call me Thanatos, the tyrant of oblivion," Sean replied. Upon hearing this apparent jest regarding his name, Thanos felt a surge of indignation. Raising the tyrant's blade in his hand, he charged at Sean. "No, Tony, Steve," and Thor shouted in unison, rushing forward in an attempt to intercept Thanos. Though they too harbored doubts about Sean's role in Thanos' recent plight, the imminent threat of Thanos' retaliation compelled them to join the fray. Sean observed as Thor summoned the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir, his ebony armor, imbued with divine power, straining against his burgeoning belly as he sprinted forward. With a furious roar, Thor leapt into the air, and a bolt of blue lightning, as thick as a man's arm, descended from the heavens, obstructing Thanos' advance towards Sean. Realizing his path was thwarted, Thanos cast a disdainful glance at the approaching trio. "You are exceedingly bothersome. I have conquered countless planets and races, yet I have never encountered beings so obstinate, so unwilling to yield, repeatedly attempting to resist." Gripping the tyrant's blade tighter, he shot a sidelong glance at Sean, who sat back, seemingly eager for the spectacle. "Since you insist on courting death, I shall dispose of you first. Fear not. I will save you for last, after I have obliterated everything you seek to protect. I imagine it will be a most exquisite delight." With this final proclamation, Thanos even narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Tony and the others could no longer contain themselves. They had already suffered defeat and injury at Thanos' hands, and each harbored a simmering resentment. Now, they yearned to unleash this pent-up fury upon the chin of this purple fiend. With a forceful throw of his shield, Steve ignited the tumultuous battle. Although Thanos had recently been bested by Sean, he remained confident in his ability to contend with Tony and his companions. Despite Steve's use of Mjolnir to execute a fluid combination of strikes, Thor, with a knowing expression, understood that this posed little real threat to Thanos. As Sean observed the fierce exchange before him, he suddenly felt as though he were the ultimate arbiter of this clash. His earlier engagement with Thanos had merely been a test of the Titan's strength, yet the results left him somewhat disillusioned. While the Titan race was undoubtedly formidable, they had not yet reached a level that could truly endanger him. Let us linger a moment longer on the enigmatic figure of Sean. Perhaps he may yet bring forth a modicum of surprise for himself. Chapter 139. I am destined by fate as Thanos vanquished Tony and the others one by one. He arrogantly stood his ground, casting not a glance at Steve, whose shield lay shattered at his feet, but instead turned his gaze towards Sean, who was seated at a distance. Despite the remnants of Sean's inflicted wounds still marking his body, Thanos, freshly victorious over Tony and his companions, felt a terrifying surge of strength coursing through him. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he regarded Sean, as if anticipating the moment when he could exact revenge. Behold, these worthless fools are your fate, Thanos sneered. In response to Thanos' overconfidence, Sean merely chuckled and shook his head, gesturing toward the figure struggling to rise. Upon observing Sean's motion, Thanos turned back, puzzled, to regard Steve. Your defeat is assured, yet you still resist? Thanos scoffed, brandishing his tyrant's blade, disdainfully eyeing the dirt-covered Steve as he gasped for breath. Steve exhaled, tightening his grip on the remnants of his shield. I can endure this for an entire day. In truth, Steve was grappling with his own sense of despair. Among the three of them, he was indeed the weakest. His two steadfast allies had succumbed to slumber under Thanos' overpowering influence. Though he was aware they had successfully retrieved those erased by Thanos, he remained uncertain of when his comrades would arrive. Currently, the battlefield was alive only with himself, Thanos, and Sean. However, Steve could not rely on Sean for assistance, leaving him to muster his own courage in this dire moment. He glanced down at his nearly obliterated shield, dragging his injured leg forward, facing an army of thousands summoned by Thanos' ship. Fortunately, Steve's other allies did not abandon him to face this overwhelming force alone. Thanks to countless portals, they began to arrive on the scene. Falcon, Sam Wilson, soared above the rubble, surveying the battlefield. The only mystery that perplexed him was the sight of Sean, sitting there like an elder in a plaza. At that moment, Sean was surveying the newly arrived Wanda and young Peter, who had returned from Titan. Captain, I've spotted a peculiar individual. Do you happen to know who he is? Sam quietly inquired through his earpiece. That is Sean, Steve replied uncertainly. Do you know him? Is he on our side? Perhaps, Steve said vaguely. Are you sure? Sam pressed, filled with doubt. Well, I'm not entirely certain, but at the very least, he is not aligned with Thanos. Steve recalled how Sean had merely watched as he had faced Thanos' wrath, bruised and battered. As the two conversed, Doctor Strange returned to Earth from Titan through a portal. He observed that the current situation mirrored the future he had foreseen, and his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally sank. Who is that? Doctor Strange stared in astonishment at Sean, who sat leisurely in the distance, his brow furrowing deeper than before. At that moment, Sean's demeanor and the position he occupied were so striking that they ensnared the attention of nearly everyone present. In this desolate landscape, one side was dominated by an alien army descending from Thanos' grand, technologically advanced spacecraft, while on the other stood the formidable collective of Earth's Avengers. The battlefield was expected to showcase a tense standoff between adversaries. However, due to Sean's presence, the dynamics had shifted into a peculiar triangular balance of power. Though the scene appeared surreal, Steve and his allies soon redirected their focus toward Thanos, as their paramount objective remained to thwart him from seizing the Infinity Stones. Once Thor and Tony returned to the fold, Steve summoned Mjolnir, and the final confrontation was poised to commence. At the sight of Wanda, Sean suddenly felt a pang of longing for his little cat back home. He summoned his trident. Just as the two factions prepared for battle, a thunderous boom resonated across the field, followed by a tremendous clash of metal. The assembled Avengers watched in disbelief as Thanos, wielding a shattered blade of tyranny, collapsed. His body cleaved in two, his face a mask of astonishment and regret. Master. Ebony Maw gazed in disbelief at the dismembered form of his once mighty master, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. However, under Sean's relentless barrage of heat rays and trident strikes, Thanos' army was decimated almost entirely. The remaining Avengers, who had been eager to engage, were left horrified by the massacre. How could this be? Thanos' formidable vitality, seemingly destined by fate, prevented him from perishing immediately. After dispatching the minions, Sean approached Thanos' side. I know, the destined one. A surge of golden-red eternal flames erupted, consuming Thanos' remains entirely. Following the destruction of Thanos, Sean felt the eternal fire within him pulse fiercely. It was at this moment that he sensed an overwhelming wave of indifference and desolation enveloping him. Sean stood still, furrowing his brow as he searched within himself, yet found nothing. Did we win, Captain? He queried. Sam, the Falcon, struggled to close his agape mouth, appearing bewildered. It seems so, Steve responded, equally perplexed. He had intended to rally the troops with a cheer, but now, it felt as though it was all over. What then of the injuries he had sustained? What of the shattered remnants of his shield? Steve cast a glance at the half of his shield that remained. He had prepared himself for a final stand, yet the outcome had taken him, and indeed everyone, by surprise. At that moment, perhaps the most astonished was Strange. He had witnessed that 1 in a million chance on Titan, sacrificing the time stone, which the sorcerers vowed to protect with their lives. Yet the conclusion before him differed vastly from what he had foreseen. Turning to Tony, he found him also looking back at him. Is this the only victorious outcome you saw? Tony inquired, pointing a finger at Strange for confirmation. Strange was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at that finger. What's wrong? Is there something amiss, or is the battle not yet over? Tony's gaze was fixed anxiously on Strange. At that moment, Strange felt as though he had swallowed a live fly. Chapter 140. A thunderous sound in the sky as Aunt May enters as the battlefield lay strewn with the bodies of Thanos and his forces, all of whom had been vanquished. The once invincible Thanos now lay lifeless. Confusion reigned, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their purpose. Who are we? Where are we? What have we come here for? Wanda, observing Sean standing nearby, magically maneuvered her body towards him and landed gracefully at his side. Regardless of who you are, you avenged me by defeating Thanos, and I wish to express my gratitude. I shall remember this, Wanda said, tears brimming in her eyes. Sean, who had been exploring his own condition, momentarily set aside the unexpected turn of events upon witnessing the sorrowful expression of Wanda from this timeline. Her grief over Vision's death was palpable. Yet, he also noted the impressive development of adult Wanda, realizing that young Wanda's potential had yet to be fully realized. Soon, Tony, Steve, and the others gathered around to thank Sean for his assistance. Hey, sir, that move you did, firing red beams from your eyes, was absolutely magnificent. And that flaming sword of yours, could I see it? Wait, where has it gone? Oh, I see. Is it also nanotechnology? Peter, filled with excitement, animatedly gazed at Sean, completely oblivious to Tony, who he hadn't seen in years, greeting him. Tony, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but grimace. The boy truly lacked awareness. As Steve was explaining Sean's origins to the others, Sean suddenly lifted his gaze towards the sky. What was happening? Was there an enemy? Steve keenly noted Sean's movement. I must excuse myself for a moment, Sean declared, soaring into the sky. Friday, what is the situation? Tony inquired, noticing Sean's abrupt departure, addressing his new assistant after Jarvis. Sir, an object is rapidly approaching the atmosphere, and Mr. Sean's speed is quite remarkable. They are likely to meet in about a second. Friday reported the monitored situation to everyone. No sooner had she finished speaking than a violent collision echoed through the sky, followed by a persistent rumble of thunder. Could it be? Tony glanced at Steve, recalling the beam of light he had seen during his near-fatal drift in space. Blast. Is there anyone who can contact them? Prompted by Tony's words, Steve realized who was arriving. Since Sean had not clarified before charging ahead, he assumed Sean mistook Danvers for a foe. Thor, can you fly up and stop them? Steve directed towards Thor, as he felt uneasy allowing anyone else to ascend. The clash between those two could potentially wreak havoc. Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes began to shimmer with blue lightning, and he swung his Stormbreaker, propelling himself into the heights. Just as Sean took off from the ground, he darted towards the rapidly approaching Captain Marvel. When his figure came into her line of sight, Captain Marvel was visibly startled. When did Thanos acquire such a formidable individual? However, observing Sean approaching her, she remained calm and unafraid. Since reclaiming her true identity, she had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. A faint smile graced her lips as she perceived Sean's trajectory, deeming him another overconfident challenger. Yet, reality delivered a staggering blow. Upon their high-speed collision, the sheer force sent Captain Marvel hurtling backward. Gasping in disbelief, Carol Danvers steadied herself, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts as she gazed incredulously at Sean, who still hovered in the distance. How could this be? Who on earth was this individual? Before she could catch her breath, Sean's figure vanished in an instant, and she swiftly sensed his impending assault. One could say that the battle between the two had devolved into a one-sided affair. Sean relentlessly assaulted Captain Marvel while internally weighing the disparity between her and Thanos. Indeed, Captain Marvel was significantly more formidable than Thanos, yet her strength appeared to have its limits. However, in an instant, with a fierce roar, Captain Marvel erupted in a more intense radiance. At that moment, she was no longer the one being overwhelmed by Sean. She could barely keep pace with his speed. Just as Sean reveled in the clash with Captain Marvel, Bolts of lightning began to materialize around them, heralding Thor's arrival, soaring in with his Stormbreaker. Cease. Stop fighting. Upon Thor's appearance, Sean instinctively refrained from further aggression. Yet Captain Marvel, visibly frustrated by the skirmish, was intent on continuing until she was halted by Thor. Who on earth are you? She demanded. Her voice laced with fury as she confronted Thor, her luminosity undiminished, suggesting that if Thor's words displeased her, the battle would not easily come to a close. This is Sean. He has just vanquished Thanos and his legion, Thor explained, shedding light on Sean's identity. You are an Earthling? Then why did you attack me right away? Carol Danvers, her radiance dimmed but still seething with anger, glared at Sean. Given your aggressive approach towards Earth, I assumed you were here to invade, Sean casually remarked. Carol felt a wave of frustration wash over her. After all, she had indeed charged towards Earth from the cosmos. But was that not out of concern for the situation on the planet? Left at a loss for words, Carol angrily flicked her hand and then darted towards the ground. Eager to ascertain if what Thor had said was true, that Sean had single-handedly obliterated Thanos and his entire army. Once she had distanced herself from the two, Carol surreptitiously raised her hands to massage her face, her expression oscillating between pain and indignation. How could such a person exist, striking here? She thought, still reeling from the near-fainting pain she had just experienced, a sensation she had never encountered before. When Sean and Thor returned to the ground, it was evident that Captain Marvel had gleaned the entirety of the situation from Steve and the others, yet she continued to cast an intimidating glare at Sean. Especially upon witnessing the nonchalant demeanor with which he regarded her, she felt an intensified swelling and ache in her chest. Sean was aware that Captain Marvel was fixated on him, but he held no interest in her. A brief encounter was sufficient. It would be far more prudent to focus on Wanda. Now that matters here have reached a resolution, it is time for me to take my leave. Chapter 141. Steve's subtle thoughts. Days swiftly passed by, during which Tony and his companions successfully reconstructed a brand new, miniature time-space travel device. The previous apparatus had met its demise, submerged alongside the entire base in the ruins wrought by the fierce artillery of Thanos' ship. The prospect of returning home filled Sean with a sense of resignation. As he shook his head and let out a long sigh, ever since the battle concluded, he felt as if he were on the brink of madness. Relentlessly pursued by Captain Marvel, her return to Earth had been solely to assist the Avengers in confronting Thanos, given that his infamous snap had repercussions across the cosmos. Captain Marvel, after all, prided herself on being the universe's protector. However, upon learning that Thanos had already been vanquished by Sean, she chose not to depart hastily as she typically would, but rather opted to remain on Earth. It seemed that ever since their initial encounter, which culminated in a skirmish, Captain Marvel had developed a keen interest in Sean's prowess. Yet, Sean found himself utterly uninterested in her advances. One could only wonder if this formidable heroine was experiencing some form of midlife crisis, as she persistently sought opportunities to challenge him, often resulting in altercations. Their clashes, after the initial few where Sean struggled to adapt to her energy blasts, had devolved into a one-sided affair, with Sean easily overpowering her. Nevertheless, Captain Marvel, seemingly fueled by a newfound determination, continued to confront him, fully aware of the disparity in their abilities, much to Sean's vexation. Now at last, they were on the verge of leaving this timeline, making it imperative for him to make a swift exit. Subsequently, Sean, accompanied by Tony and Steve, arrived at the vicinity of the former base's location. After a deliberation, they resolved to teleport both Sean and Steve back to Sean's original timeline. Steve regarded Sean with earnest gratitude, stating, "I truly appreciate your assistance, Sean, both with the stones and in dealing with Thanos." He could still vividly recall the day he faced off against Thanos and his countless legions. Although he had the Avengers at his back, he was acutely aware that a confrontation would have exacted a far greater toll than they were currently enduring. "It was merely a trifle," Sean replied nonchalantly. "Yet, I could have returned with the stones alone. Why must you accompany me?" he inquired, hinting at his skepticism. I thought since you've already helped us so much, I might as well lend you a hand, to spare you the long journey of returning each stone to its origin," Steve responded, a hint of awkwardness suddenly creeping onto his face. "Not at all. I possess teleportation magic. Even if I didn't isn't there still the Ancient One?" Sean remained unconvinced by Steve's justification. Upon hearing Sean's words, coupled with his gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of things, Steve found himself momentarily rendered speechless, standing frozen, uncertain of how to continue without revealing his innermost thoughts. Fortunately, Sean merely intended to jest and had no desire to pry further. As Bucky and the others approached to bid farewell, Sean playfully patted Steve on the shoulder and sauntered away. I believe Steve has already conveyed his heartfelt gratitude to you, so I shall refrain from reiterating it. Actually, I wish to entrust you with the care of my counterpart from your timeline, Pepper. Tony remarked awkwardly as he observed Sean's retreating figure. Sean glanced at the aging Tony, suppressing the urge to tease him, and gently nodded in agreement. Thank you. Subsequently, Sean joined Steve on the time travel device, where nanotech suits immediately enveloped them. See you soon, Bucky smiled from below, watching his dear friend. Witnessing this scene, Sean turned to cast a fleeting glance at the taciturn Steve beside him, and as Banner began the countdown, their figures swiftly diminished into the quantum realm. Just after Sean and Steve vanished, beneath a distant tree, an elderly woman raised her hand in exasperation, then with a forlorn expression, ascended into the cosmos. Sean traversed the quantum realm and soon returned to his designated timeline, where everything within Kamartaj appeared unchanged from the moment they had departed. It seems your task has been executed well. As Sean entered the lounge, he heard the voice of the Ancient One. Looking up, he found her still embodying the tranquility she had exuded before his departure. Casually tossing the time stone towards her, Sean straightforwardly inquired, "What was it you mentioned regarding Wanda?" The emerald-hued time stone slowed as it approached the Ancient One, ultimately hovering in midair. The Ancient One opened her eyes and shot Sean a disapproving glance. Could you not show a modicum of respect? After all, this is a singular time stone in the universe. As she spoke, she extended her hand, and the verdant gem promptly soared towards the eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck. However, just as the time stone was about to return to the eye, it abruptly halted. How about I keep it for you? The Ancient One raised her gaze once more to Sean. Upon hearing her seemingly tempting words, Sean smirked. Can you not exhibit a sense of responsibility? This is the final stretch. Must you not stand firm in your duty? Am I not responsible enough? I have been guarding this post for several centuries. Sensing that Sean would likely refuse, the Ancient One's tone unexpectedly turned somber. However, the emotional turmoil of the Ancient One did not linger for long. She placed the time stone into the eye of Agamotto and continued to address the question Sean had posed upon his arrival. It was rather simple. I wish to take Wanda as my apprentice and teach her the mystic arts. I had considered this possibility. But are you certain that your sole intention is to take her as your disciple? Sean cast a glance at the eye of Agamotto, which contained the time stone, his tone laced with skepticism. The Ancient One offered no response, instead smiling at Sean, the meaning behind her smile unmistakable. Should you not be awaiting that strange to hand over the title of Sorcerer Supreme? Why are you so intent on bestowing your attention upon me or those close to me? Are you not concerned that this might influence the future? Furthermore, speaking of which, I eliminated a version of Thanos from the past in that timeline. Does this mean we will be spared from a Thanos invasion here? Sean voiced his inner doubts. Do you remember our first meeting? The Ancient One poured a cup of tea and handed it to Sean. At that time, I mentioned that the future was of little consequence, did I not? The Ancient One continued. Sean nodded gently, recalling that she had been deliberately enigmatic. The reason I stated such was that I had detected alterations in the future long before, albeit initially, they manifested as mere subtle tremors, which I did not regard with much seriousness. These tremors persisted until the day we encountered one another, when they erupted. The Ancient One turned to gaze at Sean. Erupted? What do you mean? Sean inquired, perplexed. It was akin to a genuine bomb being dropped into a meticulously organized city, gradually dismantling the future. However, this destruction does not imply that we have lost our future due to your actions. Upon uttering the first part of her statement, the Ancient One noticed Sean furrowing his brow, preparing to interject, and she continued with the latter part of her thought. Sean glanced at the Ancient One, signaling her to proceed. It was only later that I comprehended how our universe, more accurately, our timeline, had undergone changes due to your presence, particularly from the day you resolved to rescue Tony Stark, when our timeline began to diverge. Diverge? Sean furrowed his brow. Indeed, after that point, I could only intermittently glimpse certain future scenarios, many of which were indistinct and utterly unclear. Are you suggesting that our timeline is now entirely independent, whereas previously we were tethered to the original timeline, that is, the one belonging to Tony and the others? You may interpret it as such. Therefore, when they came seeking my assistance, while I was aware that our future no longer relied upon their triumph, they indeed required our aid. Thus, I chose to lend the stone, yet I harbored some trepidation regarding this decision, which is why I sought you out. The Ancient One smiled at Sean. Are you not concerned that my presence may affect their timeline? Sean inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Gu-E replied earnestly, given that these alterations stem from you, if you were to remain in their timeline, I suspect it would indeed have consequences. Upon hearing this, Sean reflected on Natasha, May, Jean, Wanda, and Nissa, Selena, and promptly shook his head. Only a fool would choose that path. So, you truly have no inkling of what the future holds, do you? Sean pressed on. To some extent, yes. I can only perceive vague images, as though obscured by a veil, glimpsed through the narrow gaps between fingers, Gu-E responded. Despite her words, Sean sensed that she must have discerned something significant. What about Thanos? He queried. Did we not just discuss this? Our timeline has become an independent entity. Therefore, your actions in their future timeline, even if they involve eliminating a past version of Thanos, will not affect us. So, you're saying that Purple Menace is still alive here and will eventually come for us? Sean asked. Purple Menace? Is that the moniker you've bestowed upon him? Gu-E chuckled at Sean's nickname for Thanos, finding it rather fitting. Not I, but rather an unknown mysterious force, Sean mused. Recalling the vast community of internet users from his previous life, Gu-E raised an inquisitive eyebrow, nodding knowingly, aware that Sean's origins were shrouded in mystery. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to directly influence a timeline or even render it independent. Returning to our earlier discussion, why are you so intent on pushing the position of Sorcerer Supreme in my direction? She asked. In truth, I am placing my bets, Sean replied. Gu-E's expression shifted to one of intrigue at his words. I believe you are no ordinary being, hence my desire to invest in you. I trust you as far as I can throw you, Sean retorted. Besides, your magical prowess is commendable, is it not? It's a pity you have been so reluctant. Now, I find myself forced to consider alternatives, Gu-E remarked, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. Oh, but I cannot say it is merely settling for less. For that little one excels in magic far beyond you, she added with a teasing glint in her eye, assuming Sean was unaware of Wanda's capabilities. Sean pursed his lips at Gu-E's expression, muttering under his breath, it's just chaos magic, the Scarlet Witch, I've known that for ages. Contemplating this, along with their earlier conversation, Sean seriously pondered Gu-E's proposition. Having Gu-E mentor Wanda in magic would undoubtedly be an excellent choice, considering her extensive experience in both white and dark magic. After all, have you not seen those dimensional deities lamenting daily due to a certain bald-headed scoundrel? However, the deliberate choice of Wanda was also to have her inherit the position of the Supreme Sorcerer, a role that is certainly not an enviable one, causing Sean to harbor some concerns for Wanda. I shall return and discuss with Wanda. Even if I consent, she may very well be unwilling. Sean drained the somewhat tepid tea from the table in one gulp. Well, I have a safety net in Strange, remarked Gu-E nonchalantly. Do you think Strange would be so incensed by your words that he would refuse to come? Sean teased with a playful smirk. Just get lost, Gu-E retorted brusquely. Issuing a dismissal, Sean activated a portal and returned to his abode, surprised to find Natasha, May, and Wanda all present in his home. What brings you here? Sean inquired, observing the three women frolicking in light attire. Indeed, they were all women now. His gaze lingered primarily on Wanda, who had seemed to evade him before his departure, yet now. Upon his return, the three appeared inseparable. Inseparable? What are you laughing at? Natasha interjected, noticing his smirk. Look at you, drooling like that. Mind your manners. She had returned solely because of Sean, only to see him accompany a bald woman. Regardless of her status as the so-called Supreme Sorcerer, it was perplexing. And now, he was staring at Wanda upon his return? Had Sean discerned Natasha's current thoughts, he would have indignantly countered. Who says I am fixated on Wanda? I am clearly admiring all three of you. Why are you all in my house? Sean pressed on. We are concerned for you, Natasha replied. You spoke before about magic and dimensional demons. Now, that Supreme Sorcerer has personally come to find you, and we believe the situation may be dire. Even Jean has visited. But she reassured us that with your abilities and your desire for self-preservation, no one could bring you harm. Natasha rolled her eyes as she spoke. Meanwhile, the obedient Wanda timidly added, Actually, Jean is quite worried about you, but she is preoccupied with my matters. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Sean contemplated whether he should give Jean a stern reprimand, and Wanda's subsequent addition convinced him that such action was indeed warranted. Very well, it is settled then. Ride the Phoenix. At that moment, Wanda's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Sean, who was charging toward them with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. Her mind momentarily blank as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Even after accepting the current situation with Sean, Wanda never envisioned that an event so surreal would transpire in her life. She had believed that, despite the ambiguous connections Sean shared with Natasha, May, and Jean, he would at least possess some reservations. However, Sean's actions today completely surpassed Wanda's expectations, rendering her utterly astonished and momentarily speechless. At that very moment, The atmosphere around them became chaotic, as if swept away by a tempest. Natasha and May remained resolutely defiant, vigorously resisting Sean's advances. Yet, unexpectedly, at this pivotal juncture, Wanda, who had previously remained silent, found herself succumbing to Sean's commands, overwhelmed by a blend of profound astonishment and inexplicable shyness, obediently complying with his requests. This series of actions captivated Sean, who had merely spoken casually, never anticipating that Wanda would actually adhere to his words. Meanwhile, Natasha and May desperately clutched the meager blanket from the sofa, attempting to shield themselves and preserve their last shred of dignity. Alas, against Sean's powerful grip, their efforts appeared feeble and futile. Ultimately, they had no choice but to relinquish their struggle, instinctively dashing towards the scant 2 rooms in Sean's home. In the master bedroom, Natasha exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression a mixture of gratitude and apprehension as she surveyed her alluring urban attire. Yet, she inwardly reprimanded herself, wishing she had donned stockings instead, as Sean clearly exhibited tendencies that were unsettling. Just opposite the door where Natasha leaned, May stood behind a closed door, equally filled with anticipation and fear, gasping for breath. However, in comparison to Natasha, May's self-control was evidently lacking. At that moment, she pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her heart race like a frightened rabbit, almost leaping from her throat. Although May typically maintained an air of composure and intellectual charm in Sean's presence, that was only due to the presence of others. When faced with Sean alone, it seemed she lost all capacity for self-regulation. No matter what demands he made, she willingly acquiesced. At this instant, as Sean merely knocked gently at her door, despite a flicker of resistance deep within, May's hands moved of their own accord towards the lock, slowly parting the barrier that separated them. At this moment, Sean discerned the unmistakable anticipation emanating from Natasha in the adjacent room, as she leaned against the door, intently absorbing every external signal. When May finally opened the door, Sean gently kissed her lips, a mere gesture that stirred a restless energy within her, causing her exquisite form to sway with unease. He then leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly. As May listened to Sean's words, her once enchanting eyes, reminiscent of clear autumn waters, widened in astonishment, resembling 2 radiant gemstones. Her delicate features were now adorned with innocence and youthful naivety, fixed upon Sean, seemingly filled with eager expectation for his indecent remarks, evoking a sense of vulnerability. In response to May's poignant expression, Sean's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Without hesitation, he grasped her slender wrist and, with a firm tug, drew her from the guest room. He then guided May towards the living room sofa, much like a startled fawn. In the meantime, Wanda, seated on the sofa, gaped in bewilderment, her heart a mixture of shyness and anticipation as she absorbed the unfolding scene, completely entranced. Sean swiftly approached the sofa, leaning in to whisper a few words into May's ear. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue akin to the evening sky, and she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Subsequently, Sean replicated the action with Wanda, who also found her complexion transforming into a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Even her neck tinged with a delicate blush. Both women were enveloped in embarrassment, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, Sean's focus was not on May and Wanda. His keen gaze was fixed upon the master bedroom, revealing a glimmer of cunning and satisfaction. With 2 already ensnared, he was determined to capture the third. Inside the master bedroom, a figure stealthily adhered to the doorframe, attempting to eavesdrop on the happenings outside. However, due to the distance, Natasha could hear nothing. At that moment, Sean's mind sparked with intent, and he effortlessly cast a spell. With a soft click, the door, previously secured by Natasha, swung open on its own accord. Startled by the sudden opening, Natasha gasped and instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Yet, Sean's movements were swifter. In the blink of an eye, he slipped into the master bedroom. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, leaving Natasha, who wore a look of panic, with no means of retreat. Caught off guard by this sudden confrontation, Natasha's expression transformed into one of bewilderment as she beheld the man she had longed for, now standing before her with an imposing demeanor. Before she could regain her composure from the shock, Sean pounced on her like a fierce leopard, wrapping his powerful arms around her delicate, slender waist. "Do you still wish to escape, my dear? Tonight, you are utterly ensnared." Sean's deep, magnetic voice resonated in Natasha's ears, imbued with an irresistible allure. Each word felt like a current surging through her, piercing her eardrums and striking at her heart. Chapter 144. Riding the Phoenix. As Sean's words sank in, Natasha slowly began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Reflecting on her past encounters with Sean and the experiences that lay ahead, she pouted playfully, feigning indignation. Humph. Who is trying to run away? Don't flatter yourself. I fear it will be you who cries for mercy first. Yet deep down, she understood that facing this rogue, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult to evade his grasp tonight. The night stretched on interminably, at least from the perspectives of Natasha, May, and Wanda, who each navigated a whirlwind of shyness, anticipation, desire, and fear, intermingled with a hint of longing. Wanda perhaps fared slightly better. Natasha and May had previously believed that even if they could not conquer Sean individually, achieving a final victory together would be within reach. However, reality delivered a harsh lesson, as Sean taught them what it truly meant to face 1 against 10, and each of those 10 multiple times over. Initially, they had spoken with bravado, but by the time Sean rose effortlessly from the bed, they found themselves sprawled like puddles of mud atop the already pleading Wanda. In this regard, Sean regarded Wanda as far more honest than Natasha and May, or perhaps the latter two were merely speaking in jest, hoping for more. As Sean slowly donned his attire, he admired his handiwork, for his mission was not yet complete. While Natasha, May, and Wanda lay in a state of satisfied slumber, their faces a mixture of contentment and fear, Sean activated a portal and stepped through it. Just as he crossed the threshold, a striking figure rushed towards him. This curvaceous beauty bore no intent of aggression. Upon their encounter, they immediately embraced. Finally, you've come to find me, you scoundrel. Cheen gazed at Sean with a blend of joy and reproach. Why would I ever forsake my precious Cheen? Sean lavishly returned her affection with sweet words. Humph. I see that with Wanda by your side, you are on the verge of forgetting me. Cheen is evidently still grappling with jealousy over Wanda, completely oblivious to Sean's sweet words. Do you not sense the fervent love I harbor for you? Sean teased with a raised eyebrow. In that instant, Cheen, momentarily entranced by Sean's passionate demeanor, lost her prior composure. At that moment, all thoughts of jealousy faded, and her mind was solely occupied with the desire for an intimate connection with Sean. Love me? No, that's not why I am here today. Just as Cheen, with a dazed look in her eyes, was leaning closer to Sean, she heard him utter those words. Huh. With her beautiful eyes slightly widened, Cheen gazed at the man she had been yearning for, perplexed. Observing the mixture of anticipation, longing, and confusion on Cheen's face, Sean felt he might soon succumb to temptation. I have come today to ride the phoenix, Sean said with a mischievous smile. His breath enveloped Cheen's face, infused with a sunlit fragrance that left her utterly entranced. The expression on her charming face, one of sweet submission, suggested that at this moment, she would acquiesce to anything he proposed. Cheen softly murmured. Sean leaned closer to her. She had her eyes tightly shut, as if hiding from the truth, her eyelids fluttering delicately. What did you say? Speak louder. I cannot hear you, Sean mockingly prodded. You. Cheen abruptly opened her captivating eyes, casting a reproachful glance at her adversary, while restlessly contorting her curvaceous form under his strong grip. Be good. I simply wish to hear you say it. Hurry. Sean emphasized his last words by tightening his hold, his breath growing increasingly labored. Feeling her soft flesh being kneaded and Sean's robust frame against her, Cheen could no longer suppress her innermost desires. I want you to ride the phoenix. The phoenix wishes to be ridden by you. A low, dreamy voice emerged from Cheen's swan-like neck, and Sean could no longer restrain his own yearning. Be good and turn around. Lift your hips. Wanda felt particularly fulfilled after a night of rest. She had previously worried that Natasha or Cheen might not accept her when Sean had left. After Sean departed with Ancient One, she initially intended to return to her nearby apartment, but before she could react, Natasha had pulled her into Sean's room. Sitting obediently on the couch, Wanda submitted to Natasha's scrutiny, resembling a timid quail with her head bowed, too afraid to meet Natasha's gaze. Even though she knew that Sean had not explicitly defined his relationship with anyone, she wished to avoid causing him any displeasure because of her presence. Wanda, have you truly thought this through? If you regret it now, it is not too late. To Wanda's surprise, Natasha refrained from mocking her and instead gently took her hand, patiently inquiring about her true feelings. Caught off guard, Wanda looked up, her beautiful eyes blinking as she summoned all her courage to meet Natasha's gaze. Well, I have been contemplating this for a long time, but Sean has always ignored me, she declared with an air of confidence. However, as she recounted how she intended to capture Sean's attention, a rosy blush crept across her cherubic face, even tinting the tips of her adorable ears. That insufferable scoundrel. I cannot fathom how he manages to attract so many admirers. Natasha, rather than expressing discontent at Wanda's heartfelt confession, found herself somewhat irked on Sean's behalf. Oh no, Sean is quite good, Wanda said cautiously, wary of provoking Natasha's temper. With a slight smirk, Natasha continued, "I understand, but do not indulge him too much. Or who knows how high that rascal's tail will rise. Do you understand?" Natasha feigned severity as she admonished the newcomer, oblivious to the fact that she herself often succumbed to Sean's unreasonable demands. Not too indulgent? Wanda pondered, perplexed. She was unsure of what indulgence entailed, believing that every notion Sean had was justified and worthy of her support. Consequently, even when Natasha summoned May to impart some wisdom to Wanda, she remained resolute in her belief that Sean's perspectives were indeed correct. Isn't it right to share joy? If Sean is happy, does that not mean I am happy too? Chapter 145. New changes upon achieving the night's accomplishment. Sean seized the opportunity while Jean was in a state of hazy consciousness, forcibly opening a portal to gather the four of them for a game of mahjong. However, the aftermath resulted in the four awakening to a barrage of criticism directed at Sean's actions. Little Wanda found herself caught between the three lovely ladies, glancing first at the mildly annoyed beauties and then at Sean, who seemed oblivious to the turmoil. "Wanda, come sit," Sean beckoned languidly, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Upon witnessing Sean's nonchalant demeanor, the three women each shot him an exasperated glance before exchanging embarrassed looks and departing hastily. Natasha claimed she had duties at S.H.I.E.L.D. May stated she needed to check on Peter, and Jean used her students as an excuse. Alas, whenever they gathered, their minds drifted back to that rather uncomfortable scene, all thanks to that wretched Sean. Sean watched as Wanda approached him with an unassuming grace. Yet instead of taking a seat beside him, she nestled herself directly onto his lap, seeking refuge in his embrace. The tactile sensation of having such a human-shaped pillow was quite delightful. As he felt Wanda's delicate head nuzzle against him, Sean inquired, "Wanda, have you ever contemplated what you wish to pursue in the future?" Wanda lifted her gaze to meet Sean's, her expression reflecting confusion at his query. "I can sense a formidable power residing within you. Have you considered harnessing and mastering it?" Sean continued, inhaling the warmth of Sean's presence. Wanda felt an enveloping comfort since joining him, which had nearly erased the memories of her past tribulations alongside Pietro. However, Sean's sudden reference to her extraordinary abilities left her in a state of uncertainty, rendering her momentarily speechless. "There's no rush. Take your time to ponder. We have all the time in the world. Whatever decision you make, I will support you," Sean reassured her, sensing the turmoil reflected in her eyes and countenance. Gently, he raised a hand to stroke her hair. Feeling his warmth, Wanda settled her head back against him, relishing the sun's gentle rays. Though Sean's question had stirred subtle ripples within her heart. Some days later, as their holiday came to a close, Tony's frantic call reached Sean. Though this time it was not about himself. "Sean, Happy is in trouble." Upon listening to Tony's account, Sean discerned the gravity of the situation. In the hospital room, a visibly distressed Tony was taken aback when the familiar Martian portal illuminated before him, signaling Sean's swift arrival. Glancing at the array of monitors indicating vital signs, Sean quickly assessed that Happy's condition was stable, albeit he remained in a deep unconsciousness due to severe injuries inflicted by an explosion. "The doctors are uncertain when he will awaken. We can only leave it to fate." Tony's voice trembled slightly, revealing the depth of his concern. Having been with Happy for over a decade, their bond transcended that of mere employer and employee. Though Happy could be somewhat unpredictable, he was undeniably one of Tony's few true friends. "I can attempt to heal him," Sean offered, his voice breaking through Tony's sorrowful reverie, marking one of the reasons for his visit. "How?" Tony asked, puzzled. While he acknowledged Sean's formidable prowess, he had yet to witness any extraordinary healing abilities from him, save for the instance when Sean had once reset his dislocated arm during their first encounter. However, one could argue that this merely falls under the realm of conventional surgery. Does it not? Presently, Happy's injuries are far more grave than a mere dislocated arm. Indeed, it was after receiving Tony's call that Sean conceived this notion. As he previously mentioned, one of his purposes for being here is to explore the possibility of treating Happy's condition. The impetus behind this thought stems from his observations of certain transformations within his eternal flame. In the past, Sean, as Tony surmised, possessed formidable strength yet lacked any healing abilities. The sole instance where he exhibited such a capacity was during his encounter at the vampire's bar, where he channeled his energy into the inebriated May, merely alleviating her intoxication without inducing any further alterations to her physical state. However, the eternal flame within Sean has undergone new metamorphoses. Following his confrontation with Thanos in the future timeline, he sensed a profound detachment and a chilling stillness, coinciding almost precisely with a vigorous pulsation of the eternal flame within him. At that moment, Sean suspected he might have been afflicted or invaded by some external force, prompting him to remain rooted in place, searching for the cause within himself, yet no answers emerged. Ultimately, interrupted by others, he was compelled to pause his inquiries. Upon returning to his rightful timeline, Sean meticulously discerned the state of his being, ultimately uncovering some unusual phenomena. His body and mind were free of any ailments, with the only alteration residing within the eternal flame. Initially, after absorbing the eternal flame in Asgard, it merged with the solar energy coursing through his veins, resembling an inexhaustible source of solar power, while simultaneously embodying the essence of fire. Subsequently, during the near explosion of the Phoenix Force within Jean, he absorbed a portion of the energy emanating from her, causing the eternal flame to change yet retain its fiery nature. However, following the pulsation experienced in the future timeline, Sean discovered that the eternal flame now emanated a sense of vitality. This sudden transformation prompted him to conduct minor experiments on nearby flora. To his astonishment, he found that the eternal flame could indeed accelerate plant growth or incinerate them entirely, depending solely on his choice. Thus, upon hearing Tony's account of Happy's predicament, he hastened over, eager to ascertain whether the newfound attributes of the eternal flame could facilitate Happy's healing. Sean briefly conveyed his thoughts to Tony, who initially exhibited no reaction, having already been astounded by Sean's myriad revelations, until Sean raised his finger to indicate that he was ready to administer the treatment to Happy. Tony gazed at him with a worried expression. "Are you suggesting that this resplendent flame be infused into Happy's body?" Chapter 146, The Special Use of Eternal Fire. "Are you certain that this substance won't incinerate his excess flesh?" As Tony observed the flickering flame at the tip of Sean's finger, he held an inherent trust in Sean, but still felt a twinge of apprehension. However, in a moment of concentration, Sean summoned the life force contained within the eternal fire. And Tony too felt the invigorating essence. He even fancied that, after merely gazing at it twice, his own battered kidneys showed signs of revival. "Could I possibly receive a dose of that as well?" Tony suddenly inquired, playfully touching his lower back with a rather lewd grin. Recognizing Tony's intentions, Sean shot him an exasperated glance. "What do you take me for? My name does not include the character for great." Ignoring Tony's frivolity, Sean redirected his focus to Happy, who lay on the hospital bed. This marked his first attempt at healing a human, and he was uncertain of the outcome. Under Tony's eager gaze, the golden flame soared towards Happy. Upon contact, there were no signs of combustion. Rather, the flame seamlessly merged into Happy's body. In an instant, the grievously injured Happy began to heal rapidly. Through Sean's perceptive vision, he witnessed the damaged bones and organs within Happy's body rejuvenating under the life-giving warmth of the eternal fire, even showing signs of enhancement. Tony marveled as he observed the surface wounds on Happy's body swiftly mending, yielding a fresh appearance. This transformation only intensified his desire to have Sean ignite him as well. As Sean withdrew his hand, the presumably unconscious Happy abruptly exclaimed, "Don't stop. That feels amazing." At those words, Sean's expression darkened. "Damn it. I'm here to heal you, not to provide some kind of special service." After uttering those words, Happy soon opened his eyes, looking at Tony, who had rushed to his side with concern, and at Sean, whose face was clouded with annoyance. Happy, puzzled, inquired, "Boss? Why are you here? What happened to that stunning blonde beauty?" Seeing that Happy had truly awakened and was now searching for a golden-haired, blue-eyed enchantress, Tony finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He had not worried that Sean would harm Happy. Rather, he had feared that Happy's injuries were too severe for even Sean's method to restore him. However, now witnessing the rotund figure of Happy reminiscing with a smirk about the so-called beauty, Tony could not help but remark, "Now I understand what kind of dreams you indulge in every night." Happy seemed to have grasped the current situation, as he suddenly recalled his discoveries prior to the explosion and shared his suspicions with Tony. "You should rest well. I will handle the matters ahead," Tony remarked, furrowing his brow upon hearing Happy's account. Based on Happy's descriptions, it appeared that this explosion was far from a mere coincidence, and that Aldrich Killian's subordinate was entangled in the affair, raising the question of whether Aldrich himself was implicated as well. Had he approached the company to target Pepper? Tony's mind raced with possibilities, yet all he had were conjectures, insufficient to substantiate the truth of the matter. Now that Happy was safe, could he take his leave? Although the outcome seemed rather absurd, Sean had indeed confirmed that his eternal flame had acquired a new characteristic. Wait, Tony suddenly called out to him. Sean turned back, puzzled by Tony's conflicted expression. "Could you also lend me a hand with that?" Tony hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his request. "You truly intend to rely on this to rise up? Can't you engage in some training instead?" Sean shook his head in exasperation. Yet Tony's demeanor soon struck him as peculiar. Let us discuss this on the way. Tony clearly preferred not to engage in conversation about his upcoming revelations in such a crowded hospital setting. Having driven himself, the two exited the hospital, only to find the exterior besieged by a throng of reporters armed with cameras and microphones. The moment Tony appeared, they bombarded him with questions, exacerbating his already frayed nerves, especially upon realizing that Pepper might also be involved. Frustrated by the relentless inquiries, Tony divulged his mansion's address, hoping to draw the attention of the so-called Mandarin. Sean observed the brooding expression on Tony's face in the driver's seat. "You seem a bit off," he remarked, feeling that Tony's behavior in the hospital had been excessively agitated. Upon hearing Tony's account, Sean furrowed his brow. He had initially assumed that the battle in New York had altered things for him, and that Tony would no longer suffer from anxiety. Yet, he was mistaken. The true source of Tony's anxiety did not stem from the battle itself. Tony yearned to safeguard all that he cherished. Since becoming Iron Man, he felt a profound responsibility weighing upon him, a duty to protect everything. The New York battle had enlightened him to the existence of formidable entities coveting Earth, which further intensified his sense of pressure. He aspired to defend the planet and all he loved. This pressure continually spurred him onward, while simultaneously stifling him. Upon witnessing Sean's miraculous healing abilities, he hoped that Sean might extend the same remedy to him. However, Sean replied with a hint of regret, "I fear this may not alleviate your situation. Your anxiety stems from within, from your very spirit. While my eternal flame may mend your body, it may not soothe your soul." He gently patted Tony on the shoulder. Hearing Sean's words, Tony could only muster a resigned smile. Having publicly disclosed his address, his opulent residence had attracted considerable attention, especially after he had provoked that formidable adversary. "What do you intend to do?" Sean inquired as he followed Tony to the basement of his home. "Track him down, find him, and eliminate him." Tony thought of the agonies endured by Happy, the explosions instigated by that adversary, and the likely threat to Pepper, compelling him to desire a definitive resolution to this menace. "While I cannot assist with your anxiety, I am quite adept at dealing with the matters you mentioned. After all, as a shareholder, it would be remiss of me to merely profit without contributing," Sean remarked with a smile. Feeling Sean's concern, Tony's spirits lifted somewhat. However, soon Tony's subsequent remark led Sean to contemplate whether it might be best to let this individual fend for himself, as he hardly seemed in any real danger. "Why don't you grant me that flame? I feel rather worn lately. By the way, to what extent can it restore me?" Chapter 147. I am passive initially. Tony intended to handle the situation himself, considering the threat merely that of an ordinary terrorist. As Iron Man, if he could not neutralize such a foe, what hope had he of safeguarding the Earth? However, with Sean's presence, it conveniently saved him some effort. Moreover, compared to Sean's extraordinary abilities, JARVI's analytical prowess fell short, as Sean could directly perceive sounds from any corner of the Earth. Before long, with Sean's assistance, they identified several potential locations. However, just as Tony was preparing to depart, Sean halted him, having already heard the hurried sound of Pepper's high heels approaching the door. Tony, being a renowned public figure, had attracted significant media attention, particularly following the recent explosive incident. Upon leaving the hospital, he had made statements in front of numerous reporters and news personnel, so it was no surprise that Pepper received word promptly. As Pepper's vehicle neared the mansion, she observed various personnel and helicopters surrounding the estate. In a flurry, she exited her car and rushed inside, making her way directly to the basement. "Tony, we must change our location quickly. This place is completely compromised," she exclaimed. "Hi, Sean," she greeted as she descended the stairs, clearly aware of Tony's association with Sean. "Sean and I are planning to confront the individual who harmed Happy. You may need to seek refuge temporarily in a safer location," Tony said, stepping forward and gently placing a hand on Pepper's shoulder. Upon hearing Tony's words, Pepper, initially concerned for his safety, realized that with Sean by their side, the real worry should lie with those terrorists. "Can I just stay at home?" Pepper inquired. "It has become increasingly evident that the mastermind behind those terrorist attacks is Aldrich Killian. He has likely already sought you out," Sean stated directly, leaving Pepper momentarily stunned. "What? Killian? Is that true? My goodness. It's him?" "Indeed, and within his scheme, retribution against Tony is a significant component. He has set his sights on you," Sean continued. "So where should I go?" Pepper asked, fully trusting Sean's words. "Tony, why do I suddenly feel a bit queasy? What's going on?" "Don't worry, Pepper. I will ensure your safety," Tony quickly reassured her. "Although Aldrich Killian does not pose a considerable threat, for precautionary measures, I have a suitable place to take Pepper," Sean remarked, then conjured a portal. As Pepper gazed at the lengthy corridor beyond the portal, it bore little resemblance to a military base. Instead, it felt more reminiscent of an academic setting. Recognizing the familiar scenery, Tony understood where Sean intended to place Pepper. It was indeed an excellent choice. If Killian and his associates truly pursued her, they would be courting disaster. Soon after, Sean led Tony and Pepper to meet Jean, who was instructing children with mutant abilities. Jean merely glanced at Sean and Tony before grasping the purpose of their visit. After a brief exchange with the children, she concluded the lesson and escorted them to the reception room. Observing that Charles's former office had been transformed into a reception area by Jean, Sean couldn't help but smile wryly. The girls certainly harbored a strong sense of retribution. I believe you two will resolve those matters swiftly, Ms. Pepper will be quite safe here, I assure you, Jean stated decisively just as Tony was about to speak. How could Pepper not be aware of Jean's abilities? She was astonished at how Jean could discern their intentions so effortlessly. However, Tony quickly grasped the situation and quietly explained it to Pepper. To his surprise, after his explanation, Pepper's gaze toward Jean shifted. Not everyone can accept that someone can peer into their innermost thoughts. Unfazed by Pepper's expression, Jean, now possessing a much more carefree demeanor than before, promptly called for Kitty. Hi, Sean. Katie gazed at Sean with sheer astonishment, initially believing that Quinn sought her out for some instructional arrangement. To her utter surprise, she found herself face to face with the person she had longed for. Katie, you've grown quite a bit, Sean remarked, noticing that she was nearly the same height as little Wanda. This simple comment caused the adorable girl to pout in displeasure, yet soon her eyes sparkled with joy at their reunion. Katie then noticed Tony and Pepper standing nearby, but upon seeing Tony, her instinctive reaction was to lean closer to Sean, reminiscent of her previous behavior. This prompted Pepper to cast a sidelong glance at Tony, her expression questioning his past actions. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Bro, please help me clarify. I'm not a pervert. Tony, recognizing the implication in Pepper's expression, sought Sean's assistance. Acutely aware of his tarnished reputation. It seems that the warning from Aurora has remained etched in your memory, Sean remarked, affectionately ruffling Katie's hair. He then jokingly assisted Tony in explaining the situation, lest Tony be perceived as a creep in Pepper's eyes. After a round of introductions, Quinn instructed Katie to take Pepper on a tour of the academy while also making arrangements for her. As they were about to depart, Katie mustered her courage to ask Sean, if you have time, may I come visit you? Of course, Sean replied, meeting Katie's eager gaze. Although he was unsure what activities Katie had in mind, he readily agreed. Watching Katie happily leave with a mischievous-looking Pepper, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This shouldn't be. Can my body still feel cold? Turning to see Quinn's hair gradually levitating and a sinister smile gracing her lips, Sean could only raise his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, this isn't my fault. Observing Sean's perpetual demeanor of passive innocence, Quinn sighed in frustration. Letting her hair fall, she had previously noticed Sean's peculiar allure to these young ones and had assumed that time would have dulled that sentiment. But alas, she had miscalculated. Having resolved Pepper's situation, Sean intended to summon Tony to offer warmth to Killian. However, upon turning around, he found Tony with a mischievous, lecherous expression, squinting at him. I knew it. You're into that, Tony exclaimed. Sean, weary of explaining himself to someone with such a juvenile mindset, countered, Katie is already an adult. She merely appears younger. After exchanging pleasantries with Quinn, Sean promptly created a portal, enveloping Tony, and in an instant, they were transported back to Tony's lavish mansion. As Tony was about to jest with Sean regarding Katie, Sean muttered absent-mindedly, they arrived rather swiftly. Swiftly? How swift? Did you time it? Was it 3 minutes? Tony, intrigued, glanced over, puffing out his chest with confidence at the mention of time. Upon hearing this, Sean sighed deeply, then looked at Tony, shaking his head while patting his shoulder, earnestly stating, it's all right, Pepper loves you. I can feel it. Just as Tony prepared to retort in defense, Sean shot him an exasperated glance, saying, can't you be serious for once? I was referring to Killian and his crew arriving quite promptly. In truth, Tony had initially approached the incident with utmost seriousness. Yet once Sean joined him, it seemed to diminish in significance. Whenever he was with Sean, even with enemies at their doorstep, he felt no concern. Much like during that incident in New York. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Tony contemplated what he would do if Sean were ever absent. This was likely one of the sources of his anxiety. Upon hearing Sean mention Killian's gang, Tony immediately reacted, instructing Jarvis to elevate his latest generation of adaptive navigation armor from his armory. Let me show you my latest suit. With pride illuminating his face, Tony watched as the Mark 42 slowly ascended in the center of the basement, his tone brimming with confidence, unaware that Sean had already witnessed the nanotech suit.
Sean wished to remind Tony of this, but to his knowledge, no one had yet breached that technological barrier. If anyone ever did,
Tony would undoubtedly be the pioneer in that field. Thus, Sean enjoyed a front-row seat to the battle of wits between man and machine. The Mark 42, under Jarvis's command, swiftly transformed into several flying components, launching towards its master, Tony, at such speed that Sean began to suspect Jarvis might be indulging in a bit of personal vendetta. Once Tony successfully donned the armor, Sean couldn't help but comment, "It seems Jarvis has been having a rather tough time lately. Thank you for your input, Mr. Sean." Jarvis's resonant mechanical voice filled the entire basement. "It appears it's time to clear some cash, Jarvis," Tony said, narrowing his eyes in a light-hearted threat. "My memory space remains ample. Thank you for your concern, sir. Additionally, it seems there is a visitor at the door," Jarvis warned, possibly calculating the risk of being formatted. Sean glanced at the blue screen displaying a woman ringing the doorbell, then turned to the conflicted expression on Tony's face, deliberately inquiring, "An ex-girlfriend? Perhaps she has come seeking child support since you publicly revealed your address?" Tony cast a bewildered glance at Sean, and the two proceeded toward the grand entrance. "What brings you here? It's quite perilous for me at the moment. I sincerely hope you don't have a 12-year-old child waiting for you in the car outside." Sean's earlier comment had left Tony with a lingering psychological unease. "To be precise, he is 13. I truly did not expect you to remember me. I assumed you had completely forgotten about me," the woman entering remarked, somewhat astonished. Tony was momentarily taken aback by her initial statement, even in Pepper's absence. The thought of her discovering his secret love child would spell the end of their relationship. However, the woman soon recognized Tony's discomfort and reassured him that she was merely joking in response to his comment, which eased his tension. The woman in question was Maya Hansen, a brief romantic entanglement from a scientific conference in Bern, Switzerland, over a decade ago. Coincidentally, Aldrich Killian, the mastermind behind the current incident, was also someone Tony had encountered at that same conference. Back then, Killian was a pitiable figure, desperately seeking to forge a connection with the already renowned Tony Stark for the sake of scientific collaboration. After being humiliated by Tony, he resolved to retreat into the shadows, harboring a lingering resentment towards him. Unbeknownst to Tony, Maya Hansen was intricately linked to Killian. One could even argue that her contributions were pivotal to Killian's present success. "Though I hesitate to disrupt your reunion with an old flame, we have far more pressing matters at hand," Sean interjected. Both Tony and Maya instinctively sought to refute Sean's implication of their former romance. But to their surprise, Sean seized Maya Hansen. "Whoa, brother, what are you doing? Even if you have an interest in her, there's no need to rush," Tony exclaimed, astonished yet not intervening. "She is in league with Killian." "But Killian is unaware that she is here with you," Sean stated, observing Maya's futile struggles. "What?" With Sean's revelation, Tony swiftly connected the dots. Indeed, according to Happy's description, the individual responsible for the explosion bore a striking resemblance to Maya Hansen's research from their time in Bern. And out of guilt for their one-night encounter, he had even assisted her in optimizing some equations. "What do you mean Killian doesn't know she is here?" Tony inquired, perplexed. Sean did not respond, but instead gazed toward the expansive ocean view on the other side of the living room. At that very moment, as Sean turned, the vast, tranquil sea, shimmering under the sunlight, erupted into a burst of flames. Yet, the flames seemed to be entirely contained, as if repelled by an invisible barrier, unable to breach the sanctity of the luxurious abode. Tony closed his battlesuit's visor and immediately spotted 3 armed helicopters rapidly approaching over the sea, incessantly firing upon them. Fortunately, the fiery blasts were entirely thwarted. Maya Hansen, witnessing this astonishing scene, was taken aback. She had merely intended to appeal to old sentiments in hopes of persuading Tony to refine her research. To her shock, her partner, Killian, had taken direct action against Tony, launching missiles with such audacity. Yet, what was the source of the barrier that repelled all their assaults? Chapter 149, Who Defecated in My Living Room? Eric Savon sat in the helicopter, observing the intense flames ignited by the explosions. He did not believe that the fires were a consequence of his missiles striking Tony's mansion. It was evident that all their attacks had been obstructed by an unseen force. After calmly issuing commands through his earpiece, Eric watched as the helicopter veered around the area ahead. If a frontal assault was futile, then they would approach from the side. The 3 armed helicopters maneuvered to various positions around Tony's mansion. However, before they could initiate their attack, Tony, donning the Mark 42 suit, swiftly destroyed 2 of them. The wreckage of the helicopters crashed onto the cliffs beneath the mansion, erupting into a spectacular fireball. At this moment, The remaining helicopter, with a furrowed brow, revealed a distinctly less nonchalant Eric Savon, who had not anticipated the failure of their surprise attack. Before Eric could issue a retreat command to the pilot, he felt a sudden shift and then vanished from the helicopter hovering over the sea. The pilot continuously called out Savin's name through the earpiece, inquiring about the next course of action. Receiving no response, he turned to the vacant seat beside him, only to be met with the assault of Tony clad in the Mark 42 suit. Tony surveyed the wreckage of the helicopter plummeting into the ocean. After ensuring there were no further threats, he returned to the villa. Meanwhile, the journalists who had fled at the onset of the conflict and their helicopters began to reappear around the mansion. What in the world is that foul odor? Has someone defecated in my living room? Upon entering, Tony was enveloped by an indescribable stench. Initially intending to disembark from his suit, he quickly sealed the visor and activated the suit's air purification feature. He then noticed Eric Savon sprawled on the living room floor, retching, still wearing the helicopter's headset. Though you executed your task admirably, you are responsible for replacing my flooring. Jarvis, promptly refresh the air in the house, if the bombs don't kill me. This stench surely will. Tony shot a glare at Sean, while Jarvis cranked the air conditioning system to maximum power. Tony Stark, I initially thought our mission had failed. Yet here you are, presenting yourself before me. Eric Seven spat out the remnants in his mouth, removed the headphones from his ears, and straightened up to behold Tony, Sean, and the now-released Maya Hansen. Upon seeing Maya, he momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. Is that so? I wonder who left the living room in such a state. Resembling a dead dog? In the face of his adversary's arrogance, Tony retorted without restraint. However, he was unprepared for the next moment when this seemingly mischievous individual lunged at him with remarkable speed. Eric Seven dashed across the marble floor of the living room, and thanks to the assistance of his armor, Tony managed to fend off Eric's assault. Nevertheless, Eric successfully seized Tony's wrist. As Tony observed the orange-red glow emanating from Eric's face and body, he understood. This individual had undergone Maya Hansen's experiment, granting him such incredible speed and strength. Even clad in his armor, Tony found his wrist constrained by Eric's formidable power, the heat radiating from his hands akin to molten steel. This intense temperature began to interfere with the operational systems of Tony's suit, gradually overwhelming him. Who is the dead dog now? Listening to the taunting words of his opponent, Tony had a sudden inspiration and activated the chest cannon, unleashing a blast that sent Eric crashing against the nearby steps. Who else could it be? Tony's armor swiftly recovered from its previous constraints, and he regarded the charred cavity in Eric's abdomen with disdain. One should not speak too soon, should they, my lady? Sean remarked, well aware that this rogue was not so easily vanquished, a truth that Maya Hansen, now rendered speechless from shock, likely understood best. Indeed, just as Tony cast a puzzled glance in Eric's direction, the orange-red glow re-emerged, particularly around his wounded area, as it writhed and regenerated, quickly healing. That did sting quite a bit, but killing me will not be so simple. I am immortal, Eric Seven grinned at Tony, as though the recent explosion had not affected him at all. Perhaps you should take the lead? He suggested, finding Eric's arrogance intolerable. Having previously encountered Maya Hansen's research in Switzerland, Tony recognized that this individual was capable of continuous self-repair, and he felt a twinge of frustration regarding Eric's abilities, prompting him to turn his gaze towards Sean. Upon witnessing Tony's actions, Eric Seven cast a mocking glance at Sean, convinced that Sean possessed no means to contend with him. You may lack any comprehension of immortality. Your rudimentary regenerative ability pales in comparison to a wolf I once encountered. Sean recalled Logan, whose regenerative prowess was 1,000-fold stronger. Eric Seven dismissed Sean's words with a scoff, asserting that anyone could boast. Once I've dealt with Tony, you shall be next. However, just as he launched yet another attack on Tony, he was inexplicably seized. How could this be? To ensure a fatal blow, he had fully activated the doomsday virus coursing through his veins, and his skin temperature was alarmingly high. How could anyone possibly restrain him barehanded? Maya Hansen, observing this familiar scene, instinctively touched her throat, which had recently been constricted. Before she could ponder whether Sean was stronger or if the enhanced doomsday warrior possessed greater strength, she witnessed a dazzling layer of golden-red flames rapidly enveloping Eric Seven, who was already glowing an orange-red hue. A sharp, high-pitched wail echoed through Tony's mansion, and then Maya could no longer see Eric Seven. What was that? Chapter 150. What does my years of output amount to? It is said to be the eternal flame. I suspect this fellow intentionally chose such a pretentious name, Tony kindly explained to the astonished Maya Hansen. Now, might you enlighten me as to the reason for your visit? Tony continued to inquire. Maya had no choice but to confess everything. Indeed, she was affiliated with Killian's faction. Her research on the Doomsday virus had significantly benefited Killian. Yet the virus also posed considerable issues, notably those so-called bomb terror attacks. All the perpetrators of these attacks had been injected with the Doomsday virus. Their unstable high temperatures directly leading to their self-detonation, a dilemma that had long plagued Maya. Initially, her research had advanced with Tony's assistance, but ultimately, others' knowledge is not one's own, so she lacked the capacity to resolve the current issues surrounding the Doomsday virus. She could only seek Tony's aid, unaware that Killian planned to bomb Tony's mansion directly. Killian's original scheme was to capture Pepper. This way, he could threaten Tony into compliance while relishing the sight of Tony's dismay. Sean resolved to take Maya Hansen along. Although this girl spoke grandly of her pursuits and research, Sean did not believe for a moment that she had remained uninvolved or oblivious to Killian's sordid affairs over the years. Subsequently, the three of them arrived at a manor in Tennessee, where the impersonator of the master, along with his puppeteer Aldrich Killian, awaited them. In the office of the estate, Aldrich Killian received a report from his subordinates, his face etched with confusion. He had been anticipating a call from Eric Savon to report on the assault on Tony Stark's mansion, only to be informed that Tony Stark was now present at his very estate. His cautious nature compelled him to investigate personally. If these fools were merely spinning tales, he would ensure they received a dose of the unstable extremis virus. As Killian stepped into the courtyard of the manor, he beheld the familiar figure clad in iron armor, and beneath the lifted helmet, the visage he had longed for, Tony Stark. However, he was soon taken aback by the sight of another unexpected individual, Maya Hansen, his erstwhile partner. Observing her standing alongside Tony ignited a frown of suspicion within him. Had this insufferable woman betrayed him? Was it merely due to that one fateful night? Did all his years of effort pale in comparison to that singular event? This unforeseen turn of events left him astounded. With a grim expression, Killian approached the open space before the courtyard, his gaze fixed on Tony and Maya, the duo causing him to dismiss Sean, who stood off to the side. "Oh, I see you might still be hoping for that helicopter pilot to return," Tony remarked, a smug tone lacing his words, as he detected the expression on Killian's face. Still as sharp-tongued as ever, Killian feigned indifference, pretending to clean his ears in disdain before turning his attention to Maya. "You truly are an ungrateful wretch." Upon hearing Killian's words, Maya quickly realized he had misunderstood her situation. After Sean brought her and Tony to the manor, she too had been astonished by Sean's knowledge of the estate's location. "Killian, you must listen to me," Maya urgently attempted to clarify, but Killian interrupted, redirecting his gaze back to Tony. "Since you are so fond of this toy, I shall gift it to you, for I have grown weary of it. However, you must offer something in exchange." With an air of feigned nonchalance, Killian extended a hand toward Tony, yet in the next heartbeat, he commanded his men to open fire. The humiliation Tony had inflicted upon him in Switzerland was still fresh in his memory, and now it seemed he was on the verge of repeating that affront. In Killian's mind, Tony's ability to locate this place meant that Maya had undoubtedly betrayed him. Given this realization, there was little left to discuss. His initial interest in Maya had stemmed not only from her research on the extremis virus, but also from the knowledge that she had once shared a night with Tony, leading him to believe that she was, at least at one time, Tony's woman. Over the years, Maya had become nothing more than a mere instrument for Killian to vent his desires, while also providing a small semblance of satisfaction for his inner cravings for revenge against Tony. The bullet ruthlessly pierced through Maya's body, and at that moment, she realized that Killian was not the man who had once been so engrossed in research alongside her. He had deceived her all along. Those early days were merely a performance orchestrated in the wake of Tony's humiliation, akin to the so-called false master man he had sought. As the bullet struck Tony's armored suit, it emitted a pinging sound. Tony crouched down, gazing at the woman whose blood was seeping from her mouth, yet alas, Maya soon ceased to breathe. Following a barrage of gunfire, Killian felt a sense of exhilaration as he looked down at the lifeless Maya, particularly after witnessing Tony's display of concern for her. Upon seeing Tony turn towards him, filled with rage, Killian fanned the flames further. "Are you heartbroken? Don't worry. Once I capture your true woman, you will experience everything I once felt." The true woman Killian referred to was, of course, Pepper. For how could a mere one-night affair with Maya ever satisfy his thirst for vengeance against Tony? Killian's taunt struck a nerve with Tony, who ceased any further banter and unleashed a repulsor blast directly at him. However, Killian adeptly evaded the attack, though the force of the blast still struck down some of Killian's henchmen. After a few agile leaps, Killian swiftly positioned himself before Tony, displaying a speed far superior to that of his subordinates. Nevertheless, his fate mirrored that of his underlings. Just as Killian lunged towards the unsuspecting Tony, he found himself ensnared by a hand gripping his throat, lifting him into the air. Desperately struggling, Killian felt his clothes searing away due to the rising temperature of his body. In a fit of fury, he attempted to sever Sean's arm with his hands, which were as scorching as a cutting torch. Yet, to his astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable man remained unscathed, even his sleeves intact. At that moment, Killian recalled the earlier barrage of bullets from his men. His attention had been solely focused on Tony and Maya, completely oblivious to the fact that this man had stood still throughout the entire ordeal. Chapter 151. Was it not still 3 minutes? Sean observed Killian, who continued to struggle in a futile attempt to escape his grasp, as the temperature of his body kept rising, until, at last, he expelled a flame from his mouth. However, the flame, much like the previous attack from Killian, inflicted no harm upon Sean. In that fleeting moment, when Killian unleashed his fiery breath, it was consumed by an even more potent crimson flame. Killian gazed in terror at the eternal flame that had absorbed his fiery assault. Ever since he had injected himself with the desperation virus, he had been able to recover swiftly from any injury. Yet, at this moment, he felt the chilling breath of death. The eternal flame climbed up his body, following the path of his expelled fire, and even in his current superheated state, Killian could not withstand its searing heat. Tony Stark. In the final moments of his life, Killian turned to the person who had transformed him into this wretched state, his eyes filled with a mix of unwillingness, humiliation, and rage. Ultimately, he gradually disintegrated into dust, fading into the void. Sean watched as Tony stood there, lost in thought, and approached him to pat his shoulder. Subsequently, Sean refrained from involving himself in the aftermath and merely informed Natasha. Natasha responded with indifference. After all, an incident of Killian's magnitude did not necessitate her personal intervention, as there were others to handle it. In a bid to alleviate Tony's distress, Sean graciously fulfilled a small wish of his. With the aid of the eternal flame, not only was Tony's physical state restored, but the shards of metal that had long threatened his life were also eradicated. Freed from the constant peril to his life and rejuvenated in youth, Tony radiated vitality. When Sean returned with Pepper from a visit to Quinjet, Tony lunged at her like a famished wolf. Tony, what are you doing? Put me down, Sean is still here. Where are you taking me upstairs? Pepper exclaimed, flailing her arms and legs in a futile struggle, casting a few embarrassed glances at Sean. Observing Tony's eager figure as he carried Pepper upstairs, Sean sighed and rolled his eyes before teleporting back to his own home. Moments later, while basking in the sun with his eyes closed, Sean revealed a look of astonishment. Was that not merely 3 minutes? In the outskirts of London, at an abandoned warehouse, Jane Foster arrived with her intern Daisy and another intern, Ian. Following their recent encounter with the mythical, Thor had boldly expressed his affections for Jane, for Asgardians are nothing if not direct. Unfortunately, Jane did not offer Thor a definitive response, as another shadowy figure lingered in her heart. This prompted Jane Foster to begin investigating the enigmatic figure's exploits. Regrettably, the information available online was exceedingly sparse, and to this day, she has yet to ascertain the true identity of that shadowy silhouette. However, her close friend Eric Selvig might possess some knowledge, as he had once been summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. to study the Tesseract. Yet, following the alien incident in New York, Selvig had become somewhat unhinged, seldom seen in public. Today, Jane and her companions found themselves at this small warehouse due to her intern, Daisy, having uncovered some unusual readings from her previous research instruments, prompting their drive to investigate further. Upon entering the desolate warehouse, they encountered a group of young boys. After a brief demonstration by the children, Jane observed a bottle that continuously fell, vanished, and reappeared in midair, confirming her suspicion that this place was undergoing some undisclosed transformations. While she scanned the area with her instruments, she sensed an unusual aura. Dust and leaves, scattered due to neglect, danced in the dimly lit corridor, while shattered windows ushered in a chilling breeze. At the end of the corridor, a small black door loomed, resembling a passage to another realm. As Jane focused on her device, she cautiously advanced. "If I were you, I would refrain from proceeding," a sudden voice echoed in the eerie atmosphere, causing Jane to leap in fright like a startled kitten. Observing her startled reaction, Sean chuckled and remarked, "I didn't expect to find you here." It turned out that not long ago, Sean's acute hearing had inadvertently picked up on the confident movements of a certain individual, and he too had sensed a peculiar energy, one he recognized as the essence of the Tesseract. Although faint, he had captured its signal and teleported to the source, only to find a timid little cat traversing the dim corridor. Regaining her composure after the shock of Sean's sudden appearance, Jane scrutinized him carefully from head to toe. Despite his abrupt arrival, he did not strike her as a villain, especially since she had 2 interns with her. Yet, upon glancing back, she noticed that they seemed to be mingling with the group of children and had not followed her. The realization that she was now alone, in such a remote location with only the children around, made her wary of this impeccably dressed man who appeared utterly out of place. Could she have stumbled upon a deranged killer? Recalling the chilling images of seemingly respectable yet profoundly twisted murderers she had seen on television, Jane gazed at Sean with the fearful intensity of a startled fawn. "Who are you?" she stammered, forcing herself to appear composed, though her voice trembled with anxiety. Sean furrowed his brow momentarily, but he quickly realized that Jane had never seen his true visage. In response to her alarmed expression, he spread his arms wide. Just as Jane sensed his movement and prepared to scream for help, she was startled to see the man before her suddenly clad in a different guise. "Do you remember who I am now?" Sean inquired with a smile, now donning the shadowy attire of a vigilante. "Ah," Jane exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment as she beheld the man she often thought of, yet could not find. Meanwhile, not far behind Jane, in an otherworldly realm connected to the void, an enormous stone tablet awaited its new vessel, its etheric particles in anticipation. Chapter 152. Etheric particles, please don't come any closer. "How did you end up here?" Jane asked, her complexion slightly pale, her mind racing with the thought that perhaps Sean had come seeking her. "Like you, I sensed something was amiss here, so I came to investigate, and unexpectedly found you," Sean replied. "But what about you? Aren't you involved in research? Why do you frequent these strange places?" "My research is precisely about such phenomena. However, I noticed that I haven't seen that Thor, who was with you last time. I caught a glimpse of him on television during the New York incident," Jane continued, unaware that Sean had also been present during that tumultuous event, as the news coverage had omitted his appearance. "Do you miss him? I could summon him for you," Sean teased, assuming the two had become romantically involved. Playing matchmaker occasionally could be amusing. To his surprise, Jane vehemently declined. "No, I don't want him. Why would I? I merely have some questions for him. He previously shared information about those myths that would aid my research," Jane fervently clarified. Sean observed Jane's desperate attempts to distance herself from Thor, feeling a hint of confusion. Had they quarreled? Well then, perhaps you should avoid heading that way alone," he suggested, redirecting the conversation to the present situation. His gaze fixed on the area behind Jane. "Why? Is there something over there?" Jane questioned, glancing back to see only the dim corridor, where fallen leaves and dust danced lightly in the breeze. "Well, there's a rather impatient-looking broken stone waiting over there," Sean replied casually. Had it not been for his intervention, the ethereal particles would have likely attached themselves to Jin and successfully escaped their seal by now. Upon hearing Sean's response, Jin, with a look of bewilderment gracing her exquisite features, innocently inquired, which stirred a flicker of emotion within Sean. Clearing his throat, he chided himself. A friend's wife should never be trifled with. "Would you like to take a closer look?" Sean subtly redirected his attention. The nearer they drew, the more he could sense the energy of the ethereal particles. It was restless, for centuries of confinement were nearing their conclusion, and soon it would summon its loyal servants. The Dark Elves. At that moment, the universe would once again be enveloped in darkness. As a scientific researcher, Jin should have dismissed such mystical notions. However, having experienced the extraordinary once before, her skepticism had waned. Norse mythology had once merely been a childhood fascination, yet she had witnessed the very beings and events of those tales. What astonished her further was the existence of someone like Sean on her Earth. She pondered whether Sean might be a figure from some myth or perhaps an alien, but her scant information left her without answers. With Sean reappearing before her, she recognized an exceptional opportunity for exploration and decisively chose to follow him. "Just remember, do not touch anything indiscriminately," Sean cautioned preemptively, leading the curious Jin forward. "Are you like Thor, a legendary god?" Jin queried, her curiosity piqued as they walked. "No, I am merely an earthling." "Impossible. What earthling is like you?" Jin retorted, her disbelief evident. "In the time I've spent learning, I suspect even the mutants are not as formidable as you. Indeed, they are not as powerful as I." Upon hearing Jin mention mutants, Sean thought of Jean, arguably the strongest mutant he knew, who often begged for mercy. "But I assure you, I am indeed an earthling." As Sean uttered this, they seemed to step through a thin membrane, and in the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed. The once tranquil and dim corridor vanished, leaving them in a place that bore little resemblance to the previous warehouse. "Where are we?" Jin asked, her gaze fixed on the sheer cliff before them and the surrounding oppressive darkness. Instinctively inching closer to Sean, her small hand grasping his arm. This is not my doing. Thor, don't come looking for a fight, Sean thought to himself, feeling the movement on his arm. After absorbing the essence of his surroundings, Sean realized that he was in a place devoid of anything. Only an infinite tranquility, darkness, and silence prevailed, along with a frantic stone behind him. I am uncertain of this place, yet I am convinced it is certainly not Earth. As Sean turned, he spoke to Jane, who had grasped his arm. What? Upon hearing Sean's words, Jane was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean it's not Earth? This should be a location beyond the 9 realms. You know about the 9 realms, right? Sean elucidated. In a daze, Jane instinctively nodded. That golden-haired, muscular man from Asgard had mentioned the 9 realms to her. Look over there. Sean gestured with his chin towards the towering, inscrutable monolith ahead. Is that what you refer to as the stone? Jane inquired, gazing at the monument. Initially, she should have felt alarmed and frightened at Sean's assertion that they were no longer on Earth. However, inexplicably, as she clutched Sean's arm, the cold fabric of his dark attire was enveloped in a warm aura that comforted her. Coupled with an unexplainable trust in Sean, Jane felt no fear at all. Rather, her curiosity began to awaken, prompting her to examine her surroundings. Do you see that fissure? The red glow within is what I refer to as the stone. As Sean completed his sentence, the red luminescence within the crevice flickered. Oh, it has a bit of a temper, does it? Sean observed the shimmering ether particles. Upon arriving in this alternate space alongside Jane, the agitation of the ether particles had subsided, only to flicker once again after Sean's remark. Jane's curiosity was piqued as she observed the sudden flash of red light within the fissure. Glancing at the ether particles darting about, she cast a perplexed look at Sean, sensing that he might be deceiving her. What kind of stone behaves like this? However, as Jane directed her gaze back to the ether particles in the fissure, they began to stir once more, emitting a dissonant sound that felt inherently malevolent. Quiet down. Otherwise, I will leave you here for another few thousand years. Ether particles. Chapter 153. It's their first time. Jane Foster had intended to reach out and prod the ether particles beneath the fissure. But as soon as her right hand departed from Sean's sturdy arm, she heard his cold snort of warning. Who are you speaking to? Jane turned to face Sean. Sean raised his chin, indicating the ether particles within the fissure, and upon his utterance, they indeed fell silent. It can actually comprehend your words? Jane found this quite astonishing. You underestimate it far too much. It is capable of numerous feats, Sean replied. So what exactly is it? Jane inquired, her expression one of confusion, for Sean's explanation was rather vague. As a curious researcher who relished in uncovering the truth, her inquisitiveness was piqued. Within this universe exist 6 infinity stones, each embodying their respective essence, power, time, space, soul, mind, and reality. Each stone possesses an unparalleled energy corresponding to its name, Sean elucidated slowly. Jian gazed at the enormous stone tablet beneath which the ethereal particles struggled for survival, finding it difficult to perceive this as the majestic infinity stone Sean described. And what about this one? Jian continued to inquire. This is the reality stone. Should you possess it, you would have the power to alter reality at your whim. However, one must have the strength to wield and control it, Sean explained. Altering reality? That defies logic. Jian's immediate reaction to Sean's explanation was one of disbelief. Sean turned to her, exasperation evident in his gaze. Realizing the absurdity of the circumstances she had already encountered, Jian quietly closed her mouth. How did it end up here? Such treasures should be fiercely contested, especially by nefarious individuals, Jian pressed on. It has been sealed away here, or rather, hidden. Did you not notice the patterns at the base of this stone tablet? Does that design not seem familiar? Sean pointed to a circular pattern engraved upon the ground beneath the massive stone. Following Sean's finger, Jian observed that the pattern bore a striking resemblance to the remnants left by the Bifrost in Asgard. Did Asgardians place it here? Indeed, Sean replied, succinctly recounting the battle between the Dark Elves and Asgard thousands of years prior, culminating in Asgard's triumph and the retrieval of their precious ether, which was then sealed in this forgotten corner of the universe, absent from the 9 realms. Wait, did you just say ether? Is that the same thing? The inquisitive one continued to probe. Yes, merely another manifestation of the reality stone. How did we suddenly arrive here? Especially since you mentioned it resides in a corner of the universe not part of the 9 realms? Is it related to the peculiar spatial phenomena we observed in the warehouse? Sean remarked, this girl certainly poses an abundance of questions. The universe is not static. Every few millennia, the 9 realms align in a straight line, at which point the barriers between them weaken and even overlap, thus creating the extraordinary spatial phenomena you witnessed in the warehouse, including our arrival in this location. However, This seems to encompass other forces as well. After uttering his final words, Sean squinted at the ethereal particles. So, have we traversed a wormhole into another universe? How astonishing. If only we could harness this power. Upon hearing Sean's account, Jian's eyes sparkled with imagination, only to be abruptly interrupted by a playful knock on her head from Sean. Stop dreaming. Such natural phenomena cannot be manipulated. If you truly wish to artificially open a wormhole, the space gem could achieve that, yet it is not currently on Earth. Rubbing her smooth forehead, Jian pouted slightly, then scrunched her nose and softly huffed in discontent at Sean. As researchers, we are meant to dream and then experiment to verify. What is wrong with that? What shall we do now? Can we return the way we came? Jian finally inquired, revealing that she was hardly concerned about her safety. I believe the spatial passage we just traversed has likely become inert. But fret not, I have a means to guide you back, Sean replied calmly. We? You intend to take that thing with us? Jian glanced at the ethereal particles peeking through the crevice, then looked at Sean in confusion. This entity, from what Sean had described, did not seem benign. If it were to be brought to Earth, would it not incite a frenzy among various factions? What if it fell into the hands of malefactors? Yet, Jian quickly reconsidered. Who could possibly seize it from Sean? While Jian's thoughts spiraled, Sean had already extended his other hand towards the crevice, his right hand firmly held by a woman, reluctant to release its grasp. As Sean's fingers neared the edge of the fissure, the ethereal particles, poised and ready, surged forth. Hey, this is my first time. Be gentle, Sean exclaimed, gazing at the particles as if they were about to consume him whole. Jian blinked her large eyes at Sean, perplexed by his words. Remarkably, the once ferocious ethereal particles began to calm, the crimson liquid slowly making contact with Sean's arm, gradually seeping into his being. As the ethereal particles flowed seamlessly within Sean, his eyes darkened to an inky black, and dark traces began to emerge upon his skin. Once Sean absorbed all the ethereal particles, the massive stone tablet that had been levitating plummeted down, the once towering fissure immediately collapsing to nothingness. It became evident that the colossal stone had been entirely supported by the power of the ethereal particles. Hearing the thunderous noise of the stone's descent, Jian looked anxiously at Sean, who was undergoing a transformation. She recalled Sean's earlier words. Even if one possessed the infinity gem, possessing the strength to control, it was paramount. Are you all right? Jane instinctively relaxed her grip, fearing that Sean might no longer be himself. However, the darkness in Sean's eyes gradually faded, and the changes brought on by the absorption of ether particles vanished in an instant, restoring him to his former self. It's fine. Don't be afraid. Hold on tighter. I will take you back, Sean said softly, sensing Jane's emotional turmoil. Upon seeing the restored Sean, Jane felt a surge of relief, but then pondered Sean's earlier words about holding on tighter. What exactly did that mean? Chapter 154. It's all your fault for the ether particles, although there was no immediate danger. The silence of this place was unnerving. Apart from Sean and Jane, not a single soul was present. With this thought, Sean inexplicably glanced at Jane, who was contemplating how to hold on tighter. At that moment, their eyes met, and both felt the awkwardness of unspoken thoughts lingering between them, transforming the atmosphere into something palpably tense, as if a sultry aura had emerged in the stillness. Just as Sean was about to break the silence with some words to ease the tension, Jane's hands, which had been resting on his arm, swiftly moved to encircle his neck, bringing her body flush against his and positioning herself directly in front of him. This left Sean momentarily at a loss for composure. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Did you not say to hold on tighter? Jane gazed at him with wide eyes, an innocent expression on her face, pressing even closer so that Sean could distinctly feel her curves. Thor is a friend, Odin is my father, and Odin is also my friend, but Loki, well, he doesn't count. Sean silently reminded himself to be a model of civility, as he felt a rush of heat rising within him. He noticed a flicker of panic in Jane's expression. At that moment, she should have forcefully pushed Sean away and scolded him loudly, yet she did quite the opposite, arching her slender, pale neck towards him. What the hell? Am I being kissed again? Strange, why do I say again? However, Jane's bold move shattered the last vestiges of Sean's restraint. Thor, this isn't my fault. It was your sister who made the first move. As their lips met, Jane began to sensuously sway within Sean's embrace, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. I am wearing a tight outfit. What the hell? I can't take it anymore. Thor. Who cares? In a moment of surrender, Sean's hands instinctively found their rightful place. Feeling Sean's response, Jane leapt up, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist. Is this tight enough? At that very moment, in Asgard, previously, due to Loki's desire to annihilate Jotunheim, Thor was compelled to sever the Bifrost. resulting in Asgard losing its ability to traverse the 9 realms instantaneously. This act incited disloyalty among certain realms within the 9. After an extensive period of repairs, the Bifrost has finally been restored to functionality. Thor has led the Asgardian forces to quell the voices of rebellion within the 9 realms. Following the valiant efforts of Asgardian warriors, tranquility has been re-established. Asgard now embarks on a jubilant post-war feast, though the protagonists of this celebration are conspicuously absent. In a familiar chamber, Sif has completed her ablutions and removed her goddess armor, while the distant sounds of revelry from the Asgardian warriors still linger outside. In times past, she would have been among the most radiant attendees. However, at this moment, she lies alone on her grand bed, the familiar sensation rekindling memories of that wild night. Sif gently bites her lower lip and enfolds herself in the silk covers, her legs, both powerful and elegantly shaped, tightly clutching the blanket. Shortly after, a faint flush appears on her cheeks, and a bead of sweat forms on her brow. Meanwhile, Heimdall observes the happenings of the 9 realms from the Bifrost. Sensing someone's approach behind him, "You ought to be at the victory feast," he states without turning. "Everyone is celebrating. Why aren't you?" Thor strides closer. "I am the gatekeeper," Heimdall replies, finding no fault in his duty as he turns to face his prince. "It is precisely why my father entrusts you so deeply. Assigning this crucial responsibility to your capable hands," Thor praises Heimdall, who remains steadfast in his vigilance. "As the future king of Asgard, you must not fixate solely on one realm. Moreover, I fail to comprehend your fascination with that Midgardian woman. She is hardly enthusiastic towards you. You must realize how many women in the divine realm long to become the future queen," Heimdall reminds Thor, aware of his intentions, as Thor frequently seeks his assistance in observing a Midgardian woman. Yet, Heimdall finds himself at a loss, feeling as though he has become a lecherous voyeur rather than the esteemed guardian of the Bifrost. Nevertheless, he cannot resist Thor's persistent entreaties. Once Heimdall reluctantly turns his gaze, Thor eagerly awaits updates on Jane's whereabouts. However, Heimdall's previously composed demeanor transforms into a frown. "What is wrong with her?" Thor hastily inquires. "I can no longer see her." "What? Are you blind?" Thor gasps in astonishment. Sean gazed at the radiant beauty nestled in his embrace, feeling quite unreserved. It was indeed the ethereal particles to blame. They had stirred the darker facets of his soul. Within Sean's body, the ethereal particles reveled in the vast reservoirs of energy coursing through him. The surrounding stillness was profound. Otherwise, Jane's previous exuberant tone would have roused even the deepest of sleepers. As Sean wrapped his arm around Jane, golden red flames flickered to life, infusing her with the vibrant energy of the eternal fire, which gently flowed into her being at the points where their skin met. In her slumber, Jane sensed this warm energy and let out a soft, kitten-like hum, shifting comfortably in Sean's arms. What was that? The ethereal particles, amused by Jane's sudden sound, continued to frolic without a care, thinking, "Where else could I possibly go?" Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. Thor, upon receiving a warning glance from Heimdall, finally comprehended the implications of his earlier words. That's not what I meant. I was merely inquiring about Jane's condition. It's peculiar. I can't seem to locate her anywhere within the 9 realms." Heimdall, not overly concerned, recognized that Thor was indeed a prince. "This is impossible," Thor proclaimed in disbelief. Yet he could not dismiss Heimdall's keen sight. The only plausible explanation was that something had happened to Jane. Thus, he promptly requested Heimdall to transport him to the last known location of Jane. As Thor, clad in his armor and wielding Mjolnir, approached the activated portal of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, manipulating the Sword of Rainbows, suddenly called out, "Oh, I forgot to mention, she was last seen with Sean, that formidable Midgardian." Anxious and in haste, Thor plunged into the vibrant portal, where a rugged shout echoed through the kaleidoscopic passage. "What did you say?" Chapter 155. It turns out she is not the sister-in-law after all. Fortunately, Sean's eternal fire had awakened a new ability. Otherwise, Jane's constitution would not have withstood the ordeal. Subsequently, Sean, with Jane clinging to him, activated a portal that transported them back to the warehouse from whence they came. Upon their emergence, they heard the urgent calls of intern Daisy and Ian, who, upon discovering Jane's absence, had begun searching the warehouse with a group of children. Upon hearing Daisy's voice, Jane released her grip on Sean and responded loudly. "Jane, are you all right? Who is this?" Daisy, rushing over at the sound of Jane's reply, was immediately captivated by Sean, who had returned to his normal appearance. "I'm fine, this is Sean," Jane said, slightly irritated as she shifted her stance to shield Sean from Daisy's gaze. "Hi Sean, I'm Daisy." Daisy waved at Sean while crossing in front of Jane. introducing herself with an air of casual charm, subtly lowering the zipper of her attire. Sean acknowledged the presence of this enchanting figure with a polite nod. He had encountered Daisy before, albeit his attention had not been captured by her then. "Are you also one of Jane's interns? I don't recall having seen you before," Daisy inquired, her curiosity piqued by Sean's sudden appearance. "No, I merely happened to be here," Sean replied, his gaze flitting about, uncertain of where to settle. Just as Jane was about to interject into the conversation between her assistant and Sean, a familiar radiance suddenly flashed nearby. A beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground not far from the group, and before the brilliance could fade, a figure emerged from its midst. Sean cast a sidelong glance at Jane, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness as he beheld Thor striding forth from the rainbow bridge, his golden locks taking on an emerald hue in the ethereal light. Upon witnessing Thor's arrival, Jane felt a flicker of confusion which quickly gave way to understanding. She recalled the object Sean had brought from the alternate realm, and it dawned upon her that Thor must be here for it. Turning to Sean, Jane noticed his expression had morphed into something peculiar, as if he bore an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Jane, are you all right? Where did you just go?" Heimdall mentioned he could no longer see you. Thor approached with brisk strides, concern etched across his features. "Huh, I'm fine," Jane replied, somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Thor was seeking her out instead of Sean. She intended to recount her recent experience in the alternate dimension alongside Sean, yet she keenly sensed the implications of Thor's words. "You couldn't see me? You've been watching me all along." Jane furrowed her brow, feeling a disconcerting sense of being surveilled, which stirred her irritation. It was all for your safety," Thor explained, twirling his hammer as he spoke. "For my safety? So you think it's acceptable to monitor me every day?" Jane retorted, her voice laced with indignation. "Jane, ever since I returned to the realm of the gods, not a single day has passed without you on my mind. I have been striving to quell the rebellions across the 9 realms, hoping to resolve them swiftly so that I might descend to find you. During those tumultuous days of war, your safety was a constant worry for me, hence I sought Heimdall as assistance. Now that peace has returned to the 9 realms, we can finally be together. For your sake, I would forsake the supreme throne without a second thought. In my eyes, nothing holds greater significance than you. All I desire is to be by your side, to protect you with my strength." Thor ardently professed his feelings to Jane. However, after hearing all this, Jane felt no sense of emotion. She took a deep breath and, looking earnestly at Thor, said, "Thank you for your feelings. But please refrain from intruding into my life so casually, as it causes me great discomfort. Moreover, my heart already belongs to another, so I cannot accept you." Thor, filled with joy, believed that his heartfelt confession would surely move Jane to instantly embrace him, leading them to a life of unabashed intimacy. Yet, Jane's merciless rejection pierced through his resilient exterior like a sharp blade, striking directly at his heart. "This cannot be. You claim your heart belongs to another. But who could possibly compare to me, the god of thunder?" Thor found it difficult to believe and even harder to accept. Jane offered no response to Thor's inquiries nor revealed the identity of the one who held her heart. Thor's relentless questioning became a source of irritation for Jane, prompting her to pull her infatuated assistant, who was gazing adoringly at both Thor and Sean, aside, wishing to disregard the brutish blonde. Watching Jane, increasingly radiant and indifferent to him, Thor felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Sean, on the other hand, appeared somewhat regretful, as he suddenly realized that Jane's qualities of a devoted wife seemed to have vanished. Initially, he had intended to minimize his presence, and although Jane had made the first move, he had retaliated, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward in Thor's company. It was only after Jane had rejected Thor's earnest confession that Sean comprehended the reality. These two were not, in fact, together. Yet, reflecting on the dissipated attributes, Sean found himself uncertain as to whether he wished for them to be together or apart. "Sean, what brings you here?" Thor turned to Sean, recalling that Heimdall had mentioned Sean's presence when he had fallen into the Rainbow Bridge. "I detected some unusual energy fluctuations here, so I came to investigate and fortuitously encountered Jane and the others. Do you know where Jane went just now?" Despite Jane's rejection, Thor remained concerned about her, pondering her recent disappearance. "I accompanied her to a different realm, which seems to have some connection to Asgard. There, I encountered a seal that belongs to your realm." Sean replied, "A seal of Asgard? Where is it? What is its seal?" Thor's sorrow was successfully diverted by Sean's revelation, sparking his curiosity. Although Thor was not entirely ignorant of Asgard's secrets, he had never heard of the seal Sean mentioned. "Look," Sean raised his hand. As Thor gazed at Sean's elevated hand, he observed a dark crimson substance gradually materializing, swirling around Sean's fingertips. Even in its tranquil state, Thor could still sense the energy of the ether particles, which undeniably did not belong to Earth. What could this be? Is this what was sealed? Thor inquired, furrowing his brow. Let us consult your father, the king. I believe Asgard will soon face yet another war, Sean remarked, observing the ether particles retreating back into their corporeal form. With the ether particles now drawn out, it was likely that the Dark Elves had also awakened. If that were the case, they might soon launch an assault on Asgard, and it was imperative to alert Odin. However, what was the name of the leader of those Dark Elves? Was it something like Spicy Chicken Shreds? Chapter 156. A long-awaited encounter having resolved to journey to the realm of the gods, Sean approached Jane and the goddess, exchanging greetings. Jane looked at Sean with concern, admonishing him to take care. Until the rainbow bridge descended, Thor maintained a gaze filled with deep affection. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Jane's eyes were fixed upon Sean, and the emotions reflected in her gaze felt strikingly similar to those he himself harbored for her. Yet, before Thor could ponder further, the descending rainbow bridge offered him no opportunity for inquiry, as he and Sean were swiftly transported to Asgard, Asgard's rainbow bridge fortress. Heimdall withdrew the sword of the rainbow from its pedestal and, observing the two figures emerging from the portal, bowed slowly. Welcome once again to Asgard, the mightiest of Midgard. Heimdall greeted. Just call me Sean. No need for such formality, old friend, Sean replied casually, waving his hand. He then lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings as he continued. I didn't expect the rainbow bridge to be repaired so swiftly. When I saw Thor destroy it, I thought you might be out of a job thereafter. Upon hearing Sean's words, Heimdall couldn't help but glance at his prince, whose expression was curiously complex as he regarded Sean. Ahem. The All-Father has received word of your arrival and is currently arranging a welcoming ceremony, Heimdall stated respectfully. Odin is already aware. Thor turned his attention to Heimdall, feeling a twinge of concern about facing Odin's wrath, having previously ventured into the realm of mortals without permission. Indeed, please, both of you, Heimdall gestured invitingly. Thor then led Sean towards the celestial palace at the heart of Asgard. Before long, Sean beheld Odin, clad in battle attire, standing at the forefront of the procession leading directly to the palace. Welcome, Sean, my friend, eternal ally of Asgard. Odin, the one-eyed, white-haired deity, regarded Sean and Thor with a benevolent expression. Grateful for the graciousness of the All-Father, although I fondly reminisce about the splendor of Asgard. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Sean cast a glance around, signaling to Odin that this was not an appropriate venue for their conversation. The astute Odin readily perceived Sean's unspoken message, concocting a few excuses to disperse the gathering before leading Sean to the celestial palace. During their journey, Sean engaged Odin in light banter, but once they entered the palace, Odin turned to him with a face etched in seriousness. You are familiar with this, are you not? Sean once again showcased the ether particles. Father, what exactly are these? Thor interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Odin squinted his remaining eye at the swirling fluid dancing at Sean's fingertips. Ether particles? Wasn't that substance eradicated? After Grandfather vanquished all the Dark Elves, was it not eliminated alongside them? Upon hearing Odin utter the name of the ether particles, Thor recalled having read about this war that transpired millennia ago in Asgard's ancient texts. Indeed, my father, your grandfather did indeed eradicate all the Dark Elves and the ether particles. However, as Odin gazed at the re-emerging ether particles, his tone lacked the certainty he once held. Yet now this entity has resurfaced. Does that not imply that the Dark Elves may not have been entirely obliterated? Thor continued his inquiry. Odin fell silent, for this matter was not one of his own doing, but rather that of his father. Sean, what is your perspective? Odin pondered for a few moments before posing the question. This is precisely why I have come to Asgard. The Dark Elves still exist, and they have likely been awakened by the ether particles. As Sean spoke, a slight smile graced his lips as he glanced at the dark red fluid in his hand. When he had called for his sister-in-law to open the door in the other realm, he sensed a disturbance in the ether particles, albeit fleeting and faint. Yet it did not escape Sean's keen perception. Perhaps the ether particles believed Sean was preoccupied and thus cautiously utilized their energy. Just as Sean focused on the ether particles, the once still dark red fluid quivered slightly between his distinctly knuckled fingers before slipping back into his body. Witnessing this, Odin internally marveled at the extraordinary phenomenon before him. He then resumed contemplation of Sean's assertion regarding the awakening of the Dark Elves, firmly believing in Sean's claims. Since Sean stated that the Dark Elves still roamed the earth and had been revived by the ether particles, he certainly was not speaking without foundation. It was Odin's father who led the warriors of Asgard to thwart the nefarious schemes of the Dark Elves. Odin once believed that no dark elves remained alive within the Nine Realms. Yet, with their resurgence, it falls upon him, the current king of Asgard, to once again vanquish them. This time, however, it is imperative to eradicate the dark elves completely, to eliminate any future threats. As Odin commanded all of Asgard to remain vigilant, Sean, who was wandering in the celestial palace, encountered a figure, a goddess. Due to Odin's welcoming ceremony, Sif was naturally aware of Sean's return to the realm of the gods. Clad in divine battle armor, she roamed the halls of the palace. Uncertain of her purpose in this aimless wandering, her long legs seemingly disobeying her will. Upon spotting Sean leisurely meandering nearby, as if in his own garden, she froze in place. Sean, confronted by the majestic goddess standing motionless before him, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, recalling the events of their last drunken encounter and Sif's subsequent cold demeanor. "Hey Sif, how have you been?" he called out, realizing evasion was futile and raising his hand in greeting. Yet, Sif showed no reaction to his salutation, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Could it be that she now felt aggrieved and sought to confront me with a weapon? Sean pondered, eyeing the weapon in Sif's hand. "Come with me." Sif finally spoke after a prolonged silence, turning away without a glance back at Sean. Reluctantly, Sean followed her, his heart heavy. When they arrived at the familiar chamber, he steeled himself and closed his eyes, declaring, "Do as you will. I have already done what I did." However, after waiting in vain for a long while to feel the sting of a blade, he cautiously opened one eye, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. In the dungeons of Asgard, among the prisoners captured from the Nine Realms, one individual adorned with a horned mask was secretly surveying his surroundings, observing his fellow inmates clamoring against the golden magical barriers, demanding their release. This bull warrior chose not to join their cries, but instead turned away in silence. A fresh wound on his lower left abdomen, reminiscent of a deep cut made by a sharp blade, continued to seep blood. With his masked eyes narrowing, he reached out with his right hand to touch the injury. After a moment of digging, he extracted a black stone from the wound and clutched it tightly in his hand. As the bull warrior silently chanted incomprehensible ancient incantations, his roommates finally noticed something amiss. With the bloodied black stone beginning to emit a luminous heat, red flames inexplicably erupted from the bull warrior's body, accompanied by swirling gray smoke. Subsequently, following a surge of energy, his frail companions were knocked unconscious, while his already towering figure grew even more formidable, his armor and mask seemingly merging with his being under the influence of the stone's energy. The commotion within the prison naturally attracted the attention of the Asgardian palace guards. However, after the enhanced bull warrior shattered the golden barrier of his cell with a single punch, the two guards who arrived swiftly met their demise at his hands. Following the bull warrior's slaying of the palace guards, a chorus of cheers erupted throughout the prison, and in one unique cell, a bored deity finally caught the attention of his fellow inmates. As alarms blared and the din of the crowd gradually reached his ears, Sean opened his eyes on that familiar large bed. In his embrace was the goddess Sif, clinging to him like an octopus. Moments later, Sif also awoke. As a goddess who had long battled for Asgard, her combat experience granted her an admirable vigilance, even in such circumstances. "What is happening outside?" Sean inquired. Gently squeezing her curvaceous form, his focus momentarily diverted from other matters, captivated by Sif's remarkable physique. Last time, he had indulged too much. This time, he remained fully alert. Sif's cheeks flushed with rare color as she shot him a fierce glare, then furrowed her brow, listening intently to the clamor outside, all while enduring Sean's playful advances. "There's been an incident in the prison." Upon uttering this, Sif sprang from the bed, seemingly oblivious to Sean's presence. Sean gazed at Sif's lithe and athletic form mid-leap, particularly captivated by her long legs striding toward the place where her armor lay. In mere seconds, Sif donned her full battle attire, shield in one hand and sword in the other, casting a glance back at Sean before she turned to exit. Sean stood mesmerized by Sif's graceful departure, marveling at her vitality. Among all the women he had encountered, Sif was the only one who could swiftly regain her composure as if nothing had transpired. Yet soon, Sean understood that she was merely putting on a brave face. As Sif pushed herself to leave the chamber, she realized she was out of Sean's sight, and her legs nearly gave way beneath her. The subtle stir was naturally perceived by Sean, who then used his keen vision to behold the scene before him. Observing the goddess who had quietly berated him, a smile involuntarily spread across Sean's face. She truly was tenacious. Meanwhile, Heimdall at the Rainbow Bridge Fortress also sensed something amiss. Although the stealthy spacecraft could conceal its form, Heimdall possessed more than just keen eyesight. He was among the elite of Asgard. and his extensive experience immediately alerted him to an invasion. Despite Heimdall's destruction of the invisible ship, more and more vessels continued to soar through the skies above him. These ships, along with the aberrant bull warriors imprisoned within the dungeons, were the vanguard of the Dark Elves. Awakened from millennia of slumber by the call of the ether particles, the Dark Elves launched a coordinated assault that caught Asgard completely off guard. Odin, with a hint of anger, gazed at the audacious invaders in the sky outside the palace. This was the first time during his reign over the 9 realms that he faced such a significant provocation. Noticing the worried expression on Queen Frigga's face, Odin suppressed his emotions and gestured for her to remain calm, assuring her that everything was under control. He then grasped Gungnir and led a fully armed contingent of palace guards to annihilate the encroaching foes. Frigga watched Odin's retreating figure. As a sorceress with the gift of foresight, she had not shared with him that she had not glimpsed the future in quite some time. Despite her loss of prophetic ability, Frigga was no mere ornament. She was acutely aware of who the assailants were and their motives, prompting her to swiftly make her way toward a certain chamber. Just as Odin and the valiant warriors of Asgard were preparing to fend off the Dark Elves' assault, Sean was still idly wandering in Sif's chamber. He had been there several times, each visit a mere fleeting glance, never truly taking it all in. It was not that Sean wished to avoid aiding. As a guest in Asgard, he understood Odin's pride. However, the next person to enter the room left him momentarily dazed. Frigga, hurrying in with small, hurried steps, did not knock before pushing the door open. As the queen, she was well aware of the whereabouts of esteemed guests in Asgard. Yet, upon opening the inner door, even after thousands of years of existence, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Sean was standing unabashedly in Sif's chamber. Sean and Frigga exchanged an awkward glance through the open door, and after a few moments, Frigga finally regained her composure. I apologize, I didn't realize you were here. I'll step outside. Frigg swiftly raised her hands, clutching the hem of her skirt, to shield herself, then offered an apology to Sean. However, the manner in which her fingers splayed and her eyes darted about lacked any semblance of conviction. After a few intense glances, Frigg finally extended her hand to close the door. Sean glanced at Frigg on the other side of the door, then looked down at his own bare form, cursing his misfortune. Chapter 158. Malekith. Once Frigg had shut the inner door, she placed her hand upon her chest, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. It was well known that Odin had aged, and the couple had enjoyed a harmonious relationship for centuries. Although Frigg appeared somewhat aged, her true years were significantly fewer than Odin's. In comparison to mortals, the gods possessed lifespans extending into the thousands, and Frigg had only recently surpassed the halfway mark of her life. Moreover, her aged appearance was merely a fade, crafted to complement Odin and her role as a queen, lending her a more dignified presence. What lingered in her mind was the audacious display she had witnessed in the inner chamber. It had been an age since anyone had dared to act so insolently before her as the Queen of Asgard. Oh heavens! Frigg blinked rapidly, placing her hands at her temples, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the vivid image from her thoughts. Yet, the more she tried, the more the shocking scene replayed in her mind, leaving her somewhat dazed. As she pondered Sean's youthful physique, a shadow with white hair suddenly appeared behind her. "Who are you?" Frigg exclaimed, spinning around with keen vigilance to confront this unfamiliar figure. It was none other than Malekith, the awakened leader of the Dark Elves, who had infiltrated while his minions were launching a fierce assault on Asgard's palace, with Odin leading the palace warriors against the invaders. Thanks to the presence of ethereal particles, Malekith easily sensed the location of Sif's chambers. However, upon entering, he found a mature woman engaged in a silent battle within her own heart. A string of ancient elvish words tumbled from Malekith's lips, and Frigg immediately recognized the identity of the white-haired figure before her. Malekith. She squinted at him. She was taken aback to realize that while her husband Odin fought valiantly outside, the enemy's leader had managed to stealthily infiltrate this sanctuary. It seemed Odin's condition was truly dire. Pondering this, Frigg felt a peculiar sense of detachment. She should have been more concerned about Odin's plight. Yet she found herself devoid of such worry. However, there was no time for idle thoughts, as Malekith spoke again. "It appears you are indeed Odin's wife. I did not expect this unexpected gain," he remarked with a cruel smile. Frigga gazed intently at Malekith, who was advancing toward her. With a deft motion of her right hand, a half-length sword materialized in her grasp. Malekith, taken aback by the sight of a woman clad in a gown wielding a sword with such precision and a piercing gaze fixed upon him, felt a flicker of surprise. However, he dismissed her as a mere triviality. If Odin himself wielding Gungnir were present, he might have felt challenged, but Frigga, in his eyes, was merely a woman with a modicum of skill. With an air of nonchalance, Malekith continued his approach, condescendingly remarking to Frigga that the short sword posed no threat to his life. "You may certainly attempt it," he taunted. Frigga sensed the disdain in his words. Though anger simmered within her, she maintained her composure, arching an eyebrow in response. Just as Malekith drew near, Frigga struck. Her movements were on par with any warrior from Asgard. Caught off guard by her swiftness, Malekith felt the blade slice across his right cheek, forcing him to stagger back 2 paces. In that singular exchange, he recognized Frigga's formidable prowess. Drawing his long knife in defense, he was unprepared for Frigga's preemptive strike. As she executed a swift downward slash, her sword glided across his wrist, causing the long knife to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. With incredulity etched upon his face, Malekith regarded Frigga, who steadily advanced toward him. He had not anticipated such strength from a woman. After numerous attempts to break the deadlock, all thwarted by Frigga's skillful defenses, Malekith found himself cornered, the earlier confidence evaporating from his expression. In stark contrast, Frigga remained composed, adeptly responding to his every move without revealing even a hint of emotional turmoil. In another clash, Frigga pivoted and landed a punch squarely on Malekith's face. Seizing the moment while he was momentarily dazed, her sword was soon poised against his neck. Feeling the cold steel against his skin, Malekith's eyes widened in panic as he regarded Frigga. This was indeed a most embarrassing predicament. He had originally intended to infiltrate stealthily and seize the ether particles, confident that he could handle any confrontation, be it with Odin or any other. Yet, he found himself thwarted by a mere woman. True, she was Odin's queen, but the thought of such a defeat becoming gossip among his kin was mortifying. Fortunately for him, in the next moment, he caught sight of his loyal follower, the Bull Warrior. After causing chaos in the dungeons of Asgard, the Bull Warrior, guided by a kind soul, had evaded the celestial guards sent to quell the uprising and followed the signal leading him to Sif's palace. Then he witnessed his superior being held at knife point by a woman, pressed against the wall. How could this be? Only I, the Bull Warrior, am entitled to such intimate gestures towards my leader. Although Freyja could surpass Malekith, she was evidently no match for the already mutated Bull Warrior. With effortless ease, the Bull Warrior deflected Freyja's attack and seized her. The towering figure of the Bull Warrior subdued Freyja as simply as one might catch a chick. Malekith, having escaped from Freyja's short sword, exhaled in relief, grateful for his contingency plan. Otherwise, he would have truly been at a loss. Casting an appreciative glance at his loyal subordinate, who was now restraining Freyja, Malekith coldly smiled at her before intending to proceed into the inner chamber. At that moment, the door to the inner chamber swung open abruptly, and Sean, now properly attired, emerged slowly. Today, the room was indeed bustling. He had just heard the sound of clashing within. Sean regarded the Minotaur holding Freyja and the excited Malekith with an expression of calm. After millennia, it was a pleasure to see you again. Malekith, however, regarded Sean with indifference, his gaze drifting through Sean's form to observe the swirling ether particles within. Sean felt a chill as he met Malekith's gaze, which was reminiscent of a ravenous beauty eyeing a sumptuous feast. Please, spare me such a look. You resemble a dark sorceress. Chapter 159. The other side of Freyja. Malekith paid no mind to Sean's bewildering words. To him, Sean was merely a vessel chosen by the ether particles, with the sole purpose of breaking free from the seals of Asgard and returning to the hands of their dark elves. Just as Malekith prepared to summon the ether particles back into his body, he found Sean's figure abruptly vanishing from his sight, an aged one still dancing with blades. And now subdued, Sean gazed at the goddess Freyja, whom he had just rescued, while the mutant Bull Warrior who had previously held her was now lifeless on the ground. Malekith turned in astonishment to see Sean, who had disappeared only to reappear behind him, alongside the body of his devoted subordinate. Who are you? Malekith inquired, astonished. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Sean possessed such power. It should be noted that the Bull Warrior was among the elite of their Dark Elf clan. Otherwise, Malekith's position would not be so secure. Moreover, the Bull Warrior had undergone mutation, significantly enhancing his abilities across the board. Nevertheless, despite this, Malekith found himself utterly powerless under Sean's command, swiftly eliminated without a chance to retaliate. As he assessed Sean, who disregarded him entirely, a wave of humiliation and anger surged within him. Yet, he recognized that even the formidable Bull Warrior was no match for Sean, let alone himself. It appeared that to confront this adversary, he would have to harness the power of the ether. Malekith silently resolved to suppress his rage. Freyja, unfazed by Sean's somewhat derisive remarks regarding her capabilities, felt a sting from his comment about her age. Did she truly appear that aged? You must eliminate Malekith first. If he acquires the ether particles, it will spell trouble, Freya cautioned Sean. Although she had extricated herself from peril, her vigilance remained intact, for Malekith, who could manipulate ether, was still alive. Indeed, but regrettably, it is too late, Malekith declared, a triumphant expression crossing his face upon hearing Freya's words. He then extended his arms, beckoning towards Sean. Upon realizing that only with the ether's power could he contend with Sean, he had secretly begun summoning the ether particles within Sean. And now they finally responded to his call. Kill him. Quickly, Freya urged loudly, hoping Sean could defeat Malekith before he succeeded. Yet, Sean stood motionless, as if frozen. At that moment, a dark red glow began to emanate from Sean's body, and the ether particles gradually detached from him, surging towards Malekith. Witnessing this, Freya seized a short sword from the ground and charged at Malekith. However, just as she leaped, raising the sword to strike, the ether particles erupted with immense energy. The sword in Freya's hand shattered, flying from her grip, and she was violently thrown back by the force. Surprisingly, the anticipated pain of impact did not come. Instead, Freya felt as though she had fallen into a soft embrace. In her dazed state, she instinctively uttered, "Odin? I am no old man with a white beard," responded a youthful and vibrant voice. As Freya's consciousness gradually returned, she looked up at the man who had caught her. "Sean, are you unharmed?" "Of course I am unscathed. But is this truly your true appearance?" Sean replied with a hint of a smile, gazing at the goddess in his arms. Freya frowned upon hearing this, then immediately realized something, raising her hand to her face, where she felt smooth, flawless skin devoid of any magical traces. She was raised by a witch, and magic was merely second nature to her. Casting an inconspicuous transformation spell upon herself was effortless, for she was the mentor of Loki, who was renowned as the greatest sorcerer across the 9 realms and had deceived Thor on numerous occasions. However, just moments ago, the energy explosion of the ether particles not only obliterated her short sword, but also nullified the transformation magic she had employed for years to conceal her true self. The woman, now nestled in Sean's embrace, with her taut skin and lingering grace, was the authentic Frigga. Realizing that her disguise had been unveiled and feeling Sean's hands shift restlessly around her, Frigga hastily extricated herself from his hold. Sean gazed at Frigga, whose dress now clung more tightly to her form, and he instinctively flexed his fingers, taken aback by the hidden splendor of a goddess who often appeared somewhat aged. As Frigga stood, she caught sight of Sean staring at his own hands, subconsciously gripping them in the air. The warmth from his large hands lingered where they had just caressed her. A delicate blush crept across her youthful visage, prompting her to clear her throat softly in an attempt to regain composure. To her astonishment, Sean not only disregarded her subtle warning, but also raised his gaze to appraise her unabashedly. "Consider it even," Sean's sudden, nonsensical remark caused Frigga to frown in confusion and open her mouth to inquire further, only to realize what he meant, giving him an exasperated glare. His comment rekindled memories of the fierce battle and tense moments she had momentarily forgotten. Wait, no, Malekith, the ether particles. With this realization, Frigga finally grasped the unresolved threat that loomed nearby and swiftly turned her attention. She beheld Malekith, who had completely absorbed the ether particles floating about him, reveling in the sense of power they bestowed. This was dire. The younger Frigga furrowed her elegant brow, her expression fraught with concern. She had perused the ancient tomes of Asgard and was well aware of the catastrophic war against the Dark Elves. Once the Dark Elves fused with the ether particles, separating them would prove immensely challenging. Moreover, with Odin's condition deteriorating significantly and their son Thor yet to mature fully, Asgard was on the brink of impending doom. Adding to the urgency, the cosmos was in the midst of a rare celestial convergence. If Malekith were not stopped, the entire universe would inevitably descend into a new age of darkness. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Frigga turned to Sean. "We must thwart him. If he escapes, the entire universe will face an immense threat." Frigga conveyed the gravity of the situation to Sean. "A colossal threat? Is it merely the ancient sorcerer Malekith?" Sean pointed toward the increasingly dark figure across from him. Chapter 160, The Capricious Ether Particles. Witnessing Sean's apparent indifference to her words, Frigga felt an inner surge of anxiety. At that moment, Malekith, having absorbed the ether particles, awakened. "Your world should never have existed. Allow me to usher you back to that darkest of eras," Malekith proclaimed, his expression one of sanctity, as if what he was about to undertake was a profoundly holy act. "I cannot concur with that statement," Sean interjected promptly. "If the entire universe were to revert to the Dark Age, where would he bask in the sunlight?" "Humph. Do you think your opinion holds any significance?" Malekith scoffed. Now reinvigorated by the ether particles, he was no longer the same being he had been mere moments ago. No sooner had Malekith finished speaking than a multitude of dark red tendrils erupted from his form, hurtling towards Shan and Frigga. He vividly recalled how Shan had just slain his most loyal subordinate and had treated him with utter disregard. Now was his time for vengeance. As Frigga watched the tendrils racing toward her, powerless to resist, a figure interposed itself before her. Shan, wielding a trident-shaped dagger, effortlessly parried Malekith's assault with casual slashes. I had expected you to gain some extraordinary abilities after absorbing the ether particles, yet it seems you've merely transformed into a tentacled monstrosity, Shan remarked, boredly flicking his dagger. He had sensed Malekith's summoning of the ether particles earlier, but chose not to intervene. He was curious to see how powerful Malekith would become. The gaze Malekith had cast upon Shan before had already evoked a sense of unease within him, and indeed, after merging with the ether particles, Malekith had become even more unsettling. Losing interest, Shan dismissed Malekith entirely and delivered a swift strike. The unparalleled speed of his attack left Malekith no time to react before his head was severed from his body. Frigga, witnessing this swift decapitation, felt a surge of relief, simultaneously reflecting on Shan's selfless act of protection. As Frigga turned her gaze toward Shan, a sinister laughter echoed throughout the chamber once more. Kik. Regaining her composure, Frigga observed that Malekith's body remained in place, while dark red tendrils emerged from the severed neck, reconnecting with the head. The head swiftly soared back to his body, and the wound at his neck began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. You cannot thwart me. The ether is indestructible, restored Malekith with an air of smugness. Gazed upon Shan and the astonished Frigga. He then unleashed an overwhelming surge of etheric power, enveloping the entire palace in its formidable embrace. In that very moment, Odin, who was valiantly leading the warriors of Asgard against external threats, turned sharply to the source of this energy eruption after dispatching a dark elf vessel. Frigga murmured Odin's name under her breath. In times past, Odin would not have regarded these dark elves as worthy adversaries. However, he found himself stretched thin, preoccupied with the unfolding events concerning Frigga. Ha, tremble, Asgardians. Accept your fate. This is the power of the ether. Malekith bellowed triumphantly amidst the crimson energy. As the violent energy surged outward, just as the palace was on the brink of collapse, the chaotic crimson storms surrounding Malekith suddenly froze. As if the universe had pressed a pause button. Bewildered, Malekith stared at the stillness of the dark red energy, struggling to comprehend why the ether had ceased its tumultuous onslaught. What was happening? Confused, he examined his own hands, seeking an explanation for the ether's abrupt halt. At that moment, he noticed the ether particles within him beginning to detach from his body. No, how can this be? Where are you going? Malekith exclaimed, desperately flailing his arms in an attempt to draw the dark red fluid back into himself, hoping to prevent the departure of the ether particles. Yet, the crimson substance eluded his grasp, slipping past his hands. Malekith watched in horror as the ether particles coalesced in midair and swiftly darted behind him. You are going to. Just as he uttered the words, Malekith turned to see the very ether particles he coveted swirling around Shan, seemingly intent on returning to his body. What is this? What have you done to the ether? Malekith demanded furiously, his gaze fixed on Shan. What? Me? I haven't done anything. Shan replied with an innocent shrug. Frigga, equally bewildered, observed the scene before her, questioning whether she was ensnared in a dream. How could it be that Malekith had obtained the ether particles, only for them to flee? Moreover, as she watched the ether dance around Shan, she was reminded of the time when young Thor had playfully clung to his father, Odin, like an eager pup. But was not the ether the prized possession of the Dark Elves? How could this be? Ether, return. Come back to my body. Malekith implored desperately. Yet regardless of his tone or method, the ether remained unresponsive to his calls. Shan gazed at the swirling ether around him, pondering whether it sought to return to his body. Malekith, who had repeatedly summoned the ether to no avail, scoffed at Shan's words, exclaiming, How could that be? Who do you think you are? The ether belongs to us Dark Elves. It could never be yours. Yet, before he could finish, Shan tentatively reached out. At the moment his hand brushed against the suspended dark crimson fluid, it trembled and erupted into a brilliant light, as if exhilarated, swiftly burrowing into Shan's body. Malekith watched in disbelief as the ether, which had persistently eluded him, once again entered Shan, his expression turning ashen. This cannot be. A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the palace. Odin, engaged in battle with the Dark Elves, and the hastily arriving Thor, were left bewildered by the dreadful cry. What is happening? Once rejoined with Shan, The ether appeared to swim within him like a fish returning to the sea. However, Sean noticed something peculiar. Despite the ether particles wandering throughout his body, they consistently returned to orbit around the eternal flame. It seemed that this eternal flame was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 161. A maternal bond without the ether particles, Malekith was as easily defeated as a mere dish of shredded chicken. Even Frigga could easily vanquish him. By the time Thor arrived, Malekith had already departed to another realm, lost in a dream of grandeur. Upon seeing her son, Frigga hurriedly turned away, casting a transformation spell upon herself. Sean observed as her once curvaceous form abruptly became more flat, a look of regret crossing his face. As Frigga turned back, she caught his gaze and shot him a fierce glare, gesturing for him to remain silent, lest it tarnish her maternal image before Thor. "Mother, are you all right?" Thor entered the room, wielding Mjolnir, his expression filled with concern as he surveyed the chaos and the two lifeless bodies on the floor. "I am fine." Frigga's face regained its benevolent, maternal glow, though she felt a jolt at the sight of Sean. At that moment, Sean found the display of familial affection rather amusing, particularly as Thor's rugged demeanor seemed to age him, and having seen Frigga's true beauty, the scene of their mutual concern struck him as oddly dissonant. "Thank you, Sean, for protecting my mother." Once assured of Frigga's safety, Thor turned to Sean, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Frigga has consistently embodied the image of a dignified, elegant mother, which naturally led Thor to assume that these two dark elves had been dealt with by Sean. "I do not require his protection. It was I who initially safeguarded him." Frigga interjected with a hint of pride. She herself was uncertain about the sudden surge of emotions within her. Previously, Thor's words would not have affected her. But in that fleeting moment, she felt a desire to not appear diminished in Sean's eyes, prompting her to speak out candidly. "The goddess does not need my protection." Prior to my arrival, she had already taken complete control of the situation. Sean emphasized the phrase complete control. Upon hearing this, Frigga recognized his subtle mockery, causing her to turn her head away in a huff. Thor, astonished, gazed at his mother, who typically remained unflappable in any circumstance, now displaying such a demeanor, leaving the golden-haired warrior at a loss for words. Sean, however, watched Frigga with keen interest in his eyes. She was not merely the stately goddess, but rather a captivating and alluring matron. "By the way, Loki, mother, Loki is missing." Thor stood there in a daze, having only just recalled this significant matter after some time. During the commotion in the dungeon, Thor had sensed something amiss. While he worried for Loki's safety, he also suspected that the chaos might have been instigated by him. He immediately soared towards the dungeon atop Mjolnir. After he forcefully subdued all the criminals who had escaped from the dungeon, he discovered that Loki's cell was already empty. After searching in vain, Thor could only vent his frustration by swinging his hammer, as Loki's magical prowess made it challenging to see through his disguises. Following that, the energy explosion of the ether particles prompted Thor to rush to Sean and the others, concerned for Frigga's safety and the security of the celestial palace. "Let him be." Frigga sighed softly upon hearing the news of Loki's escape once more. She held deep affection for this adopted son, having raised him herself, and her love for Loki rivaled that for Thor. Although Frigga was the goddess, the ruler of Asgard was Odin, and ultimately, the decision regarding the next king lay solely with him. However, Frigga harbored dissatisfaction with Odin in this matter. A mother always wishes for the well-being of all her children. Yet now, due to the position of king, Thor and Loki were nearly at odds with one another. Moreover, Loki had recently discovered his true identity, which had altered his demeanor to what it is now. Even the wise Frigga found herself at a loss on how to alleviate the grievances harbored within Loki's heart. "Are you all unharmed?" As Frigga mourned for Loki, Odin concluded the battle and arrived at the scene, accompanied by Sif, clad in her battle attire. "We have dealt with father. Everyone is fine, but Loki has escaped once more," Thor replied earnestly to Odin's inquiry. Upon hearing the news of Loki's latest flight, Odin instinctively tightened his grip on Gungnir, yet he merely responded with a placid, "I see." In truth, Odin's thoughts were, "Run, and this time do not return, nor allow yourself to be captured again." As the All-Father, he was reluctant to reveal any sign of weakness before others, thus concealing his concern for Loki. Moreover, given Loki's prowess, as long as he refrained from recklessness, there was little for Odin to fret about. Due to the recent invasion and Loki's escape, Frigga's spirits were somewhat dampened. After offering a muted response to Odin's greeting, she gestured for Sif and Thor to assist her in departing. Odin, oblivious to Frigga's emotional state, remained somber as he gazed at the lifeless body of Malekith on the ground. It was astonishing that the Dark Elves had managed to endure until now. Had it not been for your alertness and assistance, Asgard, and perhaps the entire universe, would have faced a catastrophe, Odin remarked to Sean with a sense of reverence. You overstate the matter. Even without my presence, you would have effortlessly resolved everything, Sean graciously flattered, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for having previously embraced and touched Odin's wife. Odin dragged over a nearby chair, using Gungnir for support as he wearily sat down, lost in thought, while staring at Malekith's corpse. I am acutely aware of my own circumstances. Had Malekith attained the ether this time, I would lack the capacity to thwart him, and I fear Thor would be unable to do so either. At this point, Odin paused, lifting his gaze to meet Sean's, his once clear eyes now clouded with intensity. Understanding Odin's implication, Sean nodded in agreement, assuring him that he would uphold his promise. Rest assured, I shall look after your wife. Your people. As for Thor, he is quite grown. He should require no further guardianship. Chapter 162. The revelry after battle. It is a cherished tradition in Asgard to hold a celebratory feast following a significant victory in battle. Though today's invasion by the Dark Elves wrought considerable destruction, it could not dampen the fervor with which the Asgardians rejoiced. Within the Grand Hall, remnants of the battle still lay in heaps upon either side, yet the Asgardians regarded them merely as badges of strength. Despite his less-than-ideal condition, Odin personally attended and presided over the feast to bolster the morale of his people. After sharing a few drinks with Sean and raising their glasses together several times, Odin began to feel somewhat dazed. Frigga reached out to steady the weary and tipsy Odin, instructing Thor to ensure the guests of Asgard were well attended to. After casting a discreet glance at Sean, she elegantly turned and departed with Odin. Following their exit, the atmosphere became increasingly lively under Thor's influence. After all, with the leaders gone, everyone felt liberated. However, Sean found himself sitting alone, nursing his drink in solitude, as the women who had approached him were chased away by a certain woman. Not only that, but no man dared to approach him, except for Thor, who challenged him to a drinking contest. Suddenly, a large wine jug thudded down before Sean, and Sif stood nearby, her expression one of provocation. Am I interrupting your good fortune? Sean nodded, lamenting as his perceptive gaze scanned the surroundings. The most agonizing aspect of life is the inability to touch what one can only behold. Sif grasped Sean's chin, forcibly turning his head back to face her. Arching an eyebrow as she inquired, am I not attractive? Today, she wore a silk gown, its flowing slit gradually revealing her long legs, cinched at the waist by a belt, thus accentuating her slender figure. As Sean gazed at her seemingly delicate, yet undeniably powerful form, memories of his laborious past flooded his mind. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen Sif in this gown. As she leaned closer, still holding his chin, her figure revealed itself to him, showcasing two shyly concealed curves. However, these curves were clearly well-nourished, perhaps a bit too indulgent, and not entirely hidden. He instinctively swallowed, recalling his previous encounters, yet the sight before him captivated him deeply. Two lake blue ribbons emerged from the nape of Sif's fair neck, tracing down her exquisite collarbone before flaring out to support her ample curves, ultimately converging at her waist. Enchanted by the view, Sean momentarily forgot to respond to Sif's earlier question, maintaining their position, which gradually made even the bold Sif feel a touch of unease. Although she had previously displayed her physique without hesitation in their private quarters, this was now a public space, surrounded by curious gazes. As a faint blush crept onto Sif's cheeks, Sean's actions provided her with the answer she sought. As the onlookers, who had long been captivated by the unfolding drama between the two, erupted into cheers, none were more exuberant than the exuberant Thor. The moment Sean seized Sif's hand with ease, drawing her into his embrace and kissing her passionately, Thor's eyes sparkled with delight. He leapt to his feet, exuberantly waving his drink high above his head, splashing wine in all directions. In his mind, Thor entertained a simple notion. With Sean and his dear friend Sif entwined in such a manner, surely he would not need to compete for Jane's affections any longer. Watching the oblivious couple lost in their own world of affection, Thor envisioned a future for himself and Jane, conjuring an image where Sean was he and Sif was Jane, his expression blissfully dazed as he slightly parted his lips adorned with a scruffy beard. Meanwhile, on Earth, Jane stood alone on her balcony, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, pondering whether one of them might be aligned with Sean and the others. Suddenly, a chill crept over her. Rubbing her slightly cold arms, Jane hurried back inside, diving into her blankets, only to find herself staring vacantly at a shirt hanging on the wall, the very one Sean had worn. Reminded of Sean's warm presence, her eyes darted around before she reached for the shirt, pulling it over her face and inhaling deeply the lingering scent, savoring its warmth. Moments later, the room was filled solely with the sound of her labored breaths beneath the covers, the blankets gently trembling. After a series of fervent kisses, Sean gazed into Sif's dazed eyes and asked, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Yet Sif, lost in the moment, was oblivious to the question, feeling only the warmth of Sean's hands gliding over her body as if ignited by fire. "Not satisfied?" Sean teased, upon receiving no response, offering an alternative answer. Sif, nestled in his embrace, felt a flicker of panic flash in her eyes at that moment, nervously glancing around. What are you doing with so many people around?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Fortunately, spurred on by the couple's boldness, the surrounding crowd erupted into a new wave of revelry, toasting and laughing, blissfully unaware of the intimate exchange nearby. "So, does that mean we can do this anywhere there's no one around?" Sean inquired, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Sif was still concerned about maintaining her goddess image. Yet Sean's arms were wrapped around her, igniting a fire within her through the delicate fabric of her dress. Coupled with his incessant inquiries regarding the answers she found irksome, she had completely forgotten the purpose of seeking him out, now yearning only to escape to the secluded place he had mentioned. After a soft murmur, Sif leaned closer to Sean's ear and whispered, "Carry me back to the room." She clung to him, refusing to let go. Sean chuckled softly, taken aback by this unexpected side of Sif. Nonetheless, she was quite aware of her own desires, recognizing his current state of inconvenience. With a firm yet graceful grasp of her powerful and elegant legs, Sean strode out of the hall amidst the envious gazes and whistles of the Asgardian men. It appeared that the battle was far from over. Chapter 163. The Ether, time to get to work within the hall. Numerous men gazed longingly at the departing figures of Sean and Sif. Ever since Sif, with Thor's support, had emerged as a distinguished warrior among the Asgardian women, many had fantasized about the opportunity to share intimacy with her. The vision of the valiant goddess on the battlefield, juxtaposed with the thought of her in a passionate embrace, was a temptation few Asgardian men could resist. However, such fantasies remained just that, fantasies, since earning Sif's approval was no easy feat, and most lacked the requisite strength. As the men continued to watch Sean and Sif's exit, a solitary gaze in the corner of the hall observed them as well. Once Sean's figure and the flowing hem of Sif's dress vanished around a corner, that watchful gaze disappeared into the shadows. The night's revelry continued, albeit in a different setting for Sean. Once they were out of sight, Sif seemed to come alive. Initially cradled in his arms, she deftly twisted her lithe waist, swinging around to face Sean. "That was quite the move. How many others have you used it on?" Sean inquired, captivated by her strikingly beautiful visage, now mere inches away. "The fools couldn't even best the sword in my hand. So you are the first," Sif replied, disdainfully curling her lips, her long legs tightening around his waist with a sense of pride, fortunate that her dress's slit was sufficiently high. "I am truly honored," Sean responded with a smile. The strength of Sif's legs could have easily overwhelmed an ordinary man, but thankfully, Sean's physique was robust enough to withstand her embrace. However, those taut long legs soon began to weaken slightly, for at that moment as Sean spoke, his wicked hands, previously idle, trailed along the exquisite curves of Sif's waist, ultimately finding two fitting positions behind her back. Feeling herself being lifted, and with those large hands incessantly kneading, Sif's breathing gradually grew heavy. Yet, this also ignited her indomitable spirit. Her once weakened legs defiantly pushed back in response to Sean. A sharp crack echoed through the empty corridor. Sif's face first registered panic, then turned to cast a resentful glance at the source of that sound. This rogue, does he not fear being overheard? Fortunately, most of Asgard's populace was reveling within the grand hall, with fewer guards patrolling. "It was you who initiated this." Noticing Sif's glimmering eyes, Sean's hands continued to caress, as if preparing for another strike. Sif instinctively opened her mouth in alarm. Sean raised an eyebrow and shook his head, then leaned closer to whisper in Sif's ear. "Everyone has gone to drink and revel, so there is no one here." His voice was like a devil's whisper, enchanting Sif, the battle-hardened Valkyrie, in that moment. After a few brief, hurried breaths, Sif buried her face in the crook of Sean's neck, not near this pillar. Had it not been for Sean's acute hearing, he might not have caught her words. Ethereal, rise and take action, Sean summoned the newly acquired power within him. In an instant, the two vanished from their place, and the once desolate corridor began to echo with unusual sounds. Freya, having settled Odin in their chambers, sat quietly by the bedside, gazing at the slumbering figure of Odin. For centuries, this had been her routine, one she had long since become accustomed to. Yet today, a different thought crossed her mind. Observing Odin, his hair as white as snow, after an internal struggle, Freya convinced herself, "I shall merely return to see how the celebration unfolds." Since Odin now sleeps, as the queen, It is only natural for me to oversee his subjects and guests. With this resolve, Freya promptly rose and exited the chamber without hesitation. However, upon her return to the hall, after discreetly observing from a corner, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. As the queen, she could easily recognize everyone present in the hall, and the most radiant among them was none other than her son. Thor appeared particularly spirited today, far more so than usual. Was it due to his recent victory over the Dark Elves? Freya concealed her presence and silently retreated from the corner, leaving no trace of her visit. However, shortly thereafter, Frigga found herself at the crossroads outside the Grand Hall, gazing at the corridor leading to the other side. Reminiscent of her earlier visit to the royal chamber, Frigga once again reassured herself, "I shall merely check on the well-being of our guests from Asgard," expressing a token of concern on behalf of the Allfather. In the dimly lit corridor, the flames flickering on the columns crackled softly, casting the shapes of the pillars upon the walls. In the shadows, where the light of the flames could not reach, lay secrets, shrouded in obscurity. Frigga paused, a frown creasing her brow, having just perceived an odd sound. Could it be yet another intruder? After casting a vigilant glance around, she found no signs of an intrusion, nor any traces of magic. While she held a deep confidence in her own magical prowess, she could not dismiss the peculiar sound she had just heard. As she contemplated investigating further, two patrolling guards approached. Observing the guards as they saluted with utmost decorum, Frigga encouraged them to remain ever vigilant. Although the battle had been won, it was likely that the enemy had not been entirely vanquished. The two guards watched the regal figure of their goddess depart, feeling a profound respect for Frigga, harboring no doubt about her direction, which was undeniably away from the royal chamber. Sean, cradling Sif, had instantaneously returned to her chamber. Exhaling deeply, Sif swiftly bit down hard on Sean. Hey, ease up, don't chip a tooth." Sean tilted his head to evade her. Yet Sif paid no heed to his pleas, intensifying her grip instead. She had nearly been discovered by the goddess. It was all the fault of this wretched fellow. Had he not encouraged her, she would have remained discreet. "Oh, so you enjoy this tune?" Sean suddenly smiled inexplicably, as Sif, in her fervent retaliation, finally relented. She unleashed her long-suppressed, melodious voice, while the mysterious figure that had arrived outside the royal chamber became her sole audience. Chapter 164. A crisis unfolds. The night deepened. Frigga sat slumped upon the ground, her mental composure having slipped, causing her to falter in maintaining the simple illusion spell. Her youthful visage now bore a hint of pink, while the chill from her gown served as a reminder of the events that had just transpired. She never imagined that, as a formidable goddess, she would one day resort to eavesdropping, becoming so engrossed in the act. Meanwhile, within the royal chamber behind Frigga, Sif had succumbed to a deep slumber. Even one as physically resilient as she could not withstand Sean's relentless affections. At this moment, Sean smirked, his gaze fixed on a certain spot beyond the wall, fully aware of who awaited outside. It was precisely because he was aware of her condition that he had exerted himself to near full capacity. Otherwise, how could someone with Sif's constitution be in such a deep slumber that not even a call could rouse her? The relentless waves, crashing one after another, would overwhelm even a goddess. Just as Frigg, trembling and leaning against the wall, prepared to rise, a voice reached her ears. "My goddess, what has happened?" Startled, Frigg lifted her head to follow the sound, discovering Sean standing before her, a teacup in hand and draped in a silk robe, appearing as though he had just emerged from the confines of the room, a blend of confusion and concern gracing his features. Seeing herself in such a disheveled state, Frigg struggled to steady herself against the wall, yet her legs refused to comply. In her desperation, her body weakened, threatening to collapse onto the floor. Fortunately, Sean was quick to intervene, supporting her. However, in his effort to lift her, he wrapped his strong arms around her somewhat ample waist. The moment his powerful, taut embrace enveloped her, Frigg's mind was flooded with echoes of the vigorous sounds from earlier, causing her to melt against his chest. "My goddess, it is rather unkind to test one in such a manner," Sean remarked, tightening his grip to prevent her from sliding away as he gazed down at her. Pressed helplessly against his sturdy form, Frigg inwardly cursed this seemingly virtuous man, wishing he would suppress the upward curl of his lips before speaking. Having just completed his exercise, Sean radiated a subtle warmth, and clad only in his silk robe, Frigg found her youthful cheeks pressed tightly against his muscular chest. She felt utterly undignified in this position and yearned to extricate herself from Sean's embrace, fearful that she might become entranced by the sensation. As she attempted to steady her breathing and regain composure, the intoxicating scent emanating from him filled her senses. Instantly, her gaze became more dazed, and her normally coherent thoughts felt as though they had been obscured by a sudden strike. Unconsciously, her hands trembled and reached toward him. We agreed not to test one another in this way. How did we arrive at such closeness? Sean observed her delicate hands exploring his form, her slender fingers carrying a hint of coolness. The heat of his body, already intense, felt as though it had been ignited by the addition of strong spirits. Frigg found herself entranced by the warmth and presence of Sean, completely oblivious to the potential consequences of her actions. Yet, she would soon come to realize them. In the fleeting moment that followed, Sean abruptly pinned her against the wall. Freya let out a startled cry, akin to that of a kitten, her delicate hands weakly resting on Sean's broad shoulders. The feeble strength of her grasp was utterly inadequate against the intensity of their proximity. It must be said, the culinary offerings of Asgard are indeed remarkable. The physical exchange between them granted Sean an immediate insight into the concealed essence of the goddess before him. Now having reverted to her true form, Freya was adorned in a long gown with a daring backless design and high slit. As Sean pressed her against the wall, the chill of the surface jolted Freya back to a semblance of rationality. "What are you doing? Let me go?" she protested, struggling, her frail hands striking against Sean's firm musculature. Little did she realize that her resistance was, for Sean, an unexpected source of enjoyment. "What am I doing? I wonder. My lady goddess, what brings you here at such an hour?" The thrill of Freya's futile attempts to fend him off did not perturb Sean in the slightest. Rather, his actions grew bolder. Freya had long since forgotten the justifications she had previously concocted. Faced with Sean's retort, she faltered, at a loss for words. In the next heartbeat, she instinctively tightened her legs, her eyes and mouth widening in disbelief as she gazed at Sean. Freya felt her feet, once firmly planted on the ground, gradually lifting from the floor, her body pressed against the cold wall as she was elevated to Sean's eye level. She was entirely at the mercy of his audacious grip. "Put me down. Aren't you afraid of Odin?" Freya's once assertive tone dwindled, softening into a plea. The chill of the wall behind her seemed to lose its effect, replaced by a strange sensation of warmth amid the contrasting temperatures. When Freya invoked Odin's name, she noticed a momentary stillness in Sean's gaze, as though he had been taken aback. This led her to believe he recognized the impropriety of their actions, offering her a glimmer of relief. Yet, deep within, she regretted uttering those words. What might have transpired had she remained silent? At that moment, Sean furrowed his brow, having caught wind of an intriguing revelation from the distant chambers of Odin. However, more pressing matters awaited him, Earth. Meanwhile, Jen, in her cozy cocoon of blankets, stirred awake, her sleep having been pleasantly undisturbed in recent nights, thanks to that enchanting garment. As she emerged from the kitchen clad in her pajamas, carrying milk and breakfast, a portal suddenly materialized before her. A figure darted out, swiftly closing it behind him. Had she not previously witnessed such a spectacle, the breakfast and milk in her hands would surely have spilled all over the floor. Sean, shaken, patted his impressive chest and greeted the newly awakened beauty before him. "Good morning, is there any for me?" However, before Jane could gather her thoughts to respond, the front door was roughly flung open. Jane, Eric's assistant Daisy, wearing glasses and bearing an urgent expression, burst in. Upon seeing the scene before her, she froze, nodding tremulously due to her abrupt entrance. "What happened to Eric?" Jane immediately inquired. After a hesitant swallow, Daisy, gazing dreamily at the half-naked man, continued, "Something's gone awry." Chapter 165. Not seeing the toes upon hearing the news of Eric's predicament, Jane's heart tightened. However, what Daisy revealed next on the television screen filled her with embarrassment, especially in Sean's presence. Her dear friend and mentor, the renowned scientist Dr. Eric Selvig, was being pursued by a throng of police officers, stark naked and behaving erratically. Jane cautiously glanced at Sean, who was sipping her milk from her cup, and noticed no sign of disturbance on his face, which eased her anxiety. Simultaneously, Jane felt a flutter of excitement at Sean's casual demeanor, momentarily forgetting who Eric was. Daisy, after entering, had not diverted her gaze from Sean since turning on the television. "Ahem, Jane," Sean coughed lightly. "While I appreciate your glances, shouldn't we prioritize rescuing your friend?" The reminder from Sean left both women feeling a bit awkward. Jane hardly registered that he had complimented their gazes. I'm sorry, I need to step out and bail Eric out," she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked up at Sean. Ever since their last encounter in the alternate dimension, Sean's unexpected appearance today had delighted her. Yet, with Eric in trouble, she couldn't disregard the situation, and a flicker of concern crossed her mind that Sean might leave before she returned, prompting her hopeful plea. Beside her, Daisy stared at Jane as if she had seen a ghost, the Jane she knew would never exhibit such a demure demeanor. You've made me breakfast, so naturally. I must finish it, Sean replied. There is no need for haste. It merely affects the aesthetic of the city. Selvig has not caused any significant issues, and the police will not be difficult. As Sean watched the news on television, he took a bite of the bread that Jane had brought from the kitchen. It was slightly burnt. Jane, her expression tinged with embarrassment, glanced at the charred piece of toast in Sean's hand. Her daily focus revolved around her research, and she was rather inept at household chores. However, upon seeing Sean's assurance that he would not leave, she sought to salvage her image by rising on her toes to embrace him in a kiss. This was the flavor. This was the warmth she craved. Jane closed her eyes, lost in the fervor of their passionate kiss. When she finally registered that Daisy was still present, she blushed deeply and retreated to her room to change clothes. Sean stared at the closed door, touching his lips that had just been assaulted. Had he just been taken by force? Meanwhile, Daisy, standing to the side, widened her eyes in astonishment. Since when had these two developed such a relationship? Had something transpired that she was unaware of? Daisy gazed intently at Sean, having harbored feelings for him since their first encounter, though never finding the opportunity to express them. And now, it seemed that Jane, who usually immersed herself in academic pursuits, had beaten her to it. Unable to resist, Daisy glanced down, realizing she couldn't even see her own toes. Were these two truly invulnerable to failure? No, perhaps Jane had not even reached her destination. Daisy's mind raced with thoughts, and a sudden idea sparked within her. Just as Jane emerged from changing her clothes, Daisy dashed into the restroom, exclaiming, "My stomach suddenly feels a bit off. Someone is waiting for you downstairs in the car. You go ahead, I'll be right there." Having changed, Jane did not suspect Daisy's odd behavior and quickly bid Sean farewell before rushing out. To Jane, Selvig was not only a mentor but also a dear friend. Her concern lay not with the possibility of his arrest, but rather with his peculiar behavior. Sean, curious, glanced toward the restroom. Having noticed that Daisy had not utilized the toilet upon entering, he could distinctly hear her every movement within. After Jane hurriedly left, Sean settled in an armchair, sipping milk while listening to the sounds emanating from the restroom, eager to discover what this little, sizable girl was up to. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, across the vast ocean, upon a hijacked vessel, Natasha adeptly dispatched one of the assailants before another emerged from the shadows. With a resigned tilt of her head and a sigh, she prepared to confront this new challenge. Ever since her association with Sean, Natasha had found herself growing increasingly lethargic. Particularly after witnessing Sean's formidable display of power, she often contemplated relinquishing all matters to him, preferring instead to bask in the pleasures of life. However, this mission was a discreet request from Nick Fury, compelling her to join Steve and the SHIELD strike team in infiltrating the ship, which was reportedly off course but was, in fact, seized by pirates. Through the collaboration of Steve, the strike team, and Natasha, the assailants were swiftly subdued. Despite being seasoned mercenaries, they paled in comparison to the might of SHIELD, Steve, and Natasha. Yet, during the operation, Steve uncovered that Natasha had an ulterior mission unknown to him, prompting him to confront Nick Fury directly. In an effort to quell Steve's ire and soothe his agitation, Nick Fury revealed to him a highly classified SHIELD initiative, the Insight Program. Following the events in New York, with the backing of the World Security Council, Nick had embarked on this endeavor to preemptively neutralize threats before they could arise. Nevertheless, he had detected some unsettling anomalies, leading him to assign Natasha a special task, a detail he chose to withhold from Steve. As Steve surveyed the trio of newly equipped aircraft carriers, armed with an array of weaponry and innovative anti-gravity engines, he found himself at odds with Nick's assertion of stifling threats in their infancy. He perceived the Insight Program as tantamount to placing a gun to the heads of every individual worldwide, all under the guise of protection. The two parted ways once more, discontent lingering in the air. Meanwhile, as Nick Fury endeavored to decrypt the files Natasha had covertly retrieved from the vessel belonging to SHIELD, he was astonished to discover that the data was utterly indecipherable, and the architect of its encryption was none other than himself. Furrowing his brow, Nick focused intently on the screen before him, affirming his suspicions. Amidst his deliberations, Sean raised an eyebrow at Daisy, who emerged from the restroom with an air of playful allure. Even without his enhanced vision, he could perceive the captivating form of this enchanting figure. "If Jane were to find out, you might be dismissed," Sean remarked softly. "Then let us ensure she remains oblivious," Daisy's feline-like voice chimed in. Immediately, she began to sway her body as if putting on a display, seemingly untroubled by the consequences Sean had mentioned. With her movements, Sean's gaze began to nod up and down incessantly. Alas, his temper flared once more. Chapter 166. Nick Fury's violent wife. While Sean was attempting to extinguish his ire, Nick Fury found himself amidst a raging inferno. Upon discovering the anomalies in the data, his first instinct was to suspect a flaw in the Insight program. Consequently, he sought out his former superior, Alexander Pierce, the very man who had elevated him to the position of director. Upon hearing Fury's suggestion to delay the Insight program, Pierce revealed no overt expressions of surprise. Once Fury departed, Pierce maintained his facade of piety, his eyes deep in contemplation. As a minister of the World Security Council and one of the clandestine leaders of Hydra, Pierce was far from an ordinary individual. In mere moments, he concocted a plan to exploit the situation while ensuring his own detachment. With a sinister smile, he silently apologized to his old friend Nick Fury and then grimly dialed a number, contacting the bald Agent Sitwell, who had previously been taken hostage on that very ship. He realized that given the circumstances, there was no alternative but to act. Wincing in pain from his injured arm, Nick Fury watched as assailants relentlessly fired bullets at his car window. He believed his reactions were swift enough, yet the adversaries proved swifter, ambushing him the instant he exited SHIELD headquarters. In the dimly lit sewer, Fury groaned in agony, clutching his wounded arm. Although he had temporarily evaded his attackers by utilizing the sewer, it was not yet time to lower his guard. As he moved forward, alternating his legs, he pondered who he could still trust. He had already reached out to Hill, but it would take her some time to arrive. Natasha's current situation had become rather complicated, rendering her a less than ideal choice. Barton was an option, yet involving him would not only disrupt his family's tranquility, but could also endanger them. Fury had once promised Barton that he would ensure his family's safety. Thus, his recent choices were limited. Steve quietly leaped into his home through the window, not due to a lost key, but because a neighbor had informed him that his sound system had been left on. He was curious to discover which unwitting individual had dared to intrude upon his abode. Steve swiftly picked up the weapon shield leaning against the bookshelf, moving quietly towards the living room. Upon spotting the individual comfortably nestled on his single sofa, he lowered the shield in his grasp. What an oblivious fellow. I've been cast out by my wife, left with nowhere to go. Nick Fury, gritting his teeth against the pain, straightened up, revealing his singular eye. Steve found himself pondering who his wife might be, only to be taken aback by the pained expression etched across Nick Fury's battered face. Is your wife truly that violent? Have you been caught in the act of infidelity? No, wait. Something has gone awry. Steve quickly gathered his wits. Sure enough, before they could exchange more than a few words, Nick Fury, who had just narrowly escaped death, was assaulted once again from the rooftop across the way. The female neighbor who had previously warned Steve immediately raised her weapon and retaliated, forcing the assailants outside into retreat. Then, to Steve's astonishment, she dashed into his apartment, proclaiming that she had been sent specifically to protect him. The one who issued that command was the very man now lying on the floor, riddled with bullet wounds and barely clinging to life. Upon noticing the assailant on the opposite rooftop show signs of fleeing, Steve decisively grabbed his shield and chose to pursue. Despite his swift speed, he ultimately failed to apprehend the attacker, as the assailant's abilities matched his own, even demonstrating a mechanical arm that caught his flying shield. Had it not been for the assailant's intent to obstruct Steve's pursuit, who knows? He might have lost his weapon entirely when that individual shot the shield back at him. Once again stunned, Steve furrowed his brow and cast a glance back at Nick Fury, who was being lifted onto a stretcher in his apartment. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, in a different part of the building, Sean, accompanied by the rugged and weathered Selvig, returned to the apartment. Hello, Daisy. Oh, and who might this be? Selvig, stepping through the door, extended a friendly hand towards the unfamiliar Sean. Faced with Selvig, who was impeccably dressed on top, yet clad only in undergarments below, Sean hesitated internally, contemplating whether to shake his hand. What is that smell permeating the house? Jane, inhaling through her delicate and pert little nose, inquired with a look of confusion. I just spilled my perfume, Daisy promptly explained. Today, Daisy seems quite off. Jane regarded her assistant with skepticism, recalling how she had been unable to reach Daisy after bailing Selvig out. Fearing Sean might grow impatient and leave, Jane hurried back. Moreover, she had been concerned for Daisy's well-being during her return, only to find that Daisy appeared to be completely unscathed now. So why hadn't she accompanied Jane to bail out Selvig, and why had she been unresponsive to her calls? As Daisy's heart raced with suspicion, a sound emerged from Sean's side. He gazed at Selvig, who wore a sincere expression while extending his hand, and felt immense gratitude towards the person who had called him. However, the moment he answered the phone, a frown creased his brow. Natasha? Sean sensed something was amiss with Natasha on the other end. And soon he was privy to some rather intriguing news. Nick Fury was dead, although Nick often assigned her unsavory tasks. It was he who had silenced the dissenting voices and welcomed Natasha into S.H.I.E.L.D. when she found herself in dire straits. Natasha held deep gratitude for Nick Fury. Thus, upon arriving at the hospital and receiving the news of his demise, her emotions plunged into despair and fury. She sought Sean's assistance in uncovering the identity of Nick Fury's killer. Yet, Sean harbored a differing perspective on the matter. Are you certain he is dead? I am at the hospital now, and the doctor has just announced his passing. Natasha has yet to grasp the reality. Have you forgotten about Coulson? Sean reminded her. Coulson? Natasha's voice trailed off suddenly as she comprehended Sean's implication, quickly regaining her sharp spy instincts. Are you suggesting? Natasha squinted her beautiful eyes at Hill, who was just exiting the ward. I will contact you later. Huh. Sean listened to the busy signal on the line, bemused by the audacity of the girl, who was so brazenly dismissive. It seemed he must find a moment to enlighten her on the proper direction. Chapter 167. Recently, my temper has been rather frayed. Is something amiss? Jin pushed aside Selvig, who was lacking trousers. She had just overheard Sean mention a woman's name, and the voice on the other end was unmistakably female. It's nothing, Sean shrugged nonchalantly, merely a case of an old trickster attempting to feign death, which he had seen through. Noticing Sean's reluctance to divulge more, Jin felt an inexplicable surge of irritation, and she proceeded to usher everyone out of the apartment under their astonished gazes. Selvig, at least give me a pair of pants. Seizing the opportunity while Jin was distracted, Daisy subtly gestured to Sean. It seemed this girl might be developing a bit of an obsession. With a resounding slam, Jin closed the door, concluding that a direct inquiry would be best, as her nature dictated that no matter the issue, it should not linger until morning. Was that your girlfriend? Leaning against the door, Jin softly asked, avoiding Sean's gaze. What if I said yes? Sean approached slowly. Upon hearing his words, Jin abruptly lifted her head, but upon seeing Sean's teasing, nonchalant expression, she turned her face away, refusing to meet his eyes once more. However, as Sean slowly approached, that sunlit aura once again ensnared her senses. Just as Jane found herself engulfed in a haze of emotions, both enchanted and despondent, Sean reached out to gently grasp her pale cheek that had tilted away, coaxing her head back into alignment. You have a girlfriend now, so we shouldn't. Jane's words trailed off as Sean's fingers pinched her lips into a pout. She couldn't help but steal glances at Sean's eyes, nose, mouth, and Adam's apple, feeling her legs grow weak beneath her. Shouldn't what? Sean's breath wafted over Jane's face, warm as sunlight, causing her cheeks to flush. The last vestiges of her resolve crumbled away. Observing the beauty before him stirred with emotion, Sean gradually inclined his head closer. In that singular movement, Jane could no longer contain herself. She rose on tiptoe and leaned in for a kiss. After a lengthy separation of their lips, Sean playfully inquired, You haven't answered my earlier question. Breathless, Jane recognized that Sean was deliberately teasing her. Yet, by this point, the floodgates had burst open, and an unstoppable tide surged forth. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Jane sealed Sean's lips once more, her petite legs lifting off the ground to wrap around Sean's waist. Upon learning the truth from Sean, Natasha refrained from immediate inquiry, acutely aware that the circumstances allowing Nick Fury to feign death were undoubtedly convoluted. However, she did notice some peculiar behaviors from Captain Steve. Soon enough, she caught wind of significant news from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Steve possessed critical information regarding Nick Fury's supposed demise, yet refused to disclose it, even storming out of the Triskelion. Hearing of Steve's wanted status, Natasha furrowed her brow. Even without knowledge of Nick Fury's true situation, she sensed something amiss. She began to piece together the likely rationale behind Nick Fury's staged death, suspecting that the true cause lay within the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Thus, she sought out the fugitive Steve, and together they resolved to uncover the truth. Following the trail of clues to a military base in New Jersey, where the original S.H.I.E.L.D. was established, they finally unraveled the entire story. In the aftermath of the World War, although Hydra had been vanquished, Dr. Arnim Zola was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. due to a talent relocation initiative. Surprisingly, this seemingly diminutive and cowardly individual harbored a profound allegiance to Hydra's ideals. Consequently, Hydra quietly embedded itself within S.H.I.E.L.D., steadily growing in strength. Now, Decades later, S.H.I.E.L.D. had become so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra that it resembled a sieve. Natasha listened in astonishment as Dr. Zola slowly unveiled their grotesque plan for a massacre reliant on the celestial aircraft carrier. Just as Zola intended to confine the two of them in the basement to await the missile's arrival, a visibly anxious Steve observed Natasha standing motionless, mistaking her stillness for resignation. "Come here, Natasha," he urged, lifting the cover of an underground pipe. Surrender was not in his nature. However, before Natasha could respond, a blinding light pierced through layers of reinforced concrete, illuminating their subterranean refuge. Upon witnessing that searing yet familiar red glow, Natasha nonchalantly took a seat. Accompanying the arrival of the crimson light was Sean, who held aloft the remnants of a missile. "Did you know he was coming?" Steve queried, awkwardly perched in the pipe's opening, casting a disgruntled glance at Natasha. "I had no idea. I wanted to see whether he would show up." To determine whether I or that beautiful doctor held more significance, Natasha retorted, her lips curling as she regarded Sean, clad in dark attire and a cloak. With her espionage skills, it would have been easy for Natasha to ascertain Sean's whereabouts. After their earlier phone conversation, she had already uncovered his location. A cursory search and a bit of information piecing together revealed that she likely had a new sister. Yet, wasn't that Jane Foster entangled with Thor? Could it be? Thus, Natasha now regarded the man descending from above with a mocking expression. She surmised that he might be digging a trench to undermine his rival. Curious about Thor's reaction upon discovering this, with a casual flick, Sean discarded the missile debris aside and chose not to respond to Natasha's previous comments, but instead scrutinized her, who sat with her legs crossed and a seductive smile. The manner of her seating accentuated her voluptuous curves. Sean suddenly regretted donning such a tight-fitting suit. "What the hell is going on lately? Why am I so irritable?" he pondered. If you don't mind, should we save the world first and engage in flirtation later?" Steve interjected, leaping out of the pit. Witnessing the flirtatious tension between the two was a bit overwhelming for him, a perennial singleton. Meanwhile, even as Sean made his entrance, the antiquated computer screen flickered with Arnim Zola's contemplations of countermeasures. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there were records of the Shadow Knight. Yet Nick Fury had been prudent, omitting Sean's true circumstances from the files, merely documenting the unique abilities he had thus far exhibited. Thus, Arnim Zola, Pierce, and the other members of Hydra possessed knowledge of the Shadow Knight solely regarding his various abilities, without any insight into his true identity. After meticulously calculating Sean's capabilities, Arnim Zola ultimately concluded that there was no way to contend with him. Perhaps they could attempt something with bullets. His immediate task was to swiftly disseminate this information to ensure Pierce and the others were prepared. Meanwhile, upon receiving Zola's message, Pierce's expression darkened as he beheld the silhouette of the figure cloaked in black on the surveillance screen. Steve remarked, "You bully people." Sean surveyed the incessantly whirring machines around him, feeling a sense of admiration. It was rather impressive that someone had grasped the concept of transcending flesh and weakness through machinery so early on. The Shadow Knight made his debut as the camera panned. The screens before them began to display all information regarding Sean's alias, including the abilities he was currently demonstrating. The understanding presented was rather comprehensive, with some details even forgotten by Sean himself. He tilted his head to glance at Zola on the screen. John Schmidt had spent his life in pursuit of those mysterious powers, yearning to become as formidable as Sean. Had he possessed Sean's abilities back then, Hydra would likely have already dominated the world. Zola's electronically modulated voice resonated through the speakers, tinged with an unmistakable hint of regret. Natasha, a consummate spy, was acutely aware of subtext and implications, instantly discerning Zola's intentions. Zola's insinuation was clear: possessing Sean's abilities, combined with Hydra's resources, would allow them to effortlessly seize control of the world. He sought to recruit Sean. Not only did Natasha grasp Zola's intent, but even Steve did. He cast a nervous glance at Sean's silhouette, pondering who could possibly thwart him if Sean harbored such ambitions. Thor, perhaps. However, before Steve could reach a conclusion, he heard Sean chuckle softly and respond, "Conquering the world? Indeed, it's not an insurmountable task." Upon hearing this, Steve instinctively tightened his grip on his shield. "However, you Hydra members are too much. I have no desire to collaborate with you, nor do you deserve it," Sean continued. At the outset of Sean's statement, Zola had entertained the hope that he had swayed the formidable figure, only to be met with Sean's retort that they were unworthy. Zola instinctively sought to counter, but before he could utter a word, the cameras that replaced his eyes detected two beams of lethal red light. Natasha and Steve stood in stunned silence as the control room was instantly engulfed in flames. They had intended to gather more information. Have you even learned to hang up on me now? Sean delivered a sharp slap to Natasha's pert posterior, the resounding crack echoing amidst the fiery backdrop, intensifying the atmosphere. The elasticity had indeed increased. As Sean felt the rebound of his hand, he had long wished to act upon his desire upon seeing Natasha seated there. Steve, feeling the weight of awkwardness, tugged at his collar and turned his head away, wishing desperately to find a crevice to slip into. The pit in the ground seemed quite inviting. Natasha, having been caught off guard by the sudden assault on her softness, shot a glance at Steve before casting a fierce glare at Sean. With someone like Sean, even if he were to conquer the world, he would likely be a capricious ruler, lost in the pleasures of life. Clearing his throat, Steve suggested, "Shall we discuss the massacre plan that Arnim Zola just mentioned?" Ultimately, Steve's sense of justice prevailed, and he refrained from hiding away, instead redirecting their focus to the pressing issue at hand. "What plan?" Sean inquired. Steve, assuming Sean had not heard Zola's impassioned speech, was about to explain when he was interrupted by Sean's dismissive retort. "Is it about those dilapidated ships beneath the Tricorner Tower?" Natasha, upon hearing this, donned a pensive expression and elaborated. "According to Arnim Zola, Hydra agents are now infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. and Steve is currently a wanted man. Moreover, Zola has undoubtedly relayed our knowledge of this situation back to them. If Hydra agents spot us, they will attack on sight. We may not even make it through the doors of the Tricorner Tower." However, she swiftly pivoted her tone, playfully gazing at Sean as she continued. "But if you lend us your assistance, then all these issues would be effortlessly resolved." At Natasha's words, Steve's face lit up with renewed hope as he gazed at Sean, contemplating that if Sean were to intervene, the obstacles mentioned by Natasha would indeed be surmountable. "You seem to be seizing the opportunity to take advantage of me." Sean squinted at Natasha, who was employing her alluring charms. He then raised his hands in mock surrender. "But I am rather busy lately. I fear I might not have the time." Natasha's expression immediately contorted into one of discontent, her eyes shooting daggers at him. "What are you busy with that I don't already know? It's that new female doctor, isn't it? You'll surely meet your demise at the hands of a woman." Yet, she quickly shifted her demeanor and added, "Well then, I had planned to join Wanda and the others for some exercise, but it seems I shall have to postpone that. Who knows if there will even be a next time." Observing Natasha's expression, a mix of regret and yearning, Sean couldn't help but recall the last time he participated in exercise with them, a memory that stirred excitement within him, to the point that even his fitted attire seemed on the verge of bursting. Steve watched the exchange between the two, utterly bewildered. "What is happening right now? What are you two discussing? What exercise is so vital? Running, perhaps?" Sean lightly coughed twice and turned his back while casting a sidelong glance at Natasha. Unintentionally, he had exposed his vulnerability, allowing her to seize the advantage. As Sean turned away, Steve grew increasingly anxious, only to see Natasha signal him with a gesture of control. Steve continued to feign innocence, glancing left and right in bewilderment. "What is this all about? Could someone enlighten me on what sport this is? Having been frozen for nearly 70 years, my thirst for knowledge is insatiable." Shortly thereafter, Sean took a brief respite before teleporting them to a peculiar location. Steve surveyed the desolate dam, realizing it was not near the Stark Tower. "I'll introduce you to someone familiar," Sean declared, leading the way. Natasha immediately grasped whom they were about to meet and followed suit, while Steve, burdened with anxiety over the Insight project, felt compelled to lag behind. "It's been a while, Maria," Sean remarked as the trio entered the cavernous space beneath the dam. To Steve's astonishment, he watched Commander Hill emerge from behind a pillar, firearm raised and aimed at the three of them. "What is going on? What are you doing here? Are you wanted too?" Steve inquired, perplexed. Since parting ways with Hill at the hospital, he had received no further communication from her, and now he found himself in a predicament. "Unfortunately for you, Captain, you are the only one among us who is wanted," Hill replied coldly, lowering her weapon but not holstering it. Upon hearing this, Steve's expression froze. He felt a surge of frustration rising within him. "Where is he?" Natasha, standing to Sean's left, questioned Hill directly. Her inquiry caused Hill to furrow her brow, as she was acutely aware of whom Natasha was referring to. Yet, how did Natasha know? A glance at Sean clarified everything for her. "Inside, come with me," Hill indicated, tilting her head. Steve, utterly bewildered, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He sensed that not only was he the sole target of a manhunt, but also the only one left in the dark. "What on earth are you all talking about? Why does it seem like everyone knows something I don't?" Chapter 169. Starting over following Hill, who led the way through the dimly lit corridors within the dam, Sean and the others walked in silence. Although curiosity gnawed at him, Steve maintained his composure. After all, He had endured 70 years of waiting, albeit under duress. After passing through a tattered curtain, they finally encountered the person who should have long since perished. Steve first gazed in astonishment at Nick Fury, who lay on the hospital bed before him, only to swiftly adopt an expression of resigned disbelief. He should have predicted that this man was not so easily vanquished. The betrayal of his emotions. Fortunately, he had refrained from shedding tears for him. Natasha's expression mirrored the drama of the moment. Although Sean had prepared her for this revelation, she still felt an unsettling sense of deception. Sean, upon witnessing the pitiful state of Fury, nearly succumbed to laughter. What on earth was happening? What was his current condition? Steve and Natasha inquired almost in unison. Soon after, Steve realized that Nick Fury had not yet regained full consciousness, for someone was attentively monitoring the data displayed on the various instruments beside the bed. He has passed the critical phase. He can hear everything you are saying. Though he is temporarily unable to respond, Hill recounted the doctor's earlier words. Instantly, both Steve and Natasha felt a wave of relief wash over them. After hearing this, Sean abandoned his urge to intervene, fearing he might inadvertently scorch Fury's already fragile state. What is truly going on? With a sense of calm restored, Steve resumed his earlier inquiry, while Natasha began to form her own hypotheses. I received a call from the director quite some time ago. He suspected that there were issues within SHIELD, although he could not confirm anything at that moment. Therefore, he orchestrated a series of covert arrangements. A few days ago, I received another call from him. Activating those contingency plans, he'll succinctly outline the chain of events. Upon hearing the phrase regarding issues within SHIELD, Steve exchanged a knowing glance with Natasha and Sean, comprehending what Nick Fury had been suspicious of. Thus, he recounted the events that had transpired at the military base in New Jersey. As she listened to Steve's accounts, Hill's azure eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Arnim Zola? Hydra? Hadn't they been obliterated decades ago? And now they had infiltrated the entirety of SHIELD. Incredulously, Hill turned to Sean and Natasha, her expression pleading, as if to say, please tell me this is not true. That this old popsicle has simply been frozen for too long, and his mind is now addled. Receiving Natasha's solemn nod of affirmation, Hill felt her trigeminal nerve pulse with anxiety. She had initially believed the issues within SHIELD to be mere external branches. Now it appeared the rot extended to the very roots. Glancing at the still recovering director, she suddenly felt the weight of her responsibilities as a commander pressing heavily upon her. Did Fury leave any countermeasures in response to the internal issues he sensed within SHIELD? Natasha inquired, her tone incisive. Although they had Sean's assistance, discerning the embedded Hydra agents within SHIELD remained an insurmountable challenge. Even if they resolved the current predicament, those infiltrators continued to pose a latent threat, potentially leading to a recurrence of this crisis. Hill stepped aside to retrieve a box containing 3 chips. As she opened it, she explained that these were contingency measures Fury had prepared at the inception of the Insight program, capable of thwarting the helicarrier. Sean observed the chips and then glanced at the tranquil egg on the hospital bed, realizing that Fury had indeed covered all bases. Steve, however, did not focus on the chips. Instead, he pressed on, what about the Hydra spies within SHIELD? How do we flush them out? According to Zola, they could be embedded throughout the organization. Hill shook her head in silence. Fury's instructions were limited to this, and they had never anticipated the severity of the situation, resulting in no strategic arrangements. Even if they dismantled the Insight program, SHIELD would still be the thoroughly infiltrated entity it had become, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Natasha, casting her gaze upon the chips, added in a somber tone. Steve observed the silent commander before him. At heart, he remained a soldier, accustomed to following orders. Hill's rise to command was certainly not solely due to her beauty, but this dilemma exceeded her capabilities. Even if Nick Fury were to awaken now, he would likely have no effective solutions for SHIELD, riddled with infiltrators. As the trio found themselves at an impasse, Sean spoke up. Since we're at this juncture, why not simply start anew? Upon his utterance, Hill turned to him in shock, questioning whether he had intentionally proposed such an idea. Natasha considered it the only viable option at present, and Steve's eyes lit up at the thought. Yes, since we are already in this state, we might as well demolish it and decide about rebuilding later, he mused, harboring considerable discontent toward Nick Fury. Just then, a faint groan emanated from the hospital bed. The group turned to see Nick Fury, equipped with a respirator, struggling to open his eyes. His right hand, though trembling, raised itself with effort. Sean, observing the look suggesting Fury had something to convey, could not suppress a chuckle. Are you trying to intervene because you've heard about the potential removal of your director? Who would have thought that Nick Fury harbored such bureaucratic inclinations? Hill rushed forward, while Steve and Natasha initially intended to follow but inexplicably hesitated. Upon hearing the situation, Hill conveyed Nick Fury's words, which essentially indicated that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not in jeopardy. Rather, it was merely the infiltration of Hydra agents that posed a threat. He had foreseen this and was confident in his ability to resolve the issue without resorting to drastic measures. Do you plan to apprehend every agent for interrogation? Or will you allow them to remain hidden, waiting for the day they reveal themselves? How many different insights might arise during this process? Sean directly inquired. In truth, Nick Fury's tactics were quite straightforward. He never truly trusted his subordinates, believing instead that he could maintain control. Hearing Sean's retort, Steve found it to be quite valid, while Natasha leaned closer to Sean, indicating her stance. Even Hill remained silent, gazing at Nick Fury on the hospital bed, observing the individuals before him. Nick Fury's breathing suddenly grew labored, and he abruptly rolled his eyes back,